The man opened his heavy eyes, and after his vision gradually became clear, he moved his eyeballs to check everything in front of him. The dim light, the stone walls all around, the pungent air, everything was so unfamiliar. Suddenly, many strange memories suddenly flooded into the man's head. After an unknown amount of time, the man, who had calmed down, opened his eyes again, exhaled slowly, and finally figured out the current situation. He had traveled through time. The man's name is Yi Chun. Not long ago, Yi Chun was an ambitious young man on Blue Star, fighting for his bright future. During this period, Yi Chun was addicted to a farming mobile game and would play it all night, every day. On this day, Yi Chun had just finished playing all night and was about to leave the computer desk to eat something. As a result, as soon as he stood up, Yi Chun felt dizzy and his consciousness fell into endless darkness. When he woke up again, he was here. Yi Chun is now possessed by a tribal child. The child's name is Chun. Chun died of a cold, and somehow Yi Chun possessed him. As the noises made by Yi Chun grew louder after he woke up, Yin, the little girl who was in charge of taking care of Yi Chun, was alarmed and hurried over to check on Yi Chun's condition. Seeing that Yi Chun was able to wake up, he was very happy and started chattering to Yi Chun. At the moment, Yi Chun didn't have the energy to chat with her. He just smiled to indicate that he was fine and prepared to sit up. I don't know how long I lay on the ground in the cave. Yi Chun could clearly feel that his whole body was sore and he wanted to stretch his muscles. With Yun's help, Yi Chun slowly walked out of the tribal cave. After adapting to the dazzling light, Yi Chun saw more than 20 people sitting in the camp outside the cave. The people in the camp also noticed Yi Chun's awakening. When they saw Yi Chun coming out, they immediately cast concerned eyes at him. Seeing the concerned eyes around him, Yi Chun also felt a warm feeling in his heart. It seems that the people here are quite united and friendly. Yi Chun thought to himself, in this primitive world, the little boy is basically half a laborer. The coma of a half-laborer was also a big loss for the tribe. In Yi Chun's memory, the tribe had a total of more than 30 laborers. At this moment, Yin was walking towards Yi Chun with the tribal chief. After Yin helped Yi Chun sit down in the camp, he ran into the cave to tell the chief. The chief, who was taking a nap, was very happy to learn that Yi Chun had woken up and immediately came to Yi Chun in a hurry. Looking at the thin, middle-aged man wrapped in animal skins in front of him, the man came to him and touched his forehead with a smile on his face. After discovering that Yi Chun's body temperature had completely returned to normal, the chief smiled and nodded at Yi Chun. Bring him an extra piece of meat later. Okay, chief. Hearing the chief's instructions, Yin nodded obediently to show that he understood. The chief saw that there was nothing to do, so he turned around and left after making the arrangements. Yi Chun just smiled and was about to ask Yin about the specific situation of the tribe. Before he could finish his words, he heard the women in the camp who were doing nothing suddenly cheer. Looking up, Yi Chun saw a group of figures appearing in the forest. It was obvious that the tribe's hunting team had returned. Amid the cheers of the tribesmen in the camp, several members of the hunting team came back with their prey on their shoulders. They threw it on the ground and sat down to rest, breathing heavily. Soon, after a short rest, the members of the hunting team stood up and began to dissect the prey's body with stone axes. This prey aroused Yi Chun's curiosity. A deer with 2 horns, but much larger than the deer of later generations. This deer is covered with fine black and yellow hair, and its huge size makes it look very dangerous. As pieces of meat were distributed to everyone, Yin quickly ran to the hunting team captain Shur and told him the chief's decision. Then 2 palm-sized pieces of meat were placed in Yi Chun's hands. The 30-odd tribe members were given chunks of meat, and the remaining 1/3 was dragged into the cave by the hunting team and stored. Looking at this scene, Yi Chun was thoughtful. It seemed that the tribe had already developed a habit of storing food. Looking at the piece of raw meat in his hands, Yi Chun's mouth twitched. He really didn't know how to eat it, but his memory told him that this was how he had eaten it before. Chun, why don't you eat? At this moment, Yin was concentrating on chewing the piece of raw meat in his hand, making his face covered with blood. While chewing, he found that Yi Chun beside him did not move at all, just staring at the piece of meat in his hand in a daze. Yin hurriedly urged him. Looking at the piece of meat in his hand that was still dripping with blood, Yi Chun put it to his mouth several times, ready to swallow it raw, but he couldn't do it at all. The bloody smell of the meat and the remaining stench were so strong that it made people feel nauseous before they even reached their mouths. Soon, Yin had finished the piece of meat in his hand, and he licked his lips involuntarily, looking unsatisfied and a little ferocious. Yi-Chen glanced at Yin beside him, and finally found that he couldn't swallow it at all, so he handed the piece of meat in his hand to Yin and asked her to hold it for him. And what's wrong, Chen? Ignoring Yun's doubts, Yi-Chen just reminded her not to eat his own meat, then stood up and began to look around. After all, he was a top student who had received 9 years of compulsory education, so he knew a little bit about making a fire and barbecuing. He thought about it and decided that the fastest way to make fire was to drill 2 sticks together. With his stomach growling with hunger, Yi-Chen immediately took action. Fortunately, the tribe's camp was surrounded by a forest. The continuous high temperature had almost baked out the trees and weeds that had been soaked by the heavy rain of the previous 2 days. Now, dry firewood and weeds could be seen everywhere around the camp. After picking and choosing for a while, Yi-Chen picked up 2 branches of moderate thickness and a pile of dry grass. At the side, Yun, holding 2 pieces of raw meat in his hands, frowned as he watched Yi-Chen busy himself. Yun couldn't understand why Yi-Chen didn't just eat the meat and instead was busying around. Wasn't he hungry? This was the only thought in Yun's mind. After finishing all these preparations, Yi-Chen sat down, pressed the thick branch with his feet, and pressed the sharpened end of the thin branch against the hole in the thick branch, rubbing his hands slowly and forcefully. After becoming familiar with the movement, Yi-Chen began to speed up gradually, rubbing his hands back and forth. As Yi-Chen rubbed persistently, a wisp of green smoke slowly floated out of the hole. Yi-Chen opened his eyes wide and hurriedly began to blow air. Slowly, the dry grass piled next to the wooden hole began to curl up due to the high temperature, and after a slight puff sound, the dry grass completely burned. Seeing the flames suddenly ignite in front of Yi-Chen, Yun, who was watching intently beside him, couldn't help but scream. Yi-Chen ignored Yun's screams and immediately piled all the dry grass on top. Then he ran to the side and picked up some branches and piled them on the flames. But at this moment, Yun, after seeing the sudden flame in front of Yi-Chen, immediately turned around and ran away, running towards the cave. Hey, my meat! Seeing Yun running away with his 2 pieces of meat, Yi-Chen's face was full of helplessness. He made the fire just to grill meat, but after the fire was lit, the pieces of meat were taken away. When Yi-Chen was still feeling depressed, he heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from behind him. Someone was walking towards him. The chief behind Yin also ran over in a hurry. When he saw the fire in front of Yi-Chen, he was also in disbelief. After rubbing his eyes repeatedly, Yin looked at Yi-Chen with admiration. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating this system. The system is loading, please wait. At this moment, a burst of mechanical words came in Yi-Chen's mind, and Yi-Chen's face showed surprise when he heard these. Great, great! Yi-Chen and the chief shouted at the same time. After shouting, Yi-Chen and the chief looked at each other. The chief was so excited that he saw the flames appearing in front of Yi-Chen. Fire is the tribe's greatest weapon for surviving the cold winter, but the tribe has been without fire for a long time. There used to be one in the tribe's cave, passed down to him by the previous chief, who repeatedly told him to preserve it. But after a flood, the fire the chief was responsible for tending went out, and the flame has not been found since then. What are you shouting about? The chief looked at Yi-Chen, very confused about what Yi-Chen was so excited about. Yi-Chen couldn't tell anyone about his system at this moment. In a moment of panic, he saw the piece of meat in Yun's hand and immediately reacted, grabbing it. I was yelling because I can grill meat now. Barbecue. Hearing the unfamiliar words coming out of Yi-Chen's mouth, Chief and Yun looked at each other and found that they couldn't understand, so they turned to look at Yi-Chen again. The chief's eyes flickered back and forth between Yi-Chen and the flames. Originally, he was most concerned about how the flames were produced. However, when he suddenly heard Yi-Chen shout, his interest shifted to what Yi-Chen was talking about, barbecue. At this time, Yi-Chen no longer cared about the chief's reaction. The rumbling sound in his stomach kept reminding him that he would faint from hunger if he didn't eat. So he quickly picked up 2 branches as thick as fingers, sharpened one end with a stone axe, and kept it ready for use. He then used up his last bit of strength to carry a flat stone slab. In order to ensure that the stone slab was cleaner, Yi-Chen wiped it with leaves. Although washing with water was the best way, considering the tribe's serious water shortage, if the chief knew his idea, he would definitely lose the opportunity to eat barbecue. He thought to himself that the water stored in the cave already had a distinct odor and was likely to harbor more bacteria than the stone slabs. It's okay, at most I'll just have to bake it a little longer, he consoled himself. Grilling meat has a disinfecting effect, so leaving on the fire for a while should be fine. After completing the preparations, Yi Chen got down to business. He placed the meat on the stone slab and used a stone axe to cut it into finger-thick strips. At this moment, Yi Chen felt the inefficiency brought about by the outdated tools. The stone axe looked sharp, but it was completely ineffective for cutting meat. It could not cut at all, and he could only rely on brute force. After cutting the venison into more than a dozen strips, Yi Chen used branches to string the strips together, ready to roast them over the fire. Under the gaze of Chief and Yun, Yi Chen's mouth watered unconsciously, and he quickly put the skewers on the fire and began to roast. Soon, the skewers of meat began to sizzle on the fire, and the aroma of barbecued meat gradually spread. Soon, the fragrance filled the entire tribal camp, and the barbecued meat looked very tempting. The tribe's main residence was in a cave, with a wide open space in front of it where the tribesmen would rest and take a nap after eating and drinking. Now, the tribesmen who had been resting, smelling the aroma of meat, gathered around. As Yi Chen was concentrating on grilling the meat, he suddenly heard the sound of swallowing around him. Looking up, he found that he was surrounded by people. Everyone stared at the barbecue in his hands, their eyes revealing an intense hunger, which made Yi Chen feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that the meat was almost done, Yi Chen brought the skewers in front of him, took out 2 small wooden sticks that had been prepared long ago, picked up the meat strips with one of the sticks, blew on it, and prepared to take a bite. At this moment, Yi Chen began to ignore everything and ate the barbecue in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. He handed 2 wooden sticks to the chief and Yun, asking them to try them too. Huff, huff. Chief and Yun lightly touched the strips of meat with their fingers and immediately pulled back due to the heat, blowing air. No, your fingers won't do. It's too hot. Use chopsticks, Yi Chen shouted. Seeing that the 2 were badly burned, Yi Chen quickly handed them the 2 small wooden sticks in his hand. Unfortunately, the 2 of them had no idea how to use these sticks and couldn't understand why they were so smooth and effortless in Yi Chen's hands. Helplessly, Yi Chen could only wait for the meat to cool down a bit before letting Chief and Yin take a piece of meat each. The 2 followed Yi Chen's example, put the meat strips in their mouths, and immediately chewed them, their mouths filled with a different taste. To ensure the food's safety, Yi Chen deliberately grilled the meat strips for a little longer, making them crispy. The chief and Yun, standing by, stared with wide eyes as they watched Yi Chen eat with relish, and soon they eagerly devoured the meat strips in their hands. They didn't seem satisfied. Their eyes revealed longing as they continued to stare at Yi Chen. Yi Chen himself was also very hungry and really didn't want to give them more meat, but seeing their hungry looks, he still couldn't bear it. Yi Chen said helplessly, "Okay, stop glaring at me. I'm afraid of you." After that, he handed his barbecue equipment to Yun and asked him to barbecue according to the previous method. The meat that had just been distributed to everyone had been eaten, and the only thing left was the chief's meat. Just as the chief was about to eat, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw it was Yun. The chief asked a few questions, and when he learned that Yi Chen could actually make fire with his bare hands, he was so surprised that he even forgot about the piece of meat in his hand and immediately ran towards Yi Chen. The chief's appetite was aroused, and he immediately remembered that there was a piece of his own meat in the cave, so he asked Yin to quickly get it out. Seeing Yin quickly running over with the piece of meat, Yi Chen once again instructed Yin to follow his steps. Finally, after watching Chief Yunha successfully place the skewers of meat on the fire, Yi Chen squeezed out of the crowd. However, this time, everyone's eyes changed. They looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of respect. Yi Chen licked his lips. Although his stomach was somewhat full, his throat was dry. Thinking of the quality of the water in the cave, he resisted his urge to eat. He went into the cave, found a place to sit, closed his eyes, and opened the system interface. Yi Chen's mind gradually immersed itself in the system, and the image before him gradually became clearer. The familiar game interface made him excited, as if he had returned to the days before his time travel. Every time he logged into the game, he would be filled with anticipation and excitement. However, this time, the system loading progress bar advanced slowly, and Yi Chen's breathing became rapid as the progress bar jumped. Finally, the system interface was fully expanded. However, Yi Chen's excitement instantly cooled a little. The interface before him was so simple that he was a little disappointed. Besides a simple background board, there was only one function called library. He had originally expected more functions, such as equipment bar, skill tree, quest system, etc., But the reality was so simple. Forget it. At least there's a library. Yichen consoled himself. At least with this function, he was no longer a headless fly and could find the necessary knowledge. Opening the library, he found that the information inside was very detailed. Any book information up to 2024 could be found in it. This made Yi Chun nod with a little satisfaction. For him, with this information, at least he didn't have to start from scratch. Just as Yi Chun was about to explore the library further, the system suddenly issued a crisp prompt sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully logging into the system and receiving 5 free lottery opportunities. Yi Chun's eyes lit up, and then a roulette wheel shrouded in mist emerged. Various reward icons were faintly visible on the wheel. Although the specific contents were unclear, the sense of mystery made Yi Chun's heart beat faster. Chapter 4 God's Will. Yi Chun stood in front of the system interface, his eyes fixed on the roulette wheel shrouded in mist. He tried to open his eyes wide, trying to penetrate the hazy mist and see the reward on the roulette wheel clearly. However, no matter how hard he focused, the contents of the roulette wheel remained blurry, as if deliberately obscured by some invisible force. Although he could vaguely see many patterns, he could not make out what they were. How wonderful it would be if we could directly extract important strategic resources like salt and oil. Yi Chun couldn't help but fantasize. Salt was essential for survival, and oil was the lifeblood of industry. With these resources, he would be able to quickly gain a foothold in this strange world and even quickly establish his own power. However, Yi Chun quickly shook his head and put this unrealistic fantasy behind him. The system had clearly reminded him that novices only had 5 chances to draw a prize, and these 5 chances were invaluable to Yi Chun. Before crossing over, he wasn't the kind of player who would spend lavishly on games. He was always very careful with his money when playing games, never wasting any resources. Now, facing only 5 chances to win the lottery, he was even more hesitant to act rashly. I can't be impulsive. I need to plan carefully, Yi Chun muttered to himself. He knew nothing about the world right now, and making a hasty decision would only harm himself. While the lucky draw was tempting, the more important thing right now was to solve a more practical problem, filling his stomach. With this in mind, Yi Chun decisively exited the system interface. As his mind returned to reality, he felt a slight pang of hunger rising in his stomach. He touched his half-full stomach and frowned slightly. Although the 2 pieces of venison were palm-sized, his body was very weak now. He had just recovered from a serious illness and needed to replenish his nutrition. This little bit of meat was not enough to restore his strength. Thinking of the half-piece of venison the hunting team had saved, Yi Chun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although there was no seasoning, the venison was very delicious when roasted, and it was nutritious, which was exactly what he needed right now. However, the chief's stern face surfaced in his mind. Giving him one more piece of meat was already the limit. Asking for the remaining venison would definitely be impossible. I have to think of a way. Yi Chun muttered to himself and began to think. However, he couldn't come up with any viable solution for a while. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a strong thirst, his throat dry as if it had been burned. However, Yi Chun didn't make any moves. He knew that the tribe only had a small amount of water left, and that water was murky and contained countless bacteria. If I drink it now, I might die. Yi Chun's brows furrowed even more, a wave of helplessness and despair welling up in his heart. These conditions are too harsh. He sighed, his heart filled with depression. Others rose rapidly after traveling through time, but he was so miserable. Yi Chun secretly made up his mind that he must solve the problem of water and food as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to recover his strength, but even his basic survival would become a problem. Just as Yi Chun frowned and thought hard about how to solve the problem of food and water, he suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. He looked up and saw Yun running towards him, breathless and anxious. Yi Chun, the chief wants to see you. Yun didn't wait for Yi Chun to react, grabbed his wrist, and eagerly pulled him towards where the chief was. Yi Chun was completely bewildered by this sudden situation and hurriedly tried to inquire about the reason, but Yun had already dragged him towards the chief. His mind raced, and Yi Chun racked his brains, unable to figure out why he had been summoned by the chief, given that he had only just woken up. Soon, the two came to the chief, who was sitting by the fire in another corner of the cave, with a rare smile on his face, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames. Yi Chun, you're here. The chief looked up at him, his tone gentle. He pointed to the fire in front of him and asked with a smile, how do you know about fire? Yi Chun was stunned for a moment, then realized that the chief was probably asking him how to make a fire. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had already thought about this problem. After all, his behavior upon waking up was truly extraordinary. Not only had his cold suddenly healed, but he had also figured out how to start a fire with his bare hands. Was this something a primitive person should know? If he didn't explain it clearly, it would surely arouse even greater suspicion. Thinking of this, Yi Chun immediately walked to the fire in a solemn manner, looked up at the stone wall above his head, then looked down at the flames, then put his hands together, knelt down towards the fire, with a solemn expression on his face. God! Yi Chun slowly uttered the word, his voice deep and powerful, as if carrying some mysterious power. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent fell silent. Chief and Yun stared at him in shock, their eyes filled with confusion. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated the two, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief and then re-explained the meaning of God in the tribe's language. God is the being that controls everything in the universe. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and even the very ground beneath our feet are all created by God. Yi Chun spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the chief and Yun. The chief nodded slightly, a flicker of awe in his eyes. He was well aware of the power of nature, the wind, the rain, the lightning, all forces beyond the tribe's control. Yet, he still didn't understand how Yi Chun knew all this. Seeing the two gradually drawn in by his words, Yi Chun continued his prepared speech. His tone was calm, as if he was recalling a real experience. During my deep sleep, an old man with a white beard took me to another world. Everything there is magical. People can fly into the sky on giant iron birds, zip across the land on giant steel beasts, and even swim in the deep sea. No matter how far apart they are, they can always connect with each other through a palm-sized device. Chief and Yun were stunned as they listened, as if they were listening to a fairy tale. Although they could not imagine the world described by Yi Chun, the shock was deeply imprinted in their minds. Finally, Yi Chun said firmly, "The gods saw how hard our tribe was, so they asked me to come back and lead everyone to a better life. We must have enough to eat, warm clothes, and no longer suffer from wild beasts and enemies." Chapter 5, Beast Lake. Listening to the series of words coming out of Yi Chun's mouth, the chief was stunned and speechless. Yi Chun looked at the chief's stunned expression and felt relieved. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway, and the next performance was the key. If he could truly lead the tribe to a better life, everyone would naturally believe he was sent by the gods. He also understood that he was still young, and without the support of the chief, no one would listen to him. So, he decided to prove his worth through action. "Chief," Yi Chun said in a respectful yet firm voice, "I want to know where the nearby water source is. If we can find clean water, we can solve the tribe's drinking water problem and even build some water storage tools so everyone doesn't have to drink this dirty water." The chief frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. "There is indeed a water source, but it's very dangerous. There are wild beasts nearby, and there are also ferocious creatures in the water. You're still a child. You can't take risks." Yi Chun's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. He had already guessed the chief would refuse. After all, he was young, and the chief wouldn't let him take such a risk. But he also knew that if he stayed in the camp, he would only wait for death. Instead of waiting, it was better to take the initiative. "Chief," Yi Chun said with a firm gaze and an even more resolute tone, "this is the will of the gods. The gods asked me to come back to lead the tribe towards a better future. If I can't even solve the water problem, how can I complete the mission entrusted to me by the gods?" The chief's expression wavered slightly when he heard the words "God's will." He lowered his head in thought for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Seeing this, Yi Chun immediately seized the opportunity. "Chief, I will be careful. God will protect me and guide me to complete my mission. Please trust me and trust God's guidance." The tent was eerily quiet, echoed only by the crackling of the wood in the fire. The chief was silent for a long time, then finally raised his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "Okay, I agree you can go, but you must be protected by a hunting party." Seeing that the chief had agreed to let him go, Yi Chun was delighted. He had originally planned to ask for the hunting team's protection. After all, with his small body, he simply couldn't go to such a dangerous place alone. Not long after, the hunting team's captain, Sure, was summoned to meet the chief. Sure was tall, dark-skinned, and had a serious demeanor, looking exceptionally powerful. After hearing the chief's instructions, he immediately frowned and refused without hesitation. No, the water source is too dangerous. There are ferocious beasts in it, and there are also ferocious beasts hiding in the water. Chun is still a child. How can he go to such a place? Yichen was about to explain when the chief spoke first. This is the will of the gods. Yi Chun is acting according to the gods' instructions. We must support him. Your mission is to protect him and ensure his safety. Captain Shi's expression wavered when he heard the god's will. He looked at Yi Chun, then at the chief, and finally nodded, no longer objecting. Since it's the chief's order, I will do my best to protect him. The chief nodded with satisfaction, and Captain Shi immediately summoned several elite team members. Heavily armed with spears and bows, they stood at the camp gate, ready to depart. The water source is dangerous. You must remain vigilant at all times and never act rashly. Retreat if you encounter danger, Captain Shi sternly warned. Yichen nodded seriously. I understand. After everything was ready, the hunting team protected Yi Chun and left the camp. Yichen walked in the team, feeling the tense atmosphere of the team members around him, and felt nervous and excited. This mission wasn't just about helping the tribe solve its water problem. It was also an opportunity to prove their strength. Along the way, the team members looked around vigilantly, ready to respond to any emergency. As they left camp, the atmosphere around them grew noticeably tense. In the camp, the team members often joked around. But now, the atmosphere was completely different. Everyone was serious, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The air was filled with a tense and oppressive feeling, as if a predator might pounce from the shadows at any moment. Yichen gripped the stick tightly. Although he knew he couldn't help much, he knew he couldn't hold everyone back. After walking for about half an hour, he finally reached his destination. Delighted, he quickened his pace, pushing aside the branches and leaves in front of him. The scene before him stunned him. A boundless lake unfolded before his eyes, its water rippling with emerald green waves. Sunlight shone on the surface, creating a shimmering ripple. It was tranquil and beautiful. This is the source of the water. Yichen muttered to himself, his heart filled with shock. Occasionally, a few wild birds would take flight from the lake, chirping with clear voices, a vibrant scene. The clarity of the water made Yi Chun want to rush over and scoop up some water to quench his thirst. However, the hunting team members remained on high alert. Captain Shi signaled everyone to stop, then led several team members in a careful inspection of the surroundings. They carefully circled the lake, confirming there were no predators, and then breathed a sigh of relief, signaling safety. No danger detected yet, but we must remain vigilant, Captain Shi whispered. Yichen nodded, full of admiration for the hunting team's caution and professionalism. The lake might seem peaceful, but danger could lurk at any moment. He turned to look at Captain Shi and asked doubtfully, "It doesn't look dangerous here. Where are the beasts?" Captain Shi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled a piece of animal offal from his bag. He gave Yichen a serious look and tossed it into the lake. Instantly, the lake erupted in chaos. Countless giant fish emerged from the water, scrambling frantically for the offal, splashing water everywhere and churning the surface of the lake. In a matter of moments, their internal organs were ripped apart, and the lake water turned a pale red. Yichen gasped, a wave of fear welling up in his heart. These fish were enormous, their mouths filled with sharp teeth, their eyes ferocious, and their movements swift like demons. "Is this piranha?" Yi Chen's voice trembled, his heart filled with fear. Captain Shi nodded, his tone heavy. They eat everything, whether it's animals or humans. Anyone who falls into the water will be torn to pieces. Although this lake looks peaceful, it's actually more dangerous than wild animals on land. Yichen looked at the lake, his heart trembling with fear. He had originally thought that he could solve the tribe's water problem, but now it seemed that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. The presence of piranhas meant that any creature that approached the lake could become their prey, let alone get water. Chapter 6: Yichen's promise. After witnessing the ferocious piranhas in the lake, Yichen finally calmed down. He was originally full of confidence, thinking that he could easily solve the tribe's water and food problems, but he was unexpectedly hit hard by reality. Seeing Yichen's shocked expression, Shi asked him what he was going to do next. Yichen's answer was nothing special, so he decided to go back. After all, his main purpose of coming here was to scout the area and understand the situation. Now that the situation was clear, the next thing to do was to go back and prepare the tools. On the way back, Yi Chun had regained his composure, his earlier panic having vanished without a trace. After all, as the spokesperson for the gods, he couldn't be easily shaken. If he were frightened, he wouldn't be worthy of this role, and the tribesmen would no longer trust him. Unable to resolve the food and water issues, Sure, upon learning that Yi Chun was the spokesperson for the gods, held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that he could unleash his divine power and resolve the tribe's plight. Along the way, Yi Chun remained silent, occasionally raising his brows as if pondering something. Seeing this, Sure didn't dare to disturb him and just let him think quietly. When he returned to the tribe, the chief and other tribesmen immediately surrounded him, their eyes full of expectation. Yi Chun didn't say anything nonsense and nodded, indicating that he had found a solution. The chief's eyes instantly flashed. Without saying anything more, Yi Chun walked to a large rock, jumped onto it, and faced the crowd, shouting excitedly, "My fellow tribesmen, I have found a way to solve the water and food problems." Looking at the tribesmen who were still chatting, Yi Chun loudly announced, "Today, we will completely solve the water and food problems. The gods have revealed a solution." The moment these words were spoken, the tribesmen, who had been confused at first, were instantly excited. Water and food had always been a major pain point for the tribe. If these problems could be solved, everyone would no longer suffer from hunger. This news was undoubtedly what everyone had longed for. As soon as the tribesmen heard Yi Chun's voice, they immediately looked at him intently, anticipating his next move. Yi Chun continued, "From now on, everyone listen to me. We can solve the problem of water and food today." Despite this, the tribesmen did not immediately follow suit. Instead, they turned to look at the chief. After all, Yi Chun was just a child who usually followed the tribesmen. Today, he suddenly became so different that everyone did not know how to react. Yi Chun had anticipated this situation. After some thought, he decided to use this method to attract everyone's attention and let the chief make the decision. As long as the chief trusted him, the other tribesmen would naturally follow. He believed that after the previous fire and barbecue incident, the chief had some trust in him and would at least not doubt his intentions. At this time, all the tribesmen were waiting for the chief's decision, and Yi Chun was also waiting to see if the chief believed him. Without the chief's support, his plan would be difficult to implement. The chief saw everyone staring at him, his mouth dry, and he couldn't help swallowing. Although he was a little skeptical about whether Yi Chun could really solve the problem of water and food, he also knew that Yi Chun's ability to make fire and barbecue did break the tribe's routine. Finally, the chief suppressed his doubts, nodded to show his trust in Yi Chun, and told the tribesmen to follow Yi Chun's instructions. After receiving the chief's support, the tribesmen finally began to listen carefully to Yi Chun's arrangements. Yi Chun jumped off the stone and began to give orders directly. He instructed Sure to lead the hunting team to cut down trees, seeking one trunk with a diameter of 10 centimeters and two trunks with a diameter of 5 centimeters. Sure nodded in understanding and set about carrying out the task. Yi Chun then instructed the women of the tribe to use their stone axes to peel the bark and gather vines, while he sent Yin to the cave to fetch fire and prepare to start a new fire. On the way back, Yi Chun racked his brains to figure out how to overcome the tribe's lack of tools. He consulted the system and ultimately decided to make a wooden ladle and a wooden bucket. Although the tribe lacked the right tools, Yi Chun came up with a simple solution: burn a block of wood with charcoal, then hollow it out. In this way, small pieces of wood can be made into ladles, and large pieces of wood can be made into buckets. Today, the tools used by tribes to store water are simple stone cups, which are not enough to store large amounts of water. Not long after, the hunting team returned panting, carrying a large tree trunk. Yi Chun looked at the trunk, which was about 10 centimeters thick, and nodded with satisfaction. He then marked the trunk with a stone and instructed the team to cut it open. The trunk was divided into several sections, with the 5-centimeter sections used as ladles and the 10-centimeter sections as barrels. However, the bone knives and stone axes had been worn down by the tree felling, making it difficult for the hunting team to continue. Yi Chun had no solution, only some encouragement. Afterwards, he came over to the women and watched them peel off a large amount of bark and vines. Yi Chun demonstrated on the spot how to twist thin ropes with the bark. Under his guidance, everyone quickly twisted out a lot of grass ropes. Yi Chun then had some of the women begin weaving 3 thin ropes together to create a thick rope. This woven rope was stronger and of better quality. He then began weaving a fishing net out of vines, which would be used to catch piranhas in the lake. At this time, Shi came to Yi Chun with the cut tree trunk and reported that the trunk had been processed, although all the tools were blunt. Yi Chun did not pause and immediately ordered everyone to rest for a while before continuing to work. He took a piece of charcoal from the fire, placed it on the wood, and began to heat it, preparing to continue processing the wooden barrel and wooden ladle. Yi Chun was doing all this silently, knowing in his heart that the future of the tribe was in his own hands. Chapter 7: Magical Straw Sandals. After arranging all the work, Yi Chun sat down on the ground to rest, breathing heavily. Although he did not do much personally, explaining what to do to the tribesmen had already exhausted him. After all, no one had any experience and relied entirely on Yi Chun's instructions. Some people didn't even know where to start. The weather had been getting hotter over the past 2 days, and the heavy rain from the previous 2 days had long since dissipated. The sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth mercilessly. Yet, despite this, the tribesmen continued to work. Most of the women were busy twisting bark ropes and vines, diligently crafting backpacks and fishing nets. Although their movements were still clumsy, they were much more skilled than at the beginning. Meanwhile, the more skillful women, under Chio's guidance, carefully roasted the wooden barrels over charcoal fire, ensuring the right temperature to prevent the barrels from being burned through. Chio was a talent Yi Chun discovered by chance. He was once a member of the hunting team, but unfortunately, he was attacked by a wild beast while out hunting and lost his left leg. Fortunately, he did not get infected and eventually saved his life. After losing his leg, Chio could no longer participate in hunting, but he didn't become depressed. Instead, he stayed in the tribe and devoted himself to helping everyone sharpen their weapons. His craftsmanship was so exquisite that he became a skilled craftsman in the tribe. Because of this, Yi Chun gave him the task of making wooden barrels and ladles. Yi Chun provided guidance from the side, occasionally checking on Chio's progress. Soon, Chio was able to complete these tasks independently, and even checked on the progress of the women around her from time to time to ensure that everything was going smoothly. After sitting for a while, Yi Chun suddenly felt a sharp pain in the soles of his feet and quickly massaged them. His feet hadn't been cleaned in a long time, and the foot odor was disgusting. Before crossing over, Yi Chun had run barefoot, with no problem at all. Now, his consciousness had taken over this body, and after walking barefoot for an hour, his feet were already aching. I guess I need to get some shoes, or my feet will be ruined sooner or later. Yi Chun frowned, already having an idea in mind. He immediately logged into the system and, considering the materials available in the tribe, decided to make a pair of straw sandals. Straw sandals have a long history, worn by people since ancient times. The system provided a detailed description of how to make them, detailing various raw materials and weaving techniques. Ultimately, Yi Chun chose the simplest method. He took the already twisted bark rope and vines and first measured the size of his foot with the vines, leaving a slightly larger outline. The vines were very flexible and suitable for making soles, while the bark rope was used to wrap around the soles to reduce friction with the feet. Finally, he left a string at the front of the straw sandal and passed it through the big toe. He used the remaining string to make a loop and put it around the ankle. In this way, a pair of simple straw sandals was completed. Yi Chun tried them on and was secretly satisfied. Really good. Seeing Yi Chun wearing the straw sandals he had woven, the women gathered around him, their eyes fixed on his feet. Yi Chun smiled and said to them, "You can try it too. Come, I'll teach you." The women put down their work and quickly gathered around Yi Chun, beginning to weave straw sandals under his guidance. Although they were a little hesitant at first, they soon mastered the technique. The fastest few had already finished their sandals and, after putting them on, began discussing them in amazement. Soon after, the rest of the tribe gathered around and were amazed to learn that Yi Chun had invented the straw sandals. The chief also saw the sandals with his own eyes and was stunned. He had never imagined that vines and bark ropes could be made into such shoes that could be worn for walking. When the hunting team saw the straw sandals, their eyes lit up. They walked in the wild every day, often chasing prey, and walking barefoot made their feet hurt every time they came back. Seeing the straw sandals now, thinking that they could be more comfortable when going out, several of them walked towards Yi Chun with a smile, hoping that Yi Chun could weave a pair for them. Seeing the hunting team leader Shi and several other members pointing at the straw sandals on their feet, Yi Chun smiled and replied, "You can weave them yourself. Straw sandals are not difficult to make." After he finished speaking, he handed the task of weaving straw sandals to Yun. Yin was a little girl Yi-chan had cared for when she was ill, and Yi-chun had long recognized her skill. Seeing Yun's performance, Yi-chan had no hesitation in letting her weave straw sandals for the hunting team members. Yin beamed with joy upon hearing her craftsmanship recognized. She immediately picked up vines and began weaving straw sandals. Soon, pairs of sandals were woven. Yin had mastered the weaving technique, becoming adept with it. Within 2 hours, everyone in the tribe had their own straw sandals. The hunting team couldn't wait to put on the sandals and walked around, feeling the softness of the soles of their feet. Their faces were filled with joy, because although the sandals were simple, they were much more comfortable than walking barefoot before. Seeing everyone so happy, Yi-chan felt very satisfied. Thinking that his small action could bring such a huge change to the tribe, Yi-chan smiled. He thought to himself, when the weather gets cooler, I could put a layer of soft animal skin on the soles of my shoes. It will be more comfortable to wear and better protect my feet. Chapter 8. Water Drawing Artifact. Before the tribesmen could recover from their joy at making straw sandals, Yi-chun had already begun directing them to continue making wooden ladles and fishing nets. Everyone, hurry up. We can solve the water and food problems today. Yi-chun's shout immediately made everyone realize that the real work hadn't even begun yet, and they all quickened their hands. At first, the tribesmen were skeptical about whether these tools could solve the problem of water and food, but after experiencing the making of straw sandals themselves, everyone's attitude changed significantly. Although they still didn't quite understand the specific purpose of the tools, their trust in Yi-chun had clearly increased, and they no longer questioned him. Now, besides the chief, Yin was the one who trusted Yi-chun the most in the tribe. From the initial fire to the barbecue, and then to the weaving of straw sandals, Yin witnessed Yi-chun's innovation at every step. These changes made her change from her initial worry to her admiration for Yi-chun. As time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, and the whole world looked pure and beautiful. The blue sky, white clouds, and tranquil forest. Although the tribesmen are still anxious about food and water, everything seems exceptionally peaceful. At this moment, Yi-chun was not in the mood to appreciate these beautiful views. His eyes were focused on the fishing net and wooden ladle that had been preliminarily completed. The fishing net was woven from vines and bark ropes. Although the mesh sizes varied, the tribesmen were still amazed when they saw it. Yi-chun was not worried, because he knew that each piranha in the lake weighed at least 10 pounds, and if the mesh was not as big as a fist, there would be no problem at all. He fixed the fishing net on the 2 tree trunks he had cut down to ensure that they could withstand the force of fishing. Then, Yi-chun picked up a stone and placed it in the net. With a powerful throw, the net instantly opened, firmly catching the stone. Very good. Yi-chun smiled with satisfaction. After testing, he confirmed that the net was very strong and could be used for fishing. At this time, he couldn't wait to go to the chief with his fishing net, wooden ladle, and wooden bucket. Seeing the chief's sharp eyes, Yi-chun told him his plan directly, no matter how focused he was. After the chief agreed, he set off with the hunting team. The hunting team knew they were going to solve the problem of food and water, so they grabbed their weapons and set off without delay. Captain Zhe remained cautious, urging everyone to remain alert. Everyone put on their straw sandals, and walking felt noticeably easier, their foot pain much less. Thinking that they could now solve their water and food problems, the hunting team members smiled and walked with a lighter pace. Soon, they arrived at the lake again. At this time, under the setting sun, many wild animals and small creatures gathered at the lakeside. Obviously, they were all here to drink water. Seeing this scene, Yi-chun whispered to himself, with so many prey, why doesn't the hunting team come here? This is simply a natural hunting ground. Why didn't the hunting team come? Sure rolled his eyes after hearing this and thought to himself, I know there are prey here, but these animals are either very powerful or very agile. The worst ones come in groups. How dare we chase them with the weapons we have? Yi-chun nodded after hearing this to show his understanding. He suddenly realized that the animals that dared to come here to drink water must have unique survival skills. If they could be easily hunted, they would not come to the lake. After thinking for a moment, Yi-chun decided that such a place must have long-range weapons. He understood that what the tribe lacked most was long-range weapons. Everyone relied on stone axes and bone knives for close combat, which had a low accuracy rate. However, now was not the time to discuss this. Yi-chun knew that if he couldn't successfully fetch water and fish today, the tribe's trust in him would likely collapse. He had already prepared empty wooden ladles burned over a charcoal fire. All he had to do was place them in the fishing net and then gently lower them into the lake with a 2-meter-long fishing rod to draw water. Pan-ha-chi, who was in charge of the hunting team, slowly retracted the fishing rod and pulled the fishing net in front of Yi-chun. He carefully took out the wooden ladle and saw that it was full of clear water, which made him smile. The others cheered when they saw that the water had been retrieved, but Sure immediately signaled everyone to keep quiet with his eyes, reminding them that there were wild animals around. Although Sure was also very excited, he knew that the most important thing was to remain calm and successfully bring the water back to the tribe. Next, Yi-chun quickly filled the 4 wooden barrels with water. Although they looked full, they were actually not much. Yi-chun knew that there was still a lot of space at the bottom of the barrel that hadn't been fired, but compared to the stone cups the tribe had used before, this was already a qualitative leap. Today, Chio spent most of his time firing the wooden ladle. The wooden barrel was not completely fired, only a groove was burned out. But Yi-chun believed that as long as the water was brought back successfully today, Chio would devote more to the firing of the wooden barrel. Due to a shortage of manpower, Yi-chun didn't dare to continue trying to fish. After all, the hunting team only had 7 people, and 4 of them were already needed to carry the 4 barrels, while the remaining 3 were responsible for guarding. Although Yi-chun was in charge of the command, he was only 7 or 8 years old after all, and he definitely couldn't lift these heavy barrels. When the 4 barrels were full, Yi-chun immediately halted the fishing plan and instructed everyone to return to the tribe as soon as possible. Sure agreed, and they quickly organized a team and prepared to return. Sure, Pan, and 3 others were on guard, while the remaining 4 held the barrels, and Yi-chun was responsible for bringing back the fishing nets. The 8 people walked towards the tribe cautiously. They had to remain vigilant to avoid spilling water, which slowed down their return to the tribe. However, everyone understood that only by bringing back water safely would today's mission be completed. Chapter 9, Complete Solution. As the sun sets, the chief and the tribesmen in the camp begin to become anxious and uneasy. They stare closely at the situation outside the camp with worry in their eyes. Chio, who had been polishing a wooden ladle and a wooden barrel after Yi-chun and the others left, also unconsciously stopped what he was doing and looked at the hunting team that went out with everyone. There's someone. A sharp-eyed woman immediately pointed to a place not far away and shouted to attract everyone's attention. It's them. They're back. The chief quickly stood up to observe, and after confirming that it was a hunting team going out, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, everyone in the camp immediately discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, the members of the hunting team walked very slowly, which was not like their usual style at all. The chief also quickly noticed this problem and immediately had a bad premonition in his heart, realizing that someone might be injured. Let's go check it out. The chief immediately waved his hand to signal the tribesmen around him to pick up their weapons and follow him to meet them to prevent any accidents. At this time, everyone knew that something might happen, so the women picked up stone axes or bone knives and followed closely behind the chief, ready to fight at any time. Suddenly, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Everyone in the camp became extremely alert. Even Chio, who was sitting upright on the ground, couldn't help but clench his fists. On the contrary, the hunting team had no idea what was going on when they saw the chief running towards them with a large group of tribesmen, looking very aggressive. Soon, the chief came running over, asking questions as he ran. What happened? Who's hurt? Sure, Yi-chun and others looked at each other, completely unaware of why the chief was so nervous. Seeing that everyone in the hunting team was safe and sound, the chief, who had originally looked a little anxious, was suddenly stunned, and his originally tense expression instantly became confused. Then the chief's eyes fell on the wooden barrels held in the arms of the 4 members of the hunting team. The barrels were filled with clean water that had just been brought back from the lake. Everyone is familiar with wooden barrels. Everyone has been busy all day today, and some of them are responsible for making wooden barrels. Oh, what is this? Water, the chief asked stutteringly, pointing at the wooden barrel, his eyes full of surprise. Yi-chun, Sure, and others couldn't help but smile at each other. It seemed that things were developing as they expected. On the way back to the camp, although everyone was hurrying along in silence, their hearts were full of anticipation, anticipating the tribesmen's reactions when they saw the clear water. That's right, it's Shimizu. Without waiting for Sure to answer, Yi-chun answered excitedly. After hearing Yi-chun's words, the tribesmen who were originally a little out of breath immediately went into an uproar. Those who knew the situation immediately started cheering. Looking at the wooden barrel held by the 4 members of the hunting team, everyone's eyes were shining with surprise. Seeing that everyone was very excited, Yichin quickly stopped everyone and calmly asked everyone to calm down and return to the camp first. I have been busy all day today. I am very hungry and carrying 2 fishing rods and a fishing net on my shoulders. I'm very tired. Hearing Yichin's words, the chief nodded quickly and quickly called everyone back to the tribal camp. Ignoring the tribesmen's cheers of surprise, Yichin hurriedly threw the 2 fishing rods on his shoulders to the ground, rubbing his shoulders and stretching them. After all, these are 2 tree trunks as thick as forearms, and it is still very difficult for Yichin, a little kid, to carry them. Chin, that's amazing. Chin, you are so amazing. Along the way, the tribesmen were talking excitedly and praising Yichin endlessly. Hearing the praise from his tribesmen, even Yichin, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but laugh. Finally returning to the tribal camp, the hunting team placed the wooden barrel on the ground, with clear water rippling inside. But now is not the time to rest. Yichin needs to further use this incident to consolidate his reputation, otherwise everyone will ignore Yichin again. Feeling that the emotions of the tribesmen had almost stabilized, Yichin immediately stood up straight, put on a serious expression, and spoke loudly. Fellow tribesmen, thanks to everyone's efforts, our tribe's water shortage problem has been solved. From now on, we don't have to worry about having no water to drink. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. When they saw the clean water that was brought back, they knew that this was already the fact. Bye. Congratulations to the host for the civilization point +1. Congratulations to the host for the civilization point +1. Congratulations to the host for the civilization point +1. Just as I was about to open my mouth to continue speaking, I suddenly heard a prompt sound from the system in my mind. Yichin, who had been pretending to be serious, could no longer hold it in and started grinning. Don't worry, everyone. The food problem can be solved tomorrow. It's getting dark today, so we hurry back for safety. Wait until tomorrow morning, then we can go to the lake and solve the food problem. After witnessing the solution to the water problem, everyone no longer doubted Yichin's failure to solve the food problem. After hearing Yichin's explanation, everyone understood the danger of being outdoors at night, so they didn't say much and just nodded to indicate that they believed what Yichin said. The chief looked very pleased at the scene, and he waved his hand to start today's dinner. The hunting team did not rest either. They immediately walked into the cave and dragged out the half-venison meat left over from yesterday and began to divide it among each person. Since this small half is what's left over from yesterday, the way the meat is divided among everyone will definitely not be like yesterday, where each person will get a piece of meat the size of a fist. But when it was Yichin's turn, he was still given 2 fist-sized pieces of meat, and the person in charge of distributing the meat handed it to Yichin with great respect, with unstoppable admiration in his eyes. Yichin readily accepted Pan's reaction. In this primitive tribe, the strong is king, and those who can bring benefits to the tribe will also be respected. At this moment, Yichin also began to indulge himself. He first took out the stone slab he had picked up yesterday and scooped some clean water with his hands to wash it. Then they simply washed the stone axe and the 2 pieces of meat with clean water. Although it was a waste of water, no one said anything. Everyone, including the chief, watched quietly as Yichin began his operation. After the meat was cut into pieces, it was skewered on branches and grilled again. Of course, the branches were also washed with clean water. Chief Yunhe, who had already tasted the barbecue yesterday, was not in a hurry at this moment. It was not until Yichin started to skewer the meat that he came to the stone slab and started cutting the meat into pieces following his example. In the past, people would not sit and wait with a piece of meat in their hands, but would have already stuffed it into their mouths. But today, everyone was waiting. No one stuffed the raw meat into their mouths directly. They all held their own pieces of meat and looked at Yichin eagerly, hoping that they could also eat barbecued meat strips today. Looking at the tribesmen around him who were staring at him, Yichin's mind was working rapidly. He didn't have so much time to barbecue for them. Yichin had long wanted a rest after eating the barbecue. The body is not fully recovered yet. If it were not for the problem of food and water, Yichin would definitely not work so hard. Yichin turned his eyes and looked at Yun, who was cutting meat strips seriously beside him, and immediately laughed. He gave the skewers in his hand to Yun and asked her to help him grill them, and then asked the tribesmen to find branches to skewer the meat. Only one woman, who was left. She was the more dexterous woman that Yichin observed today. Yi Chen began to teach you how to cut meat with a stone axe. In this way, a full-time person responsible for cooking for the tribe was born, who was the person that Yi Chen planned to train to cook. Chapter 10, What is Fishing? With Yi Chen's guidance, who quickly got the hang of it. After a while, he could cut the meat skillfully and then string the strips of meat on the branches. After everyone understood Yi Chen's intention, they were no longer anxious and suppressed their inner desires. Yi Chen's plan was very simple. He asked who to take the meat from each person, wash it with clean water, and then start cutting it. After cutting the meat into finger-thick strips, string them together with prepared branches and return them to the owner of the meat. This way, everyone can grill the meat by themselves. There is really no way to solve the barbecue problem. Although Yi Chen wants to help everyone solve the barbecue problem in one step, barbecue is a technical job and must be mastered slowly. So now Yi Chen chose to let everyone grill by themselves, while he focused on training letting Hu master the grilling technique first, so that she could directly teach others. As Hu's proficiency improved, more and more people gathered around the campfire to grill the meat strips. Yi Chen also instructed everyone not to be greedy and let the meat strips get too close to the flames, otherwise the meat would easily get burnt. As the meat strips sizzled while being roasted, the oil kept dripping onto the ground, making everyone swallow their saliva. Okay, these skewers are ready to eat. Following Yi Chen's reminder, more and more meat strips were roasted, and they started to eat while they were steaming. It's a pity that these little strips of meat can only fill your stomach, and it's impossible to eat them full. Everyone felt a little unsatisfied, especially those with big appetites, who were even more hungry. Someone looked at the remaining clear water in the wooden barrel and was about to take a few sips to quench his thirst, but was stopped by Yi Chen. In fact, Yi Chen meant that this was raw water, and drinking it would easily lead to infection with parasites and bacteria, but he was afraid that the tribesmen would not understand. We adopted a more gentle approach, which is that there is still a little bit of clean water at the moment, so everyone should be patient, and we will bring back more clean water tomorrow. Everyone agreed with the reasons given by Yi Chen, so no one came to cause trouble. So they adopted the most primitive way to resist hunger: sleeping. The only scientific way to resist hunger is to sleep, because dreams can contain all kinds of things, and it can also reduce activity and slow down the digestion of oil and water in the stomach. Seeing that everyone had entered the cave, Yi Chen couldn't bear it anymore, so he walked straight into the cave and fell asleep, not being disturbed at all by the snoring sounds in the cave. Call. The first thing Yi Chen felt after waking up was hunger, and his limbs felt a little weak. He didn't know if it was because his body had not recovered or because he had consumed too much energy yesterday. Yi Chen walked out of the cave, forcing himself to endure the fatigue. When he saw that it was already dawn outside, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. According to tribal customs, the tribal chief would wake everyone up every morning and let everyone start their busy day. Although I don't know what they are busy with, everyone is very busy. At least that's what Yi Chen remembers. However, no one came to wake Yi Chen up today, which made him feel very strange. Feeling the warmth of the sun on his body and looking at the busy tribesmen, Yi Chen observed with some curiosity, wanting to see what everyone was doing so early in the morning. After walking around the busy tribesmen sitting on the ground, Yi Chen felt a little amused. It turned out that they were all busy doing nothing. Except for Chio and the 6 members of the hunting team who were polishing their weapons, everyone else was just sitting on the ground playing around. Almost half of the women had nothing to do except groping around on the ground to see if they could find anything useful. This camp at the entrance of the cave has been searched for so many years. How could we possibly find anything good there? The remaining half of the women were more reliable. They silently polished their weapons, trying to make the stone axes or bone knives in their hands sharper. At the same time, everyone noticed that Yi Chen had walked out of the cave. They all cast friendly glances at Yi Chen and smiled in response. Some people even showed admiration and respect for Yi Chen in their eyes. Yi Chen understood that this was because his contribution to the tribe was recognized and appreciated by everyone. Suddenly, Yi Chen heard a noise. It turned out that the hunting team had brought back today's water and was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The hunting team hasn't gone out yet today, and everyone is still hungry, so several people in the hunting team are a little short of breath at the moment. Gurgle. Listening to the rumbling in his stomach, Yi Chen clearly felt hungry. He scooped up the water he had brought back and drank a small amount, just enough to wet his lips. Rest now. We'll go fishing soon. Fishing. The members of the hunting team were also stunned when they heard Yi Chen's words. They were so hungry. Why did they go fishing instead of going out hunting? Realizing that no one in the tribe knew what fish was, Yichun immediately changed his words. Catch the fish. That's food. Go get the food. After hearing these words, the members of the hunting team immediately became alert. Shure's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up. Then let's go. After saying that, Shure waved his hand and asked the hunting team to stand up and prepare to set off. Yichun was also frightened by the hunting team's posture. He didn't expect that everyone would be so enthusiastic when they heard about food. Okay, let's go. Seeing that everyone in the hunting team was looking at him with passionate eyes, Yichun knew that this was not the time to talk too much, so he simply tidied up his straw sandals, carried his fishing rod, and followed the hunting team. This time, without the burden of wooden barrels, the hunting team moved very quickly and found a place next to the lake where no wild animals appeared. Yichun commanded the hunting team to get ready. Shure led 3 people to guard the surroundings, and Yichun was responsible for commanding the remaining 3 people to catch fish. Put the giant deer's internal organs that were specially left over from yesterday into the yuyang, and then slowly put the fishing net into the water. The smell of blood immediately spread in the water. Boom! Boom! After a brief wait of a few seconds, the calm water surface suddenly became like a boiling pot, and all the piranhas began to frantically scramble for the internal organs in the water. Don't worry, push down. Yichun was also shocked when he saw the boiling scene in the lake, but in order to fill his stomach, he forced himself to calm down. He directed Pan and the other 2 who were holding the fishing rods to keep calm and to press the rods down to allow more piranhas to enter the range of the fishing net. Pull! Seeing that the time was almost right, Yichun quickly directed Pan and the other 2 to quickly drag the fishing rod back to the ground. The 2 men dragged the fishing rods backwards until they pulled the fishing net to a distance of 4 or 5 meters from the lake. Looking at the figure constantly tumbling in the fishing net, Yichun couldn't help but smile. This time it must be stable. First, he signaled everyone not to act rashly and let the piranhas struggle in the fishing net until they were tired. To be on the safe side and not give the piranhas a chance to rush into the lake, the 2 men were asked to move away as much as possible, about 10 meters away from the lake, and then wait quietly. Seeing that the movement in the fishing net gradually subsided, Yichun asked Pan to continue to hold the fishing rod steady, while the other 2 slowly approached with stone axes. In order to ensure safety, Yichun picked up 2 stones and held them in his hands and walked over steadily. Don't let there be any wounds. Just smash them. In order to avoid spreading the smell of blood and attracting other beasts, Yichun hurriedly greeted the 2 people approaching. Now that these piranhas have been brought ashore, they must be today's food. There is no need to create unnecessary trouble by creating blood and smell. After hearing this, the 2 men hurriedly turned the stone axes in their hands and smashed the black shadow in the fishing net with the back of the axe. Bang! 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 After there was finally no movement at all, Yichun asked Pan and the other 2 to overturn the fishing net and shake out the piranhas. Looking at the 3 piranhas lying on the ground, each of which was almost 1 meter long, Yichun knew that he had succeeded and successfully solved the tribe's food problem. However, the members of the Shurha hunting team looked at this strange-looking piranha with puzzled expressions. How could they eat this thing? Without much explanation, Yichun hurriedly asked everyone to pick up 1 piranha each, move the 3 piranhas on the ground away, and return to the tribe to clean them up slowly. Chapter 11, The Taste of Grilled Fish. On the way back to the tribe, Yichun couldn't help laughing when he saw the 3 piranhas carried by the 3 members of the hunting team. I can finally get rid of the situation of being hungry. This person can endure anything, but he cannot endure being hungry. Ever since he came here, Yichun has been in a state of hunger. This time, he can finally have a full meal. As he was thinking, Yichun couldn't help but think of the situation of the system. After waking up today and checking the system, he found that most people in the tribe were already in a state of submission. Among them, only the hunting team Captain Shure and the chief did not choose to surrender, so the civilization points displayed by the system did not match the current number of people in the tribe. The missing ones were these 2 people. Chief Shure and Chief here are responsible for the survival of the entire tribe, so they're very cautious about everything. It is understandable that he did not choose to surrender to Yichun before he could completely solve the water and food problems. Thinking that I have now taken the approach of catching piranhas to completely solve the food problem, I should have reason to surrender to myself. Through analysis of the system, Yichun also knew that this so-called submission was not the absolute submission in the game, but worship and admiration for Yichun. After all, these are not NPCs in the game, but living people, and the system can only interpret them as surrender based on its own settings. Yi-chan understood the reality corresponding to this surrender as belief. Everyone in the tribe believed in Yi-chan and believed that Yi-chan could lead everyone to a good life. Yi-chan used the system to gain civilization points by letting everyone trust him, and used the civilization points to participate in the lottery. Yi-chan is now the same as everyone else in the tribe, penniless, and can only rely on the system's lottery function. If you're lucky enough to draw some good supplies, you can improve everyone's life faster and make the tribe stronger. This time on the return trip, I walked with the piranha in my arms, and in the distance I walked faster while holding a wooden barrel full of water. Under the curious gazes of the tribesmen, Yi-chan led the hunting team back to the camp and threw 3 piranhas to the ground with a bang. What strange look. Having never seen piranhas before, the people in the tribe looked at the piranhas on the ground with great curiosity, but they didn't know whether they were edible. Yi-chan had no intention of explaining the fact that piranhas can eat. Instead, actions would convince everyone more. He picked up a stone axe and started cleaning up. The tribesmen gathered around curiously to see what the food Yi-chan had been talking about looked like. Considering the current situation of the tribe, these piranhas may be the main food of the tribe for a long time. What Yi-chan is thinking about now is how to make him eat the fish. Eating it raw is definitely unrealistic. Yi-chan does not have this hobby. There is nothing in the tribe now, so he can only make grilled fish. Looking at Yi-chan, who was busy, the tribesmen looked at each other in confusion. The food they had been talking about for so long was finally brought to them, but no one knew what it was. Ignoring the tribesmen who were watching, Yi-chan was still a little shocked at the moment. He was cleaning the piranha scales with a stone axe, and then he discovered the piranhas in this primitive world are indeed huge. Not only are they huge in size, but even their scales are the size of ping pong balls. The scales are extremely hard. If it is a living piranha, it is definitely impossible to clean it off. It is a different matter if it has been crushed to death. Although the process of cleaning the scales was a bit hard, when Yi-chan looked at the snow-white fish meat under the scales, he felt that the hard work was worth it. After thoroughly cleaning the scales, Yi-chan endured the smell of blood and used a stone axe to cut open the piranha's belly and took out all the internal organs. It was the first time to eat piranhas, and he couldn't guarantee that the internal organs were not poisonous. So Yi-chan chose to take them all out and throw them away, and strictly forbade the tribesmen to touch them. After doing all this, Yi-chan took out clean water again to wash the stone slab, cut the fish into 2 halves, and then skewered them directly. In order to reduce the trouble of making a fire every time, Yi-chan chose the habit of the previous tribe, which was to keep a pile of flames in the cave and go to the cave to borrow fire every time he needed fire. Huzai, a woman who had been studying hard nearby, hurried into the cave to borrow fire after receiving Yi-chan's signal and walked out carefully with a burning branch. With everyone's help, they quickly collected a lot of firewood and started the fire. Yi-chan then started grilling fish for the first time. Since it was Hu's first time to grill fish, he didn't know how to do it, so Yi-chan had to demonstrate it to him in detail. At this time, a new problem arises. The piranha is large in size, and there's a lot of fish meat when it is cooked, so it is very difficult to hold it up and grill it. Fortunately, there is not much else in the tribe now, but there are many people waiting to eat, so in order to fill their stomachs first, we did not set up a barbecue grill. Just let everyone wave it, and if their hands get tired, just let another person do it. As the fish skin on the surface was roasted until golden brown, the aroma of roasted fish began to spread, tempting the appetite of everyone in the tribe. After all this trouble, it was almost noon. Everyone hadn't eaten since waking up and was extremely hungry. The fragrance wafting over at this time was definitely the most tempting. Yi-chan could already hear the sound of people swallowing saliva around him. However, Yi-chan did not laugh at all, because he was also very hungry and was looking forward to the fish being grilled soon. After a while, the first half of the fish was done, but the other half of the fish in Hu's hand was grilled a little later because he had to learn and observe. Yi-chan put the roasted fish meat near his mouth and blew on it. Feeling that the temperature had dropped a little, he used the 2 wooden sticks in his hands as chopsticks, tore off a piece of fish meat, and slowly put it into his mouth and sipped it. It is a pity to be impatient when eating fish. After all, the fish bones in fish are the most torturous. Once a fish bone gets stuck in your body, it can cost you your life. So Yi-chan was eating very carefully at this moment. Soon Yi-chan discovered that the meat of this piranha was very tender, and the fish bones were large and few, with basically no small bones. Taking the fish bone out of his mouth, Yi Chun deliberately held the fishbone in front of everyone. After briefly signaling to everyone that he was going to take out the fishbone, Yi Chun reminded everyone to be sure to pay attention to the fishbone, and then let everyone play freely. Yi Chun now completely believes that the primitive people's hands-on ability and way of thinking are no different from those of later generations. The only difference is that their understanding and knowledge of things are insufficient. It is the same now. After witnessing the entire process of Yi Chun cleaning and dissecting the piranha, several people in the hunting team began to learn from him. It did feel a bit awkward and difficult at first, but once I successfully removed the scales, the subsequent steps became much easier. Soon the remaining 2 fish were also split in half, skewered with branches, and roasted over the flames. Yi Chun did not have the habit of eating alone, so he shared half of the roasted fish with the chief, Sure, and several members of the hunting team, so that they could also enjoy the food in time. Bye! Congratulations to the host for the civilization point +1. Congratulations to the host for getting a civilization point +1. Listening to the system prompts on how to click on the 2 new points, Yi Chun knew that he was now stable and had finally established his own prestige in the tribe. Chief Ashur, who is now eating grilled fish, has also chosen to submit to him and will support him more in the tribal decision-making in the future. Then, some of Yi Chun's ideas can be better implemented. After all, no one likes to have someone questioning them and making trouble all day long. Chapter 12, Don't be impatient when eating fish. There are more than 30 people in the tribe, and 3 piranhas are not enough, but they are enough to fill their stomachs. Yi Chun tore off a piece of fish meat, stuffed it into his stomach, and after feeling less hungry, he prepared to go back into the cave to rest. His body was still in the recovery period, and coupled with being busy since early morning, Yi Chun was really tired. Before taking a break, Yi Chun specifically entered the system to check it out. The 2 newly added civilization points were contributed by Chief Shurha. The tribe contributed a total of 31 civilization points to Yi Chun. Except for Yi Chun himself, everyone in the tribe has submitted to him. Of course, this so-called surrender is a term used in the game. Yi Chun understood it as trust and support for himself. Yi Chun also cherishes this very much. Because these are living people, although Yi Chun has the support of everyone in the tribe, he still cannot take it lightly. After all, if Yi Chun made all the people in the tribe go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, they would absolutely surrender and run away. This is people's own instinct for survival, which is not something Yi Chun can control. While Yi Chun was resting, the atmosphere in the camp outside the cave was still lively. After all, it would take some time to clean and cut open the piranhas, and then they had to be roasted. Compared to other prey, this is indeed a lot more troublesome. Once you kill animals like cattle, sheep, and deer, you can just carry them back and cut a piece of meat to roast. Unlike fish, you need to clean the scales first, then clean the internal organs, and finally skewer and grill them. So after Yi Chun finished his portion of grilled fish, many people in the tribe were watching him. But it has some talent. After Yi Chun demonstrated it twice, he looked pretty good at grilling fish. He picked up the grilled fish, took a look at it, and announced that it was ready to eat. Without the presence of the 3 big figures, Chief, Shur, and Yi Chun, everyone acted more freely and relied on their own abilities to grab a piece of fish. It was up to each person to decide how much they could grab. He was a member of the hunting team and had been cooperating with Pan in fetching water and catching fish. Under Yi Chun's command, the 2 of them successfully fetched water and caught fish. Now seeing that everyone was frantically grabbing the grilled fish, he became very anxious and squeezed into the crowd and grabbed it. Feeling the hotness in his hands, he grinned, thinking that he had caught it this time. Looking at the fish in his hand and smelling the fragrance, his stomach started to growl. He couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, he felt a burning sensation spreading in his mouth. He couldn't help but breathe rapidly, but he was reluctant to spit out the fish in his mouth, and he looked flustered. Forehead. After swallowing the fish in his mouth, he immediately felt pain in his throat, which made him very uncomfortable and unable to speak. He could only hold his neck with his hands and began to sob and shout. No one paid attention to the first few sounds, but the sound of it kept making attracted the attention of others. The tribesman who was imitating Yi Chun's slow chewing inadvertently glanced at the strange noise making next to him and immediately exclaimed. At this moment, his face had turned purple, his breathing became rapid, and he was lying on the ground kicking around. It looked like his condition was very bad. Chief, look! His behavior attracted the attention of the people around him. and someone immediately ran into the cave and pulled the chief over. The chief, who had not yet figured out the situation, was also confused. He looked at the person lying on the ground after hearing everyone's instructions and was immediately shocked. How could he suddenly become like this when he was fine just now? He grabbed the kicking beast and looked at its wide-open eyes, which were tightly gripping its neck. The chief immediately thought that the beast was poisoned. The bewildered chief looked at the people in Shurha's hunting team around him, but saw that everyone was looking at him with a serious expression. He shook his head slightly to indicate that he had no way to deal with it. Chun, he can do it. When everyone was anxious, Yin woke everyone up with a roar. The chief was also startled and immediately asked someone to calm him down. He and Shur ran into the cave, grabbed Yi Chun, and carried him out of the cave. Forehead. What happened? Yi Chun, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt himself flying into the air. Before he could react, he saw himself floating out of the cave in midair. Then the light outside the cave showed clearly that it was the chief and several members of the hunting team who were carrying him. Yi Chun was confused and started shouting hurriedly. Chi, look at Chi. He's dying. The chief was extremely anxious at the moment and ignored Yi Chun, who was still in a downtime state. Yi Chun pulled him to squat in front of him, pointed at him, and said tremblingly, Seeing that he looked like he was about to suffocate at any moment, Yi Chun suddenly woke up, immediately grabbed his neck, and began to observe him carefully. Yi Chun asked Shur to help him steady it and prevent it from moving. He then used force to open its mouth and see if there was any fish meat inside that it had swallowed. He immediately understood. Letting go and get his pair of simple chopsticks. Because of Yi Chun's habit, the bark of this pair of chopsticks had been peeled off when it was made, and one end was specially sharpened and rounded. It came in handy at this moment. First, Shur and the other members of the hunting team used all their strength to stabilize his body and prevent him from moving. Then he asked Pan to help him continue to open his mouth and let Yin support the back of his head so that his mouth faced the sun as much as possible. Yi Chun yelled at him to endure the pain while reaching into his mouth with chopsticks to search. Finally, I saw a fishbone at the entrance of the throat, stuck in the flesh. After finding the target, Yi Chun quickly told everyone to do their best to keep him steady and not let him move around, otherwise there would be danger. Then, after determining the target, he reached in with chopsticks, grabbed the fishbone, and quickly pulled it out. Call! Looking at the fishbone that he had picked out with chopsticks, Yi Chun quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was blood on the fishbone, it was finally taken out. In an instant, he was like a drowning man who had finally climbed ashore, gasping for breath at the top of his lungs before slowly calming down. This is a fishbone. Everyone must be careful when eating fish. Picking up the fishbone with chopsticks, Yi Chun took the opportunity to remind everyone again to pay more attention to the fishbones in fish meat. After this on-site observation, everyone has a new understanding of fish and they're shocked when looking at the fish in their hands. Fortunately, although the process was a bit dangerous, the patient was successfully rescued. This story of a fish bone stuck in the body can happen at any time, and Yi Chun can only keep giving warnings and then leave the solution to everyone. But there is another point. After this fishbone incident, everyone has a new understanding of the two small sticks in Yi Chun's hands. They did not expect that these two small sticks actually have such functions. Chapter 13 Text and Murals. Seeing him lying on the ground with steady breathing and his expression relaxed, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the ground, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The originally planned lunch break was interrupted, but I can't blame him. After all, you have to be careful about fish bones when eating fish, and they are hard to guard against. However, after experiencing this fishbone incident, everyone clearly realized the power of fish bones and knew that if they were not careful, their lives would be in danger, so they became more careful when eating fish. Yi Chun, who was sitting on the ground to rest, looked at the tribesmen standing there, who were all carefully eating the fish, chewing it repeatedly to make sure there were no fish bones in their mouths. It seems that experience is the key to teaching people how to be careful with fish bones. Now that the tribe's water and food problems have been solved, everyone's lives have been basically guaranteed, but drinking raw water is still a problem. The clear water in the lake looks very clean, and it is impossible to tell with the naked eye how many bacteria and parasites are in it. If you drink raw water like this, you will easily get sick or contract a parasitic disease, and someone in the tribe will die as a result. The best way is to drink boiled water. Boil the water you get back before drinking it. This is healthy and hygienic. In order to quickly improve the living conditions of the tribe, Yi Chun immediately made a simple plan. which is what to do next. The first thing is to fire pottery, which is urgently needed at the moment. Pottery is needed whether it is for drawing water, storing water, boiling water, or cooking fish soup. Using wood blocks to burn barrels is a method that takes too much time and is not suitable for the development of the tribe. The next step is to build a wall, which is also something that Yi Chun is a little anxious about. The current tribal camp is completely an open space without any fencing facilities nearby. All animals or people from other tribes can easily walk into the camp and come to the cave. This situation makes Yi Chun feel insecure. Not to mention creatures like snakes, insects, rats, and ants, which can roam freely in caves and camps at night, making it difficult for people to guard against them. There was an incident before where a member of the tribe was bitten by a poisonous snake that sneaked in while he was sleeping at night and died on the spot without any accident. Thinking of this, Yi Chun felt a little panicked. He didn't want to encounter such a bad thing just when he had improved the life of the tribe. Generally speaking, the two most urgent things for Yi Chun at the moment are these two things. Of course, they can also be said to be one thing because they are both firing techniques, but one is pottery and the other is bricks. During this period, the tribe's weapons and equipment must be gradually improved. Relying on backward weapons, such as stone axes and bone knives, successful hunting depends entirely on luck. When Yi Chun first came to the Piranha Lake, he saw many beasts and animals drinking water there. It could be said to be a natural hunting ground. It's just because the tribe's hunting weapons are too backward and there is no way to hit the prey from a distance. Otherwise, they could hunt directly near the lake. It's okay if I don't think about it, but once I think about it, there are so many things. As he thought about it, Yi Chun couldn't help but pat his head. Just thinking about it, there were so many things in the tribe that he didn't know where to start. How can I remember so many things? Out of habit, Yi Chun prepared to take notes, but found that he had everything at hand, not to mention paper and pen. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Yi Chun still understands this principle. He just writes it down and looks at it every day so that he knows what to do today. Looks like charcoal is the only option. He picked up a stick that was still burning, blew out the flame, and walked into the cave. The light in the cave was not good, so Yi Chun found a slightly flat piece of wall near the cave entrance and started writing directly. There are 3 things that the tribe urgently needs to solve recently, namely long-range attack methods, firing pottery, and building shelter facilities, just a dozen simple words. While Yi Chun was busy, he didn't notice that someone was staring at him. The chief has been in a state of continuous surprises during this period. Every day, he can see Yi Chun's new inventions to help the tribe solve problems. He was also thinking carefully about what Yi Chun said about the gods. What had happened during this period was indeed beyond the chief's understanding. For the chief, the only thing he can do at the moment is to observe Yi Chun every day, wanting to know how Yi Chun's little head can come up with such a magical thing. So the chief had been quietly observing Yi Chun's every move just now, until he saw Yi Chun walking into the cave with a burning stick, and the chief hurriedly followed. Looking at Yi Chun's posture, the chief must have something new. He immediately stood up and walked towards Yi Chun quietly. With the help of the light outside the cave, the chief immediately saw Yi Chun's actions and used the blackened end of the wooden stick to scratch the stone wall. When the chief came closer and took a closer look, he was immediately shocked to find that this was not just a random drawing, but had some kind of pattern in it. Although the chief couldn't understand these patterns at all, it didn't affect his feeling that these patterns were very powerful. Yi Chun, who had already finished writing, was now lost in thought as he looked at the words on the stone wall, wondering if there was anything missing. After all, the tribe was short of everything now. But I didn't expect that a head would suddenly pop out from behind me, staring straight at the words on the wall. Shit, you scared me. Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that it was the chief who was by his side. Chief, could you please not be so quiet? It's scary. The chief ignored Yi Chun's complaints and instead stared at the words intently, muttering to himself. Chun, what are these? After looking at it for a while, he finally found that he could only see a certain pattern, but he had no idea what it was or what it meant, so he gave up his observation and turned to ask Yi Chun. Chief, this is text. Word. After hearing Yi Chun's answer, the chief kept muttering these 2 words, but still couldn't understand what they meant. The chief grabbed Yi Chun's hand and dragged him to the cave where he had always lived. He grabbed a piece of firewood on the ground and held the fire close to the nearby stone wall. Just like that, Yi Chun, who was originally a little confused, was instantly stunned. Yi Chun thought that the chief had pulled him forcefully just now so that he could explain to him what the text meant. However, He did not expect that the chief would pull him here instead and use firelight to illuminate the nearby stone wall for him to see. At first glance, Yichin saw patterns and images all over the stone wall. Although there were just some black lines, they were still very shocking to look at. Is this the original mural? It's amazing. Seeing this scene, Yichun was also shocked. He didn't expect that the chief would eat, drink, defecate, and urinate here every day just for this thing. But unfortunately, the chief only let Yichun take a look, and he himself had only a vague understanding of what was expressed on the stone wall. He babbled for a long time, but there was no coherence. It jumped from the pattern on the top of the stone wall to the bottom, and then from the bottom to the left. Yichun was confused. Finally, during his communication with the chief, Yichun told the chief that what he wrote were words which were told to him by the gods and could better record everything. This time, the chief had no doubts anymore. He ran directly to the place where Yichun had just written, knelt down, and began to worship. Seeing the chief kneeling devoutly, Yichun also realized that he had been bragging too much. After some discussion with the chief, Yichun finally made the chief understand that he could learn the characters given by the gods. After hearing this, the chief stood up contentedly and stared at the words on the stone wall. He stood there for a long time, so long that he didn't even notice when Yichun left. Chapter 14: Pottery and Sew Stone. After solving the food and water problems, everyone in the tribe happily spent 2 days with enough food. Everyone was very busy during these 2 days, but the smiles on their faces never diminished at all. First, he asked the hunting team to protect him. Yichun found a good location by the lake, which was close to the lake and very flat. A kiln for firing pottery was specially built here. After a day of high-temperature baking, the kiln can be put into use. Then Yichun led everyone to make a rope stone, a new type of long-range attack weapon, and asked everyone in the tribe to practice throwing the rope stone. In the past, the tribe's method of long-range attack was to simply throw the bone knives and stone axes in their hands. There was only one chance, and if it didn't work, there was no other trick. He could only watch the prey escape helplessly, then run over to pick up the stone axe and continue hunting again. Now that we have the rope stone, the attack method has been innovated. For long-range attacks, you can just throw the rope stone and use the stone axe to fight in close combat. The production of rope stone is very simple. Use bark rope to weave a fist-sized bag, stuff a stone into it, tie the bag tightly, and connect a 1-meter-long rope to it. When attacking, just swing the rope stone and throw it towards the target, using the force of inertia to increase the attack power of the stone. The first time Yichun demonstrated it in front of everyone, it caused a burst of exclamations. No one had expected that a fist-sized stone in a pocket could have such great power. Everyone gathered around to look at the pit made by the rope stone. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. You know, on these towering trees, even a strong axe would only leave a shallow mark. However, if the rope stone is used for attack, the power is completely unimaginable, and it will directly leave a 2-centimeter deep hole. While everyone was watching, Yichun also proposed his own plan. There were many animals drinking water in the lake now, which was a good opportunity. As long as everyone in the tribe can master the technique of throwing stones, hunting will be much easier. At that time, it will be like a rain of stones. Who can escape? If some individuals can improve their accuracy, then this is currently a powerful weapon. With 3 or 5 rope stones on you, you can kill anyone you see in seconds. How could the members of the hunting team bear such temptation? They immediately began to practice madly, swinging their elbows fast and round. Yichun was not stingy and asked the women to weave 10 rope stone bags for each member of the hunting team. They just had to take the 10 rope stones and throw them. You can hear the sound of bang bang coming from the forest near the camp at any time, and you can feel the hard training of the hunting team from the sound. At the same time, Yichun could clearly feel that the women of the tribe were also very interested in the stones, so he asked them to make 5 for him and practice with the hunting team. After a day of practice, Yichun clearly felt that there were indeed a few talented people in the tribe. One of them was Yu, who was also a member of the hunting team. Yu has almost no presence in the hunting team. He is not tall, but strong. He doesn't talk much and just does his own thing quietly. He performed very well in this stone drawing exercise and basically hit 6 or 7 out of 10 shots at the big cross drawn by Yichun on the tree trunk. There are also 2 women in the tribe, Sang and Hua, whose throwing accuracy is quite good and can compete with Yudo. Yichun immediately formed an elite team with these 3 people and equipped each of them with 15 rope stones so that they could practice well. In order to increase the difficulty, Yichun also asked Shur to act as a coach and throw some stones into the sky, allowing the three to practice attacking moving targets. While everyone in the tribe was busy practicing stone hunting, Yichen was not idle either. He asked the hunting team to protect him and went to the edge of the lake to build kiln. There is no other way. The current tribal camp is half an hour away from the lake. If we go to the lake to fetch water every time and make pottery by kneading mud in the tribal camp, I don't know how many times we will have to make trips a day. In order to save time, Yi-chan decided to take a risk and build a simple kiln near the lake to burn the first batch of pottery jars. This will make it easier to get water in the future, and we can then consider building a new kiln near the tribal camp. The hunting team has been very busy these 2 days. Every morning, after fetching clean water from the tribe, they go to the lake to catch fish, and then they have to watch Yi-chan make pottery. After solving the food and clean water problems for everyone in the tribe, Yi-chan asked the hunting team to come to the lake again with 2 wooden barrels and fishing nets. After selecting a place that Yi-chan thought was suitable, Yi-chan asked Shur to lead everyone to guard it, and then asked Pan and the other 2 to fetch water. Every time Yi-chan fetched clean water, he would pour it directly on the ground, then squat on the ground and work hard to knead the mud, and then continue to ask the 2 to fetch water. In this way, Pan and the other 2 spent the whole morning running back and forth to fetch water. Although they were right next to the lake, it was still quite a distance. After several attempts, they were both exhausted and out of breath. The 2 really didn't understand why the clean water had to be poured on the ground again, and why Yi-chan was so enthusiastic about playing with mud and kept pouring water into the mud. On the morning of the first day, Yi-chan worked hard for half a day and finally built a simple kiln. Then he lit a fire to quickly dry the kiln. Wiping the sweat off his face, Yi-chan was very nervous as he looked at the burning flame. This was his first time setting up one, and he had only checked the system temporarily. Yi-chan himself couldn't guarantee whether it would be successful, and he still invested a lot of effort in this simple kiln. The busy work continued until the afternoon of the next day. When everyone in the tribe was resting, Yi-chan asked the hunting team to accompany him to the kiln. This kiln was built beside the lake, and it was impossible for someone to guard it at all times. Besides, the temperature in the kiln was not low, and Yi-chan did not believe that any wild beast would be willing to touch it for fun. Yi-chan had already been making a fire here for 2 or 3 hours in the morning, constantly adding firewood to keep the kiln warm. 3 or 4 hours had passed in the afternoon, and Yi-chan thought the temperature should have dropped. He walked to the kiln and looked at it still, standing quietly. He touched it and found that the temperature had dropped completely, so he reached in and took out the things inside. There were 2 pottery jars and 3 pottery bowls in total. Yi-chan took them out and found that most of them were broken. Only 1 pottery jar and 1 pottery bowl were left. In order to increase the adhesion of the mud, Yi-chan also sprinkled some wood ash into it, but he didn't expect the pass rate to be so low. Holding the only remaining pottery jar and bowl, Yi-chan examined them carefully and saw no obvious cracks, which was good news. Then he quickly asked Pan and the other 2 to fetch a bucket of water and slowly pour into the clay pot, and then he just waited quietly. Watching the clear water pour into the pottery jar, the hunting team suddenly realized what Yi-chan had been doing these past 2 days. It turned out that he was making something that could hold water. But don't we already have wooden barrels? Why would we need another mud object to hold water? Everyone looked at Yi-chan, who was becoming more and more excited, with a hint of doubt on their faces. Of course, they did not dare to ask directly. After all, Yi-chan's prestige in the tribe was quite high now. Chapter 15, White Fish Soup. Huh, what is this? At this moment, everyone in the tribe was surrounding Yi-chan, looking curiously at the pottery jar in Yi-chan's hand. Everyone was very curious. No one had ever seen a pottery jar before, and they said that Yi-chan had made it directly out of clay. It was very magical. After passing the water storage experiment, Yi-chan was very sure that the pottery jar he made was successful, and he immediately jumped up excitedly. Ignoring the puzzled expressions of the hunting team members around him, Yi-chan asked the hunting team to quickly catch a few piranhas, then filled a ceramic jar with clean water and shouted at the hunting team to return to the tribe quickly. The first thing I did when I returned to the tribe was to announce to everyone that there would be new delicacies starting today. Gourmet food. This word is extremely unfamiliar to everyone in the tribe, so unfamiliar that they will forget it in the next second. The chief was the only one in the entire tribe who remembered this necessity firmly and repeated it in his mind countless times. Yi-chan has brought too many surprises to the chief in the past few days. Especially after seeing the words of the gods, his admiration for Yi-chan has increased day by day. The chief now tries hard to remember every unfamiliar word that comes out of Yi-chan's mouth, because he feels that these are the language of God. An unfamiliar word would not shock the tribesmen, but Yi Chen was confident that a pot of delicious fish soup would bring them a huge shock. Yi Chen did not allow anyone to touch the clay pot filled with water, and even asked Shi to stand guard next to it, strictly prohibiting anyone from touching it. Are you kidding? Yi Chen finally made a pottery jar, and if someone accidentally broke it, he would definitely regret it. When there are more pottery jars in the future and everyone knows their importance, Yi Chen will not attach so much importance to them. But now he must pay great attention to them. I picked up some large and small stones near the camp, poured clean water into the crushed soil to make clay, and built a simple stove with the clay and stones. While Yi Chen was busy building the stove, he also asked Hu to quickly clean up the piranhas, but this time he didn't need to string them together with branches, just put them next to Yi Chen. The pottery jar molded for the first time was not big in size, and the stove did not need to be too exquisite as long as it could be used. Yi Chen was too lazy to repair it, and started to make a fire directly. As Yi Chen placed the clay pot on the stove and watched it boil intently, everyone gathered around the stove, not knowing what was going on, waiting to see what was going on. Puff puff. As the water in the ceramic pot began to boil, Yi Chen threw some of the cut fish into it. In order to maintain the concentration of the fish soup, he only put in a small half of the fish this time. What does this mean? Seeing that the cut fish was not roasted on the fire but thrown into the water, some anxious tribesmen couldn't help but ask, but Yi Chen signaled them not to be anxious. There was another period of quiet waiting. Yi Chen was waiting for the fish soup in the ceramic pot to be cooked. The main thing is that Yi Chen's attention is now all on the fish soup, and his eyes are fixed on the pottery jar. On the one hand, he was craving for hot soup. For Yi Chen, who was used to eating hot dishes, drinking raw water, and eating barbecue during this period always felt uncomfortable. It's okay to eat barbecue occasionally, but no one can stand eating barbecue every meal, especially when it comes to plain barbecue, which has no taste at all. On the other hand, Yi Chen was also observing whether the pottery jar was leaking. If there was no leakage, it would prove that the pottery jar could be used normally. Yi Chen's posture also aroused the tribesmen's strong interest in the pottery jar, and they looked at it with relish. They did not expect that this thing made of earth could withstand fire. Everyone in the tribe has a deep impression of the power of fire, and being burned by it occasionally is extremely painful. And fire can burn everything. In the tribe's memory, it can burn everything except stones. Puff puff. As the fish soup began to boil again, Yi Chen was extremely excited. It meant that there was no problem with the clay pot, and that he could finally have a sip of hot soup. Although he knew that the fish soup in front of him did not have any seasoning and was just a can of plain fish soup, Yi Chen was still very excited. The success of this pot of fish soup marked the tribe's complete entry into the hot water era. Drinking boiled water can significantly reduce the chances of the tribe members getting sick. At the same time, as the temperature drops, a can of boiled water can also make everyone feel warm. Yi Chen, who was originally quite excited, suddenly felt embarrassed when he looked at the boiling fish soup. After all his calculations, Yi Chen had not thought of pinching the 2 ears of the clay pot, resulting in the fish soup being cooked, but he could not move it at all and could only watch the soup boil. The boiling fish soup and the high-temperature clay pot are frightening just by looking at them. How can one dare to use water directly to get it? In desperation, he had to resort to a crude method. He used branches to dig out the fire from the stove and let the clay pot cool naturally. Finally, after being busy for half a day, Master Yi Chen was finally able to drink the first bowl of hot soup. After the fish soup cooled down a little, he scooped out a bowl of it using a fired ceramic bowl. Whoosh! After blowing away the hot steam coming out of the bowl, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a sip of the fish soup. Feeling the warm fish soup in his mouth, Yi Chen swallowed it directly after confirming that it was not hot and breathed a sigh of relief. You know, for a young man of later generations who is used to eating hot food and drinking hot soup, these days are really miserable. If Yi Chen hadn't been busy all the time, it would be hard to say when he would be able to drink this hot soup. Seeing Yi Chen enjoying himself so much, the onlookers were even more itchy and wanted to snatch the bowl from Yi Chen's hand and pour it into their own mouths. However, no one was interested in the clay pot at the moment. After all, a lot of it had been burned by the fire just now, and even a fool knew that it was very hot. But at this moment, everyone was longing for the bowl in Yi Chen's hand and the fish soup in the bowl. With excitement, Yi Chen quickly took a few sips of fish soup and then handed the pottery bowl to the chief, letting him also feel the charm of the hot soup. The chief did not hide his own liquor. After drinking 2 sips, he passed the pottery bowl to the next person. After everyone took a few sips, they all showed strange expressions on their faces. The fish soup had no taste, but it did make one feel warm in the stomach. However, no one knew where Yi Chen's intoxicated expression came from. Yi Chen had no explanation for this, and of course, he didn't know what his tribesmen thought. He just told everyone to be careful with the pottery jar and not to get close to it casually. He also asked Yin to get some vines and bark ropes to make a special carrying basket for the pottery jar. This pottery jar has no ears, so it is not convenient to hold it in your hand. Yi Chen decided to make a backpack to carry with him. This way, it would be more convenient to get water with the pottery jar in the future, freeing his hands. After drinking the fish soup, some tribesmen felt that it was not enough to fill their stomachs and wanted to eat grilled fish. Yi Chen did not object and asked who to grill the fish. After finishing dinner today, Yi Chen immediately announced that he would go out hunting tomorrow and get some meat from other animals to eat. Every meal these days has been fish, and everyone in the tribe is getting a little tired of it. They also hope to change their taste. Of course, if this idea were known by people from other tribes, they would definitely point fingers at me and scold me. Do you know how hard our lives are? We even dare to complain that eating fish every meal is a bit boring. As the saying goes, drought kills drought, and floods kill floods. This principle is the same in every world and every place. The next day, Yi Chen and others, who had made preparations, set out early in the morning and headed towards the lake. However, the personnel composition has changed this time. 2 more women, Sang and Hua, have joined you to form a special stone-collecting team. He was mainly responsible for the long-range attacks of the hunting team. Shi led the others to continue holding their stone axes and bone knives. Quietly approaching the lake, I saw many animals drinking water quietly by the lake, including a group of giant deer. The size of the giant horned deer is much larger than the Sika deer of later generations, and the horns on its head are also extremely huge, so Yi Chen temporarily named them the giant horned deer. Looking at this group of giant deer huddled together and drinking water silently, Yi Chen nodded to Shi, and then saw Shi begin to direct them with gestures. After receiving the attack signal, Yu, Sang, and Hua slowly waved the rope stones in their hands. As the rope stones spun faster and faster in the air, the 3 of them threw the rope stones in their hands one after another and flew towards the direction of the giant horned deer. Looking at this scene, Yi Chen clenched his fists. It was time to witness the results of the 2 days of training. Chapter 16, The Power of Suwa Shi. Yi Chen never expected that the temporary Sashi team he formed could give him such a big surprise. After locking onto the hunting target, Shi began to signal. As a member of the hunting team, you naturally understood Shi's gestures. As newcomers to the hunting team, Sang and Hua had no idea what Shi was signaling and just followed Yu's actions in confusion. Before this hunt, Yi Chen knew the specific situation of Sang and Hua. Both women had never participated in hunting before and had no experience in coordination with the hunting team. So Yi Chen did not have any requirements. He just asked Sang and Hua to follow you closely and do whatever you did. According to Yi Chen's idea, this was just an experiment to see how powerful the Sashi was, and at the same time to let Sang and Hua adapt to hunting activities. Later, the 2 of them will go out hunting with the hunting team, and they need to slowly get used to each other and become familiar with each other. As the 3 of them panted and waved the rope stones in their hands, they found the right opportunity and threw them towards the herd of giant deer drinking water by the lake, and they hit them as fast as lightning. 3 rope stones directly hit 2 giant horned deer, knocking one of them unconscious on the spot and breaking the right hind leg of another one, causing it to fall directly to the ground. Good. That's great. Looking at such a wonderful scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but yell. He didn't expect that the power of the Suwa Shi was so huge, and the 3 members of the Suwa Shi team also had good accuracy. Being able to achieve such results for the first time using stone hunting directly increased Yi Chen's hope for the tribe's survival. Following the strange behavior of the 2 giant horned deer, the other giant horned deer drinking water nearby immediately ran for their lives, raising a cloud of sand and dust, without caring about their fellow deer who had already fallen to the ground. The giant deer, whose hind legs were broken, looked at its companions around it fleeing in panic and struggled to get up and run away. It's a pity that one of its legs was broken. It's no use struggling and bleeding constantly, and it keeps falling down on the spot. There was no room for mercy at this time. Shi quickly led the hunting team to rush over. First knocked down the giant elk that was struggling to get up and ended its life with a single axe. Then they went to deal with the other one that had been knocked unconscious. After the same process, they ended up with 2 corpses of giant deer. Slow. Before he could say anything, he saw that both giant deer were killed by Shur's axe, and their breath soon stopped. Looking at Shur's skillful movements and the dead giant deer, Yi Chun sighed helplessly. He had originally thought of capturing the one with a broken leg alive to see if he could tame it. However, he did not expect that the hunting team members moved so quickly that Yi Chun had no time to react. They could only watch helplessly as the giant deer's neck was cut open and blood gushed out. The hunting team members also tried their best to hold down the giant deer to ensure that it could not break free. At the beginning, Yi Chun had never expected that this hunt would be so smooth, so he did not specifically instruct to leave any survivors, so the hunting team could not be blamed. After all, for the hunting team, if the prey is still breathing, it may escape. This is the experience accumulated over many years of hunting. Without any unnecessary movement, Shur immediately stood up and made arrangements after seeing that the 2 giant horned deer had lost their breath and hurried to leave the place, unable to suppress the smile on his face. On the way back, Yi Chun was also observing carefully and found that the giant deer that was killed on the spot was directly hit on the head by the ropestone. Looking at the ping-pong ball-sized dent on his head, Yi Chun was completely convinced of the power of Suo Shur. Wow! Wow! Seeing the hunting team dragging back 2 giant horned deer, the tribe was in an uproar. Everyone had an incredible expression on their face and looked at the corpses in surprise. After learning about the power of the ropestone, the tribesmen immediately looked at the ropestone beside them. They did not expect that it had such great power that could allow the hunting team to easily obtain such rich prey. There are 2 full-grown giant horned deer, each weighing more than 500 kilograms. This can fully ensure that everyone in the tribe will have enough to eat in the next few days. Yi Chun no longer needed to give orders, who had now completely entered the role and started to get busy with the women in the tribe. First, several people were asked to drag the body of a giant deer to clean and dissect it, and then someone put a clay pot filled with water on the stove and burned it. Yi Chun sat down to rest and began to recall the hunt just now. He started to review and think about it, but not long after he started thinking, the fragrance wafted over. Today's tribe's lunch was a pot of venison soup, with a skewer of roasted venison for each person. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. After taking 2 bites of the grilled skewers and drinking a sip of the hot broth, the feeling of happiness was unprecedented. Everyone held their stomachs and looked very happy. After a quick lunch, Yi Chun originally wanted to take a hot bath. The weather has been very hot these days, and he has been running to the lake every day, so he has been sweating nonstop. There was already a lot of dirt on my body, and with the sweat from the past few days, my whole body now smelled sour. But seeing that the only pottery jar in the tribe was already full of oil stains, Yi Chun shook his head and gave up, fearing that he would end up getting himself covered in oil. Then just bear with it a little longer. Hurry up and make 2 more. Then we can use them separately. After comforting himself with a few words, Yi Chun endured the sour smell on his body and went into the cave to find a place to take a nap. In the past few days, everyone in the tribe has been able to eat a full meal, and their health has improved a lot. They also tend to feel sleepy after eating. After waking up and walking out of the cave, Yi Chun immediately discovered the problem. That is, everyone went into the cave to rest after eating and drinking. As a result, the entire tribal camp is now extremely empty, and the entrance to the cave is also extremely bright. If there is no one guarding it, anyone can come in and take a look. Looking at the cave entrance in front of him without any cover, Yi Chun made up his mind to build a wall around the cave. Otherwise, it would be too unsafe. It was easy to make up his mind. Yi Chun quickly gathered everyone together and asked the hunting team to go to the lake to fetch water. He then began to gesture towards the entrance of the cave. Now there is no measuring tool. Yi Chun can only estimate by finding a branch about 1 meter long and roughly measuring the entrance of the cave. Based on the current actual situation, Yi Chun used branches to simply draw a sketch of a wall on the ground. He planned to use stones and mud to build a 1-meter-high earth wall, which would provide basic protection. They were still busy here, gesturing at the shape of their own wall and asking everyone to pick up some flat stones. On the other side, the sunlight cast countless star-like spots in the dense forest, and the temperature in the afternoon had not dropped at all. The few people who are now fleeing in the forest can't care about so much. They are running madly in the woods, looking behind them while running. Not far behind him, he could see countless figures moving around. When the figures appeared, they turned out to be a pack of wolves. They were all gray in color and had fierce eyes flashing, staring intently at the people running in front. As they were running, one of them screamed wildly a few times, completely ignoring the shouts of the others, and stopped instantly to grip the weapon in his hand again. Looking resolutely at the wolves that were chasing him, the man raised the weapon in his hand, roared and rushed towards the wolves, his eyes flashing with even more ferocity. As for the people who had already run far away, each of them looked back with tears in their eyes, but did not stop. They gritted their teeth and continued to run forward. After a while, there was no movement behind them. The few people who were still running for their lives gradually calmed down and thought that they should be safe. Roar! Suddenly, they heard the howling of wolves behind them, and despair instantly filled their eyes. There was no way out. Everyone was exhausted and had no strength to hold on any longer. In an instant, everyone felt that their feet were no longer stable, their legs were shaking, and they had no strength to take another step forward. They could only watch the wolves approaching. Chapter 17: Unexpected Visitors. As the sun was about to set, the wall construction at the entrance of the cave was finally completed. Although it was a bit simple, it meant that everyone was much safer when sleeping at night. In the past, when there were no walls, it was not surprising if a poisonous snake suddenly appeared next to you when you were sleeping at night. Now that there is a wall, everyone can sleep peacefully. At least there is a shelter, and snakes, insects, rats, and ants cannot easily get in. The tribesmen were also very surprised. They didn't expect that with everyone's hard work, they could create such a magical thing. The construction of the wall at the entrance of the cave is not complicated. It is a 1-meter-high wall made of stones and mud. It's just at the entrance to the cave is a large hole about 4 meters high and 3 meters long, so the wall is built longer. In order to make it easier for everyone to enter and exit, Yi-chun deliberately extended both ends of the wall by 20 centimeters, leaving an 80-centimeter opening in the middle for entry and exit. In this way, the entrance of the cave will not be crowded, and everyone will have space to stagger their bodies when entering and exiting the cave. The 80-centimeter opening in the middle requires making a wooden door, but the tribe's technology and tools are very backward now, so Yi-chun can only find another way. Just ask the tribesmen to pick up some branches as thick as fingers, tie them into a row with vines and ropes, and a simple wooden door will be made. It's a pity that we can't make latches and pulleys now, so we can't make the sliding wooden doors of later generations. We can only take the door down every time we open it and fix it back up when we close it. In order to better fix the wooden door, Yi-chun specially raised the joint with stones by 20 centimeters and then added straps to the wooden door so that he could tie it up directly. When they first started taking action, the tribesmen were very puzzled as to why they suddenly thought of piling stones at the entrance of the cave and preparing to surround it. However, as the wall continued to grow higher, everyone's eyes changed. They never thought that stones and mud could make such a magical thing. Yi-chun tied the wooden door and told everyone that from now on, when they slept in the cave, they would not have to worry about snakes, insects, rats, or ants coming in, and they could all sleep peacefully. After understanding this meaning, the chief's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Everyone knew that it was unsafe to leave the cave entrance so open, but the chief had never thought of using this method to solve the problem. Yi-chun was so exhausted that he couldn't bear it anymore after dinner and went straight into the cave to sleep. Before going to bed, he specifically told the chief to tie the door tightly. The chief nodded without saying anything more and directly asked Yi-chun to go in and rest. Yi-chun had been busy all day. However, the chief did not enter the cave, but stood alone at the edge of the wall, carefully observing everything in front of him. The chief participated in everything that happened today, especially the construction of this wall. The chief witnessed it from scratch, but he couldn't figure out how Yi-chun came up with this idea. Although these are the most common things around the camp, Yi-chun has the ability to make reasonable use of them to improve the lives of the tribal people. Making fishing nets, firing pottery, and building walls all use things that we see every day, but we have never thought about how to use them. The chief, out of curiosity, couldn't help but want to wake Yi-chun up and ask him what other good things he could come up with. Are these the god's intentions? But in the end, I held back. After all, everyone had worked hard today, and the best thing to do was to rest early. After inviting all the tribesmen to enter the cave, the chief personally tied the wooden door tightly, then gently stroked the still slightly damp wall, smiled and nodded, and walked into the cave. A night in the primitive tribe passed in the cave amidst the sounds of snoring. Wake up! Chun! Chun, wake up! Yi-chun, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt himself shaking violently and heard a hurried sound in his ears. There's an earthquake. What happened? Yi Chun, who was suddenly awakened, thought it was an earthquake at first. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chief and Shi squatting in front of him, looking at him seriously. Seeing that Yi Chun had woken up, Shi ignored Yi Chun's confused state and started talking with his hands and feet, gesticulating. The reason why they have to use gestures to talk is that the current tribe has a very small vocabulary and cannot accurately express key information such as time, place, and people, so they must add actions to express it accurately. What? Someone? At the lake. Looking at the 3 fingers that Shi stretched out, Yi Chun was also shocked by this sudden news. It turned out that early in the morning, Shi took the hunting team to the lake to fetch water and catch fish. When they arrived, they found 3 people lying on the ground. The hunting team was immediately startled. Shi, who was about to make an attacking posture, saw that the 3 people on the ground had no reaction, so he bravely stepped forward to check. When I got closer, I found that the 3 people had already fainted, their faces were pale, and their breathing was intermittent. Faced with this situation, Shi didn't know what to do, so he ran back to tell the chief. Normally, the chief would make the decision alone, but now the chief habitually asked Yi Chun for his opinion. So the chief and Shi came directly to wake Yi Chun up, hoping that Yi Chun could give some good advice. Although the tribe was no longer short of water and food, they still had to be cautious when rescuing 3 strangers from other tribes. After learning the whole story, Yi Chun did not hesitate at all and immediately asked Shi to take the bark rope and go to the lake to take a look. For Yi Chun, these 3 people must be rescued. If the tribe wants to develop, it must have population. If it only relies on the existing 30-odd people in the tribe, it is unknown how long it will take. Moreover, the system has made it clear that population is the only condition for generating civilization points, and only the surrendered population will increase civilization points for themselves. You must have civilization points to draw in the system, so Yi Chun must go to save these 3 people. In this way, the tribe will become stronger and the civilization points will increase. Isn't it a win-win situation? When Yi Chun arrived, he saw several members of the hunting team guarding the 3 people. They told Shi and Yi Chun that the 3 of them had no reaction at all and had been in a coma. Yi Chun looked at the 3 men lying in front of him and quickly felt their pulses. He found that one of them was completely dead, while the remaining 2 were still breathing weakly. He carried the 2 people who were still breathing back to the tribe to see if they could be rescued. As for the person who had no breath, Yi Chun had no pity on him and threw him directly into the lake as a snack for the piranhas. Of course, the 2 people who were carried back had their hands and feet tied up with ropes to prevent them from hurting others after waking up. After returning to the tribe, he quickly asked who to cook a pot of fish soup and then began to observe carefully. The 2 men were dressed almost the same as their tribe. They were all wrapped in animal skins and looked like they hadn't taken a bath for over a decade. The mud and dirt on their bodies had already hardened, making them look very unsightly. What really surprised Yi Chun were the wounds on the 2 men's bodies. There were several scratches. Although they were not fatal, they had caused a lot of bleeding. Now the wounds had scabbed over. After the fish soup was cooked, Yi Chun brought it to feed the 2 of them, but he was a little simple and rough. He just pinched their mouths open and poured the fish soup in little by little. Chapter 18: The Birth of the Wooden Shield. After drinking a bowl of warm broth, a hint of color returned to their faces, but apart from their breathing becoming smoother, they showed no other reaction. Seeing the 2 men still unconscious, the scratches all over their bodies were shocking, and the wounds still told how brutal the battle was before they fell unconscious. Yi Chun secretly sighed in his heart that these 2 people were indeed physically strong and lucky enough to be able to survive such serious injuries. At the same time, Yi Chun began to become alert. Judging from the situation when he first encountered these 2 people, some of them had offensive weapons, but no defensive weapons. This means that once the battle begins, you can only rely on your own combat awareness to dodge the opponent's attacks. This is also the situation in Yi Chun's tribe. If the defense force is weak, it will be unable to resist if encountering a powerful enemy or a ferocious beast. The 2 unconscious people in front of us are the best example. We have offensive weapons, but defensive weapons are far from enough. Yi Chun muttered to himself, frowning. He knew that the tribe's hunting team's current defenses were weak, and if they were unlucky, they could easily be killed on the spot. Thinking of this, he began a plan in his mind to add defensive equipment to the tribe, otherwise it would be too dangerous. However, Yi Chun did not have much time to immerse himself in his own thoughts. There are still many things in the tribe waiting for me to solve. The most important thing at the moment is to continue firing pottery. Since the first pottery jar was successfully fired, the tribesmen finally had the chance to drink hot soup, and their quality of life has been significantly improved. However, one pot was far from enough, and the tribe needed more pottery to meet their daily needs. Yi Chun quickly drank 2 bowls of broth to fill his stomach. Then he immediately summoned several members of the hunting team and brought 2 women who were good at handicrafts, and they came to the kiln by the lake. Yi Chun stood by the lake, looking at the shimmering water, secretly thinking about his next work. Yi Chun doesn't have time to stay here and make pottery every day, so he must pass on this technique. Making pottery can't just rely on me alone. Yi Chun said to the 2 women beside him, "Your task now is to learn how to make pottery so that everyone in the tribe can use pottery pots and drink hot soup." The 2 women, Sang and Hua, nodded with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in their eyes. They knew this was an important mission and an opportunity for them to contribute to the tribe. Yi Chun squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, added water, and kneaded it into clay, and began to demonstrate how to make pottery embryos. Soon the clay gradually took shape in his hands, becoming the prototype of a round pottery jar. The more Sang and Hua looked at it, the more surprised they were. They never thought that the pottery jar they used yesterday was actually made of mud and water. It was amazing. Remember, the clay needs to be at the right moisture level. If it's too dry, it will crack, but if it's too wet, it will be difficult to shape. Yi Chun operated while explaining patiently. The 2 women watched carefully and nodded in response from time to time. After a demonstration, Yi Chun asked Sang and Hua to try doing it themselves. At first, the shapes of their pottery embryos were crooked and even difficult to recognize, but Yi Chun did not rush to correct them. Instead, he encouraged them to keep trying. He knew that only through constant practice could he truly master this skill. "Take your time, don't rush," Yi Chun encouraged. "Making pottery requires patience and carefulness. You've done a great job." After hearing Yi Chun's encouragement, the tension in the 2 women's hearts gradually dissipated, and their movements became smoother. After several attempts, they finally made some decent pottery pieces. Yi Chun nodded with satisfaction and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It is worth mentioning that this time, Yi Chun did not repeat the same mistake. He asked the 2 people to pinch 2 ears on the pottery jar when they made it for the first time. The lesson of yesterday is still fresh in my mind. I have no idea where to start when facing the boiling hot pottery pot. This feeling of helplessness is uncomfortable. Soon, a pile of finished products came out. Yi Chun, Sang, and Hua each made a pottery jar and a pottery bowl, plus a spoon made by Yi Chun himself. All these pottery pieces were placed in the kiln for firing. While Yi Chun was burning the kiln, he solemnly warned Sang and Hua, "You must control the fire well. It can't be too strong at one moment and too weak at another. You must try to keep the fire even and stable." He knew that an unstable fire could cause the pottery to crack or deform, affecting the quality of the final product. As time went by, Yi Chun felt that the temperature was almost right, so he led everyone back to the camp and let the kiln cool down slowly. After returning to the tribe, Yi Chun carefully observed the 2 rescued people and found that they were still in a coma. But the good news is that their faces are much rosier than before, and their breathing has become steady and even. Seeing the situation, Yi Chun felt relieved, knowing that the 2 people should be out of danger. He nodded and said to the tribesmen around him, "It seems that it will take some time for the 2 of them to wake up." Yi Chun still did not rest, but immediately devoted himself to the conception of defensive weapons. Sit down and enter the system to check, based on the current actual situation of the tribe, to see what methods can be taken to produce defensive weapons. A wooden shield might be a good thing. Yi Chun exited the system and began to recite silently. After a brief thought, he asked the tribesmen to peel the bark and continue weaving the bark ropes, while the hunting team went to cut branches and came back. A wooden shield is relatively simple to make. It is made by tying branches into a row and holding them in your hands for blocking. This can not only block the enemy's attacks, but also resist the bites of wild beasts. Soon Yi Chun began to make the first wooden shield. He used branches as thick as fingers. He first tied them tightly in a row horizontally, and then tied them in a row vertically on the upper layer. Of course, it is not very big, about 3,050 centimeters in length, so the overall size is not too large to be inflexible in use, and it can also be used for effective blocking. In order to make the wooden shield strong, Yi Chen put a lot of effort into it. He tied the 2 layers of the wooden shield tightly horizontally and vertically, and then tied them together with ropes. In order to facilitate fixation, 3 lock buckles are left at the back so that you can directly put your arms in, so that it will be stable when you hold it. However, this also led to the large-scale use of bark ropes. In order to ensure that they were strong, they were tied in several layers, which caused the women to twist the ropes all the time. Finally, it was made successfully. Yi Chen put his hand into the lock and held the shield in front of him to observe. It was a bit heavy. This was Yi Chen's first impression of the wooden shield. It was woven with 2 rows of finger-thick branches, so it couldn't be light. The style is not good-looking. It looks like a wooden door, but as the tribe's first offensive weapon, it is a good start. Just at this time, the hunting team came back with the newly cut branches. Seeing Yi Chen carrying a door on his left arm, they were instantly shocked. Chapter 19, A Brief Awakening. What's this? The voice behind him interrupted Yi Chen's appreciation. He turned around and saw that he had returned from hunting and was staring at the wooden shield in his hand. You're back just in time. Yi Chen quickly took off the wooden shield in his hand, handed it to Shur, and began to explain. This thing is called a wooden shield. It can protect you when hunting. Protect. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Shur was a little hesitant. After all, hunting mainly depends on strength and speed, and holding this thing seems to be useless. Like this, thread your hands through the rope and tie it up. As he spoke, Yi Chen tied the shield to Shur's left hand and demonstrated the function of the shield to him. Look, this shield can be used to defend against enemy attacks and protect yourself from harm. Yi Chen explained it. However, Shur still seemed a little confused. He frowned and looked at Yi Chen and the shield in his hand in confusion. Yi Chen sighed helplessly, thinking, it seems that it will take a lot of time to explain the function of the shield to these guys. So, Yi Chen decided to take practical action to make Shur understand the purpose of the shield. Take the wooden shield off Shur's hand and tie it to your own hand. Let Shur's stone axe attack you. But don't use too much force. Yi Chen's small body can't withstand it. Are you sure? Shur raised his eyebrows in disbelief. But after Yi Chen's repeated confirmation, Shur still swung the stone axe in his hand, but with less force. This action made the surrounding hunting team members a little confused, and they didn't know what Yi Chen was going to do. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen raised the wooden shield in his hand and successfully blocked Shur's attack. After a muffled sound, a shallow axe mark was left on the wooden shield. Since Shur didn't use much force, Yi Chen's body just shook a little, and he didn't move back. Hey, this is how to use a wooden shield. Seeing everyone's mouths wide open in disbelief, Yi Chen finally couldn't help laughing. Let me try it too. Seeing that the wooden shield was so powerful, Song was also tempted and prepared to give it a try with the stone axe. Don't. I'm just showing you. After saying that, Yi Chen took off the wooden shield and handed it to Shur, letting the hunting team use the wooden shield to test and practice. This time when he got the wooden shield, Shur took it and tied it directly to his hand. He understood how to use the wooden shield. Shur, who had tied a wooden shield, also called on everyone to attack him. With years of combat experience and everyone holding back, Shur easily blocked all the attacks. Try this again. Seeing that Shur easily withstood everyone's attacks, Yi Chen picked up a fist-sized stone and smashed it hard. The stone that came at high speed was blocked by the wooden shield with a bang, leaving only a shallow dent. With this, you'll be much safer when you go out hunting. You can resist the attacks of wild beasts. Woo! That's it. That's it. At this moment, a voice that was completely different from the tribal accent suddenly sounded, startling everyone. Everyone turned around hurriedly and found that one of the 2 unconscious people had woken up. The person who woke up at this moment was lying on the ground, looking at the wooden shield in Shur's hand with his head tilted, his eyes flashing with excitement. He kept muttering, "This is it, this is it. If we had this, we wouldn't have been killed by those wild wolves." However, since he had just woken up from a coma, his body was extremely weak and his voice was hoarse and low, making it difficult to hear what he was saying. Seeing this, Yi Chen hurried over with Shur and Chief. At this moment, the person who woke up also found that he could not move his whole body, and he began to twist his body with a frown. "Stop struggling. We mean no harm. We found you at the lake." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the man stopped twisting and looked at the crowd in front of him with a wary look. Then he turned his head and saw his tribesmen still sleeping beside him, and his face suddenly became anxious. "Shh, shh, shh, wake up." The man shouted and tried to wake up the sleeping tribesman with his hands, but he was tied up and could not touch them. After hearing this, Yi Chen knew that this person should be called Zay. Fortunately, everyone in this world has no problem with basic communication. It's just like the people in the mountains. Although they can communicate, the accents are very different. Everyone can only communicate by gestures and speaking slowly. The man's voice, already hurried, became even faster because he was concerned about the life and death of his tribesmen. Yi Chen didn't understand a single word of what he said. Helpless, Yi Chen could only wait for the man to calm down on his own. There was no way to communicate in this state. As the man was yelling, he suddenly seemed to lose power. His eyes closed, his head shook, and he passed out again. All right, let's each have another bowl of hot soup. After giving the two men another bowl of hot soup, Yi Chen asked Shi to untie the two unconscious people. The hunting team and the tribesmen did not object to this. Everyone saw that the two were still unconscious, and even if they woke up, they didn't have the strength to speak, so there was no point in tying them up. In Yi Chen's opinion, as long as they can communicate with people from other tribes, there is no need to be so afraid. Besides, this is also a way to show friendliness. Because there was very little communication between tribes, Yi Chen had no way to deal with the people from other tribes when he met them this time. But after knowing that they could communicate in a simple way, Yi Chen felt relieved. If they couldn't communicate, it would be more difficult to grow and develop. This will cause Yi Chen to be unable to communicate and trade with other tribes. In this way, when people from two tribes meet, there is no other way except fighting. In this way, 2 days passed in a flash. During this period, the two of them woke up in turns, each of them roaring or crying like a madman, and then fell into a coma again. This situation made Yi Chen speechless. Every time he wanted to communicate with the other party fell into coma again before he could say a few words. Fortunately, everyone in the tribe has been busy these 2 days. With Yi Chen guiding Sang and Hua, they're learning how to make pottery by the lake. The number of pottery in the tribe has increased a lot. The two of them made rapid progress. Not only did the pottery they made become more delicate, but they also became much more precise in controlling the flame when firing the pottery. In this way, the efficiency of pottery production is greatly improved. 2 to 3 pottery jars can be fired each time, and at least 5 or 6 pottery bowls can be fired, and sometimes more than 10. In the past 2 days, Yi Chen has been concentrating on making pottery. Now everyone in the tribe has become accustomed to the existence of hot soup, and everyone is in urgent need of bowls for drinking hot soup. There is no way. People adapt to a better life very quickly. It has been a week since Yi Chen came here. In just 7 days, the living habits of everyone in the tribe have changed drastically. From just chewing raw meat at first to now enjoying slurping broth while eating grilled meat skewers, it took only 5 days for me to become accustomed to this eating habit. In addition, Yi Chen concentrated his efforts on the tough battle in the past 2 days, achieving a work rhythm of producing 1 batch of pottery in the morning and another batch of pottery in the afternoon. The tribe can now accommodate 5 people sharing 1 clay pot, with each person having 1 clay bowl. This has also led to a scene that now appears in the tribe. Every time it is time for dinner, 7 stoves are cooking soup at the same time, and everyone sits in front of a pottery pot with a pottery bowl waiting for the meal to start. Chapter 20 News from the Wolf Pack. Ahem. When the 2 people who had been unconscious in the cave suddenly coughed slightly, and the pain caused by the cough woke him up. In an instant, I felt a pain all over my body as if I was being crushed. Every bone seemed to be falling apart. I opened my eyes with difficulty and looked at everything in front of me. The uneven rock wall, the dim light, and the faint smell of meat, all these unfamiliar things made the man frown when he woke up. He shook his head to calm himself down, then turned his head to find his companion lying next to him, still unconscious. Shh, wake up! The man roared with all his might and managed to sit up. Such a simple action made him gasp for air. Seeing that he couldn't wake up his companion, the man had no choice but to push and shake his unconscious companion with his hands. Shortage. After a lot of trouble, I finally woke up my companion. When he woke up, he looked confused and had no idea where he was. When Zay woke up, he was also weak and his lips were chapped, but the two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if they were relieved to have escaped death. They supported each other and sat up, and then they were able to see the specific situation around them clearly. At this moment, the cave was empty, with only 2 extinguished bonfires. Looking at the wounds on each other and on my own body, which had already scabbed over, fragments of memory began to flash. The tribe went out hunting, but unfortunately they were chased by a pack of wolves. Everyone in the hunting team was killed or injured, and in the end, only the two of them escaped. At that time, in order to survive, the last three people were so panicked that they just picked a direction and started running around, and no one knew where they were going. He had no idea why he came here, but Huang still remembered that he had woken up once and saw some strange things. However, thinking that they didn't know where they were scared. They stood up with the help of the wall, and their legs couldn't help but tremble. I saw a light not far away, and thought that must be the entrance to the cave. The sunlight shining in from the entrance indicated that it was daytime. It was a pity that the two of them couldn't find their weapons in the cave after groping for a long time, nor did they find anything that could be used as weapons. After discussing for a while, they finally decided to go out and take a look. The two of them walked a few steps and then stopped to catch their breath. They walked for a while until they reached the cave entrance. The sunlight outside the cave was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. After they got used to the light, they continued to walk towards the cave entrance. When the two of them saw the situation outside the cave clearly, they were also shocked by what they saw. They didn't expect that there were so many people sitting near the cave entrance, but they were all sitting together in a certain pattern. At this moment, all the people in the tribe were sitting around, some of them staring at a clay pot, waiting for the broth inside to be cooked, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they smelled the fragrance coming out. Instead, Huang and Zhe, who walked to the entrance of the cave, were shocked to see everyone staring at a strange thing. This magical thing is what is being burned on the fire at this moment. The two people who have never seen a pottery jar before were immediately impressed by its magic. They're awake. There they are. Staring at the pottery pot that had not yet boiled, Song lost some patience. He looked around and found two strangers appearing at the entrance of the cave. He then realized that they were the two unconscious people. Following this shout, everyone in the tribe looked over there, and several members of the hunting team even picked up their weapons and looked at the two men warily. The two men with empty hands were already weak at the moment. Looking at the situation in front of them, they could only raise their hands immediately to indicate that they had no ill intentions. However, this simple action caused the two of them to accidentally agitate their wounds, causing them to gasp in pain and sway so much that they almost fell. Just as both sides were looking at each other, a popping sound came from the clay pot, and the broth began to boil completely. All right, that's not the way to treat guests. Besides, these two are in the state they are in now. It's useless to think they have any bad intentions. Following Yi Chen's words, the hunting team immediately stopped their combat status, put down their weapons, and looked at the two men. The two men also breathed a sigh of relief at the scene in front of them. Yi Chen asked Yin to get 2 ceramic bowls, and he personally scooped 2 bowls of broth with a spoon, holding them in his hands as if handing them to the two of them. Although the two didn't know what this thing was, they knew it was food by the smell, and Yi Chen's posture showed that he was ready to hand it to them. After standing there quietly and thinking for a while, the two looked at each other, feeling the rumbling sound in their stomachs. They gritted their teeth and slowly walked over. As the two men got closer, everyone became nervous. Although Sher did not pick up the stone axe again, he held it tightly. In order to show that they had no ill intentions, the two men moved very slowly and spread their hands to show that they had no intention of attacking. Walking up to Yi Chen, the two respectfully took the pottery bowl from Yi Chen's hand and felt the fragrance and heat coming from the bowl. There was no need to teach them this. The two of them instinctively put the bowl to their mouths, opened their mouths, and bit the ceramic bowl directly. Oops! The two of them covered their mouths at the same time, but immediately began to fan their mouths. They bit the edge of the ceramic bowl directly, which caused their teeth to break and hurt. But they also took a bite of the broth and put it in their mouths. In an instant, the boiling broth spread in their mouths, leaving the two with no choice but to scream. Ah, 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 ah. As everyone laughed, the two realized that they had made a fool of themselves and immediately smiled and scratched their heads with their hands to cover up their embarrassment. The solemn atmosphere just now also disappeared with the laughter. Yi Chen immediately poured himself a bowl of broth, sat on the ground, and began to drink it slowly. The two of them also imitated him. After a meal, Yi Chen, with the help of Chief Shi, finally had a conversation with the two of them. I don't know if it's due to geographical reasons, but the tribes can still communicate in general, but some specific words are not possible. Similar to the mountainous areas in later generations, even if two tribes are close to each other, one can tell that the other party is not from their own village just by hearing them speak. After all, Chief Shi and Chief were knowledgeable and experienced. They used several different accents and gestures with their hands to communicate with each other, And at the same time, they also got to know the basic situation of the two people. The two people in front of him were named Zay and Huang, both from the Blackstone tribe. A few days ago, they accidentally encountered a pack of wolves while hunting and came to the lake while fleeing. Wolves. After hearing the news about the wolf pack, Yi Chun frowned. It seemed that his thought was right. He had indeed encountered a powerful beast. Fortunately, Yi Chun had made plans in advance and quickly made a wooden shield, but whether it could withstand the sharp wolf claws was indeed an unknown. All right, I still don't know what our tribe is called. Thinking that the other party was the Blackstone tribe, Yi Chun suddenly realized that he never knew the name of his own tribe. We are called the Dashi tribe. The chief pointed to the huge stone wall behind him and told Yi Chun with a smile. Dashi. Hearing this name, Yi Chun was speechless. This was too casual. Yi Chun had no idea that the language vocabulary of this primitive world tribe was already scarce, and they were always in a state of hunger. I don't have the energy to research the name of the tribe, nor do I have the energy to give the tribe a cool and fancy name. So I saw that there was a huge stone wall in the tribe, so I named the tribe Dashi. Chapter 21, The Happiness of Taking a Bath. In the tribal camp, Huang and Zay, who had finished eating the meat soup, were touching their bulging stomachs with happy looks on their faces. The two of them didn't act like this on purpose. They had never enjoyed such treatment in their own tribe, so they just ate too much. After eating, the two of them were obviously in much better spirits, and their strength had recovered a little. At least they had the strength to stand up. Yi Chun looked at the two of them with gentle eyes. After simple care, the two of them saw that their tenacious vitality had begun to recover. Let Sure convey his request, asking the two to rest well in the camp and find a way to return to their tribe after they have recovered. After hearing these words, the two of them nodded excitedly and then spoke in a hoarse voice. Sure quickly translated it as a thank you. Although there was nothing special to express, his eyes were full of gratitude. He lowered his head to express his gratitude. Yi Chun smiled and left. Looking at Yi Chun's leaving figure, the two looked at each other and read each other's surprise and worry from each other's eyes. They were surprised that the leader of this tribe was actually a half-grown boy. Huang and Zay had never seen such a boy before. What is worrying is that the two of them have not had the chance to return to their tribe. At that time, they ran around in the forest and had no idea how to get back. Yi Chun did not choose to rest after leaving, but came to the place where the pottery jars were piled up. Looking at the dozen or so pottery jars neatly arranged in front of him, indescribable joy surged in his heart. After more than 10 days of busy work, the living conditions of the tribe finally improved, and Yi Chun also had a long-lost idea, taking a bath. Since traveling through time and space, Yi Chun has been busy leading the tribe to solve problems such as water, food, and weapons. The busy day after day made him forget about his own hygiene, especially now that the weather is hot. He sweats all day long, and there is more and more dirt on his body. After having some free time today, Yi Chun could no longer stand the stench on his body and wanted to take a bath to make himself clean. Now, in addition to the clay pots for cooking broth, the tribe also has several clay pots specifically for storing water, so the problem of bathing water is solved. The most important thing to solve now is the problem of the bathing shed. Yi Chun has no interest in taking off all his clothes and taking a bath in front of the tribesmen, but he doesn't dare to find a secluded corner to take a bath. After much thought, I decided to build a simple shower shed directly in the camp so that I can take a shower safely. So he dragged over a few thick wooden sticks that had been prepared long ago and stuck them into the ground, then tied them into a simple frame with vines and ropes. In order to ensure that the bathhouse would not fall apart easily, Yi Chun specially reinforced it with mud and stones, and finally hung a piece of animal skin around it. Such a simple bathhouse was built. Although it was a bit crude, it at least guaranteed privacy and avoided the embarrassment of Yi Chun bathing naked in front of his fellow tribesmen. In order to take a bath this time, Yi Chun specially boiled a can of water, used 2 cans of clean water to adjust the water temperature, and finally added a bowl of prepared wood ash, and all the preparations were completed. Primitive tribes had nothing else to do, so they could only use wood ash to make soap. Although it was rough, it was quite effective in removing dirt. After completing all the preparations, Yi Chun walked into the bathhouse under the curious gazes of his tribesmen and took off the animal skin wrapped around his body. Smelling the sour smell coming from the animal skin, he resisted the urge to throw it away and silently said that waste is shameful and saving is glorious. He picked up a ceramic bowl, scooped warm water from it, and slowly poured it over his body. After wetting his body, He grabbed a handful of wood ash and gently rubbed it on his skin. The rough particles brought a refreshing feeling. As the warm water washed over him, the dirt on Yi Chen's body gradually disappeared, revealing his original wheat-colored skin. Looking at his clean arms, he felt a long-lost sense of relief. After taking a shower, I could clearly feel a lot more relaxed, and even my breathing became much smoother. Instead, the tribesmen outside the bathhouse, listening to the noise coming from the bathhouse and watching the black water flowing out, were very curious and couldn't help but want to lift the curtain to take a look. However, Yi Chen's prestige in the tribe is still very high. Although everyone is very curious, they still dare not disturb Yi Chen. As the curtain of the bathhouse was lifted, Yi Chen walked out with wet hair, and the tribesmen immediately surrounded him. Turned white. The careful women in the tribe discovered the problem at a glance. That is, Yi Chen was obviously much whiter than before he entered. That's nonsense. Before Yi Chen went in, there was dirt on his body that hadn't been washed off for several years. Now that he took a shower, he rubbed off all the dirt on his body. Isn't it equivalent to being white? Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Yi Chen did not hide anything and directly explained that this was a bath, which would make people clean and feel comfortable. The tribesmen nodded as if they understood, and the brave ones even reached out to touch Yi Chen's arm, and they could clearly feel that it had become much smoother. Everyone was shocked at this time. This bathhouse was so magical. A person would change so much after entering and coming out. Yi Chen quickly stopped everyone's chattering and told everyone what he had just done. He also took everyone to the bathhouse and demonstrated how he took a bath. The women's enthusiasm was instantly aroused, and they immediately started to boil water, even forgetting Yi Chen's advice not to use a clay pot that had been used to boil broth to boil water. All right, changing everyone's living habits is also part of improving the quality of life. Seeing several women fighting for the right to use the bathroom, Yi Chen hurried over and decided the order of use in a few words, thus avoiding a conflict. It seems that the power of loving cleanliness and beauty is enormous. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. After resolving the dispute among the women, the energetic Yi Chen immediately greeted everyone in the tribe. Everyone keep digging. Try to finish it all before the sun sets. Feeling refreshed after taking a shower, Yi Chen came to the center of the camp. Looking at the busy tribesmen, he nodded affirmatively. These 2 days, it was not just Sang and Hua who were busy in the tribe making pottery. The rest of the people in the tribe also did not rest. They were digging ditches. Seeing that the tribal camp was so large and open, it was not a good idea to leave it there, so he directed everyone to dig a ditch, the main purpose of which was to use it for drainage. Yi Chen was ready to start making bricks. The first thing he had to do was to build a wall around the camp. Next to the kiln by the lake, the bricks made of mud are already in a static state and are now mainly being air-dried. Back in the tribe, Yi Chen led everyone to complete the drainage first, so that the progress could be much faster if they acted separately. Yi Chen's proposal was also supported by everyone. The simple gate that Yi Chen built at the entrance of the cave 2 days ago gave everyone a greater sense of security. Now everyone can sleep peacefully in the cave at night and no longer have to worry about snakes, insects, rats, or ants coming in to hurt people. Everyone's enthusiasm is very high at the moment. After all, everyone likes to play in the camp with a greater sense of security. The camp area planned by Yi Chen is quite large, basically as big as a basketball court. However, due to the backwardness of current tools, the progress of digging drainage ditches is a bit slow. Chapter 22. The two people were shocked. The weather was still very hot and humid, and the midday sun was scorching everything on the earth without any mercy. After cleaning the drain, Yi Chen broke out in sweat again, feeling very uncomfortable. Now that everyone in the tribe can take a bath, Yi Chen has no hesitation. He asked the hunting team to fill the pottery jar with water and then catch a few fish. Then Yi Chen began his second bath. As soon as he walked into the simple bathroom he built, Yi Chen found that it was very clean and there was no water on the ground. Looking at this scene, Yi Chen sighed. It seems that primitive people also have mysophobia. It was just that the conditions limited it in the past. Now, under the influence of Yi Chen, everyone has gradually become accustomed to taking care of their personal hygiene and has also developed requirements for the cleanliness of this small bathroom. Before taking a shower this time, Yi Chen specially renovated the bathroom to make it more convenient for him to take a shower. A small platform was piled up inside with stones, which made it easier to take out and put the pottery pots without easily kicking the hot water over. Now, there is no need to worry too much about the fragility of the pottery jar. Yichen specially asked the women of the tribe to weave a cover with vines and bark ropes to tightly wrap the pottery jar. This pottery jar cover not only allows people to easily lift the empty pottery jar with one hand, but also plays a certain cushioning role when the pottery jar falls, preventing the pottery jar from breaking. While the water was boiling, Zay and Huang came to Yichen with shy expressions, hesitantly pointing at the hot water on the stove, indicating that they also wanted to take a bath. Yichen did not object to the two people's request. Just tell the two that the wounds on their bodies have not healed yet, and once they come into contact with water, it will cause severe pain, and even in severe cases, the wounds will become inflamed and fester. Inflammation and suppuration. The two of them silently repeated this unfamiliar word several times. After looking at each other, they saw confusion in each other's eyes. Inflammation and suppuration are two new words, and the two men have no idea what they mean, but they can understand that the wound will hurt when it comes into contact with water. After all, they all have many years of experience in hunting in the wild, and getting injured is commonplace for them. They knew the common sense that wounds should not be exposed to water, but they only had a vague understanding of why and the consequences of exposure to water. At this moment, the two of them looked at Yichen with eyes full of respect. Especially during the break, just now, the two chatted with the women in the tribe and learned that everything in the tribe, including pottery jars and bark ropes, were invented by Yichen. This news shocked the two of them. In their original concept, these things should just be decorations, and their main function is to look good. But after understanding the specific uses of these things, they will discover the wonders of these things, and Yichen's image in the minds of the two people will instantly improve a lot. In particular, this pottery jar that looks a bit strange can store clean water so easily, which makes the two people feel very curious and confused. The two racked their brains, but couldn't figure out what magical material they could use to make a useful pottery jar. In addition, the weapons in the hands of each member of the hunting team also surprised the two of them, especially the rope-shaped weapon that could be thrown a long distance at once, which completely broke their cognition. In addition, there is a square wooden shield that can withstand attacks from others. For the two people who go out hunting all year round, they can see the importance of this thing at a glance. These things that could obviously enhance the strength of the hunting team deeply attracted the attention of the two men, making them unable to extricate themselves. They stared at them, wanting to explore the mystery inside. Unfortunately, the two of them had not yet been able to get close to each other at this time, so they could only see it from a distance and had no way of knowing the specific mystery. Another magical discovery was that the two people accidentally discovered that the people of this tribe actually had strange things under their feet. They didn't know what it was specifically, but it looked quite thick and would definitely be comfortable to walk under, the two of them thought to themselves. Soon, the hunting team returned to the tribe panting, carrying 4 clay jars filled with water. Thinking about the lack of manpower, we have not been able to make any substantial breakthroughs in going out to fetch water. We can only fill 4 cans of water at a time and have to come back. In the past 2 days, Yichen has been considering whether to let the women of the tribe participate, mainly responsible for holding the pottery jars, and all the specific guarding work will be handed over to the hunting team. Looking at the two people who were still watching the fire beside him, Yichen rolled his eyes and immediately asked someone to bring 2 empty pottery jars over. Under the surprised eyes of the two people, Yichen handed over 2 empty pottery jars. Come on, come with us to get some water. The two people who were already quite interested in this thing nodded hurriedly and immediately began to look carefully at the pottery jar in their hands. In Yichen's eyes, the pottery jar was a relatively simple water container, but in the eyes of the tribesmen at that time, it was an exquisite water container, and this was no exception for Zay and Huang. Holding the pottery jar, he carefully followed the hunting team, observing the things on the hunting team members as he walked, and his curiosity could not be concealed at all. Yichen, who had been observing the two of them silently, just observed them silently, with a smile flashing across his lips without showing it. When they arrived at the lake, Zay and Huang's faces changed drastically. After all, the memory of this place for them was being chased by a pack of wolves, so their behavior immediately became cautious. Just right, there's a herd of giant deer over there. Looking at the group of giant deer drinking water leisurely by the lake, Shur immediately led the hunting team to slowly surround them, leaving only 2 people to protect Yichen, and by the way, to protect Zay and Huang. After the hunting cooperation over the past few days, the 3 members of Team Suashur have worked out a better pattern with the hunting team. The hunting team slowly moves towards the prey, while Team Soasher looked for terrain to ambush. As long as the hunting team finds the hunting location, the 3 members of the stone hunting team will quickly throw out the stone. Once the prey group is alarmed, the hunting team will pounce on it quickly. If a prey is hit directly by the rope stone, then you should quickly pounce on the prey and completely kill it first. As for the rest, you can wait and see if there's another opportunity. With just this operation, Sure led the hunting team to successfully knock down 2 giant horned deer and was very excited to carry the 2 deer. Zay and Huang, who were standing next to Yichun, were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't yet realized how they had suddenly succeeded in hunting 2 giant horned deer. In this dizzy state, Zay and Huang cooperated with the hunting team, filled the pottery jars in their arms with clean water, and then stared at the corpses of the giant deer carried by the hunting team, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 23: The Threat of Wolves. Even after returning to the tribe, Zay and Huang still looked dazed. Their eyes would occasionally glance at the weapons in the hands of the hunting team members, and then they would quickly pretend nothing had happened. Observing the looks of the two, Yichun couldn't help but smile. He knew that the two must be trying to figure out what weapons the hunting team members were holding, but they didn't dare to show it too obviously. However, the behavior of the two did seem a bit funny, especially in the eyes of Yichun, who was observant. After returning to the tribe, everyone started to get busy according to their established habits. Hujiji led the women to start cleaning the giant deer, and first asked the hunting team to peel off the skin with bone knives, who immediately took a stone axe and started to cut the venison. Several women had a stone slab in front of them. After washing it with clean water, they began to cut the venison into strips. The whole process was orderly. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and there was no confusion at all. Some of it was cooked in a clay pot to make a broth, and the rest was skewered on twigs and roasted over a fire. Seeing that everyone in the tribe was so orderly, Zay and Huang continued to admire them in a daze. As everyone finished their busy work, the aroma of broth and skewers wafted through the camp, making everyone swallow their saliva. Now Yichun's dining equipment is complete. In front of Zay and Huang, Yichun first put the grilled skewers on the plate in front of him. Then he slowly picked up the ceramic bowl filled with broth, took a sip slowly, and made a satisfied sound. Then he picked up the skewers of meat that had cooled down, put them in his mouth, and pulled them gently. Yichun originally wanted to win over Zay and Huang, so he did not withhold these things and gave both of them pottery bowls. At this moment, the two of them were holding the ceramic bowls and looking at the steaming broth. The experienced ones blew on it, and after slowly testing it, they swallowed a mouthful of the broth. After dinner, everyone started to clean up again, putting the pottery jars and bowls into the cave in an orderly manner, and then put a somewhat broken pottery jar in the bathroom. This is a failed pottery jar, but the lower half of the jar is intact. Only the upper mouth has a crack and cannot hold water. In order to maximize the value of any item, Yichun took the pottery jar back to the tribe and used it specifically to store the internal organs of prey. When you go to the lake to catch piranhas, you can use the internal organs in the pottery jar to make a nest. After everything was packed up, it was almost dark, and the tribesmen entered the cave in an orderly manner. After confirming that all the tribesmen had come in, the hunting team moved the wooden door that was placed aside. After the wooden door was moved, a fire was built in the corner of the wall, and a woman sat at the door to guard it. Originally, Yichun was planning to let the hunting team guard the gate, but when he thought about the small number of people in the hunting team in the tribe, if he asked one person to guard the gate all night, there would be even fewer people. After repeated consideration, Yichun decided to have a woman guard the wall and sit outside the cave door. This was specially left by Yichun when he built the wall for the cave. It is about 50 centimeters long, just enough for a person to sit under the wall and make a fire. Watching this series of operations, Zay and Huang looked at each other, and they could clearly see the sense of security in each other's eyes. After all, the two of them had been lying in the cave for 2 or 3 days and had never been attacked by snakes, insects, rats, or ants. The collapsed wall played an indispensable role in this. Having become accustomed to the sense of security brought by the wall, the tribesmen relaxed after entering the cave and quickly fell asleep. Yichun, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable. Now that everyone had completely relaxed, the snoring in the cave became even more deafening. We can't go on like this. We have to speed up the construction of the house and move out as soon as possible. During this period of time, Yichun has been planning that once the construction of the camp wall is completed, Yichun will immediately start building houses. Ouch! Woo. As he was thinking, Yi Chun, who was lying on the ground, suddenly heard the howling of wolves coming from the forest outside the cave. He was so scared that he sat up immediately. What's going on? These wolves haven't left yet. Hearing the wolf howls outside the cave, the tribesmen in the cave were awakened and were looking at the cave entrance in horror. The forest is extremely dangerous at night. If a pack of wolves approaches the cave camp, it will be a disaster for the tribe. After all, hungry wolves are very aggressive when hunting. It is dangerous to encounter one in the wild. And what if the wolf pack finds a tribe's camp? Given the wolves' vengeful nature, they would definitely set up an ambush and launch a sneak attack near the tribe. In order to allow everyone in the tribe to sleep peacefully, Yi Chun specifically asked Shur to bring the hunting team members to sit at the entrance of the cave and let the women guarding the gate outside come in as well. Everyone in the hunting team held a weapon and sat at the entrance of the cave, looking quietly into the distance. This made everyone in the tribe feel at ease, and they slowly returned to normal and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yi Chun brought the hunting team and 4 women to the edge of the lake, right next to the kiln. They started making bricks. After the wolf howling last night, everyone felt more determined to strengthen the security of the tribe. So when Yi Chun woke up early this morning, he proposed to build a wall directly next to the camp, just like the wall at the entrance of the cave, and immediately got everyone's agreement and support. Yi Chun didn't say anything more about this. He just brought the hunting team and 4 women over and started making bricks using the prepared brick molds. Because I was busy making pottery jars and various pottery utensils in the past few days, I didn't have a chance to make bricks, but Yi Chun also made the mold in advance. It is a mold made of 4 palm-wide wooden boards fixed with bark ropes. You just need to put the kneaded mud directly into the mold to shape it. Everyone was very motivated this time. Although they didn't know what this long piece of mud was for, everyone trusted Yi Chun very much. They started making these mud blocks according to Yi Chun's requirements. These people already had experience in making pottery pots, so making these mud blocks was even easier for them. In just one morning, 200 bricks were made. This was the result of the cooperation of only 5 people, 4 women and Yi Chun. Pan and 2 others from the hunting team were responsible for fetching water from the lake, and then coming here to pour the water into the mud. The 3 women were responsible for kneading the mud vigorously and mixing it with wood ash according to Yi Chun's requirements to increase the hardness of the bricks. Yi Chun and another woman were responsible for placing the mud in the mold, smoothing it out, taking it out to dry, and then putting it into the kiln after it was dry. Chapter 24, Wolf Attack. After a busy day, Yi Chun returned with the hunting team. The standard equipment was a ceramic jar filled with clean water, and each member of the hunting team returned with a piranha on his back. During this period, everyone has gotten used to it. Either the meat skewers are served with meat soup, or the meat skewers are served with fish soup. The main reason is that Yi Chun has been focusing on the construction of the tribe these days, so he has not had time to go out and explore. Of the 3 lottery opportunities given by the system, Yi Chun does not have time to use the remaining 2. But this does not affect Yi Chun's mood. The tribe is now able to change every 2 days, if it were not for the wolves nearby, who have not left. Yi Chun had a plan to speed up the construction of the tribal wall and had already started preparing to use the second lottery opportunity. This is not because Yi Chun is uneducated, nor is it because Yi Chun is lazy and has not carefully studied the knowledge in the system. This is because Yi Chun discovered that the animals and plants in this primitive world were very different from those in later generations. If some things were not carefully identified, it would be impossible to know what they were. The system's knowledge base and Yi Chun's own cognition are also based on the conjectures and experiments of later scientists. Of course, there is no opportunity to come to the primitive world to see in person. But now that I have this rare opportunity, I walked around the lake myself and found that the knowledge in books is definitely not enough. The plants by the lake looked harmless to humans and animals, but Yi Chun didn't dare to put them in his mouth easily, because Yi Chun himself valued his life very much. Yi Chun didn't dare to try unfamiliar plants easily. If he was unlucky and tasted some poisonous plants, his ambition would be over. After finishing today's dinner quickly, most of the tribe were too tired to bear it, so they chose to go into the cave early to rest. It wasn't just the hunting team and women who went out with Yi Chun who were busy in the tribe. The rest of the women in the tribe were also working very hard, making wooden shields. There is no other way. The tool that can quickly improve the tribe's defense is the wooden shield. According to Yi Chun's idea, everyone should have a wooden shield now. Then when the wolves really come, everyone will at least be able to resist a little, which will buy more time for the hunting team. The women of the tribe sat in the camp for a whole day and only managed to make 5 wooden shields, mainly because this required a lot of bark ropes. If there are not enough bark ropes, the rope will not be tied firmly and may fall apart with just one hit. Yichen also requires that it must be tied firmly. The stronger the wooden shield, the better the defense it provides to the tribesmen. Yichen understands this. The next morning, Yichen left the tribe with a hunting team and 4 women, who had eaten and drunk their fill, and headed towards the kiln. This time, before leaving, Yichen asked someone to return Huang and Zay's weapons to them. In the surprised eyes of the two, he also gave each of them a wooden shield that had just been made yesterday. He couldn't help showing a happy look on his face. He tied the wooden shield to his left hand in a serious manner and gestured with it twice. Seeing that the 2 men were already accustomed to going out with a hunting team and no longer considered themselves outsiders, Yichen was still very surprised. We have already come this far. Why haven't these 2 people given me some civilization points and chosen to surrender to me? But now is not the time to worry about this. We should at least wait until the wall is built before we can think of a solution. The current hunting team originally had 7 people, and with the addition of Huang and Zay, there are now 9 people. Yichen and 4 other women also held wooden shields and walked carefully in the center of the team, fearing to make any noise. But Yichen didn't expect that even though he was so careful, he was still targeted by the wolves. A group of people were walking cautiously, not realizing that there were several pairs of scarlet eyes staring at them not far away. And the wild wolf followed quietly behind, looking for a perfect opportunity. For the wolf pack, ambushing prey is the most important thing. Before finding the best opportunity to attack, the wolves can patiently watch until they find a flaw. Of course, Yichen and others at this time had no idea that there were more than a dozen wild wolves around them staring at them fiercely, and they walked cautiously along the way. Oh my God, the snakes are here to make their nests. Soon he saw the extinguished kiln. After opening it, Yichen hurriedly took a few steps back. Unexpectedly, he saw a snake as thick as an arm coiled inside, looking very comfortable. As the weather has slowly changed over the past few days, the temperature has gradually dropped, and there is already a hint of chilliness during the day and at night. At this time, there is a high-temperature stove in the wild, which is indeed a suitable snake nest for snakes. After hearing Yichen scream, Shur immediately ran over. He stretched his head and saw a snake coiled inside. A smile immediately appeared on his face. He used the wooden shield as a cover, quickly reached in with his right hand and pressed the snake's vital point, then immediately pulled the snake out, holding it in his hand and smiling happily. Seeing this, Yichen didn't say much. He wanted Shur to throw the snake farther away, but he didn't expect Shur to take the stone axe from someone else's hand. He chopped the snake's head with one blow, then used a stone axe to prop up the snake's head and threw it into the lake. The originally calm lake quickly became boiling hot. After losing its head, the snake that was originally wrapped around Shur immediately began to loosen up. Shur threw it directly into the pottery jar, thinking of taking it back to the tribe later. Seeing this, Yichen also became interested. Finally, he had other prey. He had never eaten snake meat before. He would take it back and stew some soup to drink, which would also be a way to nourish everyone. This episode was over quickly. After Yichen confirmed that there were no other snakes in the kiln, he took out all the bricks inside. Bang bang. Listening to the muffled sound made by the bricks, Yichen was quite satisfied. It showed that the quality of the bricks was still good. At least they would not break at the slightest touch. So when Yichen was on vacation, he asked everyone to continue working according to the method used yesterday, starting with making some new bricks. Then they would carry the remaining bricks back, so that the tribe would have bricks to build the wall, and all that was left was to stack them up. Before Pan and the other 2 walked far with their fishing rods and pottery jars, Yichen and others heard a scream. They were startled and immediately picked up their equipment and rushed over. Because it was not far, it took Yichen and others about 2 or 3 minutes to run there. They were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. There were 7 or 8 wild wolves as big as calves surrounding Pan, and the other 2, and 3 or 4 were attacking them. Fortunately, the 2 men acted quickly and simply lay on the ground and covered themselves with wooden shields. The wild wolf bit the wooden shields and tore at them, hoping to quickly end the life of its prey. Damn! Help! As Yichen said this, he asked Shur to lead the men to rush forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichen saw a rope stone flying out from his side. Chapter 25, The First Confrontation. Bang! A wild wolf that was biting the shield in Pan's hand fiercely suddenly fell to the ground and became unresponsive. Before the other wolves could react, subsequent ropes and stones came like raindrops. Although the accuracy of these rope stones was not that accurate, some of them hit the target. One of the rope stones hit the wolf's front leg, causing it to howl in pain. Roar! As a rapid roar came from the wolf pack. The remaining wild wolves also heard the Wolf King's order and quickly ran towards the hunting team that came to support. These wild wolves ran very fast and arrived in front of the hunting team in an instant, then pounced on them fiercely. Seeing this, the members of the hunting team did not hesitate. Thanks to the daily training in shield operation during this period, they reacted very quickly and directly held the shield in front of them. Bang! With a dull thud, the shield successfully blocked the wolf's advance and bite, preventing it from hurting itself. However, although the hunting team members were not injured, the wild wolf weighed more than 100 to 200 pounds after all, and the impact force was also very shocking. These powerful impacts forced the hunting team members who were using shields to resist to take several steps back before they could barely resolve the opponent's attack. In a battle in the wild, victory or defeat often happens in a split second. The real killer move is done in a flash of lightning. There is no back and forth of 20 or 30 moves like in later generations. Instead, the outcome is decided by a single move. This time, the previously invincible, hungry wolf pounces of this pack of wild wolves were easily resolved by the opponent. The wild wolves were also a little confused when faced with this situation. They really couldn't understand why these people suddenly became so powerful. They were actually able to withstand the strongest killing move of their own pack. The Wolf King was also a little surprised. He knew very well that according to the survival rules of the wolf pack, if the sneak attack failed, he would definitely not fight on. So the Wolf King howled without hesitation and ordered a retreat with just one howl. But before leaving, the Wolf King glanced at the wild wolf that was still unconscious on the ground and looked around at the wild wolf next to him whose leg had been broken. Then he stared at Yi Chun and the others for a few seconds before turning around and quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Looking at the wolves that had already left, Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to Pan and the other two to check. Shirzai brought the hunting team and went straight to the unconscious wolf. Without any hesitation, he hit the wolf's neck with a heavy axe. Squeak! As the blood spurted out, the wolf, who was originally unconscious, woke up briefly, but could clearly feel that he had suffered fatal injuries. The wolf lying on the ground groaned weakly and looked at the crowd surrounding it with difficulty, and the light in its eyes quickly faded. Yi Chun didn't have the mind to pay attention to this at the moment. He hurriedly checked the bodies of the two people and found that there were mainly some scratches from wolf claws, but no bites from wild wolves. Although these scratches look scary, they are not very deep and the bites are not fatal. Although there is blood all over the body, it is actually not fatal. Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief and came to the wolf's body. He saw that Shir had already chopped off the wolf's head and was holding it in his hand. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and the scene was full of blood. Yi Chun couldn't help but frowned. He didn't say much, but asked the hunting team to quickly pack up their belongings and the wounded, and everyone would be safe if they returned to the tribe as soon as possible. In this battle, not only Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief, but Pan and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had the shield invented and made by Yi Chun. They withstood the deadly bite of the wild wolf at the critical moment, which allowed them to delay until the hunting team came to rescue them. Otherwise, they would have been killed on the spot by the wild wolf's attack and quickly dragged away by the wolf pack to become food. This stuff is amazing. That's right. Otherwise, today will be miserable. While being helped up by their teammates, Pan and the other two couldn't help but sigh. The other team members who were cleaning up the battlefield also nodded with emotion. This is the primitive world, where all creatures are struggling to survive. While you're hunting, you may also become someone else's prey. This is a place where survival of the fittest takes place. But at this moment, Yi Chun was also a little worried. After all, the Wolf King stared at him and others before leaving, and this look made Yi Chun feel a chill down his spine. He knew that the Wolf King meant to come back for revenge and would not let him and the others off easily. Yi Chun didn't believe that the Wolf King was planning to come back and treat him to a meal. His fierce eyes were staring at him and the others. Although the battle ended with casualties on both sides, it was obvious that the wolf pack suffered greater damage. After all, one wolf was killed directly. The tribe also suffered considerable damage. Although Pan and the other two were not in danger of life, they were attacked after all. They would definitely need some time to recuperate after returning to the tribe. Putting all that aside, the two people who were very excited about this battle were Huang and Zhe. At that time, their tribe's hunting team was out hunting when they were targeted by a pack of wolves. The pursuit and escape along the way made Huang and Zhe break out in cold sweat every time they thought about it. But today's battle directly changed their views on hunting. It turns out that going out hunting does not just rely on luck. If you're lucky enough to encounter some prey that is not very powerful or is easy to hunt, then today's hunting trip will be rewarding. If you are unlucky and encounter an unbeatable beast, then you and your companions will just have to run away. But today's battle gave the two of them a complete revelation. That is, they can rely on external forces to hunt, such as stones that can be thrown and shields that can be tied to the hands. These are all very magical existences. Of course, after the battle, the two looked at everything in front of them and saw that the hunting team had escaped the attack of the wolf pack, and saw that one wolf in the pack was killed on the spot. The two of them immediately felt endless admiration for Yi Chun in their hearts, and there was only respect and admiration for Yi Chun in their eyes. They no longer dared to have any thoughts of looking down on Yi Chun. Soon the group returned to the tribe. Seeing Pan and the other two being helped back, covered in blood, the chief hurried over to check on them. When they saw the corpse of the wild wolf carried on the stone shoulder, everyone cheered again. They didn't expect that the tribe had become so powerful that they could directly compete with the wolf pack. Yi Chun also looked at the wolf's corpse and began to think, such a thick wolf skin must be very warm to wear in winter. He told Shur directly to carefully peel off the wolf skin so that he could make a wolfskin coat before winter came. Chapter 26: The Birth of the Wall. After making a meal with wolf meat for everyone, Yi Chun sat on the ground to rest after eating and drinking his fill and began to plan his next work plan. There is no way. This time, they have formed a blood feud with the wolf pack. This is definitely the biggest crisis of the tribe at present, but Yi Chun is not afraid. Now the tribe has also upgraded its long-range attack weapons, and there will definitely be better weapons to enhance combat effectiveness in the future. Combined with the hunting team's own combat effectiveness, they will be able to fight if they meet the enemy again. However, Yi Chun still hoped that there would be no more fighting. The habits of wild wolves had proved that if they could not be caught in one fell swoop, they would easily be attacked and retaliated. Everything we know today proves that even humans in the primitive world can be very powerful in combat as long as they master the use of tools. In fact, there's one thing that Yi Chun himself has not discovered. That is the huge improvement in his psychological endurance. Before traveling through time, Yi Chun had to repeatedly prepare himself mentally even to kill a chicken. However, in the nearly half a month since he sneaked in, Yi Chun's psychological endurance has been constantly improving, from the very beginning when he cut meat and cooked by himself. Even after such a fierce battle, there was no intense reaction. He just saw General Shur chopping off the wolf's head, and he didn't think there was anything wrong. Even Yi Chun himself didn't notice the change. The biggest reason is the change in identity and status, which has also changed Yi Chun's thinking. In the past, Yi Chun was thinking about how to make money and how to stand out. But what Yi Chun is thinking about now is how to survive, how to lead the people of the tribe to survive, and how to make his primitive life better. After understanding these, it is not difficult to understand why Yi Chun's thinking changed so quickly. On the other side, Yi Chun did not rest for long. He immediately brought the hunting team and the women of the tribe to the kiln by the lake again and continued to make bricks. There is no other way. What the tribe needs most right now is to build a wall around the camp so that everyone can rest in the camp with greater peace of mind. So Yi Chun also speeded up. In the kiln, he made bricks and dried them. And at the same time, he put the fired bricks together so that they could be taken back later. After bringing the fired bricks back to the tribe, Yi Chun led everyone to build the bricks. They stacked 2 bricks at a time and used mud as concrete to bond them together. Before dark, a 1.6-meter high brick wall was built. Although it was only 2 meters long at present, it had already given everyone in the tribe a sense of miracle. When the mold was made, the height of the bricks was set to about 5 centimeters. When the 32 bricks were stacked layer by layer, the majestic feeling immediately emerged. In addition, the bricks are 5 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters long, which directly presents a sense of regularity to everyone. Now Yi Chun was able to explain the function of the wall in detail. No one had seen this thing before, so no matter what Yi Chun said, no one was moved. But now a part of it has appeared in front of everyone, so Yi Chun can briefly tell everyone about the scale and function of this wall. Before going to bed at night, Everyone was fantasizing about what it would look like when the wall completely encompassed the camp, and everyone could rest and have fun freely in the camp in peace. Listening to Yi Chen's explanation in their own imagination, everyone couldn't help but fall asleep, including the chief, of course. The chief had never expected that the gods would teach his tribe such a magical method, allowing his tribe to live a better life. So before going to bed, the chief silently praised the gods in his heart. Early the next morning, Yi Chen continued to lead everyone to speed up the construction of the wall. Of course, Yi Chen did not have such good physical strength, as he was moving bricks here every day. Except for the first 3 days, Yi Chen personally led everyone to make bricks, burn bricks, and stack bricks. For the remaining 10 days, Yi Chen did not participate in the construction. Instead, he chose to provide on-site guidance to let everyone understand how to build the wall. Of course, Yi Chen was not idle during the following period of time. He watched the wall getting longer and longer, and the wolves did not appear again during this period. Without the harassment and threats from the wolves, the construction of the wall went very smoothly. Yi Chen also began to think about some of his own things. The biggest problem was sleeping. After his soul traveled through time, Yi Chen could tolerate most things, but sleeping was the only thing he really couldn't tolerate. The main thing is that the current lifestyle of the tribe is to sleep on the ground. This is really sleeping on the ground. Just close your eyes and lie down on the ground. Yi Chen really couldn't stand it. So during this period, he specially found Yin, the little girl who took care of him during his illness and had very good knitting skills. Because she was a little girl, she was able to understand some of Yi Chen's wild imaginations. So when Yi Chen asked Yin to weave a wooden board with vines and bark ropes, Yin did as he asked. Although his head was full of doubts, his hands did not slow down at all. According to Yi Chen's request, the branches that Yi Chen specially found were placed flat and then tied with vines so that the simplest bedboard was made. Then wrap it around with bark rope again so that it won't hurt people, and the branches used as supports have all been processed by Yi Chen. All the scars and corners of the branch have been removed with a stone axe, leaving behind a very smooth branch, each of which is as thick as an arm, absolutely guaranteed not to break easily. After wrapping the bark rope around it, the entire bedboard was ready. Yi Chen lay on it and tried it out. Apart from the looseness, there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, when everyone saw Yi Chen lying on the bedboard, their first reaction was that they didn't know what to say, even the chief. After all, there was open space everywhere in such a big cave, so they could just find a place to lie down. Why bother to make a special wooden board and go through so much trouble? But when Yi Chen found a piece of animal skin in the cave and spread it on the bed, the chief was speechless. He had not expected that Yi Chen had this skill. Seeing Yi Chen lying on the animal skin, the chief patted his head in sudden realization. Why didn't I think of that? This will definitely be more comfortable and warmer. Lying on the bed, feeling the softness of the animal skin on his body, Yi Chen couldn't help but groan, but then he started to get into trouble again. We have the bed frame and the bed, but what about the pillows? Chapter 27, The Changes of the Two. Although there was no pillow, Yi Chen was still able to sleep soundly on the bed, and his sleep quality was significantly improved. After all, the bedboard is much flatter than the ground, and the soft animal skin further enhances the overall comfort. After waking up, Yi Chen walked out of the cave refreshed, looked at the people busy in the camp, smiled, and nodded to everyone. Then he picked up a jar of clean water and began to wash himself simply. Now the tribe has an adequate supply of clean water, and there is no longer a shortage problem. So Yi Chen specially left a can of clean water for himself to wash and bathe during the day and night. No one had any objection to Yi Chen's action. After all, given Yi Chen's current status in everyone's hearts, there was no problem with using some water. Especially now that there is no water shortage, this little water will not affect everyone's life at all. After washing up, Yi Chen picked up his ceramic bowl, filled it with broth, and started drinking. Now that the conditions in the tribe have improved, Yi Chen made something special. After everyone had eaten, he boiled a pot of broth and kept another pot by simmering it over low heat. This is mainly to facilitate the hunting team. During this period, the hunting team is not only responsible for the tribe's hunting work, but also the work of going out to fetch water and transport bricks is given to the hunting team. The sharp increase in workload caused the hunting team members to get hungry very quickly. The purpose of leaving a pot was simple, which was to ensure that the hunting team could replenish their energy in time and not let them go out to work on an empty stomach. Yi Chen returned to his seat with the pottery bowl, sat down, and drank it full, looking at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. The camp was filled with laughter. Not long after, the hunting team came back with bricks on their backs. Each person had a basket on his back, which was full of ready-made bricks. This was the problem Yi Chun discovered when he was moving bricks on the first day. If he only relied on his hands to move bricks, the efficiency would be too low. Moreover, in order to ensure the safety of the brick movers, the hunting team needs to leave behind a few people to protect them. As a result, the number of bricks that can be moved each time is very limited. Therefore, Yi Chun immediately asked the women in the tribe to weave a backpack. These backpacks were woven from tree trunks and vines. They were not very large, but they could help the hunting team carry bricks more conveniently. In this way, each member of the hunting team carried a backpack, and each backpack contained 6 bricks. 7 people could bring back more than 40 bricks in one trip. They all had breakfast before going out to move bricks, so they didn't feel particularly tired after this trip. After a short rest, they started the work of building the wall. Yichen also quickly drank up the remaining broth in the bowl, then walked to the hunting team and watched quietly as they started building the wall. After some observation, he found that there was nothing wrong, so he turned and left without disturbing Shi and others who were busy. Among them, Huang and Zhe were busy building the wall, their movements becoming more and more skillful, as if they had already regarded this place as their own tribe. Looking at the two busy figures, Yichen also felt a sense of emotion. It seemed that the two had completely integrated into the tribal life. Yichen had never specifically asked about this, and he didn't know what the two people were thinking, but from the way they worked seriously, it seemed that they were full of affection for this tribe. However, Yichen had no way of knowing the two people's true thoughts. In addition, there were wolves roaming around the tribe, so even if the two wanted to leave, they didn't dare to leave easily. After all, the wolf pack sneak attack is very powerful, and the two are not sure whether they can return to the tribe safely. I came to sit beside Yin again. At this moment, Yin was busy weaving the basket in her hand. Ever since the people in the tribe discovered the function of the backpack, the women also liked it very much and wanted to make one for themselves. So after obtaining Yichen's consent, everyone started weaving. Yichen also considered this matter. It is impossible for all the work outside the tribe to be completed by the hunting team in the future. He will definitely let the women gradually adapt to leaving the tribe. And with the existence of backpacks, women can also hold weapons with both hands to better protect themselves in the wild. Chen, what's wrong? Seeing Yi Chun coming, Yun immediately stopped what she was doing, put the half-woven basket aside, and looked at Yi Chun with some admiration in her eyes. Yun, the bedboard you weave is very good. Anyway, good words don't cost money, so Yi Chun gave a thumbs up to Yun Yifun's praise, and then put forward his request again. Pillow. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Yun was also stunned, looking at Yi Chun, waiting to give him guidance and explanation. Yi Chun immediately told Yun his idea, which was to use vines to weave something in the shape of a brick. This was an explanation Yi Chun thought about for a long time, because no one in the tribe knew the function of the pillow, let alone the shape of the pillow. So I thought of using bricks as an analogy. The difference is that this pillow is made of vines, and is filled with bark rope and vines to ensure its softness. This is another innovation of Yi Chun. He uses branches and vines to weave a rectangular pillow frame similar to a brick. He then uses vines and bark ropes to tie the inside into a ball to make the pillow core, and then wraps the outside with bark ropes. In this way, a simple pillow is ready. He just didn't understand the meaning of this pillow, but after Yi Chen's explanation, Yin quickly understood it and immediately went to the cave to drag out a handful of bark ropes and vines. Now, thanks to Yi Chen's command and layout, the storage of things in the entire cave has become much more standardized. Items such as bark ropes, vines, and pottery jars are all placed in an orderly manner and will not interfere with everyone's sleep and rest. While Yin was weaving according to an idea she understood, Yi Chun was correcting and guiding her in time. With Yun's skillful hands, the pillow soon took shape. Taking it in his hand and looking at it, Yi Chun couldn't help but nodded. Seeing this action, Yin couldn't help but smile. Yi Chun hurried to his bed and was about to lie down to try the pillow when he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He found an uninvited guest on his bed. It was the chief who had not appeared in the camp. He did not expect that the chief, who he thought was busy, was now sleeping soundly on his bed. Although there was no pillow, the chief's snoring could be heard, indicating that he was sleeping soundly at the moment. Ahem. Turning his head to look at Yun, who was smiling, Yi Chun couldn't help coughing twice, hoping to wake the chief up, but he didn't expect the chief to have no reaction at all. Chapter 28, The Chief's Experience. Looking at the current situation, if Yi Chun didn't wake the chief up, the chief would probably sleep in bed until he woke up naturally. For Yi Chun, this won't do. He had originally intended to try out the comfort of the newly made pillow by lying on himself. And as a person who had traveled through time, Yi Chun also had a considerable degree of misophobia. I didn't have this habit before, simply because the conditions were limited and I couldn't meet his obsessive-compulsive disorder. Now that the conditions in the tribe have improved, Yi Chun is going to start pursuing a better quality of life. At the very least, your bed cannot be occupied by others at will. This is the most basic bottom line. So Yi Chun squatted down and gently pushed the chief. The sleeping chief was immediately awakened. When he saw Yi Chun squatting beside him, he came to his senses. "What's wrong?" the chief asked puzzledly as he sat up. "Nothing, just asking if you slept well." After hearing Yi Chun's question, the chief scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He immediately stood up again in front of Yi Chun, touched the bedboard under him, and gave Yi Chun a thumbs up. "Chun, you invented a great thing. You have to experience the bed yourself to know how comfortable it is." This experience made the chief sigh with emotion. In the past, everyone just slept anywhere on the ground. If you turned over, you would be woken by the stones. It was really uncomfortable. Now I sleep on a bed with vines and animal skins as double padding. It's much softer to sleep on, and I can turn over at will without worrying about being woken up. Yi Chun smiled and nodded, having expected the chief to have such a reaction. After all, for primitive people, the bed is indeed a novel thing, and it can quickly change everyone's cognition. You should know that there are not many flat areas in the cave. The best ones have been occupied by the chief, and the few remaining flat areas are also occupied by the hunting team. When other people sleep, they can only find places to sleep in other places, most of which are uneven. However, due to limited conditions, everyone has become accustomed to this situation and there are no excessive complaints. After all, this is life. When there is no condition to change it, you can only accept it. But today, after experiencing the newly created bedboard by Yi Chun, the chief immediately fell in love with the comfortable feeling. At this moment, the chief sat on the bed, gently stroking the animal skin with his hands, feeling the warmth and comfort it brought, and didn't want to leave it all. And there was a signal in his eyes. This was what the chief liked, and his eyes revealed an unconcealable liking for him. Yi Chun was also very helpless about this. He knew very well that the chief had a stubborn temper, so he could only start thinking and said countless nice things to coax the chief. Hearing Yi Chun's promise, the chief couldn't help but laugh. Yi Chun promised to ask Yun to help him make a bedboard today. Yun, who was standing by, was also full of questions. How could I fulfill the agreement between you and the chief? Yun, who was originally smiling, could no longer smile at this moment. She stared at Yi Chun with wide eyes. "I always feel like something is wrong." After the chief left, Yi Chun lay on the bed and tried the pillow. It was still a bit hard. After all, it was made of vines and branches. It was definitely not as comfortable as the pillow before he traveled through time. Yi Chun had no good solution for the time being. Apart from wrapping it with 2 layers of animal skin, there was no other way. Then he smiled and asked Yin to help make one for the chief. After a long speech, Yin nodded firmly. After Yi Chun's brainwashing, Yin also felt that the chief really needed a bedboard. After all, he had made a lot of sacrifices for the tribe, so it was only natural for him to work harder to make one for the chief. Seeing Yin walking out of the cave with a bundle of vines in his arms with a determined look on his face, Yi Chun walked out of the cave with satisfaction. After walking out of the cave, Yi Chun saw that the hunting team had brought back a pile of bricks and was sweating profusely while building a wall. Pan and the other 2 were also helping. After 2 days of recuperation, the wounds on their bodies had healed a lot. With the nourishment of fish soup and meat skewers, the 2 recovered quickly. Seeing that both of them were ready to participate in wall building, Yi Chun's eyes lit up, and he was very interested in this Yi Chun. When the hunting team helped the 2 men back to the tribe, the people in the tribe were frightened, and the chief was also very surprised. Yi Chun hurriedly asked the hunting team to lay the 2 men down and asked someone to bring a can of clean water to help them clean their wounds. He didn't notice Chio, who usually sat on the ground. While everyone was watching the injured, he crawled into the cave alone, quickly found his treasured herbs, put them in his mouth, chewed them, and crawled out. Yi Chun had just finished cleaning the wounds of the 2 people. Seeing that the wounds were still bleeding, he was extremely anxious. Thinking that Ash also had a certain hemostatic effect, he decided to give it a try. At this time, Chio quickly crawled in front of the 2 of them, caught the herbal residue, spit out of his mouth with his hands, and applied it to the two of them little by little. At this time, Yi Chun, who came back holding the wood ash, was also stunned. He did not expect that a disabled person in the tribe could have such magical powers. Yi Chun also asked the chief and Shur, and found that neither of them objected to Chio's approach. They said that Chio had helped the hunting team treat wounds in the same way before. Yi Chun finally realized that there was actually a great doctor in his tribe, but he had not noticed it before. Yi Chun did not interfere with Chio helping the two of them apply the herbal residue. He just asked him to make a pot of fish soup for them every day and give them a few skewers of meat at mealtime. In these short 2 days, with the help of Chio's herbs and Yi Chun's meat soup and skewers, the two of them recovered quite well. Yi Chun took a closer look at their wounds and found that they had healed. After briefly telling the hunting team to keep going, Yi Chun came to Chio's side and saw that Chio was still diligently polishing the weapon in his hand. Chio, who was polishing his weapon, suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes. He looked up and found that it was Yi Chun. He immediately stood up and looked at Yi Chun, asking Yi Chun what was the matter. After the tribe had enough clean water, Yi Chun also improved Chio's weapon polishing method. He found him a flat stone slab, and then taught him to wet it with clean water and polish it in one direction, so that he could polish the weapon better. Chio was overjoyed when he learned this method. From then on, he devoted himself to helping the hunting team polish their weapons. It was also because of Yi Chun's high prestige in the tribe that he was not angry after disturbing Chio's work. Chapter 29, Autumn's Hope. Yi Chun was interested in Chio's past these 2 days, so he asked the chief and Shur about it, and found out that this person was not an ordinary person. Chio was originally a fierce general in the tribal hunting team. He was usually very brave and very good at hunting. However, during one hunting trip, he was attacked by a wild beast and had one of his legs bitten off on the spot. When he returned to the tribe, he was breathing more than he was breathing in. But even in this situation, Chio relied on his knowledge of herbal medicine, gritted his teeth and applied herbal medicine on his broken leg, and finally woke up after being in a coma for several days. He survived, but his right leg below the thigh was bitten off, and from then on he could only crawl on the ground. When he woke up and looked at his broken right leg, he cried bitterly and then became silent. After a period of self-abandonment, Chio finally pulled himself together and continued to help the hunting team sharpen their weapons and play his role. We sat down and chatted briefly. I learned that Chio had accidentally discovered that this herb could help heal wounds when he was out one day, and he developed the habit of picking herbs. However, because he was injured later and could no longer leave the tribe, the stock of herbs became very small and was soon used up. Chio also asked the hunting team to help collect some when they went out, but the people in the hunting team really knew nothing about herbs. They kindly picked a bunch of herbs and brought them back, but found out that they were not the real herbs at all. Chio was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot, but he also knew that these people had limited knowledge and did not know how to identify herbs. In desperation, Chio had to ask the hunting team to bring back some every time, and then he would slowly identify it himself. So the stock of this herb has always been very small. Then why didn't you give it to Huang and Zhe when they were injured? Knowing that Chio had very few stocks of this herbal medicine that could help heal wounds, Yi Chun nodded and asked the question in his mind. They're not from our tribe. While polishing the stone axe in his hand, Chio said this casually. Yi Chun was stunned when he heard this, but after thinking about it carefully, Chio's idea was not wrong. After all, these herbs are very effective, and there are only a limited amount in stock, which means they cannot be used casually. If he saved Huang and Zhe, but failed to save the people of his own tribe, it would be a sin for Chio. Do you still have this herb? There's still a little bit left, not much more. As Chio said this, he put down the weapon he was sharpening and prepared to crawl into the cave to get the herbs. Yi Chun hurriedly held him down and told him not to take them out. Then haven't you ever thought about going out and looking for it yourself? From what you said, this kind of herb is quite difficult to find. After hearing Yi Chun's words, Chio's originally calm face finally showed a trace of sadness. I can't leave the tribe now, and I don't dare to look for herbs. Holding back the sadness in his heart, Chio did not stop. He quickly suppressed his sadness and continued to polish the weapon in his hand. What if I can make you stand up? What if I can make you walk? As soon as he finished speaking, Chio stared at Yi Chun with wide eyes, opened his mouth and moved it, but did not say a word. This problem is very difficult for primitive people, but it is not difficult for Yi Chun. The simplest way is to make a pair of crutches for Chio. After a brief familiarization, Chio was able to stand up and walk with the help of crutches. After a period of training, leaving the tribe would not be a problem. There is the danger of being attacked by wild beasts in the wild. But if he has the protection of the hunting team and improves his proficiency in using the crutch, then there should be no problem as long as he is near the tribe. What people fear most is having no hope, and people's greatest power is the power of hope. Yichen didn't say much, just smiled and patted Chio's shoulder, telling him not to be sad and that he would find a way to help him stand up again. After hearing Yichen's assurance, the excitement on Chio's face became more obvious. He immediately muttered, but no sound came out. He just looked at Yichen with hope. If anyone else in the tribe said this, Chio would definitely punch him on the spot. Even the chief wouldn't be able to do anything about it. After all, it has been going on for a few years, and there has been no solution. However, based on Yichen's performance in recent times, Chio still believed in these words. After all, Yichen had created too many miracles, so why couldn't he create a miracle for Chio? Without saying anything else, Yichen just nodded firmly to Chio, then stood up and left with a smile. I came to the wall again and continued to check the wall building work. After all, this is currently the largest construction project in the entire tribe. Yichen did not dare to be careless. He would come over to check every once in a while and solve any problems he found in a timely manner, otherwise there would be a risk of the wall behind collapsing. The overall project progress is still very fast. In 2 days, the length of the wall is almost 10 meters, and it looks very solid overall. However, because the area of the camp to be enclosed is not small, about the size of a basketball court, Yichen simply estimated that it would take at least 50 to 60 meters to build a wall. In addition, one end of the wall starts from the stone wall, so it seems that there is still quite a distance to go before it can surround the entire camp. Everyone in the tribe is now looking forward to the completion of this wall. After all, this 10-meter long, 1 meter too high, and 10-centimeter thick wall has brought everyone an unparalleled sense of security. Now the women of the tribe have begun to intentionally move closer to the wall. When they weave things, they will unconsciously sit under the wall. After all, this way they can pay less attention to the dangers on both sides. As long as some people sit against the wall and the other people sit against the stone wall of the cave, they can directly observe everything outside the camp, and everyone's sense of danger will be much less. Seeing that the wall was already 10 meters long, Yichen quickly took advantage of everyone's attention and used 2 wooden sticks to stick into the ground at the joint of the wall, indicating that the next time the wall was built, it would start from the other stick. The hunting team was also puzzled by this. Wasn't it built to protect the tribe? Why did they leave a gap wide enough for 2 people? Yichen couldn't help but roll his eyes at this and asked the hunting team members directly, "If you don't leave a way out, how are you going to get out when the time comes?" "This is the door left for us. It's the door at the entrance of the cave." Pointing to the simple door at the entrance of the cave, the hunting team members suddenly realized what was going on and smiled embarrassedly with their heads down. Chapter 30, Winter Worries. As night fell and the stars dotted the sky, the tribesmen sat together and enjoyed dinner. After dinner, everyone entered the cave and tied the wooden door at the entrance to ensure safety. Everyone lay on the ground relaxedly, and a feeling of fatigue instantly hit them. Among the lying tribesmen, 2 people stood out. These 2 people are the chief and Yichen. Everyone else is habitually lying on the ground, but these 2 are lying leisurely on their own beds, feeling the comfort of the bed. The one who enjoyed it the most was Yichen. He was lying on the bed, his head resting on the soft pillow, stretching his body. Yichen stared quietly at the dark mountain top, but his mind was already full of thoughts. Nowadays, the temperature at night has begun to gradually drop. Although it is still hot during the day, the nights have become noticeably colder. When the sun set, everyone packed up and walked into the cave. Yichen clearly felt a cold wind blowing. Fortunately, the cave was not affected too much and remained warm. Yichen thought silently that what he needed most now might be a quilt. As the weather gradually gets colder, the nights will become more and more biting. Without adequate warming measures, the tribesmen will find it difficult to withstand the cold weather. It is impossible to survive the harsh winter with just this bedboard. As he thought about it, Yichen thought of the wolf skin that he had peeled off from a wild wolf. It was thick and fluffy and felt very comfortable to touch. Of course, the fishy smell was automatically filtered out by Yichen. Yichen couldn't help but fall into thought. It would definitely be very warm if this wolf skin was made into clothes, but it's a pity that there is only 1 piece. As a result, the other members of the tribe still have no clothes to survive the winter. Thinking of this, Yichen felt annoyed. In Yichen's previous memories, every winter everyone would lie in the cave, relying on animal skins to keep warm. However, if the hunting team wants to go out hunting, they must wrap all the animal skins of the tribe and go out hunting. If they bring back prey, everyone will have food to eat. If they don't get any, everyone will starve. The hunting team also tied all the animal skins of the tribe on their bodies. Even so, they were still shivering from the cold. After all, their hands and feet were still exposed. This method is definitely unacceptable to Yi Chun. He absolutely cannot stay in the cave with everyone for several months. All he can do every day is silently hope that the hunting team can catch prey. The main thing is that there is nothing in this cave. Everyone has been spending several months just staring at each other in amazement. Yi Chun is sure that he will go crazy from being suffocated. In the end, Yi Chun chose to use this wolf skin to make clothes so that Yi Chun could walk out of the cave even in winter. As for what to do with the clothes of the tribesmen later, Yi Chun was also thinking about it, but he couldn't think of any good solution for the time being. Just like that, Yi Chun fell asleep while daydreaming. Since the temperature in the cave was quite high, it was okay not to cover himself with a blanket for the time being. Yi Chun has rarely entered the system during this period. He has already memorized the contents of the interface very well. He has more than 30 civilization points, which can be used for lottery. However, 2 of the 3 raffles given by the system have not been drawn yet, so Yi Chun has not entered the system for the time being. The main task during this period is to build the tribal wall to fully guarantee the safety of the tribe members. Only then will Yi Chun plan to use the system to draw the lottery for the second time. The next morning, Yi Chun woke up early. With the bedboard, Yi Chun's sleep quality was significantly improved, and he got up early in the morning. While the hunting team had just gotten up, Pan and the other 2 were among them, holding ceramic bowls and drinking broth with happy looks on their faces. Yesterday, Yi Chun checked the 2 of them and found that they were completely fine. He allowed them to return to the hunting team. They'd been lying in the cave for 2 days and felt uncomfortable all over. Now they are very motivated. After hearing Yi Chun ask the hunting team to chop some branches, Pan and the other 2 took up the task without hesitation. After carefully inquiring, they went out with their weapons. After the experience of being ambushed by wolves last time, the 2 are now very vigilant. Even if they're just cutting some branches near the camp, they will only go after they are fully equipped. Soon the 2 men came back dragging 2 2-meter-long branches. After reporting to Yi Chun, they took a short rest and left with the hunting team. The tribe's hunting team now has a very heavy task. Every day after waking up, they have to take the women of the tribe out to the lake to fetch water and catch fish in order to replenish the supplies needed by the tribe today. Then he brought a few women to the kiln, first took out the bricks fired yesterday afternoon, then made and fired today's bricks, and then carried the fired bricks back. Fortunately, the weather's been good these days. Although the sun is still scorching during the day, it has not rained. Otherwise, a rain would delay the construction of the wall for a few days. On the other side, Yi Chun dragged 2 branches he had just cut to Chio's front and replied clearly in front of Chio's burning gaze that these were the tools that could help him stand up. Yi Chun did not have the skill to make 2 branches as thick as arms and crutches. Chio had to do the specific operation himself, and Yi Chun was only responsible for guidance. Fortunately, Chio was responsible for sharpening weapons, and he had a sharp stone axe himself. Yi Chun left marks on the branches according to his idea, and asked Chio to cut it into several sections of different lengths. Before going to bed last night, he specially logged into the system to check and learned about the structure of the crutch in detail. Combined with the current actual situation, Yi Chun chose the simplest one, which is to use the mortise and tenon structure. There is no other way. There are no nails or hammers in the tribe now. Everything is made of wood. Among the joints of the crutch, only the mortise and tenon structure is the most reasonable and solid. If you use a rope to tie it, it will fall apart in a few days. After all, the crutch has a single fulcrum and the rope cannot be tied tightly. It is relatively simple to cut the branches into several pieces. Even if you only use a stone axe, it just takes a little more effort, but making mortise and tenon joints is a bit difficult. To this end, Yi Chun adopted the method of burning with charcoal fire. He used stones to mark the position of the interface, placed a piece of charcoal fire in the place that needed to be hollowed out, and blew gently to let the fire burn slowly. Chio was quite experienced in this matter. The few small wooden barrels in the tribe were made by burning charcoal fire, as taught by Yi Chun. In this way, a busy morning passed. Yi Chun checked the hunting team's wall-building work while guiding Chio in making the joints of the crutches. By lunchtime, the joints of the crutch had been almost fired, and all that was left was polishing. After all, the fired interface is still very rough, and I don't know if it can be inserted with a branch. It needs to be polished. Chapter 31, The Miracle of the Tribe. After lunch, Yichen originally planned to take a nap, but was stopped by Chiyo. Looking at Chiyo's pleading and expectant eyes, his heart softened, and he had no choice but to give up his nap. He stood up and walked to the pottery jar, washed his face with clean water, and then started making crutches with Chiyo. Now, every part of the crutch has been completed, and even the mortise and tenon joints have been fired. However, these interfaces still need further polishing. After all, the interfaces made by firing cannot be compared with those directly dug with tools and cannot meet the standards for direct use. At this time, special tools are needed, and a small bone knife is used. Use a special small bone knife to carefully chisel away the excess part at the interface to ensure better splicing. This process mainly requires patience. If you are not careful, the structure of the interface will be damaged, but such trimming will also make the interface better connected together. The two of them used their crutches to try it out, and when they found that it couldn't be put together, they used a small bone knife to grind a little more. In this way, the interface gradually becomes smoother and the splicing becomes more perfect. In this way, time passed little by little, and the originally quiet camp became lively again. The tribesmen have finished their lunch break and are ready to start their afternoon work. The hunting team continued to take the women to make bricks, and the remaining women continued to weave bark ropes. Yichen asked the women to weave as many bark or turf ropes as possible, which is now the tribe's largest consumable. Whether it is making rope stone bags or bark bags, the consumption is very high, so Yichen asked everyone to step up production to meet the needs of the tribe. As one branch after another was polished and pieced together, a strange object appeared in front of Chiyo. Chiyo took in his hand and looked at it repeatedly. Although this thing was made by Chiyo and Yichen together, Chiyo had no idea what the crutch was used for or what it looked like, so after it was made, he had no idea what to do with it. However, Yichen was very satisfied when he looked at the crutch at this moment. He felt a sense of accomplishment because he made it with tools such as the stone axe and the bone knife. This crutch is a simplified version of the medical crutch of later generations, which is the most common crutch placed under the armpit to assist walking. However, due to the lack of tools, it changed from being wide at the top and narrow at the bottom to being the same width at the top and bottom. It is simply two wooden sticks of the same length. A short stick is used as a horizontal beam at the top to be placed under the armpits as a fulcrum for the arms, and another short stick is added in the middle to prevent uneven force. In this way, a one-handed crutch was made. Since it was the first time, Yichen chose to make one pair first, and let Chiyo make the other pair himself. Yichen took the crutch from Chiyo's hand, interrupted Chiyo's observation, tucked the crutch under his armpit, and began to demonstrate to Chiyo. Look, like this, like this. Can't we go now? Lifting his right leg, Yichen pretended to be disabled in his right leg and walked on tiptoe with the help of a crutch. Chiyo, who was originally a little confused, suddenly brightened up his eyes when he looked at Yichen's walking posture and even looked excited. Looking at Chiyo's excited expression, Yichen smiled and handed over the crutch in his hand, quickly tucked it under his armpit, and wanted to stand up excitedly. But at this moment, Chiyo had been broken in the leg for a long time, so long that he had forgotten the feeling of walking, and he couldn't even muster the strength to stand up while squatting on the ground. Yichen quickly walked over and helped Chiyo up, letting him put his left hand on his shoulder and asked them to stand up together. Huff, huff, huff. Although Chiyo had just stood up and had not started walking yet, his breathing became rapid when he saw Yichen, who was a head shorter than him. Turning his head to look around, seeing his busy tribesmen, Chiyo's eyes began to turn red, and he couldn't help but choked up. Don't panic, don't panic. We haven't even started walking yet. Why are you so excited? Seeing Chiyo's eyes already red, Yichen quickly interrupted his excitement and asked him to walk slowly at his own pace. After living with a broken leg for many years, Chiyo has forgotten how to use his legs to walk normally. At this moment, he is leaning on a crutch and staggering even with Yichen's support and cannot walk at all. Yichen could accept this situation. After all, he had not exerted normal strength for so many years, so how could he walk normally as soon as he got a crutch? But for Chiyo, this man, he was very angry. How could he even forget how to walk? The people who were still busy were also attracted by Yichen's voice. Yichen supported Chiyo and walked carefully, saying words like "be careful" and "come on," which quickly attracted everyone's attention. Just with this one glance, everyone was stunned. Chiyo, who had been broken for many years, miraculously stood up at this moment. Because they had no concept of time, no one knew how long Chiyo had been breaking his leg, but the only thing they knew was that his memory of walking normally had become blurred. Although Yi Chun supported him, Chiu was unable to maintain his balance. After taking a few steps, he completely lost control and fell to the ground with Yi Chun. Ouch! Bang! With Yi Chun's exclamation, the two men fell heavily to the ground, but before they could react, thunderous cheers broke out around them. In the eyes of everyone, this was definitely a miracle that could only be bestowed by God, allowing Chiu Yi, who had lost one leg, to stand up again. On the contrary, Chiu and Yi Chun, who fell heavily to the ground, were also confused. Why did everyone suddenly become excited? When they were waiting for them to react, they saw that everyone had run to their side, surrounded them in a circle, and started cheering for them. The chief in the cave was also shocked by the sudden cheers outside the cave. He ran out of the cave in a hurry. Seeing everyone gathered in a group, he didn't know what was going on and hurriedly tried to squeeze into the crowd. Seeing the appearance of the chief, everyone calmed down. They began to talk to the chief in a few words, and everyone couldn't help dancing. Standing up? Who? Chiu. Chiu stood up. Listening to everyone telling him about the situation, the chief was also confused. Chiu had been broken for so long. How could he suddenly stand up? At this moment, Yi Chun also realized that everyone should be cheering for Chiu. So he did not explain to the chief, turned around, picked up the crutch that fell aside, and handed it to Chiu. Then he helped Chiu up again and let him continue to practice walking with crutches with his support. This? Chiu, can you really stand up? Looking at Chiu in front of him, although his walking posture was very strange, he was able to start walking slowly with the support of Yi Chun. He also opened his mouth wide and thought for a long time without knowing what to say. A magical scene appeared at the scene. As Chiu walked slowly, everyone cheered with every step, making the scene as lively as a star-chasing meeting. So as everyone cheered and he slowly regained the familiar feeling of walking, Chiu could no longer hold back, opened his mouth wide, and started crying loudly. In this way, amid everyone's cheers and Chiu's crying, the tribe spent a shocking afternoon. Yi Chun had a hard time comforting everyone and letting them return to their posts. Especially the hunting team, Yi Chun asked them to speed up the construction of the wall so that everyone could play in the camp with peace of mind. This time, when everyone knew that it was the magic weapon invented by Yi Chun that allowed Chiu to stand up and walk again, everyone's admiration for Yi Chun reached its peak, and no one dared to disobey Yi Chun's orders. Under Yi Chun's command, everyone finally quieted down and returned to their respective jobs, but their faces still had the excitement from before, and they couldn't help but sneak a peek at Chiu, who was still trying hard to practice walking. Chapter 32. Changes in the Tribe. Time passed quickly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the wall of the tribal camp was completed. Looking at the half-man-high wall protecting the people in the camp, everyone in the tribe felt an unprecedented sense of peace and security. This wall is much stronger than the temporary earth wall, made of stones and mud at the entrance of the cave. The bricks stacked together in an orderly manner give people a strong sense of layering and power. On the day the wall was completed, Yi Chun excitedly announced to everyone, "We are going to celebrate." A hunting team was specially arranged to catch more than a dozen fish from the lake, and paired with the fresh venison obtained from hunting, it was prepared to be a banquet. Everyone in the tribe ate with all their heart, and after finishing their meal, they sang and danced loudly. Even the chief, who usually stayed in the cave, was infected by the atmosphere after eating and drinking, and stood up to dance for everyone. You know what? There must be some kind of rhythm, and when the chief was dancing, everyone watched quietly until the chief finished dancing and everyone started shouting loudly. It was also during these 10 days that Chiu worked tirelessly to practice walking with crutches. Now I can walk steadily and slowly, although I still fall occasionally. But the good news is that Chiu was able to stand up quickly after falling. In the past 2 or 3 days, as Chiu was able to walk out of the cave slowly and independently, his mental state also changed significantly. Chiu's face was also filled with more smiles, which was in sharp contrast to his previous taciturn appearance. In the past, Autumn often gave people a silent and unapproachable impression. When someone asked about it, it would always say a few brief sentences and then stop talking. Then he would find a corner and concentrate on polishing his weapons, not caring about other things in the tribe at all. When Chiu walked out of the cave now, there was always a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of smiles. He was completely different from before. After completing the construction of the tribe's most important wall, Yi Chun felt a lot more relaxed. He no longer had to worry day and night about the camp being attacked by wild beasts. Now the tribe only needs to send one person to guard the wall every day, and the rest of the people can do their own things in the camp without worry. The consent of all the people in the tribe was obtained for the century of people to guard. According to Yi Chen's request, each woman in the tribe would be responsible for 1 day of guarding. There are a total of 15 adult women in the tribe, not including Yun, who is still a minor. Each of them is responsible for guarding for a day. They don't do anything during the day, but keep an eye on the movements outside the tribe and shout if they find anything. Now, Yi Chen has explicitly asked everyone in the tribe to practice stone pulling. Except for a little kid who can't even walk properly, everyone is practicing. Even Xiao, who had just gotten used to walking, was now practicing stone pulling every day. He was not allowed to practice at that time because he was unable to move. Xiao is now very interested in rope stones, and because he has been honing weapons for many years, his hand strength is very great, and the rope stones he throws fly fast and far. His accuracy is just a little off, mainly because of the lack of coordination of his limbs. If he becomes more skilled, he will definitely be a powerful warrior. In this way, as long as there is any movement outside, everyone in the camp can immediately launch an attack and throw out 20 or 30 rope stones at a time. The power is so great that Yi Chen dare not imagine it. After solving the tribe's guarding problem, Yi Chen was now completely relaxed and began to plan for the second lottery. The last time I drew the lottery, I was too panicked and ended up drawing a fish. I didn't expect it was near the tribe and the hunting team could find it by themselves. As a result, I wasted an opportunity. This time, Yi Chen didn't dare to deal with it casually. He had to be fully prepared. For example, the system would guide you to get the prize, but you were responsible for finding it yourself. This leads to a series of problems. The navigation only tells you how to get there, but does not tell you how far it is. You can only follow the navigation. Yi Chen considered these issues carefully. For example, if the prize drawn the second time was too far away, would he and the hunting team be able to reach it, and would they be able to come back after reaching it? After Yi Chen and the hunting team left, would the tribe be able to protect itself? After all, the remaining ones were no longer the main combat force. The most important point is whether Yi Chen has the ability to survive in the wild and bring back the prize. This is what Yi Chen is considering. After all, the farthest place Yi Chen has been away from the tribe is the lake. He has never been to other places and has no idea how dangerous the wild is, especially how dangerous it is in the wild at night. In other words, drawing a lottery means leaving the tribe to look for the prizes given by the system, and Yi Chen has to go there in person. Only Yi Chen can see the navigation, and the hunting team has no way of knowing the specific location. So before officially preparing for the system lottery, Yi Chen also began to plan to do something to improve the hunting team's equipment and strengthen the tribe's defense capabilities. Only in this way can everyone's safety be guaranteed. Yi Chen's safety will be guaranteed when he follows the hunting team, and after the hunting team leaves, the people in the tribe will also be able to protect themselves. The most important thing is that Yi Chen plans to carry out his own field training in a planned way, go out hunting with the hunting team, and learn some experience in outdoor adventures. Before going out for training, what Yi Chen had to do was to burn a pottery jar so that the tribe could store more clean water at one time. The most common thing in the tribe now is pottery jars. There are more than 20 of them, placed in 2 rows in the cave. When they need water, they just go in and take out a jar. When they are short of water, they just take it out and fill it up. But the amount of clean water stored is definitely not enough. Now everyone in the tribe has become accustomed to living with clean water, and because of Yi Chen's influence, everyone has accepted the idea of taking a bath. Especially because the women felt the refreshing feeling brought by taking a bath. If Yi Chen had not suppressed them, they would definitely take a bath every day, and then the clean water would not be enough. So early in the morning, Yi Chen brought the hunting team and 4 regular pottery-making women to the kiln and destroyed it in front of everyone. Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen's action shocked everyone on the spot. Sure was about to grab Yi Chen, but unfortunately he didn't react in time, and the simple kiln was shattered to the ground by Yi Chen's 2 kicks. Don't worry, I'm just going to build a bigger kiln. Yi Chen patted Shi's shoulder, signaling him to relax, then picked up the bricks left on the ground and started building. These were the extra parts when the wall was built. At that time, Yi Chen was only busy urging everyone to build the wall in the camp, but forgot to come here to check the number of bricks fired. As a result, the wall was almost built, and Shi was about to bring everyone here to continue firing bricks. Hearing that there were still a lot of bricks here, Yi Chen speechlessly asked everyone to stop firing. Soon, a kiln built with bricks appeared in front of everyone. This time the newly built kiln was several times larger than the previous temporary one. It was a behemoth that was 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1.5 meters high, and could produce larger pottery. After a simple firing process and finding no problems, he began to make the pottery jar. According to Yi Chen's idea, this ceramic jar must have a diameter of at least 1 meter, so that it can hold dozens of kilograms of clean water at a time and store more water. Chapter 33: The Birth of the Water Tank. Taking a deep breath and calming himself, Yi Chen stared at the roulette wheel in front of him. At this moment, Yi Chen was ready for the second lottery. He had been busy for the past 8 days. After everything was ready, Yi Chen finally couldn't help but wake up at dawn and prepare for the second roulette lottery. During these 8 days, Yi Chen has been busy. Except for the first day when he made water tanks with everyone, Yi Chen has been busy in the camp. Making a water tank is indeed a technical job. The soft mud will become soft after a maximum of 40 to 50 centimeters. This is a problem that gives Yi Chen a headache. In Yi Chen's memory, a water tank must be a huge thing. To be a water tank big enough to accommodate an adult, it must have an inner diameter of at least 1 meter. Yi Chen also planned to make the water tank 1 meter high. In Yi Chen's imagination, it could hold at least 100 kilograms of clean water at a time, which was basically enough for the tribe to use for 2 days. This can greatly save the tribe's time cost in fetching water. It only takes 1 morning to fill the water tank, which would be used by everyone in the tribe for 2 days. This will definitely greatly improve efficiency. After 2 attempts, the water tank could only be built to a depth of 40 centimeters, and then the mud collapsed because it could not bear the weight, which made Yi Chen very depressed. After a short rest, Yi Chen thought for a while and started a new attempt, which was to fire 1 layer first, and then fire the second layer after it was successfully fired, and then stack them up layer by layer. After almost a month of primitive life, Yi Chen has now become accustomed to this way of life, and his hands-on ability has also been greatly improved. He has made up his mind to do it. He ordered Pan and the other 2 to fetch water again. The 2 are now very careful to prevent being attacked by wild wolves again. After the last time they were attacked by wild wolves, the 2 were very cautious when going to fetch water, which slowed down their speed. Yi Chen did not blame the 2 for this, but instead praised them for doing a good job. After all, in Yi Chen's view, life is the most important thing, and only by staying alive can one create more value for the tribe. If life is gone, then everything else is out of the question, not to mention that there are only more than 30 people in the tribe now, and each one of them is a treasure. Yi Chen was praising Pan and the other 2 directly, hoping that everyone could always stay vigilant and ensure their own safety. This time, Yi Chen did not start building the water tank directly, but first enlarged the bottom of the tank, making it a circular tank bottom with a diameter of 1 meter, without referring to the popular water tank shape of later generations that was larger at the top and smaller at the bottom. This will provide better support for the bottom of the tank and make the tank stronger. Yi Chen first spread the mixed mud evenly on the edge of the bottom of the tank, and then slowly stacked the mud blocks to form a tank wall about 30 centimeters high. He operated carefully, ensuring that each piece of mud fit tightly together to ensure the strength and stability of the cylinder wall. After completing this step, Yi Chen gently lifted the cylinder and placed it into the newly built kiln for firing. Since the water tank has not been completely dried, it may crack if it is directly fired over a high fire. Therefore, Yi Chen chose to use a low-fire, slow-burning method to allow the water tank to gradually heat up and dry. He kept a close eye on the fire, adjusting it occasionally to ensure it was at the right temperature and not too high. When he felt that the water tank was beginning to dry out, he immediately turned off the fire and stopped heating it to prevent it from overheating and causing the tank to crack. After the water tank cooled down naturally, Yi Chen carefully took it out again. He carefully inspected the tank for cracks or other signs of damage, but fortunately, upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. In order to further confirm the quality of the water tank, Yi Chen gently knocked on the wall of the tank and heard a crisp bang-bang sound, which indicated that the structure of the water tank was solid and reliable without any cracks or defects. Yi Chen was satisfied with the results of his work and decided to continue building the tank wall. He repeated the previous steps, adding another 30 centimeters to the original height. In this way, after many firings, cooling, and inspections, Yi Chen finally succeeded in building the walls of the water tank to a height of about 90 centimeters. This process requires patience and carefulness. Yi Chen always remains vigilant to ensure that every step goes smoothly. Finally, before the sun set in the evening, several members of the hunting team came back carrying the large water vats they had fired. The weight of these large water vats was not comparable to those small pottery jars. It was very strenuous for the four of them to lift it up, and they were so exhausted after carrying it back to the camp panting. After carefully putting the water tank down, the four of them collapsed to the ground. This time, everyone in the tribe was very surprised. Although it was the first time they saw this thing, everyone could probably guess what it was used for. After all, everyone has been using pottery pots this month and is very familiar with this thing made of mud. The colors are exactly the same, but I don't know how they made such a big one. Yi-chan was also extremely tired and did not have the energy to slowly introduce the function of the water tank to everyone. He just asked Chiyo to use a wooden stick and bark rope to make a lid for the water tank. Then he ate a little quickly and fell asleep. The next morning, Yi-chan asked everyone to stop what they were doing and each take a pottery jar. Under the protection of the hunting team, more than 20 women from the tribe went out for the first time, each carrying a pottery jar and leaving the camp. Fortunately, there was the protection of the wall. Although the chief was a little worried, he still acquiesced to Yi-chen's actions and was looking forward to Yi-chen's surprise. The hunting team was also confused. This was the first time they had to protect so many people from leaving the camp. Sure clenched his hands tightly, fearing that something might happen. But fortunately, the wolves around seemed to have disappeared during this period. When the wall was being built, one could occasionally hear them howling at night. But now that the wall is built, I have never heard any wolf howls again. This road for fetching water has been walked countless times, and the outline of a road has already appeared. There is not a single weed in the places where I often walk, and I can see at a glance that the entire road is bare. Most of the women in the tribe had rarely left the camp. Coming to such a far place like the lake, they were afraid, but also a little excited and thrilled along the way, constantly scanning the surrounding environment. Soon, under the chief's worried gaze, a group of figures appeared, each holding a clay pot, and walked quickly towards the tribal camp with a smile on their faces. After returning, according to Yi-chen's request, everyone poured the water in their pottery jars into the water tank. The originally empty water tank was instantly half filled. As the water rippled, everyone felt satisfied from the bottom of their hearts. Immediately afterwards, Yi-chan led everyone back and forth twice, filling the water tank completely, and then covered it with the lid made by Chiyo. Yi-chan directly announced that the tribe no longer needed to fetch water every day. This large tank of clean water can be used by the tribe for 2 days. If there is a need in the future, Yi-chan will make more water tanks so that everyone can get enough water for the tribe for a few days with just a morning of hard work. After fetching water a few times, everyone was hungry, so Yi-chan asked her to start preparing lunch for everyone. He continued to make fish soup with meat skewers. The meat skewers were the prey caught by the lake yesterday. They looked a bit like a deer, but had no horns. Yi-chan couldn't tell the specific species. After lunch, Yi-chan started to do what he cared about most, which was to upgrade the hunting team's equipment and make adequate preparations for going out. Chapter 34 Equipment Upgrade. This time, the hunting team's equipment upgrade is Yi-chen's own idea for some time. With the development and growth of the tribe, the strength of the hunting team must also grow rapidly in order to cope with various risks. Therefore, upgrading and transformation of equipment is also necessary. First, Yi-chan decided to carefully polish weapons such as stone axes and bone knives to make them sharper. At the same time, all hunting teams were required to retie their weapons with newly woven bark ropes to ensure the stability of the weapons during combat. Due to long-term use and lack of maintenance, some stone axes have become obviously loose, but the hunting team members did not replace them in time, which may lead to accidents at critical moments. Secondly, Yi-chan discovered that the hunting team's rope stones were severely worn out during practice and hunting, so he replaced the rope stones. Yi-chan asked the women of the tribe to reweave and replace all the rope stones of the hunting team with new rope stone bags. These rope and stone bags are carefully woven, making them stronger and more durable, and can better play an offensive role. There were also wooden shields. The branches and bark ropes on the shield were severely worn out due to use during training, so it was decided to replace them all. The branches used this time were also carefully selected by Yi-chan, and some improvements were made to the production process, making the wooden shield more solid and strong. The discarded wooden shields were not thrown away, but placed in the cave. Yi-chan planned to see if he could reinforce the wall with them to further enhance the wall's defensive capabilities. Finally, Yi-chan's biggest idea during this period was to make armor. He felt that it was too dangerous to walk naked in the wild. The tribe currently relies mainly on wrapping a piece of animal skin around the waist to protect the body, but this crude method is far from enough in Yi Chen's opinion. Women would wrap themselves in an extra layer, but their legs would remain bare. When walking in the wild like this, the legs are completely unprotected and the chest and back are also lacking protection. Yi Chen feels that this is very dangerous in the wild. After checking the relevant information in the system and combining it with the current actual situation of the tribe, after some thought, the most advanced protective equipment in the history of the tribe appeared. Armor cleverly made from a mixture of animal skins, branches, vines, bark ropes, and fish scales. First, use vines to tie the small branches together to form the armor floor on the front and back. Then tie them tightly with ropes, and then use fish scales to string them into strings and hang them horizontally on the armor. Finally, the deerskin obtained during hunting was used as the base and sewn to the bottom, so that the skin would not be damaged when the armor was put on the body. The idea is very good, but it is very difficult to implement. Each process is very difficult, and the tools need to be remade. For example, to drill holes in fish scales, Yi Chen specially invented a handheld spinner. He placed sharp pebbles at the bottom and used the rotation of a wooden stick to drive the pebbles to drill holes in the fish scales. The scales of these piranhas are very thick and hard, which is why Yi Chen chose them. However, this also makes it difficult to drill holes in them. Basically, the stones have to be changed every 2 or 3 scales. In this way, even if 6 women were responsible for drilling holes, they could only drill through a few fish scales a day. Yi Chen roughly estimated that at least 120 to 130 fish scales were needed for one piece of armor. According to the current progress, it will take at least 6 women 2 days to make the fish scales needed for a set of armor. Then comes the sewing of animal skins. If the animal skins are to be sewn onto the armor as a close-fitting layer, sewing techniques must be used, otherwise the skin will easily be scratched by the wooden stick during movement. So Yi Chen ran to the place where fish bones were piled up, found some sharper fish bones, and asked Xiao to grind one end into a needlehead. It was a pity that he had no way to buy the other end to punch a hole for threading, so he could only leave it like this for the time being. After 3 days of hard work, the first piece of armor was finally made. When Xiao put it on, his temperament immediately improved. The white fish scales are on the outermost layer of the armor. When the scales are stretched tightly, there is only a slight sound. And when the armor is worn on the front and back, it immediately gives people an invincible feeling. Yi Chen took the stone axe and gently hit the armor on Shi's body, but only heard a muffled bang sound, and Shi said he felt nothing at all. Yi Chen launched a second attack, this time with much greater force, and the sound of wind breaking was very obvious when he swung his sword. Bang! There was also a slight sound, and Shi couldn't help but take a small step back. Yi Chen hurriedly asked what he felt. Shi touched the place where Yi Chen had just hit him and said that apart from a force, he didn't feel anything else. The hunting team watched all this, their eyes fixed on the armor, their eyes gleaming, and their hearts itching with anxiety. They immediately surrounded Shi and said that they also wanted to try it. Shi immediately stretched his head to refuse, saying that this good thing would not be shared with everyone. Seeing everyone walking towards him with their heads down, Shi couldn't help but grin and touch the armor on his body, feeling very satisfied. Yi Chen hurriedly told everyone not to be discouraged, as everyone in the hunting team had one, but it was difficult to make, so everyone had to wait. After hearing what Yi Chen said, the other members of the hunting team finally felt relieved and asked Yi Chen to give them the second piece of armor. Yi Chen did not dare to agree to this casually, but just said that everyone had it, but everyone was very interested in this armor. No matter where Yi Chen was, there would be people from the hunting team coming to Yi Chen and begging him to give them the second piece of armor. Yi Chen, who was annoyed, couldn't help but wave his hand to shoo away the person who was about to speak to him. As he thought about it, Yi Chen pursed his lips and came up with a good idea. These past few days, Yi Chen had been thinking about which members of the hunting team to let go with him. He was also unable to make a decision, so he thought of using a competition to select the people to go out with him. There are 9 people in the hunting team, including Huang and Zhe who fled here. I dare not take all 9 people with me when I go out to look for prizes. I must leave a few people to guard the house, but Yi Chen is not sure which people they will be. This was a good opportunity to solve the problem in one fell swoop. It could determine the order in which the armor would be obtained, and it could also help me select the people to go out and search for prizes. Yi Chen acted immediately and gathered all the members of the hunting team. He announced his idea in front of everyone and gave everyone a day to rest. When the hunting team heard that they could get the armor in advance, they were very happy. However, when it came to the competition, a few people were puzzled. What was this competition? Never mind. Let's just see what Yi Chun says when the time comes. Several people were very excited and thought that they must put on the next piece of armor no matter what. At that time, I will look at the envious eyes of others and walk around proudly. Haha, that feeling is really great. Chapter 35, Wonderful Competition. Very good. Today is the competition that everyone has been looking forward to for a long time. Yi Chun said seriously. He glanced at the 8 people in the hunting team in front of him. At this moment, they were all looking at Yi Chun eagerly, revealing anticipation and nervousness. Sure on the side was smiling triumphantly. After all, he was already wearing the tribe's first piece of armor. Yi Chun walked back and forth while briefly explaining the rules to everyone. This is the tribe's first tournament, and the rules are very simple. Whoever is the strongest will get the second piece of armor. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage is rope and stone throwing. The second stage is free fighting. And the third stage is a test of physical strength. The first place winner will get a fish scale. Whoever gets the most fish scales can wear the second piece of armor. Yi Chun said as he raised the 3 fish scales in his hand. Looks like everyone doesn't quite understand. That's okay. Let's get started. Looking at everyone's bewildered expressions, Yi Chun knew that no one understood him after he had been talking for a long time. He had no choice but to start first. After all, everyone would understand the meaning of the competition after experiencing it once. They only knew that the purpose of today was to decide who would wear the second piece of armor, but they didn't hear a word Yi Chun said just now. He just looked at Yi Chun with confused eyes, hoping to gain some information from Yi Chun's tone and expression, but unfortunately he got nothing. However, the chief who was caught by Yi Chun to be the scorekeeper nodded, as if he understood something. He listened to Yi Chun's words quietly with a thoughtful expression on his face. At present, it seemed that only the chief might have some vague understanding. Yi Chun didn't care about that anymore and quickly announced that they had to start. He waved his hand to signal everyone to step back and asked everyone in the tribe to step aside to leave enough space for the hunting team. The women who were originally busy with their own affairs were now attracted by the hunting team. They stopped what they were doing and gathered around curiously. They're also full of curiosity and anticipation about this new thing called martial arts competition. Yi Chun took out the target he had prepared in advance and stuck in the ground. This target was specially made by Chio in a hurry yesterday by Yi Chun. The target structure is simple and crude, consisting of a wooden board tied to a wooden stick. The board is made by bundling several small branches in a row and is about the size of an A4 paper. About 6 meters away from the target, Yi Chun drew a clear line on the ground. Tell everyone that everyone must stand behind the line and throw the stone. Each person has 5 chances to throw, and the one who hits the most is the winner. At this time, Yu, who was extremely confident in throwing the rope stones, stepped forward, picked up the 5 rope stones on the ground, and walked behind the line. He placed the remaining 4 on the ground and patted the remaining rope stone in his hand twice while carefully observing the target in front of him. Bang! There was no suspense at all. Under Yu's confident gaze, the stone hit the target directly, causing the onlookers to exclaim in surprise. Seeing this, the chief nodded in satisfaction and quickly took out a fish scale beside him, placed it carefully in his hand, waiting to give it to the winner of this stage. According to Yi Chun, in the first stage, you can get a fish scale every time you hit a target, so the chief quickly prepared fish scales for you. All of this was thought out by Yi Chun before going to bed. He smiled and thought that this should not be just a competition, but a great opportunity for cultural immersion. In this way, everyone in the tribe can personally experience the great charm of numbers. For example, the chief at this moment, after understanding the scoring rules mentioned by Yi Chun, was also very much looking forward to this competition. I long to witness the wonders of numbers while also witnessing the competition, so that I can deeply understand the meaning of numbers. According to Yi Chun, one could get a fish scale for each hit. The chief took out one and put it in his hand, using it as his way of counting. Following 5 exclamations, you scored a perfect score in the first round with a perfect score of 5 hits out of 5 in everyone's incredulous eyes, which made the hunting team members behind him look particularly embarrassed. This immediately ignited the atmosphere on the scene, and everyone couldn't help but admire you and gave her a thumbs up. Following Yi Chun's leadership, giving a thumbs up is now the highest compliment in the tribe. But this also puts a lot of pressure on subsequent hunting team members. The next few people also came on stage one by one. Pan, Chi, and the remaining members of the hunting team all looked at the target in front of them nervously, holding the rope stones in their hands tightly. But unfortunately, most of the time, I only hit 2 or 3 shots, and I looked a little depressed, knowing that the result was indeed not good. Next came the newly joined Huang and Zhe, who were also terrified. They were pale and died in a hurry after only 2 hits. Finally, it was Sing and Hua's turn. The only 2 female warriors in the hunting team walked up with confidence, picked up the rope stone, and threw it at the target without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 Sang's stone shooting result was 3 hits out of 5, which surprised Yichun. He didn't expect the female warrior to have such good accuracy. Hua even achieved a good result of hitting 4 out of 5 shots, directly becoming the second place in the whole competition, which made Yichun give a thumbs up to express his appreciation. Originally, this round of competition ended here, but Yu Hua's performance aroused Yichun's interest, so he added another game. I wanted to test their abilities further to see how good their accuracy was. Yichun picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and motioned Yu to hit it. Yu nodded to indicate that he was ready. After seeing Yu waving the rope stone, Yichun directly threw the stone in his hand into the air. Bang! With a muffled sound, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Jade could actually hit the stone in the air. It was obvious that this skill was quite amazing. At this time, everyone also imitated Yichun, expressing admiration and giving thumbs up to Yu. Finally, the temporary added segment ended, and to everyone's amazement, Yu and Hua both achieved a good result of hitting 2 out of 3 shots, which can be said to be the ceiling-level combat power in Suo Shirley. The next round was a close combat, which was much simpler. Both sides, except for replacing their weapons with wooden sticks, were equipped with their usual wooden shields. After this battle, Song Liangyan's performance amazed everyone in the tribe. Song Yechen also knew him well and knew that he was good at hunting, but he didn't expect him to be so good. In the 8-man round-robin battle, Song was the only one who maintained an undefeated record. Every time he could easily knock down his opponent with a few moves, which drew cheers from the audience. Yichun also observed carefully. Song's attention was very focused. Every attack was very unexpected, leaving the opponent with no ability to resist. There is no doubt that Song had an absolute advantage in this round and defeated everyone. The last round was the easiest. Yichun asked everyone to run around the edge of the camp, and the person who lasted to the end would be the first place. This part is the simplest, but also the most challenging. After all, how can you survive in the wild without good physical strength? Moreover, Yichun is planning to go out to some far places this time. Therefore, Yichun directly took physical strength as an important part of the competition, so as to show everyone's true strength. The 8 members of the hunting team were also stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the final competition would just be running. They just had to run around the camp. It felt too easy. Following Yichun's command, the 8 people started running. Huang and Zhe wanted to save face here because of their previous 2 failures, so they ran together and ran to the front in one breath. The remaining few people were also unwilling to accept this scene and immediately started chasing each other, and the situation became intense. Seeing this, Yichun raised his eyebrows in confusion. He said that the one who perseveres to the end will be the first place, so what are they rushing around for? But at this point, Yichun would not disturb them. He just watched them running madly. The onlookers also watched nervously with clenched fists. Whoosh! Whoosh! The first one who couldn't hold on was Sang. At the beginning, he was competing with everyone for the first place, but after running 2 laps with all his strength, he couldn't run anymore. He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. With Sang's withdrawal from the competition, one after another collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as they looked at those who were still running. In the end, there were only 2 people left, Pan and the other 2. Yichun was a little surprised to see these 2 people, but then he thought about it, and it made sense. The work of fetching water has always been done by these 2 people, especially when making pottery in the kiln. The 2 of them were responsible for fetching water from the lake, and then carrying the pottery jars filled with clean water back to the kiln. Sometimes they had to run more than 10 or 20 times a day. In addition to doing all this, they also had to go hunting. After this month, they also built up their physical strength. Finally, he was out of strength and stopped. Looking at Pan, who still had the strength to run, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect Pan to have such good physical strength. From then on, the tribe's first martial arts competition officially came to an end. The champion of the stone-pulling competition is Yu. The champion of the actual combat competition is Tsang, and the champion of the physical strength competition is Pan. Looking at the expectant eyes of the three people, Yi-chan thought for a while and made a decision. Give the first piece of armor to Tsang, the second piece to you, and the third piece to Pan. According to Yi-chan's idea, Tsang will definitely be the main force of the tribe's melee combat in the future, so it is important for him to quickly adapt to the feeling of armor. So he chose the first piece for Tsang. Upon hearing the news, Tsang jumped up immediately. He had forgotten that he almost died from running just now, and jumped up happily on the spot. The rest of the people looked at Tsang with envy. Only Yu and Pan were less envious. After all, it was their turn next. Chapter 36. Setting out to find Sisal. Yi-chan waved his hand in a nonchalant manner and shouted at the tribesmen who were standing outside the camp and staring at him and others. It's okay. Go back. Keep the house safe for me. Yi-chan knew that his tribesmen were worried about him and the hunting team, so they stayed here to watch him and the others leave. But in order to avoid making the atmosphere too tragic, Yi-chan gritted his teeth and pretended to be nonchalant, asking them to go back quickly and guard the camp. Looking at the receding backs of Yi-chan and others, the women standing behind the chief were a little worried, but they still returned to the camp as instructed by the chief. It has been almost half a month since the martial arts competition ended, and Yi-chan has been very busy during this half month. The women were asked to speed up the production of armor to ensure that each of the 9 members of the hunting team had one, and Yi-chan also made one for himself. During this period, Yi-chan has been following the hunting team and learning the experience of hunting. After all, he dare not go out blindly. However, this action was firmly opposed by the chief and Shur. Seeing their determined faces, Yi-chan had no choice but to invoke the will of the gods again. Chief, do you know I go out hunting to comply with the will of God? Yi-chan stated his reasons with a serious face. Chief and Shur were also stunned after hearing Yi-chan's words. They did think that Yi-chan was the one chosen by the gods, but they never expected that this was also the will of the gods. Is this really the will of God? The chief, with a serious face, pointed cautiously to the sky while asking. Looking at the chief's cautious look, Yi-chan wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and answered the chief with a serious face. Of course it's true. How dare I lie to the gods? Under the threat of the gods' will, the two had no choice but to agree, and Yi-chan was also very helpless about this. Chief and Shur are currently the 2 most powerful people in the tribe. If they do not support him in going out hunting, then Yi-chan will not be able to go out at all. After all, the chief is the actual manager of the entire tribe and has absolute say in the management of the tribe. Shur is the captain of the tribe's hunting team. He controls the tribe's only military force, and his words carry great weight, which will influence the chief's opinions. However, Yi-chan would not give up. He knew that although Chief and Shur were stubborn, they were doing it for the safety of the tribe, and it was their responsibility to everyone in the tribe. As long as they understand that their actions do not cause trouble to the tribe, but bring benefits to the tribe, they will gradually change their views. That's why Yi-chan took this approach, using a roundabout way to allow himself to go out with the hunting team, and let the chief and Shur see the spoils he brought back first. After all, walking into the dark forest in front of him is a very dangerous thing, and Yi-chan did not dare to run out on his own. He also knew that he would encounter resistance if he proposed to go hunting with a hunting team, but he did not expect the chief and Shur to be so determined. Yi-chan, who had prepared countless arguments, never expected the two to be so determined, so he had no choice but to bring up the idea of God, and only then did the two reluctantly agree. But before going out, Shur took Yi-chan out hunting once a day at Yi-chan's request, so that Yi-chan could really see how hunting was conducted. Shur also patiently explained to Yi-chan the basic hunting techniques, how to find prey, how to track prey, and how to use weapons. Instead of what Yi-chan thought, he just waited by the lake for the prey to drink water and then launched a sneak attack. If the tribe was just trying to survive, then this method could be said to be perfect, but what Yi-chan wanted was development, and development could not rely solely on this lake. To develop, one must go out and look for more things that can help the tribe develop, which is not something a lake can provide. Therefore, Chief and Shur were also very surprised at Yi-chan's idea. Now that the tribe has solved the problems of water and food, why does Yi-chan still want to continue to go to places he has never set foot on? Yi-chan couldn't explain this problem clearly. He couldn't explain why the tribe had to develop and explore unknown places, so he could only bring in the gods. In this way, at Yi-chan's strong request, Shur would lead the hunting team to the hunting grounds he had visited before every day, where they would ambush passing wild beasts. However, there are great uncertainties in those places, and whether prey appears depends entirely on luck, so you may not be able to bring back prey every time. It's just that during this period of time, Yi Chen's survival experience in the wild has increased rapidly. He knows how to deal with unknown places, how to ambush prey in the wild, and even how to escape when encountering wild beasts. This was a real, ferocious beast. Yi Chen didn't even see the beast's appearance. He just heard the roar coming from the distant forest and was so scared that he didn't dare to move. It was Shur who dragged him away. Half a month passed in a flash. The 9 members of the hunting team, plus Yi Chen, all had armor. Yi Chen then formally selected 6 members of the hunting team to follow him on the journey to look for prizes. There was no other way. He didn't know how long it would take this time, and Yi Chen didn't dare to take all the tribe's forces away, so he could only leave 3 members of the hunting team to guard the house. Led by the hunting team captain Shur, Pan, Song, Yu, Hua, Huang, and Yi Chen, a total of 7 people went out. Watching Shur and Yi Chen and the other 6 people slowly disappear from their sight, the 3 people who stayed behind were also very depressed. They lowered their heads and looked at their feet in a very depressed manner. Seeing the 3 people left behind looking unhappy, the chief was immediately surprised, remembering that before leaving, Yi Chen had specially walked up to him and told him to pay attention to the 3 people left behind. Seeing that the 3 people were in the same situation as Yi Chen had described, and they looked unhappy, the chief was immediately shocked. So he immediately called the 3 people to his front according to Yi Chen's instructions. According to Yi Chen's instructions, the safety of the entire tribe was directly handed over to the 3 people. If the 3 people were still like this, they would not be able to protect the tribe at all, so they were severely criticized. Before leaving, Yi Chen specially brought a hunting team to catch more than 30 fish for the tribe, and also hunted 5 giant deer, and also filled up the tribe's tanks with clean water. For this purpose, 2 large vats were specially fired. In this way, the tribe had enough clean water. The 3 large vats were filled with clean water, which was enough for the tribe to use for 3 days if they were frugal. According to Yi Chen's plan, if he still couldn't find the sisal he had drawn in the last day and night, he would have to come back. Yi Chen felt very lucky in this lottery. He didn't expect to draw sisal directly. This can really be said to be something that will enable the tribe to develop greatly. After processing, sisal can be used to make clothes or hemp ropes. The quality is very durable, and linen is also used in the production of other things. So after drawing sisal, Yi Chen had to leave the tribe, find the sisal, and bring it back to the tribe to make the tribe develop better. Not to mention anything else, the fact that sisal can be used to make clothes is enough for Yi Chen to find it. The weather is getting colder and colder. If we can find sisal, everyone in the tribe will have clothes to wear this winter, and they will have a better chance of surviving the winter. In the forest, Shur led everyone forward slowly. This section of the road was quite familiar. After all, they often hunted here. But Shur was also very worried. According to Yi Chen, the gods had already shown the tribe a very magical thing, but it was a bit far to find this magical thing. And only Yi Chen knew the direction to find this magical thing. So Shur was a little scared when facing the unknown journey. Head this way. As they walked, Yi Chen suddenly stopped everyone and whispered in a direction to Shur. This is the navigation provided by the system, but the annoying thing is that there is no distance marking, only an arrow pointing the direction. That's why Yi Chen was very careful. After all, he had no idea how far it was. That's why he discussed with the chief and Shur that it would be a day and a night at most. If he still couldn't find it, he had to come back and be prepared to go out next time. The dangers in the wild made Yi Chen dare not joke with the lives of the hunting team members. But even though Yi Chen was so cautious, he still didn't realize that after they left the tribal camp, there was a pair of scarlet eyes staring at them silently and viciously. Chapter 37, The Sudden Appearance of a Pheasant. Everyone take a break. Shur's voice was very low, but it could be clearly heard by everyone. Shur carefully observed his surroundings, and only after confirming that there was no danger around did he order everyone to rest. The hunting team had left the tribe half a day ago, and now was the time when the sun was at its hottest. Although the weather has begun to cool down, the sun is still scorching hot at noon, and now each of them was wearing a piece of armor, and sweat was pouring out like a spring. Yi Chen looked at the towering trees around him and couldn't help feeling a little confused. If it weren't for the system's navigation arrow flashing, he wouldn't know whether he and the others were going in the right direction. Sure, who had rich experience in the wild, did not rest, but quickly found a huge tree that required 3 people to hug, and drew a huge fork on the trunk with a stone axe. It was a marker, so they could remember the place and make sure they didn't get lost. Seeing that Shur was drawing crosses along the way, Yi Chen knew that this was a sign of going out hunting, meaning that this section of road was the place where this hunt would pass. But for Yi Chen, this symbol was too primitive. Apart from knowing that it was a hunting route, he knew nothing else about it. During this period, Yi Chen has been following the hunting team to learn hunting experience. He has also been thinking about improving the outing marks and has some ideas. So Yi Chen also took out his stone axe and carved a few crooked words under the fork carved by the stone axe. September 7th, 2001. It happens to be today's date. So far, only Yi Chen can recognize these words, ensuring the privacy of the information. This time was entirely Yi Chen's own idea. Since there was no concept of time now, Yi Chen started to invent it himself. No one recorded time before, so the time when Yi Chen came here was the first year, and September was because Yi Chen felt that it was already September based on his own temperature perception. The number 7 was calculated based on his own travel through time. Shur looked at the lines carved by Yi Chen and couldn't understand them at all. He looked at them closely for a long time, but still couldn't understand what they meant. Yi Chen didn't explain it either. After all, if he explained it until dark, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Pan took out 2 clay pots from his backpack, built a simple stove, and started cooking lunch. Before setting off, Yi Chen asked everyone to carry a backpack, but because everyone had different divisions of labor, the backpacks were also different. Sure, Yu, Song, and Huang are the main combat force, so the backpacks they carry are very small, containing only 2 pottery jars and some animal skins. They are mainly responsible for eating and resting. Because Hua and Pan were carrying some auxiliary items, the backpacks were larger. In addition to 2 pottery jars and animal skins, there was still some space left. If they find Sisal or other gains, Pan and Hua will be mainly responsible for carrying the things back. In preparation for this outing, Yi Chen specially upgraded his method of making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, using a wooden stick and a rope for easier carrying. One of the 2 wooden sticks is tied with a rope for rotation, and the other stick has a small hole drilled in advance so that it can be drilled directly. He gathered some dry leaves and dry weeds, searched them hard and twisted them into a ball, then stepped on the wooden stick with the small hole drilled in it with his foot and began to pull the wooden stick tied with a rope left and right. The rapid rotation immediately caused a wisp of green smoke to float up. Pan looked at the green smoke that was already coming out and continued to pull the trigger unmoved. Soon sparks appeared, and he hurriedly poured the sparks onto the prepared grass ball and blew hard. Bang! As the temperature reached the critical point, the flame finally started burning. Pan smiled and quickly placed the fireball in the prepared firewood pile and continued to blow hard. Soon, the aroma of meat began to spread in the forest, and everyone was drooling when they smelled it. After the first pot was cooked, it was handed directly to Yi Chen and Shur. At this time, they did not follow the habit in the tribe of drinking from a bowl by scooping, but just scooped it directly with a spoon. Yi Chen also put down the animal skin and charcoal pencil in his hand and began to drink the broth with Shur, 1 mouthful at a time. Because it was prepared in advance, the meat and water were in a half-and-half ratio, and each spoonful was full of small pieces of meat. This was the first time that Yi Chen left the tribe and came to a new place. So during his rest time, he took the time to use charcoal to draw the route on the animal skin so that it would be convenient for him to come back next time. During this period, every time Yi Chen went out, he would simply draw down the route, and if there were any landmarks, he would also draw them down. After a period of time, the map in Yi Chen's hand gradually became more complete. Chuckle, chuckle. Hearing the sound coming from afar, the people who were resting immediately stood up with their weapons in hand and looked towards the direction of the sound with nervous expressions. Chuckle, chuckle. The sound continued to be heard, and everyone clenched their weapons, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Yi Chen had a strange expression on his face. According to his impression, this cry was extremely familiar. However, now they were in the primitive world, and he did not dare to lower his guard because of the cry. The clucking sound continued to be made, but it did not get closer, as if it was standing still. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, Shur looked at Yi Chen. Although Shur had the final decision-making power, he also fully sought Yi Chen's opinion and saw Yi Chen nodded. Shur also made up his mind. He clenched his fists and called on everyone to slowly move towards the source of the sound. After a while, the sound could be clearly heard not far away. Shur led the team in the front, and slowly moved in. He lay on the ground and reached out to pull away the weeds in front of him. Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's performance, and Yi Chen was also very surprised. I saw a dozen pheasants strolling leisurely in front of me, pecking at things here and there with their heads held high, looking very content. The hunting team was surprised that they had never seen this kind of creature before. After all, they were very cautious when exploring outside, so they did not stray too far from the tribe. What surprised Yi Chen was that these pheasants did not look much different from the domestic chickens of later generations. The only difference was in their body shape and feathers. The pheasant that now appeared in front of Yi Chen was twice as big as the chickens of later generations. In addition, its feathers were pitch black, with only its comb, claws, and beak having some color, giving the overall feeling of oppression. Everyone looked solemn at the appearance of these pheasants, and they didn't know whether they should hunt them. After all, they had never encountered them before. Yi Chen was very excited at the moment. After all, he knew a lot about how to eat chicken, and he was looking forward to getting some chicken to eat. As Yi Chen and Shur exchanged glances, Yi Chen quickly crawled to Shur's side and expressed his idea, which was to launch a sneak attack and retreat immediately if it failed. After all, they now had long-range attack weapons. Chapter 38 Hunting Time. Call out, call out, call out. Following Shur's signal, everyone waved their rope stones and flew out one after another, each flying towards their own target. Bang, bang, bang. The rope stones that Yi Chen was waving also flew out together. Soon the impact of the rope stones could be heard. Due to the different angles and targets, several rope stones were intercepted by branches in midair and flew out in all directions. The frequent loud noises also startled the pheasants in front of them, and they began to flap their wings and fly around randomly. This scene also shocked everyone. Yi Chen knew that chickens could fly, but he thought they would only flutter in the air for a short while before falling down quickly. However, the scene before them completely shocked everyone, and it was completely different from Yi Chen's perception. These pheasants from the primitive world were obviously different. They flapped their wings and flew up directly and landed steadily on the trunk of a big tree in an instant. They shook their heads leisurely and looked around. This sudden change caught Yi Chen off guard. The pheasants that were pecking at the ground leisurely just now suddenly flew into the sky like a group of demons. At this moment, Yi Chen also widened his eyes and looked at the pheasant on the tree in astonishment. These pheasants could actually easily fly on branches 4 or 5 meters high, which gave Yi Chen a new understanding of these pheasants. Yu's movements were very quick, and he was very confident in the rope stone he threw. So as soon as Suo Shur made a move, he rushed out, completely ignoring the pheasants still flapping their wings around him, his eyes fixed on his target. He saw the pheasant that was hit by the stone he threw. It was now clucking weakly, and its wings were flapping weakly. Because the injury was too severe, the pheasant was unable to stand up. Yu immediately chopped down the stone axe in his hand, chopping off the pheasant's head with one stroke. Then he held the pheasant's body in his arms and quickly ran toward Shur and others. Fortunately, the pheasants in the tree did not take any action at this moment. They just turned their necks to look at all the activities under the tree without any intention of attacking. Seeing that Yu had succeeded, Shur quickly glanced around and confirmed that no one except Yu had hit the target. He immediately sent a signal to everyone to move closer to him. Holding a stone axe, Yi Chen swiftly approached the stone and slipped into the crowd at an extremely fast speed, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu. The 5 people around them immediately surrounded them tightly, forming a circle to guard against possible attacks by pheasants or other wild animals. After waiting for a few seconds, I found that no attack occurred. After making sure that they were temporarily safe, Shur asked everyone to slowly retreat back the way they came. In the end, they successfully left the pheasant gathering area without any danger and returned to the place where they had built the stove. Seeing that everything remained the same as it was when he and others had just left, he finally relaxed after everyone had carefully checked it. Because they were in the wild and the surrounding environment was complex and dangerous, everyone remained on high alert. Yi Chen and Shur continued to drink the broth in the pottery pot, while Pan was responsible for cooking a new pot of broth. The other 3 people still kept an eye on the movements around them to prevent any accidents. According to past experience, Yi Chen and Shurze took over the guard duty after lunch, while the other 5 people ate in turn, thus ending their lunch during the hunting trip. Although this division of labor is a bit time-consuming, it greatly improves everyone's safety. With the vigilance of others, Yichen finally had time to take the pheasant hunted by Yu and examine it to find out what the pheasants in the primitive world looked like. Heavy. This was the first feeling Yi Chun had when the pheasant corpse came to him. Although the head had been chopped off with Yu Yi's axe and thrown away, it was not retrieved with the corpse. But the first feeling Yi Chun had when he took it was that it was very heavy, at least 20 kilograms. It looked very primitive, and its claws were extremely sharp, which was incomparable to the small claws of domestic chickens in later generations. The feathers are also very long, and each feather looks like a work of art. They appear black from a distance, but you can actually see colorful reflections when you look closely. Everyone has dinner tonight. Yichen quickly stood up and pulled down a few leaves from the tree beside him, wrapped up the pheasant's body, and threw it in Pan's backpack, asking him to be careful not to break the pottery jar. Thinking that the purpose of this trip was to find Sisal, everyone did not waste time. After a short rest, they put out the fire and got up. Yichen looked at the direction of the system navigation arrow, and everyone continued on their way. Fortunately, Yichen had prepared broth in advance, which replenished everyone's energy and gave them enough strength to continue their journey. Rustle and rustle. Everyone was walking silently when suddenly a strange noise came from beside them. They could clearly see the grass not far away, shaking abnormally. Everyone immediately prepared for battle, gripping their weapons tightly and staring intently at the swaying grass not far away. Call out. With a slight sound, a gray figure appeared in front of everyone, with red eyes staring at everyone curiously, and everyone instantly entered a state of confrontation. Is this a hare? Looking at the gray figure in front of him, Yichen observed it again and confirmed that it was a hare. Similarly, the hares in the primitive world were much larger in size, with very long ears that almost reached their buttocks, and their fur was very thick, giving people a very warm feeling just by looking at it. Seeing the appearance of the wild rabbit, Yichen was extremely surprised. The wild rabbit looked very meaty, and the quality of its fur was also very good. If we can catch more wild rabbits and raise them, the tribe will have another source of meat, and the clothes for activities will be warmer. Attack. It's best to catch them alive. This time, Yichen did not have time to consider Shi's opinion. He quickly called on everyone to catch the hare that appeared, hoping to catch it back. It was a pity that Yichen's idea was too naive. The stones thrown by everyone were easily dodged by the hare in front of him, and the stone axes thrown were of no use. Seeing that no one's attacks hit the wild rabbit in front of them, before anyone could react, the wild rabbit moved a few times and disappeared. Stop chasing. Yichen hurriedly stopped everyone who wanted to chase after the rabbit. Seeing that it was impossible to catch the rabbit, he quickly asked everyone to give up the hunt and continue moving forward. As the sky grew darker, everyone finally found a better place to rest. Under a stone wall, they simply picked up some stones and built a small wall. Then everyone began to rest. Originally, dinner was also prepared with broth, but this time a pheasant had been caught. So Yichen decided to change the taste and started dissecting the pheasant right on the spot. Yichen folded the plucked feathers one by one and put them in his backpack, then began to clean up again. Because the chicken blood had almost been drained by noon, there's not much chicken blood left now, so all the internal organs can be taken out with a simple cleaning. But Yichen did not throw it away. He washed the internal organs and put them in a ceramic pot, thinking that if there was nothing to eat, he could use them to make a pot of soup. Then we roasted the chicken and cooked a pot of broth. Everyone ate the roasted chicken and drank the broth, ending today's trip. After a simple arrangement, according to the requirement that one person would keep watch in the first half of the night and the other in the second half, after one person was left to keep watch, the others went to bed wearing their armor. Chapter 39. Wild Wolf Attack. As night fell, Yichen did not take the time to rest as usual. Instead, he used the faint light of the fire to carefully paint on a piece of animal skin. Yichen believed that although this primitive world was full of many dangers, it was also full of countless possibilities. Recalling what happened during the day, Yichen's heart was filled with joy. The pheasants and hares encountered today were a huge discovery for Yichen. The current food source for the tribe has always been a problem. Although they already have fish, they definitely need more varieties of meat. Pheasants and hares are good choices for tribes. They are numerous and not very powerful, so hunting them is relatively easy. And if they could be captured and raised, the tribe's food source would be greatly improved. The pheasants and rabbits we encounter today are definitely very suitable for breeding. In later generations, there will be complete breeding experience and technology for these, and all relevant information can be found in the system. Therefore, Yi-chan was very confident that as long as he could get a few pheasants and rabbits back, even though these were animals from the primitive world and different from the domesticated poultry in later generations, Yi-chan was confident that he could breed them successfully. After marking the locations of the pheasants and hares on the animal skins, I could no longer resist the sleepiness. After glancing around and finding nothing wrong, he glanced at Pan, who was on guard, then lay down in his armor to rest. These are the experiences Yi-chan has learned during this period. Even when sleeping in the wild, he must keep his weapon in his hand and be ready for battle at any time. Beasts have no martial ethics, so you can only prepare yourself fully. Roar! With a roar, Yi-chan, who was sleeping, woke up immediately. He grabbed the weapon in his hand and sat up, trying to open his eyes and scan everything in front of him. Song, who was on guard at the moment, had already picked up his weapon and stood in front of everyone, providing cover for everyone to get up and prepare for battle. Yi-chan saw that Shur and others next to him were also awakened and immediately stood up with their weapons. Get up! There's a beast! After seeing that all 6 members of the hunting team had woken up and were ready for battle, Yi-chan finally had time to start scanning everything in front of him. Several pairs of green eyes were swaying not far away. After a few breaths, Yi-chan saw the situation in front of him clearly. The wolf pack that had fought with Yi-chan and others appeared again. More than a dozen wolves were surrounding Yi-chan and his 7 companions, staring at them fiercely with murderous looks in their eyes. Damn! These damn wolves! Unexpectedly, this group of wolves, which had disappeared for almost a month, were waiting for Yi-chan and his companions here. At this moment, the 7 people were isolated outside the tribal camp and had already worked hard all day. The wolves really chose a very good time to attack Yi-chan and others at night. Although the 7 of them are now in an isolated state, their combat condition is very good, and their equipment and weapons have been updated and upgraded. Although the 7 people wearing armor were a little shocked at the moment, they were not too scared. Experiments have proved that the armor's resistance is still very good. Shur was also very sober at this moment. He immediately asked everyone to change positions. He and Song, Pan, and Huang were now on the periphery, surrounding Yi-chan, Yu, and Hua. The wolves were gradually approaching, and the 4 people on the periphery did not choose to swing the rope stones, but instead prepared for battle with shields and stone axes. Yi-chan, who was surrounded, also chose to do the same as Yu and Hua, waving the rope stone in his hand with small amplitudes. Although the amplitude was small, the waving was very fast, and he confronted the wolf pack in this way. Fortunately, they found a stone wall to lean on before going to bed. At present, the 7 people only need to face the wolves attacking from 3 sides. Although the wolves are pressing forward step by step, the 7 people still respond calmly. Ouch! Following the howl of a big wild wolf, the rest of the wild wolves also howled and started running towards Yi-chan and others. Bang! Looking at the attacking wild wolves, Yu Hua took the lead and threw the rope stone in her hand directly at the wild wolf running in front. The target was large and the accuracy was good, so she knocked the wolf to the ground on the spot. The other wolves seemed not to see it and continued running and then pounced. Boom! Boom! As several wild wolves pounced. Although the inertia was huge, Shur and others successfully resisted them with their shields and then dragged the stone axes towards the wild wolf stomachs. Squeak! With a slight sound, a hole was cut in the belly of a wild wolf. At this moment, Yi-chan swung the rope stone out. Looking at the dozen or so wild wolves in front of him, Yi-chan didn't know where to throw the rope stone in his hand, so he decided to wait for the wolves to pounce on him. With confidence in his shield, Yi-chan did not make a move, waiting for a wild wolf to pounce and be blocked by Song's shield. He held Song's waist to prevent him from being knocked down and swung the rope stone in his hand with the other hand. It smashed directly towards the top of the wolf's head in front of the warehouse shield, as if it was going to smash the wolf's crown. With just a muffled sound, Yi-chan saw the wolf's body pause. Song also took this opportunity and slashed the stone axe in his hand directly along the wolf's belly, breaking it open on the spot. Hua behind him was not idle either. After throwing the stone rope in his hand, he did not prepare to throw it again. Instead, he held the stone axe and waited for an opportunity. This was the opportunity. He chopped down the wild wolf in front of Song with the stone axe. In this way, the 3 of them attacked one by one and knocked the wolf to the ground on the spot. The wolf immediately lost its ability to move, and its rapid breathing seemed to reveal the wolf's unwillingness. Pan's luck was a little worse. With no one supporting him from behind, he was directly knocked down by the wolf. Fortunately, his shield blocked the wolf's pounce and bite, and the armor on his body also ensured that the wolf's claws could not touch his body. However, since his shoulders and arms were not protected, they were scratched by the wild wolves. Blood kept flowing out. After seeing the blood, the wild wolves that were biting the shield became even more excited. Save me! Seeing that the shield in his hand could not withstand the bite of the wild wolf and was about to collapse, Pan quickly shouted for help. Seeing this, Yi-chun, Song, and Hua had no time to pay attention to the wild wolf lying at their feet. They turned around and attacked the wild wolf that was still biting the plate. The weapons in the hands of the three men arrived one after another, directly hitting the biting wild wolf and making it roll on the ground. The obvious injury made the wild wolf dare not get closer, and it just got up and continued to roar at everyone. Chapter 40: Fierce Battle. The wolf pack's first attack ended in an instant. With two wild wolves lying on the ground, unable to move, both sides got some time to breathe. Ah, wolf! The leader wolf howled, and the rest of the pack followed suit. Their cries echoed throughout the forest, as if to completely shatter the silence of the night. Yi-chun and the others gripped their weapons tightly, watching the wolves' every move with vigilance. The wild wolves once again stared at Yi-chun and others fiercely, with fierce light flashing in their eyes. They growled softly, as if waiting for the order from the leader, ready to launch another fierce attack on the humans in front of them. Yi-chun and others were also standing closely together at this time. They looked nervous, but their eyes were firm. After Pan was helped up, he didn't pay attention to the wounds on his shoulders and arms caused by the wolf's claws. Instead, he quickly adjusted his state, continued to hold up the shield, and prepared to respond to attacks at any time. At this point, everyone's positions returned to their previous state, surrounding Yu, Hua, and Yi-chun in the center, forming a tight defensive circle. Sure, and the other four stood on the periphery, weapons in hand, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ready to resist the wolves' attack at any time. Yi-chun gasped for breath. Although he hadn't been injured earlier thanks to everyone's protection, the fierce attack had caused his heart to race, his blood to boil, and his body to tremble uncontrollably. He gripped the knife tightly, trying to calm his breathing, preparing for the battle that might follow. In the pack opposite, the giant leader continued to stare at the group with its lustrous green eyes, searching for an opportunity to attack. After staring for a moment, it suddenly raised its head and howled. Ouch! With a short howl, the wolves beside him immediately changed their state. They ran quickly with their fangs bared, and continued to attack Yi-chun and others again. Hold on! Seeing that the opponent was about to pounce again, Shur quickly called on the three people on the periphery to hold their shields tightly and prepare for the impact. At the same time, Yu and Hua in the inner circle also waved the rope stones in their hands without hesitation, waiting attentively for the next throwing opportunity. At this time, Yi-chun held the stone axe tightly in his hand and did not swing the rope stone. He knew in his heart that his hit rate of the rope stone was not high. In comparison, it would be wiser to attack directly with the stone axe in hand. His eyes moved swiftly, and he suddenly noticed the burning fire on the ground. An idea flashed in his mind, and he remembered the scene often seen in later movies. Wolves were afraid of fire. Although he was not sure whether the wild wolves in this primitive world were also afraid, Yi-chun decided to give it a try. Fire on the ground. Take it and attack them. While the wolves were still running hard, Yi-chun hurriedly shouted loudly, reminding everyone to seize the opportunity to pick up firewood and use the flames to disperse these ferocious wolves. But there was not enough time now. As soon as Yi-chun finished speaking, the wolves pounced on him again. With a dull bang, the shield once again blocked the wolves' attack. Although they could block the wild wolves' bites and pounces, the shield could only withstand the first attack. The subsequent continuous claw attacks from the wolves the moment they landed also caused several people to be scratched again. But now no one can care about these scars at all. After all, these wounds are not fatal and do not affect movement for the time being. Therefore, everyone chose to ignore it and focus on solving the current dilemma. However, Yu and Hua found the right opportunity this time. They threw out the rope stone the moment the wolf pounced on them, and hit the wolf's head the moment the wolf pounced on the shield. The sound of the stone hitting the head and the sound of the wild wolf pouncing on the shield rang out at the same time, coupled with the stone axe attacks of Shur, Song, and others. In an instant, the two wild wolves collapsed to the ground. Apart from making a slight, woohoo sound, they had no strength to stand up again. However, this time the four people on the periphery were also exhausted. The wild wolf's fierce pounce caused the four people to fall backwards. Yichen also rolled over quickly at this moment. He came to the fire that he and others had lit, and without paying any attention to the blazing flames, he reached in and pulled out a branch, waving it in his hand, scaring the surrounding wolves so much that they retreated one after another. "There's hope. Hurry, do the same as me. Hold a firewood." After several consecutive swings, the wolves surrounding them retreated a few steps. As a result, the pressure on Shi and others was greatly reduced. They ignored their injuries and quickly ran to Yichun. They started waving the burning branches. The 7 of them waved the burning branches, and this posture instantly made wolf meat retreat a lot. Apart from baring their fangs and continuing to let out low, vicious roars, the wolves didn't dare to get any closer. Just like that, after finishing the second attack, the wild wolf did not launch any more attacks. Instead, it was frightened back a lot by the flames in the hands of the 7 people. After seeing Yi Xiao, several people showed joy on their faces. At Shi's command, they quickly gathered together again and surrounded Yi Chun in the center. The 7 of them kept holding a shield in one hand and firewood in the other, confronting the wolves who were also eyeing them eagerly. No one knew how long it had been. Following the howl of the leader of the pack, the wolves began to turn around and retreat, leaving in a very determined manner, as if they did not even notice the 4 dying wolves on the ground. However, the leader of the wolf pack did not take any action even after all the other leaders had left. He just squinted his eyes and scanned everything in front of him. It paused for a while on the bodies of the 4 wild wolves lying on the ground, and finally stared at Yi Chun and the others before turning around and running away. It was almost dawn, and the gray sky gave the chief a bad feeling. After the hunting team left yesterday, the chief looked worried. Even if he lay on the bed that Yi Chun built for him, he couldn't fall asleep at all. So when he saw a ray of light outside the cave, he got up and walked out of the cave. He patted the person who was guarding the cave entrance and asked him to go into the cave to rest. The chief himself stood at the cave entrance in his place, looking in the direction where Yi Chun and others left. For the chief, it was rare for the hunting team to leave the tribe and spend the night outside. Apart from Yi Chun's training camp some time ago, there were only a few times in his memory. The main reason for this is that they got lost and couldn't find the way back, so they were forced to spend a night in the wild. The chief also knew how dangerous it was in the forest at night. After all, he was also a member of the hunting team when he was young. However, after he inherited the position of chief, he no longer went out hunting. Chapter 41, Safe Return. It was almost noon, and the sun was already scorching high in the sky, burning everything in sight. The chief stood quietly at the entrance of the tribe, his eyes filled with worry and anticipation. His gaze passed through the borders of the tribe and fell on the vast forest. He hoped to see Chun and others returning in this vast forest, but he always returned disappointed. At this moment, Puyi came to the chief with a bowl of steaming hot broth. She held the bowl carefully, fearing that the soup would splash out and burn herself or others. After walking up to the chief, Puyi respectfully handed the broth to him and said softly, "Chief, you have been staring into the distance all morning. Please drink some hot soup to warm yourself up." The chief took the broth, looked at Puyi gratefully, and blew gently on the hot steam on the soup, even though he had eaten very little since last night. But at this moment, he didn't feel too hungry. His mind was all on Yi Chun and the others, worried about whether they were in any danger. "Chief, that's it." Just as he lowered his head to drink the broth, the chief heard a trembling sound coming from beside him. He looked at Hu in surprise and found that Hu was shocked at the moment, and his fingers were trembling and pointing to the distance. "Huh? What's going on?" The chief was a little confused, but he still looked in the direction of Hu's finger. His eyes widened as he saw several figures appear in the forest, stumbling towards the tribe. "Morning!" The chief couldn't believe his eyes and muttered to himself, "It's them. It's really them." His body trembled uncontrollably and tears blurred his eyes. During this day and night, he had been worried about the safety of Chun and others. Now that he saw them return safely, the joy in his heart was beyond words. The chief, who was originally weak, completely forgot that he had a bowl of hot soup in his hand and jumped up excitedly. He stared closely at the figures that were getting closer and closer, with a smile of happiness and relief on his face. Huff, huff, huff. The broth splashed onto his hands as he jumped, and the chief jumped up and down in anger, blowing hard his hands. The chief's abnormal behavior also attracted the attention of everyone in the camp. They immediately looked in the direction of Hu's finger and found Yi Chun and others. After seeing the hunting team, He immediately called the other 2 hunting team members in the tribe, picked up his weapons, rushed out of the camp, and ran towards Yi Chun and others. After seeing the familiar wall, everyone's faces were very excited. Although they had only been away for one night, it felt as if they had been away from the tribe for a long time. When Yi Chun saw someone from the tribe running towards him and his group, he knew that the people from the tribe had finally discovered him and his group. He was about to wave his hand to signal them, but he felt dizzy and fell straight to the ground. "Morning. Chun, what's wrong with you?" Sure, and the other 6 people, who were originally excited, suddenly noticed someone fainted in the corner of their eyes. When they found out it was Yi Chun, they were very panicked and hurriedly called for people to come and carry Yi Chun back. The night away from the tribe was really exciting for Yi Chun. After a fierce battle in the middle of the night and a short rest, the group decided to carry the 4 wolf corpses back home to avoid any more accidents. In order to carry back the 4 wolf carcasses weighing more than 200 kilograms, the 7 people simply threw away the pottery jars filled with clean water in their backpacks and found some leaves to bury in the corner. In order to ensure that the other people maintained sufficient fighting power, Yi Chun took out everything in his backpack and put it in the backpacks of others. He used a bark rope to secure the wolf's body to the backpack and carried it back with gritted teeth. As soon as he saw people from the tribe coming to pick him up, he fainted from excitement due to the busy night and carrying 200 corpses. "Water! Water! Chun, you're awake!" Hearing Yi Chun's weak voice, Yun, who was standing by, quickly used a spoon to drip boiling water into Yi Chun's mouth. With the infusion of water, Yi Chun immediately felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, his consciousness was slowly regaining consciousness. Looking at Yun squatting beside him, Yi Chun suddenly had a familiar feeling. This was also the case when he first woke up after traveling through time and space, but the tribe at that time didn't even have clean water. The water given to Yi Chun to drink was the last bit of water in the tribe, which was full of dust and sand. This time, when Yi Chun woke up, it was obvious that Yun's care conditions were much better. He first woke up on the bedboard he made and drank boiled cold water that Yun fed him with a ceramic spoon. In the moment Yi Chun woke up, Yun ran out and scooped a bowl of warm broth for Yi Chun. Without helping Yi Chun up, Yun gently scooped a spoonful of broth and fed it to Yi Chun. "Call." Yi Chun had just swallowed the first mouthful of hot soup and was still breathing heavily with fatigue when he heard a burst of hurried footsteps. "Chun, you're awake." "Very good." Suddenly, people stood around Yi Chun. The chief and all the people in the hunting team surrounded Yi Chun and looked at him happily as he had woken up. "Yeah, I'm Ufine." After hearing Yi Chun's words, everyone felt relieved. After watching Yi Chun drink a few mouthfuls of hot soup, the primitive man who didn't know any words of comfort walked out of the cave with a smile. Under Yun's careful care, Yi Chun finally recovered to full health when he woke up again the next day. He quickly asked Shi to give him his things. Yi Chun didn't care about other things, but the animal skin with the route and experiences of this trip drawn on it was what Yi Chun cared about most. After all, no matter how good a person's memory is, he or she will forget things. Only information written on stone walls or painted on animal skins can be preserved permanently. After storing the animal skin that recorded the important information, Yi Chun finally had time to think. This group of wild wolves had obviously formed a blood feud with the Dashi tribe, where Yi Chun was. Yi Chun also knew that there was no possibility of escape. He and his men had already killed 6 wild wolves in front of the leader wolf. This time, Yi Chun's treasure hunting trip, which he thought was foolproof, was also ended by this group of wild wolves. Although he gained something, it was far from Yi Chun's goal. After all, Yi Chun's ultimate goal was to find the sisal given by the system in the lottery. This was the goal that Yi Chun had been preparing for half a month. He never expected that he would be ambushed by this group of wild wolves. Fortunately, Yi Chun was well prepared and provided shields and armor for everyone, which allowed them to successfully resist the attacks of the wild wolves. Otherwise, this time, they would have been in great danger. The biggest loss this time was that all the herbs that Xiao had that could heal wounds had been used up. Looking at the thin layer of herbal mud on the wounds of Shi, Song, and others, Yi Chun asked and found out that it was just as he had guessed. Xiao saw that everyone except Yi Chun was injured, so he hurriedly took out the last of his treasured herbs. However, due to the limited stock, Xiao could only choose to apply less medicine to each person to give the wound some medicinal effect. Chapter 42, Making Bows and Arrows. Xiao is a very important member of the tribe to Yi Chun. He is not only responsible for the polishing of all weapons in the tribe, but also takes out precious herbs to save people from danger at critical moments. Yi Chen knew very well that if Chiu had not used herbal medicine to treat him in time, he would not know when he would recover, and if the wound became inflamed, he might even die. Therefore, when Yi Chen learned that Chiu's herbs had all been used up, he was very anxious because in this tribe, he was the only one who had certain medical knowledge and skills. If Lin Xiu ran out of herbal medicine reserves, the entire tribe would be in a predicament where they could not get medical treatment. Once someone is injured or sick, they can only rely on their own resistance to get through it, which undoubtedly increases many risks. Yi Chen realized that this situation must be changed as soon as possible. Therefore, Yi Chen decided that his first task after recovery was to leave the camp with Chiu and go to the wild to find and collect more herbs. In this way, even if an emergency occurs again in the future, there will be enough herbal reserves to deal with it. At the same time, this will also help improve the overall survivability and security of the tribe. Yi Chen thought to himself, this is something that only Chiu can do. Although Yi Chen's system contains many methods of making Chinese medicinal materials and Western medicines, this is the primitive world of tens of thousands of years ago. The flowers, plants, and trees of this era are completely different from those of later generations. Ordinary flowers and plants are fine, but if these herbs are different, Yi Chen would not dare to move them casually. After all, this involves people's lives and is no joke. When Yi Chen told Chiu that he was going to take him out of the camp, Chiu was stunned for a moment. This was something he had been dreaming of for many years. Now that it was suddenly about to come true, Chiu couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. He even felt that it was all too unreal. Yi Chen was still very confident about this operation. Currently, the tribe's hunting team has 9 people. If Yi Chen is included, it will become 10 people. They only needed to bring Chiu, a man who walked with a cane, and as long as they didn't encounter ferocious beasts like tigers and lions, they were confident enough to ensure everyone's safe retreat. Besides, Yi Chen didn't plan to go far. He just wanted to walk around the tribe and the lake to see if he could ask Chiu to collect some herbs. If you were lucky, you might even find some precious herbs. Moreover, Chiu now has some self-protection ability, and Suo Shi's training has not been delayed. Yi Chen is also planning to equip him with a shield, which will make him safer when the time comes. Looking at the excited Chiu, Yi Chen also stated his requirements. After all, going out is still dangerous. Yi Chen immediately asked Chiu to strengthen his training in 3 days. The first is the training of Suo Shi, which can also help the hunting team to attack and increase the hunting team's attack power. The second is shield training, which can increase your own safety, not only protecting yourself, but also reducing the pressure on your teammates. The last step is to carry the herbs on his back. After all, Chiu has to carry them back by himself, so as not to trouble the captain by asking for the price. After hearing Yi Chen's request, Chiu patted his chest and promised Yi Chen seriously that he would definitely train hard and would not hold back the hunting team. Then, regardless of Yi Chen's reaction, he left quickly with his crutch and went to find Shi to get the shield and backpack. Yi Chen looked at Chiu's energetic appearance and was very much looking forward to it. During the 3 days of Chiu's training, Yi Chen also had his own arrangements, which was to make bows and arrows. The importance of the bow and arrow is self-evident. It can be said that the bow and arrow is the most powerful long-range weapon invented in human history. Apart from a musket, the most powerful weapon is the bow and arrow. Whether in the East or the West, no matter what dynasty, the bow and arrow are the most mainstream weapons. The rope stone was only a transitional weapon. What could really increase combat effectiveness rapidly was the emergence of the bow and arrow. Bows and arrows have stronger attack power and better accuracy, and can also greatly reduce the danger to oneself. During this trip, Yi Chen found enough materials to make a bow and arrow. Among them, pheasants provide 60 or 70 feathers, which will be used to make arrow feathers. In addition, Yi Chen also obtained tendons from the corpses of 4 wild wolves, which fully met the conditions for making bows and arrows. It can be said that misfortune and fortune are interdependent. The materials for the bow and arrow that Yi Chen has always dreamed of are finally gathered. He immediately ordered the skinning and tendon removal of the 4 wild wolves, and used the meat of one of the wild wolves to celebrate this triumphant return. For Chief and Shi, they must know that Yi Chen went out to look for treasures according to the instructions of the gods, but it is also a fact that he has not found it yet. However, the overall morale of the tribe is not high now, and the two did not dare to say that Yi Chen did not find the treasure given by the gods. Instead, they actively participated in the celebration party. At dinner that day, Everyone ate the roasted wolf meat with fish soup, and their mouths were full of oil. They touched their round bellies and laughed happily. Life in the primitive world is so simple and unpretentious. It is called a celebratory dinner, but there is really no activity. It is just for everyone to eat and drink. The return of Yi Chun and the hunting team instantly restored the tribe, which had been somewhat depressed. After a satisfying dinner, everyone slept peacefully in the cave. Yi Chun got up at dawn and started to take out the wolf tendons left over from yesterday and put them into a pottery pot to cook them. This was mainly to remove the bloody smell from the wolf tendons. Then he asked the hunting team to cut some branches for him. While the wolf tendons were being cooked, Yi Chun picked up a 2-meter-long branch and started to sort out. The arrow of the bow is required to be straight, so Yi Chun gestured at a length of about 60 centimeters and then selected a section that was as straight as possible and cut it into pieces. Use a stone axe to grind and trim the surface of the branch until it is only as thick as a little finger and make it as smooth as possible. Then tie the chicken feathers to the back end with a rope. In this way, an arrow is made. The arrowhead part has not been polished yet, so it is placed on the fire to be baked. After it is slightly carbonized, it is placed on the whetstone to be polished until it is sharp. In this way, Yi Chun made the arrows successfully bit by bit according to the instructions in the system. In one morning, Yi Chun made 8 arrows. Next is the bow part. Take out a 1.5-meter long tree trunk, split it in the middle with a stone axe, and then pick up 1/2 to polish it. The key to polishing is that the 2 ends of the bow should be thin, used to tie the bowstring, and the middle part should be thick so that it can withstand the tension when the bow and arrow are launched. Ignoring the people watching the fun around him, Yi Chun was immersed in his own world, carefully polishing the bow, and finally taking out the wolf tendon he had prepared. Bend the polished bow to a certain degree, tie the wolf tendon to the 2 specially chiseled notches on the bow, and a finished bow is born. Holding the bow and arrow that he had worked hard to make for a whole day, Yi Chun was very excited. He finally had a more advanced weapon, which also meant that the tribe had officially entered the bow and arrow era. Chapter 43, Bow and Arrow Practice. Yi Chun sat on the ground, carefully looking at the bow and arrow he had just made. The bow is made of tough wood, and the string is made of animal tendons that he carefully selected, which is tight and elastic. The arrow shaft is straight and smooth, and the arrowhead is polished to a very sharp point, which looks quite lethal. Yi Chun gently stroked the bow and arrow feathers, feeling their texture, and a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. Several members of the hunting team gathered around curiously. They stared at the bow and arrow in Yi Chun's hand, their eyes full of confusion. Yi Chun has been concentrating on polishing his bow and arrow all day today, which has aroused the curiosity of everyone in the hunting team. While they could tell it was a weapon, they had no idea how to use it. From time to time, they approached Yi Chun, trying to take the bow and arrow from his hand and study it carefully. Yi Chun was unwilling to do so. He was still carefully savoring his masterpiece. After a day of meticulous polishing, Yi Chun finally finished the bow. He looked at his work with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with confidence. At this time, the sun was gradually setting, but had not yet set. Yi Chun decided to seize the last time and use this precious light to test the power of the bow and arrow. He quickly ran to the storage area and picked up the wooden barrels that had been polished earlier. These barrels were once used to store water, but now that the tribe has better water storage tools such as clay pots, they have lost their original purpose. However, Yi Chun did not give up these wooden barrels because he believed that they might be useful in the future, so he never touched them. At this time, these bulky wooden barrels finally found a new use and became targets for Yi Chun to practice archery. These wooden barrels are more than 20 centimeters in diameter and more than 20 centimeters high. For Yi Chun, this size is just right for his practice needs. Bang! With a crisp sound, an arrow hit the wooden barrel steadily, and the tail was still shaking violently. However, even though he hit the target, Yi Chun did not feel happy at all. After all, this was the result he achieved after half an hour of continuous attempts. Moreover, this was only when he was only 5 steps away from the wooden barrel. He practiced using these 8 bows and arrows repeatedly for nearly half an hour, and his fingers even began to ache slightly before he finally succeeded in hitting the target once. Yi Chun took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. It seems that if I want to master the archery skills, I still have a long way to go. Yi Chun had never touched the sport of archery before he traveled through time. Now he was just practicing based on the archery methods he remembered from movies. The system only had some text introductions, and he had no idea where to start after reading them for a long time. He had to rely entirely on himself to get the hang of it. Yichen had been groping since the very beginning when he was trying to find the aim. After shooting the first few arrows, he had no idea where they went. He felt that he was aiming at the target, but they ended up flying wildly off target. Shi and others, who were originally looking forward to this new weapon, immediately curled their lips and walked away after seeing Yichen's series of operations. Yichen was not affected at all. This treasure hunt taught Yichen too many lessons, which made him very interested in practicing archery. He originally thought that if there were dangers outside, he could rely on the protection of the hunting team and his own shield and rope stone so that he would not be a burden to others. However, after being attacked by a wild wolf that night, Yichen changed completely. Yichen was very moved when he thought about how everyone was determined to protect him, but he was also very sad when he saw Shi, Song, and others getting injured while trying to protect him. In addition, because of the system lottery, I will definitely go out more often in the future. If I still rely on everyone's protection, it will only increase the danger for the hunting team. In this way, in the remaining 2 days, Yichen and Xiao were the two most hardworking and diligent people in the tribe. Yichen wanted to make the bow and arrow exert its full power, to make his attack more powerful and not become a burden to the hunting team. Xiao wanted to adapt himself to the existence of the shield and backpack more quickly, so that he could move smoothly in the wild and not become a burden to the hunting team. 2 days later, in the tribal camp, Xiao looked at Yichen fully armed, indicating that he was ready. At this moment, Xiao's spirit has completely transformed, as if he has turned back into the young man who once dared to hunt in the wild, with a specially customized shield tied to his left hand and a crutch. He held a stone axe in his right hand and carried a small backpack on his back. He was also wearing armor that had been hastily made during this period. Except for the fact that his right leg was missing, he looked like a warrior. Yichen's test was also very simple. He asked the 9 members of the hunting team to stand in different positions, and then asked the fully armed Xiao to quickly circle around each of the 9 people without falling down during the process. This test did not have too many requirements. After Yichen demonstrated it to Xiao understood the rules. After a few deep breaths, he began to prepare himself, just waiting for Yichen to give orders. Run! This is the command that Yichen came up with after working with the hunting team for some time. Now everyone can't understand too many words, so Yichen reduced the command to 2 simple ones. Run. Kill. It's either run away or attack, and everyone can react immediately when they hear it. After this unification, at least everyone knows what to do. Xiao's movements were not fast, but each step was very steady, without any sense of panic, and the crutches and body also formed a good coordination. From this, it can be seen that Xiao has become very familiar with crutches during this period. In about 2 minutes, Xiao completely walked around the 9 people and returned to Yichen, looking at him expectantly. Yichen also looked at Xiao with a smile and nodded. Roar! At this moment, Xiao didn't care about anything else. He just stretched out his body and roared excitedly, as if he was venting the countless grievances and anger in his heart over the years. The people around looked at Xiao, who was extremely excited at the moment, and howled to the sky. They also looked excited. Some women even had red eyes. The chief's eyes were also red with excitement at this moment. It has been a long time. Back then, I was also a strong warrior of the hunting team. I went out hunting every day for food for the tribe members. Although it was hard work, I didn't feel tired at all when I saw the warm eyes of the tribe members. But since he broke his leg, he has become a complete burden to the tribe and can no longer contribute to the tribe. So he has become completely depressed. After discovering that he could also sharpen weapons for the hunting team, Xiao would quietly sharpen the weapons after waking up every day, as if the tribe's affairs had nothing to do with him. The next day, the 9 members of the hunting team, plus Yichen and Xiao, a total of 11 people, left the tribe under everyone's gaze. This time, Xiao held his head high, because the main purpose of this trip is to let Xiao collect more herbs and also to hunt. Although the tribe still has 3 wolves that have not been eaten, the hunting team still has to continue. The weather is getting colder, and it's time to start preparing food for the tribe in the winter. If there is a chance, we should hunt more prey. Yichen is also thinking about making some dried meat. Chapter 44 Demonstration of the Power of Bows and Arrows. As they walked into the vast forest, the hunting team began to perk up, gripping their weapons tightly and scanning the surrounding environment vigilantly. The direction to go was pointed out by Xiao. He pointed his finger slightly, and everyone headed in that direction. The protagonist of this outing is Xiao, who also shoulders an important mission, which is to collect some herbs for the tribe. Currently, Chiu is the only one in the tribe who has researched this matter, so he is the only one who can point out where the herbs are found. However, after the hunting team entered the forest, Chiu's expression began to hesitate. His eyes kept wandering, and he occasionally fell into deep thought. After all, Chiu had not left the tribe for a long time. When Chiu stepped into this familiar forest in his memory again, he found that it had become so unfamiliar. Chiu, are you sure we are taking the right path? Someone couldn't help but ask, breaking the silence. Chiu came back to his senses and nodded. That should be right. I remember there were a lot of them here before. Why do they all feel different now? He muttered to himself, feeling a surge of doubt in his heart. Yichen did not intend to blame Chiu for his hesitation. Instead, he patted Chiu's shoulder hard. Don't be afraid. Just point the direction boldly. If it doesn't work this time, we could try again next time. In order to make him not have any worries, Yichen encouraged Yichun with a trusting tone. Sure Hatsang and others who were guarding nearby also nodded. They knew the importance of herbs. After all, they had experienced the power of herbs themselves. Besides, Chiu is the only one in the tribe who knows how to pick herbs, so everyone attaches great importance to Chiu's opinions. As for Yichun, he was very much looking forward to this trip. As an archery trainee who had been practicing for 2.5 days, Yichun was now looking forward to hunting. During these 2 days of practice, Yichun was very hardworking. He spent a lot of time every day practicing archery skills, gradually correcting his movements of aiming, drawing the bow, and releasing the arrow. After 2 days of practice, the hit rate has been greatly improved, but the embarrassing thing at present is that it can only target stationary targets. This problem made Yichun feel very distressed, because in actual hunting scenarios, prey are usually in motion, and he must learn how to deal with this situation in order to better complete the task. However, since Yichun used a wooden barrel fixed on a pile of stones as a target when practicing in the camp, it did not have the ability to move on its own, so it was difficult for him to practice his dynamic shooting ability in such an environment. But he was not discouraged. He believed that his hard training would definitely pay off. At least his proficiency would be improved. Moreover, in a wild environment, any possibility exists. Who says there is no stationary target in the wild? Yichun encouraged himself in this way to maintain a positive attitude. At the same time, after Chiu gradually adapted to walking in the wild, he began to keep his eyes closely on all the weeds around him, not daring to relax at all, for fear that any fish would slip through the net. After walking for a while, Yichun found that his estimation was wrong. He underestimated the huge difference between Chiu walking in the camp and walking in the wild. After a long period of walking and trampling on the roads in the camp, most of the obstacles that hurt the feet or easily cause falls have been cleared away. In a wild forest, there is no easy path at all, and in many places you have to open up a path yourself. This caused Chiu to walk much slower, and the entire hunting team's progress was also significantly reduced, causing Tsang and Pan, who were still on alert, to lose focus. However, everyone tacitly agreed not to urge him, as they all knew that today was Chiu's first day back in the wild hunting, so it was normal to feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Chiu didn't notice these situations. His whole mind was focused on the weeds in front of him. As he walked, he casually pulled out some weeds, observed them carefully, and threw them on the ground, and then continued to look for other weeds. In this way, Chiu kept repeating these actions, and slowly, the knowledge about Yichun in his memory became clearer and clearer. Chiu's movements became more skillful, as if he had regained his current feeling. The result was obvious, and Chiu finally put a few herbs into his backpack. Yichun didn't ask what the specific uses of these herbs were, but just followed silently. Yichun, who was originally somewhat interested, was now a little bored and kept playing with the bow and arrow in his hand. At first, Yichun watched with great interest, but Chiu's movements became faster and faster, and Yichun threw away the grass without even seeing what it was. Yichun, who was looking around bored, suddenly found 2 birds squatting on the branches above his head, looking at him and others with curiosity. Yichun stopped and observed the 2 birds quietly. Yichun didn't know what species these 2 birds were, but they looked a bit like sparrows. But its body size is more than twice as large, its feathers are also gray, and there are several arm-long feathers on its tail that are very conspicuous. He noticed that their wings were short and plump, but their tails were long and beautifully feathered. Chiu. Yichun, who discovered the target, immediately spoke to stop everyone's actions, and then gestured to everyone to see the prey on the branch. Then he quickly put on his bow, an arrow, and aimed at the sparrow in the tree. Forehead. Sure looked in the direction Yi Chun pointed and immediately spotted the sparrow on the branch. Sure was about to speak when Yi Chun stopped him with a look. For sure, this situation is simply not realistic. The branch where the sparrow was standing was nearly 3 meters away from everyone's heads. It was impossible to hit it at such a long distance with the weapons in hand. Even you, who was the best at throwing rope stones, once tried to use the rope stones to attack wild birds in the trees, but every time he swung the rope stones, the wild birds would be scared away. But when Sure saw that Yi Chun was ready to attack, he stopped talking and felt a surge of anticipation in his heart, wanting to see how powerful the new weapon invented by Yi Chun was. Middle. Following Yi Chun's low voice, the bow and arrow shot out as fast as lightning, flying towards the sparrow with a sharp momentum. The sparrow, who was curious about what the people under the tree were doing, suddenly felt the danger coming and was about to spread its wings and escape, but it was too late. The arrow was like a flash of lightning, piercing through its body. In the eyes of Sure and others, this was an absolutely astonishing attack. Before they could see the trajectory of the arrow clearly, they saw the sparrow that was still standing stupidly on the tree fall straight down. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Yi Chun quickly ran over and picked up the sparrow's body. The arrow had pierced the sparrow's entire body, and the bloody arrowhead had broken out by 1 centimeter. Yi Chun said with surprise, "Haha, the power of the bow and arrow is really fierce." Yi Chun was also very excited at this moment. He carefully pulled the bow and arrow out of the sparrow's body, and then gently stroked the bow and arrow, as if it was a precious treasure. Then he put the sparrow's body into the basket behind him and looked at everyone with a smile. "Let's go. Why are you still standing there?" Yi Chun shouted. This time everyone was shocked. They opened their eyes wide, opened their mouths wide, and showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. They didn't expect that the bow and arrow was so powerful that the wild birds that could not be attacked before could actually fall down in an instant, which was completely beyond everyone's imagination. They gathered around, observing the bow curiously, trying to figure out why it was so powerful. Some even couldn't help but touch the bow, feeling its texture and strength. "Chun, this weapon is so powerful," you said excitedly. Yi Chun said proudly, "I made it myself. How is it? It's amazing." Now the 3 members of the Suaw Sure team could no longer sit still. They were specifically responsible for long-range attacks. Seeing that the bow and arrow in Yi Chun's hand had such great power, they felt itchy as if they were being scratched by a cat. But considering that they were still in the hunting period, they could only suppress their inner impulse and secretly look at the bow and arrow from time to time. After a long time, the 3 of them gradually calmed down and refocused on protecting Xiao and continuing to collect herbs. Xiao also regained his previous concentration and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Chapter 45 found a carrot. As Xiao's condition improved, all the memories about herbs in his head revived and became clearer. His movements became more and more skillful, as if he had returned to the past. There was a slight hiss sound. Xiao pulled out another weed, his eyes full of joy and surprise. He carefully admired the white fruit with a slightly green color under the weed, wiped it carefully with his hand, and couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. However, when Yi Chun saw Xiao's skillful movements and the things in his hands, his mind went blank in an instant. He was stunned and was shocked to the point of being at a loss. It turned out that what Xiao was holding in his hand was a plant that Yi Chun was very familiar with: radish. This plant was also often eaten by Yi Chun in later generations. Yi Chun never thought that Xiao could find it and know how to eat it. "Isn't this a radish?" Yi Chun widened his eyes and pointed at the radish in Xiao's hand, his face full of disbelief. It has been a long time since he came to this world, and he hasn't eaten vegetables. These days, he has only had various kinds of meat. Xiao was also stunned after hearing Yi Chun's words. He stopped chewing, but his eyes were still staring at the radish in his hand in confusion. "Radish?" Xiao's voice was full of confusion, as if he had never heard of this name before. In fact, she discovered this plant by chance while collecting herbs. At that time, she saw some fruits growing under some wild grass and flowers. She was so hungry that she put them into her mouth without hesitation to taste them. In this primitive world, survival seems simple and straightforward. As long as you are hungry, you can eat everything in sight. This is perhaps the most basic human instinct. So when Xiao ate the first radish, he found that although it had no special taste, it at least filled his stomach. This feeling gave him a new understanding of food. However, things did not go so smoothly. Naturally, Cho began to look for more radishes to satisfy his hunger. But due to lack of experience, he could not accurately judge which wild flowers and weeds contained radishes. Each attempt was an adventure. Sometimes he would find some radishes, sometimes nothing. To make matters worse, Chio's leg was once injured and broken, which prevented him from exploring his surroundings as freely as before. Therefore, he never had the chance to taste radish again. Until today, when he accidentally discovered radish, he felt the surprise again. Through in-depth communication with Chio, Yi-chan finally solved the mystery of why he had never been able to eat wild fruits and vegetables. It turned out that it was not because these resources did not exist in this land, but because he lacked the experience and skills like Chio. There were few wild fruits that could be picked directly nearby, and they had all been picked before Yi-chan came here. These fruits cannot be stored for long, so we developed the habit of eating them directly as soon as they ripen, and they are even picked before they are ripe. As far as we know about edible fruits, very few of them can wait until the day they are ripe. In addition, Chio, who was able to help everyone find fruits in the soil, was accidentally injured and could no longer leave the camp. As a result, everyone was unable to find radishes effectively, and after randomly pulling out wild flowers and weeds several times, there was nothing to be found. Over time, everyone became too lazy to look for radishes again, and after trying several times without success, they stopped looking. If Yi-chan had not made a crutch for Chio, allowing Chio to leave the camp again, no one knew when this radish would be discovered. Because the radishes here were not managed and were still original seeds, the leaves and flowers that grew were completely different from what they would be in later generations. Before this, Chio was the only one in the tribe who knew about this. Only Chio knows what kind of weeds to look for, so he has a chance to find radishes. When Yi-chan discovered the existence of radish, he was immediately extremely excited. After such a long time, he could finally eat vegetables. Who could understand this feeling? He immediately grabbed the radish scraps from Chio's hand and examined them carefully. It was discovered that it was indeed different from the radishes of later generations. It was only long and strip-shaped the size of a fist, while the flowers and leaves were the size of a palm. Then, regardless of Chio's resentful look, he stuffed all the remaining radishes into his mouth and began to chew them. The juice of the raw radish immediately filled the tip of the tongue. It was full of radish flavor and had a hint of bitterness, but it did not affect Yi-chan's enjoyment. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, Yi-chan immediately asked Shi, Tsang, Pan, and Huang to be on guard, and the rest of the people all gathered around Yi-chan. Carefully identify the flowers and leaves growing on the radish, spread them out and look carefully, and pull out all the radishes here. For the rough guys in the hunting team, finding these specific radish flowers and leaves was really a difficult task. But for the two new women, Hua and Sang, who had joined the hunting team, things were much simpler. Women have always had a deep impression of flowers and plants. After such careful observation, they actually found quite a few, filling the backpacks of Sang, Hua, and Yi-chan. Yi-chan was very happy with such a harvest. Seeing that Chio's basket was half full of herbs, he immediately shouted and went back home to share these radishes with everyone in the tribe. On the way back, Yi-chan did not miss the opportunity to show off his archery skills. Whenever he saw a bird on a tree, he would draw his bow and shoot. After a few attempts, Yi-chan was surprised to find that his good mood had improved his accuracy a lot. He could basically shoot every wild bird he encountered along the way, and his backpack was filled with wild birds weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Everyone was already very curious about bows and arrows. Seeing Yi-chan hitting the target every time, they felt even more itchy and wished they had such a sharp weapon in their hands. Looking at the people coming back from hunting, the people in the tribe cheered, especially when they saw that everyone in the hunting team had smiles on their faces. They knew in their hearts that there would definitely be some gains this time. But the hunting team had a different mindset. After throwing the prey in the basket to Hu, the entire hunting team surrounded Yi-chan. Yi-chan, who was still thinking about how to eat the radish, had just put down his backpack when he saw that he was surrounded. Before he could react, he saw Gigi already touching the bow and arrow next to him. Before they could say anything, they heard Yu speak, hoping that Yi-chan would make a weapon for him as well. Of course, Yi-chan didn't even have a chance to open his mouth, and the rest of the people immediately begged him. Humph, you ignored me yesterday, but today I'm out of your reach. Of course, this was just Yi-chan's inner monologue, and he was just secretly happy about it. I was very happy thinking that I had finally proved the power of the bow and arrow to everyone. I immediately promised everyone that more bows and arrows would be produced later, and everyone should wait patiently. Of course, before this, Yichen specially found Xiao. He ignored Xiao's happy look and drew a sketch on the ground with a branch, and asked Xiao to make it quickly according to it. Looking at this weird thing, Xiao was full of questions, not knowing what it was for. Of course I haven't seen it. This is the shovel that Yichen wants to make. However, since there is no iron now, he can only use tree trunks and animal bones instead. Now that some herbs have been collected and bows and arrows have been made, Yichen's revenge plan must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The weather is getting cooler and the temperature is getting colder. We have to find Sisal quickly and make Sisal clothes as soon as possible. It's no use having this damn pack of wolves circling around, especially since a blood feud has already been established. Only after completely destroying this group of wild wolves can Yichen go looking for Sisal with peace of mind. The best solution Yichen could think of now was to set a trap. He liked sneak attacks, didn't he? Let's see who would sneak attack whom this time. Chapter 46. Radish Soup. So delicious. Gurgle gurgle. As the broth in the clay pot began to boil, Yichen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's not easy. Finally, there's food. Looking at the boiling broth, Yichen couldn't help but sigh. He filled his stomach with all kinds of broth every day, and Yichen was also having a bit of indigestion. If people from other tribes heard Yichen's thoughts, they might beat him to death on the spot. What a piece of shit he is. Everyone was still hunting desperately to fill their stomachs, but Yichen had already started complaining about having no vegetables to eat. While thinking, Yichen put the chopped radish into the broth. Although there was no salt or other seasonings, Yichen was still full of expectations for this pot of broth. Soon, the radish and wolf meat soup was ready. When a ceramic bowl of wolf meat soup with radish cubes was handed to Yichen, his eyes suddenly lit up and a greedy look appeared at the corner of his mouth. A few pieces of fresh radish floated on the steaming soup, exuding an enticing aroma. Yichen couldn't help it at all, and regardless of the fact that this was freshly cooked broth, he impatiently picked up the spoon, blew on it, and then quickly put a spoonful into his mouth. When the spoonful of hot soup entered his mouth, Yichen felt a warmth and satisfaction instantly spread throughout his body. The radish had been stewed until it was very soft and melted in his mouth, releasing a rich flavor. Yichen closed his eyes and savored the wonderful taste. A happy expression appeared on his face, and a satisfied swallowing sound came from his throat. Delicious! Yichen praised it highly and was secretly glad that he had a system to help him. Otherwise, he would not know when he would be able to drink such delicious broth. Although it was still just a light white taste, it was already a huge improvement for Yichen. After all, before we could only drink meat soup with nothing in it, but now we finally have vegetable stew, and the quality of life has been greatly improved. While eating, Yichen began to imagine the future world of gourmet food. He imagined using radish in stir-fries. Its crisp texture and light sweetness would surely whet one's appetite. Stewing radish in soup was also a good option, combining it with other ingredients for a nutritious and delicious flavor. In addition, radish can also be made into cold dishes, which are refreshing and very suitable for consumption in summer. What Yichen looks forward to most is making pickles. The crispy texture paired with fragrant rice is simply a delicacy. For a moment, Yichen felt depressed. He couldn't help but remember that he hadn't eaten rice for a long time. In this world, even the trace of rice is hard to find. Getting a bowl of fragrant rice is harder than climbing to the sky. Thinking of this, Yichen could only pray silently, hoping that the system lottery would be powerful this time, giving him a chance to draw rice, so that he could realize his wish of eating rice. He looked around at his fellow tribesmen who were working hard to eat, and suddenly a sense of pride welled up in his heart. When he first crossed into this tribe, all the tribesmen here were skinny and pale, as if they could be blown down by a gust of wind. Today, after a period of development and improvement, their living conditions have improved, but they still need more food to survive. Under Yichen's leadership, each member of the tribe has now gained a little weight, and some women and children even have a small belly. Fortunately, people's aesthetic standards have not yet developed to the stage where thinness is considered beautiful. Otherwise, the women in the tribe would probably start dieting desperately to lose weight. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle when he thought that weight loss had become popular among primitive tribes. Thinking of the primitive tribe starting to lose weight, Yichen couldn't help but smile. After hurriedly finishing 2 large bowls of food, Yichen did not choose to rest, but immediately entered the system and began to study the method of producing radish seeds. He understood that he should not just pursue immediate satisfaction. What he hoped was to be able to taste the delicious radish every year, and preferably to be able to enjoy it at any time. At the same time, Yichen secretly made up his mind to find a way to solve the problem of food shortage. Perhaps he could try to find some land suitable for planting, or explore the surrounding area for other edible plant resources. In any case, he could no longer sit idly by and had to take the initiative to create better living conditions for his people. Yichen applied the theoretical knowledge in the system knowledge base as he learned it. He hurriedly picked up the 2 remaining radishes, trimmed them carefully, and placed them on the ground to dry. At the same time, he seriously warned everyone not to move them around. Now Yichun has a very high prestige in the tribe, and his words have absolute influence on the tribesmen. Therefore, when he asked everyone not to touch the food, the tribesmen obeyed without hesitation. They knew very well that Yichun had his own plans and intentions, so they never easily interfered with or questioned his decisions. At this point, Yichun suddenly realized an important problem: fertilizer. This issue directly involves farmyard manure. Before this, Yichun had not thought deeply about these things because the demand was not urgent. In the past, in order to prevent the camp from being filled with the smell of feces and urine, Yichun only needed to ask everyone to go to a farther place to deal with it. However, now that the situation has changed, Yichun decided to re-examine and make full use of these resources. Yichun frowned and thought, when the wall was built, no consideration was given to reserving a door specifically for the toilet. They left only 2 exits, one leading to the forest and the other to the lake. In order to avoid the adverse effects of the odor from the toilet on the tribe, Yichun realized that the toilet had to be built farther away, but this meant that a new door would need to be opened in the wall. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, feeling regretful. When he first planned it, he hadn't anticipated so many details would be a problem. Looking back now, the entire plan was full of loopholes and could not meet the needs of tribal development. Yichun seeked helplessly. He knew very well that he had never really managed a place, not even a residence that accommodated 20 or 30 people. At the beginning, he was only concerned about ensuring the safety of the tribe, but ignored other considerations. He secretly made up his mind to plan more carefully in the future and not repeat the same mistakes. Fortunately, Yichun had a good mental state. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and comforted himself. I'm a time traveler. I am destined to become a powerful being in the future. How can I back down because of such a small matter? After encouraging himself, he turned and walked towards Xiao to see how the wooden shovel was made. At the moment, the most important task for them is to deal with the wolves, find and bring back Sisal. As for building the tribe, they can put it aside for now. After all, survival comes first. The handle of a wooden shovel is relatively simple to make. You just need to find a tree trunk as thick as your arm and then polish it smooth. However, the shovel part was a bit tricky because their tribe didn't have iron yet. However, Yichun did not give up. He began to think about other solutions. As the saying goes, things are dead, people are alive. Yichun suddenly had an idea and thought of a simple method to sharpen one end of the wooden stick, which would also help loosen the soil. Although it may not be very efficient, it is better than having no tools at all. After the soil is loosened, scoop it out with your hands. For the current situation, this method is the most feasible. Because the production method was simple, Qiu Yi worked very quickly. In a short while, he made 3 wooden shovels. Yichun immediately called Shang Pan and 2 other people to go with him to dig a trap outside the wall. Considering that there are no defensive measures outside the tribal wall, Yichun decided to dig a few traps first. Since we were going to dig, we could start near the camp and treat it as practice. Yichun, Pan, and another person, along with 2 pottery jars, dug until dinner time when they finally uncovered a 2-meter deep trap. At this moment, Yichun couldn't help but lament the lack of tools. Without a ladder, it was not easy to climb out of a 2-meter deep trap. In order to dig the trap better, Yichun quickly asked Xiao to make a ladder. Fortunately, the requirements for the ladder were not high. Yichun told Xiao that he only needed to use 2 2-meter-long tree trunks as the ladder frame, and add some tree trunks as thick as arms, about 30 centimeters long, and use a stone axe to cut some notches. Finally, tie the short trunks together with ropes. After dinner, Yichun took advantage of the fact that it was still light and quickly asked the hunting team to cut some branches. But this time there are not too many strict requirements. As long as the fingers are thick, it's fine. Yichun asked them to cut all the branches into 20-centimeter lengths and then handed them over to the women in the tribe to start polishing. These polished branches are the spikes under the trap. Once the prey falls into the trap, they will immediately pierce the prey's body and kill it on the spot. In this way, the current tribe has formed a simple assembly line. The hunting team cut the other branches into 20-centimeter long sticks according to the standard branches provided by Yi-chun, and the women were responsible for grinding these sticks into sharp ground spikes. Chapter 47. Laying a Trap. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Yi-chun summoned all the tribesmen who had already had breakfast to come and help. Their task was to dig more traps outside the wall. This not only strengthens defenses, but also prepares for possible future dangers. Based on the experience of digging the first trap yesterday, Yi-chun made new arrangements for today's work. Each group of 5 people will be responsible for digging a trap together. This not only improves efficiency, but also ensures quality. At the beginning, when the depth of digging was only 50 centimeters, everyone chose the simplest and most effective method, breaking up the soil with a wooden stick and then holding the broken soil in their hands and putting it outside the trap. Although this method is primitive, it is very practical for shallow soil layers. However, as time went on and the excavation depth increased, problems gradually emerged. Since each trap is 2 meters long and 2 meters wide, the digging work becomes increasingly difficult. So, Yi-chun decided to change his strategy and let 3 of them stay in the pit to continue digging, while the other 2 took a rest and took turns after they recovered their strength. When the trap was dug to a depth of 1 meter, Yi-chun adjusted the division of labor again. At this time, 3 people continued to dig the soil in the pit, while the remaining 2 people took on the task of putting the broken soil into pottery jars and transporting it out of the pit. This reasonable division of labor allows the excavation work to continue while avoiding excessive fatigue of the personnel. On the other hand, Cho also made good use of the free time of the past 2 days and devoted himself to making bows and arrows. With the ready-made bows and arrows provided by Yi-chun as a reference, and Yi-chun's occasional careful guidance, Cho's proficiency improved rapidly. The final bow and arrow had an overall craftsmanship that was obviously better than Yi-chun's. However, since everyone had been busy digging traps these days and had not yet taken the time to personally experience the actual effects of bows and arrows, everyone was exhausted after a busy day. However, the results of the labor were gratifying. With the concerted efforts of all the labor force in the tribe, they successfully dug out the remaining 4 large traps in just 1 day. The traps are over 2 meters in size, lined with sharp sticks, and covered with twigs and leaves. In this way, a perfect trap was born. In order to prevent the tribe members from accidentally falling into it, Yi-chun also specially opened a passage. Yi-chun and his tribesmen mixed the excavated soil with water to make it sticky. Then they found some stone slabs and paved a 2-meter-long sidewalk. Since there were 2 gates in the wall, Yi-chun deliberately made 2 paths. In this way, when the tribesmen go out, they will know clearly that they must walk along the stone road all the way before turning, otherwise they will fall into a trap. The sharp wooden sticks in these traps were all hand-polished by women. If someone accidentally fell into one of them, the consequences would be disastrous, and the tribesmen themselves were very aware of this. Yi-chun and his tribesmen had spent 2 full days setting up traps near the camp. After completing all the preparations, Yi-chun immediately summoned the members of the hunting team, let them feel the charm of bows and arrows, and strive to train a group of excellent archers before the formal battle with the wolves. However, Yi-chun currently only has 3 bows and arrows to distribute to everyone. Therefore, he adopted the old method again. Each person can only shoot 5 arrows, and the person who hits the most targets and performs the best will get the bow and arrow. After some teaching trials, the results came out quickly. Yu, Song, and Hua got bows and arrows, and the rest continued to use bows and arrows temporarily. After all, it was just a brief experience, and Sure had not mastered the use of the bow and arrow at all. Such a hasty decision on the ownership of the bow and arrow made Sure and his companions a little unhappy. Feeling the dissatisfaction of several people, Yi-chun quickly came out and promised that as long as they could kill the wolf pack this time, each member of the hunting team would be given a bow and arrow, and then the resentment would be dissipated. Among the 3 people who obtained bows and arrows in this trial, Hua and Yu really surprised Yi-chun. Perhaps because of the feel gained from practicing stone shooting, the first 2 arrows they shot were terrible. But from the 3rd arrow onwards, they were getting better, and the last arrow even almost hit the target. In comparison, Song was more simple and brutal. As the strongest man in the tribe, he simply pulled the bow to full strength. Although the arrows flew everywhere, their range was astonishingly long. If Yi-Chun had not stopped him in time, Song would definitely have pulled the bow to its limit every time. After leaving 3 people in the camp to continue practicing archery, Yi-Chun led the rest of the people out to find a suitable ambush site. Now that there's a trap outside the wall, Yi-Chun feels much more at ease when leading the hunting team out hunting. As long as the guards in the tribe do not let down their guard, the double attack of traps and ropes will surely make the invading enemy suffer. After these 2 battles with wild wolves, Yi-Chun discovered that their main method of attack was sneak attack. It has to be said that this method can indeed minimize casualties. Furthermore, these wolves never attack head-on. If a sneak attack fails, they will at most launch a powerful attack, and if that still fails, they will immediately retreat. In view of this characteristic of the wild wolf, Yi-Chun thought for a long time and finally decided to adopt a strategy that combines traps and combat. First, they had to find a suitable place to dig a trap to attract wild wolves to attack. When a wolf pounces on them, try to guide it to the trap. If you're lucky, the trap might just take out the charging wolf. In this way, Yi-Chun could organize his team members to launch a counterattack. Even if he couldn't completely eliminate the group of wild wolves, he could at least disperse them at once. After leading the hunting team into the forest and searching for a while, they finally found a good location. It was a small earthen slope. Yi-Chun looked around and found it was a good place for an ambush. Once the battle with the wild wolves begins, you only need to defend yourself from attacks from 3 sides by leaning against the slope. Because time was tight, Yi-Chun did not delay too much. Anyway, he mainly relied on the trap to exert its power. After deciding on the ambush, Yi-Chun immediately rushed back to the tribe, brought out 10 women with him, and began to dig traps on 3 sides of the slope. This is not innovative. It's still the same old method. The bottom of the trap is filled with sharpened wooden sticks, covered with thin branches and leaves, and finally, in order to prevent it from falling accidentally, a circle of stones is specially laid around the trap. After doing all this, Yi-Chun used the excavated soil to make a simple small wall about 1 meter high, which could also block the wind when he was resting. Okay, now the whole arrangement is complete. The most important thing now is to lure the wild wolf over. Yi-Chun had no way to deal with this matter. He had never seen the other party in the forest. If the other party had not shown up on his own initiative, he would not have been able to find him at all. With no other choice, Yi-Chun chose the dumb method of going out hunting every 2 days, then spending the night in the prepared place and coming back early the next morning. It was not known whether the wild wolf knew there was a trap or had already left. Yi-Chun and the hunting team spent a nervous night at the trap, but found no trace of the wild wolf at all. Have these wolves learned their lesson, or have they already left? Thinking of the sharp look in the Wolf King's eyes before he left, Yi-Chun believed that the other party would not leave, but was just waiting for an opportunity to kill him. In this way, Yi-Chun had no choice but to sit back and wait. He went out hunting every 2 days, pretending to be exhausted and staying at the trap for a night to lure the wild wolves to appear. Chapter 48. Sneak Attack and Fierce Battle. It's already the 3rd night? What's going on? At this moment, all the members of the hunting team were sitting around the fire, watching the surrounding movements with boredom. They had come here for 3 consecutive nights, but there was no sign of the wolves. Yi-Chun couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Could it be that the wolves really won't take the bait? Since the trap was set, Yi-Chun asked the hunting team to hunt around, resting here for 1 night every 2 days, pretending to be exhausted. He believed that doing so would create an illusion for the wolves, causing them to relax their vigilance and fall into the trap. But contrary to expectations, Yi-Chun's plan did not seem to succeed. He thought that this would attract the wild wolves, but what Yi-Chun didn't expect was that no matter how Yi-Chun tried to seduce them in the past few days, these wild wolves seemed to have disappeared and never appeared. Yi-Chun felt very confused and puzzled. He began to wonder if he had done something wrong, or if the wolves had already noticed the existence of the trap. The people gathered around the campfire were looking around helplessly at this moment. On the first night, everyone was very alert, afraid of being attacked by wild wolves, and they did not get a good rest after a whole night. Yi-Chun saw this and felt bad. He knew that if this problem could not be solved quickly, the entire hunting team would be in trouble. Yi-Chun was also hesitating whether to change his strategy and stop sitting there waiting for death. He planned to take the initiative, look for the wolves' tracks, and find a way to lure them into a trap. In the end, I thought about it and gave up. Ambush hunting is a patient confrontation, and I have to persevere. The second night was just as scary. At the slightest sign of trouble, everyone immediately became nervous and ready to go into battle at any time. However, by this evening, the third night, everyone was feeling very tired. And since they were already quite familiar with their surroundings, most people thought that tonight would probably end in nothing. Therefore, everyone was in a relatively relaxed mood, chatting and laughing quietly while eating barbecue, and even felt like they were camping in the wild. Suddenly, a strange sound came, attracting everyone's attention. They quickly picked up their weapons and looked around vigilantly, but after a while they realized that it was a hare. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, put down their weapons, and returned to their seats to continue chatting. At this time, Yi-chan reminded everyone, "It's already late at night, and there are traps set up around us. Don't chase prey casually, so as not to accidentally fall into the trap." At this moment, Yi-chan has been reminding everyone to be careful. But after all, the environment here is quite complicated and there are many traps, so everyone still needs to be vigilant at all times. In this way, every once in a while some small animals, such as hares and guinea pigs, would pass by the temporary camp built by everyone. As the night deepened, everyone gradually felt sleepy. At first, they would nervously call everyone to prepare for battle when they heard any movement, but later they were too lazy to pay attention and just glanced around casually. Yi-chan knew very well that the wild wolves would never give up easily, but he had no choice but to let these little things appear over the past few nights. In addition, it was already midnight, and he was feeling more and more sleepy. After telling Pan, who was on guard, to be careful, Yi-chan fell asleep. Yi-chan was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a scream. He opened his eyes and saw that the people around him also had confused expressions as if they had just woken up. He immediately became alert and looked in the direction where the scream came from. Pan, who was supposed to be sitting by the campfire to keep watch, had left the campfire at some point and walked to a place 4 or 5 meters away from the crowd. Moreover, the situation was extremely critical. Pan must have been knocked to the ground by the wild wolves. He used a shield to protect himself tightly and fell to the ground, being torn apart madly by 3 wild wolves. Fortunately, during this period, because it was discovered that the armor could only protect the torso, Yi-chan quickly asked the women to make small armor that could protect the arms and legs. Although it was a bit heavy, everyone could wear it overnight. So even though Pan was being torn apart by 3 wild wolves at this moment, because he had full body armor, he only needed to use the shield to protect his head and neck, and the rest of his body was protected by the armor. Although the armor is only made of small wooden sticks, it is still difficult for wild wolves to bite it directly. Only the wolf claws can scratch through the gaps. "Hurry, save them." Yi-chan was anxiously asking Shur and others to run to rescue Pan as soon as possible. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air beside him. Yi-chan quickly turned his head to look, only to see a wild wolf suddenly pouncing at him from the side. "Everyone be careful." Yi-chan quickly shouted for help. Before he finished speaking, he saw 3 people being knocked to the ground by the ferocious wolves. Fortunately, since everyone was used to using shields, they raised their shields to block the wolf's attack at the first moment, but they were still knocked to the ground due to the huge inertia. "Sly beast!" Yi-chan watched helplessly as the 4 men were pounced upon by the wolves. His anger instantly erupted, and his face flushed red. He could no longer care about anything else, and immediately drew his bow, an arrow, aiming at the wolves that were biting wildly. "Call out!" With a sharp sound, a sharp arrow shot out like lightning, accurately piercing the throat of a wolf. The wolf instantly lost its strength, fell to the ground with its limbs stiff, and struggled in vain. Yi-chan was not happy at all when he saw this. His first reaction was to immediately pull up the warehouse on the ground. He knew that the wild wolf was still capable of fighting and could pose a threat to them if not dealt with in time. Song was overjoyed when he saw the wild wolf fall to the ground. When he stood up, he found that he was not injured. He immediately grabbed the stone axe on the ground and protected Yi-chan behind him. He knew that Yi-chan was good at archery, but his close combat ability was relatively weak, so he needed to be protected. Yi-chan also stood firmly behind Song. He bent his bow and arrow again, aiming at the wild wolf. However, this time he was not as lucky as before. The arrow hit the wolf's back and did not hit the vital part. Although the wolf staggered in pain, it still wanted to continue its attack. It bared its fangs and pounced on Yi-chan. At this moment, Song also took action. He waved the stone axe in his hand, and the stone axe drew an arc in the air and chopped at the wild wolf fiercely. Thanks to Chio's fine polishing, the sharpness of the stone axe was greatly improved. It easily cut through the wolf's skin and directly scratched the wolf's neck. Blood gushed out instantly and spilled all over the ground. Roar! Get out of my way! At this moment, you also felt the wolf on top of him being attacked. He seized the opportunity and used all his strength to push the wolf away. He pushed the wolf away, keeping it away from himself and his companions. Then you quickly stood up, picked up the stone axe on the ground, and prepared to fight the wolf. Bang! The wild wolf, which was lying on you and biting her madly, was suddenly knocked to the ground. It tried to struggle to stand up, but failed no matter what. He could only flap his arms in vain, while staring fiercely at Yi Chun and the others. Finally, among the people who were attacking from a distance, Yi Chun and you finally had the opportunity to attack. Yi Chun was shocked. He suddenly realized that those people who were knocked down in the hunting team were actually important output roles in the team. For example, Song, Shi, Yu, and Hua. They have powerful instantaneous strike capabilities and long-range attack capabilities. However, there was no time for Yi Chun to think too much, because he was surprised to find that the wolf's mind was so delicate that he could accurately capture these key figures and take corresponding actions. At this moment, the two archers were freed. They finally had the space to display their output, and the situation on the scene was reversed in an instant. I'll go save the flowers. You two go save the dishes. As Yi Chun and another archer shot arrows at the same time, accurately hitting and piercing the wild wolf that was biting Shi, Yi Chun immediately rushed towards Shi while shouting. Yu and Song didn't say anything more and turned around and ran towards Pan, who was still struggling. Song shouted to attract attention, while Yu pulled the bow and arrow while running. This is talent. When Yi Chun was still practicing archery in place, Yu had already begun to skillfully shoot arrows while moving, and his accuracy was quite good. The situation changed so suddenly that the wolves had no time to react. The three wolves that were biting the plate suddenly heard a noise around them. They looked up and saw an arrow flying towards them at high speed. It went straight into the head of one of the wolves and killed it instantly. Ouch! The Wolf King realized that the situation was not right and began to command the battle on the scene. But he did not expect the opponent's counterattack to be so quick, so he hurriedly took command. Quick! Kill! Everyone stay! Seeing that all the people who were knocked down were rescued, and several wild wolves had been shot dead, Yi Chun quickly called on everyone to organize a counterattack. Although the battle was fierce, Yi Chun still did not forget his idea. He must kill all the wolves and add a great record to the tribe. Chapter 49. Harvest and Injury. Don't let it run away. Yi Chun shouted, but it was still a step too late. The last wild wolf disappeared without a trace under the gaze of everyone. After a fierce battle, the hunting party successfully wiped out the entire wolf pack, except for the wild wolf that had been standing by and watching. Yi Chun looked at the wild wolf carefully and found that it was a little fat, so he guessed that it might be pregnant. Therefore, he never attacked the wolf. Since the pregnant wolf had not participated in the battle, it kept a certain distance from the battlefield. When Yi Chun and others began to fight back, it realized that the situation was not good and immediately turned around and fled. Watching the last wild wolf escape, Yi Chun stopped the team members from chasing it. After all, they had used up all their bows and arrows and could only rely on stone axes to fight. In the middle of the night, Yi Chun was chasing a wild wolf in the forest. He knew in his heart that this was impossible. The tribe's hunting team is not yet strong enough to easily defeat these ferocious beasts, even a pregnant wolf. In addition, they cannot neglect the cleanup work on site. So, everyone began to carefully check every corner to make sure that all the wild wolves were dead. If there were any that were not dead yet, they would just kill them with a knife to prevent future troubles. At this moment, Yi Chun suddenly remembered the 3 traps he had dug around the temporary camp. However, what puzzled him was that these traps didn't seem to work at all. He couldn't help but frown, wondering why. Yi Chun picked up a still burning branch and walked carefully to the first trap. He used a branch to illuminate the inside of the trap and was surprised to find a wild boar corpse lying inside. The wild boar's body was pierced by sharp branches, and it was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. Yi Chun's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with surprise. He quickly ran to the other 2 traps and found the same shocking sight. There was a huge antler deer in each trap, its body also injured by the spikes in the trap, and it had lost all signs of life. Yi Chun was shocked. He never thought that the trap he set would be so effective and could catch so many prey. Could it be that Wild Wolf is in command? This is too amazing. Yi Chun looked at the corpses of the wild animals in the 3 traps and couldn't help but marvel. He really couldn't understand why these traps failed. Normally, these traps should have easily caught the beasts, but now they lay there unharmed. After some thought, Yichin finally came to a conclusion. They must have been seen by the group of wild wolves when they were digging the trap. These cunning guys have actually learned to use traps, driving other beasts directly into triggering the traps, while they themselves remain unharmed. Thinking of this, Yichin couldn't help but feel a little scared. He originally thought that he had considered everything carefully, but he did not expect that the wild wolf was so wise. Although they succeeded in eliminating most of the wild wolves this time, they also paid a heavy price. Many people were injured, among whom Pan was the most seriously injured. Yichin took a deep breath and secretly warned himself in his heart that he should never underestimate any opponent again, even if it was a small wild wolf. He has to constantly improve his vigilance and coping ability in order to survive in this wilderness. Pan was really unlucky this time. His originally good rest time was arranged to be on guard in the second half of the night. But who would have thought that he had just started the guard when he heard a rustling sound coming from afar? Pan was a little worried, fearing that a wild beast was attacking. So he picked up his weapon, intending to wake up his teammates immediately if he found something wrong. However, at this moment, a giant horned deer suddenly rushed out of the forest. Before Pan could react, the giant deer rushed straight into the trap. Immediately afterwards, another giant deer and a wild boar rushed over from different directions and fell into other traps. Seeing that he had such a rich harvest tonight, Pan smiled from ear to ear and ran excitedly to the trap to check the situation. However, when he put his head into the trap, he heard the sound of breaking air around him. Fortunately, after many days of training, Pan had already deeply ingrained the concept of using a shield to block. So without a second thought, he raised his shield to block. However, what he didn't expect was that this time 3 wild wolves pounced on him at the same time. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, and Yichin also strengthened his arms and legs, which prevented Pan from being strangled by the wild wolf immediately. He was even lucky enough to shout and wake up the hunting team members who were sleeping around the campfire, thus escaping the disaster. When Yichin arrived, he saw Pan covered in blood and in a semi-comatose state. Yichin hurriedly dispatched Song, Shur, and 4 others to carry him back to the tribe. Since this temporary camp was originally set up to ambush wild wolves, it is not far from the tribal camp. Even at night, returning to the tribe should not be a problem thanks to the existing road outline and the lighting of torches. After all, Pan's injuries were so serious that he could not wait until dawn to return to the tribe. He had to be sent back to the tribe immediately to receive Chio's herbal treatment and do his best to rescue him. Yichun and the other 5 people threw all the wolf corpses on the ground into the trap, and then sat around the campfire, quietly waiting for Shur, Song, and others to come back to pick them up. Yichun roughly counted and found that there were as many as 15 wild wolf corpses on the ground. In addition, there were the carcasses of 2 giant deer and a wild boar. The harvest from this battle was quite rich. Yichun and the others threw all the beast carcasses into the trap, then replaced the lid and waited vigilantly for Shur and the others to return. At the same time, Shur led the way and led everyone back to the camp quickly. Despite their hurried pace, they were still cautious. At this time, who was in charge of the night watch? According to Yichin's arrangement, the women took turns sending 1 person to guard the camp every night, focusing on the movements outside the wall. Although there's a certain degree of danger, Yichin has explained it very clearly to everyone, and there's no need to fight back. Just shout as soon as you notice something unusual so that people in the cave can evacuate quickly. In this way, the rule of having a woman on duty every night has been implemented for nearly a month. Although every night is nerve-wracking, overall there's not much danger. What's that? Is it on fire? While enduring the slight chill brought by the cold wind, who vigilantly patrolled the area around the wall. Suddenly, she noticed a bright spot in the distant forest that aroused her vigilance. This phenomenon was completely beyond Hu's understanding. She really couldn't understand why a ball of light suddenly appeared in the forest, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer to them. Oh no, something's happening. Everyone get out. Realizing that he could not handle this situation alone, Hu immediately shouted loudly, picked up the shield and stone axe beside him, and prepared for the worst. For Hu, Suashur was not something she was familiar with. She had only practiced it a few times occasionally. In comparison, shields and stone axes are more convenient to use. At this moment, Hu's shouts were heard outside the cave. The people who were originally sleeping were immediately awakened. They quickly stood up, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, and stared at who was still shouting with nervous faces. After seeing his tribesmen coming out of the cave, who felt that he was no longer alone and his heart was much more at peace. She hurriedly pointed out a ball of light in the distant forest and told everyone that the light was getting closer. The chief looked in the direction who pointed, and when he saw the light approaching in the distance, his face turned pale instantly. At this moment, all the hunting teams in the tribe have gone out, and the remaining people are not the main combat force and are unable to launch an effective attack on the enemy. The chief took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. He gripped the shield tightly in his hand and began to swing the rope stone with his right hand. As the enemy got closer, he swung the rope stone faster and faster. Chapter 50. The Great Harvest of Disruption. That's it. Yi Chun stretched out his finger tremblingly, his eyes shining, and shouted excitedly at the plant in front of him. Finally found it. He jumped up excitedly, his face filled with joy and satisfaction. At this moment, Yi Chun could hardly suppress his inner excitement, because the navigation arrow given by the system suddenly disappeared at this moment. Congratulations to the host for finding the prize. This navigation is over. The system's voice sounded at the right time, as if celebrating Yi Chun's success. Yi Chun immediately ran towards the dense pile of sisal in front of him. He couldn't wait to see with his own eyes this treasure that he had always dreamed of. Shur and others who followed closely behind were also full of anticipation and excitement. They followed Yi Chun's footsteps closely and ran together. However, when they finally saw the scene clearly, they couldn't help but feel surprised and confused. These plants called sisal in front of them were very strange, making them feel unfamiliar and novel. This was the first time they had seen this kind of sisal, and they were filled with endless curiosity. These sisals are thicker and larger than those seen in later generations. Their leaves grow in a rosette shape, straight and upright, like sharp swords. Each leaf is 2 meters long, hard and sharp. Yi Chun carefully touched the sharp thorns on the sisal leaves, feeling the stinging sensation they brought, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart how difficult and hard it was to find sisal. It had been almost 20 days since the battle to wipe out the wild wolf pack. That night, Shur, Song, and others who were responsible for delivering the tray back to the tribe hurriedly carried the tray back to the tribe. However, they did not expect that what greeted them was not the warm cheers of the tribesmen, but several flying stones, which caught Shur and others off guard, and they could not help but curse. Who threw me? Fortunately, the shield in his hand was always in a defensive state, and Suwa Shur's attack was blocked in the first time. Shur immediately roared loudly. "We're back. Open the door." After blocking the flying rope stone, Song also shouted, fearing that he would be accidentally injured by his tribesmen again. Fortunately, the 2 people holding the plates at the back were protected by Shur and Song, so they were not hit by the rope stone. They also shouted hurriedly. Hearing the familiar voice outside the city wall, the chief stopped the next wave of Suwa Shur's attack and quickly opened his eyes to look at the people in the firelight. "It's really you." As Shur and others slowly approached, the chief finally saw their appearance clearly. He quickly opened the door and let them into the house. When he saw Pan covered in blood, he was shocked. Chiu, who had been waiting on the side, instructed Shur and Song without hesitation to put the plate flat. Then he quickly walked to his backpack, took out a small and exquisite cage, reached out to grab some herbs, and began to chew them. This small cage was specially woven by Yi Chun for Chiu. Its appearance allows Chiu to store the herbs more properly and avoid them being piled up in a mess. In addition, Yi Chun also taught Chiu how to clean the collected herbs and place them neatly in the cage. In this way, when Chiu needs to use the herbal medicine, he can quickly take it out and apply it directly, which greatly facilitates the treatment process. At this moment, Chiu showed the advantages brought by sufficient preparation. He methodically took out the herbal cage, skillfully grabbed a handful, and put it in his mouth to chew, then carefully applied the chewed herbs to Pan's wound. The whole process was orderly, and there was no panic at all. At this time, who was on night watch, was not idle either. She quickly lit a fire and started cooking broth. After all, whether it was Pan who had fallen into a coma, or Shur and others who had just returned to the tribe, they all urgently needed a bowl of warm broth to restore their physical strength and spirit. After properly placing the tray, the chief inquired about the rest of the hunting party with concern. Why haven't they returned together? As the leader of the hunting team, Shur used only a few words to explain to the chief. "We have a great harvest tonight, but we will return the plate first and then go to meet Yichun. After being busy for most of the night and drinking 2 bowls of hot broth in a row, Sure and the other 4 people who escorted Pan back finally calmed down. Following Yichun's instructions, they quickly found a place to lie down and rest, and waited until dawn to set out to pick up Yichun. Fortunately, the fighting was extremely fierce only in the first half of the night, while the second half became calm, as if all the beasts knew that a fierce battle had taken place here and did not dare to approach this area easily. But after all, there were so many corpses of wild animals, so Yichun and others did not dare to be careless. They adopted the method of 3 people guarding the night and 2 people resting to hold out until dawn. As Sure and others arrived, Yichun and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They asked Sure and others to guard here, while Yichun and others carried some wild animal corpses back first. This time it was the turn of everyone in the camp to be surprised. As Yichun and others returned, each of them was carrying the corpse of a wild wolf, which surprised the chief. He stared at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open. In the chief's memory, he had been the chief for so many years, but this kind of situation had never happened before. He carried back the corpses of 4 wild wolves at a time and said lightly that there were still many. This was beyond his imagination, and he couldn't help but admire the strength and courage of Yichun and others. This made the chief feel itchy, and he looked forward to how much more he could gain. However, with each return, the chief's mood gradually changed from excitement to numbness. Yichun and others always seem to bring surprises, but the number each time is increasing, making it difficult to keep up. After Yichun and others took a short rest, they rushed to meet Sure and others. This time, Sure and the other 3 returned carrying 4 more wolf carcasses, their faces filled with smug smiles, as if showing off their trophies. The chief was secretly amazed at how powerful the hunting team had suddenly become. The next time, Yichun led the team again, carrying back 5 wild wolf corpses. Their steps were steady and powerful, like a well-trained army. The chief couldn't help laughing. He knew that this tribe would become stronger because of Yichun and others. With exclamations again and again, the tribesmen finally became numb. They stared blankly at the piles of wild animal corpses on the ground, their hearts filled with awe. The camp was almost filled with the corpses of wild animals of various sizes. They witnessed the bravery and wisdom of Yichun and others, and also made the entire tribe feel unprecedented joy and pride. Finally, all the spoils were carried back. Yichun sat on the ground with the broth and started drinking it, feeling dizzy. Yichun knew that he needed to rest, so he slept in the tribe for a whole day and got up refreshed at dawn the next day. The harvest this time was huge, but Yichun's face was full of worry because Pan was still in coma. Although the hunting team had made sufficient preparations, they were still unable to resist the attack of the 3 wild wolves. Yichun could only feed Pan broth every day and asked Xiao to help apply medicine, but Pan still did not move. Yichun was not idle during this period. He first peeled off all the wolf skins and then pulled out the wolf tendons. He got a total of 15 wolf tendons, which could be used to make 15 bows and arrows. In addition, they had previously stored 4 wolf skins, and now the tribe had 19 wolf skins. Yichun looked at the wolf skins neatly stacked in the cave and nodded with satisfaction. It is a blessing that you are all reunited here. Yichun looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help feeling deeply moved. If the Wolf King could hear what Yichun said at this time, it would be so angry that it would stand up again and launch a round of crazy biting at Yichun. Yichun knew the importance of weapons to a tribe, so he decided to let Xiao make more bows and arrows. During the hunting team's rest period, Yichun asked everyone to learn how to use bows and arrows together. Except for Sure and Song, who were not very adaptable because they were used to using stone axes, everyone else gradually mastered the skills of using bows and arrows. Yichun also specifically asked the women to try using bows and arrows, but unfortunately, they didn't seem interested in it. Despite this, Yichun was not discouraged. He knew that everyone had their own areas of expertise, and bows and arrows were not the only option. Yichun began to think about how to better utilize these resources to enhance the strength of the entire tribe. He realized that relying solely on bows and arrows might not meet all needs, and that he needed to explore other more effective tools and technologies. At the same time, he also understands that only by continuous experimentation and innovation can they find the development path that best suits them. On the contrary, the chief felt a little emotional when he saw the cave full of meat these days. Yichun had been favored by the gods, which had brought great changes to the tribe. He believes that as long as everyone works together, they will be able to overcome various difficulties and achieve common goals. And this small tribe will surely flourish under the guidance of the gods. Yichun was still busy at this moment and had no idea that the chief had attributed all this to the gods. Otherwise, he would definitely be furious. Chapter 51: The Concept of House and Ho. After several days of careful rest, except for Pan, who is still in a coma, the other members of the hunting team have fully recovered. The fight was sparked by a sudden attack from the wild wolves, with Pan suffering the most serious injuries. Although he was still unconscious, his complexion became noticeably rosier after several days of receiving broth infusions and applying herbal compresses to his wounds. The recuperation experience after these fierce battles made Yichun deeply realize the importance of Yun and Xiao. As the most experienced person in the tribe in caring for the wounded, Yun displayed extraordinary abilities, even though she was still a little girl. The value of autumn is self-evident. Without the precious herbs, the injured would probably suffer even more serious consequences. Therefore, before leaving, Yichun specifically instructed Yun Hochio to pay close attention to the situation on the plate and not to relax at all. After fully communicating with the chief, Yichun once again led the remaining members of the hunting team on a new journey to continue their search for Sisal. Yichun was filled with confidence as he set out on this mission. All of his equipment had been tested in actual combat, and before setting out, he had carefully adjusted it to provide even better protection. Through the previous battles, Yichun has become more confident in hunting and treasure hunting in the wild. He knew that he was no longer the novice who was just a drag, but a member who could contribute to the hunting team. At least now, he won't be a burden to the team anymore. After a whole day and night of arduous journey, Yichun finally found the trace of Sisal. When they saw the dense Sisal, everyone was very excited, but at the same time, they were also a little worried. How should they start with such large Sisal leaves? Sisal leaves are very large. Each one is as big as a small boat, and one person cannot hug them at all. Moreover, the edges of the leaves are covered with sharp thorns, and if you touch them accidentally, you can easily get hurt. Yichun first picked up the stone axe and carefully cut off the sharp little thorns. As long as you are careful, you won't be easily stabbed. Then he used a stone axe to cut off the entire Sisal leaf and split it. After completing all this, Yichun demonstrated the operation process to the members of the hunting team. Afterwards, Shi, Song, and you were responsible for guarding the surroundings to ensure safety, while the other 5 people continued to harvest Sisal leaves. Yichun found a clean place to sit down, holding the animal skin and charcoal in his hands, concentrating on depicting the scene in front of him and meticulously making various marks on the picture. He was well aware of the importance of Sisal to the tribe. It could not only be used to make daily necessities, such as hemp rope and linen, but also to make clothes to help the tribe survive the cold winter. Based on these alone, Yichun has already regarded it as one of the tribe's most critical strategic resources. However, what he did not expect was that these seemingly ordinary Sisal would soon become the key factor for the tribe to make huge wealth. The main purpose of this trip was to find the specific location of Sisal, so Yichun and others only carried small backpacks filled with clean water and meat. Such equipment limitations prevented them from bringing back too much Sisal, but Yichun understood that this exploration had achieved significant results and laid a solid foundation for future development. After a night of rest, Yichun led the hunting team on their return journey. Fortunately, they left clear marks along the way to ensure their safe return to the tribe. When they finally returned to the tribe, they heard the warm cheers of their fellow tribesmen. For Yichun and the hunting team members, the feeling of returning home is extremely wonderful, making them feel warm and at ease. After 3 days of wandering, I finally returned to my familiar home and reunited with my family and friends. Seeing Pan able to stand up and move slowly, everyone in the hunting team smiled. Pan had woken up before they left, but he could only sit up with difficulty. When I came back from 3 days away, I saw that Pan was able to stand up and move slowly, which showed that he had recovered quite well. The chief was now taking the Sisal brought back by the hunting team and observing it carefully. He really couldn't think of what these grasses were used for. They didn't look like edible at all. Could they be used for weaving? However, although this plant is tough, it is very rough and does not seem suitable for weaving. The chief shook his head, unable to understand why Yichun wanted the Sisal. After a night's rest, Yichun began to arrange new tasks for everyone. The first thing was to soak all the Sisal brought back this time in a water tank. He did not explain the reason to everyone, but told them not to worry about it and just let the Sisal soak in water. Making sisal was a completely new craft, and it took quite a while. Yichen planned to take this opportunity to do something else. He then led the hunting team and several women back to the kiln to continue making bricks. We already have a wall. Why do we need bricks? Listening to Yichen's arrangements, the chief was also very curious. Yichen smiled mysteriously. Because we're going to build a house. Looking at the chief with a determined face, Yichen's eyes were full of anticipation. I have been here for almost 2 months and finally have the conditions to build a house. Although I have become accustomed to the condition of everyone sleeping in the cave during this period. But Yichen still hopes to have a house of his own. Even if it is not possible now, he must at least have a room of his own. The main thing is that in the cave, no one has any privacy. This doesn't matter to Yichen, but for the hot-blooded hunting team in the tribe, unspeakable things will happen if they disagree. These were originally the most interesting things for teenagers, but under the current conditions, they have become something that is eye-catching. House. Another new term appeared. The chief rolled his eyes for a long time, but couldn't understand what this house meant. As usual, Yichen still did not give too much explanation, but just let the chief see for himself how the house was created. Brick making is no longer a new technology. Several women in the tribe have already mastered it. They just need to be told the specific requirements. Then Yichen walked around the camp with a stone axe, looking for suitable branches and cutting them down to form a 7-shaped trunk. Yichen used this to make a wooden hoe. Building a house means laying the foundation, and digging by hand is much slower, so this time the tools need to be upgraded again. Without the emergence of iron tools, for the time being, the only thing people could make was wooden hoes, which were made from an old tree root in the shape of figure 7, trimmed with a stone axe and a small bone knife. The branches Yichen chose were all relatively thick, so it took him a lot of time to shape them into the shape of a hoe, and then sharpen them on stone so that he could dig the soil better. It took more than an hour to finally make it into the shape of a wooden hoe. Yichen held it in his hand and admired it with satisfaction. The person standing next to him was Chiu. Ever since Yichen started making the wooden hoe, he had been staying beside Yichen, watching and learning. This was actually Yichen's idea, because he knew that with the subsequent increase in demand for wooden hoes, he would not have enough time and energy to make every wooden hoe himself. Therefore, he needed to teach Chiu this craft and let him be responsible for the specific production work. After all, Chiu is good at polishing stone tools, and the wooden hoe made by him will definitely be more refined and durable. When the first wooden hoe was completed, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding tribesmen. Everyone gathered around and looked at this new tool curiously. Seeing this, Yichen showed everyone how to use the wooden hoe without reservation. He just held a wooden hoe in his hand, swung it hard at the ground, and easily dug out a hole the size of a fist. Seeing this scene, the tribesmen roared with excitement. They realized that this new tool would greatly improve their work efficiency. Chapter 52, Lard and Desk Lamp. The appearance of the wooden hoe and the powerful power it displayed amazed everyone. But looking at how Yichen used it, they realized that this was not just a tool for attack. When everyone's excitement gradually subsided, they couldn't wait to ask Yichen, "What exactly is this thing used for?" "Dig the ground." Yichen answered concisely and clearly. However, everyone was confused by this new term, as they had never encountered such a concept before. Yichen explained, "We are about to build a house and need to dig the foundation. Even if it is only 10 centimeters deep, it is essential." There is something that Yichen didn't say, which is that if you're lucky enough to win crops, such as rice and corn through the lottery, then you need to consider the planting issue. No matter what prize is finally drawn, the tribe must put planting on the important agenda next year, because the tribe cannot always rely on hunting for survival. Therefore, Yichen hopes to use this time to allow everyone to adapt and become familiar with dealing with the land. After hearing Yichen's explanation, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what he meant. Although they were still somewhat unfamiliar with the concept of digging, they were willing to trust Yichen's decision and actively participate in it. Yichen knew that opportunities were rare and would not come again, and now was a golden opportunity. First, a solid foundation must be dug to build a house. Secondly, Yichen plans to completely renovate the entire camp within the wall and lay bricks to achieve full coverage. In this way, the tribal camp will undergo earth-shaking changes and the living environment will be greatly improved. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Yichen decided to start from the first step, which was to turn over every inch of land in the camp and dig out the stones and tree roots buried deep in it. This will not only help improve the overall environment of the camp, but also facilitate subsequent sewer construction. In order to avoid water accumulation in the camp, they had already modified the sewers, but as the construction of houses progressed, the requirements for sewers also increased. Yi-chun held the wooden hoe and dug hard into the ground. Although the wooden hoe was not sharp, he was still able to turn the soil with his firm determination and perseverance. Whenever he dug up a piece of mud, he would scoop it up with both hands and put it into the basket on his back. When the basket was full, he would carry it to the corner outside the wall and pile it up. As Yi-chun waved the wooden hoe in his hand, he began to demonstrate how to use the tool correctly. While digging, he patiently taught everyone the techniques and precautions. First, hold the end of the hoe handle, then push down hard and forward at the same time. This will allow you to dig the soil better. Yi-chun explained it in detail. Everyone gathered around, carefully observing Yi-chun's movements and trying to remember every detail. They all wanted to pick up the wooden hoe and try to imitate Yi-chun's movements. After Yi-chun briefly demonstrated how to use a wooden hoe to cultivate the land, he handed the wooden hoe to Hu and told her to just continue to operate it in the same way he had just done. Since he was currently in charge of the tribe's food and is relatively free, Yi-chun decided to ask her to help cultivate the land. Then, Yi-chun quickly asked Chio to make a few more hoes in the same style as the hoe. Although this was not difficult for Chio, the production speed was still relatively slow. After working hard for the whole morning, they finally succeeded in making 3 wooden hoes. Afterwards, for women armed with wooden hoes dug diligently in the camp. In just one morning, an area of camp nearly the size of a basketball court had been almost cleared. However, there are still some difficult issues left on the land: tree roots and large rocks. These obstacles make the land uneven and need to be further addressed. In order to ensure the flatness of the camp, Yi-chun asked everyone to dig about 10 centimeters deep. But facing those large rocks and thick tree roots, they felt a little tricky. Yi-chun had to think of other solutions. These were deeply embedded in the soil and could not be taken out in a short time. Yi-chun looked at these things and, fortunately, did not affect the foundation of his house. Yi-chun first used branches to draw a foundation diagram on the ground. This time, the house he wanted to build was a bit big. The house is divided into 4 rooms, each with a unique purpose. First, Yi-chun planned to reserve a lounge for himself. This room would become his private space for rest and relaxation. Yi-chun was full of anticipation for it and had already conceived many interesting ideas. Secondly, Yi-chun planned an office to store his personal belongings. As the tribe continues to grow and develop, Yi-chun will definitely have more and more things. So, he decided to create a dedicated space to store these items so that they wouldn't take up his precious sleep time. The third room is a storage room, where Yi-chun plans to store the more precious items of the tribe, such as animal skins, pottery jars, bows and arrows, etc. This way, these important items can be properly stored and protected from the effects of humid environments. As for the last room, Yi-chun has not yet clearly defined its specific purpose. However, it is conceivable that once the chief discovered the convenience and comfort brought by the house, he would probably move in without hesitation. Yi-chun knew the power of the house. Once the house was completely built, it would not only improve his quality of life, but also allow the people of the entire tribe to feel the warmth and sense of belonging of home. Yi-chun thought to himself, instead of getting entangled with the chief later, it is better to reserve it for him now. This way, a lot of trouble can be avoided. So, Yi-chun marked out an area on the ground with stones and told the chief that this area was reserved for him. The chief was very satisfied with this, and Yi-chun also felt much more relaxed. After completing this work, Yi-chun asked the women to continue digging 10 centimeters deeper along the line he had drawn. This part of the excavation is relatively easy, but you need to be careful to keep it straight and flat. The women worked together and soon completed the task. This 10-centimeter deep ditch was the foundation of the house, which would provide a solid support for the entire building. Yi-chun knew that with their current level of technology, reserving 20 centimeters for the foundation was already the limit. Moreover, this is their first actual operation, and there are still many areas that need to be improved and perfected. However, Yi-chun believes that as they accumulate experience, they will do better and better. After doing all this, Yi-chun did not rest, but returned to his residence. Yi-chun had specifically instructed that no one was allowed to touch this pottery jar, because what was inside was extremely important to Yi-chun. That was the lard he had collected with great difficulty. These lards can not only be used for lighting, but are also an important raw material for cooking food, and are of great significance to the survival and development of the tribe. A few days ago, Yi Chun and his tribesmen set up an ambush in advance to deal with a wild wolf pack. They dug a trap carefully, but unexpectedly the wild wolves saw through their plan and deliberately drove away some wild animals to destroy the trap. One of the wild boars was also driven into a trap, and Yi Chun and others successfully used the trap to kill it. After returning to the camp, Yi Chun began to count the spoils. When he saw the wild boar's corpse, his heart was filled with joy. So he immediately cut open the wild boar and took out the lard inside. However, Yi Chun overlooked an important detail. These wild boars had not been castrated. When he cut the wild boar open, a strong smell of pig hit his nose and went straight to his forehead. Looking at the strange looks from his tribesmen, Yi Chun suddenly realized. It turned out that when the wild boar was brought back, everyone except Yi Chun himself seemed unhappy. The reason was the strong odor of the wild boar. Unless they were extremely hungry, primitive people were not willing to eat the meat of wild boar with such a strong odor. Yi Chun endured the pungent smell, cleaned the lard simply, and then put it into a ceramic pot to boil. After the lard was completely cooked, he specially found a clay pot to store it. In order to prevent the lard from getting stained with dust, Yi Chun also specially made a lid for the pottery jar, so that it would be more sealed. Looking at the lard that had completely solidified, Yi Chun scooped a spoonful of it into a ceramic dish, then slowly melted it over low heat. Looking at the melted yellow lard, Yi Chun quickly put the rubbed bark rope into the lard. The rope was only 3 centimeters long and was completely soaked in the lard. After waiting for a while, Yi Chun used chopsticks to pick out a piece of bark rope about 1 centimeter long and continued to soak the rest in lard. With a light touch of fire, a simple oil lamp was ready. Seeing the flame the size of his little finger appear in front of him, Yi Chun couldn't help laughing. Now that houses have begun to be built, it means that fire must be used in private spaces. The emergence of this small oil lamp solves this problem. Although it looks simple, it brings great convenience and satisfaction to Yi Chun. He imagined that in the days to come, this small oil lamp would become a part of his life and accompany him through every night. Chapter 53, The Magic Oil Lamp. Yi Chun picked up the small oil lamp and observed it carefully, frowning slightly. He found that his previous design was not very practical. If he wanted to use it more conveniently, he needed to add a handle under the ceramic plate so that he could easily pick it up. However, since the house has not yet been built, the demand for desk lamps is not so urgent for the time being and can be put on hold for now. When you have time later, you could just make a desk lamp with a handle. Yi Chun came to the water tank and carefully examined the sisal soaked in the water. After nearly a day of soaking, the sisal leaves had become soft. Yi Chun reached out and touched them, feeling that the sisal had become very soft. So, Yi Chun picked up a piece of sisal and used a stone axe to cut it into sisal strips as thick as fingers. Then he picked up a sisal strip, placed it on the blade of the stone axe, grasped it tightly with his fingers, and pulled hard, successfully pulling out the black hair inside. Finally, Yi Chun discarded the outer sisal leaves. These are the soaking and scraping steps in the sisal processing process. Only after these processing steps can the original sisal be processed properly. The black hair in Yi Chun's hand at this moment came from the fibers of sisal, which is the key material for making linen and hemp rope. With it, the tribesmen will have hope of making linen clothes. This sisal fiber is extremely tough and difficult to break with ordinary force, so it is perfect for making ropes, let alone making clothes. However, these sisal fibers are still in their most primitive state and must be repeatedly cleaned and combed before they can be put into use. Moreover, the current quantity is too small, so they can only be sorted and stored first. I will harvest more sisal leaves later, process them uniformly, and then make clothes. Now that you've found sisal, there's no need to panic. Just collect as planned, and by then, everyone in the tribe will have new clothes. As the sun sets and night falls, the members of the hunting team return to the camp, carrying the bricks they have made today. Yi Chun took a brick, carefully checked its quality, and nodded with satisfaction after confirming that it was correct. This batch of bricks was specially fired at Yi Chun's request. Unlike the bricks used in building the wall before, their specifications were deliberately enlarged. When building a house or laying out a camp, Yi Chun understood that it was not feasible to piece together small bricks one by one. Therefore, he decided to double the size of the brick, making a large brick that was 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide and high. This can reduce the amount of bricks used and reduce the risk of collapse due to improper bricklaying. Due to the current lack of various tools, this minimalist approach becomes the best choice. That night, After dinner, while everyone was still lamenting that the camp had been dug up beyond recognition, Yi-chun took out the oil lamp he had made. In front of everyone, he lit the wick, and suddenly a small fire appeared in the palm of Yi-chun's hand, moving in front of everyone along with Yi-chun's palm. Everyone who was bragging and chatting now held their breath. They didn't expect that Yi-chun had actually tamed the fire. The flames are so hot. How could you be like this? Everyone stared blankly at the flame in Yi-chun's hand, and the curious chief couldn't help but ask. Yi-chun did not answer, but smiled and pulled the chief's right hand, flattened his palm, and placed the pottery plate in his hand. The chief, who had not yet reacted, only saw Yi-chun put the flame directly on his hand. The chief was about to shout without having time to react. At this moment, Yi-chun's voice rang out. "Chief, look, I'm fine, aren't I? And my hands aren't hot." After hearing Yi-chun's words, the chief stopped screaming and then carefully observed Yi-chun's hands. Sure enough, he found that Yi-chun's hands were not burned, and there was not even a trace left. What is going on?" the chief asked in surprise. Yi-chun smiled and explained, "Take a closer look. As long as you master the correct methods and techniques, anyone can control the flames like me and avoid getting burned." With the help of the bright firelight, the chief finally saw clearly that it was a pottery plate, the same kind we usually see, but with some things filled in it. After the chief understood the source of the fire in his hand, he immediately became playful and imitated Yi-chun's previous actions, walking back and forth in front of everyone holding the pottery plate. After everyone took turns playing with the pottery disc, they walked into the cave with a sense of unfulfilled desire, ending the day's activities. The next morning, after Yi-chun saw off the hunting team that was going to continue making bricks, he gathered the remaining Yu and others and told them to go out with him to chop trees. Now, everyone has become accustomed to Yi-chun's command. On the premise of solving the problem of food and clothing, no one raised any objections, and they quickly put on their equipment and prepared to set off. This time, Yi-chun's goal is to find suitable trees to serve as the beams of the house. Because the beams need to bear tiles to protect against wind and rain, high-quality tree trunks must be selected. Although the system's knowledge base has covered a wide range of knowledge, there are still differences between theory and practice. Therefore, for Yi-chun, when building a house for the first time, he chose a relatively simple bungalow structure. He decided to use bricks to build the four walls and set up a cross-shaped wall in the middle to separate the four rooms. The roof of the house is built by piling bricks and using tree trunks as beams so that the tiles can be covered at an angle to facilitate rainwater drainage. When choosing a tree trunk, Yi-chun required it to be straight and about 6 meters long. However, due to limited production tools, felling trees has become the biggest engineering challenge at present. They could only rely on stone axes to slowly cut down trees. After a whole day of hard work, Yi-chun could only bring back one tree trunk. These tree trunks are all thick wood with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, and it is very difficult to cut them down. In desperation, Yi-chun could only mark all the tree trunks that met the requirements and arrange for sure to lead others to cut them down slowly here. Yi-chun knew that time was running out and the task was heavy. He did not dare to relax at all. He immediately called the women in the camp and asked them to act quickly. Everyone worked together with a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for digging, some for carrying, and still others for cleaning. Although the work was very intensive, everyone was full of energy and no one complained or backed down. After a day and a night of hard work, they finally cleaned up the large rocks and tree stumps in the camp that were difficult to clear. Looking at the brand new camp, Yi-chun felt extremely relieved and full of confidence in the future. Chapter 54, Little Wolf Cub. During these 3 days, bricks for building houses were produced continuously, in large quantities and of high quality. The bricks were transported to the tribal camp in an orderly manner and piled up in mountains, waiting for their mission. After completely completing the excavation of the house foundation, Yi-chun decisively decided to suspend the firing of bricks and turn his attention to the production of tiles. The firing of tiles is relatively simple, but it also requires careful design and production. Since tree trunks as thick as thighs are used as beams, and tree trunks as thick as arms are placed horizontally and vertically, the tiles only need to be fired in a semicircle. This design saves materials and facilitates construction. When the time comes, you only need to place the semicircular tiles alternately on the beams to form a solid roof. At this point, the basic materials needed to build a house have been prepared. The next challenge Yi-chun faces is the problem of lime and hourglass. The main function of the hourglass is to increase the viscosity of the lime, filter out impurities, remove some harder particles, and obtain fine raw materials, thereby enhancing the strength and durability of the lime. Although this process seems simple, it requires Yi Chun to skillfully use his skills and experience to ensure that the quality of the lime reaches the optimal level. Yi Chun has found a solution to the hourglass problem. He plans to make the collected sisal into a rag and then use it to filter out larger particles of lime and mud. As for lime, Yi Chun checked the information in the system and learned that snail shells can also be used to make lime. Simply burn it to produce calcium carbonate, which can then be made into concrete by adding water and filtered mud. Yi Chun immediately mobilized the tribesmen who were resting in the camp and asked them to search for snail shells near the camp. Each group of 3 goes out to search, and the mission is completed as long as they fill a ceramic jar with snail shells. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was also busy sorting out the extracted sisal fibers. After soaking and peeling, he got a large ball of light green sisal fiber. Next, it needs to be steamed with wood ash to further remove the glue in the sisal fiber. After this period of development, the tribe needed to make fire and cook every day. The tribe was short of everything, but the only thing it had was ash. Because we have to cook with fire every day, the supply of wood ash is endless. This made Yi Chun feel somewhat relieved. After all, wood ash was very important for making cloth. Yi Chun picked up a clay pot filled with wood ash. He carefully poured in the right amount of water and then placed the clay pot on the fire to boil. When the water boiled, Yi Chun gently placed the sisal fiber in his hand into the pottery jar. As the temperature rose, the sisal fibers began to soften and absorb moisture. Yi Chun waited patiently until the fibers were fully cooked. After boiling for a period of time, Yi Chun saw that the sisal fiber became soft and elastic. He knew the fibers were ready to be woven into cloth. Although some additional steps are required to process the fibers, due to the current limited conditions, Yi Chun can only solve the problem of whether there are any. He decided to start by weaving some cloth using simple methods to meet basic needs. Just as Yi Chun was concentrating on observing the sisal fibers in the pottery jar, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. He turned around and saw Tsang running towards him, sweating profusely. Tsang was panting and seemed to have something urgent to say. Yi Chun looked at him curiously, wondering what had happened. Wild wolf. There's another wild wolf. Tsang, who was running out of breath, scared Yi Chun so much that he jumped up when he said the first sentence. The wolf is coming again. Yi Chun, who had just arranged for his tribesmen to go out and collect snail shells, was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He knew that the hunting team's protective measures were sound, but these women might not be able to withstand the attacks of wild wolves. Although they were wearing armor and holding shields, Yi Chun was not completely sure whether they could survive the wolf sneak attack. During this period of time, Yi Chun has been urging the women to speed up the production of equipment. After all, it is impossible that the hunting team is the only one in the entire tribe that has complete equipment. After a period of hard work, everyone in the tribe has been equipped with armor and wooden shields. However, they had only undergone simple training on a daily basis. When they were actually faced with the sneak attack of wild wolves, Yi Chun still couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Yi Chun made a prompt decision and said, Let's go and take a look. After that, he quickly stood up and led the others to the scene of the incident. Yi Chun was a little anxious, and when he was anxious, things would easily get out of hand. He pulled Tsang hard, ready to take him away. However, he forgot that he had not yet put on his hunting gear. Chun, it's not like that. It was a wild wolf, Tsang said anxiously, and quickly stretched out a finger, fearing that Yi Chun would misunderstand, and hurriedly explained. A wild wolf? Then why did you run away? Yi Chun was confused and asked Tsang for confirmation again. After repeated verification, Yi Chun finally felt relieved, but at the same time, he was full of curiosity. The hunting team once faced off against wild wolves, but now there is only one wild wolf. There's no need to be afraid, just kill it. There's also a wild wolf, but it is very small, Tsang added. With Tsang's limited vocabulary, Yi Chun roughly understood the situation, but was still not sure, so he decided to follow Tsang out of the camp. Soon after, they saw the tribesmen gathered together, chattering and making a lot of noise. When Yi Chun appeared, the tribesmen immediately dispersed and made way for him. Yi Chun squeezed through the crowd and was shocked by the scene before him. He immediately recognized the wolf that had escaped from the wolf pack. The pregnant wolf had become emaciated, as if all its vitality had been drained away. Next to her lay a little wolf cub whose eyes had not yet opened, fast asleep, completely unaware that a group of people had gathered around them. Despite her extreme emaciation, the she-wolf's ferocious nature remained undiminished. Even though she was unsteady and swaying, she still growled softly, warning those around her. Yi-chun has always emphasized to the hunting team that they should try to avoid killing the prey directly, especially when there is a chance to capture them alive. Because once these animals are successfully raised, the tribe can enjoy fresh meat every day and eat as much as they want. Therefore, facing this weak but still ferocious female wolf, the hunting team did not act rashly. They knew Yi-chun's intention and hoped to bring it back to the tribe to try to raise and breed more wolves. In this way, the tribe's future meat supply will be greatly guaranteed. Yi-chun was speechless. He believed that he had made it very clear and definitely did not say that the tribe could raise wild wolves. He looked at the female wolf with a speechless expression on his face, but he didn't dare to be too obvious. After all, this also showed that the tribesmen had listened to Yi-chun's words. But now the situation suddenly came to a standstill. Yi-chun did not dare to act rashly, mainly because he did not expect the hunting team to make such a big move for him this time and directly planned to let him start the wild wolf breeding plan. Shoot the big wolf. I'll take over the small one. After staring at the mother wolf baring her teeth in a threatening manner for a while, and then looking at the wolf cub who was still sleeping, Yi-chun made up his mind. As several arrows were shot out at the same time, the mother wolf, who was already holding on, fell down instantly. She whimpered and looked at the wolf cub who was still sleeping and couldn't help but shed tears. I think it must be that after the mother wolf escaped that day, she has been waiting to give birth, but she has no stable source of food after giving birth, so she has been trying to breastfeed the cubs until today. Looking at the mother wolf who had already died, Yi-chun grabbed the wolf cub who was still sleeping. The wolf cub, who was sleeping soundly, twisted and groaned in dissatisfaction. After being held by Yi-chun from behind, the cub kicked its legs twice and fell asleep again. Little guy, you're such a sleepyhead. Looking at the pink and tender wolf cub, Yi-chun couldn't help but show his love. Chapter 55 Little Wolf Cub Laifu. After Yi-chun brought the wolf cub home, he fell in a deep thought, wondering how he could find some milk to feed the cub. However, when he looked around, he was surprised to find that there was not a single baby in the entire tribe. This situation surprised Yi-chun very much, because he didn't pay special attention to these details on weekdays. It was not until now that he needed to take care of the wolf cubs that he suddenly realized this problem. It turned out that there were only 2 children in the tribe, Yi-chun and Yun. Apart from the 2 of them, there were no other children, let alone babies. What shocked Yi-chun even more was that if he had not traveled through time and space to occupy this body, the original Yi-chun might have died long ago, and even his body would have rotted away. From this we can see that the living environment of the tribe is extremely harsh. Even babies find it difficult to survive, let alone other children. Yi-chun realized that the main reason why the tribe's fertility rate was so low was food shortage. In the past, there had never been a term like eating enough in the tribe. As long as there was food, it was already good enough. Therefore, adults cannot fill their stomachs, and it is even more difficult to ensure adequate nutrition for infants and children. As the only 2 children left in the tribe, Yi-chun and Yun have relatively strong physical fitness and can be said to be very lucky. After all, it is not easy to survive in such a harsh environment. Fortunately, Yi-chun traveled through time and space and not only solved the tribe's water problem, but also found enough food so that everyone in the tribe could have enough food and clothing, and their physical condition was greatly improved. Even a skinny Yun that Yi-chun saw when he just woke up has begun to gain weight, and his complexion has improved a lot. While teasing the little wolf cub in his arms, Yi-chun recalled every little thing that had happened during this period, feeling deeply moved. Suddenly, he heard a faint bleating sound coming from his arms. He looked down and saw that the little wolf cub had woken up and was struggling hard in his arms. Yi-chun gently stroked the little wolf cub's head and said with a smile, "Little guy, are you hungry? It's a pity that our tribe has no milk to feed you now." He looked at the wolf cub with heartache and anxiety. At this moment, he noticed the broth simmering on a low fire nearby, and the rich aroma filled his nose. Yi-chun had an idea and decided to try feeding the wolf cubs with broth. Yi-chun carefully handed the little wolf cub in his arms to Yun, who was watching curiously on the side, then quickly ran to the pot and scooped out a bowl of hot broth. After a morning of careful stewing, the broth becomes soft and delicious, exuding an enticing aroma. Yi-chun carefully brought a bowl of steaming broth back to the wolf cub. He gently picked up the wolf cub, hoping to let it drink some broth to replenish its strength. Ever since Yi Chan came back with the little wolf cub, Yin had been watching them curiously. At this moment, seeing the little wolf cub struggling in Yi Chen's arms, her heart was instantly melted. Yin gently took the ceramic bowl from Yi Chen's hand and first stroked the little wolf cub with her warm palms to calm it down gradually. Then she slowly picked up the spoon, scooped out a little broth, and placed it next to the little wolf cub's mouth. Seeing Yin calming the wolf cub so easily, Yi Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, surprised and impressed by her care ability. The hungry little wolf cub, who was originally very noisy, immediately became well-behaved and quiet when he was in Yun's hands. However, when the wolf cub tasted the milk that it longed for, it showed obvious resistance and discomfort. "Little guy, these are the only foods the tribe has now. Eat them quickly, otherwise you will starve to death," Yi Chen said helplessly. Looking at the little wolf cub, who was somewhat resistant, Yi Chen smiled bitterly twice helplessly, but the little wolf cub ignored him completely and just kept struggling, as if telling Yin about his dissatisfaction. However, Yin did not become impatient. She put down the spoon and continued to stroke the wolf cub gently, gradually calming it down, and then tried to feed it the broth again. "Yin, I leave it to you," Yi Chen said softly as he looked at the little wolf cub lying comfortably in Yun's arms, then turned and left. He returned to the pottery jar again, fished out the sisal fibers that had been boiled for nearly an hour, and placed them on the prepared rack to dry. The stand is very simple, made of a few branches and tied together with bark ropes. Next, Yi Chen's main concern was burning the snail shells collected by the tribesmen to make lime, which would help build the houses more solidly. What a primitive world. These snails are so huge. Yi Chen exclaimed. Looking at the snails in front of him that were the size of an adult's fist, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved, but he really had no interest in snail meat. Although many people in later generations like to eat snail meat, and there's even a world-famous dish made with snails, Yi Chen has no interest in it. So, without hesitation, he threw the snails into the kiln to burn them. There's not much skill involved in this step. Just keep the heat high. After the firing is completed, put it into water to melt. After a long half-day, Yi Chen finally succeeded in baking crisp snail shells and removed the snail meat that had been burned in a jerky and placed it in a ceramic pot filled with clean water to melt. At this time, lime powder came into being. However, due to technical limitations, it was in a paste-like state. However, this does not affect its normal use. In order to verify the effect of lime powder, Yi Chen took out some lime paste and mixed it with mud to make a palm-sized brick. Let's see if it can meet the standards of waterproofing and fireproofing after drying. If so, then Yi Chen's plan to build a house can be officially started. After doing all this, Yi Chen walked briskly to Yun's side again and carefully checked the condition of the little wolf cub. To be honest, Yi Chen is quite concerned about this little guy. After all, this is his first pet in this primitive world. Moreover, the little wolf cub is not just a pet. When it grows up, it will definitely become Yi Chen's powerful helper when hunting. Yi Chen looked carefully and found that the ceramic bowl that was originally filled with food was now empty, and the little wolf cub was lying quietly in Yun's warm embrace, sleeping soundly. "Huh, you finished the broth so quickly?" Yi Chen asked in surprise, with curiosity glittering in his eyes. Yin nodded in agreement without hesitation. She gently stroked the wolf cub's soft fur, a satisfied smile on her face. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. The vitality of prehistoric creatures is indeed even stronger. Even when starving, they can adapt and eat any food to ensure their survival. It seems that the little wolf cub also knows that in this challenging and dangerous environment, survival is the most important thing. Looking at the little wolf cub sleeping peacefully after eating and drinking, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. He began to imagine the future scenes of traveling through the forest with the wolf cub, imagining that they would face various challenges together and explore this mysterious and beautiful world together. This scene made Yi Chen feel extremely excited and also inspired him to work harder to survive, grow, and explore. "You look so cute. From now on, I'll call you Lai Fu." Now no one said that the name Yi Chen chose was not good, and Yi Chen did not ask for other people's opinions. He just gave a name Lai Fu. Although the name is a bit earthy, the meaning is still very good. Chapter 56, New House. Yi Chen has been in a very good mood these past 2 days. One reason is that Lai Fu has gradually gotten used to drinking broth. Although it was initially resistant to this new food, since there was no milk in the tribe, Yi Chen had to use broth instead. Secondly, The construction of the house was progressing smoothly and was almost complete. All the preliminary preparations had been completed, including bricks, beams, tiles, and other building materials. Now, we just need to start construction directly, and the speed will naturally be very fast. In just 2 days, the frame of the house was basically completed. That seemingly ordinary brick house was as amazing as a miracle in the eyes of the tribesmen. After all the items needed for these buildings were made by the tribesmen themselves, but when they were put together, the effect they presented was far beyond their imagination. Starting with the initial foundation, 2 layers of brick foundation were carefully laid and fixed with lime. Then, bricks were piled up layer by layer, eventually forming this sturdy house. There were enough fired bricks, and Yi Chun, with a magnanimous attitude, built a solid brick wall about 2.5 meters high without hesitation. Then, he cleverly used brick walls to divide the space inside the house into 4 rooms of equal area. Each room was approximately 8 square meters, which was quite spacious and comfortable for a single person. After completing the wall construction, Yi Chun did not rush to cap the roof. Instead, he decided to build the facilities inside the house first. First, he set about building his own bed, adopting the design style of the traditional earthen kong in northeast China. He carefully selected bricks and stones as building materials and skillfully constructed a unique earthen kong. It is worth mentioning that space is deliberately left under the earthen kong to connect with the exhaust duct of the house. In addition, Yi Chun also built a simple and practical clay fireplace in the house to ensure that the room is warm and pleasant in winter. Yi Chun adopted a diagonal layout and converted the 2 opposite rooms into earthen kangs. One of them naturally belonged to Yi Chun, and the other was left to the chief. Yi Chun originally planned to give the chief a surprise, but he never expected that the chief would be so impatient. Seeing the houses gradually taking shape, the chief couldn't wait to come and ask Yi Chun how to use these houses. Yi Chun didn't intend to hide it and shared his ideas frankly. After hearing this, the chief was so excited that he couldn't control himself. It turned out that there was a vacant room. He immediately grabbed Yi Chun and said that he wanted that empty room. Yi Chun naturally did not dare to be rude to the chief. After all, basic respect was still necessary, so he nodded in agreement without hesitation. The chief then left with a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, Sher from the hunting team also hurried over, hoping that Yi Chun could give him a room. Before Yi Chun could speak, the other members of the hunting team quickly gathered around him, their eyes full of desire. They were all eager to try this novel way of living. Yi Chun had no choice but to quickly explain to everyone. The house built this time was only for himself and the chief to use, but after the next house was completed, it would be allocated first to the members of the hunting team. Although everyone was a little disappointed, they also understood Yi Chun's decision and expressed their willingness to wait. Yi Chun promised to complete the construction of the second house as soon as possible so that everyone can move into the new house as soon as possible. Yi Chun stood before everyone, his gaze firm as he announced loudly, "Fellow tribesmen, I solemnly promise that we will all live in houses like this in the future, but we will need to build them one by one." His voice echoed throughout the tribe, full of strength and determination. This promise eliminated the hunting team's doubts. They were originally worried that Yi Chun would only build a new house for himself and ignore others. After hearing Yi Chun's words, they smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, the women who were secretly listening on the periphery also breathed a sigh of relief. They had always been looking forward to living in such a beautiful house one day. Now, Yi Chun's promise gave them hope and filled their hearts with joy. After a busy whole day, Yi Chun finally completed the construction of the earthen kong and ventilation ducts in the house. Next, just cover it with tiles, and the house is basically completed. However, the sun was already setting and night was gradually falling. Yi Chun looked at the gradually darkening sky, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind to finish laying the tiles even if it got dark. Because the weather had been unusual recently and the temperature had dropped very quickly, if he didn't hurry up, it might affect the subsequent construction progress. In addition, Yi Chun was also worried that there would be a sudden rain at night, causing damage to the already built parts. Therefore, he resolutely decided to complete the construction of the house today and start the fireplace in the house. Doing this not only tests the quality of the house and ensures that everything is functioning properly, but also uses the heat generated by the fireplace to dry the interior of the house and speed up the drying of the lime. Although time is tight, Yi Chun firmly believes that as long as everyone works together, they will be able to overcome difficulties and complete the task successfully. And after finishing tonight, we will have to continue to be busy tomorrow. The doors of the 4 rooms have not been made yet, and it will take time to make the 4 doors. At the same time, 4 rooms also mean that 4 windows are needed. A room cannot be without windows, but if the windows are not well made, the draft at night will be unbearable. When the last tile was firmly placed on the roof, the house in everyone's eyes had taken shape. Although the house still looked rather crude to Yi Chun, it was undoubtedly an amazing spectacle for the tribesmen who had lived in the cave for a long time. They had never imagined that there was such a wonderful thing that could allow them to sleep peacefully outside the cave. Yi Chun told his tribesmen that from now on, everyone no longer needed to live in the cave, but would move into this brand new house. However, at this time a question came to everyone's mind. If everyone moved into the new house, who would live in the cave? As night fell and the sky became completely dark, Yi Chun lit the fireplace in the house, and the flames burned fiercely. He stood quietly in the house, staring at the earthen Kong, which was not yet completely dry, and carefully examined everything around him with the help of the firelight. Yi Chun carefully inspected the house and found that the walls were solid, and there was no sign of air leakage. The bricks were well sealed with lime, and the roof tiles were neatly arranged with no obvious gaps. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment and pride. Finally, I own my own house. Looking back on his later life, Yi Chun worked hard for more than 10 years to buy a small apartment, and his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. However, at this moment, he actually built a spacious and comfortable house with his own hands, and this joy made him feel extremely satisfied. Yi Chun walked out of the room and looked at the expectant eyes of his tribesmen, feeling inexplicably moved. He waved his hands and announced loudly, "It's done. From now on, we can all live in a new house." Hearing Yi Chun's words, the tribesmen cheered, their faces filled with happy smiles. At this moment, Yi Chun felt the trust and support of his clansmen. He knew that this house was not only his personal achievement, but also the result of the joint efforts of the entire clan. Yi Chun smiled as he looked at his cheering tribesmen, and secretly vowed in his heart to continue working hard and lead them to a better life. Song, you and others have been taking 4 women to the kiln by the lake, firing bricks and tiles all day long. Except for coming back to eat at noon and rest at night, they are busy there all day long. The chief couldn't stop smiling. Looking at this warm house, he was very satisfied, thinking that he could sleep and rest in it in the future. Looking at the cheering tribesmen, Yi Chun thought with a smile on his face. Now, although we have a house, the campsite needs to be expanded. In the past, everyone lived in caves, so a campsite the size of a basketball court could basically meet everyone's activity needs. But now the house has taken up half of the camp, and if they want to continue building houses, they must expand the tribe's camp. And this expansion cannot be just on a small scale, but must be expanded several times at one time to accommodate more houses. Yi Chun was thinking in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned towards the direction of the lake outside the wall. Why not just expand toward the lake? This will not only make it closer to the lake, but also more convenient. Moreover, with the subsequent increase in housing construction, the construction of some infrastructure is also imperative, such as roads, drainage systems, and toilets. These are indispensable facilities for urban construction, and a lack of any one of them will cause trouble to tribal life. Chapter 57: Preparing to Build Toilet. Early the next morning, Yi Chun couldn't wait to get out of the cave and hurriedly ran towards the house under construction, wanting to check the dryness of the cement in the house. He was full of anticipation and hoped to see the house completed as soon as possible. When Yi Chun arrived in front of the house, his mood suddenly became cheerful. He found that the cement of the house was basically dry, with only some slight moisture remaining that needed further treatment. According to the current progress, if the fire method is continued, it is estimated that the cement of the house will be completely dry in 1 or 2 days. However, Yi Chun also noticed that the temperature had dropped significantly, especially in the morning and evening, when the cold became more intense. In order to speed up the drying process of the cement, Yi Chun decided to continue using the fire method. This not only increases the temperature, but also helps remove moisture from the air, ensuring the cement dries quickly. While waiting for the cement to dry, Yi Chun was not idle. He arranged for Chiu to be responsible for making doors and windows, and taught her how to use branches and sticks to tie them into a row to replace the traditional door and window structure. Although this method is relatively simple, it is sufficient to meet the basic needs of a camp in its early stages. As for complex devices such as pulleys, they could be installed later. Yichen told Xiao that when installing doors and windows, ropes can be used to secure them to the house. In this way, when ventilation or entry and exit is required, the doors and windows can be removed by simply untying the ropes, which is very convenient and practical. Although this design seems a bit crude, everyone can understand and accept this simple and practical solution in the initial stage. At this time, Yichun had completed the construction of the house. He was full of energy and decided to start building the camp immediately. So he mobilized everyone in the tribe without hesitation. The mission this time was relatively simple, mainly involving digging holes, but it also involved some technical requirements. Based on the information he looked up in the system last night and the actual situation of the tribe, Yichun came up with a specific plan. Since there was no need to draw complicated drawings, Yichun directly led everyone to get started. After all, there is no one in this world to supervise Yichun's work, and no one will make any comments on the toilet he built. Therefore, Yichun can carry out his work without any worries. First, they chose a place 20 meters away from the tribal wall and began to dig a large pit. This large pit will become the site for the construction of squat toilets. Then, Yichun led everyone to extend outward along the squat pit and continue digging a 10-meter-long pipe. This pipe will be used as a sewer for toilets in the future to drain away excrement. Currently, they are unable to make plastic pipes due to a lack of tools and resources, but the tribe has learned to fire pottery. Therefore, Yichun decided to have someone make some ceramic pipes to replace plastic pipes. These ceramic tubes need to have a certain width, so Yichun asked to fire ceramic tubes that are 20 centimeters wide to ensure that they can meet the needs. Although this is only a temporary solution, it can meet current usage needs. The last step is to dig a large pit at the interface of the pipeline to serve as a fertilizer pool. In this way, feces can be directly put into it for fermentation and converted into ecological fertilizer. For the pipes required for the fertilizer pool, Yichun also decided to use ceramic pipes instead. In short, as long as the problem can be solved with existing technology, he will try to simplify it as much as possible and replace it after future technological advances. Nowadays, brick-making technology has matured and lime production technology has been mastered, so the construction of toilets and septic tanks is no longer a problem. Today, Yichun decided to dig the foundation first, so that when he fired bricks and laid pipes in the future, he could easily complete the construction of the toilet. This way, he no longer had to endure the disgusting smell of feces and urine in the camp. For a long time, people in the camp have had no awareness of hygiene, and urinating and defecating anywhere has become the norm. Yichun still remembered that before he invented the pottery jar, the tribe didn't even have the concept of drinking hot water. At that time, they only asked for water to drink and did not ask for much else. Since the clay pot came into being, Yichun had repeatedly scolded and asked everyone to drink boiled water, and everyone gradually developed this habit. However, the problem of open defecation has never been solved. The main reason is that there are no toilets in the camp, and everyone has to find a place to defecate wherever they want. If Yichun saw these situations, he would definitely scold them, but he really couldn't think of a better way to deal with this problem. After all, he couldn't deny others' convenience, right? But if they were asked to go to a place farther away from the tribe to relieve themselves, they were worried that they might encounter danger. So Yichun has never thought too much about this matter, but now the opportunity has finally come. With a toilet, Yichun no longer had to endure the smell of feces and urine wafting over the camp at any time. Because there were no toilets before, this smell was difficult to avoid, especially in hot weather. You could smell the odor at any time, which was really unacceptable. It took Yichun himself a long time to gradually get used to this smell. Since the invention of the wooden hoe, everyone's work efficiency has been significantly improved. Although a wooden hoe will become scrapped after a few days of use, its improvement in efficiency is obvious. Yichun specially arranged for Shur to lead Song and the other 5 to go hunting at the lake. They lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully brought back the prey. Yichun was particularly happy when he saw Shur coming back with a fawn. Of course, this is not because Yichun lacks meat to eat, but because he is ready to start cooking. Yes, it's cooking. After being here for so long, this was the first time Yichun had actually cooked a dish, even though it was still very primitive. Yichun immediately took out the linen that he had woven 2 days ago. It was called linen, but it was actually just a coarse cloth woven with sisal fiber. There was not much sisal collected this time, so Yichun could only use it to make a piece of linen, using the simplest method to weave it. A crude spindle was made to evenly rub the sisal fibers into a thin thread. Then they made the most primitive textile machine, the waist loom, one of the oldest textile tools. It has a simple structure and only requires a few wooden sticks. However, this method of weaving is very slow and takes a lot of time. A skilled carpenter can only weave 30 centimeters a day. But for Yi Chun, it is already very good to have such results. He carefully spread the rough sackcloth on the ground and prepared to start cooking his first dish. Yi Chun felt that, judging from the current situation, the resource that the tribe had the most was probably time, especially for clothes that could be worn to keep out the cold. He believed that the women in the tribe would be happy to spend a lot of time weaving every day. As for the specific structure, Yi Chun did not study or explain in detail. He simply found a few branches and started weaving according to the methods he found in the system. Although the pace was very slow, some progress was made. In this way, under the curious gaze of everyone in the tribe, Yi Chun used up all the sisal fibers he brought back this time and finally successfully weaved a piece of linen that was 10 centimeters long and 6 centimeters wide. However, due to the lack of suitable tools and superb craftsmanship, the woven linen looked like it had been pierced by countless needles, full of holes and gaps, and could not provide any warmth at all. Even so, Yi Chun was still very happy. He took the linen in his hand, looked at it happily for a long time, and then used it to filter the lime. This is also necessary for making lime. Lime powder is already available, but the current lime powder is still relatively rough. If the particles in the lime powder are too large and too many, the lime will have poor efficacy. So after the first piece of linen was born, Yi Chun used it to mix with lime powder, which was considered a good invention. Chapter 58: The Birth of Blood Tofu. Yi Chun looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and smiled. You will know soon. As he washed the linen with clean water, a smile played on his face, and his heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. For Yi Chun, today is the most exciting day since he came to the primitive world, because today he was going to try to make a brand new dish. In the past, their food was mostly meat, which was simply cut up and cooked in clay pots. Later, their lives gradually improved, and they found radishes, which they could cut into small pieces and cook in broth, which tasted very delicious. Yi Chun collected the fresh deer blood into a ceramic jar and set it aside for later use. Then he grabbed a few handfuls of wood ash and put it into another ceramic pot with clean water. After stirring it evenly with a wooden stick, he used clean linen to filter out the wood ash. The liquid left behind was natural alkaline water. After repeated filtration, Yi Chun carefully poured the alkaline water into a ceramic jar filled with deer blood. Yi Chun continued to stir the mixture in the large ceramic bowl with a wooden stick, ensuring that the alkaline water and blood were fully blended together. As time went on, he could feel the liquid beginning to thicken and gradually solidify into a single mass. The thing made in this way appears to be a whole lump of solidified blood clot and can be called blood tofu. Although it is different from the blood tofu made in later generations through fine processing and adding various seasonings, it is undoubtedly a huge improvement in the current environment. The tribe has not yet discovered or mastered the technology to make salt, so the only way for everyone to obtain salt is to extract it from blood and meat. This also explains why after every successful hunt, even the blood in the prey's body is cleaned out. However, for Yi Chun, a time traveler from modern society, drinking raw blood directly is really hard to accept. Every 2 or 3 days, when the body urgently needed to replenish salt, Yi Chun would pinch his nose, suppress the nausea, and drink a mouthful of raw blood. The feeling of having blood in his mouth made him feel nauseous, but he could only endure it, and then quickly drink a lot of water to relieve the discomfort. This situation always makes him feel extremely uncomfortable, but in order to survive, he has to overcome his inner resistance. Now that he had the linen, Yi Chun quickly used the linen to filter out the alkaline water after building the house. In this way, the blood can be made into blood tofu and cooked in broth, which will taste much better. This can not only replenish the salt in the body, but also provide an extra dish for the tribe. Yi Chun hurriedly lit the fire, then cut the venison and radish into small pieces and put them into the pot to simmer slowly. He stared at the pot intently, afraid of missing any details. Seeing that the blood tofu had solidified, Yi Chun carefully picked up the clean bone knife and gently cut across the surface of the blood tofu. He moved gently, afraid of accidentally cutting the fragile blood tofu. Yi Chun cut the blood tofu into small pieces and gently poured them into the boiled broth. He watched the changes of the blood tofu intently, expecting them to emit an enticing aroma in the broth. Yi-chun waited quietly until the blood tofu was cooked in the broth and changed color. Then he couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful to taste it. The delicious taste intoxicated him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yi-chun was very satisfied with his cooking skills. He knew that the blood tofu made in this way was not only delicious, but also could bring more food options to the tribe. Who was watching from his side, was stunned at the moment. She had been in charge of the tribe's food for the past 2 months. Although he had to cook broth for the entire tribe every time, Who was not too tired. He just had to boil the water in the pottery pot and throw in the meat and radish pieces. Yi-chen's miraculous operation really opened Hu's eyes. She widened her eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The originally liquid blood turned into a strange, solid substance in the blink of an eye. Could it be because of those things just now? Hu thought to himself, his eyes looking around anxiously. Just as Yi-chan was carefully observing the blood tofu in the pottery jar, Hu hurriedly grabbed the linen and wood ash and looked at it carefully, while also staring at the pottery jar that had just been filled with alkaline water, trying to find the answer from it. However, after all this effort, Hu still had no idea why the blood turned into clots. Faced with Hu's doubts, Yi-chan did not explain too much. After all, the chemical knowledge involved was too profound, and even if he explained it to her in detail now, Hu might not be able to understand it. It would be better to tell her the specific method directly. After she tries it many times, she will naturally understand the secret. As for the principle behind it, let her figure out on her own. At this moment, Yi-chan really didn't have the time and energy to give her a vivid chemistry lesson. Unfortunately, there is still no salt. Although the blood tofu tastes good, a dish that lacks salt cannot be considered delicious in any way. This was undoubtedly a completely new food for these primitive people in the tribe. Although each person could only get a small amount of blood tofu, they were still very happy and put the broth into their mouths with great anticipation. Although the taste was still monotonous, it at least solved the problem of drinking blood, and there was no need to prepare a bowl of steaming blood for Yi-chan every time. In the future, whenever there is fresh blood, Yi-chan will ask Hu to make it into blood tofu according to this method. This will make it convenient for everyone to eat and will not taste bad. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After lunch, Yi-chan led everyone to continue digging the big pit for the toilet. Since it needs to be used for 1 to 2 years, the capacity of the pit cannot be too small. These primitive people had excellent physical fitness, with big appetites, large food intake, and large excretion volumes. If the pit was dug too small, it would be filled up in a few days. Not only did Yi-chan dig the pit, he also carefully separated the men's and women's toilets. In the future, they can be put into use by simply marking them. In order to improve the hygiene awareness of tribal members, Yi-chan also specially designed a wall and reserved a space for a water tank outside the wall to help everyone develop the habit of washing hands after defecation. However, the hand washing mentioned here is not the simple cleaning that modern people understand. There is currently no toilet paper in the tribe, and people usually clean their excrement with their hands. Yi-chan himself is relatively particular and would choose to use a wooden stick or a small stone instead of his fingers. Therefore, Yi-chan's original intention of building toilets was not only to provide convenient facilities, but more importantly to take this opportunity to guide everyone to enhance their hygiene awareness and actively wash their hands after using the toilet. This helps improve the overall environment of the tribe and prevents everyone from seeing excrement everywhere as soon as they leave the cave. Even with such a plan, the toilet would occupy a large area and require a lot of bricks and pipes, but Yi-chan was still very confident, especially after the house was built. I'm even more confident about the current construction projects in the tribe. Chapter 59, Thinking and Planning for Tribal Development. Under Yi-chan's organization, everyone worked together to dig the pits and ground needed for the toilet. Seeing this, Yi-chan finally asked everyone to stop what they were doing and have a good rest. After all, we dug a whole ditch today, and everyone was exhausted. The main reason why it is so hard is that the tools are so backward. They could only use sharpened branches to dig the soil and then carry the soil out in baskets, which undoubtedly greatly reduced work efficiency. However, Yi-chan did receive some special treatment. He dug for a while, then washed his hands and stood aside to direct the others to work. No one was surprised by this, as if they were already used to it. Fortunately, Yi-chan asked Hu to cook the broth in advance. When everyone finished their work, Yi-chan strongly requested that everyone wash their hands before allowing everyone to eat. Yi-chan knew very well that it was time to start correcting everyone's hygiene habits. In the past, conditions were limited, but now the situation has improved. Yichen originally planned to slowly change everyone through subtle influence. However, seeing these tribesmen who had long been accustomed to urinating and defecating anywhere and never washing their hands, Yichen realized that this method was too slow. Therefore, Yichen decided to take tough measures and from now on, strictly require everyone to develop good hygiene habits. Yichen directly issued a mandatory order, requiring everyone to wash their hands. No matter what they did, they had to wash their hands before eating. Dinner was still the familiar flavor, broth. The blood tofu made at noon had long been devoured, and while there were still some radishes left, Yichen didn't intend for everyone to eat radishes every day. The current situation of the tribe does not allow for such luxury. Eating carrot and meat soup once every 2 days is already their limit. As the weather gradually turned cooler, the broth cooled faster and faster. Yichen quickly drank up the broth in the bowl. He didn't feel satisfied until he had drunk 2 large bowls. After handing the empty bowl to Hu, he stood up and picked up the little wolf cub that was constantly nudging beside him. By now, a tacit agreement had formed within the tribe, who would manage Yichen and the chief's dishes and chopsticks, while everyone else would keep their own. Yichen held the little wolf cub in his arms, feeling its vitality and intimacy, his heart filled with joy. This wolf cub's tenacity is truly astonishing. Despite not being breastfed, the starving cub quickly adapted to the nourishment of the broth. After just 2 or 3 days, the little wolf cub opened its bright eyes, and the first thing it saw was the cloud that had been taking good care of it. Therefore, the little wolf cub Lai Fu developed a special intimacy with Yin. Lai Fu always follows Yin closely, running around the entire camp like a naughty elf. Its cute and adorable appearance instantly won the hearts of all the women in the tribe. Today, Lai Fu lives a very comfortable life in the camp. Every day, he can run and play freely, and when he is tired, he can lie on the ground and bask in the sun. Occasionally, he will act naughty and make everyone laugh. Maybe because he was hungry, Lai Fu, who was held in Yichen's arms, soon started to cry. Seeing this, Yun, who loved Lai Fu very much, picked him up without hesitation and began to feed him broth slowly. Lai Fu snuggled obediently in Yun's arms, enjoying the warmth and deliciousness. Yun's love for Lai Fu was beyond words. She always couldn't help but hug Lai Fu tightly in her arms, enjoying the warmth and tranquility. As night fell, everyone was busy and orderly packing up the items in the camp, while Yichen was quietly staring at the dark world outside the camp. Although it was pitch black outside the wall, his thoughts were racing as fast as lightning. With the completion of the houses, the tribal camp has become extremely crowded. The houses occupied half of the camp, greatly reducing the space for the tribe members to move around. Yichen realized this problem and began to formulate a bold plan to expand the camp area again. This expansion is not just about adding some land, but about doubling the camp area or even more. Yichen planned to extend the camp towards the lake and incorporate the newly built toilet into it, forming a unique oval layout. In this way, not only can a more spacious living space be provided for the tribe members, but also the surrounding environmental resources can be better utilized to improve the overall living quality. Yichen knows very well that only by constantly improving living conditions can his people live a happier and better life. At the same time, the living facilities in the camp will also face new construction and renovation. The previous camp lookout was quite simple, just a small shed made of branches. As winter approached, this structure obviously could not provide sufficient warmth. Therefore, in the plan to expand the camp, Yichen decided to rebuild a sturdy and warm watchtower with bricks to ensure that the people on night watch could enjoy the warmth in it and avoid health problems such as colds caused by the cold wind. In addition, the insufficient number of cooking stoves and their chaotic layout in the camp result in inefficient space utilization. Yichen planned to redesign and build a centralized kitchen area, using bricks to build a house specifically for this purpose, with a large stove inside and multiple stove holes on it. This not only allows more food to be cooked at one time, improving efficiency, but also allows for better organization and management of cooking work within the camp. Another crucial task was to go back to the wild to collect sisal. The sisal we collected last time was only enough to make a piece of linen the size of a face towel, which was still far from the goal of making a complete set of clothes. Therefore, Yichen must take positive action and lead the team into the jungle again to find more sisal resources to meet the growing demand. These changes and improvements will greatly enhance the quality of life and survivability of the camp, laying a solid foundation for the team's development. Yi-chun in the camp sat casually on the ground, hugging his knees with his hands, staring straight ahead, lost in thought. He recalled every little detail of his life in the tribe, and his heart was filled with emotion. This tribe was once so weak, but now was gradually becoming stronger. All this is inseparable from the efforts of him and his fellow tribesmen. Yi-chun couldn't help but cover his forehead and sighed deeply. He realized that the tribe still had a lot of things to do, and these things were very important and could not be neglected in the slightest. For example, they need to continue to build more houses to ensure that every member of the tribe can have a warm and comfortable home. They also need to cultivate more land and grow more crops to ensure food supply. In addition, they also need to strengthen fortifications to guard against possible enemies. These tasks are very difficult, but Yi-chun knows that only through continuous efforts can the tribe become stronger. Yi-chun shook his head and decided not to think about these headaches anymore. He told himself that the most important thing now was to get enough rest so that he would have the energy to face new challenges tomorrow. Suddenly, bits and pieces of the past period of time began to emerge in his mind, including the time he spent with his tribesmen. They worked together, laughed together, and faced difficulties together. Yi-chun felt extremely happy because he knew that this tribe was his home, and he was willing to give everything for it. Yi-chun took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He saw the moonlight from the sky shining through the forest and the wall onto the ground, forming mottled light and shadows. He found the tranquility and beauty of the moment intoxicating. The camp was extremely quiet at this time, with only 3 people still staying here. One of the tribesmen who was on night watch was standing on the watchtower, vigilantly observing the situation around him. His eyes occasionally swept across the houses in the camp, and his eyes revealed a hint of longing for a warm and comfortable home. The other 2 people in the camp were Yi-chun and the chief. They each held an oil lamp and walked into their own room. After Yi-chun entered the room, he gently blew out the oil lamp, then lay comfortably on the bed, feeling the comfort brought by the soft bed. He closed his eyes, recalled today's experience, and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Soon, Yi-chun heard faint snoring coming from next door. He smiled slightly, thinking that although the wall made of bricks and mud was simple, it had a very good sound insulation effect. In this way, everyone can rest better without disturbing each other. As time went by, Yi-chun gradually felt sleepy. He opened his eyes one last time, glanced into the dark room, and then extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, he adjusted his sleeping position to make himself more comfortable. Before long, he fell into a sweet dream, enjoying the peaceful night. Chapter 60 Black Devil. Call. Yi-chun, who was sleeping in the room, sat up and stretched comfortably, with a satisfied smile on his face. He was very satisfied with his calm, especially its warmth and comfort. However, Yi-chun felt somewhat dissatisfied with the bedboard he had made. Due to limited conditions at the time, the bedboard could only be made to the size of a single bed, which is obviously a significant gap compared to the spacious earthen kangs of today. Yi-chun couldn't help but sigh. Oh, if only it could be a little bigger. Although this bedboard was comfortable to sleep on at that time, it is a bit small when placed on the kong now. It always feels a bit uncomfortable when turning over, which makes Yi-chun feel a little uncomfortable. Despite this, Yi-chun was still very satisfied with his results. He realized that although the bedboard might not be perfect, he could take steps to improve it later. At that time, he could simply switch to linen to make it more comfortable to sleep on. Yi-chun untied the rope tied to the bed and gently pushed open the door. What appeared before him was a busy scene. He saw that the tribesmen had already started to get busy in the camp, and 7 or 8 of them chose to stay in the camp and continue to make bark ropes. The others went out to carry out their tasks according to Yi-chun's arrangements. Yi-chun noticed that most of the tribesmen were sent to the lake to continue making bricks, while the other part went to the forest to continue looking for snails. Yi-chun knew very well that these 2 tasks were crucial to the future development of the camp, because bricks were key materials for building houses and snails could provide lime powder. Yi-chun believes that as long as everyone works together and works hard, they will be able to move into a new house as soon as possible and live a better life. Thinking of this, Yi-chun smiled confidently, then strode towards the tribe members and started his work for the day. Seeing that Yi-chun had already gotten up and was slowly washing up, Hu also consciously brought over a bowl of warm broth. Yi-chun looked at Hu and smiled, then took the broth and said, "Very good, thank you. Eat." who said with a smile. As for the word, thank you, who didn't know how to respond, so he could only smile. After Yi-chun finished washing up, he picked up the broth and drank it leisurely. While drinking his soup, Yi-chun sighed. It's rare to have such a leisurely morning. In the tribe, Yi-chun is the only one who has a day off. As long as it is not a particularly urgent matter, Yi-chun will take a day off after 3 or 4 busy days to rest. The rest of the tribe didn't have this blessing. They were given a holiday and didn't know what to do. Over the years, they have become accustomed to working in the camp every day. If they're really left doing nothing but sitting around playing in the campground, they will get bored. After all, the current tribe's leisure activities are indeed lacking. Apart from bragging and chatting during meals, the rest of the time is either spent resting or making babies. Morning, morning, morning. Yi-chun, who was drinking broth, suddenly heard shouts coming from the distant forest. His face changed instantly. He stood up abruptly, dropped the pottery bowl in his hand, and quickly looked in the direction of the shouts. Yi-chun immediately recognized that it was Pan's voice and was suddenly shocked. He realized that something serious might have happened. So, without hesitation, he turned and walked into the house, quickly put on his equipment, picked up his weapon, and trotted out of the camp to prepare to meet the challenge. Pan was running out of breath. Seeing Yi-chun running towards him fully armed, he was stunned for a moment, but then he shouted hurriedly, "Chun, we are being attacked." After hearing the news, Yi-chun was shocked. He knew that Pan would not easily issue such an alarm. He must have encountered a very dangerous situation. He didn't dare to waste time, so he immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the plate desperately. After the two met, Yi-chun had no time to exchange greetings. He first looked at Pan carefully and confirmed that he had no obvious injuries on his body, which made him feel a little relieved. Yi-chun asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Pan gasped and replied, "Chun, we were attacked. We eliminated all the enemies. 2 died and 1 was seriously injured." After hearing this, Yi-chun calmed down a little, but he was still very shocked and confused. They had just experienced a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that new troubles would come so soon. He secretly thanked himself for his alertness and timely reaction. At the same time, he also expressed his appreciation for the bravery of Pan and others. Despite this, Yi-chun remained vigilant. He knew that in this dangerous world, he could not relax at all. As he spoke, Pan was afraid that Yi-chun would make a mistake, so he quickly stretched out his fingers and started gesturing. Although his language ability was limited, he had no problem gesturing numbers within 10. "Damn it, why are you screaming so miserably?" After hearing the results of the battle, Yi-chun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly asked about the safety of his tribesmen. When he heard that no one was injured, Yi-chun finally relaxed completely. All this is thanks to Yi-chun's repeated reminders during this period. As long as they leave the camp, all members of the tribe must wear armor, the hunting team must remain vigilant at all times, and women must be extra careful when doing things. "Stop talking nonsense. Take me there." Originally, Pan wanted to describe the incident in detail to Yi-chun, but due to his limited vocabulary, he was unable to clearly express what had happened after talking for a long time. Yi-chun was so anxious because of him that he simply grabbed Pan and walked directly towards the lake. Because Pan was in charge of guarding the lake kiln today, Yi-chun guessed that something must have gone wrong there. When Yi-chun arrived, the hunting team and the women were all surrounding the attacker's body, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. They gathered in a circle, as if the bodies of the attackers were some kind of terrible monsters. Yi-chun frowned and asked in confusion, "Weren't they all killed? Why are you still acting like this?" As he spoke, he looked at everyone's panicked eyes, then followed their gaze and looked at the 3 bodies on the ground. He was shocked when he saw the 3 bodies on the ground. At this moment, there were 3 people lying on the ground, their bodies covered in black. Their skin was as dark as charcoal, like shadows in the night. 2 of them had completely lost their life signs and were lying motionless on the ground. The other one was still twisting his body and groaning in pain, but he had been tied up tightly with bark ropes by the hunting team members. Black Devil, Sure, who was next to Yi-chun, whispered these 4 words with a hint of fear in his voice. Black Devil. Yi-chun répétait doubtfully. He carefully observed the 3 people in black before him, thinking to himself. The physical features of these 3 people were indeed unique and very different from the human images they were familiar with. Their skin is as black as ink, as if swallowed by darkness, reminiscent of legendary demons. They were wearing simple animal skin clothing that only covered their vital parts, revealing their strong muscle lines. They were barefoot, and their soles were covered with thick calluses, showing their long experience of walking in the mountains and forests. He had a strange bag on his back, made of some unknown material, but it was bulging and obviously contained other items. This should be made of animal viscera. Yichen guessed in his heart. He carefully picked up the bag and examined it carefully. From the appearance, this pocket seems to be made from dried animal offal, such as bladder. He gently untied the turf rope tied around the opening of the pocket and poured out the contents. These things feel light in the hand, but you can clearly feel that there is something inside. What is this? Yichen asked curiously. He used 2 branches he picked up to pick up the things that fell out of his pocket, and then held it in front of his eyes to observe it carefully. As a person from the Sichuan and Chongqing areas, Yichen is very familiar with this kind of thing. But he still didn't dare to confirm it easily, because this was a primitive world after all, and many things might be different from modern society. Yichen decided to act cautiously. He first tore off 2 leaves and searched the pockets of the 3 people, finding a total of 25 peppers. He carefully wrapped the peppers in leaves and prepared to take them back for research and use. All right, throw the 2 dead ones directly into the lake. Carry the living one back. After nearly 3 months of living here, Yichen had completely gotten used to the primitive tribal lifestyle, and then he let the rest of them continue to work. After arranging everything here, Yichen followed Tsang and Pan, and the black man carried on Tsang's shoulders, and the 4 of them rushed back to the camp together. Chapter 61, The Origin of the Black Devil. After a while, the 2 black men who had been killed in the counterattack were thrown directly into the lake by the people organized by Shur, which instantly triggered a feast for the piranhas in the lake. In order to catch piranhas, Yichen led the hunting team to throw bait into the lake many times, and also witnessed countless piranhas fighting frantically for food. However, there has never been a case where the bodies of 2 adult men were thrown directly into the lake like today, and the scramble for them was even more intense. Yichen even vaguely caught a glimpse of several huge black shadows wandering around, opening their mouths wide from time to devour the piranhas that were frantically scrambling for food. Unfortunately, these huge black shadows did not surface and continued to swim underwater, giving Yichen no chance to observe them carefully. Yichen stared with wide eyes for a long time, but gained nothing. He could only see that the huge figure was in the shape of a fish and knew nothing about other details. Now, let Shur lead everyone back to the kiln to continue working, while Yichen took the captives and walked on the road to the camp. Along the way, Yichen was looking at the peppers in his hand. They looked not much different from the peppers in later generations, except for the color. The peppers that Yichen knew in later generations were all red or green, but the peppers in Yichen's hand now were gray, with some red and green spots. The peppers were not big, only the size of a little finger. Although Yichen, who is from Sichuan and Chongqing, has his chili gene awakening at this moment, and his mouth is watering at the thought of the taste of chili, he just doesn't dare to try it. After all, this world is too unfamiliar to Yichen. All the animals and plants look unfamiliar, and Yichen is not sure about the effects of this pepper. I don't know what the purpose of these black people making a pocket specifically to hold the peppers is. If it is for hunting, then the peppers are not for eating. Yichen thought to himself, could these peppers have some special uses? Perhaps they could be used to make some kind of medicine or poison. He couldn't help but frown, thinking about the possible effects of these peppers. If these peppers really have special effects, it will have an important impact on their survival and development. However, due to his lack of understanding of this world, Yichen could not be sure what consequences these peppers would bring to them. Yichen decided to keep these peppers for the time being and wait for an opportunity to study their characteristics and uses in the future. There may be some toxicity that can help these black people hunt. Yichen walked along, observing the surrounding environment, while also thinking about the origins and purpose of these black people. He knew that these black people were probably from a mysterious tribe or organization with a unique culture and beliefs that were full of unknowns and dangers for outsiders. As he walked, Yichen began to carefully observe the black prisoner carried on his shoulders. Because his hands and feet were tied and he had injuries on his body, he was now unconscious. Yichen looked at the black captive, a surge of curiosity in his heart. He wanted to know who this person was and why he was here. Did these black people really eat people? Yichen decided to wait until he woke up and interrogate him thoroughly. When Yichen just arrived, the black man looked furious and shouted loudly, but unfortunately no one could understand him. Yichen thought to himself, it would be nice if I could understand what he said. He hoped to learn more about their situation by communicating with this black man. However, language barriers made communication difficult. But after seeing the appearance of this black man and hearing the 4 words Black Devil said by Tsang, everyone was very scared. Yichen frowned. He didn't understand why Tsang would use such words to describe this black man. Could he really be the legendary Black Devil? Yichen felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. Fortunately, Shi was there. He immediately ordered the captured black man to be tied up and asked Pan to go back and inform Yichen. Yichen admitted she's digisiveness. He believed that doing so would ensure safety and facilitate subsequent interrogations. He believed that as long as he could get some useful information from this black man, he would be able to better deal with the current situation. As Yichen observed more, he found that there was something wrong with this black man. This is really black. There is no white part on the body. Except for the teeth and the whites of the eyes, everything else is black. Yichen couldn't help but sigh. What a strange person. He wondered if this skin color was related to their racial characteristics, or if it was a special physiological phenomenon. After observing for a while, Yichen felt a strange feeling in his heart, but when he walked closer and looked carefully, he found some puzzling details. The black man's body was covered with a layer of rust-like substance, as if some mysterious attachment was firmly attached to his skin. However, since they were still in the forest and had not returned to the camp, Yichen did not dare to be too distracted to avoid any accidents. Therefore, he decided to stay focused and continue on his journey to ensure he reached his destination safely. About 10 minutes later, the 3 of them finally hurried back to the camp. The tribesmen, who had originally not paid attention, began to pay attention when they saw Yichen and 2 others returning, carrying a black object. Everyone gathered around and were surprised to find that the black thing was actually a person. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and Tsang quickly ran to find the chief to report the situation. Today's chief has gradually become accustomed to enjoying life. Apart from patrolling around the camp, he likes to stay in his room and rest most of the time. Originally, the chief's main task was to protect the tribe's fire. This was his responsibility and mission as the leader. But after Yichen built a fireplace in the room, the chief's work became much easier. Now, the chief only needs to make sure the fireplace in his room is always burning, and he can do whatever he wants with the rest of the time. He would sometimes take a leisurely stroll through the camp, enjoying the quiet time. However, when Tsang reported to him, the chief's face instantly turned panic-stricken and he hurried out of the room. Seeing the unconscious black man on the ground, his expression became extremely solemn, and he trembled as he said those 4 words, Black Devil. As the chief's words came out, the originally quiet camp immediately fell into a burst of exclamations. Everyone seemed to be filled with fear of this so-called Black Devil and reacted very strongly. Seeing this, Yichen's heart sank, realizing that the situation might be bad. Over this period of time, through a series of efforts, the lives of tribal members have been greatly improved. Everyone is full of beautiful expectations for the future, and the atmosphere of the entire tribe has been completely renewed. However, when Yichen saw the Black Devil lying unconscious on the ground, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. How could he be defeated by a so-called Black Devil? Yichen quickly walked out of the crowd and squatted beside the black demon who was unconscious on the ground. He carefully observed the man's appearance, but found nothing unusual. At this time, Chief Kang on the side wanted to pull Yichen back, worried that he would be hurt. Yichen stopped them and signaled them not to panic. Yichen continued to observe the black man while squatting, and asked the chief to describe the situation of this so-called Black Devil in detail. He did not hide it, and also hoped to use this opportunity to dispel everyone's fear of this Black Devil. After all, since he has become a prisoner, it means that he is not a real demon and there is no need to be too afraid. After clearing his throat, the chief calmed himself down and slowly told what he knew about the Black Devil. It turned out that this Black Devil came from the largest tribe near the tribe. The primitive people there all had black skin, and there were terrible legends about them eating people. On weekdays, we may occasionally encounter them, but as long as we stay alert and escape quickly, we can avoid being hunted by them. However, when winter approaches, these black demons will appear in groups nearby, frantically hunting everything in sight, even humans from other tribes. Because these creatures are completely black and have excellent hiding abilities in the wild, they are called black demons. After listening to these introductions, Yi Chen expressed his understanding and agreement. He understood that in order to ensure the tribe's safety through the cold winter, it was necessary to go out hunting on a large scale and store enough food. It is also reasonable to give full play to one's own advantages and adopt ambush tactics for hunting. However, what shocked Yi Chen was that these black demons actually fed on humans. This fact was simply unimaginable to Yi Chen. After all, he had received modern education, and this behavior completely violated his values and morals. Chapter 62, Chili Broth Experiment. The chief's low voice was like a cold wind, blowing through everyone's heart. He described the appearance and behavior of the black devil in detail, and every detail was creepy. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Although it was broad daylight, everyone still felt a chill running down their spines, as if the black devil was right beside them. However, Yi Chen was not afraid. He looked at everyone's horrified expressions, and a trace of dissatisfaction surged in his heart. He stood up and shouted, "There's nothing to be afraid of this black devil." His voice was firm and powerful, as if to dispel the fear in everyone's heart. Then, Yi Chen picked up a ceramic jar filled with water and poured it on the black man, lying on the ground without hesitation. The water splashed on the black man, and he suddenly woke up and let out a shrill scream. "Ah!" The black man's screams echoed in the air, making people shudder. Yi Chen had no mercy at all. He grabbed the black man's shoulders tightly and pressed him to the ground. Seeing this, Pan and Tsang on the side immediately stepped forward to help, and the three of them worked together to control the black man firmly. Yi Chen widened his eyes, stared fiercely at the black man, and roared, "Behave yourself!" His eyes were full of majesty and determination, which made the originally arrogant black man dare not move anymore. At this time, the women around raised their stone axes and shields and gathered around with serious faces. Their eyes revealed their support and trust for Yi Chen, but they were also wary of black people. Yi Chen felt everyone's gaze. He took a deep breath and continued to put pressure on the black man. He knew that only in this way could he completely conquer the enemy and make him stop resisting. Under the suppression of Yi Chen and others, the black man finally gave in. He gasped for breath, with a flash of despair in his eyes. He realized that he could no longer escape and could only obey Yi Chen's orders. Seeing the time was right, Yi Chen slowly loosened his grip. He stood up, looked around, and said loudly, "We can't be swayed by fear. We must face the enemy bravely." His words were like morning bells and evening drums, awakening people's dormant courage. "Where are you from?" Yi Chen looked at the black man who had calmed down and shouted his words loudly, hoping to communicate with him. "Hiliwala." The black man responded, but Yi Chen didn't understand a word he said. He turned to look at the others, but no one, including the chief, could understand what he was saying. "Damn, this is troublesome. If we can't communicate, we won't know anything." Yi Chen felt a headache because of the situation in front of him where he could not communicate, and suddenly noticed something unusual. Yi Chen looked at his hands, which had been dyed black, especially the palms. After seeing Yi Chen's hands turn black, Pan and Tsang quickly checked their own hands and found that they had turned black as well. "Wow, what should I do?" Seeing his hands turning black, Pan immediately screamed in panic. Although Yi Chen was a little surprised, he did not panic. Yi Chen clearly felt that there was nothing unusual in his hands, and they could move freely, which did not look like he was poisoned at all. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but was still somewhat puzzled, so he decided to conduct further inspections. Yi Chen put his hand in front of his nose and smelled it. He did smell some faint scent, but it was not pungent. He frowned in thought, then asked the person next to him to bring a can of water. Yi Chen asked someone to hold the water pitcher and pour it on his hands. The water flowed through his skin, and the black substance was gradually washed away. Soon, the black on his hands was washed away. "Come here and wash up too." Yi Chen shouted to the people around him. Pan and Tsang hurried forward and washed their hands according to Yi Chen's instructions. After Yi Chen washed his hands thoroughly, he observed carefully again. He found that his palm had not changed at all and did not feel any abnormalities compared to before it turned black, which gradually made him feel relieved. Could this be painted on? A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He immediately walked up to the black man and observed him carefully. As expected, he found that the black man had begun to fade. The place where Yi Chen, Pan, and Tsang pressed their hands just now had faded from black, revealing the white flesh inside. "Oh my God, it's actually painted on," Yi Chen said in surprise. Yi-Chun was shocked when he discovered this, but he pretended to be calm and said to everyone, "Don't panic, I'll go see what's going on." After saying that, Yi-Chun quickly went to get another can of water, ready to verify his guess himself. When Yi-Chun returned to the prisoner, the Thai black man was still screaming and struggling. Yi-Chun ignored his resistance and opened the water jug in his hand and poured it on the prisoner's back. As the clear water flows, the originally dark back begins to gradually reveal its true color. Yi-Chun gently wiped the prisoner's back with his hands, trying to wash off the thick layer of black substance. Not long after, under the surprised gaze of everyone, a black man who was originally covered in black had completely lost his black color on his back, leaving only the same flesh color as everyone else. The black liquid that Yi-Chun washed away flowed down the prisoner's body to the ground, forming a pool of black water. "I didn't expect this guy to be a white person. Could he be from somewhere else?" Yi-Chun said to himself. However, after careful observation, Yi-Chun discovered that the prisoner's skin color was not as dark as that of people from other tribes, but rather appeared to be relatively fair. Perhaps because of the long-term application of black paint, his skin has been protected to a certain extent. It seems that this tribe has developed quite a lot. They have even mastered the technology of making dyes. Yi-Chun muttered to himself. In this way, they can hide their identities or disguise themselves by changing their skin color. This is undoubtedly a very clever method. Now that he had figured out the specific situation, Yi-Chun stopped rubbing the prisoner's body. He stood up, washed his hands that were stained with black paint, and then looked at the prisoner in front of him again. At this moment, the prisoner was already frightened out of his wits. His body was shaking constantly, and he was making a series of incomprehensible mumblings from his mouth. Yi-Chun shook his head helplessly, thinking that these black demons were just like that. They became cowardly after being captured. Yi-Chun turned around and said to the tribesmen behind him, "All right, it's okay. Everyone disperse. This is not a demon, just an ordinary human." Yi-Chun smiled and said to everyone, "Okay, let's go." After everyone dispersed, Yi-Chun turned to look at Hu and ordered, "Hu, go and give me a bowl of broth." Hu did as he was told, and soon brought a bowl of steaming hot broth. However, Yi-Chun did not feed it directly. Instead, he took out the peppers he had collected earlier, chopped them into pieces with a bone knife, and put them into the broth and stirred them evenly. Although Yi-Chun and the captives could not communicate verbally, food has no borders, especially for hungry people. The bowl of broth with an enticing aroma made the captive swallow his saliva involuntarily, and his eyes were fixed on the broth, unable to look away. Yi-Chun looked at the broth in his hand. The floating chili powder made its color more vivid, and he couldn't help but salivate. Due to language barriers, Yi-Chun can only convey information through actions and expressions. He first smiled friendly at the captive on the ground, then showed the broth in the bowl and pretended to drink the broth from a spoon. Finally, Yi-Chun scooped a spoonful of broth and gently handed it to the prisoner's mouth. "I'm sorry. Since we can't communicate, you'll have to experiment it yourself. See if this is really a chili pepper." The prisoner lying on the ground was hesitant when he saw this, but when he smelled the fragrant broth and felt the hunger in his stomach, he made up his mind and opened his mouth. "Very good. Have a sip," Yi-Chun said with a smile, while scooping up a spoonful of broth with a spoon and gently handing it to the prisoner's mouth. Seeing that his strategy worked, Yi-Chun was secretly happy, but he remained calm on the surface. He knew that he had to make the captives feel good in order to communicate better with them. "Woo!" The prisoner whimpered and opened his mouth slightly, allowing Yi-Chun to pour the broth and the spoon into his mouth. As a spoonful of hot soup entered the prisoner's mouth, he immediately made a low sound, as if he was tasting the most delicious food in the world. Then he closed his eyes, savoring the taste in his mouth, and a look of satisfaction gradually appeared on his face. "Damn, you almost scared me to death. I thought this pepper was so poisonous." Yi-Chun muttered to himself. He was worried that the chili peppers would harm the captives, but he didn't expect any adverse reactions. Despite this, Yi-Chun decided to continue feeding and observe the captive's reaction. After all, this experiment was not only to verify whether the pepper was poisonous, but also to understand the situation of the tribe where the prisoner was. If they could successfully revive this captive, they might be able to find a way to connect with them. As Yi-Chun continued to feed the captive, he gradually regained his spirit and his eyes became brighter. Yi-Chun knew that his efforts had finally paid off. Next, he needed to communicate further with the captive, learn more about his tribe, and prepare for subsequent contact. Chapter 63, Cold Festival. After feeding the prisoner a bowl of broth with chili powder, Yi-chan asked Song and Pan to help tighten the rope on him again. He just fed himself a bowl of soup with a smile, but suddenly he added more ropes to himself, and the prisoner was confused. But the situation was pressing now. The three of them went for a surprise attack, but were killed in return. He even watched with his own eyes as the tribesmen threw the bodies of his own people into the lake, causing chaos in the lake. In order to avoid being thrown into the lake, he had no choice but to continue to wait quietly for Yi-chan's arrangements. However, the pain in his wound caused by the tight rope made him scream twice. Woo! After hearing the prisoner's screams, Yi-chan finally reacted. After tying up the prisoner, he asked Xiao to quickly take out the herbs and apply some to the prisoner, making sure he didn't die. Yi-chan had high expectations for this prisoner. After all, it would definitely be a good thing for them if they could get some useful information from him. The chief was originally frowning when he saw Yi-chan feeding the captive's broth, but now that he saw that Yi-chan was about to let Xiao treat the captive's wounds, he was about to speak up to stop him. "Chun, do we still need to treat his wounds? This would be too good for the prisoner," the chief asked with some confusion. Hearing the chief's question, Xiao and the other three were also stunned. They felt that this was too troublesome, but they did not say it out loud because of Yi-chan's prestige. Now hearing the chief's words, he nodded in agreement and prepared to stop to see what Yi-chan had to say. "Don't stop. Listen to me," Yi-chan said hurriedly, then turned to look at the chief and others and explained. "I have a plan. This prisoner may become a bridge for us to communicate with the Black Demon tribe. If we could know some news about the Black Demon tribe, we could better prevent the invasion of the Black Demon. We can even make an exchange and let the Black Devil's captives join our tribe and become our people. So, we need to treat him well and let him feel our kindness." The chief frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked, "But why do we need more people? We already have enough here." He still couldn't understand Yi-chan's intentions. Yi-chan took a deep breath and said seriously, "Chief, we can't just be satisfied with the status quo. As time goes by, our enemies will only become stronger. If we don't increase our numbers, we will most likely be swallowed up by other tribes in the future. Furthermore, if we can establish contact with the Black Demon tribe, we can obtain more resources and population, further enhancing our strength. Besides, there are too few people in our tribe. Even building a house takes a long time. If there were more people, it would be faster." Listening to the chief's question, Yi-chan's face was conflicted. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a relatively simple and reliable reason. Yi-chan thought about it and felt that if he told the chief some great principles about conquering primitive society, the chief might not understand. But if the answer was too simple, the chief might continue to object. So, Yi-chan decided to use a house as an example to explain. Yi-chan said, "It takes a long time to build a house now. If more people participate, will the construction speed be faster? That way, we can get everyone into new houses as quickly as possible, so they don't have to live in caves anymore." As Yi-chan spoke, he painted a beautiful blueprint for the future to the chief, hoping to touch his heart. Yi-chan continued, "Moreover, as the population increases, we can also organize hunting and gathering teams to divide the work and cooperate to improve efficiency. At the same time, we can also establish a dedicated defense team to protect our homeland from external threats." Yi-chan became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he saw the prosperity of the tribe. The chief was moved when he heard Yi-chan's words. He had always wanted to improve the living conditions of his people, and the plan proposed by Yi-chan seemed to be able to achieve this goal. However, when he thought of the dangers he faced when dealing with the Black Devil, his heart was filled with fear. He shook his head and said firmly, "No, I can't let my people come into contact with those terrifying black demons. They are too dangerous." After saying that, the chief turned and left, leaving Yi-chan alone to think. Yi-chan sighed helplessly, thinking that this chief was really stubborn. But he did not give up. He knew that changing the chief's mind would not be easy, but as long as he persisted, he would find a way. At this moment, the chief suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Yi-chan with a determined light in his eyes. The chief slowly said, "Although I do not agree to interact with the Black Devil, I agree that you can go to the Cold Festival to trade supplies and people. There, you can communicate with other tribes and exchange them for things and people the tribe needs. Perhaps, in this way, our tribe will be able to grow stronger and stronger." Cold Festival? What the hell is this? Listening to the unfamiliar words coming out of the chief's mouth, Yi-chan frowned, a puzzled look on his face, as if he was confused and puzzled by these words. He shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not understand the meaning of these words. After seeing Yi Chen's reaction, the chief realized that Yi Chen did not understand what he said, so he began to try to explain the meaning of these words. He stammered and used various sentences and metaphors to describe it, but due to language barriers and cultural differences, Yi Chen still felt very confused. Yi Chen listened quietly to the chief's explanation, trying to find some clues from his words, but he found that what the chief said became more and more complicated, which made him fall into deeper confusion. He sighed helplessly, feeling that he needed a more direct and simple way to understand what the chief meant. Suddenly, Yi Chen had an idea. He interrupted the chief and said, "Okay, chief, let me ask you questions and you answer them." He decided to take a question-and-answer approach and have the chief answer his questions in order to better understand the significance of this cold festival. After hearing Yi Chen's proposal, the chief nodded in agreement. Yi Chen began to ask questions, and the chief answered his questions seriously. In this way, Yi Chen gradually learned that the cold festival is a festival related to cold weather, and people will gather together to celebrate. As Yi Chen continued to ask questions, and the chief answered them one by one, Yi Chen's understanding of Longjia became more and more in-depth. The cold festival was originally just an ordinary gathering place, but over time it gradually evolved into a festival full of mystery. People gathered together to exchange information about weather changes, pray, and black demons. They knew that in this vast and dangerous primitive world, their small tribe was insignificant. Faced with those inexplicable strange phenomena, they attributed them to the will of the gods without hesitation and prayed for peace through sacrifices. However, after years of inheritance and development, the Lung Festival has added a new meaning, a gathering of primitive tribes. This gathering not only became a platform for the exchange of supplies among tribes, but also the key to helping them survive the harsh winter. At this gathering, people can freely trade goods, even human beings. Because when tribes face food shortages, hunger can lead to internal conflict and even death. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to exchange the excess population for the supplies needed for survival. Although this practice was cruel, it was a helpless move under the social environment at that time. By exchanging the women and children of the tribe's demand for food could be reduced during the cold winter, while also being able to obtain some necessary food. Although this practice seems cruel, it is a helpless move under the pressure of survival. If the tribe has sufficient supplies, then at this gathering, they may even be able to exchange a young and middle-aged man for their tribe. This man will become an important fighting force of the tribe and contribute to the security and development of the tribe. However, such a young and strong man is also a highly valued resource in other tribes, and it is not easy to get him. Not only does it require the consent of the tribal leader, but it also requires the willingness of the man himself. The deal is only successful when both parties reach an agreement. After all, male members are valuable assets to any tribe. They not only have to undertake important tasks such as hunting and guarding, but also have to reproduce offspring and inject new vitality into the future of the tribe. Therefore, their contributions are all around. They work hard during the day and try to give birth at night. Their lives are full of hardships. Chapter 64. Fuzzy Concept of Time. So, when exactly do we leave? When is the cold festival held? Yi Chen couldn't contain his excitement and couldn't wait to ask his grandfather the questions that concerned him most. Since the last time he met the two foreigners Huang and Zhe, Yi Chen has not seen anyone else. Now, he is looking forward to meeting people from other tribes and is eager to learn about their lifestyle, cultural traditions, and technological development. Especially when he thought about the possibility of increasing the population of the tribe, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. After all, population is one of the key factors in whether a tribe can develop rapidly. Currently, their tribe consists of only more than 30 people. Once they encounter something that requires concentrated effort, such as digging traps or building houses, they will clearly feel the lack of manpower. Yi Chen knew very well that in modern society, people could use various tools and equipment to improve work efficiency. But here, everything had to be done by everyone themselves. Therefore, increasing population became a top priority for tribal development. When the chief heard Yi Chen's question, his body suddenly shook, an embarrassed expression appeared on his face, and he touched his head and thought for a while. He opened his eyes wide, as if trying to recall something, but quickly shook his head to indicate that he could not answer. In the end, he still didn't get any results, so he walked quickly into the cave and observed the cave with a torch. Yi Chen followed the chief with some doubts, and saw him holding a torch and carefully examining the stone wall in the cave. He looked at each mural carefully, as if looking for the answer. Yi Chen, who was originally excited, suddenly felt something was wrong when he saw the chief's action and hurriedly followed him into the cave. He felt uneasy, worried that his problem had caused trouble for the chief. However, when he saw the chief concentrating on studying the murals, he couldn't help but become curious. Could it be that he doesn't know the date? Yi Chen muttered to himself, secretly groaning in his heart. What if the chief really couldn't remember the date? He had expected to get a definite answer, but he didn't expect to fall into such a dilemma. Looking at the chief busy in the cave, Yi Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He realized that perhaps in this primitive world, the concept of time was not as clear as in modern society. Perhaps they are only focused on the current needs of life and do not attach much importance to the date. Yi Chen sighed secretly, thinking that he had really gotten himself into trouble this time. But he also understood that since he had asked the question, he had to face reality. The only thing we can do now is to wait for the chief's response and hope that he can find clues and give a satisfactory answer. After looking at the pictures in the cave with the torch for a long time, the chief still couldn't find the answer. Then he ran to the place where the miscellaneous items were piled up and began to search. Suddenly, the chief who found the thing laughed and hurriedly sat down to observe again. Yi Chen was also very curious at this time about what the chief had found, so he hurried closer to observe. I saw that it was a branch, the surface of which had been polished to a smooth and shiny state, with a thick layer of patina. However, what really attracted Yi Chen's attention were the various ropes tied to the branches. These ropes looked very rough, not as good as the bark ropes that Yi Chen led everyone to weave later, but they looked relatively thick. What these ropes have in common is that they are all woven from long strips of leaves, but their lengths vary. Some are longer, some are shorter. What is even more striking is that each rope has a varying number of knots tied on it. Damn, this is the legendary knotted cord record. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaimed. He had heard of this ancient recording method, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, the chief was concentrating on stroking the knot on the branch with his hand, muttering to himself, as if he was trying to recall and think about something. I have seen the use of knotted cords to record events in history textbooks, but only the chief knows how to use it specifically. After all, for Yi Chen, knotting ropes to record events is too abstract, and it is the oldest way to record history. For Yi Chen now, he can find a better way to take notes in just a few minutes. It's probably around this time that we can set off. After a while of thinking, the chief finally gave his answer. After hearing this answer, Yi Chen couldn't help but want to cry. What kind of answer was this? How many sunrises do we need before we can set off? How many sunrises do we need to walk? After listening to the chief's answer, Yi Chen thought about it and decided to forget it. He simply pulled the chief out of the cave and pointed at the sun and asked directly. This would be much simpler. Maybe 10 more. The chief looked at the sun that Yi Chen pointed at and began to count, but soon shook his head, as if something was wrong. No, we can set off in 20 sunrises. He originally only raised his hands and confidently told Yi Chen 10 sunrises, but after thinking about it, he added his feet and gave his answer again with a firm look on his face. Forehead. Yi Chen looked at the chief, speechlessly. He really couldn't understand how the chief counted. If there are 11 fingers and 11 toes, then we will set off in 22 days? Although he felt somewhat helpless, Yi Chen also understood that in this primitive era, people's way of counting might still be relatively simple and crude. However, this also made Yi Chen realize that he needed to teach these people more precise counting methods in order to better manage tribal affairs. Yi Chen frowned slightly, secretly complaining in his heart. The answer given by the chief made him feel very difficult. After all, the gap between 10 days and 20 days is too big, which means they cannot determine the specific departure time. If they go too early, they may have to wait for days. If they go too late, the operation will become meaningless. The chief didn't seem to care about Yi Chen's distress. He said to himself, as for how many sunrises it will take, you should ask Sure. After saying that, he turned and walked into the house, no longer paying attention to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the chief's departing back with a helpless look on his face, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. Now, he can only place his last hope on Sure, hoping that the captain of the hunting team can provide some useful information. After all, Sure had been to the destination many times and should be more familiar with the route and itinerary. But now Sure Zheng is leading his people in the forest, looking for snails. The snail shells found last time could help the tribe build houses, so Yi Chen promised this time. As long as Shur can find enough snail shells, he can move into the repaired house as soon as possible. So Shur is very serious about the task of finding snail shells. In the past 2 days, he led everyone to find 2 baskets of snail shells every day. Yi Chen had no objection to this. After all, snail shells could be stored for a long time, and there were many places in the tribe that needed lime. So he asked Shur to find more in the next 2 days. After all, in Yi Chen's plan, lime is needed to repair the house. Lime is also needed to build the wall to re-enclose the land, and Yi Chen even plans to build a canal, which also requires lime. Now that the life of the tribe has gradually stabilized, the demand for domestic water is increasing. In addition, since Yi Chen plans to plant and process plants such as sisal, these production activities also require a large supply of clean water. Therefore, building canals to ensure sufficient water supply became a top priority. After all, go to the lake to fetch water every day can no longer meet the tribe's living and development needs. Yi Chen has already started building a canal that will lead directly from the lake to the tribe, so that the tribe does not have to worry about water. However, the workload of repairing this ditch is not small, so Yi Chen plans to deal with the ditch slowly after he has fenced off the new camp. He knew very well that water was vital to a tribe, and without enough water, they would face a serious survival crisis. According to Yi Chen's idea, the newly designated campsite must be able to build 10 houses, and each house must be at least like the one Yi Chen lives in now, with 4 rooms. In this way, not only can all the existing tribesmen move in, but even those who join the tribe later will have a place to live. More importantly, the number of these houses is enough for the entire tribe to safely survive this long and cold winter. Chapter 65 Planning of the New Camp. Okay, let's not worry about Lungji's matter for now. Let's mark out the boundaries of the camp first. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "Now Shi Zheng is out looking for snail shells with some people from the tribe, and Yi Chen will not ask him to come back just for this matter. After all, they are already a whole and need to cooperate and support each other." Moreover, Yi Chen knew that Shi Zheng was a responsible and capable person and believed that he could lead others to complete the task. So, since there is still some time before lunch, Yi Chen decided to sort out the matters of marking out the campsite. The camp, which is now only the size of a basketball court, can no longer meet the tribe's growing living needs. Especially after the first house was built, it directly occupied half of the camp area, making the originally spacious space become small. In the past, everyone could find a place to do their own things, but now everyone has to continue to squeeze together. Therefore, it is imperative to expand the area of the camp. Yi Chen picked up the hoe, called Song and Pan, who had already returned, and walked out of the camp together. They want to carve out a larger area around the existing camp to allow for subsequent construction and development. Yi Chen knew that this was just the first step and that they would face more challenges and difficulties in the future, but as long as everyone worked together, they would be able to overcome everything. At this time, the black demon who had been captured was still in a coma. After treatment by Yi Chen and others, his injuries were under control. Yi Chen looked at him, feeling a surge of emotion. This enemy who once threatened the safety of the entire tribe had now become their captive. However, Yi Chen did not take any extreme measures against him. Instead, he chose to treat him and try to get some information about the outside world from him. Yi Chen sighed softly and thought, perhaps this is the difference between humans and other animals. We have complex emotions and moral concepts, and even when facing enemies, we will think about how to deal with them in the best way. Yi Chen hopes that in this way, the Black Devil will feel their kindness and change his view of humans. Of course, Yi Chen also understood that this was not an easy thing, but he was willing to try. Perhaps he was too nervous while hunting and was seriously injured, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Once he relaxed, he could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Chen took the opportunity to carefully examine his injuries, and the situation was relatively optimistic. The wounds were mainly caused by the rope stone and the stone axe. A rope stone hit his shoulder, and the other stone axe hit his thigh. Although these injuries appear serious, they are not life-threatening and can be healed with careful care. Facing this captive, Yi Chen had many thoughts in his mind. After all, this was someone from another tribe, and the two sides were currently unable to communicate. Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder whether he should teach him to speak and write so as to pass on his own civilization to him and enhance communication with the Black Demon tribe. In addition, Yi Chen was also closely observing his reaction after drinking the broth with chili powder. At this moment, he was just in a deep sleep, and Yi Chun had no idea what kind of reaction would occur next. So he could only wait and see if the pepper was poisonous. As they were thinking, Yi Chun and the other two almost reached the edge of the lake. Looking at the tribesmen who were still making bricks, Yi Chun quickly praised them and then began to walk around the lake. This time, when expanding the camp, Yi Chun plans to extend the camp area directly to the lake. When the ditch is built, the number of tribes left outside will also decrease. He thought to himself, I need to plan this out carefully. Expanding the camp is going to be a big undertaking. The main reason is that the security outside the wall is too low, and it is impossible to check the ditch problems at any time. So Yi Chun wanted to keep as many ditch parts as possible in the camp so that the safety of the ditch can be improved. After all, safety first. Yi Chun decided to build a culvert based on the existing bricks and lime. This culvert will extend into the camp and eventually connect to the open canal. He thought to himself, this way, we can make better use of the lake water and also ensure the cleanliness of the water. While observing the surrounding environment, Yi Chun began to think in his mind. Since the project this time was large, he decided to start from a lake. He thought, well, let's make a few more wooden hoses first and have everyone use them to dig the foundation of the ditch, but don't connect it to the lake for the time being. Once everything is ready, we can proceed to the next step. In this way, when a new camp needs to be built in the future, planning can be done in advance to avoid duplicate construction. After the wall of the new camp is built, we will deal with the culverts outside the wall and tidy them up. This way, there will be long-term benefits, with clear water constantly flowing into the camp. Next, you can dig a few ponds in the camp. In this way, the tribesmen don't have to run to the lake to fetch water and can get water more conveniently in the camp. Yi Chun returned to the camp from the lake again. He walked around the forest on the other side of the camp, carefully observing and thinking about the approximate location of a new camp, and then returned to the camp with satisfaction. Xiao, we need to make some more wooden hose these next couple of days. We'll have a bigger camp soon. When Xiao heard Yi Chun say that he wanted to make a wooden hoe, he understood, but he was a little confused by the term new camp. After all, the current camp space is large enough to meet their needs. With the construction of the wall, the tribesmen gradually had a clearer concept of the camp. They know that this safe area surrounded by the wall is their camp, and everyone can play and live freely in it. Don't you live in a house? Or are you going to live outside the walls? Yi Chun frowned and looked at Xiao and asked. He really couldn't understand why Xiao was so obsessed with the construction of the wall and ignored the importance of the house. Xiao was stunned by Yi Chun's question. He had never thought about this question before. He felt that as long as there was a wall to protect everyone, it was enough, and it didn't matter where they lived. Seeing Xiao's confused face, Yi Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes and continued to ask. A house is comfortable to live in, but it has to be within the walls. If it's built outside the walls, I wouldn't dare live in it, even if I were given the chance. Xiao suddenly understood what Yi Chun said. He realized that he had been neglecting an important issue all along, the living environment. Although walls can provide a certain degree of security, the quality of life will be greatly reduced if comfortable homes are not built within the walls. After figuring this out, Xiao nodded quickly, indicating that he understood Yi Chun's meaning and promised to speed up the progress of making the wooden hoe in the next 2 days so that he could start building the house as soon as possible. Afterwards, Xiao took Song and Pan out of the camp and went to the forest to look for wood suitable for making wooden hoes. Shortly after Xiao and the other two left, Shi led the tribesmen who were searching for snail shells in the forest back to the camp. They carried 2 baskets full of snail shells, their faces filled with satisfied smiles. Seeing these harvests, Shi was filled with joy. Shi, take a rest. I want to ask you something. Yi Chun greeted enthusiastically. He handed Shi a bowl of boiled water, then patted the empty seat beside him, motioning Shi to sit down and rest. Do you know Lingjia? Yi Chun couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked directly. At this time, Shi Zheng was breathing heavily and drinking water from a ceramic bowl, but Yi Chun no longer cared about that. Huh? Cold festival? Is it about to start? After hearing Yi Chun's words, Shi was stunned for a moment and said with a frown. Yes, the chief just told me. Yi Chun answered eagerly. Do you know when it starts? When should we leave? How many sunrises will it take? Shi shook his head. How should I know? I still have to ask the chief for the exact time. Yi Chun was a little disappointed and continued to ask. Then what do you know? Shi thought for a moment and finally gave some useful information. It takes 2 sunrises to walk from the tribe to Lingjia. Yi Chun's eyes lit up. This was great news. He quickly asked, what else? For example, what's so special about the Lung Festival? Sure scratched his head. During the cold festival, many tribes will come and eat food from other tribes. There will also be things from other tribes. Yichen became more and more interested in this cold festival, and he decided to go to the chief to learn more details. After all, this may be his first important festival since coming into this world. What? The Black Devil is coming. Sure, Yu was originally talking about what he knew about Lung Jie, but he became more and more absorbed in the conversation and even forgot about the Black Devil he had mentioned to Yichen before. It was not until he felt a strange breath that he realized the problem, so he asked casually about the Black Devil. However, what Sure did not expect was that Yi Chun nonchalantly pointed his finger at the entrance of the cave and told him that the person lying there was the Black Devil they were talking about. At this moment, the Black Devil was tied up tightly and was in a coma. Upon hearing the news, Sure was so surprised that he almost jumped up. He quickly stood up and walked quickly towards the entrance of the cave. When he saw the figure lying on the ground, a puzzled look appeared on his face. Why isn't this black? Sure lowered his head and carefully observed the prisoner in front of him, and found that most of the black on his body had peeled off, leaving only some mottled marks. His expression instantly became strange, and countless questions arose in his mind. Chapter 66, The Tribe's Second Camp. Yi Chun told Sure the truth of the matter, telling him that the so-called Black Devil was actually just people from other tribes who dyed their bodies black, and was not a monster. After hearing this, Sure opened his eyes wide, and his mouth was open for a long time. He really couldn't believe what he saw. They had always thought that it was a terrible monster, but now they were told that it was just a group of ordinary people. It took a long time for Sure to come back to his senses. He reached out and gently touched the prisoner's skin and hair, feeling the same touch as his own. Only then did he truly believe Yi Chen's words. It turned out that they had been misled all these years. A surge of anger suddenly surged in Sure's heart. He felt that his IQ had been greatly insulted over the years. A nameless rage burned in his stomach. If Yi Chen had not been quick to pull him back, he would have kicked the unconscious prisoner on the ground. Yi Chen quickly pulled Sure and persuaded him. We still have a lot of things to do. Don't waste time here. After hearing what Yi Chun said, Sure calmed down a little, but he was still very unhappy. Yi Chun continued to comfort her. We have a lot to do, such as expanding the camp, building new houses, etc. Don't delay the important things. When Sure heard Yi Chen mention the tribe's development plan, his attention was immediately drawn to it. He thought of the bright future, and his mood gradually calmed down. This house is so tempting. Sure was already looking forward to moving in, and now he can't wait to make his move. When he proposed his plan to Sure, Sure nodded in support without hesitation. Yi Chen knew that several people in the hunting team were eyeing the house, especially Sure. He even hinted to Yi Chen openly that he hoped Yi Chun would give him the next new house he built. However, Yi Chun suddenly thought of an important matter. He frowned and asked the chief, Chief, can you confirm that the date of the cold festival you recorded is correct? The chief looked bewildered, not knowing why Yi Chun suddenly asked about this. He answered uncertainly, It should be I. Yi Chen looked at the chief's unconfident look and felt suspicious. He wondered if the chief had misremembered the date of the cold festival. If that were the case, the consequences would be disastrous. So, Yi Chun decided to remind the chief to carefully check the knot of the note rope to ensure that the date was accurate. Yi Chun knew very well that this matter was of great importance and must not be taken lightly. He decided to talk to the chief from time to time in the next 20 days, so that the chief could recall the specific time of the cold festival. At the same time, Yi Chun would also walk around the tribe, communicate with other tribesmen, and learn about their memories of the Lung Festival. This way, he can have a more complete understanding of the situation and avoid any mistakes. Yi Chun believed that through constant reminders and communication, the chief would be able to remember the correct time of the cold festival. During this period, Yi Chun will also actively prepare the materials needed to build the house to ensure that everything goes smoothly. After all, building a house is a huge undertaking that requires ample preparation and time. Only in this way can the quality and safety of the house be guaranteed. During these 20 days, Yi Chun will do his best to ensure the smooth progress of the house construction work. At the same time, he also had to ensure that the chief would not get the time of the cold festival wrong, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to the entire tribe. It was almost noon, and Yi Chun himself was a little hungry. The tribesmen stopped what they were doing as it was almost lunchtime. Yi Chun stood in the middle of the crowd and said loudly, Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, come eat quickly, as we have more important tasks waiting for us this afternoon. At this time, except for those tribesmen who were making bricks by the lake, everyone else had returned. They were busy all morning, with tired but satisfied smiles on their faces. Yichen looked at these brave and hard-working tribesmen and felt moved. In the afternoon, Yichen planned to lead everyone to complete a difficult task, tidying up the ground of the new camp. Since the new camp is huge, equivalent to a standard football field, it is obviously unrealistic to complete the construction of all the walls at once. Therefore, Yichen decided to adopt a phased and gradual approach. First, Yichen planned to divide the entire new camp into 4 small camps about the size of basketball courts. This way, each small camp is relatively small and easier to manage and build. At the same time, this division method can also avoid waste of resources or project delays caused by building too much at one time. Next, Yichen will organize the tribesmen to build walls for each small camp. This not only improves efficiency, but also ensures quality. In addition, if they find that the area of a small camp is not enough later, they can add a new small camp at any time and continue to expand. Finally, Yichen also considered the possibility of needing more space in the future. He came up with an ingenious idea, which was to gradually expand the size of each small camp. For example, the first small camp can be built slightly smaller, and then the second small camp can be doubled in size, and so on. This not only meets current needs, but also leaves enough room for future development. The advantage of this is that it is more flexible to build and can be adjusted at any time according to the actual situation of the tribe. Of course, there are disadvantages as well, which is that we have to build many more walls. In the past, a 400-meter-long wall could solve the problem. Now we may have to build 8 walls that are 100 meters long, which will double the working hours and materials. However, this method is the safest for the current tribe. After a break for lunch, Yichen started to lead everyone to work again in the afternoon. However, before work, Yichen also felt that there were many problems in Yichen's development. For example, the efficiency of cooking rice has not been improved because the stove is small and messy. Huyin is now mainly responsible for cooking. She has good cooking skills and can cook quickly, so those around her can drink the broth quickly. The people at other stoves are not as skilled, so the food is slow to cook. They haven't even had the broth when half of the food here is half-eaten. Yichen felt that this would affect the enthusiasm of the tribe members, so he decided to let Hu teach others some skills to improve the overall cooking speed. Another area that needs improvement is the dining tables and chairs. Currently, everyone has to sit on the cold ground to eat. While this is fine in the summer, with the onset of winter, the cold temperatures can become unbearable. Moreover, sitting on the ground and letting the cold wind blow directly on you really affects the dining experience. Although Yichen wanted to take the hot soup back to his house to enjoy it, he was worried that his fellow tribesmen would regard it as special treatment, which would cause unnecessary conflicts and estrangements. After all, at this stage where they have not yet fully developed, if they form class divisions among their tribesmen too early, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. In short, the tribe is now facing many problems, and Yichen needs to solve them one by one before winter. Yichen's anticipation for the cold festival became stronger and stronger. He longed to trade for more people and strengthen the tribe during this year's cold festival. However, at this moment, Yichen had to put aside all distractions and focus on the task at hand, expanding the camp and building more houses to meet the growing demand. Yichen brought his tribesmen to the lake and stopped about 10 minutes away from the lake. Yichen looked down at the mark he had made under his feet and immediately asked everyone to get busy. At this moment, everyone's task was relatively simple. They only had to follow the lines he had drawn before and clear the trees and weeds along the way. Next, dig 10 centimeters down where the lines are drawn to allow for the subsequent construction of the wall. Everyone worked together and completed the clearing of the marking lines for the new camp in just one afternoon. Yichen looked at the camp, which was about the size of a basketball court, and felt that the size was sufficient. Today's work is basically completed. Tomorrow we can dig the foundation of the wall along this marked line and then start building the wall. In addition, Yichen also had to check whether there were enough bricks and reserve space for the door and the ditch. Yichen looked at the open space in front of him and already had a plan in mind. This newly planned campsite is very close to the lake, only about 10 minutes away. A ditch can be dug to connect it and a pond can be built. In this way, the tribe's drinking water problem can be easily solved by simply sending someone to guard the pond. He estimated that building 3 or 4 houses should be able to accommodate more than a dozen people, which would be more than enough. When conditions are better in the future, The ditch can be extended to the other side of the cave to make it more convenient to get water. Yi Chun counted the number of people, and after making sure that no one was in trouble, he led everyone back to the tribal camp. They sat by the campfire to rest, waiting for the brick-making tribesmen to return. Everyone was looking forward to having an early dinner to relieve the fatigue of the day. Chapter 67, His Architectural Talent. 3 days passed in a flash, and the people in the tribe were all busy. The weather became colder, and the time the sun appeared in the sky became shorter and shorter. Today, there is not even a trace of sunshine in the sky, only a dark cloud covering it. It seems that summer is really over. Yi Chun couldn't help but shiver when he felt the cold wind blowing around him. Fortunately, under his command, the construction of the wall of the newly added lake camp has been successfully completed, and it is closely connected with the existing cave camp. Yi Chun named this place Lake Camp. As the territory continued to expand and improve, they needed to start naming different areas to facilitate communication. If you constantly rely on pointing to determine directions, your communication may not be clear and accurate. Therefore, the camp near the lake was named Lake Camp, and the original camp was directly called Cave Camp because it was close to the cave. This allows people to express their location and destination more conveniently and accurately. When the scope of the lake camp was finally determined, it was larger than a standard basketball court, with the aim of connecting it to the cave camp. When the cave camp was first built, a door facing the lake was deliberately left, and this time this door was incorporated into the scope of the lake camp. This makes it very convenient to get from the cave camp to the lake. You just need to walk out of this door to reach the lake camp. The current focus is on completing the walls surrounding the lake camp, while the grounds inside the camp remain in pristine condition but only require a few days of rest and tidying up. In addition, with the sharp increase in the number of bricks fired, Yi Chun decided to urgently build a new kiln in the lake camp. This new kiln is made entirely of bricks and is a qualitative leap compared to the previous small kiln by the lake. Not only that, its size was also tripled, and it could produce 200 bricks at a time, thus meeting the tribe's demand for bricks. During this period, Yi Chun was overjoyed by the abilities and wisdom displayed by the tribesmen. Perhaps it was because Yi Chun led everyone to participate in a series of construction work, which stimulated the tribe members' potential infrastructure gene. When construction began on the new kiln, the women who would be firing bricks, tiles, and pottery took the initiative to offer their own design suggestions. These suggestions make the kiln structure more reasonable and its functions more complete. In fact, there is also relevant knowledge in the system knowledge base, but Yi Chun did not remember all the details. He knew very well that giving his people ready-made answers was far less important than cultivating their ability to think independently. Therefore, when he noticed that his tribesmen began to think actively and put forward suggestions, Yi Chun felt very happy and immediately began to guide them to further improve the construction plan of the kiln and the wall. In the construction of this kiln, Yi Chun only played a leading role, while the rest was completed by the tribesmen using their own creativity. In this way, the construction quality of the entire kiln was significantly improved. Looking at the kiln that could hold 200 bricks, everyone was excited. Because it is built within the wall, there is no need for hunting parties to guard it. Only one person needs to be sent to guard and pay attention to the situation outside the wall to ensure timely retreat or organization of counterattack. Similarly, when building the wall, the hunting teams also put forward their own ideas. Especially you, the most outstanding archer in the tribe, emphasize that some gaps should be left when building the wall. In this way, the tribesmen can crouch behind the wall and observe the external situation without having to stick their heads completely out of the wall every time. Yi Chun was very pleased with this suggestion because it showed that everyone was actively thinking about how to promote the development of the tribe. Even subtle changes can bode well for the future. What surprised Yi Chun the most was this person. When he first joined a hunting team, he was just an ordinary member with average fighting skills, but his hunting performance was pretty good. However, when it came to the field of architecture, he showed extraordinary talent. When the wall was first built, Yi Chun noticed that the part he was responsible for was the most neatly built and beautiful, which was eye-catching. Therefore, when rebuilding the wall of the lake camp this time, Yi Chun specifically gave him this important task and reminded him to pay special attention to the construction quality of important parts. The important parts mentioned here include the location of the wall gate and the place where it connects with the cave camp wall. These are not just about simply piling up walls, but also about considering how to cleverly connect the walls of two different areas to ensure the stability of the overall structure. Yichen had already given him some suggestions when he was building the wall of the cave camp, so he was extra careful in building the new wall this time, striving to do his best. Yichen did not give an immediate answer to this question. He decided to throw the question back to him and let him find a solution himself. However, to Yichen's surprise, he actually came up with a very clever idea. It recommends building the wall by placing bricks vertically, which not only creates a hollow area on the wall, but also ensures that there are bricks in the middle as a barrier. This design allows people inside the wall to bend down and directly observe the situation outside the wall through the hollow part without having to risk sticking their heads out and exposing themselves. Yichen was shocked by their wisdom. It turned out that these primitive people were not stupid, they just lacked knowledge and cultural accumulation. Once they understand the origin and purpose of things, they can think for themselves and explore ways to better utilize them. This discovery made Yichen realize the importance of educating and guiding these primitive people. Only when they master more knowledge and skills can they better cope with various challenges in life. At the same time, this also proves that human creativity and wisdom are unlimited, and it is possible to find innovative solutions no matter what environment or era we are in. So, Yichen specifically mentioned this matter during dinner and served more radishes and blood tofu to those who raise questions. He did this to encourage deep thinking and positive suggestions for tribal development. Although everyone had food in their bowls because these people's contributions were recognized by Yichen and publicly praised of the whole clan, they couldn't help but burst into tears when they picked up their soup bowls, as if they had found soulmate. You know, when they first put forward their ideas, they were actually very worried that they would be scolded by the chief or Shur. Nowadays, everyone has developed the habit of obeying Yichen's commands, and they dare not express their opinions easily, for fear of being seen as opposing the tribe. Therefore, Yichen's move undoubtedly gave everyone a reassurance. As long as it can benefit the tribe, any idea can be boldly put forward. With such encouragement, Yichen felt that he had completely stimulated everyone's infrastructure genes, and the next step was to wait for it to bear fruit. Yichen believed that his tribesmen would give him surprise. Chapter 68, The Second House. After completing the construction of the wall, everyone in the tribe felt much more relaxed, and their expectations continued to rise. The tribe now has 2 camps, and they are connected. This not only makes it closer to the lake, but also eliminates the need for a hunting team to guard the bricks. Everyone was very excited about this change because the tribe now had a more spacious campsite where they could move around freely. In addition, since the work of baking bricks no longer required the supervision of hunting teams, they could spend more time hunting and gathering food, thereby improving the survival ability of the tribe. In just this way, more people were freed up in the hunting team, and the tribe became lively again. These 4 free hands made the tribe more active, and people began to busy themselves with various affairs, such as weaving, cooking, and making tools. This change has filled the entire tribe with vitality and vigor, and everyone is full of hope for the future. At the same time, Yichen promised that as soon as the wall was completed, he would immediately start building new houses. This news made everyone excited because it meant that they would soon have their own new house and could say goodbye to their simple tent life. The construction of new houses will bring better living conditions and make everyone's life more comfortable and safe. Now everyone in the hunting team began to look forward to it. According to tribal customs, the hunting team could enjoy the best treatment in the tribe. Now, for the tribe, living a newly built house and having a room of their own is a feeling that makes people look forward to it. Especially every morning when I see Yichen and the chief walking out of their rooms with happy faces, I can't hide my envy. Yichen and the chief's happy life became the envy of others. They longed to have their own room and enjoy independent space and privacy. This expectation is not only a material pursuit, but also a spiritual satisfaction, representing their yearning for a better life and a motivation to work hard. Therefore, when the wall was completed, Yichen was planning to let everyone rest for a while, but he noticed the anxious gazes from the surrounding hunting team members. He smiled helplessly. Facing the pressure from the hunting team, Yichen immediately decided to let the tribal women rest for a while and then enter the forest under the protection of the hunting team. There is no way. The tribe can now produce enough bricks, but the number of snail shells is far from enough. The amount of lime required to build a house is much greater than that required to build a wall, as more lime must be used to ensure airtightness. Although they knew that it would not be their turn to live in the newly built houses for the time being, the women's enthusiasm remained undiminished. After all, As long as enough houses are built to accommodate all the members of the hunting team, then the women will also have the opportunity to live in them. Yi-chun had publicly promised that he would ensure that everyone in the tribe lived in houses, but the current stage, priority was given to meeting the needs of the hunting team. Letting the hunting team have a good rest is indeed an effective way to enhance combat effectiveness, and everyone recognizes and agrees with this. So, with everyone's active preparation and hard work, they successfully brought back the large amount of snail shells they needed in just half a day. Looking at the 5 large backpacks full of snails, Yi-chun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Those prehistoric snails living in the forest have lived in peace with humans for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They never imagined that there would be such a crazy day. The primitive man suddenly became extremely excited and searched everywhere for these snails. "You are so high and mighty. You are so great. You're going to kill us by building a house." If these snails could speak, they would definitely angrily accuse Yi-chun and others of taking their lives in order to build a house. However, this is the law of survival in this world. The strong prey on the weak. In order to improve their living conditions, they have no choice but to make this choice. The next morning, Yi-chun walked out of his room under everyone's expectant gaze. He had already prepared everything and was just waiting for Yi-chun to give the order. At this moment, Yi-chun became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was eagerly waiting for his instructions, as if Yi-chun was a beacon on their way forward. Before Yi-chun even had time to eat breakfast, he was dragged to the already dug foundation of the house by the hunting team. They pointed at the foundation with anticipation, hoping that Yi-chun would immediately give the order to start building the house. Yi-chun was delighted to see these enthusiastic tribesmen. He nodded and gave an order. "Okay, our mission today is to repair the house." Therefore, the work on the 3rd day became very simple, and the entire tribe devoted themselves to the construction of the house. Some people are responsible for carrying bricks, some are responsible for building walls, some are responsible for polishing tree trunks, and some are responsible for laying tiles. In order to allow everyone to participate in the construction of the house, Yi-chun deliberately divided the construction steps into very detailed sections. This not only gives everyone the opportunity to participate, but also allows everyone to better understand the construction process of the house. In this way, even if 2 or 3 houses need to be built at the same time in the future, everyone will not be in a hurry because they are already familiar with the materials and steps required to build a house. After a whole day of hard work, the tribe's second house was finally successfully built. The layout of this house is exactly the same as the first one, but the difference is that all 4 rooms of this house are equipped with earthen kangs. In this way, the tribesmen can feel warm even in the cold winter. Yi-chun decided to design the back house as a purely residential building, without any office or utility room, as he believed this would better suit people's living needs. The entire tribe actively participated in this project, and together they witnessed the process of a brand new house rising from nowhere like a green onion in dry land. Everyone participated in it personally, and this personal experience made them feel an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. When the last tile was put into place, the tribe erupted in cheers and celebration. Everyone was extremely proud of the successful construction of this house. However, Yi-chun remained calm and thought at this time. He looked at the remaining bricks and lime, thinking that these materials still had value, and wondered if he could build something else to make full use of them. "I got it." Yi-chun suddenly came up with an idea. He noticed a space of moderate size between the 2 houses, and after some thought, he realized that it could be used to build a stove. But everyone was extremely tired now, and they had to take a break before continuing to work, so Yi-chun did not disturb everyone's excitement and let them celebrate on their own. The tribesmen were very excited when they looked at the house they had helped to build. They couldn't help but start to fantasize about living in such a nice house in the future. Chapter 69, Voting. The tribe stoves have always appeared somewhat messy and disorderly, and the facilities are very simple, simply made of stones and mud. When it was first built, due to the limitations of the tools at the time, in order to be convenient and quick, a simple stacking method was adopted. They believed that as long as 7 or 8 people sat around a stove and cooked food, and each person had a bowl, they could solve the problem of food and clothing. However, as time went on, this model gradually exposed its drawbacks of inefficiency. It required a lot of manpower and was not very efficient. Therefore, it is now necessary to completely transform the stove to improve cooking efficiency. It has been redesigned so that just 2 or 3 people can easily cook enough food to feed the entire tribe. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the tribe's current staple food is broth, and only various ingredients need to be added to it. This time, the stove reconstruction plan will adopt a more efficient method and draw on the style of later farm stoves. First, make the stove bigger, and then open multiple stove holes on it so that more clay pots can be stewed at the same time, greatly increasing the cooking speed. In addition, through reasonable layout, one person can easily control multiple pots, further improving work efficiency. Without further ado, let's get started. Yichun immediately sketched out a simple sketch of a stove on the ground, and then called a few people to ask them to knock down the simple stove in the camp and bring bricks and lime. The construction of the stove is relatively simple, requiring only bricks and lime. About 2 hours later, a brand new stove appeared in front of everyone. Then, Yichun asked someone to light the stove and bake the stovetop so that it could be used directly when cooking dinner later. After all, this stove is made of bricks and the quality is very reliable. This time, Yichun didn't need to explain too much. Everyone understood at a glance that this new thing was used to cook broth. Seeing the 3 stove holes on the big stove, everyone knows that 3 pots of broth can be cooked at one time. Moreover, Yichun also deliberately made the stove hole a little bigger. For now, he would use bricks to raise the stove hole. When he fired a larger pottery jar later, he would remove the bricks. By then, the 3 pots of broth cooked at one time will be roughly equivalent to the amount of 6 pots of broth now, so 3 or 4 people can make it. The new stove was a real help. Not only did it save the tribe 2 or 3 people, but it also gave them more time and energy to do other things. After finishing all the work, night fell and it was almost time for dinner. Yichun ignored the expectant gazes of the hunting team and asked who to lead everyone in cooking the broth first. After all, after a busy day, he was exhausted and could not hold on any longer. Yichun was so hungry that he just wanted to fill his stomach as soon as possible and then go back to the house to rest. As for today's house, it is not yet available for occupancy as we need to wait for the lime to heat the fireplace inside. The next day, Yichun walked out of the house in high spirits, but was shocked by the scene outside the door. It turned out that everyone had gathered at his door, but because they didn't want to disturb him, they didn't make any noise. Especially the members of the hunting team, all of them had dark circles under their eyes and looked like they had not slept all night because of the house issue. Okay, it looks like everyone can't wait. Yichun led everyone to the new house while holding a bowl of meat soup. He looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said with a smile, "I won't say any more. Just raise your hands and vote." This time Yichun came prepared. He knew that most people in the hunting team and the tribe were very insensitive to numbers. Yichun had taught them several times, but they always learned them in a mess. Therefore, Yichun decided to take advantage of this opportunity to give everyone in the tribe a good lesson so that they can truly understand the meaning of numbers. Although voting by raising hands never happened in the tribe, the rules were actually very simple. Yichun did not intend to explain the rules of voting by raising hands in detail. Instead, he asked the members of the hunting team to line up facing him and asked the women of the tribe to sit together, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Then he pulled Shur to his side, facing the members of the hunting team. "Raise your hands if you're willing to let Shur live in the new house." Yichun shouted loudly, pointing at Shur and the new house next to it. However, the members of the hunting team did not seem to understand Yichun's intention and still stood there with a confused look on their faces. Seeing this, Yichun repeated again, "Raise your hands." But everyone remained indifferent, so Yichun had to patiently continue explaining. "Those who are willing to let Shur live in the new house, raise your hands." Seeing that everyone was still confused, Yichun was not in a hurry, but began to use actions to explain further. "Good. Very good." Yichun counted the number of people who raised their hands while speaking and encouraged everyone. "Anything else?" Yichun continued to ask questions, hoping that more people would get involved. As time went by, the members of the hunting team gradually understood Yichun's meaning and raised their right hands one after another. Yichun happily announced, "Good. Passed unanimously." Finally, after Yichun asked and confirmed many times, all the hunting team members raised their hands to express their agreement. Although Yichun was unsure whether they truly understood the meaning, he believed that the first drill had been successful. Next, they only needed to continue to strengthen the training so that they could better understand and implement it. "Okay, sure, let's go find a house to live in." Yichun pointed at the empty houses and said to Shur, Sure was still a little confused at this time, but he still followed Yi Chen's instructions and walked towards one of the houses. As Yi Chen pushed Sure with his hand, Sure came back to his senses. He looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Yi Chen smiled and nodded in affirmation. After receiving Yi Chen's confirmation, Sure immediately showed an excited smile and walked towards the brand new house impatiently. Is this a show of hands vote? Someone exclaimed in surprise. So voting by raising your hands is so simple? I thought it was so complicated. Another person followed suit. Haha, this feels quite fun, another person said with a laugh. Sure walked into the new house and looked at each room, his face filled with joy. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, he chose a room as his residence. At this time, people around began to talk, and the voices became louder and louder. They showed great interest in this voting method and began to discuss how to participate. Chapter 70, Unanimous Pass. Seeing Sure walking out of his house with a smile on his face and looking at everyone, the other members of the hunting team suddenly started to panic. No way. He made his choice so quickly. It's over. I haven't even started yet. If I had known this, I would have acted sooner. Before everyone understood what was going on, they saw that Sure had already obtained the right to live in the new house, and immediately became panicked. There were originally only 4 houses, and now that Sure had occupied one, the chances of him being able to live in any of the remaining 3 houses were even smaller. In fact, this is also what Yi Chen considered. This time he must use digital methods to get everyone involved, but he also has to take Sure's ideas into consideration. After all, he is the captain of the hunting team. If he is not allowed to choose first, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction and conflict. Moreover, as the captain of the hunting team, Sure has always been diligent and conscientious, so it is only natural for him to live in a new house. But if Sure was directly designated to choose a new house, then the subsequent voting would be meaningless. So Yi Chen could only think of this crooked trick. Yi Chen thought to himself, I must quickly decide on Sure's new house while everyone else is still unclear about the rules. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with when they come to their senses. That way, by the time they realize what's going on, we'll have already voted and Sure will get his new house. Moreover, this vote was conducted in front of the entire tribe. Anyone who dared to oppose Yi Chen will be asking for trouble. Yi Chen could completely refute it with reason and evidence. Yi Chen was in a good mood and said to everyone, Okay, who's next? Seeing that he had solved Sure's house problem so quickly, Yi Chen felt relieved and his emotions gradually calmed down. He began to deal with the important matters within the tribe, voting to decide the ownership of the house. However, when Yi Chen looked at the remaining 9 people, he found that they were all stunned and confused and obviously had not recovered from the chaos just now. Yi Chen sighed helplessly, but time was running out and he couldn't delay any longer. So, he once again turned his attention to Yu in the crowd and pulled him to his side. Yi Chen cleared his throat and announced loudly, Okay, now it's Yu's turn. Then, Yi Chen asked Yu to stand next to him, facing the remaining 8 people, and began to organize everyone to vote. Yi Chen shouted, Raise your hand, while anxiously observing other people's reactions. As Yi Chen continued to urge and shout, someone finally raised his hand to express his support for Yu to get a new house. Afterwards, more and more people followed suit and raised their hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned, with a surprised expression on his face. Well, that's it. Yu's voting is over. Yi Chen shouted. Yu was also passed unanimously. Everyone raised their hands, and Yi Chen looked at them and said happily. After carefully observing everyone's hand-raising situation, he hurriedly announced the voting results and told Yu with a smile that she could go and choose the room she liked. As for whether everyone really thinks Jade should live in the room, or did he simply not understand the voting rules? Yi Chen couldn't be sure, but it doesn't matter. There will be many such opportunities in the future. The focus this time is to let everyone gradually adapt to the use of numbers. If we can get unanimous approval every time like today, it will be considered a successful teaching. Yu was still a little confused about this, but with Yi Chen's encouragement and guidance, he finally walked towards the new house. She glanced around casually and chose one of the rooms without hesitation. In fact, the interior layout of these 4 rooms is exactly the same. The only difference is their orientation. However, for these first-time house dwellers, they do not yet realize the importance of orientation. After all, they have just been exposed to this new way of living and have not yet developed sensitivity and needs for the environment. Now, there were only 2 rooms left to choose from, and the remaining 8 people in the hunting team immediately became more anxious. They couldn't wait to urge Yi Chun to start the next round of voting, hoping to decide as soon as possible who would live in the last two rooms. Before Yi Chun could say anything during the vote, Song quickly stepped out and stood next to Yi Chun. He signaled to Yi Chun with his eyes that he wanted to fight for the opportunity to live in the new house. Yi Chun naturally would not refuse and nodded with a smile. Seeing that everyone was beginning to understand the voting rules, Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction and signaled that everyone could vote for Song. Song is the strongest fighter in the hunting team besides Sure. Before the ropes and bows and arrows appeared, Song looked at the stone axe in his hand and fought very fiercely. Come on, vote! Feeling that everyone should have a basic understanding of voting, Yi Chun did not say too much and asked everyone to vote directly. Huh? Still passed unanimously? Looking at the result of everyone raising their hands, Yi Chun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that it would be passed unanimously again. When they reached the last room, Hua, one of the two women in the hunting team, stepped forward enthusiastically, stood beside Yi Chun, and looked at everyone with a smile. Unsurprisingly, the remaining 5 people also voted unanimously in favor of Hua. This time it was Yi Chun's turn to be dumbfounded. He thought there would be different results, but unexpectedly everyone still unanimously chose flowers. Yi Chun muttered to himself, "Why are these guys so united?" Yi Chun originally planned to use a special method to decide who could live in the new house. He specially prepared to let everyone get to know and experience the use of numbers, and even prepared fish scales. According to his plan, a corresponding number of fish scales will be given as votes in each round of voting. Then, after the final voting, everyone will take out the fish scales in their hands for comparison. Whoever has the most fish scales will be able to live in the new house. However, Yi Chun never expected that the results of these 4 consecutive votes were all passed unanimously, which made him very surprised. Yi Chun felt that his carefully designed plan was completely useless, as if he had punched cotton, which was soft and had no response at all. He shook his head helplessly and said to Sure and the other 4, "That's all. That's it. The 4 of you go pack up, and you can move in." After saying that, Yi Chun waved his hand somewhat listlessly, signaling them to move into their new house quickly. The rest of the hunting team looked at the 4 happy people with envy in their eyes, an emotion that could not be concealed at all. Seeing this, Yi Chun comforted them. "Don't worry, start preparing the 3rd house right away so that you and everyone can live in a new house." Hearing Yi Chun's words, everyone showed anticipation. They knew that as long as they worked hard, they would soon have their own new house. Looking at the envious eyes of others, Yi Chun felt secretly proud, but he knew that he should not become proud and complacent because of this. He knew the importance of teamwork and common development, so he quickly began to paint a rosy picture. "Don't panic, everyone. As long as we work together, we can all live in houses like this in the future. Although the conditions are difficult now, as long as we unite as one, I believe we will be able to live a better life in the near future." Hearing Yi Chun's words, the others nodded in agreement. They understood what Yi Chun was saying and were willing to work hard for it. As a result, everyone's gaze became firm again, and their hearts were filled with yearning for a better life in the future. Just as Sure and his 4 companions were getting familiar with their rooms in the house, other people in the tribe began to prepare for their own work. However, at this moment, several loud thunders suddenly sounded in the sky. Boom! Boom! The thunder roared with such force that it seemed to tear the earth apart. The tribesmen were startled by the sudden thunder and began to tremble. Yi Chun was also startled and almost jumped up. "Damn, it's going to rain." Yi Chun couldn't help but curse. He was not afraid of the rain, but suddenly realized a serious problem. The temperature was already relatively low after the autumn, and it would drop further after the rain. And as time goes by, the temperature will continue to drop after each rain until winter truly arrives. Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't help but frown. He was worried that the people in the tribe would not be able to withstand such cold weather, especially the weaker elderly and children. So he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, go back to the cave." Feeling the falling raindrops, Yi Chun didn't have time to think about it, and quickly called everyone to run towards the cave. He hoped to get back to a safe place as soon as possible to avoid getting wet in the rain. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to deal with the coming cold winter and ensure that everyone in the tribe could survive this difficult period. Seeing that all the tribesmen had entered the cave, Yi Chun turned around and ran into his room, lit the firewood in the room, and put it into the fireplace. Feeling the temperature in the room slowly rising, Yi Chun finally relaxed. When the chimney was first built, A small bend was deliberately made at the exit so that the fireplace could continue to be used when it rained. Standing in front of the window looking at the empty camp, Yi-chun, who was feeling emotional, suddenly shouted, "Oh no, there's no canopy over the stove. It is a newly built stove. Since it was built on a whim, the stove was built directly without building a shed on top of it. Now it's raining and the stove has no shelter at all. The main concern is that the lime is not dried yet and may be washed away by a rain. You have to know that the weather is already cold and the lime solidifies slowly. If there's another heavy rain, all the hard work might be in vain." Chapter 71 Black Devil Cool. Yi-chun said helplessly, "All right, just do it again." The rain came and went quickly. After about 10 minutes, the rain stopped. However, due to the lack of a canopy, the newly built stove was damaged by rain and all the lime on the stove was washed away. This posed a tricky problem. It was already afternoon and everyone was hungry and waiting for dinner. Yi-chun's original plan was to bake the newly built stove briefly before using it, but he never expected that it would rain so heavily suddenly. This made the newly built stove completely useless, and the situation became very embarrassing. The new stove was unusable, and 2 of the 6 old stoves had to be demolished to make room for the new one. Seeing everyone's bewildered look, Yi-chun hurriedly shouted, "It's okay. Just boil 4 pots of broth first." The weather suddenly turned colder, and Yi-chun looked at the sky, knowing that more rain might come. He decided to take action to ensure that everyone's lives would not be affected. Yi-chun asked who to cook 4 pots of broth first, and let some people eat it first. This way, everyone can enjoy the warm food as soon as possible and also provide energy for subsequent work. Then, Yi-chun arranged for Sure to lead some people into the forest. They were divided into 2 groups. One group was responsible for cutting down the tree trunks and transporting them back, while the other group continued to look for snail shells. Yi-chun realized that current construction conditions are limited and waterproofing must be given priority in any building. The sudden downpour made him realize this deeply. Yi-chun recalled his previous experiences and felt extremely regretful. Due to his lack of experience, he did not expect that the sudden rain would cause such great damage to the stove. He blamed himself and thought that if he had taken waterproof measures in advance, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. In addition, Yi-chun faced a new challenge. The lime stock was exhausted. This meant he had to go out and collect snail shells again to meet demand. Although this task is not easy, Yi-chun understands that it is a necessary step. Fortunately, Yi-chun has some good news. The kiln at the lake camp has been rebuilt and can begin firing bricks. In comparison, the manpower required is greatly reduced. Only some people need to be sent out to fetch water, while the others can stay in the camp in relative safety. Yi-chun glanced at the sky and thought to himself that while it was still light, he should hurry up and get everyone out to look for it. Maybe they could find it. If they really couldn't find it, they would have to wait until tomorrow. So he quickly urged everyone to take action. After seeing everyone go out to perform their respective tasks, Yi-chun couldn't sit still in the camp. So he picked up the little wolf cub Lai Fu and took a walk. Lai Fu has been in the camp for almost half a month. Its growth rate is amazing. It was originally just a small wolf cub the size of a palm, but now it has grown to the size of a piglet. When Yi-chun held it, he clearly felt its heavy weight, but Lai Fu seemed particularly comfortable in Yi-chun's arms, humming constantly. In the entire tribe, Yi-chun is Lai Fu's favorite person because when he is hugged by Yi-chun, he feels a special warmth and comfort. However, if other hunting team members or Chiu Lai held it, Lai Fu would soon cry nonstop and take the opportunity to escape from their arms. Yi-chun had some guesses about this situation. He thought it might be because his body odor was relatively small, so he didn't have as strong a sweat odor as other people. Yi-chun takes a bath very frequently, almost every 2 days. This habit is considered very frequent in the tribe. The women in the tribe take a bath about every 2 or 3 days, so their sweat odor is relatively small. However, what really troubled Yi-chun were the men in the hunting team. They run around all day and are always covered in sweat, but rarely take a shower, which causes them to smell bad. Yi-chun had long known that lime powder could be extracted from wood ash and could also be used as a building material. But because he needed to meet the bathing needs of the entire tribe, he finally chose snail shells as a substitute to charge the raw materials for developing lime powder. Despite this, the daily demand for wood ash still exceeds the supply, and even the tribal women argue about it. Faced with this problem, Yi Chun had to make rules that all the wood ashes must be collected together every day and only used by a maximum of 6 people for bathing. The rest of the people could only wait until the next day. This way, it would be a turn every 3 days. Thinking that taking a bath once every 3 days was the limit of the tribe's supply, everyone calmed down. Oh no, how could I forget about you? Yi Chun was holding Lai Fu, who was humming in his arms, and strolling leisurely in the camp. After walking around for a while, Yi Chun saw a person lying in the corner of the wall. It was the black devil who was captured a few days ago. It turned out that because of the sudden heavy rain, everyone ran back to the cave in a panic to take shelter from the rain. As a result, in the panic, everyone forgot that there was another person in the camp. This prisoner is really miserable. Due to language barriers, he has been unable to communicate normally with the tribal members these days, so everyone has subconsciously ignored his existence. If the chief hadn't thought about this person every day, no one would have cared about him long ago. At the beginning, Yi Chun took a lot of effort to persuade the chief to keep the prisoner, but Yi Chun never cared about this matter again. After all, there are too many things that need to be built in the tribe these days, and Yi Chun has no time to take care of other things. However, the chief still remembered that there was such a captive in the tribe. He would ask the hunting team to bring him to the camp early every morning and let him lie down and play. At night, the hunting team would drag him back into the cave. During meals, the chief would ask you to feed him 2 bowls of broth, and the rest of the time the chief would teach him to speak simple words. This is the task Yi Chun assigned to the chief. Now the chief is getting more and more idle every day. Yi Chun personally directs the construction of the tribe, and hunting has also formed a fixed pattern. Seeing the chief wandering around the camp every day, Yi Chun thought of asking the chief to teach the prisoner to speak so that he could communicate normally with the people in the tribe. Yi Chun came to the corner of the camp and saw the prisoner lying on the ground, soaked all over, looking at the sky helplessly. Yi Chun felt a little guilty and quickly stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry. I forgot about you. The prisoner turned his head and looked at Yi Chun. A hint of doubt and vigilance flashed in his eyes. My name is Cool. As Yi Chun's footsteps got closer, the prisoner struggled to utter a few words. Oh, Cool, sorry. Just now. Yi Chun was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was subconsciously using the language of his own tribe. He quickly adjusted his tone and asked again, What? What's your name? The prisoner blinked, as if he understood what Yi Chun meant. He slowly said, My name is Ku. Yi Chun was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. He didn't expect that this prisoner had actually learned the language of the tribe and could communicate with them in a simple way. He couldn't help but exclaim, This is amazing. The chief has this skill. Yi Chun widened his eyes and looked at the prisoner in front of him in disbelief. At this moment, Ku was staring at Yi Chun with a curious look, as if to say, Why are you so surprised? Yi Chun took a deep breath and calmed down. He decided to get to know this captive named Ku and see if he could become a member of the tribe. After all, an extra worker is always good for the tribe. Moreover, if Ku could integrate into tribal life like the rest of the tribe, they would be better equipped to handle the issue of captives when faced with similar situations in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Chun's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of expectant smile. Looking at Yi Chun's expression, Ku didn't know if he had said something wrong, so he could only say another sentence slowly. Your name is Cool? Then where are you from? Although Cool's accent was very awkward, Yi Chun still understood it easily. After all, the pronunciation was based on the pronunciation of the tribe. My name is Cool. Ku still looked at Yi Chun with a weak expression, and then continued to repeat his words slowly. Okay, I know you're cool. Anything else? My name is Cool. This sentence was the reply to Yi Chun again, which made Yi Chun feel like he was going to collapse. Isn't this the only sentence you learned? Yi Chun's voice was a little loud, and scared Ku so much that his body trembled. Yi Chun covered his forehead speechlessly, thinking, What is going on? He shook his head helplessly and ignored Ku. He turned around and looked around for the chief, wanting to know about Ku's situation from the chief. Chapter 72, Surprising Observations. After a conversation with the chief, Yi Chun finally learned the truth of the matter, but the result made him speechless and funny. It turns out that Ku really only knows how to say, My name is Ku, and this is not a name he chose himself, but one given to him by the chief. At first, the chief tried to communicate with Cool in a gentle way, but Cool's answers always contained the syllable Cool, which made people confused. In desperation, the chief had to name him Ku based on the pronunciation, completely disregarding whether the other party would accept it. Of course, Ku had no right to choose now. So I continued teaching after naming it cool. However, the communication throughout the day was irrelevant. No matter what the chief said, Ku just kept talking incoherently. The chief had been patient and polite at first, but eventually he became furious. He just picked up a small branch and taught Ku to speak sentence by sentence. The first sentence was, "My name is Ku." This really proves the saying, "A good man is made under a golden stick." If you can't study well, you will be hit by a stick. This way you will learn quickly. All right, this is fine. Good people emerge from under the stick. Yi Chun, who was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, did not stop the chief. Instead, he gave the chief a thumbs up and asked the chief to teach him to speak when he had time, so that they could communicate further. After all, trade exchanges between tribes are something Yi Chun very much hopes to develop, so he is very much looking forward to establishing connections with Ku and understanding their culture and needs. In addition, Yi Chun was also curious about the origin of chili peppers and hoped to get more information about it from Ku. Actually, for Ku, the language barrier made it difficult for him to express his thoughts, but his experience in the tribe over the past few days made him feel deeply. He originally thought he was facing death, but unexpectedly he was tied up and thrown into a cave, and someone treated his wounds. What's even more surprising is that every day someone comes to feed him food, which is not only delicious, but also makes people feel warm after eating. At first, when he was left alone, Ku could only stare around with wide eyes. That's when he noticed something unusual. For example, objects that are as tall as humans form a huge circle, giving people a sense of security. Looking at the densely packed bricks neatly stacked together to form a wall, Ku was also amazed. What exactly are these objects? Ku was full of doubts. It would be so great if my tribe could have something like this. You can sleep more peacefully at night without worrying about wild animals breaking into the camp in the middle of the night. Everyone can sleep peacefully. Moreover, using this tool to cook food every day is convenient and efficient, allowing you to enjoy delicious food quickly. What's even more amazing is the thing that can be roasted over fire. Put meat and water in it and roast it over fire for a while to make such delicious food. Everything about this tribe is amazing and seems to have mysterious power. Although he could not understand the principles behind them, he could truly feel their practicality and importance. These items not only make life more convenient, but also demonstrate the unique wisdom and creativity of this tribe. When he observed the people in the tribe, he found that although they were busy every day, they always had smiles on their faces and were full of energy and happiness. The people here are strong and energetic and seem to lead full and satisfying lives. These women must be very fertile. Ku couldn't help but sigh to himself. He noticed strong women coming and going every day before his eyes. They were in good physical condition and obviously capable of bearing healthy offspring. This makes Ku full of expectations for the future of this tribe. However, the reality is cruel. At this moment, Ku is tied up and bound, with no freedom at all. As a captive, no one paid attention to his needs and feelings. Only the hunting party came every day to check that the ropes were secure and to ensure he wouldn't escape. After Yi Chun had a general understanding of Ku's basic situation, he no longer paid too much attention to this matter, because there were too many things in the tribe that required his attention at this time. For example, the most pressing needs of the tribe right now are housing and clothing. While homes are gradually being built, there are still challenges in ensuring sufficient numbers of shelter are completed before winter sets in. In addition, regarding winter clothing, although sisal as a raw material had been found, due to insufficient material, only a small piece of linen could be woven. Therefore, Yi Chun plans to lead the hunting team to the sisal field again in the next few days, trying to bring back more sisal to make more cloth. However, before this outing, Yi Chun still needed to spend an extra 2 days to repair the new stove in the camp and build a new watchtower. Yi Chun's previous misjudgment resulted in the new stove not having a rain shelter, which resulted in it being damaged by rain. As a result, in order to make room for the new stove, several of the old stoves were demolished, which greatly reduced the efficiency of the tribe's meals. Or it is this watchtower. The importance of the watchtower is self-evident. It not only helps the tribe members detect danger in advance, but also allows them to observe the enemy's movements from a safe distance, which is vital to the entire tribe. Therefore, building a watchtower has become a top priority. The area of the camp is currently expanding, and the area that needs to be guarded is also increasing. Therefore, it was necessary for the tribe to build a new watchtower to accommodate the growing demand. The temporary guard tower that was built before can no longer meet the needs of night watch. As the wind gets colder at night, The guard tower is completely useless. Fortunately, the tribe had plenty of bricks and timber to meet their construction needs, but they also needed lime as a binder. In addition, in order to better play its observation role, the watchtower must be carefully designed to provide a wider field of view and a more solid structure. After a night's rest, Yi Chun couldn't wait to get up, determined to complete the construction of the stove and watchtower that day, so that he could embark on his journey as soon as possible. He first spent the whole morning preparing the materials needed for the new stove and watchtower, and then organized the tribesmen to start the construction work. As the tribesmen's skills in construction engineering continue to improve, Yi Chun now only needs to demonstrate the operations personally at key links or when facing new tasks. At other times, you can safely leave it to the tribesmen to carry out, and you can just supervise and guide on site. This time, Yi Chun did his homework in building the new stove. Not only did he learn lessons from his previous failures, he also consulted a large amount of relevant information in the system and carefully designed and modified the building. Originally, it was just a simple awning for the stove, but now, thanks to Yi Chun's clever transformation, its length has doubled. And under the extra part of the awning, Yi Chun ingeniously built an exquisite table and 8 comfortable stools. Of course, Yi Chun also fully considered convenience and practicality when building these tables and chairs. In order to save time and energy, he chose bricks and lime, a simple and quick-to-build material. In this way, quality is guaranteed and efficiency is improved. Chapter 73, The Appearance of Tables and Benches. Tables, chairs, and benches are also a life habit for Yi Chun, a life he had already gotten used to before traveling through time. But after traveling through time, I found that the tribe was extremely poor and had nothing, so I had no choice but to endure it for the time being. He really couldn't get used to holding the bowl while eating. The feeling made him very uncomfortable. In the past, due to limited conditions, he had no choice but to keep his job, but now the situation is different. Yi Chun finally has the opportunity to change this situation. Through this construction, he successfully realized his wish and added convenience to his future life. Next, Yi Chun began to build the watchtower. For this project, Yi Chun put a lot of thought and effort into it. After all, their current ability to process wood is relatively weak, and if they want to build a sturdy and durable watchtower, they must find another way. After careful consideration, Yi Chun decided to solve this problem by repairing the steps of the stairs. Cool, but he had been lying on the ground, looking at the watchtower being built in front of him, his heart filled with shock and admiration. The watchtower's base is a nearly 2 meters square that gradually narrows as it rises, eventually forming a 1 meter square terrace at the top. The height of the entire watchtower reaches 1.5 meters, almost flush with the wall. People can stand on it and look out directly, and the field of vision is quite wide. Cool, imagine the future scene. When the lookout sat on the tower, he could clearly see most of the camp area, even the forest in the distance. This shocked him. Then they built a canopy on top of the watchtower to protect it from wind and rain. At the same time, brick walls were built on 3 sides, leaving only one side facing the interior of the camp open, so as to better observe the situation inside the camp. On the 3-year brick wall, there are windows reserved for observing the outside environment, so that you can observe the surrounding situation while sitting inside. The side without the wall faces the camp, so it is convenient and safe to go up and down the watchtower. A wooden door can be built there to shelter from wind and rain at night. In order to keep the people in the watchtower warm, Yi Chun specially built a fireplace inside, so that people who were on guard at night could also make a fire to keep warm. In this way, a complete watchtower was built. This watchtower is located within the lake camp, but is separated from the cave camp by only a wall, allowing it to maximize observation of the situation in both camps. Ku was amazed at the design and functionality of the watchtower. He couldn't help but think, how on earth were these things thought up? Can humans really create such amazing buildings? The leader of this tribe is truly great. There's a vague feeling that this watchtower is not just a simple building, but also a manifestation of wisdom and creativity. Of course, it's not just a cool feeling. The tribesmen were also excited when looking at this watchtower. The completion of the watchtower demonstrates mankind's courage and determination in the face of difficulties, as well as the spirit of continuous exploration and innovation. Ku secretly made up his mind that if he had the chance, he must learn from this great tribe and work hard to improve his abilities so that he could also live such a good life. As Ku witnessed the entire construction process of the stove and the watchtower, combined with what he had seen in the previous 2 days, his doubts and shock grew stronger. He really couldn't understand what these things were used for, and the mystery in his mind grew bigger and bigger. In desperation, I had no idea what the things I saw a few days ago were, and could only understand them based on my own guesses. However, the new stove and watchtower he saw today made him realize it after little thought. After all, the food he had eaten these days was cooked on the stove, so he naturally understood the function of the stove. The watchtower was even more clearly visible. When he saw Shur standing on it and looking into the distance with surprise on his face, Ku immediately understood the purpose of the watchtower. Looking at everything in front of him, Ku couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The people in this tribe are so smart. They can actually come up with such a method to solve the problems in life. His curiosity about this strange place was completely aroused. At this moment, Ku was determined to understand the culture and wisdom of this tribe, and he was eager to learn more from it. He believes that only by gaining a deep understanding of the tribe can he truly integrate into it and find his own sense of belonging. On this side, Ku was still silently amazed at the magic of the tribe in front of him, while on the other side, Yi-chan began to prepare nonstop and headed to the sisal picking field again. Rest. After several members of the hunting team were sure that there was no danger around, Shur gave the order for everyone to rest in place. It was already the third day since the new stove and watchtower were repaired, and Yi-chan began preparing without stopping that day. The next day, he found Chief Shur and told them that they must bring back more sisal this time. Only in this way could they produce linen on a large scale. The place for discussing this matter was right next to the stove, on the newly built table, which had been built the day before with bricks and lime. The chief and Shur didn't know what this thing was used for at the time, but since Yi-chan made a request, the hunting team built the stove according to his instructions. As for what exactly they were going to do, no one knew. However, the next day, when Yi-chan invited the two to sit on the stone bench, the situation changed. There was a bowl of steaming water in front of everyone, and the scene suddenly became upscale. The chief and Shur seemed not to be used to sitting on the stone bench. Their feet always felt uncomfortable and kept twisting. Yi-chan looked at this scene and smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained his usual calmness and leisurely drank the hot water in the bowl. After the two of them finally sat down, Yi-chan slowly expressed his thoughts. This time he planned to take more people out with him so that everyone could carry some sisal home. Last time, due to insufficient preparation, most people's backpacks were already full of items, resulting in a limited amount of sisal brought back, which was only made into a piece of linen. Therefore, this time, Yi-chan decided to travel light. Apart from the necessary clean water and some pieces of meat, he tried to save as much space as possible on everything else in order to make enough room to load more sisal. In this way, if there are 20 people, the sisal they carry back should be enough to make 3 or 4 sets of clothes. After all, sisal is a tough and durable plant fiber that can be woven into strong cloth. While winter has not yet arrived, we must quickly make the linen clothes so that each member of the tribe can have a piece of clothing and wrap themselves in animal skins. This way, there's a great possibility that they can spend the winter safely. If you are lucky, you may be able to hunt more prey and store it for future use. After seeing the linen and touching it with his hands, the chief was very much looking forward to the clothes made of this linen and immediately expressed his support. He knew that this new clothing would bring better warmth and comfort to the tribesmen. However, the specific number of people that can be taken out still needs to be discussed. After all, food supply, safety, and other issues need to be considered. Moreover, it is very dangerous in the wild, and we need to ensure sufficient manpower to protect everyone. Chapter 74. Reunion of the Tribesmen. After some discussion, they finally decided on a plan for the trip. The hunting team would send 10 experienced hunters and bring 9 women along. As the team leader, Yi-chan gathered just 20 people. When the decision was announced at lunchtime, it immediately sparked heated discussions within the tribe. For most women, there are very few opportunities to leave the tribe, let alone go to the wild to collect sisal. However, everyone knew that all this was for the benefit of the tribe as a whole. Although they were a little worried, they still expressed their understanding and support. Women will inevitably feel uneasy if they have to travel far away. After all, the dangers of the wild are self-evident, as proven by the blood of the tribe's ancestors. But Yi-chan and the chief underestimated the enthusiasm of the tribal women. When they heard that they could go to collect sisal under the escort of a hunting team, they were immediately excited, and more than a dozen people were willing to participate. Ultimately, after a simple selection process, 9 women were selected to become members of the outing. The selection criteria are very direct and clear, which is to examine their proficiency in using ropes, stones, and wooden shields. The tribe's main means of attack is stone throwing, while defense relies on wooden shields. As long as they can skillfully use these two weapons, their ability to protect themselves in the wild will be stronger, and the burden they add to the hunting team will be less. When the hunting team walked out of the camp, they quickly adopted a 3-layer encirclement strategy, protecting the women tightly in the middle. Hut Song walked at the front of the team, responsible for exploring the way. Behind them were interspersed members of the hunting party, with 3 women walking in between every 2 men. Finally, Pan and his 2 companions were responsible for finishing the work. This arrangement ensures the safety of everyone, but also slows down the overall walking speed. However, Yichun did not care about this problem, because he knew that this was the first large-scale sisal collection operation and everyone needed enough time to adapt. As experience accumulates, the rest of the journey will be smoother. When it was time to rest, the members of the hunting team consciously sat on the outermost layer, while the 9 women and Yichun sat inside. Everyone took out pottery jars of clear water from their backpacks, took a few sips, and then sat on the ground to rest for a while. There were no extra words. This was a special rule that Yichun had set this time. Don't talk too much in the wild, so that you can always stay focused and avoid unnecessary trouble. Everyone understands and cooperates with this regulation because they know that they need to be vigilant at all times to survive in the wild. So, when Yichun gave this instruction, everyone obeyed it silently, and no one raised any objections. The women, whose novelty had worn off, didn't say much. They just exchanged glances with each other, occasionally whispered a few words, and then sat down to rest. They know that many challenges await them in the rest of their journey, so they need to maintain their physical and mental strength. After all, it will take a whole day to walk, and we have only walked 1/3 of the distance. We must try to reach the place where we camped last time before dark. Everyone knew that if they couldn't reach their destination on time, the night would become very dangerous. Therefore, Shur was constantly urging the team to move forward while paying close attention to the surrounding environment. The last time Yichun successfully collected sisal, he had already marked the specific route on the animal skin, and this time he also followed this route. Thanks to his previous experience, Yichun was full of confidence in this trip. However, he also understood that anything could change in the wild, so he always remained highly alert. Fortunately, it is late autumn now, and the weeds on the ground have almost dried up, and the traces of the last journey can still be barely seen. Yichun carefully observed the traces on the ground and compared them with the animal skin map in his hand to make sure he did not take the wrong path. At the same time, he also reminded the team members to pay attention to their feet to avoid falling or getting injured. While resting, Yichun kept comparing the animal skin in his hand. Only after confirming that it was correct did he rest with peace of mind. He knew that only by ensuring that every step was correct could he lead everyone to their destination safely. The other team members took the time to rest, recover their strength, and prepare for the next challenge. Get ready to go. Seeing that everyone had rested enough, Shur exchanged a few words with Yichun and prepared to get up and let everyone get ready to set off. Yichun stood up, stretched his muscles. He glanced at the team members around him, and they all stood up, sorted their equipment and weapons, and prepared to move on. At this moment, 2 sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Swish, swish. 2 spears shot out from the woods like lightning and rushed towards the crowd. Be careful, Yichun shouted, reminding everyone to pay attention to the danger. The team members reacted quickly and immediately raised the wooden shields in their hands to block the sudden attack. Only a dull bang was heard, and the spear collided with the wooden shield, making a dull sound. Hurry up and find where the enemy is, Shur shouted loudly. He looked around vigilantly, trying to find the location of the attacker. There! Yu's sharp eyes spotted a figure moving through the forest. Without hesitation, he bent his bow, an arrow, aimed at the target, and shot an arrow. With a scream, everyone was stunned. It was mainly the slightly childish scream that made the hunting team a little stunned, but Shur reacted immediately. He looked sharply in the direction of the sound, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Sang Huang, Zhe, you go up and take a look. After hearing the command, the 4 people immediately formed a formation and slowly moved forward. Song Yurin walked in front with a shield in his left hand and a stone axe in his right hand. Huang and Zhe guarded you on the left and right. You bent in the middle, holding a bow and arrow, ready to shoot at any time. They approached cautiously, fearing to disturb anything dangerous. "There," Song said softly. He took gentle steps while listening attentively to the sounds ahead. He could clearly hear some noise ahead. This time, Huang and Zhe took the initiative to take over the task of reconnaissance. They took 2 steps forward and parted the bushes in front of them. Huang and Zhe looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes, and then Huang quickly shouted, "Jia!" This shout not only stopped Song Hiyu, who was about to kill him with a fatal blow, but also made the person crawling on the ground suddenly stunned. They looked closely and found that this person was Jia from their own tribe. Jia was covered in mud and looked very disheveled, but his eyes revealed determination and indomitable spirit. Huang looked at the scene in front of him with astonishment, completely ignoring the reactions of others, and hurried forward to the side of the figure lying on the ground. "Jia, it's Huang!" Huang shouted loudly while running, as if he was afraid that the other party couldn't hear him. His eyes were full of anxiety and worry, and he seemed to be very concerned about this man named Jia. When Jia, who was crawling on the ground with difficulty, heard Huang shout, he stopped, turned his head, and looked at the 4 people behind him with a puzzled look. He was obviously a little surprised that someone here actually called out his name, but at the same time, he also felt a little relieved. When Huang ran to Jia's side and squatted down, Jia finally saw his face clearly. Huang's familiar face gradually overlapped with the image in his memory, and he suddenly realized. His eyes softened, as if he had found some support at this moment. Chapter 75: The Bad News Brought by Jia. When Song and the other 4 came back with the injured Jia, Yichin saw a young man with an arrow stuck in his thigh, blood oozing out of it, and Jia gritting his teeth to endure the pain. "Is this the person who attacked us?" Seeing Huang Hezi supporting a strange man with concern on his face, Yichin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before Song could explain, Huang Hezi hurriedly put Jia on the ground and let him lie down, then quickly knelt in front of Yichin. "What are you doing? Get up!" Yichin was startled by their sudden action and quickly reached out to support them. However, Huang Hezi refused to stand up. He just lowered his head and cried, "Chun, this is Jia of our tribe. Our tribe is gone." Yichin was shocked, looking at the 2 men in front of him with tears in their eyes. A complex emotion surged in his heart. He had never seen Huang and Zhe so sad, nor had he ever thought they would be so vulnerable. "Our tribe is gone." Huang and Zhe's voices were filled with endless sorrow and despair, their tears flowing like a flood. Yichin stood silently by, his heart filled with sympathy and helplessness. He could understand their pain of losing their home, but at the same time he was confused about the future. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, survival is the most important thing. But now, when they learned from Jia that the tribe had been destroyed, the last hope in their hearts was shattered. They could no longer suppress their inner grief and burst into tears. Tears gushed out like a broken dam, soaking the ground under Yichin's feet. Seeing the 2 crying so sadly, Yu and Song shook their heads helplessly, not knowing how to comfort them. Finally, Yu briefly recounted what had just happened. After the 3 of them recognized each other, Jia lost control of his emotions and couldn't help crying. Huang and Zhe hurriedly helped him up and sat him down, anxiously asking what happened. After all, the tribe is quite far away from here, and they came to this place in a panic in order to escape. Jia calmed down a little, sobbing and telling them what had happened to the tribe in a halting manner. At this moment, Huang and Zhe seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue, their faces filled with shock and pain. It turned out that during the last hunting trip of their tribe, they unfortunately encountered a pack of ferocious beasts such as wolves. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the hunting team fell into chaos and the members fled in all directions to protect themselves. Fortunately, Huang and Zhe finally escaped the disaster, but the other teammates were not spared. The remaining members of the hunting team were in a miserable state. They suffered huge losses in the battle with the wild wolves. 3 of them were killed on the spot, and the others were seriously injured. When they dragged their exhausted bodies back to the tribesmen who were looking forward to the hunting team's safe return were dumbfounded. In an instant, only 3 people were left in the 8-person hunting team, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the entire tribe. The men in these hunting teams are responsible for protecting the tribe and hunting for food for the tribe. Their deaths meant that the tribe had lost its strongest support and also plunged the chief into deep worry. He tossed and turned on the ground for several nights, thinking about how to deal with this sudden disaster and how the tribe would survive in the future. However, fate did not seem to let this poor tribe go. Just as they were recovering from their grief, a new crisis quietly arrived. When the injuries of the three men who had managed to survive recovered, the tribesmen rekindled their hope and slowly resumed hunting. While out hunting, their whereabouts were discovered by the terrifying Black Demon. This time, when the Black Demons noticed that there were only 3 men left in the tribe, they attacked without hesitation. The Black Demons tracked all the way to the tribal camp and launched a fierce attack. Due to the sharp decline in numbers, the tribe's resistance seemed powerless. In the end, most of the tribe became captives of the demons, while Jie led a small group of survivors to escape from the land. During their escape, Jie and his companions were constantly faced with the threats of hunger, cold, and wild beasts. But they did not give up, but persevered with tenacious perseverance and courage. They fled and searched for food to sustain their lives, and thus they barely survived to this day. After hearing the news, Huang and Zhe could not accept it. They had always dreamed of finding an opportunity to return to the tribe, but reality gave them a heavy blow. During this period of time, they had been quietly working hard to improve their strength, hoping to make contributions to the tribe one day. But now, everything has become a bubble. How could this happen? Huang muttered to himself, his eyes full of despair. Zhe also said with a painful look on his face, "What should we do? The tribe is gone, and our home is gone." Huang and Zhe have never given up on returning to their tribe. When they were with Yichun, they were learning the advanced knowledge of the tribe and planning when to leave and return to their own tribe. However, they didn't expect that before their plan could be completed, they heard the news that the tribe had ceased to exist. After hearing this, Yichun raised his eyebrows. He had known for a long time that Huang and Zhe were planning to return to the tribe, and they were whispering to each other all the time. It's just that Yichun saw through it, but didn't say it out loud. He was also trying his best to keep the two people. After all, Huang and Zhe were both very powerful fighters. Therefore, in the subsequent distribution of weapons and equipment and voting for house selection, Yichun ignored the chief's dissuasion and insisted on treating the two as members of the tribe and giving them equal treatment. However, even so, the two were still unable to make up their minds to stay, which gave Yichun a headache. But now the situation has changed. The tribes of Huang and Zhe no longer exist, and they have no choice but to stay in this tribe. Yichun walked over to the two of them, patted their shoulders gently, and comforted them. "Don't be too sad. You still have us." Huang Hezi raised his head and looked at Yichun, his eyes full of gratitude and confusion. They don't know if they can really let go of the past and start over. But Yichun's words made them feel a little warm. Perhaps here, they could also find their own sense of belonging. Yichun continued, "Now, what we have to do is keep moving forward and constantly improve our abilities. Only by becoming stronger can we protect ourselves and our loved ones. Believe me, one day, we will rebuild a prosperous tribe." Huang and Zhe looked at each other and nodded, expressing their willingness to work hard with Yichun. Chapter 76, Safe Return. Seeing Huang and Zhe nod, Yichun finally felt relieved. He turned around and looked at Jie in front of him. He had a young, childish face like a little boy, and his complexion looked very pale. The wound on his leg made him look haggard, and he gritted his teeth from time to time to endure the pain. This situation is actually acceptable to Yichun. After all, it would be a good thing if strong laborers from other tribes came here. But Yichun also needs to spend a lot of time to teach them slowly, and these young children learn faster and are easier to manage. Okay, stop crying. Although he was already overjoyed in his heart, Yichun still maintained a sad expression. He quickly helped Huang and Zhe up and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. Yichun hurriedly said, "Hurry up and take Jie back to the camp and let Xiu treat him." He looked at the wound on Jie's body that was still bleeding, and his heart was extremely anxious. He quickly took out the only piece of linen in the tribe from his waist, carefully cut it into strips with a stone axe, and then tied it tightly around Jie's injured leg to stop the bleeding. At this time, Yichun did not rashly pull out the arrow stuck in Jie's leg, because he knew that under the current circumstances, the tribe did not have any particularly effective treatment methods. All they could do was to send Jie back to the tribe as soon as possible and ask Xiu to help apply some herbal medicine. But other than that, Yichun felt helpless. Huang helped Jie up, while Zhe said to Yichun anxiously, "Chun, we still have a few people in our tribe. Can we take them back with us?" Yichun immediately understood why the two men knelt down. It turned out that they hoped that Yichun could take in the survivors of their tribe. In this difficult environment, Huang Hezi met companions who had fled from their tribe and naturally hoped that Yi Chen could accept them. After all, only in Yi Chen's tribe do these people have a greater chance of survival. Huang and Zhe understood this truth. They wanted to go back only because they couldn't let go of their concern for the tribe. Now, the tribe has been attacked by the Black Demon, and they can only take care of the refugees they meet. Then we must take him in. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he heard the news. Of course, the more people there are, the better, especially these wandering tribesmen. Yi Chen welcomes them very much. He immediately ordered Huang and Tsang to follow Jie's instructions and bring the remaining people who had escaped, and then send them back to the tribe together with Jie. Fortunately, they were not hiding far away, and Huang came back with 3 people in a short while. Or to be exact for people, 3 women plus a child in her arms. A total of 4 dirty tribesmen stood timidly in front of Yi Chen. On the way here, Huang quickly told the 3 of them about his and Huang's experiences and then about their current life in the tribe, where they have meat to eat every day and live very well. He also told the 3 of them that as long as Yi Chen agreed, they could join the tribe and start a new life. If these words came from someone else, the 3 of them would definitely find it unbelievable. But seeing that Huang was dressed like a completely different person now, and his mental state was also completely new, the 3 of them nodded in conviction. Filiwala. One of the older women stood in front of the 3 people and timidly began to speak, but she didn't know what to say. Huang Hezi roughly translated it, hoping to gain Yi Chen's pity and be taken in by the tribe. Yi Chen didn't expect that this outing would bring such an unexpected gain, which means that the tribe will have several new members. Thinking of this, he felt very excited, so he agreed to their request without hesitation and invited them to join his tribe. Don't worry, it's safe here. Just follow me and you will have a good life in the future. Yi Chen smiled and comforted them. He knew that these people had experienced too much hardship and needed some time to adapt to the new environment. Kiliwala. Through Huang Hezi's translation, the few people learned that they were successfully kept in the tribe, and the 3 women immediately spoke of their gratitude with tears in their eyes. They originally thought that they would continue to live a wandering life, but they didn't expect to meet a kind leader like Yi Chen here. Yi Chen looked at the tribesmen in front of him, his heart filled with emotion. You have to be extra careful in the primitive world, as any carelessness can bring devastating blows to the tribe. Afterwards, Yi Chen arranged for Huang and Tsang to bring these tribesmen to a temporary camp and have people prepare food and shelter for them. He hopes that through these actions, these people will feel the warmth and care of the tribe. In order not to slow down the progress, Yi Chen asked Huang Heppen and 2 women to send the 4 people back. Yi Chen was not afraid of this. This time, there were only Huang and Pan who returned, plus more than 10 women in the tribe and 2 men, the chief and Xiao. It would be no problem to deal with these 3 women and the lame little boy. So after sending someone to send the person back, Yi Chen hurriedly took everyone on the road. Fortunately, the marks along the way had not been moved, and there were no accidents along the way. We're back. As Yi Chen roared, the people behind him also cheered. At this time, the figure on the watchtower also saw Yi Chen and others clearly, and immediately turned around and ran into the tribe. Not long after, the gate of the tribe slowly opened, and the chief and the Chiofeng people ran out of the camp with the women and came to greet Yi Chen and the others. Seeing these familiar faces, Yi Chen and others also showed bright smiles on their faces. The chief was very happy to see that everyone returned safely, especially when the chief saw the women who went to collect sisal with him, with their backpacks full of sisal. He couldn't stop smiling. You have made quite a harvest this time, said the chief with a smile. Yi Chen nodded. Yes, I was lucky this time and didn't encounter any danger along the way. Hearing this, the women expressed their happiness and took the initiative to help Yi Chen and the others take off the backpacks on their backs. With everyone's joint efforts, all the sisal was soon moved into the tribe. In the end, everyone returned to the tribe safely. After enjoying the cheers and welcome from the tribesmen, Yi Chen let everyone take a short rest. The main thing is that the collected sisal must be processed quickly, first soaking it and then removing the green part. These steps must be done quickly. After all, Yi Chen had been camping in the wild for the past 2 days, and he really felt the cold. The conditions in the wild at night were already very simple, and it was very difficult to endure the night. While thinking, Yi Chen directed his tribesmen to start working. He knew that only by completing these tasks as soon as possible could life in the tribe become better. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart was full of expectations, expecting that the future days would become better and better. Chapter 77, I Have a Cold. After coming back this time, Yi-chan was full of eager anticipation for the linen, and he couldn't wait to make it as soon as possible. However, when he returned to the camp carrying so much sisal, a new problem emerged: the insufficient supply of clean water. There are dozens of kilograms of sisal on site, but it is impossible to soak all of it with the few large vats available. It seems that digging ditches and ponds has become an inevitable task. Yi-chan sighed in his heart. As the tribe continued to grow and develop, more and more water was needed to make various items. Whether it is firing bricks and pottery or cooking and making linen, sufficient water is required. Therefore, solving the problem of clean water supply becomes crucial. Yi-chan already had a clear plan in his mind. He planned to dig a pond in the lake camp and lead a ditch from the lake so that he could get water directly in the camp. This plan is both practical and efficient in meeting the tribe's growing water needs. After a short rest, Yi-chan began to move. He carefully observed the terrain around the tribal camp, looking for the most suitable location to dig ponds and ditches. He knew very well that although this work seemed simple, it was related to the future development of the entire tribe. Once completed, it will not only improve the convenience of life, but also provide solid guarantees for subsequent production activities. At this moment, the campsite by the lake had piled up bricks as high as a hill, and many tiles have been fired and piled aside. It can be said that everything is ready. Yi-chan nodded secretly, thinking that the time was ripe, and without hesitation ordered Chio to quickly make a batch of wooden hoes to make full preparations for digging ditches and ponds. Then, Yi-chan began to visit the new members of the tribe, who were the 4 members of Huang and Zhe. Among them, the young boy named Jie is about the same age as Yi-chan. In the tribe, he is considered a member with certain combat capabilities. Although he lacked combat experience, he possessed excellent physical strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead 3 women across such a long distance. In addition to Jie, the other 3 women were named Yu, Dong, and Un. Although their pronunciation was a little unfamiliar to Yi-chan, he would automatically convert these sounds into text. After all, remembering so many single-word names is a daunting task. After returning to the tribe, Jie lay on the ground to rest. However, he received better treatment. A bedboard was used as a cushion, and soft animal skins were spread under him. In comparison, Ku's treatment was much more miserable. He was lying naked on the cold ground, wrapped only in a piece of tattered animal skin, looking particularly miserable. What's going on with Ku's face? Yi-chan originally came to visit Jie, but he accidentally glanced at Ku lying beside him and found that his face and body were covered with bruises, so he asked curiously, "He hit me. He hit me." Ku became excited when he saw Yi-chan notice the injuries on his body. He shouted in a hoarse voice, clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled slightly. However, he had not yet mastered the skill and was unable to express himself clearly in complete sentences, so he could only repeat the sentence over and over again. "Did Jie call?" Yi-chan frowned slightly, turned to look at Huang and asked, "Yes." Huang nodded and replied. As soon as Jie heard that Ku was a black devil, he rushed over and beat him up on the spot. After saying that, Huang carefully observed Yi-chan's reaction, fearing that Yi-chan would be angry. After all, Yi-chan personally gave the order prohibiting his tribesmen from attacking the captives. Yi-chan looked at Ku quietly, secretly pondering the ins and outs of the matter in his heart. It turned out that after they successfully captured Ku, Yi-chan had clearly warned the tribesmen that no one except the chief and himself was allowed to harass or harm the captives. Otherwise, how could Ku be fed every day and lie on the ground leisurely every day? Except for the chief who came to communicate with him and teach him to speak, no one else cared about him at all. Hee, it's okay. It's normal to get beaten, Yi-chan said with a smile, but there was a hint of helplessness in his heart. He knew that in the primitive world, the tribe was everything, and where there was a tribe was a safe and warm place. However, for him, the Black Devil was the culprit who destroyed the tribe. After he learned that Ku was the Black Devil, he was filled with rage. Even though his leg was injured, he was determined to find a way to beat Ku up and get revenge. But only this time, no fighting can happen casually in the tribe. Yi-chan looked at everyone with a serious expression, a determined light flashing in his eyes. He knew that if this situation was allowed to continue, the tribe would fall into chaos. Therefore, he must establish strict rules as soon as possible to make everyone understand that unity is the way to survive. Although Yi-chan could understand this matter, he also had to quickly establish tribal rules. Otherwise, the tribe would be in chaos, which would not be conducive to the integration of new members. He knew that for the tribe to prosper, there must be a stable environment. So, he decided to strictly require everyone from this moment on to ensure the order of the tribe. Turned to look at the other three women, Dong, and were both quite old. They stood there with awkward looks on their faces, accepting Yi Chen's scrutiny uneasily. They didn't know how the young chief would treat them, and their hearts were filled with fear and anxiety. However, Yi Chen did not let them feel scared for too long. He walked up to them with a smile and said gently, "Don't worry, we are all a family here from now on." Yi Chen's words made Dong and Yin feel relieved. They nodded gratefully and expressed their willingness to follow Yi Chen's arrangements. It's okay. These days, under whose guidance, the three of them took a shower and cleaned themselves up, and they looked much refreshed. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, thinking that although these new members were still a little unfamiliar, as long as they were given time to adapt, they would definitely become part of the tribe. Next, Yi Chen plans to assign them some tasks so that they can integrate into tribal life more quickly. It was Yu, the young mother, who was looking at the child in her arms with an anxious look on her face. She listened to the child's constant crying and rocked her body from side to coax the child. Yi Chen didn't have time to take a closer look at that time, but now seeing Yu's worried look, he also leaned closer to take a look at the child in Yu's arms. He was probably 2 or 3 years old, but his face was a little pale and his nose was runny. He lay in his mother's arms, flapping and crying. "Oh no, could it be a cold?" Yi Chen was shocked and said quickly, "Let me see." As he spoke, he reached out and touched the child's forehead and found that it was indeed a little hot. "Oh, what should I do?" When Yi heard Yi Chen say that the child might have a cold, she suddenly panicked and tears were about to fall. Huang also immediately translated and conveyed the conversation between the two to each other in a timely manner. Yi Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then comforted her, "Don't worry, let me think of a way. You take good care of the baby here." After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Yi nodded gratefully, held the child in her arms, and sat on the bed, gently patting the child's back, hoping to make the child feel more comfortable. Chapter 78, The Collapse of Rain. Yi Chen reached out and gently stroked the forehead of the child in Yu's arms, feeling the unusual heat. His expression suddenly became serious, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. "Oh no, he really has a fever," Yi Chen whispered, his tone full of worry. Seeing Yi Chen's expression change, Yu's heart sank suddenly, and her face turned pale as paper in an instant. She hugged the child tightly in her arms, her eyes revealing helplessness and fear. In the past tribal life, if children became sick or injured and could not recover in time, they would often be ruthlessly abandoned. This cruel reality made Yu feel extremely painful because she knew very well how fragile children's lives were. Thinking of the past practices in the tribe, Yu couldn't help but feel fear. If the child cannot survive the illness, will she have the heart to abandon him like those people did? The thought made her heart ache and tears welled up in her eyes. In this primitive world where everyone relies on themselves for everything, people mainly rely on themselves to fight diseases and rely on their own resistance to deal with various diseases. For young and frail children, this approach is almost impossible. Faced with harsh environment and drastic climate changes, it is difficult for children to resist diseases. A sudden drop in temperature or heavy rain may lead to a reduction in the number of people in the tribe. Therefore, population growth of primitive tribes always faces huge challenges. As a mother, you felt helpless and heartbroken about this. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. She remembered that 2 days ago, when she and her children came to the new tribe, although they were full of fear, at least they found a place to settle down. After drinking a bowl of steaming hot broth and resting in a warm cave under the guidance of the tribal women, she was exhausted from the life of escape and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, just because of some negligence last night, his child became sick. Yesterday, he was just sniffling and spitting, but today he suddenly started to flutter around. She never thought that just one night of negligence could take away her child's precious life. At this moment, you felt endless regret and self-blame. Thinking of this, you could no longer suppress the pain in her heart. She hugged her child tightly and burst into tears. The tribesmen around looked at this scene with worried expressions on their faces. After all, they have all experienced the torture brought by illness to a greater or lesser extent, and they are well aware of the miserable condition of children when they are sick. All right, stop crying." Listening to Yu's shrill cries, Yichen also felt anxious. In order to prevent everyone from falling into silence, Yichen quickly stopped Yu's crying. Huang knew that you still couldn't understand the tribal language, so he quickly spoke to Yu and asked her to stop crying. Hearing Huang's words, Yu slowly raised her head. Through her tearful eyes, she saw Yichen standing in front of her, with anticipation on her face. Huang, tell her, I'm trying to find a solution. Yichen looked at Yu, who had a desperate face in front of him, and the fragile child in his arms, whose face was pale and whose body was trembling slightly. He knew he had to find a solution to the problem quickly, otherwise the child's life might be in danger. Listening to Yu's crying, Yichen felt a little helpless. What the tribe lacked most now was medicine, and there was really nothing they could do about this cold. But Yichen couldn't bear to watch the child in Yu's arms die. He had to find a way to make the child return to normal. At this time, Yichen immediately thought of his own system. The knowledge in it was all-encompassing, and the most important thing was how to use it. In order to stabilize the situation, Yichen immediately asked Huang to comfort Yu and stop him from crying here. Nodding, Huang quickly conveyed Yichen's meaning to Yu. As Huang spoke, Yu slowly calmed down. It is normal for tribes in the primitive world to have different accents. When Huang and Zhe first came to the tribe, they had difficulty communicating because their accents were too heavy. It took them a lot of time and effort to gradually adapt to the environment here and establish good communication with other tribesmen. But the good thing is that although communication is a little difficult, we can still communicate simply by speaking slowly and using gestures. Therefore, for these 4 newly joined tribesmen, Yichen decided to temporarily let Huang and Zhe act as temporary translators to help him communicate with Yu and others. When Yu heard Huang's words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his emotions stabilized a little. She held the child tightly in her arms, her eyes full of expectation, as if she placed all her hopes on Yichen. She hoped that Yichen could help her child overcome the difficulties and make him healthy again. Yichen felt the pressure doubled as he was being watched by everyone. He knew in his heart that this matter was indeed very difficult. The tribe hadn't had a newborn for a long time, and now a child finally arrived, but unexpectedly, he caught a cold as soon as he arrived. In this world, any disease can pose a fatal threat. Adults may be able to survive it, but for young children, it is undoubtedly a huge disaster. Yichen originally hoped to personally raise this child, let him grow up in Yichen's tribe, and be taught by Yichen himself in the future. In this way, due to the long-term influence of Yichen, the child's ability to accept new things will inevitably be much higher than others. Especially in cultural areas such as communication and writing, children will be able to master them quickly. Time was running out, so Yichen hurriedly searched for relevant information in the system. Despite the wealth of knowledge, most approaches require specific drugs and tools as support. Yichen anxiously flipped through the information and finally found a relatively feasible method. This is it. It looks more reliable. Finally, after reading countless materials, Yichen found a relatively reliable method, scraping. For some mild colds, scraping therapy and hot water therapy, as well as keeping warm, might be enough to solve the problem. However, with the tribe now short of supplies, Yichen felt extremely helpless. He had to rack his brains to find a solution, which was undoubtedly a difficult and tedious task. Despite this, Yichen was still determined to solve the problem of his child's cold. So he hurriedly asked Yu to boil a pot of hot water and take out the wolf skin that he had carefully kept. However, when everything was ready, Yichen found that the most important tool was missing, the scraping board. He was extremely anxious and paced around, hoping to find a replacement in the camp. As I recall, scraping boards are usually made of ox horns or wooden blocks, and they look delicate and beautiful. But at this moment, the only things available in the tribe were sheep horns, but these unpolished sheep horns were too thick to be used for scraping children, and even adults could not bear it. Chapter 79 Guasha. Looking at the sheep horn in his hand, Yichen thought about it and decided to give up. Such a rough sheep horn would be unbearable for a 2- or 3-year-old baby. Even an adult would not be able to bear it if it was scratched. So Yichen thought of the most abundant thing in the tribe, which was fish bones. After all, fish bones were much smoother in texture. This saves a lot of effort. The fish bones do not need to be polished. You just need to find bones of the right shape. So he walked quickly to the basket where the bones were stored and began to search in it. Ever since the cave camp was paved with bricks, Yichen has raised his hygiene requirements for everyone to a higher level. In addition to no longer allowing urination and defecation anywhere, he also emphasized that bones should not be thrown around randomly. In order to make it easier for everyone to comply with this rule, Yichen specially asked people to weave several open baskets and clearly required that all bones and fish bones must be thrown into the baskets. Otherwise, once discovered by Yichen, the person involved would be severely reprimanded. After some searching, Yichen finally found a piece of bone that was more in line with his ideal scraping board. This bone looked like a skull, with a relatively rounded shape and a smooth surface. Using it for scraping should not scratch the skin. Yichen carefully scraped his arm with it, feeling the touch and strength of the fish skull. After many attempts, he gradually mastered the technique of using fish skulls as scraping boards. Next, he decided to try this method on children, hoping it would relieve their cold symptoms. Yichen sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do. I can only make do with it for now. Then he quickly ran to his room and took out an oil lamp. He carefully opened the oil lamp cover, took out some of the lard inside, and gently smeared it on the fishbone scraping board. In this way, the bone is suitable for scraping. Yichen was excited and immediately picked up the fish skull and tried to use it to scrape his skin again. This time it is much smoother. The smooth texture is smeared with lard, and it feels much smoother when scraped on the body. While this fish bone isn't perfect compared to a traditional scraping board, it at least offers a viable alternative. Yichen carefully took the child from Yu's arms and gently placed him on the soft wolf skin. Then he took the oiled fish skull and slowly began to shave the child's back. Wow, it's an elephant's trunk. Not bad, not bad, Yichen said softly while scratching the child's back. His movements were gentle and delicate, fearing to hurt the child. When he discovered that the child was a boy, he could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Because in the tribe, boys mean future warriors, the hope and strength of the tribe. Yu stood aside, watching Yichen's every move nervously. Her eyes were full of worry and anxiety. Her hands were clasped tightly against her chest, and she seemed ready to rush over to protect her children at any time. If Wang hadn't held her tightly, she would have rushed to the child. As Yichen continued to scrape, the child's body gradually turned red, but Yichen always remained cautious and patient. Finally, after gently scraping the fish skull for a while, the child who had been struggling constantly gradually calmed down and stopped flapping his arms and legs. Only when Yichen scraped it every time would the child move reflexively. In this way, the child's originally uncomfortable flapping movements will gradually weaken. The uncomfortable expression on his face will gradually disappear, and he will slowly return to a calm expression. Yichen felt relieved when he saw the child's reaction. He knew that this method might have played a certain role. Seeing that the child's back was already red, he stopped what he was doing and said to Yu, "Okay, now you can give him some hot water and let him rest for a while. When he wakes up, you can give him some broth." After saying that, Yichen handed the child to Yu. This is the only condition the tribe has now. Using hot water to heat the soup is already the best treatment we can offer. If that doesn't work, then Yichen has no other options. Yichen thought to himself. Then, Yichen carefully wrapped the child in soft wolf skin to ensure that he would not be affected by the cold. He gently handed the child to Yu and gave her careful instructions. Be sure to keep the child warm and don't let him get blown by the cold wind. Let him stay in my room for the next 2 days. There's a fireplace there, so it'll be warmer. Looking at the child who had fallen asleep, Yichen's eyes were full of concern and worry. He knew that this child needed special care and protection. He hopes that through his own efforts, the child can recover as soon as possible. Yu took the child and nodded gently, indicating that she understood Yichen's meaning. She held the child in her arms, feeling his smooth breathing and sleeping face. She felt as if a huge rock had fallen from her heart, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. Gently patting the child in her arms, the loving look in Yu's eyes never shifted. Yichen felt a little relieved when he saw Yu carrying the child into the room. He knew Yu would do her best to take care of the child, but he was still a little worried. After all, the child had just experienced a life-and-death ordeal and was in very weak physical condition. Since Yichen's room had been occupied by Yu and her son, Yichen could not go back to the room, so he followed everyone to rest in the cave for one night. Yichen declined the idea of Shi, Song, and others to give their rooms to Yichen. He just asked everyone to go back to their rooms and have a good rest, as there would be more things waiting for them tomorrow. Taking advantage of a night rest in the cave, Yichen also specially communicated with the prisoner Ku, preparing to see the results of his recent language learning. After a few simple exchanges, Yichen discovered that Ku had a good learning ability. In just over 10 days, he was able to speak a few simple words of the tribal language. Although the accent was still a little strange, Yichen was very satisfied. Just kidding, in the past 10 days, the chief spent most of his time on Ku, except for eating and sleeping. You know, Yichen entrusted Ku to the chief to teach. Given the chief's personality, if he didn't teach well, he would definitely feel sorry for Yichen's trust in him. Therefore, over the past 10 days, the chief has been teaching Ku with all his heart, hoping that Ku can quickly master the language of the tribe. With the method of holding broth in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, Ku made rapid progress and was already able to exchange a few simple sentences. Yichen looked cool and couldn't help feeling a little relieved. At the same time, Yichen also realized that language communication is crucial for communication and integration between different races. Only through mutual understanding can true friendship and cooperation be established. Therefore, Yichen decided to continue to support the chief's educational work and help Ku better integrate in a tribal life. Chapter 80: The Situation of the Black Demon Tribe. After receiving positive feedback, Yichen was also somewhat happy. Being able to communicate meant that he could slowly understand the information of the Black Demon Tribe. Of course, among these is the information about chili peppers that Yichen is most concerned about. You should know that Yichen attaches great importance to peppers. He has kept the more than 20 peppers he obtained in his room. The original intention of having the chief teach Ku to speak and communicate was to learn about the relevant information about chili peppers. In order to verify the safety of chili peppers, Yichen once tried putting chili pepper foam in a cool broth and let him drink it, and there were no problems. However, the number of peppers in Yichen's hand was limited, and after confirming that the peppers were edible, he resisted the urge to touch them. Worried that continuing the experiment might make it impossible to grow peppers, Yichen decided not to use these peppers easily, but to keep them as precious seeds. In this way, we can harvest more peppers next year and achieve the goal of always having peppers to eat. Taking out a chili pepper and putting it in his hand, Yichen asked Ku what it was. Hashi. This is hashi. He knew at a glance that this thing was taken out from his pocket, so Ku didn't hide anything and answered immediately. Heisai. Hearing such a strange name, Yichen was a little confused. Heisai. Perhaps fearing that Yichen didn't hear clearly, Ku repeated it again, then pretended to put the pepper into his mouth, simulating the action of chewing. Hasi. Hasi. Ku saw that Yichen understood what he meant, and then he pretended that his mouth was very spicy and made a heisai heisai breathing sound. Shit, I think I understand. Looking at Ku's actions in front of him, Yichen nodded thoughtfully. It should be that after this group of people discovered that the chili peppers were edible, they ate them with confidence, but they found them very spicy. They opened their mouths so hard that they breathed in big gulps, making heisai heisai sounds. Hence, the name of chili heisai came into being. In this way, Yichen's worries were finally put to rest. It turned out that they also used peppers as food. This made him feel that his guess was not too wrong. After learning about the uses of chili peppers, Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he began to worry about another thing. Are there many Hasis in your country? Faced with Yichen's question, Ku felt very confused. He didn't understand what more meant, nor did he know how much was considered a lot. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yichen realized that he had asked a difficult question that Ku might not understand, so he changed the subject. Then how far is your place from here? Seeing Ku thinking about the question he asked with a bitter face, Yichen realized that this question was a little beyond Ku's ability, so he decided to change the question. How far? How many sunrises does it take to walk from your tribe to our place? Regarding this question, Ku covered his head and thought for a while, then counted on his fingers. 2 no. 3 sunrises. Then it's not that far. Hearing Ku's answer, Yichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought that the distance would take 2 or 3 sunrises and would probably be about 70 or 80 kilometers. Primitive people have good physical strength, so if they walk 70 or 80 kilometers at full speed in a day, there will definitely be no problem. Of course, this is the most ideal situation, but there are no concrete roads in the wild in the primitive world, and there are deadly dangers everywhere. Under normal circumstances, 20 to 30 kilometers of safe walking in the wild in a day is already the limit, and in 3 days, the distance is about 70 kilometers. People are like this. They're always curious about unknown things and want to find out more. But when he realized that the result was not in his favor, he began to worry and feel depressed. Just like Yichen now, he was originally curious about Ku's origin, but when he learned that the distance was not far, he felt a little worried. All right, starting tomorrow, he'll have to participate in the tribe's labor. Seeing Ku starting to feel sleepy again, Yi-chan felt helpless and was secretly calculating his heart. This Ku has been eating and drinking for free in the tribe for more than 10 days. We can't let him continue like this. After all, if Ku continues to be kept as a prisoner in the camp, someone will have to be sent to look after him. If he could be released, it will be like having an extra laborer. Therefore, he must contribute to the construction of the tribe. The next morning, the sun was shining all over the earth. Yi-chan got up early, his heart full of anticipation and determination. He decided that from this day on, he would lead his people to dig a ditch connecting the lake and the lake camp, and to dig a pond in the lake camp. This project will not only greatly facilitate the tribe's water supply problem, but will also become a major feat in the tribe's development history. Although the ditch is only about 700 meters long in a straight line, it is the largest construction project in the tribe's history. However, such a large-scale project will inevitably place higher demands on the labor force. Yi-chan estimated that even if the entire tribe was mobilized to participate in the excavation work, it would take at least 3 days to complete. He immediately gathered his tribesmen and explained in detail the plan and steps of the entire project, encouraging everyone to work together and forge ahead courageously. Encouraged by Yi-chan, the tribesmen responded one after another and expressed their willingness to give their all. They realized that this project was not only about the convenience of personal life, but also for the future of the tribe. Yi-chan felt deeply gratified. He knew that as long as they were united, no difficulties could be overcome. To be on the safe side, Yi-chan decided to let Ku stay in the lake camp and be responsible for digging the pond. However, his hands and feet were still tied with ropes to ensure his safety. Yi-chan deliberately left a distance of 10 centimeters so that Ku would have enough space to work, but would not have the opportunity to exercise too vigorously and trip himself. Since this was the first day of being cool, Yi-chan was still a little worried. So, he deliberately asked Song and Yu to stay in the camp, on the one hand to monitor Ku's every move, and on the other hand to be responsible for the safety of the camp. Under Yi-chan's careful arrangement, all the remaining people were sent into the wild. They first started digging outside the camp along the route drawn by Yi-chan, and then slowly extended it towards the lake. Because a culvert was to be built, bricks and lime were needed to build the edges of the culvert to ensure the durability and stability of the project. Yi-chan carefully measured it with a brick, and, after calculation, he found that he needed to dig down about 30 centimeters to accommodate a brick. At that time, by combining the 4 bricks together, a complete ditch can be formed. Finally, soil and branches were laid on top of the bricks. No one would have imagined that there was a ditch under their feet. Perhaps because he had been tied up and lying there for more than 10 days, Ku felt extremely uncomfortable after the ropes on his body were loosened. He twisted his body and slowly stood up, and for a moment he was a little unsteady. After a little adaptation, I was able to walk slowly, but because my calves were tied with ropes, I could only walk in small steps, and my posture was a bit funny. Yi-chan didn't care about all this. He just gave him a wooden hoe and asked him to start digging in the ground like the others did. Yi-chan had already marked the lake camp. It was a 3-meter by 3-meter square mark. The tribesmen only needed to dig down along this mark. Yi-chan didn't dare to give him a sharp wooden stick right away. What if he suddenly attacked and hurt someone? It would be safer to give him a wooden hoe. After waving 2 hoes, Ku found that this thing was unexpectedly useful for digging the ground. He had been lying in the camp for so long that he probably knew how to use the wooden hoe. Besides, I have been lying on the ground for so many days and I have long wanted to move around. I have endless energy now. As he was digging, he became so absorbed in it that he didn't even notice that someone was watching him. Chapter 81 Cool Ideas. After a whole day's work, the pond in the lake camp had been dug nearly 1 meter deeper. Due to the limitations of tools, the excavation efficiency is relatively low. If modern tools are used, at least 20 to 30 meters can be excavated in a day. But now everyone is using wooden hoes and bones, and the efficiency of digging is shockingly slow. Everyone works very hard, but in the end there is no movement. The first 20 to 30 centimeters of soil are relatively soft and can be scooped out directly with your hands. But as the depth increases, the difficulty gradually increases. There was compacted soil underneath, which was very hard. It was necessary to use leg bones as hammers to break it up, otherwise a large piece of compacted soil could not be transported up at all. At the same time, clay pots must be used to hold the soil, otherwise the efficiency will be even lower. Throughout the entire process, Yi-chan noticed that Ku, as a captive, did not show any impatience. Instead, he dug vigorously, a wooden hoe in his hand, concentrating on his work and completely ignoring the presence of those around him. It was a risky act for Yi-chun to give Ku a certain degree of freedom of movement, because he was an adult male after all, and holding tools could bring potential danger. Although the tool was just a wooden hoe, even though it wasn't sharp, it made people worry that Ku might suddenly go crazy and hurt someone. Therefore, Yi-chun specially arranged Song and Yu to be responsible for surveillance. There is no doubt about Song's strength. His fighting ability is very strong, and even in the hunting team, there are only a few people who could defeat him. Yu plays the role of remote control, standing far away and paying close attention to Ku's every move. If there is any abnormality, he will immediately shoot the arrow in his hand. Even with these two people waiting here, Yi-chun still felt uneasy. He often came to the lake camp with weapons in hand to check, always on the lookout for Ku's behavior. Surprisingly, however, Ku showed no sign of wanting to resist or escape. On the contrary, he was digging the pond with great concentration, digging with the wooden hoe in his hand. In fact, for Ku, becoming a captive of this tribe turned out to be a blessing. It provides a safe living environment and hot meals every day. It is simply like heaven. Ku himself often went hungry in the tribe and had never enjoyed having fixed food to eat every day, and it was so delicious. If someone had told him before he was captured that he would have something to eat at a fixed time every day, and that the food would be steaming hot and delicious. If Ku heard these words at that time, he would definitely brandish the weapon in his hand and beat him up severely on the spot. How could he dare to deceive him with such a fairy tale? In addition, during the past 10 days, everything in this tribe shocked Ku, such as this magical thing that was as tall as a person. With it, everyone in the tribe could rest and sleep peacefully. Ku was very fascinated by this thing. Every day, when he was tied up and lying in the camp with nothing to do, he would carefully observe the wall not far away from him. He simply couldn't imagine how these bricks that looked exactly the same were made. And who came up with the idea that by placing these bricks in a regular pattern, they could better protect against dangers from outside? Then there is this house. You can actually build a house out of thin air on the ground and let people live in it. They say it is much more comfortable than living in a cave. Moreover, these houses are built with bricks and are very strong, capable of resisting attacks from wild beasts and foreign enemies. In addition, there are many other facilities in the tribe, such as warehouses, kitchens, toilets, etc., which are cool things that I have never seen before. But what really makes Ku feel magical is the fish. This was the first time Ku had seen such a strange creature that couldn't even live on the ground. The people in the tribe didn't know where it came from. It tastes good when cooked in a clay pot, but it is easy to get stuck with thorns, which makes Ku a little scared. The first time Ku ate fish, he also got a fish bone stuck in his throat. Fortunately, everyone in the tribe now has experience. Several people held down Ku, who was constantly rolling around, and the chief picked up the fish bone with chopsticks, thus saving Ku's life. Therefore, everything here is so magical to Ku. In fact, Ku is always afraid of what will happen if he is kicked out. The three of them went out hunting, but ended up with nothing and lost 2 of their tribesmen. They would definitely not have a good time if they returned. Thinking about the punishment he might face after returning, Ku was also afraid from the bottom of his heart, so the best choice for him was to stay here and never go back. After all, there's not only sufficient food supply here, but also safe and comfortable housing. More importantly, he feels an unprecedented sense of security and stability here. Combined with what he had seen and heard in this tribe during this period, he felt very shocked. The lifestyle of this tribe was completely different from what he had previously known, but they were able to survive here and gradually grow stronger. This made him full of curiosity and anticipation about this tribe. At the same time, today also gave him a tool to do tribal things, which made Ku see the hope of integrating into the tribe and becoming one of it, so he also took it very seriously. When Ku got the wooden hoe, he felt a strong curiosity and sense of responsibility. He had never seen anything like it before, and had no idea what it was used for. But now, he finally has the opportunity to use it himself to dig a pond, which makes him very excited. Similarly, Ku thought that this was a signal that the tribe was willing to accept him. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to become a member of the tribe. After a whole morning of surveillance, Yi-chun discovered that Ku really had no intention of escaping, and he didn't even find any trace of escape. This made Yi-chun feel a little relieved. It seemed that Ku had begun to slowly adapt to life here. Yi-chan decided to continue to let Song and Yu keep a close eye on Ku to ensure that he would not do anything dangerous or detrimental to the tribe. He walked out of the camp with peace of mind to check the progress of the ditch excavation outside. Yi-chan attaches great importance to this ditch because it is related to the survival and development of the entire tribe. Yi-chan is well aware of the importance of this ditch, so he has extremely high requirements for its quality. He didn't want to see the ditch that he and his tribe had dug with great effort have problems within a few days. The first step is excavation, which is a big project that requires a lot of physical strength and time. Yi-chan led everyone in their efforts and finally dug a trench nearly 50 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters deep. Looking at the results before their eyes, everyone was very satisfied. Chapter 82: The Water is Coming. After the outline of the entire ditch was dug out, all that remained was construction. First, pave the bottom and left and right sides of the ditch with bricks, and then apply a layer of mud inside to fill the gaps between the bricks. Following Yi-chan's command, everyone started working hard. After some effort, the inside of the ditch was made very smooth. This is when the bones come into play. The tribe lacks everything except bones. I found a pile of flat bones to use as cutters and trimmed the mud on the surface of the bricks, so that the entire surface became very smooth. After completing this step, Yi-chan led everyone to apply a layer of lime powder on the surface, so that a completely leak-proof ditch could be made. Everyone followed his instructions and carefully completed the final steps. In order to protect the ditch from being discovered by wild animals, Yi-chan also came up with a clever idea. The ditch is covered with bricks and covered with branches and soil at other times. This will not affect the normal use of the ditch and will prevent it from being discovered by wild animals. Of course, there is no need to worry if the ditch becomes blocked or leaks in the future. Yi-chan pointed to the ditch and explained to everyone that when the time comes, they only need to turn over the bricks on it to easily carry out inspection and repairs. For the current situation, this is the best solution. In this way, 3 days passed. Everyone worked very hard, but no one complained. They knew that all this was for survival and for a better future. With the joint efforts of everyone, a perfect ditch was finally built. It not only solved the tribe's drinking water problem, but also made everyone feel the power of the tool. If we just rely on our hands, I don't know how long it will take, but with tools like wooden hose and leg bones, our efficiency has improved a lot. The pond in the lake camp has also been dug and built using materials such as bricks, mud, and lime powder. The pond is 3 meters by 3 meters and more than 4 meters deep. Nearly half a meter of it is above the ground to prevent people from accidentally falling into it. At the same time, the ditch outside the camp was gradually completed in the same way and covered with bricks, but there was still a distance of 1 meter from the lake where construction had not yet started. Since the lake was still quite dangerous for primitive people, they could only use wooden hose to quickly dig a small ditch. With the current level of technology, it is impossible to directly build a ditch connecting the lake, so the only option is to dig a small ditch. In addition, some people were sent to patrol the surrounding area and pay close attention to the surrounding security situation, especially the situation in the lake, to prevent any wild beast from suddenly rushing out of the lake. The people on the other side were also working hard to dig the ditch, and they extended it to the edge of the lake at an astonishing speed. There are only the last 30 centimeters left to the goal. Just dig a little more and it will be connected to the lake. At this time, Yi-chan directed people to pick up sharp wooden sticks and dig hard on the ground, carving a small trench along the direction of the ditch towards the lake. This is done to guide the lake water to flow slowly into the ditch. Here it comes. Here it comes. Finally, along the small groove drawn by the wooden stick, the lake water began to flow slowly, and under the expectant gaze of everyone, it gradually poured into the ditch. Hurry up and check the lake camp. Is the water here? Seeing the lake water flowing smoothly into the ditch and slowly entering the culvert prepared in advance, everyone's heart was filled with excitement and joy. Yi-chan immediately sent Pan back to the camp to check if there was any water flowing there. Pan ran quickly. His mood was equally anxious and excited. He knew that if all went well, the effort would bring a valuable source of water to the camp. Everyone was waiting anxiously, and after a while, they heard a sound coming from a distance. The water is coming. The water is coming. In the distance, Pan's agile figure had not yet appeared in people's sight, but his roar full of excitement and anticipation had already clearly reached everyone's ears. That's great. There's water. Great. When people finally heard what Pan was shouting, they could no longer contain their joy and cheered. Yi-chan did not hide his excitement. He raised his right hand high and waved it vigorously in the air, as if celebrating a great victory. His face was filled with a huge smile, and he couldn't stop smiling. Let's go. Go back to the camp and take a look. At this moment, the joy in Yi Chen's heart surged like a tide, and he couldn't wait to witness this historic moment with his own eyes. So he immediately called everyone back to the lake camp to check the specific situation there. Finally, there's water. Not long after, Yi Chen and others returned to the camp with great excitement. They were pleasantly surprised to find that a stream of clear water was flowing out of the culvert continuously, like a cheerful stream flowing into the pond. At this time, as the news that there was water in the pond quickly spread throughout the tribe, all the tribesmen gathered around. Their eyes were fixed on the flowing clear water, and everyone's face was filled with unspeakable excitement and joy. In the primitive world, water and food are the biggest challenges facing every tribe, and they are directly related to the survival of the tribe. Most tribes have racked their brains to solve the water problem. They hope to be closer to the water source so that they can more easily obtain precious water resources. However, the water source also attracted countless ferocious wild beasts, which greatly increased the risk of the tribe being attacked by wild beasts after approaching the water source. Faced with this dilemma, people had to reconsider the location of the tribe and ultimately chose to move away from water sources to ensure safety. But the problem that followed was that getting water became difficult. Traveling back and forth between the water source and the tribe every day was time-consuming and dangerous. This went on, but the tribe never found a perfect solution. For people like Huang and Zhe who fled here from other tribes, they still remember vividly the scene of their tribesmen being injured while fetching water. Even Cool, who came from the Black Demon tribe, had deeply painful memories of fetching water. These memories are deeply engraved in their hearts, becoming a pain that can never be erased. Yi Chen looked at the culvert in front of him, his heart filled with joy. The tribesmen around him looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of admiration. No one expected that the method Yi Chen came up with could actually make the lake water flow into the tribe obediently, so that the tribe's water source would be inexhaustible in the future. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for civilization points +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for civilization points +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for civilization points +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for civilization points +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for civilization points +1. Chapter 83 Transfer of Power. Yi Chen was in a good mood when he heard the voice from the system. He knew that the increase in these civilization points meant that his efforts were recognized and that he was one step closer to building a more powerful civilization. However, he soon discovered a problem. Normally, there should only be 4 new members joining this time, but the system indicated that 5 civilization points had been added. Yi Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He began to think about how these 5 civilization points came about. Isn't there a cool one? How could I forget it? Yi Chen slapped his head and said with some annoyance as he looked at the cool people celebrating the success of the ditch in the wild. After glancing around, Yi Chen finally discovered his blind spot, which was Kulu, who had been a captive in the tribe for more than 10 days. After witnessing the tribal scenes for so many days and personally participating in the construction of ditches and ponds, Ku finally developed a sense of admiration for Yi Chen. In order to repair the ditch and pond as quickly as possible, Yi Chen basically mobilized everyone in the tribe. Even the 3 women, Yu and Dong, who had only joined the tribe for 2 or 3 days, all joined in the ditch digging work. During this process, Ku felt Yi Chen's leadership and organizational abilities and also saw the unity and hard work of the tribal members. He began to think that if he could become a member of such a tribe, perhaps his life would be better. Yi Chen walked up to Ku and said with a smile, "Ku, what do you think of our tribe?" Ku nodded, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Awesome." As he spoke, Ku gave a thumbs up. This was new knowledge he had learned in the tribe. Yi Chen smiled and continued, "In fact, we still have a lot of things to do, such as expanding farmland, building houses, and so on. If you are willing, I hope you can join the tribe and build our tribe together." A hint of surprise flashed in Ku's eyes, and he nodded quickly. "Great, I'm willing to join." Yi Chen patted Ku's shoulder happily. "Welcome to our tribe. From today on, you are one of us." Just then, he noticed a figure in the crowd. It was a young man, his face filled with curiosity and joy, quietly observing the culvert. Yi Chen immediately remembered who this person was. He was one of Huang Hezi's tribesmen, named Jie. Although his leg was injured, he still insisted on coming here to watch. Despite his poor physical condition and limited mobility, he is still willing to integrate into the tribe and participate in various activities. Chio's craftsmanship is improving rapidly now. After learning that the tribe of Jie and his 4 companions has been destroyed, everyone feels sympathy for him. Seeing Jie slowly recovering, Chio made him a pair of crutches so that he could try to walk slowly. The only people in the tribe who were resting were Chio and Jie, 2 people who were unable to move. Everyone else, including the chief, was actively working. They worked together and finally succeeded in building the ditch and pond. When the lake water was successfully diverted, everyone felt extremely excited and encouraged. At this moment, they truly realized that Yi Chen's plan was so great. It not only solved the water problem, but also brought vitality and vigor to the entire tribe. Excited, Yi Chen immediately took action. He took out a clay pot and asked Yin to get him some bark ropes. Then, Yi Chen started to get busy in front of everyone. In order to ensure the safety of the pottery jars, Yi Chen specifically requested that each pottery jar be wrapped with a basket woven with bark ropes and vines. This design can not only prevent the pottery jar from being damaged by collision, but also make it convenient for people to carry the pottery jar. With such a basket, the pottery pot will not be damaged even if some minor collisions occur. At the same time, people no longer need to use both hands to lift the pottery jar and can easily operate it with one hand. Then you can make use of it at this time. Tie a knot on the basket with a bark rope, and then reserve about 1 meter of rope so that you can put the pottery jar directly into the pond. Now, there's not much water flowing into the lake, only about 1/3 of the pond, but it is completely sufficient to use a clay pot to draw water. Yi Chen first tightened the rope, then slowly lowered the pottery jar in front of everyone until the entire pottery jar was completely immersed in the water, and then slowly pulled the pottery jar up. It seems that lack of water is still not enough. We can consider making a stent. Since the pond was not full of water at the moment, when Yi Chen pulled the pottery jar upwards, the pottery jar filled with water stuck to the wall of the pond due to gravity and made a hissing sound when he pulled it. This made Yi Chen think that if there was more water in the pond, it might affect the quality of the water taken out. However, there is no need to worry about this problem for the time being. As long as the pond is filled with water later, this situation will naturally not happen. Yi Chen looked at the clear lake water in the pottery jar and felt very satisfied. Seeing Yi Chen pick up a full jar of water, the surrounding tribesmen began to celebrate. They hugged each other, jumped, and their faces were filled with joy and excitement. At this moment, they felt the hope and change brought by Yi Chen. Yes, just like that, the tribe no longer needed to go out to fetch water every day. In the past, due to the development needs of the tribe, people had to be sent to the lake to fetch water 4 or 5 times a day. This not only consumed a lot of time and manpower, but also restricted the development of the tribe. And now, with Yi Chen's invention, everything has become easy. The chief, in particular, looked at the pond before him with excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. His breathing was fluctuating, as if he was making a difficult decision. "Attention, everyone!" Suddenly, the chief shouted loudly. His voice broke the crowd's revelry. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the chief in confusion. They didn't understand why the chief asked everyone to stop at this joyous moment. Yi Chen was also very surprised. He was originally immersed in the cheerful atmosphere and admiring everyone's bright smiles. However, the chief's shout brought him back from his beautiful fantasy. The chief walked quickly to Yi Chen, grabbed Yi Chen's right hand, and raised it high. Then, he took off a necklace from his neck without hesitation. The necklace was made of various animal bones. Although simple, it looked extremely precious. What does this mean? Yi Chen widened his eyes and looked at the chief with confusion as he put the necklace around his neck. He frowned and smelled the sweat odor on the necklace. He couldn't help feeling nauseous, but he couldn't show it. So he had to suppress the discomfort and put on an awkward but polite smile on his face. However, before he could figure out the situation, the chief suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's raised right hand and started shouting, "Chief! Chen is the chief." Yi Chen was startled by this sudden action. He was completely stunned and had no idea what was going on. "What?" Yi Chen came back to his senses, his mouth wide open, looking at the chief and the excited crowd around him with a blank face. He originally thought it was just a simple ceremony or a joke, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. At this moment, the people around also cheered along with the chief. The sound was deafening and shocked Yi Chen. Chapter 84, New Chief Yi Chen. Without giving Yi Chen much time to react, everyone in the tribe started cheering. As everyone cheered, Yi Chen opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. The chief reacted quickly and immediately waved his hand to signal everyone to stop cheering. Under the gaze of everyone, the chief knelt down on the ground with a serious face, his whole body prostrating on the ground, expressing his respect and loyalty to Yi Chen. At this time, everyone immediately followed suit. All of a sudden, everyone in the tribe prostrated themselves on the ground like the chief, using this special way to express their respect for Yi Chen for becoming the chief. When Yi Chen saw everyone's actions, he couldn't help but feel moved and surprised. Unexpectedly, the people in the primitive tribes also understood that if they wanted to express their submission, they could only fully express this emotion by crawling on the ground. He quickly shouted, all right, everybody get up." After hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone slowly stood up, but their eyes were still full of respect as they looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen touched the necklace on his neck and smelled the sweat odor coming from the necklace. While holding back the smell, Yi Chen began to think. He suddenly realized that becoming the chief was not a bad thing, because now the people in the tribe were accustomed to obeying his orders. In that case, why doesn't he formally accept this identity and serve as the supreme leader of the tribe? In this way, he can better lead everyone and build a better home together. In an instant, Yi Chen decided to accept this new role calmly and work hard to lead the tribe to a prosperous future. At this moment, Yi Chen was also looking around, his eyes slowly sweeping across the faces of everyone in the tribe. Whether it was Ku, who was once a captive, or you and others who had just joined the tribe a few days ago, their expressions seemed very natural, without any trace of artificiality, and their eyes were full of respect. Obviously, their respect for Yi Chen was not pretended, but came from the heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Yi Chen's contribution to this tribe is undoubtedly huge. Not only did he successfully solve the two major problems facing the tribe, food and water, but he also brought new hope and vitality to the entire tribe. In particular, the stone ropes and bows and arrows invented by Yi Chen greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the tribe. When he and his people caught piranhas from a lake, they became a stable source of food for the tribe, and no one went hungry anymore. This time, Yi Chen also solved the tribe's water problem. Previously, due to the wild beasts around the lake and the piranhas in the lake, it was extremely difficult for the tribe to get water, and it could even be life-threatening. However, Yi Chen successfully brought lake water into the tribe by building an underground canal, thus completely solving the water problem. Yi Chen successfully solved two major problems that plagued the survival of the tribe, which made the chief realize that it was meaningless for him to continue to hold this position. Over the years, the chief had learned what the previous chief taught him, plus some knowledge he learned from the murals in the cave, but no new progress had been made since then. He once thought that this was the best the tribe could achieve. However, when Yi Chen said that he was the one chosen by the gods, he showed many amazing things. He taught everyone how to make pottery, cook broth, and make rope stones, bows and arrows, wooden shields, and other items, which were magical inventions that the chief had never thought of before. As a chief for many years, he admired Yi Chen's great contribution to the tribe in just 3 months. In the past 3 months, the chief himself could clearly feel that he had learned more new knowledge than ever before. At this point, the chief also began to firmly believe that Yi Chen was the person chosen by the gods and the one who could lead the tribe to a better life. So the chief decided to hand over the position of chief to him, which was also a natural thing. The chief, who had figured all this out, secretly told himself, Yi Chen can lead everyone to solve the drinking water problem and let everyone eat meat, and he will definitely be able to lead everyone to a better life. He calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and then announced in public, "From today on, Yi Chen is the new chief of our tribe." In the primitive world, there were no complicated rituals and procedures. Everything was for the purpose of survival. Whoever can lead the tribe to a better life will be the chief, and this is something everyone can agree on. Since everyone agrees, there are so many procedures. It is enough for everyone to express their approval and submission. In this way, Yi Chen officially took over the position of chief. Looking at the respectful eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility in his heart. He realized that as a chief, he must shoulder the responsibility of leading the entire tribe to grow and develop. He straightened his chest and said loudly, "Please rest assured, I will definitely work hard to make everyone live a better life." After completing a simple power transfer ceremony, Yi-chun immediately got down to work. He ordered the hunting party to quickly head to the lake to catch fresh fish in preparation for the evening celebrations. At the same time, he also invited everyone in the tribe to attend the feast to celebrate his becoming chief and the completion of the water source project. At dinner, everyone sat around the campfire, enjoying the delicious fish in a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Despite the limited conditions, everyone's face was filled with joy. Yi-chun shared food with everyone and talked about future plans, and the relationship between them became closer. Due to limited conditions, after the dinner, everyone returned to their respective caves to rest. Taking advantage of this rare moment of leisure, Yi-chun finally couldn't help but ask his tribesmen a question that he had always been curious about. "What's the name of our chief?" After getting the answer, Yi-chun couldn't help but feel surprised. It turned out that the chief's name was Han. This name sounds pretty good. Yi-chun thought that if it were placed in modern society, it might become a very popular name. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, and Yi-chun started to get busy early. Even though he was now a chief, the amount of work he needed to do remained the same. Yi-chun knew very well that as a chief, he should set an example, work hard, and lead his people to a better life. After 3 days of continuous soaking, the sisal finally reached the ideal state for fiber extraction. The sisal must then be carefully processed to create strong, durable clothing. Although making a complete piece of clothing involves many complicated steps and strict requirements, the most important thing at the moment is to make a set of clothes first so that everyone in the tribe can see that their hard work during this period has not been in vain. Only in this way will subsequent improvements become relatively easier. Chapter 85, Group Favorite Laifu. At this point, Ku finally achieved his wish, successfully joined the tribe, and became a member of the hunting team, and began to actively participate in the training of the hunting team. He was in a particularly good mood after putting on his full armor, and his whole body exuded confidence and vitality. In addition, Ku has now become accustomed to the tribal living habits and washes his body every 2 or 3 days. He looks very energetic. Whether in a civilized society or a primitive tribe, everyone has the same pursuit of a better life. If they can make their lives better, everyone will get used to it quickly. For example, taking a shower. After trying it twice, Ku was completely used to it and even wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. And then there's this set of equipment. Once I put on the armor and wooden shield, I suddenly felt like I could go in and out of this primeval forest as I pleased. Ku had been coveting this set of equipment for a long time. As a prisoner at the time, he looked at the equipment on Shur and others every day, his eyes full of envy and desire. Now, he finally has the opportunity to wear these dream equipment, and the joy in his heart is beyond words. At the same time, Jia, a half-grown child, also put on the equipment. During this time in the tribe, Jia was slowly recuperating and gradually regaining his health. Now he looks refreshed and his eyes are determined, but the injury on his leg will still take some time to heal. Although Yi-chun did not force Jia to join the hunting team for training, when Jia saw Ku wearing the hunting team's equipment, his inner enthusiasm was ignited. He offered to join the hunting party, showing his determination and courage. There were some grudges between the 2 new members of the hunting team, Ku and Jia, which were quickly resolved by Yi-chun. After all, if the hunting team is still entangled in personal grudges, it will affect the safety of the hunting team in the wild. This is something Yi-chun cannot allow. This happened when Jia first came to the tribe and learned that Ku was from the Black Demon tribe. He immediately dragged his injured leg, endured the pain, limped over, and beat Ku up severely. At that time, Ku was still a prisoner, his whole body tightly tied up, and he had no chance to fight back at all. Faced with the ruthless Jia, he could only passively take the beating and was eventually beaten black and blue. Thus, the feud between the 2 men was finally established. Although they had never had any violent conflicts, the atmosphere between them was always cold and distant. However, if the situation were limited to the tribal camp, it might not be a big problem. But the key point is that the 2 are about to join a hunting team, and if they remain in this state in the wild environment, it will be extremely dangerous. Therefore, before the 2 join the hunting team and officially receive their equipment, Yi-chun specially arranged for them to sit down and have a good talk. The 2 of them sat awkwardly on a newly built stone bench, twisting their bodies uncomfortably. They were obviously very uncomfortable with this kind of occasion, but they did not dare to show dissatisfaction or resistance in front of Yi-chun. Because Yi-chun always had a gentle smile on his face, it was impossible to refuse his request. Especially when they saw each other, there was obvious impatience in their eyes, and they seemed to be full of disgust towards each other. If they had not just joined the tribe, they might not even think of making eye contact, let alone sitting together and chatting. Yi Chun, holding Lai Fu with a relaxed look on his face, sat aside and looked at the two of them with a smile. Sitting beside him were Huang, Hong, and Shi. The reason he called these three people here was actually to have them serve as witnesses. After all, as the leader, Yi Chen's words must carry weight, and he cannot easily favor any side. After today's mediation, if Ku and Jie still refuse to repent, then Yi Chun can only take drastic measures to solve the problem. He hopes that through this gathering, the two people will understand that unity is the key to the development of the tribe. Lai Fu has grown so big, it's a bit heavy to hold him. Yi Chen Sigit. The scene gradually became deserted. Yi Chun felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to speak and break the deadlock. He did not directly persuade the two to let go of their grudge, but started with the cute little wolf cub Lai Fu and talked about its growth experience. After nearly a month of domestication, the little wolf cub Lai Fu has completely adapted to life in the tribe. It makes humming sounds every day, and its cute appearance makes people want to hug it. Therefore, Lai Fu felt like he was the darling of the tribe, and everyone liked to hold him in their arms and tease him. Looking at Lai Fu, who was licking Yi Chen's palm and running around in Yi Chen's arms, everyone smiled. Lai Fu was the wolf cub of the wild wolf pack that attacked the tribe. We wiped them all out back then. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Yi Chun began to tell the story. Later, when they found Lai Fu, Song and the others were about to kill him, but I stopped them. Listening to Yi Chen's story, Shi and Huang, as witnesses, nodded slowly, recalling that the several sneak attacks by the wild wolf pack were also very dangerous. At that time, everyone was afraid that Lai Fu would continue to attack the tribe members when he grew up. But look, would Lai Fu now have the thought of attacking the tribe members? As he spoke, Yi Chun lifted up Lai Fu in his arms. Lai Fu immediately began to hum again, looking uncomfortable. Seeing Lai Fu looking docile at the moment, everyone shook their heads. They couldn't see that Fu would have any tendency to attack his fellow tribesmen in the future. Lai Fu has lived in the tribe since he was young and grew up with us. He has a deep affection for us. Furthermore, we can train Lai Fu to become our partner and guardian. Yi Chen's words made everyone fall into deep thought. They realized that this was also possible. Lai Fu might become an important member of the tribe in the future. If that's the case, then the same goes for you. In an instant, Yi Chun changed the subject and glanced sharply at Ku and Jie. His voice was low and firm. From now on, you are part of our tribe. This will be your new home. If you continue to hate each other, you will become a threat to your people. After saying that, Yi Chen's eyes became more fierce, staring at them closely, not missing any subtle expressions. If you cannot let go of past hatred and grudges, then the tribe will no longer accept you, because you do not sincerely want the tribe members to live a good life. Yi Chen's tone was stern and full of warning. Having said this, Yi Chen paused for a moment and waved his hand to signal Huang and Hong to translate what he said to Ku and Jie. Although the two were able to communicate in a simple way, they still needed the help of Huang and Hong's translation to convey complex meanings accurately. At this moment, Huang and Hong's roles became particularly important. They were not only the messengers of Yi Chen's words, but also the witnesses of this conversation. After all, Ku and Jie will go hunting with the hunting team in the future, and everything must be explained clearly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jie is a member of Huang's tribe, so there is no problem for the two to communicate, but Huang's translation ability is limited, so this is the only temporary transition. As for Ku, there was nothing he could do but let Hong handle it. After all, Hong could be considered Ku's teacher, and their communication was relatively smooth. Chapter 86 Hunting Team Training Plan. After Ku and Jie roughly understood what Yi Chen meant, they couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. They lowered their heads in embarrassment and didn't dare to look anyone in the eye. After all, both of them sincerely wanted to join the tribe, and they also knew that what Yi Chen said was true. If there is no internal unity, the danger will be magnified when going out hunting. No one dares to turn his back to someone who has a grudge against him. Isn't that seeking death? If you two are truly willing to join the tribe and go hunting for it, then you must let go of your previous hatred. Yi Chen stood up, still holding Lai Fu in his arms, and looked at the two of them with a firm gaze. When they felt Yi Chen's gaze, they immediately straightened up, their eyes full of sincerity and concentration. In the end, At Yi Chen's suggestion, the two decided to put aside their past conflicts and achieve the first handshake and peace in the history of the tribe. Yi Chen motioned for the two to come to him, then gently pulled their hands, put them together, and held them tightly. Then, Yi Chen held their hands tightly to express his support for their reconciliation. Ku and Jie seemed a little uneasy about this sudden move. They didn't understand the significance of doing this, but they still tried their best to cooperate with Yi Chen and tried to stay calm. Their eyes darted around, as if they didn't know where to look. However, infected by Yi Chen's warm smile, the two gradually relaxed, began to look at each other, and smiled friendly. This smile instantly broke the previous tense atmosphere and made the whole scene harmonious and friendly. After successfully resolving the conflict between the two, Yi Chen invited them to join the hunting team without hesitation. In this way, the size of the hunting team expanded to 11 people. As for Hong, who abdicated from the position of chief, although he was willing to join the hunting team, Yi Chen did not agree. Yi Chen took into consideration that Hong had certain experience and ability in tribal management. If Yi Chen led the hunting team out, Hong would become the temporary manager of the tribe, similar to the deputy chief of the tribe. In addition, Yi Chen is cautious about whether Ku and Jie have truly let go of their past grudges, so he asked Shi to step up his supervision of them to avoid any possible conflicts or accidents. At the same time, Yi Chen began to formulate a training plan for the hunting team. With the tribe's food and water problem solved, Yi Chen realized that it was time to organize the training of the hunting team. In order to better design the training methods for the hunting team, Yi Chen consulted a large amount of information in the system and made adjustments and improvements based on the actual situation of the tribe. Before this, the hunting team lacked a systematic training method, and the team members just practiced on their own in their free time. People who are interested or have high self-demands will find an open space to start self-training during their rest time. For example, Yu and Hua, the team members responsible for long-range attacks, will take the initiative to find a place to train during their rest time, striving to improve their hit rate. Some lazy people had no interest in this and just lay down to rest after returning to the tribe. Yi Chen believed that this method could not fully tap the team's potential, so he began to think about how to improve the overall quality and combat effectiveness of the hunting team. First, the hunting schedule needs to be adjusted to go hunting every 2 days. After the hunting team comes back, they will rest for a day and set out again. During this day of rest, we should not waste time and should set aside half a day for training. Next, Yi Chen divided the hunting team into 2 categories, melee and ranged. For members who are good at close combat like Shi, Sung, and others, they should be concentrated in the late camp for combat training. By using wooden sticks and wooden shields to simulate actual combat scenarios, they can become more proficient in using wooden shield defense techniques. As for archers like Yu and Hua, they need to focus on strengthening their archery skills training. You can shoot at moving targets, for example. Have one person throw objects while the rest of the team shoots at the same time to increase the accuracy of the bow and arrow. However, in order to prevent the bow and arrow from being scrapped, Yi Chen thought carefully and came up with a solution. He knew that using stones as training targets would cause severe wear and tear on arrows, so he decided to use bark rope to make a moving target. He rolled the weeds and leaves into a ball about the size of football, and then tied it into a ball with bark rope to increase the accuracy of the throw. As the hunting team continued to train, Yi Chen was busy instructing the women in the extraction of sisal. Seeing that everyone was concentrating on their respective tasks, Yi Chen felt very satisfied. Afterwards, Yi Chen walked towards Hong, the previous chief, and asked him about the Lung Festival. Because this is the issue that Yi Chen is most concerned about, he hopes to understand the development of other tribes by participating in the Lung Festival, and if possible, think about bringing back more people to their tribes. However, the biggest problem facing Yi Chen is that Hong cannot accurately calculate the specific date of the cold festival and when to set off to catch up with the festival. This made Yi Chen a little annoyed. Although the specific time of the cold festival has not yet been determined, Yi Chen has already begun to actively prepare the items and resources needed for the cold festival activities. He was determined to attend the cold festival and would never give up this rare opportunity, even if he might miss it or not arrive in time. Because he knows that only by experiencing it personally can he better understand the situation of the cold festival and thus be fully prepared for future cold festivals. Otherwise, it would be unbearable to sit in the camp and wait for the rest of the time to pass by without doing anything. Yi Chen acted quickly and began to prepare for matters related to the Lung Festival. He first arranged for the women to produce a large amount of pottery and asked them to refire all the existing pottery in the tribe. Yichen planned to take advantage of this cold festival to exchange all the pottery in the tribe. After all, most of these pottery pieces are broken and have been used. Therefore, this time of refiring can not only update and replace all the utensils, but also optimize pots, pans, and other utensils to make them more in line with people's usage habits and more convenient and practical. Take this clay pot, for example. We used to use small clay pots, but now they're no longer suitable for the new stove. Moreover, these small clay pots can only cook a small amount of broth at a time, so the tribesmen have to cook a meal twice, which is really inconvenient. So, Yichen decided to make the pottery pot bigger and open-mouthed, and then burn it into a lid. This way, you can get better insulation effect in winter. In addition to the clay pots, the bowls and plates also need improvement. Yichen planned to make them more exquisite and make the spoon bigger, so that one spoon could hold a bowl of soup, which would be more convenient when scooping soup. After all these new pottery are made, Yichen can organize a trading event. He wanted to collect all the pottery in the tribe, and then take it to Longjie to exchange supplies with other tribes. Wow, I'm such a genius! Yichen thought of this idea and couldn't help but praise himself proudly. Chapter 87: The Birth of Leather Shoes. Then, Yichen ran to the storeroom of the house with great interest, picked up a piece of deerskin that had been stored for a long time, and started making new shoes. The shoes Yichen had made before were straw sandals, which were comfortable and breathable to wear in summer and would not rub the feet. However, as the weather gradually turned cooler, straw sandals obviously could no longer meet the demand. Although you can wear more animal skins to keep warm, it is impossible to wrap your feet directly with animal skins. Therefore, Yichen decided to teach Qiu Heyun a new skill, making leather shoes. These leather shoes are genuine, made entirely of deerskin. Of course, their appearance may not be as exquisite as the leather shoes in modern society. Yichen chose some deerskin that had been carefully processed by women as material. Before this, Yichen had asked the women to clean the animal skins, soaking them in wood ash water for several days, and then going through a series of processes such as scraping and kneading. After this treatment, the animal skin becomes very soft and elastic, and the animal smell is also removed. Yichen took off his straw sandals, placed them on the deerskin to trace the outline, and then cut out the appropriate size according to the trace shape to make the soles. In order to ensure the softness of the soles, Yichen cut out 3 soles at one time, then drilled a hole with a fishbone needle, and tied the 3 layers of deerskin tightly with a bark rope. In this way, a simple shoe sole is made. Although it looks very simple, it greatly improves the comfort of the sole of the foot. After all, it is made of real deerskin. Then cut the animal skin into an oval shape so that it can be directly placed on the sole to form the upper. The uppers of shoes in later generations are composed of several parts, and high-end leather shoes are all handmade with the best cowhide, but Yichen can't care so much about it now. Drill a few holes in the shoe upper so that you can tie it to the sole with a bark rope. However, the tightness of the shoe opening needs to be improved. Yichen picked up the shoes and looked at them carefully, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Although this pair of homemade shoes is simple and rough, it represents one's hard work in the primitive world. He imagined that wearing these shoes would make walking in the mountains and forests easier and more comfortable. However, Yichen also understood that this was just the beginning. He needs to constantly improve and perfect the method of making shoes to make them more comfortable and durable. And this pair of homemade shoes will become a powerful tool for him to move forward in the wilderness. Of course, due to limited craftsmanship, I will only make 1 pair first to let everyone see the birth of leather shoes. Yichen will also slowly follow up on the subsequent improvements. If it's difficult to do then, just tie it tightly with bark rope outside. Anyway, now is not the time to be particular. Watching Yichen's sharp operation, he cut a piece of deerskin repeatedly and made a pair of new shoes. This pair of shoes is made of deerskin and must be very warm to wear. Qiu and Yun watched Yichen happily trying on his new shoes and began to wonder what it would feel like to wear them. Come on, you two saw it clearly just now. Now, make a pair for yourselves. Yichen said with a smile on his face. He knew that such shoes had never appeared in the world, so it was a novel experience for Qiu and Yun. Hearing Yichen's words, Qiu and Yun quickly took action and began to fight for the remaining animal skins. They all hoped to make a pair of shoes for themselves first. Even Qiu, who only has 1 foot, thinks so. After all, it's something completely new, and who wouldn't want to be the first to try it? So, Qiu and Yun started a fierce fight, and neither of them was willing to give in. In the end, It was Yi-chun who stepped in to mediate and made them stop arguing. Yi-chun looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Okay, stop arguing. I'll go find some more deerskin, and each of you can make a pair." After comforting the two, Yi-chun began to rearrange the tasks. "You two should work together to make a new pair of shoes for Chio. He only has 1 foot, so it should be faster." After hearing what Yi-chun said, the two of them immediately took action, began to measure Chio's foot shape and cut the leather, and soon they completed the first pair of leather shoes together. I have to say that these two people are really good at hands-on work. Just by watching Yi-chun do it once, I basically mastered the method of making leather shoes. When making straw sandals, Yun and Chio were the absolute main force in making straw sandals, so their craftsmanship was naturally beyond doubt. In addition, during these 3 months, they made 2 pairs of straw sandals for the hunting team as replacements, and their craftsmanship improved a lot. They already had a certain foundation, so when they were learning to make leather shoes this time, their comprehension was very strong. Each only needed to give them a little guidance, and they could quickly get started. And because the two are better at craftsmanship, the leather shoes they make are not only beautiful, but also more delicate when sewn with bark ropes, so that the gaps in the leather shoes are smaller. Looking at their masterpieces, Yi-chun couldn't help but sigh. It seems that craftsmanship still requires a certain amount of talent. I have to admit that after Yi-chun saw the results of the two people's work, he immediately gave them a thumbs up and began to praise them. "Yun and Chio, you two are really clever. These shoes are so well made, both beautiful and practical." As he spoke, Yi-chun took off his leather shoes, handed them to Yun Chio, and said, "Can you help me work on this pair as well?" Hearing Yi-chun's praise, Yun and Chio showed happy smiles on their faces. They took Yi-chun's leather shoes and started to get busy again. They carefully unraveled the bark ropes and re-sewn them to make the leather shoes tighter and stronger, while adding some details to make them more refined. What surprised Yi-chun was that Chio actually took apart the 3-layer deerskin sole of Yi-chun's shoes, and then took the straw sandals that Yi-chun had just been wearing. Use straw sandals as the bottom layer of leather shoes. Remove all the laces from the upper of the straw sandals, leaving only the soles, and sew them to the bottom layer of 3 layers of deerskin. In this way, the leather shoes will have more support and will not feel uncomfortable when stepping on the ground, which greatly improves the comfort of the leather shoes. And because of the straw sandals used as soles, the wear and tear on the deerskin is reduced to a minimum. If there is wear and tear, just replace the bottom layer of straw sandals. After doing all this, Chio gave the shoes to Yun. After all, Yun was better at sewing, and the gaps in the leather shoes would be smaller after sewing. Not bad. Not bad. Holding the leather shoes processed by the two people, Yi-chun also looked at them carefully for a while. Whoever said that primitive people's thoughts were simple and blank, Yi-chun would definitely be the first one to jump up and disagree. Primitive people only had less experience and knowledge, but they had just as much thinking and ideas as they should. They would think about and improve how to make life better and more comfortable. Yi-chun put on the new shoes that had been modified by Yun and Chio and walked around the camp. While showing off his new equipment, he also continued to give Chio and Yun suggestions to help them improve it better. Everyone was attracted by Yi-chun's new shoes and cast envious glances at him. These leather shoes look so exquisite and are so comfortable and warm that you can't help but want to try them. From running around barefoot in the beginning to wearing straw sandals that were not uncomfortable for the feet, to today's leather shoes, people's demand for shoes has been increasing. Especially in cold weather, straw sandals can no longer meet everyone's needs. Therefore, Yi-chun's new shoes became the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone had a deeper understanding of the shoes. At this time, a pair of leather shoes that looked very warm appeared. How could they not catch everyone's attention instantly? Chapter 88. Thoughts of Craftsmen. With the appearance of the second and third pairs of leather shoes, the tribesmen in the camp finally could not sit still anymore. As the morning went on, everyone noticed these new things while eating. The second pair of leather shoes is actually the one on Chio's feet. He suddenly had an idea. Since he could wear leather shoes on his feet, why not wear a pair for his crutches? So he cut off a piece of animal skin and tied it to the bottom of the crutch with a bark rope. This not only greatly reduces wear and tear on the cane, but also adds a unique style. Next came Yun, who used her strong handcrafting skills to make some subtle changes to the leather shoes. This makes the shoes more comfortable to wear and look very beautiful. When Yi-chun designed the leather shoes, he did not reserve space for shoelaces, so using bark rope to tie the leather shoes looked a bit messy. Yun was still not satisfied with the design. He looked at the leather shoes left and right, but could not find a suitable modification plan. Yichen walked around the camp in his leather shoes and found that Shio's innovation was indeed very good. With the straw soles sewn under the leather shoes, the pressure of the soles of the feet contacting the ground is greatly reduced. The softness of the deerskin instantly improves the feel of the feet. It also feels much easier to walk when wearing them, which greatly improves the comfort of walking. The biggest feature of leather shoes that people can't help but fall in love with as soon as they are put on is that they no longer catch the wind, so your feet will no longer be blown by the cold wind after putting them on. Especially in this autumn, the temperature difference between morning and evening has begun to appear. Yichun had just arrived in front of the two of them and was about to give them some praise, but he saw Yun pouting and muttering, turning the leather shoes in her hand over and over to observe them. What's wrong? Any other questions? Looking at Yun's expression, Yichun couldn't help but ask, Chief, there's nothing wrong. I just think it's not convenient to tie it up like this, and it doesn't look good. As he spoke, Yun showed the leather shoes in his hand to Yichun, pointing at the two shoelaces. Listening to Yun's words, Yichun was very shocked. He didn't expect that Yun had such advanced ideas. Although Yichun knew what leather shoes would look like in the future, he was still not very knowledgeable due to the backward tools and careless thinking. There was no improvement on the shoelaces of these primitive leather shoes. The shoes were simply tied to the feet casually with two bark ropes. This results in the bark rope being a bit long, and there are no rules for tying it. It all depends on how you feel comfortable tying it. For Yun, who has some aspirations, this actually makes her a little distressed. After all, it is a bit troublesome to wear it like this. Everyone ties the laces based on their own feelings, which makes it very troublesome to wear them in the early stages. You also have to slowly learn how to tie the laces most stably. Then you can do this. Drill a few holes here, so it will be easier to thread the rope through. Surprised at Yun's meticulousness, Yichun quickly expressed his suggestion, pointing to the instep of the shoe and saying that a few holes should be drilled there for the rope to pass through. After listening to Yichun's suggestion, Yun's eyes lit up immediately. He felt that this suggestion was very feasible and immediately started to try it. She picked up the fishbone needle and carefully punched a few reserved holes on the leather shoes, then passed the bark rope through the holes and immediately fixed it to the leather shoes. This way, the bark rope can better tie the leather shoes tightly and ensure that they will not fall off easily. When Yin put on the improved pair of leather shoes, she immediately felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, mainly because the laces made the shoes fit better. At the same time, her outfit also attracted the attention of people around her, especially the unique design and appearance of the leather shoes, which made it clear at a glance that they had excellent warmth retention performance. At the same time, after Hong stepped down as chief, Yichun put him in charge of managing the tribe's supplies, especially important items such as animal skins and food. When Hong saw Yichun coming out holding the deerskin, he was full of curiosity. But when he discovered that Yichun had actually made this novel type of shoes out of animal skins, he was also very much looking forward to it. The straw sandals invented by Yichun last time felt good to wear. Despite this, Hong still kept a clear head. He realized that the tribe had a limited number of animal skins, which were crucial for everyone to survive the winter. Therefore, he felt that making a pair of shoes with animal skins might be too extravagant, and there might be a situation where there was not enough animal skins. So he took the initiative to find Yichun and raise this issue, expressing his concern that it would affect everyone's winter preparations. After hearing Hong's reminder, Yichun slapped his forehead suddenly, feeling secretly annoyed. Oh, how could I have forgotten that? His original plan was to make leather shoes to facilitate walking in the wild, but he overlooked that these animal skins were an important resource for the tribe to survive the cold winter, and excessive consumption could cause trouble. Realizing this problem, Yichun quickly assured Hong that the current supply would mainly be to the hunting team, and the rest would be made after there were enough animal skins. At this point, Hong also nodded to show his understanding. However, he couldn't help but stare at the beautiful pair of leather shoes, and his eyes were reluctant to leave. But this made the other people in the tribe very disappointed. After all, they didn't get to share such good shoes. Although everyone understands that the hunting team members should be given priority, it is still a pity to think that I don't have it. Noticing that the entire tribe was in a somewhat depressed mood during lunch, Yichun immediately realized the problem and announced it to everyone. Don't worry, everyone will have their own leather shoes. But there are not enough animal skins in the tribe at the moment, so we decided to let the hunting team members wear them first. I will work hard to ensure that every member of the tribe can get a pair of leather shoes. Please believe me." After Yi Chen's solemn promise, the tribesmen finally smiled and started to busy themselves with their own work again. "Okay, everyone, stop looking." Yi Chen didn't want everyone to gather around him anymore, so he waved to Yun and Xiao and gave them some instructions. "Yun and Xiao, you two should finish the hunting team's leather shoes as soon as possible. You have worked hard these past 2 days." After a short rest at noon, Yi Chen came to the open space next to the lake camp and checked the hunting team's training. Now Yi Chen is very concerned about the training of the hunting team. After all, the hunting team is small, with only 11 people. This led Yi Chen to require that every member of the hunting team must be fully armed and have strong combat capabilities. Otherwise, when going out hunting or getting into conflict with other tribes, you can't just have a silver wax spearhead, which looks good but is useless. It is impossible for the Chinese people not to know that the quality of equipment and the combat effectiveness of the troops are not in a positive ratio. It is not the case that the better the equipment, the stronger the combat effectiveness. Chapter 89 Two Types. As soon as Yi Chen stepped out of the lake camp, he saw the hunting team. At this moment, the 11 members of the hunting team are training hard here. Due to the limited camp area and the fact that the cave camp is already overcrowded, the lake camp is relatively spacious, but it houses the pond that is the core project of the tribe, where everyone can train with peace of mind. Therefore, they had to find an open land outside the lake camp as a training ground. At present, the hunting team's training focuses on basic training. The equipment required are common conventional equipment, and the requirements for training venues are not high, so it is easy to find a suitable training location nearby. After some searching, they finally chose a relatively flat place near the lake camp and asked all the tribesmen to help clear the weeds, turning it into an ideal training ground. Today, the hunting team's training is divided into 2 aspects. First of all, for melee fighters like Shi and Song, training includes physical training and actual combat training. Physical training mainly involves basic movements such as frog jumps, push-ups, sit-ups, etc. to improve their physical fitness and endurance. It's just that because the tribe now has no salt and other nutrients to replenish the body, Yi Chen did not have too many demands. He just asked everyone to do a dozen or 20 push-ups or frog jumps every day to familiarize themselves with the movements and master the techniques. After all, the main requirement of physical training is that nutrition must keep up, although there is meat in the tribe now. However, there is still a shortage of salt and vegetables, so Yi Chen did not emphasize physical training too much. At present, for those melee fighters, Yi Chen also asked Xiao to make some wooden weapons for everyone to practice melee combat. They worked in pairs, armed with wooden weapons and shields, and attacked each other. At this time, there is no fixed rule for fighting. All kinds of attacks can be used. As long as you can knock the opponent to the ground, you win. At this moment, Yi Chen saw Huang and Pan holding wooden weapons and wooden shields, fighting hard in front of everyone, and the atmosphere on the scene was very lively. On the other side are Yu, Hua, and Sang, 3 warriors who are good at long-range attacks. Their training is relatively boring. At this time, the 3 confirmed archers in the tribe are Yu, Hua, and Sang. The development direction of the 2 newly joined people, Ku and Jie, has not yet been determined. Yi Chen thought that since they were both new members, he might as well let them try both close combat and ranged attacks at the same time to see which one they were more talented in. Perhaps he could cultivate an all-round warrior. So he decided to let Ku and Jie take turns to participate in close combat and long combat training. Today, Ku and Jie are in the close combat training team. At this moment, Yu and the other 3 were not disturbed by the lively atmosphere around them, but were fully focused on their training. In comparison, bow and arrow training is much more boring. Yi Chen specially designed a training method. One of the 3 people is responsible for throwing the target, and the other 2 are responsible for shooting. Then the 3 people take turns to throw the target. At this time, it was Sang's turn to throw the target. She threw the ball in her hand high up without hesitation, and the ball flew rapidly in the air. Immediately afterwards, Yu and Hua fired their bows and arrows, and the arrows flew towards the ball in the air like lightning. Unfortunately, neither of them hit the target. After all, this was a new type of training method, and the 3 of them were still getting familiar with it. This ball is Yi Chen's masterpiece. He used local materials, leaves that are readily available in the forest, stacked them up layer by layer, and tied them tightly with bark ropes. This design makes materials readily available and readily replaceable parts, while minimizing damage to bow and arrowheads. Currently, The tribe's bow and arrow arrows are mainly made by sharpening branches, and each shot will cause wear and tear on the arrows. In order to prevent excessive consumption during training, Yichin came up with this method, which can not only carry out bow and arrow training, but also minimize the wear and tear of arrows. Chief! Chief! When Yichin approached, people noticed him and immediately stopped what they were doing to greet him. Yichin responded quickly and told everyone that the hunting team would go out hunting tomorrow morning, and said that he would also participate. Shur was about to persuade Yichin not to go hunting in person, but Yichin spoke first. I've already made up my mind. You just need to train hard and get ready for the hunt tomorrow. His tone was firm, not giving Shur any chance to refute. In fact, Yichin knew in his heart that his status in the tribe was already very high. If he allowed the hunting team to take him hunting, they would inevitably bear greater pressure and responsibility. But Yichin also had his own plans. He wanted to take a walk around and plan the third camp. Although the tribe's second camp, the lake camp, has been surrounded by a wall, the number of houses built will definitely be limited due to the existence of the pond. After all, if more houses are built in the lake camp, the population living there will also increase, which may cause pollution to the water source, which will be counterproductive. Therefore, Yichin decided to plan out a third camp as soon as possible to meet the growing housing needs. Moreover, he hoped that the new camp would be large enough to accommodate more tribesmen. Yichin made the decision to build a house after careful consideration. He took various factors into consideration and finally decided to divide the houses into two categories. First is the first type, which is the model we see so far. Each house contains 4 rooms, each of which can accommodate one person. This design ensures that everyone has an independent rest space and is also convenient for management and allocation. The second type is a large dormitory-style room layout, with each room accommodating 8 to 10 residents. The main purpose of this type of house is to provide a warm living environment. By building a large heated kong, it can solve the rest problem of multiple people at one time. The purpose of doing this is, firstly, to allow everyone to move into their homes as soon as possible before winter comes, and secondly, to make plans for the next step. Because of this, Yichin divided the house occupants into 2 categories. One type is a single room specially prepared for hunting teams or members who have made outstanding contributions to the tribe, where they can enjoy private space. The other category is for ordinary people who will temporarily live in a large bunk bed to spend this winter. As for how to arrange these people to stay in single rooms in the future, further research and planning are needed. Yichin thought to himself that most people in the tribe just passively accepted work arrangements and lacked enthusiasm and initiative for the development of the tribe. This situation might have been barely maintainable when the previous chief, Hong, was in power, but Yichin, as the newly appointed chief, could not tolerate it. Yichin simply could not tolerate the idea of some people in the tribe to just get by. He longed to see the tribal members actively contribute to the prosperity of the tribe. After careful consideration, Yichin decided to adopt an incentive mechanism to stimulate everyone's initiative. He believes that if everyone has a clear goal and motivation to strive to live in a single room, they will be more actively involved in the construction and development of the tribe. However, achieving this goal is not easy, and a complete system needs to be established to regulate and guide everyone's behavior. Otherwise, it may lead to chaos and conflict, and even fighting over single rooms, which will bring more problems to the tribe. Therefore, Yichin understood that this incentive system must be designed carefully to ensure that it can both stimulate everyone's enthusiasm and not cause unnecessary disputes. Chapter 90: Exploration of the Third Camp. The next morning, the sky was still covered with a hazy gray. Yichin and the hunting team members finished their breakfast early. Each person had a bowl of thick soup filled with meat. After eating and drinking their fill, they were ready to start today's hunt. The morning in late autumn was a little chilly. When everyone walked out of their warm houses or caves, a cool breeze blew, making people shiver. However, now everyone has some animal skins on their bodies, which allows them to withstand the low temperatures in the mornings and evenings of late autumn. Yichin was not stingy with the tribesmen. He asked Hong to take out all the animal skins and let each team member wear an extra one to ensure their bodies were warm. In addition, Yun and Xiu were asked to quickly make a few pairs of leather shoes yesterday. After Shur, Hatsong, and other people in the hunting team put them on, they immediately felt the obvious warmth. They are very satisfied with the leather shoes on their feet, and this satisfaction can be seen on their faces anytime and anywhere. Those who had not yet put on leather shoes, such as Huang Hepen, were full of envy. However, Yichen also told everyone that although the hunting team was going out today, Yun Huchio had already accurately outlined the shoe sizes of the remaining members of the hunting team. While everyone was out hunting, Yun and Chio were busy making leather shoes for everyone in the camp. That way, when the hunting team returns, everyone will have brand new leather shoes to wear. When Yichen left the camp, Yun Huchio had already started busy making leather shoes. Seeing the two of them busy, Yichen couldn't help but laugh. However, he soon fell into deep thought again. He realized that the number of people in the tribe was still relatively small, and the overall busyness had not yet reached its limit. This time making leather shoes is a good example. Including the newly joined Yu and Jia, the entire tribe has only about 40 people. If there were enough animal skins, Yun and Chio would only need a few days to make a pair of leather shoes for everyone. However, if the tribe grows in size and its population increases, it will be difficult to meet everyone's needs even if Yun and Chio don't rest. While thinking about these questions, Yichun left the camp under everyone's protection and started today's hunting. He knew that, as the tribe developed, the demand for various resources would continue to increase. How to rationally allocate human and material resources will become an important challenge in the future. Then changes need to be made at this time to allow more women to learn and improve their manual skills. It would be best to split it into an assembly line, which would not only improve work efficiency, but also increase output. In addition, subsequent sisal weaving work will also become an important task. This requires more women to participate and master various handicraft skills, which will undoubtedly have a positive impact on the development of the entire tribe. As the tribe continues to grow and develop, both the hunting team and the women must update their thinking patterns and technical levels in a timely manner and must never live with the same ideas as before. Of course, these are issues that need to be considered in the future. The earliest we can do this is after Yichun returns from Lungjia. The current focus of Yichun is the upcoming Cold Festival. Many of the things he is doing now are actually preparations for the Cold Festival. Just like going out hunting today, in addition to surveying the terrain conditions nearby, another purpose is to hunt more prey and bring it back to prepare enough food for the journey to Lungjia. After leaving the camp, Shur kept reminding the team members to stay vigilant and always pay attention to potential dangers in the surrounding environment. Yichun, on the other hand, was holding a charcoal pencil and carefully writing and drawing on a piece of precious animal skin. This animal skin is of vital importance to Yichun. It records in detail important information such as the terrain near the tribal camp, the route to the lake, and the sisal collection route. This information is vital to their lives and survival, so Yichun cherishes this animal skin very much and regards it as the most precious treasure. "You over there," Yichun suddenly said, pointing to the branches in the distance. His eyes were sharp, and he spotted a few wild birds resting on the branches in the distance. These wild birds are huge, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds, and look plump and delicious. Upon hearing Yi Chen's instructions, the hunting team immediately stopped and went on alert. Yi nodded without hesitation, skillfully set up the bow, an arrow, and aimed at the wild birds in the trees that were looking around curiously. "Call out, chirp, boom!" As you shot the arrow, several wild birds on the originally quiet branches immediately began to flutter. At the same time, an unlucky wild bird was shot and fell from the branch. "Huh, not bad, not bad." Looking at the jade that hit the target with one strike, Yichun couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise it. During this period, Yichun was busy developing the tribe and had no time to practice archery. His skills were a little rusty, so he did not shoot the wild bird himself when he first saw it. Instead, he wanted to see how far you had come in terms of practice. After all, Yichun had not allowed the hunting team to participate in the tribe's work during this period, but had tried his best to let these people train. This time, Yichun followed out because he also wanted to see the results of the hunting team's training. After all, the number of prey would not lie. After a simple treatment of the wild bird's corpse, Yu immediately threw it into his backpack, and then the hunting team started moving again. During the rest of the journey, Yu and the other team members remained highly vigilant and did not miss any prey that could be caught. Yichun observed their performance from the side and gave some guidance and suggestions from time to time. In this way, Yichun was able to seize the time to carefully observe the surrounding environment and take notes with pen and paper from time to time. Well, it's almost done. The third campsite is about this size. After Yichun explored for half a day, he had roughly determined the approximate size of the third camp. Since several large dormitories with bunk beds need to be built directly this time, Yichen's planning of the camp becomes particularly important. It cannot be too small, but not too large either. And because we now have radish and pepper seeds, we have to clear a piece of land in the third camp to plant radishes and peppers next year. There are not many things that can be grown now, and the planting technology is not mature, so we will set up a test field for the time being and then slowly expand the land later. Therefore, he chose a moderate area, almost the size of a standard football field. In this way, it can meet the living needs and open up a piece of land. However, when Yichun stood in the center of the land, he found that he was surrounded by tall trees. These towering trees blocked the sunlight, making the entire space appear dark and depressing. Faced with the dilemma before him, Yichun couldn't help but frown and think, what should we do with these trees? If we don't cut them down, then building the camp will be greatly restricted. But if we cut them all down, the existing tools are not sharp enough, and it will be very troublesome to do it. Chapter 91, Great Harvest. Rustling. At this moment, a faint sound came from a distance. Yichun and the others pricked up their ears and listened, and soon they determined that it was definitely the sound made by some kind of animal. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they exchanged glances with each other, secretly rejoicing that they had finally met the big guy. Yichun nodded to Sure, indicating that he agreed to explore the source of the sound. So Sure led the team carefully towards the source of the noise. After walking for a while, Yichun and others came to a dense forest. Through the gaps between the branches, they saw a group of wild boars foraging for food. There are a large number of wild boars in this group, some of which are huge in size and have sharp fangs. They look like they are not easy to deal with. Yichun sighed inwardly. Wow, such a big family is here. I saw 4 or 5 huge adult wild boars walking in front, followed closely by a group of little wild boars. They are humming in the woods, looking for food. In the past, humans were in a relatively weak position in this vast forest. When faced with groups of wild boars, people often feel afraid and dare not provoke them easily. Only when they encounter a lone wild boar, by chance will they dare to try to hunt it. However, things are different now. The tribe already has powerful weapons and equipment, such as bows and wooden shields. This greatly enhanced the courage and self-confidence of the hunting team members. Even when faced with herds of wild boars, they no longer retreated, but instead showed sufficient fighting spirit. However, the hunting team members were not stupid enough to confront them head-on. Instead, they adopted a strategy of seduction. Song and Pan deliberately made loud shouting gestures to attract the attention of the wild boar. They held up their wooden shields and fought against the 2 big wild boars. Meanwhile, Yuze led Sang and Hua as they approached quietly, bows and arrows at the ready to shoot at any moment. The wild boar in this primitive world had no idea of danger. It only felt that the person in front of it was provoking it, so it immediately rushed towards the target. As the wild boar charged, arrows kept flying towards it, and the wild boar immediately started screaming in pain and ran around. But Sure and others were very patient. They watched the escaping wild boars and did not chase them, but continued to deal with the remaining wild boars. They kept changing positions, using trees and bushes as cover to avoid being attacked by wild boars. Pan, Zay, and others will provide support and can take action in time if there is any emergency. If Sure Tsang and the other 2 are out of strength, they can be replaced in time. At the same time, they remain vigilant at all times, paying attention to the movements of wild boars so that they can respond in time. In this way, he was able to successfully seriously injure a wild boar every time. This teamwork method greatly improves hunting efficiency and reduces risks. Soon, several big wild boars with arrows stuck in their bodies began to run around in the forest in pain. Their speed became faster and faster, and their strength became stronger and stronger, which made Sure and others feel a little difficult to deal with. The big wild boar screams made the little wild boars even more a loss. They ran around in the forest in panic. Faced with such a situation, Yichun had no choice but to give orders to act flexibly and take action when there was an opportunity. In fact, Yichun really wanted to catch a few little wild boars and take them back to raise, but now he did not have any suitable catching tools that could allow him to catch these little wild boars alive. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up this idea. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, Sure and others were still able to control the situation well. They saw that the wild boars had fled in all directions, so they began to slowly follow the blood trail. It was not until dark that they finally found the corpses of the wild boars, and they all became food for the tribe. There were a total of 4 large wild boars and 7 small wild boars, all of which died from excessive bleeding while escaping. These 4 wild boars are very strong, each weighing 7 or 800 kilograms. This encounter with them undoubtedly brought huge gains. So everyone decided to cut up the bodies of the 4 wild boars on the spot. There were 11 people in the hunting team, and each of them carried a part of the prey, and in this way they brought all the prey back to the tribe. After returning to the tribe, the anxiously waiting tribesmen jumped up and down excitedly when they saw that so much meat was brought back this time. Even Hong, who had been worried about winter supplies, was extremely happy at this moment. He nodded repeatedly as he watched the pieces of meat being taken out of the backpack. The wild boar meat brought back by the hunting team this time included 4 large wild boars and 7 small wild boars, which added up to more than 3,000 kilograms of pork. Just carrying the pork back from the wild exhausted everyone in the hunting team. Even Yi Chen's empty backpack was filled with 2 piglets, for a total of more than 200 kilograms of pork. When we got back to the tribe, we were all exhausted. It had been a long time since we had such a huge harvest in the wild. Ever since Yi Chen solved the tribe's food problem with piranhas in the lake, the hunting team has been hunting hard, but they have never harvested as much as they did today. Although this wild boar hunting was tiring, the harvest was huge. After the hunting team returned to the camp, they kept sitting on the ground and didn't want to get up. After Cuckoo drank a few bowls of meat soup, they couldn't hold on any longer. Those who had rooms went back to their rooms to rest directly, and those who didn't have rooms went into the cave to rest directly. Even before going out hunting this morning, he ignored the leather shoes he had been thinking about and fell asleep directly. Yichen didn't say much about this, mainly because he couldn't bear it anymore. More than 200 kilograms of wild boar meat was still a bit too much for him at the moment. The next morning, Yi Chen, who still had some back pain, walked out of the room and found that the sun had already come out. It seemed that it was almost noon. "It seems I'm really tired," Yi Chen muttered in surprise, not expecting that he would sleep until noon. Yi Chen quickly scooped a bowl of broth into his mouth, and then he had time to observe the situation around him. He found that Huang, Zhe, and others who did not wear leather shoes yesterday were now grinning and admiring the new shoes on their feet. At this moment, the women of the tribe were busy in the wild. The wild boar meat that was carried back yesterday, which was as big as a mountain, really made everyone excited for a while. But a problem arises. That is, the tribe does not have the technology to store fresh meat. If so much pork is not eaten in time, it will rot. The women were very anxious, thinking that the tribe had finally obtained such a rich hunting haul, but the harvest might go bad because they couldn't finish it. In order to avoid waste, women could only add some wild boar meat into the broth to make the broth thicker so that every sip would be full of pork. Seeing this scene, how could Yi Chen not know the woman's difficulties? However, Yi Chen did not panic. He drank the broth in his hand before slowly getting up. After yesterday's excessive exercise, Yi Chen needed to slow down, and today he could clearly feel the soreness in his body. On the way back yesterday, Yi Chen was already thinking about the issue of pork storage. It would definitely not work to store the meat fresh like this. But Yi Chen came from the future, and he had a system, so he naturally knew how to deal with it. He just woke up and lay in bed, and also looked up some methods in the system. Chapter 92 Bacon. Yi Chen looked at the pieces of meat that had already been put into the pot and didn't say much. It was a good thing to let the tribesmen replenish their energy as the weather was getting cold. We brought back more than 3,000 kilograms of wild boar meat yesterday, so it's no problem to eat 20 kilograms today. It would be a good thing to let everyone take this opportunity to have pork freedom. Although wild boar meat is very smelly, the primitive world does not care about this for the time being. Being able to eat a full meal every day is already a good thing. Now Yi Chen has led the tribe to a point where they can have a different meal every day. Fish soup is always enough to keep them full, and the rest depends on the hunting harvest. The current main task is to solve the problem of storing wild boar meat so that the tribesmen can have meat to eat every day. In the past, the tribes often suffered from hunger, so the problem of meat rot never occurred. Most of the time, the prey is carried back and eaten up in 2 days at most. It is rare that there's not enough to eat throughout the year. This situation mainly occurred after Yi Chen traveled through time and led everyone to catch the piranhas in the lake, thus solving the problem of a stable source of food. The hunting team was also scared of being hungry. Yi Chen caught more than 30 fish with everyone without noticing, resulting in the team not being able to finish eating all the piranhas in the next 2 or 3 days. The result was that the back of the piranha that was fished out slowly rotted and emitted a foul odor. After Yi Chun discovered this, he immediately asked Pan to pick it up and throw it back into the lake. It happened that Yi Chun was busy during that time, so after Pan and the other two mastered the method of catching piranhas, he did not ask about it anymore. He just asked the two to cooperate with him to catch fish every day. Who would have thought that the two of them also wanted to catch more, so that everyone in the tribe could have enough to eat? But they caught too much at once, resulting in waste. After Yi Chun discovered this, he gave the two of them a lecture, making them understand that fish are most valuable when they are in the water, and they must be eaten on the same day they are caught, otherwise they will be wasted. After this incident, everyone knew that food would rot, and they became a little anxious. These wild boar meats were the tribe's food reserves for the winter, and it would be a waste if they rotted. Just as he was sighing in panic, Yi Chun came over, took out some pork as today's food, and asked Hu and his men to wash the rest. Bacon. Hu was a little anxious at first, immediately calmed down after hearing Yi Chun's command, as if he had found his backbone. At the same time, he also asked Yi Chun what to do, and the answer he got was 2 words: smoked meat. After Yi Chun checked the system, he found that the method that best met the tribe's current conditions was smoking meat. Smoked meat is an ancient and traditional method of preserving food. It can be preserved for a long time and is very suitable for modern tribes as a long-term food reserve. Yi Chun immediately led the hunting team outside the camp to cut down a large number of trees and collect a lot of leaves, and then use the new stove that had been built to start smoking meat. The preparation method is quite simple. Cut the wild boar meat into thin strips, wash it with clean water, build a wooden rack above the stove, and hang the meat strips on it. The main thing is to keep a distance between the meat and the flame so that it is not directly cooked by the flame. Then use leaves to make a simple fence around the wooden rack so that the smoke below will not run around and the meat can be smoked effectively. Then, Yi Chun lit the tree trunks and leaves, letting the smoke slowly smoke the strips of meat. At this time, Hu had been following Yi Chun, saw the thick smoke rising after Yi Chun set fire to the tree trunks and leaves. He originally thought that Yi Chun was going to eat barbecue, but this was not the case. It seemed that Yi Chun was deliberately controlling the fire and not letting the flames touch the meat strips. In this way, only thick smoke would be on the meat strips, and the effect of barbecue would not be achieved at all. Hu was specially asked by Yi Chun to follow him. The skill of smoking meat is actually very simple. It is mainly to allow the meat to be stored for a longer time. In fact, applying a layer of salt is the best, but it is a pity that there is no such thing in the tribe. This is how you smoke meat. You can't let the fire burn the meat. You have to smoke it slowly. Aren't we having barbecue? What's the use of this smoked meat? Smoking meat can keep it longer, which means it won't rot and can be eaten even when it's cold. Yi Chun patiently explained. The principle of smoking meat is to remove moisture through smoking, while also inhibiting bacterial growth. He pointed to the strips of meat in front of him and said, "The smoke will penetrate the meat, making it drier and less likely to spoil." Hu widened his eyes, listening to these strange words, and had no idea how to answer. After rolling his eyes, he asked curiously, "Then how do we know the meat has been smoked?" Yi Chun smiled and replied, "When the surface of the meat turns golden or brown, it means that the smoking is complete. You can also smell the strong smoky aroma, which is also an important indicator." In order to help Hu understand the method and significance of smoking meat, Yi Chun explained to Hu in great detail the various details of smoking meat. The purpose is to help her master it faster, so that I can do other things. Hu was very excited and curious when he heard that this could preserve the meat for longer. Yi Chun told Hu the key points, such as how to choose the right wood, control the fire, and smoking time. These smoked meats are an important food resource for the tribe to store for the winter, and this is the first time that Yi Chun has guided Hu to try smoking meat. Yi Chun naturally took it very seriously and kept observing carefully, correcting Hu's wrong moves in time. After a careful inspection, Yi Chun confirmed that there was nothing abnormal with the smoked meat, and Hu was able to accurately control the fire. He nodded with satisfaction, affirmed Hu's work, and asked her to continue smoking the meat carefully. Currently, smoking meat mainly depends on controlling the temperature and time. It takes several hours to smoke more than 100 kilograms of meat. Yi Chun will not wait here foolishly. Thanks to the fact that Hu has been in charge of the tribe's meals for the past 2 months, there are now 3 or 4 women around her who are learning from her and helping her. Now Yi Chun just asked Hu to control the temperature and prevent the flames from roasting the pork. This was a relatively simple task for Hu, and he could master it quickly. After confirming that Hu had basically mastered the situation, Yichen turned around and left, starting to check other things. At this time, Yichen came to Chio's side and watched her and Yun busy making leather shoes. Yichen couldn't help but smile, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He realized that whenever a new invention or item appeared in the tribe, Chio and Yun were always the busiest. Their handicraft skills are unanimously recognized by everyone in the tribe, so every time there's a new invention that needs to be promoted to all members, it is their busiest time. After this busy period, we will expand our craftsman team once again. With only 2 people, even without rest, it's difficult to increase production, Yichen muttered to himself. He understood that as the tribe grew and demand increased, more manpower had to be devoted to handicraft production. This will not only meet everyone's needs, but also further improve the quality of life of the entire tribe. Chapter 93: The Birth of Firebreakers. No, aren't the hunting team's leather shoes already made? Yi Chun, who was watching Chio and Yun busying themselves, was thinking about how to encourage everyone in the tribe to learn handicrafts. Suddenly, I realized that each member of the hunting team had a pair of leather shoes, and they were all ready. Look, some of them are still showing off. Why are you still busy making leather shoes? Curious Yi Chun suddenly felt a little sad when he asked. It turned out that after making more than a dozen pairs of leather shoes, there were still some animal skin scraps. The women of the tribe were jealous when they saw that everyone in the hunting team was wearing a pair of comfortable leather shoes, but they did understand that the tribe did not have enough animal skins and could not meet the requirement of having a pair of leather shoes for everyone. So the women of the tribe started to get creative. Seeing that there were some leftover materials lying around, they thought about whether they could make a pair for themselves. Now, apart from the hunting team, the only 3 people wearing leather shoes in the tribe are Hong, Chio, and Yun, and the women are looking at them with envy. Unable to resist the envy and requests of the tribal women, Chio and Yun collected these scraps and tried to use them to make a pair of simplified leather shoes. The so-called simplified version of leather shoes is made directly on the basis of straw sandals, and these scraps of animal skins are sewn onto the straw sandals to help them get through this period. Yi Chun felt bad thinking about this situation, but there was nothing he could do. The tribe did not have enough animal skins, so it was impossible to let everyone wear a pair of newly made leather shoes. Then the women's request was reasonable and did not waste the tribe's animal skins, so Yi Chun did not say much about it. But thinking that he came here to talk to the 2 of them about something, he could only ask them to put down what they were doing and come and help him. This is not that Yi Chun is seeking the privileges of a chief, but that what Yi Chun wants to do does take some time. Yi Chun picked up the collected wild boar leg bones and asked Chio to help cut off a section so that he could use it to make a tinderbox. Of course, this fire stick is just a version from the original world and was barely made with limited resources. He first asked Chio to cut off a section of the hollow pig leg bone, and then asked Yin to use other bones to grind the broken bone to make the cut smooth, otherwise it would easily hurt people accidentally. Then he carefully stuffed some wood chips and velvet grass into it. Then he used tinder to ignite the wood chips and velvet grass, but he was careful to control the fire so that it was smoldering without open flames. In this way, when you need fire in the wild, you only need to take out the plug of the tinder, gently pick out some wood chips and velvet inside, place it on flammable materials, and blow gently to start fire. All of this is to make survival in the wild more convenient and safer. With the assistance of Chio Hyun, Yi Chun successfully completed a simplified version of the fire stick. The 2 were confused about why Yi Chun made this thing, but Yi Chun did not explain too much. Although the 2 did not understand the significance of doing so, they still carried out Yi Chun's request without compromise. Soon, taking the finished tinder in his hand, Yi Chun gently shook the tinder in front of them, shook out a little of the ignition material, and placed it on the dry leaves. Then he blew gently on the leaves and instantly ignited them. Looking at the scene in front of them, Yun and Chio were both stunned, their jaws almost dropped. They stared with wide eyes and astonishment at the magical bone in Yi Chun's hand, which could actually hold fire. Once upon a time, fire was considered the most precious and important treasure of a tribe. Once the fire is extinguished, it will undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to the entire tribe. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of the fire, the tribal chief will guard it personally day and night to ensure the continuation of the fire. The only purpose for doing this is to keep the tribe warm during the cold winter and help them survive the long cold weather. However, as Yi Chun continued to show everyone his inventions, the tribe had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, in Yi Chun's hands, Fire is no longer an unreachable and difficult to obtain item. From initially using 2 sticks to make fire by rubbing them together, he can now put the fire into a bone and easily control the fire. Just a gentle blow can reignite the flame. In Yun and Xiu's eyes, all this is like a miracle. Yi Chun smiled and handed the bone containing the fire to Yun, asking them to study it carefully, and then follow the previous method to make more fire starters in the next few days. The 2 men held the tinder in their hands, looking incredulous, and kept observing it. The 2 of them thought to themselves that they had made the entire tinderbox by themselves, so why didn't they understand how they could put fire in it? At this moment, the 2 of them didn't even care about making simple leather shoes for the tribal women. They were concentrating on studying the fire starter that Yi Chun had just invented. After Yi Chun finished making the fire starter, he returned to Hu, staring at the smoked pork on the stove, carefully observing every detail. After all, Hu is still in the learning stage, so he still needs to be cautious to ensure that the smoked meat can be successfully produced. As long as the first batch of smoked meat is successful, Hu can slowly accumulate experience and even teach others later. Now beside Hu, after confirming that everything was going in an orderly manner, Yi Chun went to Hong's room with peace of mind, intending to continue discussing Lung Jie with him. "Chief, I figured out." Hearing the voice, Hong quickly turned around and saw Yi Chun walking towards him quickly with excitement on his face. It turned out that Yi Chun had been asking Hong Shijin to recall everything about Lung Jie these days, and Yi Chun wanted to know every detail. Since Hong had a vague memory of the specific time and departure date of the Cold Festival, Yi Chun had frequently visited Hong in the past few days in the hope of helping him recall these key information more accurately. After all, Hong didn't care much about the Lung Jie before, thinking it was an insignificant thing that had nothing to do with the development of the tribe. But it is a very important matter to Yi Chun, so Yi Chun has always taken it very seriously. Seeing Yi Chun's excited expression, Hong quickly began to tell him everything he remembered about Lung Jie. Yi Chun listened quietly, asking questions from time to time to ensure that Hong could recall that period of history completely. As time went by, Yi Chun gradually learned more about Lung Jie, and Yi Chun nodded repeatedly as he listened. 2 more sunrises. We can set off. Okay, we'll set off in 2 sunsets. This time, Hong's eyes were very firm, and he told Yi Chun in an affirmative tone that he remembered the departure date. Looking at Hong Jinding's expression, Yi Chun curled his lips and thought to himself, "I'm really scared of you. I don't know if this time is accurate." But there was no way. The only person in the tribe who knew the specific time of the Cold Festival was Hong. If Yi Chun didn't believe Hong's statement, then he didn't know who to ask. Thinking that I had to go there anyway, I had no choice but to believe what Hong said. This Cold Festival must be attended no matter what. Even if he missed it due to inaccurate time, Yi Chun still hoped to go to the place where the Cold Festival was held. Of course, the best outcome would be to be able to meet other tribes there and participate in this Cold Festival together, so that Yi Chun's preparations during this period would not be in vain. Chapter 94: The Encounter of the Tree Tribe. It was getting dark. Deep in the primeval forest, on an unknown hill, a dozen tribal members with worn animal skins and haggard faces were resting. They sat quietly on the ground, their heads down and not speaking, their eyes revealing fatigue and despair. The whole scene seemed unusually quiet. Perhaps because they hadn't eaten for 2 days, hunger made them unable to speak. Or maybe I am confused about the future and don't know whether I can survive this cold winter. At this time, everyone in the tribe only drank a belly full of water to survive. The women formed a circle, placed the children of the tribe in the middle, and used their bodies to provide them with warmth. This scene was heartbreaking and helpless. The only 2 remaining men, holding simple weapons, stood on the hill, looking around vigilantly and keeping on alert at all times. They knew that danger could come at any time in this primeval forest. The atmosphere in the entire tribe was bleak and miserable. This tribe was called the Tree Tribe, and its population was only about 20 people. Their overall strength is not much different from Yi Chun's tribe, but they suffered misfortune this year. Just a few days ago, a sudden rainstorm caused a hunting team member to catch a cold. Due to lack of food, the team member did not have sufficient resistance to the cold. His condition rapidly worsened, and he was ultimately unable to defeat the disease and passed away forever. Due to limited conditions, the tribe had to hastily throw his body into the forest to prevent the stench from affecting the tribe's living environment. It really proves the old saying that good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. Just after the hunting team lost some members, they were attacked by the Black Devil while they were out. This attack caused heavy casualties to the hunting team, and they were almost wiped out. The only two remaining members of the hunting team also returned to the tribe with scars all over their bodies and went through many hardships and dangers. But one of them was seriously injured and eventually succumbed to the attack. He died the next day after returning to the tribe. At this point, the entire tribe fell into an unprecedented predicament, and the hunting team now had only one seriously injured member left. As the only two men in the tribe, the other man is the chief, and the others are either disabled, women, and children. Faced with such a cruel reality, the tribe is no longer able to survive here. In this desperate situation, the chief had to make a painful decision. Before the weather got completely cold, he led the entire tribe to migrate and find a place where they could spend the winter safely. After all, the black demon has now appeared around the tribe, which means that it is very likely that it will find this place. Now the chief is the only capable man left in the tribe, and he is unable to resist the Black Devil's invasion again, so he has no choice but to leave. However, it is not easy to find such a place. The only way that can be thought of is to come to Lungjia, use the animal skins owned by the tribe to exchange for some food here, and then think about where to go more safely. Between hunger and cold, the chief, after careful consideration, chose to solve the problem of hunger first. After all, the cold wind can be barely tolerated, but the feeling of hunger cannot be ignored. If you can't fill your stomach as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. If food is really not available, the tribal chief will have no choice but to make a difficult decision, to take the remaining dozen or so people to seek refuge with other tribes. He knew very well that doing so might lead to difficulties and challenges, but for the lives of his people, he had no choice. Even if only a part of the people can be taken in, as long as some of the tribesmen can survive, it is worth it for the chief. In primitive society, survival is the most important thing, and only by surviving can there be hope. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, a low and loud growl came from not far away, breaking the tranquility of the evening. Everyone was so frightened that they immediately lay on the ground, not daring to make sound. They looked around nervously and cautiously looked towards the source of the sound. The only remaining member of the hunting team in the tribe has recovered his basic mobility, although his injuries have not yet healed. He watched the movements around him vigilantly, holding a somewhat blunt stone axe tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any danger at any time. He was lying on the ground, his body trembling slightly. His forehead and back were soaked with cold sweat. The sweat flowed down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, forming a small puddle of water. The voice was all too familiar to him, etched deeply into his memory. That was the sound they heard when they were attacked by the black demon, although it only happened once. At that time, they were hunting in the forest when suddenly several spears flew towards them from all directions at an extremely fast speed. Before they could react, a whistling sound was heard, and then those black demons appeared like ghosts. It was already getting dark, and they were in the woods. The black demons had superb hiding skills, almost blending in with the surrounding environment. They suddenly rushed out, catching several members of the hunting team off guard. By the time they realized the danger, two people had already fallen in a pool of blood. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the terrifying images in his mind, then signaled to the others to lie on the ground and keep quiet, while carefully observing the movements of the black demon not far away. Wow! At this moment, a wild boar suddenly jumped out from the grass. It was also trying to escape from the group of people behind it, but unexpectedly, a group of people lying on the ground suddenly appeared in front of it. This made it feel very surprised and frightened, and it let out a terrified cry. Then it quickly adjusted its direction and rushed in another direction. Top, top! At this moment, the sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer from not far away. The man's face became paler and paler. He realized that the group of black demons had chased here. These black demons are known for their cruelty and ferocity, and their arrival means that a terrible battle is about to break out. Roar! The man had no choice but to roar, signaling everyone to run away immediately and not to worry about anything else, as saving their lives was the most important thing. Uff! Following the man's roar, the black demons not far away were stunned for a moment, and then screamed even more excitedly. They quickened their pace and ran towards this side. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the tribesmen were frightened. Awakened by the man's roar, they stood up and ran desperately. At this moment, everyone had no time to worry about where to escape. The most urgent thing was to ensure their own safety. If you are unfortunately caught up by the Black Devil, you can only blame it on bad luck. Roar! Slave! As the black demons parted the grass in front of them, they found figures of other tribes in front of them. They became excited instantly and immediately shouted loudly to attract the attention of their companions. The men of the hunting team and the chief were holding weapons, on the one hand directing everyone to flee in different directions, and on the other hand looking for a way to escape. At this moment, the tribesmen who had just gathered together immediately dispersed, and each chose a direction to escape. However, some of them were unlucky. Chapter 95. Divine soldiers descend from the sky. As everyone fled for their lives, a woman was so frightened that she tripped over a tree root while running. The more panicked she became, the more her body became uncontrollable, and as a result, her legs went weak and she fell to her knees. The woman was about to stand up and continue running away, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain from her back. She looked down and saw that a sharp spear had pierced her chest, and blood quickly dyed her hide red. Immediately afterwards, several more spears flew over and all pierced her body accurately. The woman felt a stinging sensation in her back and was filled with disbelief. She lowered her head with difficulty and saw that several spears had pierced her chest deeply. At this time, the black demons who had caught up were extremely excited. They raised their battle axes and chopped at the woman's neck fiercely. As the axe blade fell, bright red blood gushed out and splashed on the surrounding ground. The black demons laughed and gathered around, greedily sucking the woman's blood. On the other side, the men of the hunting team and the chief who were running witnessed this scene. Their eyes turned red in an instant, with anger and sadness intertwined. However, they knew they could not stop, so they could only hold back their tears, grit their teeth, and continue to escape. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Suddenly, an angry roar came from a distance, revealing determination and ferocity in the voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with this roar, arrows flew quickly through the air, heading towards the black demons that were still chasing madly. The chief and the men of the hunting team were shocked. They looked back as they ran, hoping to figure out what was going on. At this moment, a group of strange people suddenly appeared from nowhere. This group of people is unforgettable at first sight. There is not much difference in their clothing. They are all wrapped in animal skins. The weapons they held looked particularly strange. Some held stone axes or bone knives in one hand, and held a strange object in the other, running towards the black demons. Behind these people, there were some people holding a strange weapon, following slowly, throwing out a thin stick from time to time. For the people of the tree tribe, this is the only way they can describe it. They cannot imagine weapons like bows and arrows, nor can they describe the shooting of bows and arrows. And as everyone in the tree tribe saw, these people ran very fast. Their movements were agile and powerful, and their every gesture revealed a powerful aura. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes were firm and sharp. Boom! Boom! As the arrows flew over, 2 people on the black demon's side fell down immediately. Feeling the stinging pain in their backs, breathing quickly became difficult. The 2 black demons fell to the ground unwillingly, their limbs twisting weakly, and they died soon after. On this side, Shur, Song, and 6 others, holding weapons and shields, quickly approached the black demon in front of them, and while the other party had not yet reacted, they quickly ran towards the other party. The black demons here were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there was a group of people behind them who dared to attack them. For a long time, the black demons have relied on their black appearance to play the role of hunters in the forest. No matter which tribe they are from, they can only flee when they see them. Today was contrary to the norm. There was actually a tribe that dared to declare war on him. Moreover, their fighting power was extremely strong and their momentum was fierce. However, the people of the Black Demon tribe are not pushovers either. They are often tempered in battles and have a strong sense of combat. After a brief moment of surprise, they immediately reacted, picked up their weapons, and prepared for battle. Because of the previous hunt, several people had already thrown their spears. But some black demons still had spears in their hands. They aimed at the opponents running towards them and threw them out without any hesitation. And because the distance between them was very close, these black demons who threw spears were very confident that their opponents would definitely die under their spears. In an instant, a scene that surprised the warriors of the Black Demon tribe happened. The opponent raised the strange weapon in his hand and actually blocked the spear he threw out. Except for the moment when the spear hit, The opponent took a small step back and then immediately rushed forward again. In just the time it took to block the thrown spear, the distance between the two sides was less than 5 meters, and they could even see the mole on each other's face clearly. Both sides were ready for battle, but the warriors of the Black Demon tribe were a little confused, wondering why the other side could withstand the spears they threw. However, sure, Song and others were full of fighting spirit. Since Ku was captured, the entire tribe was no longer afraid of the people of the Black Demon tribe. Seeing that Ku was afraid of being beaten and starving after being captured, everyone instantly understood that the Black Devil was also a human being, but his whole body was painted black. Especially now that Ku has joined the tribe, he is fully armed, and after a month of nutritional supplements, he has become much stronger. Ku secretly recognized the other party's identity, but did not expose it at this time because Yichin issued a kill order to leave no one alive. If Ku were to act out a reunion scene with old friends at this time, he would be courting death. On the contrary, the people from the other black tribe did not recognize Ku at all. One reason was that there was no black on Ku's body now, and he looked much stronger than before he was captured. Secondly, at this moment, Ku was fully armed, with an expressionless face and murderous eyes. No one could guess that he was one of them before. Bang! Bang! At the moment of close combat, the warriors of the Black Tribe were dumbfounded. This had never happened before. Their attack was actually blocked by the opponent. Seeing the stone axe he swung with all his strength being blocked by the wooden shield in the opponent's hand, the Black Demon warrior was stunned for a moment and forgot that he was fighting at the moment. The next second, fierce attacks followed from Shur, Song, and others. They took advantage of the moment of surprise to stab their weapons directly into the opponent's stomach, then twisted their weapons vigorously and pulled them out. In an instant, the three opponents fell to the ground, their eyes full of disbelief, and they kept gasping for breath, as if they were saying something. Unfortunately, due to severe injuries to the abdomen, all three of them died soon after. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The close combat here had just ended when arrows came from behind again, and two of the only 3 people left were hit again. Maybe in just a few minutes, the hunting team of the Black Demon tribe that was showing off its might just now had only 1 person left out of the 8 people, and now he was standing there blankly with his weapon in his hand. Looking at this group of warriors who suddenly appeared, they killed his own people as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and before he could react, he was the only one left. Leave no one alive. Kill them immediately. Following Yichin's order, Shur, Song, and others quickly rushed towards the only remaining Black Demon. At this time, the Black Devil finally reacted, turned around, and started running. Call out, forehead. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his legs instantly became weak. Inertia caused him to roll twice on the ground. Then he looked at his chest and died. Chapter 96, A Change of Attitude. At this time, it had been a day since Yi Chan led the team to leave the tribe and set out to participate in the Lung Festival. This time, their team was quite large, with all the hunting team members joining in, and even 4 women. Before leaving home, Yi Chan specifically asked the women in the tribe if anyone wanted to go to the Lung Festival. The main reason was that I could take some women to participate in the Cold Festival, which only happens once a year, and maybe there would be some unexpected gains. After all, after months of hard work, Yichin led the tribe to successfully solve the water and food problems, and everyone's lives have been greatly improved. Especially the women in the tribe, their physical condition has gradually improved, and they're becoming healthier and more beautiful. Today, these women are starting to become fuller-bodied and no longer as thin as they used to be. At the same time, Yichin also prepared armor and leather shoes for them, so that they would look heroic and more charming. But contrary to Yichin's expectations, everyone was not very enthusiastic about participating in the Cold Festival. From the evasive looks in their eyes, one could even see some fear. Yichin was a little confused about this and couldn't understand why everyone was so resistant to Lung Jie. It seemed that Yichin was the only one in the entire tribe who was looking forward to Lung Jie. With this question in mind, Yichin quickly found Hong and asked his questions. Hong listened to Yichin's question with a sad and angry look on his face. He sighed and spoke slowly. It turns out that the specific reason these women were unwilling to participate in the Cold Festival was that they did not want to be traded out. In the past, there was nothing in the tribe worth exchanging with other tribes, except for animal skins and population. The members of the hunting team definitely cannot be traded away, and it is inconvenient to take a disabled man like Xiao to Lungjia for trade. The only people who could be brought to the Lung Festival for trade were women. Every time women went to participate in the Lung Festival, they basically never came back and were all traded away. In the past, the tribe was hungry and cold, and the women wanted to take a gamble and see if they could trade to a better tribe. But now there is food and drink in the tribe, and if they follow the tribe to be traded out, these women are not stupid and can figure out the account quickly. No wonder I was so focused on trading with people from other tribes that I didn't even think about what my own people were thinking. Hearing this answer, Yichen patted his head and felt sad again. It seems that the tribe's life was indeed hard in the past. In order to keep everyone in the tribe alive, women would go to the cold festival and trade some animal skins and meat for the tribe. Thinking of this, Yichen hurried to the camp and announced it again to everyone who was still eating. This time when we participate in the cold festival, all the people in the tribe will not be traded out as goods. Instead, we will go to the cold festival to trade more people to join our tribe. When they heard the news, the women in the tribe raised their eyebrows, rolled their eyes, and began to look forward to it. In the past, women were afraid to go out, firstly because they were afraid of being traded as commodities, and secondly because they were afraid of the dangers in the wild. But if the two problems are solved now, then women will also want to see what the cold festival is like. First of all, the hunting team is now extremely brave in combat, and since the women themselves usually practice rope and stone throwing, the dangers in the wild are no longer the main concern. Once again, the women's main fear of being traded as commodities has now been solved by Yichen. Yichen's announcement just now was a shot in the arm for the women. If it were in the past, the women would definitely have some doubts. If the women of the tribe were not traded as commodities, then what else would the tribe have to trade? But now it's different. Many practical items have appeared in the tribe because of Yichen, and Yichen's status and prestige in the tribe are also very high. The women also believed Yichen's words and believed that Yichen would not deceive them. In fact, for the women in the tribe, staying in the camp every day and doing mostly repetitive things day after day makes them feel bored. But there is no way. The dangers in the wild are obvious to all, and everyone has seen with their own eyes that hunting teams have often been injured. It was only after Yichen woke up from his cold that the tribe's development took off rapidly, and women were allowed to go out, but they had to have sufficient fighting capacity. For example, the two women, Hua and Sang, were able to convince Yichen to join the hunting team against all odds because of their good stone throwing skills at the beginning. Although every time he left the camp fully armed, it made those who stayed in the camp worried, but every time he returned triumphantly, he made the women envious. Especially in the subsequent housing arrangements, Yichen made it clear that the hunting team should be given priority to live in the houses. So this time, after Yichen announced that he would not trade women as commodities, the enthusiasm of the women in the tribe instantly rose, and they all wanted to go to Lungjia to take a look. Because during the cold festival, they can see many new and strange things that are difficult to see on ordinary days, which is an eye-opener. Most importantly, on this special day, they also have the opportunity to meet people from other tribes, which is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Communication among primitive tribes is very rare, and the frequency of communication between tribes is extremely low, only 2 or 3 times a year. If the two tribes are far apart, they may only communicate once every few years. However, this communication has important significance for the tribe, because through such exchanges, tribes can obtain more resources and information, and at the same time strengthen their connections and cooperation with each other. Of course, today's tribal women have relatively simple ideas. They thought that since the tribe had solved the problem of food and water, it would be a good choice to go to Lungjia to see it. They hope to broaden their horizons through this experience and learn more about the outside world. Seeing the women in the tribe enthusiastically participating, Yichen couldn't help but be surprised. Unexpectedly, as long as everyone's worries about going to the Lung Festival were resolved, everyone became very interested in the Lung Festival. After some thought, Yichen decided to adopt the form of selection. After all, this trip would take 2 or 3 days. If he has no ability to protect himself, he will be a complete drag on the hunting team. Yichen will never let such a situation happen. The selection this time is very simple. It requires proficiency in the use of weapons such as wooden shields and stone ropes. As long as you can use them proficiently, you will at least have the ability to protect yourself in the wild. After a selection process, Liang and an E were the winners and became the women who were allowed to participate in the cold festival. These 3 women are relatively young, have good physical strength, and are also quite accurate in throwing ropes and stones. Yichen was thinking of letting the 3 of them practice archery after Long Jie came back. If possible, join the hunting team. Now that the hunting team's melee capabilities have been greatly enhanced, it is feasible to have a dedicated archery team in the back row. However, on the night before leaving, Yi Chun, who had arranged all the matters, was about to return to his room when he was suddenly grabbed by Yun, who suddenly appeared. "What's wrong, Yun?" "Chief, I want to go to the Cold Festival too." In this selection competition, Yun's ability to use the stone rope and wooden shield was very poor, which of course was also related to her lack of practice. Considering that the wild is quite dangerous, and he didn't know what would happen this time, when he went to Longjia, he wanted to refuse directly, but seeing Yun's pitiful appearance, Yi Chun couldn't say it. The main reason is that Yun and Yi Chun have a very good relationship. Yun took care of Yi Chun wholeheartedly while he was in a coma due to a cold, and he also took good care of him during his recovery period after he woke up. Later, after Yi Chun gained control of the tribe, Yun completed Yi Chun's orders without fail, such as weaving straw sandals and making leather shoes. Yun had never asked for anything before, and he always did his own things quietly. Looking at Yun's pleading eyes at this moment, Yi Chun softened his heart. "Then you must listen to me on the way to the Cold Festival." "That's for sure." "That's great, Chief." When Yun heard that he could go to Longjia, he jumped up happily. Seeing that Yun didn't care about him at all and was dancing happily there, Yi Chun smiled, shook his head, and went back to his room to rest. Chapter 97. Killing with Cutting Melons and Vegetables. After making full preparations, the team going out to participate in the Lung Festival left the tribe under the leadership of Shi and began their journey. And Yun happily squeezed into the team under everyone's envious eyes, grinning all the time. After changing into the equipment prepared by Yi Chun, Yun confidently followed everyone out of the camp, looking at the forest in the distance with anticipation. Along the way, Yi Chun kept looking around, walking and drawing, and recording the entire route. As a modern man, Yi Chun knows that human memory can be wrong, but maps cannot. As long as you have the correct map, anyone can participate in the Cold Festival with this map. So Yi Chun observed the surrounding environment very carefully, not missing any potentially useful clues. It was almost dark when we started to prepare to stop and rest. This time, because we had linen cloth, everyone was very warm while walking in the wild. Yi Chun looked at the linen on his body and couldn't help feeling satisfied with his efforts during this period. Although the linen was a bit rough, it allowed them to stay warm even in the cold season, greatly increasing their chances of survival. A few days before departure, the tribe, under the leadership of Yi Chun, was frantically weaving linen. Finally, before departure, they made a long strip of linen for everyone who was leaving. Since time was tight, I didn't do any cutting and just wrapped myself in a long strip of white linen, and then wrapped myself in a layer of animal skin to keep warm. Linen is very practical, and everyone can feel the difference when they wrap it around themselves. Unlike uncut animal skins, even if the linen strips are not made into clothes, as long as they're wrapped around the body, the warm feeling close to the body is incomparable to animal skins. Yi Chun and his tribesmen sat around the campfire, enjoying the rare quiet time. After a night's rest, Yi Chun and his companions set out on their journey again. As they were walking, they heard a faint whirring sound. Everyone was a little surprised, and Ku seemed a little astonished. "Black demon." Hearing the voice coming from afar, Ku excitedly stammered out 4 words. After studying hard for a period of time, he has been able to understand most of the tribe's language, but his ability to express himself still needs to be improved. He can only say 1 or 2 words at a time, and it is still difficult for him to speak complete sentences. "Hide quickly." Hearing Ku's words, Shi immediately signaled everyone to hide and not make any noise. As the whistling sound gradually faded away, Yi Chun hurriedly asked Ku what the word meant. "Hunting." Ku thought for a long time, and finally uttered 2 words with difficulty as a response to Yi Chun's question. "Hunting?" I pondered Ku's answer carefully, because Ku was a word from Yi Chun's tribe, and there might be errors in the translation. But since it involves hunting, it must mean there is prey or fighting. Let's go and follow them and see. Since discovering the secret of the Black Devil, Yi Chun no longer feels afraid of these primitive people whose bodies are covered with black dye. It's just that the tribe is still in the stage of development and is unwilling to engage in direct conflict with them for no reason, so as to avoid unnecessary casualties. Shi looked ahead with a serious expression. He waved his hand to signal everyone to tidy up their equipment and check whether the weapons in their hands were intact. Following his movements, everyone moved nervously and in an orderly manner, knowing full well that they might face a fierce battle next. Shi took cautious steps and led the team to slowly catch up with the low whirring sound. He remained alert at all times, keeping an eye on his surroundings to make sure there were no potential dangers. Ku's heart was filled with emotion, recalling the past days. Although the Black Devil was majestic, hunger often plagued the entire tribe due to food shortage. However, everything changed after he became a captive. Now, they can eat enough every day and sleep peacefully at night. The people in the tribe are full of laughter and joy. This comfortable life makes him feel extremely happy. Shi led everyone to follow closely behind the black demon, always keeping a certain distance, neither too close nor too far away. They quietly observed every move of these black demons and witnessed the entire process of their hunting. 9 people, Shi whispered, reporting their findings to Yichun. As the top fighters of the hunting team, Shi and Tsang completed all these lurking tasks personally. Yichun nodded to show that he understood and thought about how to deal with this situation. Yichun carefully analyzed the current situation and decided to adopt a cautious strategy. He knew he couldn't act rashly and had to wait for the perfect moment to attack. So he instructed Shi to continue monitoring the actions of the black demons and pay close attention to changes in the surrounding environment. Yichun did not feel too much fear. He knew that there would inevitably be casualties in a frontal battle. Unless there were special circumstances, he didn't want to provoke these people. After all, there was no practical benefit in doing so. However, when he saw those black demons slaughtering humans from other tribes, Yichun did not have much emotional ups and downs. After all, this is the law of survival in the primitive world. Survival of the fittest is fully demonstrated in this primeval forest. However, when Yichun saw that these black demons actually regarded other tribes of the same human race as their food, this behavior made Yichun intolerable. His eyes quickly turned red and his fists were clenched tightly, as if he was about to explode. Yichun turned his head and looked at Ku beside him, a former member of the Black Demon tribe. His eyes were full of murderous intent, so he decisively ordered an attack on these cruel black demons. Ku, who was standing aside, was startled by Yichun's sharp eyes, but he immediately understood Yichun's intention and showed his loyalty by picking up the stone axe in his hand and rushing towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Jade led 3 archers who displayed their well-trained skills. They shot their arrows accurately and knocked down the 3 black demons on the opposite side in one fell swoop. This shows the archers' advantage in long-range attacks and their improved accuracy after long-term practice. The main one among them was the newly joined Jie, whose accuracy was not good enough and the arrow he shot missed the target. The other 3 people hit the enemy directly. The difference between the 3 is that you can shoot the enemy with 1 arrow, directly piercing the enemy's throat. The other 2 were shot in the body, causing the 2 black demons to fall to the ground and roll around in pain, and were killed by Shi and others who follow with axes. The remaining 6 black demons were also frightened. Just when they were showing off their might, the situation was reversed in an instant, and they became lambs to be slaughtered. The members of the tree tribe who were trying to escape at this moment just stood there in a daze, still unable to figure out what was going on. The members of the tree tribe looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether to continue to escape. After all, it seemed that these people were more powerful than the Black Devil. Killing the Black Demon is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. So if you want to kill the people of the tree tribe, wouldn't that be easy? Chapter 98, Chili and Black Devil. Just as Yichun was watching the hunting team bravely killing the enemy, the people of the Baishu tribe stood there like dumbfounded chickens. The situation before them changed rapidly, and they were confused. Those black demons that were so majestic and arrogant just a moment ago were suddenly annihilated. Although these black demons had already died, there was still an expression of disbelief on their faces, as if they had never thought that they would die so easily. Quickly check and finish it off. Seeing that the situation has completely stabilized, the hunting team of the Black Demon tribe has all fallen. Yichun immediately ordered the hunting team to check all the bodies to prevent any fish from escaping the net. This time he mainly came to participate in the cold festival, and he didn't know the situation outside. In fact, Yichun was not prepared to take action. But in the end, he chose to take action. There were 2 goals in this battle. First, he could not tolerate the cannibalistic behavior of the Black Devil. Especially after witnessing it with his own eyes, the anger in his heart burned like a flame. For Yichun, who traveled from the future, cannibalism is simply unforgivable. Secondly, the peppers carried by these black demons are treasures to Yi-chun. Once he takes action, he must take them all. At this time, Ku was busy trying to please Yi-chun. His movements were agile and quick, and he did not hesitate to conduct a comprehensive search for the bodies of his former tribesmen. In the blink of an eye, all the peppers were gone. I saw a full bag of chili peppers, all tightly wrapped in thick animal skins, and then handed to Yi-chun respectfully. Yi-chun couldn't help but recall the horrific scene of the black devil eating people that he had just witnessed. Looking at the cool guy in front of him, a sense of emotion welled up in his heart. He prayed secretly, hoping that Kujin could completely change his bad habit of cannibalism. Otherwise, as long as Yi-chun notices it, he will definitely take severe measures. Looking at the heavy bag of chili peppers in his hand, Yi-chun's mood finally improved. This guy Ku was quite sensible. He knew how much Yi-chun valued chili peppers, so he found a piece of animal skin, carefully wrapped it, and handed it to Yi-chun. Yi-chun weighed it and felt that it was almost 1 kilogram, and he was immediately filled with joy. He couldn't wait to ask Ku why these people could bring out so many peppers. Ku tried very hard to speak in a very broken language and tried his best to explain to Yi-chun, "Chief, these peppers were all won by them." While directing everyone to clean up the battlefield, Yi-chun listened to Ku explaining the origin of these peppers in stiff words. It turns out that in the Black Devil's tribe, these peppers are not treasures that can be easily obtained. Every distribution requires fierce fighting. The tribe has a limited supply of chili peppers, and everyone likes to eat them, so a violent distribution method is inevitable. Specifically, if you want more peppers, you have to challenge others to a duel. Only by defeating your opponent can you take away his share. Every time, the chief of the Black Demon tribe would take out a portion as a reward and give peppers as a reward to the team that hunted the most. If your hunting team is able to obtain the reward, then you could decide how to distribute it, and other hunting teams can also come grab it. The few people in Ku's hunting team were relatively weak in the tribe, so the amount of chili peppers they received was pitifully small. As for the people he met this time, Ku was deeply impressed by them because they were quite powerful figures in the tribe, but he did not expect that they were still powerless in the face of such sharp weapons. Before taking action, Ku was actually a little scared. After all, he knew the combat effectiveness of the Black Demon tribe warriors. However, when he thought that he was now fully armed, he immediately put his fear behind him. But Ku had never expected that his equipment, combined with you and the others' bows and arrows, would be so powerful that they could wipe out the enemy in just 2 or 3 hits. It seems like this Black Demon tribe has really taken the battle to its extreme. After listening to Ku's explanation, Yi-chun suddenly realized why the people of the Black Demon tribe were so obsessed with force and blood. This was obviously closely related to the harsh environment they lived in. It is conceivable that if a person has to fight for everything he has from childhood to adulthood through his own strength, then those who successfully survive must have a certain fighting ability. As a result, the way people distribute various resources naturally relies on force. If you want to get more food and women, you can only rely on your own force to get them. Through these circumstances, Yi-chun deduced that the reason why the Black Demon tribe frequently went down the mountain to capture prisoners was that this was their way of replenishing their population. Every fight is brutal and ruthless. When someone wins, someone else loses. In this tribe, the punishment for losers is probably not difficult to imagine. At this moment, Yi-chun was busy counting the spoils. The 2 men from the tree tribe were counting the number of people in the tribe. After running around just now, no one paid attention to each other. The scene just now was extremely chaotic, but the 2 men from the 2 tree tribes keenly discovered that the role of the prey had changed in an instant. So he stopped and turned around to observe the situation on the battlefield. Now that the situation had calmed down, the only 2 remaining tribal men quickly called everyone back. It's not that the men of the tree tribe are not afraid of the hunting team of Yi-chun's tribe, but they think that since the other side can kill such a powerful enemy as the Black Demon tribe without leaving a single piece of armor, then the 2 of them will have no chance of winning if they fight against each other. In addition, the enemy's main firepower was concentrated on the Black Demon tribe, and they didn't even look at him and others. The man's intuition told him that the other party should have no ill intentions. Moreover, the people in his own tribe were also extremely hungry. If he continued to run around without thinking today, he had no idea whether he could still make it to Lungjia alive. So the 2 of them simply thought about it and discussed it for a while and decided to stay and see what happened. It would be best if they could follow each other to Lungjia. After all, the opponent's fighting power is quite strong, and I have seen it with my own eyes. Hearing the two men's shouts, the frightened women of the tree tribe came back and quickly gathered together and stood behind the two men. They didn't even care about the animal skins and other things they had brought to the cold festival. They just gathered together for self-protection, looking at the corpses in front of them at a loss. Especially the women of their own tribe, who had just been killed by the black demon in the chaotic escape. When they saw her body, everyone's face was desolate. The women of the tree tribe were somewhat afraid of the hunting team of Yi Chen's tribe, mainly because their fighting power was too strong. They watched helplessly as the black demons that had just been chasing them fell down in the blink of an eye, which made them feel unbelievable. At this time, the leader of these people was concentrating on the spoils in his hands, with a satisfied smile on his face, and seemed to be completely unaware of the situation around him. Yi Chen quickly came to his senses and turned his gaze to the shivering members of the tree tribe not far away. Chapter 99, Do You Still Have This Skill? After a quick glance, Yi Chen had a preliminary judgment of the situation of the tree tribe. Combined with his previous observations of this tribe, Yi Chen was also brewing a plan in his mind. Preliminary judgment shows that this tribe has definitely reached the brink of danger. The reason is simple. The entire tribe looks like it is in the process of relocation. And there are very few warriors, only 2. The chances of such a tribe surviving in the primitive world are not high. What Yi Chen is thinking about now is whether he can communicate first and then go to the cold festival together. If there is a tribe familiar with the Longjia area to lead the way, the chances of successfully reaching the destination will be better. At the same time, I also want to learn more about the other party's situation and, if possible, conduct population trade or directly let the other party join my tribe. Thinking of this, Yi Chen, under the protection of Shurhat Song and others, came to the people of the tree tribe with a smile on his face. Seeing Yi Chen and his companions coming towards them, although there was no sign of them intending to attack, the people of the tree tribe were still frightened and took a few steps back. Under the protection of the two men, the women looked at Yi Chen and others nervously, obviously feeling frightened and confused by what was happening before their eyes. Yi Chen realized that he needed to resolve the current situation as soon as possible. He tried to use a gentle tone to ask, "Where are you going?" "Longjia." Yi Chen thought to himself that as long as he could communicate, his ideas would have a chance of being realized. However, when he carefully observed the people of the tree tribe, he found that their expressions were full of confusion and puzzlement, as if they did not understand what he said at all. Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart about the degree of isolation of this primitive world. He didn't expect that even when facing an unfamiliar tribe, the language barrier would be so serious. He shook his head helplessly and began to think about how to solve this problem. "Oh my God, this is really difficult. We can't even communicate." Yi Chen looked at the bewildered expressions of the group of people opposite him and secretly groaned in his heart. He knew very well that in this primitive world, the biggest problem was the language barrier, which prevented them from communicating smoothly. In fact, many intertribal conflicts could have been avoided, but the tribes were unable to understand each other's intentions, which led to the escalation of conflicts. Sometimes, even a subtle movement may be misinterpreted by the other party, leading to a fierce fight. Just like that, Yi Chen and the people opposite him looked at each other, unable to think of any response for a while. Fortunately, at this time, Shur, who had experienced several cold situations, took action immediately. He patted the plate beside him, signaling him to come out and communicate quickly. In fact, Pan had wanted to step forward as early as when the situation became awkward, but since he was in the wild, all his actions had to follow Yi Chen's instructions. Moreover, there's a possibility of accidental shooting in this situation, so Pan did not dare to act rashly for fear of causing trouble for the tribe. "Jilahuala, Jilahuala." Pan walked out of the queue, cleared his throat, and immediately began to speak, but Yi Chen could not understand what he said. But now the advantage is on his side, so Yi Chen watched the performance with confidence. As long as he was careful, there would be no problem. As Pan continued to speak, among the people of the Baishu tribe who had just looked confused, one man suddenly showed a hint of surprise on his face. "Jilahuala, Jilahuala." After hesitating for a while, the man from the Baishu tribe stammered out a few words in response to what Pan had just said. Did they actually communicate? Seeing Pan and the man from the opposite tribe suddenly start talking to each other gave Yi Chen a very magical feeling. He originally thought that the language barrier would cause communication difficulties, but he didn't expect Pan to be able to find a way to communicate with the other party. This made Yichen look at Pan's ability with admiration, and he was also curious about the men of the Baishu tribe. He didn't know how they understood what Pan said and responded to it. This wonderful way of communication made Yichen realize that human wisdom and adaptability are infinite, and even when faced with unfamiliar environments and language barriers, they can find ways to break through. Just like a friend who grew up with you in the mountains suddenly can speak a foreign language fluently, this unimaginable change makes Yichen feel unreal. Chief, they're also heading to the cold festival. What? You just talked for so long, and the translation is so simple. Yichen heard Pan and the other party exchange at least a dozen sentences, but he did not expect that the meaning translated by Pan was so concise and clear. This sudden conciseness made him a little overwhelmed. Yichen had been listening beside him, watching Pan and the other party chattering for more than a dozen sentences, and thought that they had communicated some useful information. In the end, I only heard Pan translate one sentence. I don't know whether it was because the two sides had difficulty in communication or the language system for communication was not mature enough. But in just a short while, Yichen's view of the plate changed drastically. In the past, Pan's performance in the hunting team was not outstanding. Of course, the overall combat effectiveness of the tribal hunting team was relatively weak at that time, which was mainly attributed to the limitations of physical fitness and weapons and equipment. Today, through daily simple training and the upgrading and improvement of weapons and equipment, the hunting team's combat effectiveness has increased sharply, and the team members' self-confidence has also been greatly enhanced. However, Pan's performance in the hunting team was still not outstanding. Although he worked hard on weekdays, he did not show any particularly outstanding talents. He also lacks talent when it comes to picking archers and remains a melee fighter to this day. But even in close combat, Pan is not the strongest. It can only be said that his combat capability is decent, but not amazing. What impressed Yichen most about Pan was that he always had bad luck. Whenever the tribe was attacked, Pan always seemed to be there, and was usually the one who suffered the most serious injuries. Whether it was the sneak attack by the wild wolf or the attack by the black devil, Pan was the first witness without exception. Finally today, Yichen finally realized one of Pan's advantages, language talent. He was able to communicate and interact effectively with other tribes. Although this kind of communication may be relatively simple, in Yichen's eyes, it is already a very remarkable skill that will undoubtedly bring him great help. After a brief conversation, Yichen couldn't be sure whether Pan had conveyed his intentions exactly, but from the current situation, it seemed that everything had been conveyed. After all, the White Tree tribe, which had been extremely nervous before, had now obviously relaxed. Although they still didn't dare to get too close, at least their expressions were no longer so tense. All right, let's clean up the battlefield quickly and invite them over to rest and have some food together. Yichen noticed that everyone in the other tribe looked haggard and thin, and he guessed that they must have been starving for a long time. In addition, he was also feeling very hungry, so he quickly made arrangements. Yichen was also very confident that he could establish a good relationship with the other party in just one meal. After all, the warmth of broth is something that primitive people cannot resist. Chapter 100: The Temptation of Broth. Although he had little knowledge of this tribe, Yichen keenly realized that their purpose did not seem to be simply to participate in the Lung Festival. Taking children to Lungjia is really inconceivable. After all, the wild forest is full of dangers. Who would have the heart to let children take such risks? Taking another look at the items the other party brought, there was nothing else except a pile of animal skins. These animal skins were obviously not items worth exchanging at the Cold Festival. The most striking thing is that this tribe has only a dozen women and children, and only 2 men with combat capabilities. It is undoubtedly very dangerous for them to participate in the Lung Festival with such strength. Thinking of this, Yichen realized that this might be a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the tribe and attract the other party to join. So he hurriedly smiled and invited the people from the opposite tribe to sit down and rest, and quickly sent someone to get out the cooking tools. Under the surprised gaze of the Tree Tribe people, the hunting team took quick action. They skillfully moved stones, built a simple stove, and then carefully placed the pottery jars and a backpack on it. Perhaps it was because they did not feel any hostility from Yichen and others, or perhaps it was because Yichen and others had all kinds of novel items on them, which made the people of the Tree Tribe full of curiosity. In short, the people of the Tree Tribe gradually relaxed their vigilance and slowly approached. The clay pot, was originally filled with clear water and was placed on the stove that had just been set up. Yi immediately took out the fire starter that Yi Chun had carefully made from his arms. He carefully pulled off the tinder head, shook it gently, and spilled some of the ignition inside. He stared intently at the igniters that had fallen into the firewood pile, then bent down and blew gently with his mouth. Call! 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 Ye's movements were gentle yet firm, as if he was protecting something precious. As he worked hard, thick smoke gradually rose from the stove and filled the air. Immediately afterwards, bright flames leaped out like a grand dance. The people of the tree tribe widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They never imagined that fire could be carried around like this and taken out when needed. You have to know that when the whole tribe left the tree tribe tried every possible way to preserve the fire. But unfortunately, everyone was very hungry along the way, and the dangers of the wilderness threatened everyone at all times. So in the end, they failed to successfully keep the fire. The loss of fire made the entire tree tribe feel extremely sad and lost. They knew that if they lost the fire, it would be extremely difficult for the tribe to survive in this cold winter. However, at this moment, Yi took out another clay pot from his backpack and poured the smoked meat into the clean water. As the piece of meat fell, it made a plop and plop sound. This familiar sound made the people in the tree tribe open their eyes wide. They were surprised to find that this strange thing was actually filled with water, and that the water could be put directly on the fire. After finishing all this, Yi finally stopped what he was doing and began to take a short rest. Since they were in the wild at the moment, and there were many people traveling, they needed to cook 2 large pots of broth at one time to meet everyone's needs. So, Yi took out another clay pot from Yun's backpack and prepared to continue cooking the delicious broth. Yi is the culinary expert in the hunting team. His job is to cook food for his teammates in the wild. When surviving in the wild, eating hot food is essential to maintaining strength and health, so Ye's work is indispensable. While Yi Chun was watching the broth that was about to be cooked, he suddenly remembered that there was a large bag of chili peppers among the spoils they had just obtained. In the past, due to the limited availability of chili peppers, they were preserved within the tribe to make chili pepper seeds to ensure sufficient supply of chili peppers next year. However, this time the harvest was exceptionally fruitful, and Yi Chun decided to use some to reward himself. He took out a chili pepper, chopped it into small pieces, and put it into the broth in the 2 pots. When Yi Chun added chopped chili peppers to the broth, Ku couldn't help but salivate. He still remembered that when he was a prisoner, he had tasted a bowl of broth with chopped chili peppers. The taste was unforgettable, but for some reason, he never ate it again. Ku was very much looking forward to being able to eat it again today. His eyes were fixed on the movements in Yi Chun's hands, as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. As Yi Chun put the meat into the pottery jar, a hint of excitement flashed in Ku's eyes, as if he had already smelled the rich aroma. Seeing that the broth in the clay pot had started to bubble, Yi Chun asked Yi to take out the clay bowl from the backpack and scoop a bowl for each person first. The invention of pottery allowed tribes to better cook food and store liquids, while also improving their quality of life. This simple display of skill has already demonstrated the advanced technology of Yi Chun's tribe. The weather was already getting a little cold, and we had been resting in the forest last night, so we were a little cold. The broth with the chili powder in it immediately made everyone break out in a sweat. The heat made them feel warm and comfortable, as if all the pores in their bodies were opened, making them want to drink more. The spicy taste stimulated their taste buds and increased their appetite. The people from the tree tribe, standing opposite, couldn't help swallowing their saliva at this moment. Although what Yi Chun and others had just shown was shocking, it was still not even 1/10,000th of what this bowl of broth had. Their eyes were fixed on the pottery bowls in the hands of Yi Chun and others, their eyes full of desire and envy. For these hungry people, a bowl of hot broth is undoubtedly the most delicious thing in the world. You have to know that everyone in the tree tribe has been hungry for almost 2 days. They were already exhausted, and they could already smell the fragrance of the broth just now. Now seeing Yi Chun and others eating so voraciously, he couldn't stand it anymore. Their stomachs began to growl, and their mouths secreted a lot of saliva, as if protesting their owners for not meeting their needs in time. Noticing the reactions of the people in the tree tribe, Yi Chun secretly laughed in his heart, but his face remained very calm. After finishing the broth in his bowl, he scooped another full bowl. He walked straight to the people of the tree tribe, handed them the steaming pottery bowl, and made gestures of drinking soup to signal them to eat it. Come on, have a bowl of broth. Hiliwala. Following Yi Chun's actions, The hunting team also followed with weapons in hand to prevent any aggressive behavior from the other party. Pan, who was following behind him, immediately began to translate. The people of the tree tribe were originally a little nervous, and the man who was able to communicate with Pan was also stunned. Then he turned his eyes to the bowl in Yi Chen's hand and turned to look at the tribesmen behind him. After some mental consideration, the man from the tree tribe tremblingly took the pottery bowl from Yi Chen's hand, slowly put it to his mouth, and drank the first mouthful of the boiling hot broth. Chapter 101, Translation, Official Disc. The man from the tree tribe picked up the pottery bowl and took a sip. Instantly, a burst of heat filled his mouth, followed by a strong spicy taste that hit his taste buds, but there was no other obvious taste. However, when he tasted the meat and broth, an indescribable feeling of comfort came over him. The main reason was that the tree tribe hadn't eaten meat for 2 days, so when this stream of oil and water entered their stomachs, they felt comfortable instantly. With a satisfied sigh, the man swallowed the food in his mouth without hesitation. His eyes widened in surprise, and he secretly exclaimed in his heart, "I didn't expect meat to be so delicious. What have we been eating all these years? It's such a waste to eat meat raw like that." Although the taste of this soup is relatively simple, its rich aroma cannot be concealed. Everyone standing by had already smelled the tempting aroma of meat and was drooling. At this moment, they watched the man drink a mouthful of the broth, exclaiming in surprise, with an intoxicated expression on his face, and their hearts became more and more anxious. The man savored the feeling of the broth and finally came to his senses. He noticed the eager eyes of the people around him, scratched his head in embarrassment, and hurriedly handed the pottery bowl in his hand to the person next to him. Yi Chen listened to the surprised sounds of everyone in the opposite tree tribe after drinking the broth. Those exclamations made him feel proud. He saw the gleam in their eyes, as if they had discovered a new world, and he was secretly delighted. Then, they began to stare greedily at the clay pot of boiling broth next to Yi Chen, looking forward to more delicious food. A satisfied smile gradually appeared on Yi Chen's face. "Make another pot of broth." Yi Chen decided to press on with his victory, hoping to further win the favor of the tree tribe through this pot of broth. He knows very well that food can often break down barriers between strangers and bring people closer together. It's a pity that there is no wine. If we had taken out the killer weapon, white wine, we might have become sworn brothers by now. Of course, this is just Yi Chen's fantasy. It is still a long way to go before he can brew liquor. When the broth in the pottery bowl was finished, Yi Chen signaled to the tree tribe opposite, asking them to return the pottery bowl and inviting everyone to wait together for the new pot of broth to be cooked. At this time, Pan had fully immersed himself in the role of translator and diplomat. He quickly and accurately translated Yi Chen's words to the people of the tree tribe. A bowl of boiling hot broth instantly became a bridge connecting the two tribes, making the relationship between the two sides closer. The people of the tree tribe gradually let down their guard, and the women and children sat down one after another under the command of the man. Although still a little reserved, at least he is no longer as vigilant as he was at the beginning. Seeing that the bowl of broth had worked, Yi Chen was very satisfied. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and learn more about the origins and purposes of these people. So he said to Pan, "Ask them. I want to know where they came from." After listening to this, Pan immediately pointed his finger into the distance and said something to those people. Those people seemed to understand what he meant. They pointed their hands at another mountain range in the distance and made some strange noises. "Chief, they came from a place over the mountain and have been traveling for nearly 3 days to get here." Yi Chen nodded to show his understanding. Then he asked, "Why did they come here?" After hearing what Pan translated, the people of the tree tribe showed sad expressions on their faces, but they quickly put them away and continued talking. Yi Chen waited quietly, hoping to find some clues from their answers. After a while, Pan finally finished the translation. After listening to Pan's translation, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the people of this tribe were also going to participate in the cold festival. Yi Chen patted Pan's shoulder happily and praised him. "Pan, you are amazing." Hey. Pan couldn't help grinning when he received Yi Chen's praise, and he looked a little shy. After this incident, Yi Chen discovered the advantages of the plate in time and will continue to cultivate it with care. Then asked them what they're doing at the cold festival. Yi Chen always felt that the people of this tribe did not want to go to Longjia to exchange items. After all, they even brought the children of the tribe with them, so it did not seem like a simple exchange of items. Hearing Pan's question, the man from the tree tribe showed a sad expression on his face and immediately began to complain. In order to ensure that Pan understood what he meant, the man gestured with his hands and feet. As Pan listened carefully, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Yi Chun, who was paying attention to Pan's changes, also raised his eyebrows. Could there be another hidden secret here? The man from the tree tribe felt a little dry-mouthed after a frantic outburst, and then he stopped looking at the plate, hoping that he could convey his message to Yi Chun. As Pan translated, Yi Chun roughly understood the other party's situation and his heart suddenly became happy, but his face was still as calm as ever, without much expression. According to the information translated by Pan, the entire tribe of the other party was migrating and preparing to go to Longjia to exchange some food and then find a new place to live for the tribe. This is good news for Yi Chun. A tribe without a place to live is on the verge of collapse. As long as Yi Chun can show the wonderful life of his tribe and display various advanced technologies and powerful weapons. Yi Chun didn't believe that the other party would not be tempted. He must want to join his tribe. Then he would make a friendly invitation. Then, GGG. Chief, what are you laughing at? Hearing Yi Chun's sudden strange laughter beside him, Pan got goosebumps and quickly asked Yi Chun what was wrong. Yi Chun was immersed in his own fantasy, imagining that he would annex the other party's entire tribe into his own tribe. That scene made Yi Chun couldn't help laughing. What's wrong? His fantasy was suddenly interrupted by Pan. Yi Chun quickly touched the corner of his mouth and found that saliva was already flowing out. He wiped it hastily. Then he put on a kind face and let Pan convey his idea, which was to invite them to go to Longjia together. Tell them that they can go to Longjia with us. It will be safer this way. There are quite a lot of people in the tree tribe. A rough count shows that there are more than 10 women and children, as well as 2 adult men. If they can join Yi Chun's tribe, they will undoubtedly be a great help. However, at the moment, Yi Chun had not yet figured out how to bring them all under his command, so he could only decide to follow them first and then slowly plan later. There's really no way. The tribal members lack experience in this matter. In the past, they lived a life of hunger in their own tribe and had no time to care about development and growth. Today, although the tribe has become powerful, no one has the idea of directly inviting other tribes to join, mainly because they are worried that the increase in population will lead to a decrease in food. After hearing Pan's translation, the men of the White Tree tribe nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with joy. Being able to cooperate with such a powerful tribe will undoubtedly greatly reduce the danger. There was no need for translation this time. Seeing the man from the other tribe nodded without hesitation, Yi Chun understood that he agreed. Chapter 102 Trees of the Tree Tribe. Seeing that the other tribe agreed with his idea, and the 2 tribes went to Longjia together, Yi Chun also smiled. Looking at the broth bubbling in the pot, he immediately picked up the ceramic bowl and scooped a bowl of it, then handed it to the other party again. This time, everyone knew that this was good stuff, even though Yi Chun had repeatedly reminded them to let it cool down before drinking, and even fearing that they might not understand, he specially demonstrated how to drink hot soup. As a result, after the people of the tree tribe took the bowl, they still couldn't wait to pour the food into their mouths. Even if they screamed because of the burn, they covered their mouths tightly and refused to spit it out. This scene also made Shi Hutsong and others laugh out loud. The people of the tree tribe had food to eat, and they were also laughing happily. The atmosphere between the 2 tribes suddenly became much more relaxed, and everyone began to relax. After a short rest, Yi Chun asked everyone to get ready to continue their journey. This time, there are more than 10 more people traveling together than before, so the team's formation has also changed. Yi Chun decided to surround all the women in the middle, while the other men were responsible for protection in the front, back, left, and right. Although the travel speed will be slightly slower, the safety is relatively higher. At this time, Yi Chun had secretly regarded the people of the tree tribe as new members of his own tribe, so he was particularly careful in his arrangements. He noticed that the women of the tree tribe were carrying large amounts of animal skins in their hands, making it very difficult for them to move. Yi Chun frowned and immediately asked Yin to take out the rope from the backpack to help the women tie up the animal skins and secure them on their backs. This made their movements much easier. The mere appearance of this simple bark rope left the women of the tree tribe speechless with amazement. They touched the bark ropes on their bodies with their hands and felt an unprecedented texture. In fact, the tree tribe also uses branches and leaves to make ropes, but they're definitely not as strong as the ropes woven by the Yi Chun tribe. The first thing I felt when holding it in my hand was that the rope was very beautifully woven. The craftsmanship, texture, and practicality were simply incomparable to the ropes of my own tribe. Then look at the people in Yi Chen's tribe. Everyone carries a backpack behind them, and all items can be easily put into it. This convenience is amazing. The women in the tribe took the opportunity to carefully observe the style of the backpack. This novel thing has deeply attracted them. At the same time, Yi Chen took advantage of this preparation period to learn some details about the other tribe. This tribe calls itself the Tree Tribe, and the only two men left in the tribe are named Wu and Shi. Since Wu is part of the hunting party, he looks to be in his 30s. He had participated in cold hunting activities many times, so he learned the language that could be used to communicate in the cold festival, which made communication between him and Yi Chen possible. Faced with the scene in front of him, Yi Chen felt it was extremely absurd, as if the Chinese and Americans were talking in French. This Shi is the chief of the tribe. He does look older than the others, about 40 years old, and his hair has begun to turn white. Recalling that Wu Weishi had just nodded and agreed to Yi Chen's proposal to go to Lungjia together without his consent, Yi Chen couldn't help but realize that this tribe seemed to be in trouble. After some reorganization, the team finally set off slowly. It was still afternoon, and there was still some time before dark. Yi Chen decided to continue walking for a while, and then find a suitable place to rest. On the way, Yi Chen learned a lot about the Tree Tribe through communication with Pan and Wu, especially the trees they repeatedly mentioned, which aroused Yi Chen's great interest. Unfortunately, the current language of this world has limited adjectives, or perhaps the language ability of both parties is insufficient, so Yi Chen knows very little about the specific situation of the tree described by Wu Ko. Call out. While they were chatting, they suddenly heard the sound of an arrow coming from behind them. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw that it was Yu who shot an arrow. Instantly, a muffled bang was heard, and a wild bird on a tree not far away fell to the ground. This is the privilege given to you by Yi Chen. It takes at least 2 days to walk from the tribe to Lungjia. The stopover time and the return time take at least 5 or 6 days. The meat carried back from the tribe along the way was definitely not enough, so hunting was needed. Therefore, Yi Chen specifically told you that he could shoot directly whenever he had the chance. In this way, everyone's food pressure will be much less, and if there's not enough food, they can hunt locally. Under the surprised gazes of the Tree Tribe, you quickly ran over to pick up the dead wild bird on the ground, pulled out the arrow that had pierced its body, and looked at his prey with satisfaction. Oh, Jilihuala! Wu and Shi from the Tree Tribe immediately pointed at the bow and arrow in Yu's hand and started talking about it. They were very curious about the bow and arrow just now. However, due to the unfamiliarity between the two tribes at the time, the two did not dare to ask. Now that their relationship was a little better and they had witnessed the power of the bow and arrow once again, they immediately started gesticulating and asking Pan about everything about the bow and arrow. Chief, they want to know about the bows and arrows. Pan definitely knew about the situation with the bows and arrows, but it was a secret of the tribe after all, and he didn't dare to say anything without Yi Chen's permission. It's okay, just tell them. Yi Chen had an indifferent expression about this. He waved his hand and asked Pan to tell the two of them in detail, and then gave you a thumbs up and praised him. At this moment, you had returned to the team with a smile, holding the wild bird that was shot dead in his hand, his eyes full of pride. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled with satisfaction. Well done, keep it up. You nodded vigorously, indicating that she would try her best. This wild bird weighs more than 3 pounds, and its feathers are colorful and very suitable for making arrow feathers. You happily put the wild bird's body into the backpack and continued to follow everyone. She and you both stared at the weapon in Yu's hand, their eyes revealing obsession and desire. Their gazes were so intense that you felt nervous and subconsciously held the bow and arrow tightly in his hand, as if protecting a precious treasure. Facing Wu Hushi's perverted gaze, you gripped the bow and arrow somewhat unnaturally, making a sacred and inviolable gesture. After all, bows and arrows have great appeal to men. No matter when and where, this weapon with powerful long-range attack capabilities can arouse endless yearning. Suddenly, something else happened. Song, who was walking in front of the team, suddenly noticed movement in the nearby grass. He immediately raised his weapon vigilantly and shouted a warning. There's something over there. After receiving the signal, the hunting team members instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Their eyes became sharp, their muscles tensed, and they held various weapons in their hands, ready to face the upcoming battle. This sudden change shocked Wu and Shi. They stared with wide eyes and stood there, as if time had stopped. With a rustling sound, a gray figure jumped out from the dense grass. It moved extremely quickly, shuttling through the grass like lightning. Yichen concentrated his attention and saw clearly in an instant that it was a wild rabbit. He immediately ordered to chase and capture it. Chapter 103 Gift from the Tree Tribe. Get it for me. After seeing the target clearly, which was just a hare, Yichen decisively gave the order to kill it. At this moment, the flying ropes, stones, and arrows were launched together, cutting through the air with a sharp sound of wind, making people feel a powerful force. Swish and swish, the sounds of weapons breaking through the air rang in everyone's ears like a declaration of death. When everyone looked closely at the gray figure, they found that it had fallen straight to the ground and was no longer moving. Song Husher and others who were not equipped with bows and arrows still chose rope stones as weapons for long-range attacks. Although the rope stone does not have the lethality of a bow and arrow, it is enough to cause damage to the enemy. Without any long-range attack capability, it would be useless in combat. After all, the division of labor within the hunting team has not yet reached the level where it can be broken down into different arms. This display completely stunned Wu and Shi. They had never imagined that this tribe possessed such diverse, magical, and powerful weapons. These weapons not only demonstrate the strength of the hunting team, but also indicate the future development potential of this tribe. Looking at everything in front of them, an indescribable shock surged in their hearts. They seemed to be in a whole new world, full of curiosity and amazement about the things around them. This novel experience made them deeply realize that it was an extremely lucky thing to follow such a powerful tribe to Lungjia. The safety of the tribe was guaranteed, and everyone could rest in peace, not looking as haggard as they had been the past few days. After a while, night fell and the sky became pitch black. The hunting team leader Shur directed everyone to find a safe place to rest for the night. With Shur, the experienced captain of the hunting team, everyone quickly found a suitable place with flat terrain and dense bushes around it, which could provide a certain degree of concealment and protection. It was time to prepare dinner. The hunting team skillfully processed the wild birds and rabbits they had hunted during the day, cleaning them and stewing them in clay pots. At the same time, they also took out the smoked meat they brought from the tribe, because there were now many more people and the prey they caught was still not enough. The smoked meat was originally intended to be eaten when no prey was caught on the road. Now, in order to prevent everyone from going hungry, we have to take it out first. At this moment, they are looking forward to tasting the delicious food as soon as possible. Just as everyone was quietly waiting for the food to be cooked, Shi, who was sitting next to them, suddenly took out a leaf from the bound animal skin and handed it to Yichen respectfully, indicating that it was edible. Yichen took the leaf and carefully observed its shape and color, but he didn't know how to eat it. She seemed to understand Yichen's doubts. He gently picked up the leaves with his fingers, put them in his mouth, and chewed them, and motioned Yichen to try it too. Yichen hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to trust Shi's judgment and carefully put the leaf into his mouth. When Yichen put it in his mouth and felt the taste, he was stunned on the spot. This is woo-woo. Feeling the taste coming from his mouth, Yichen's body shook violently, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his lips trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Yichen's shoulders began to tremble, his breathing became rapid and heavy, and soon he began to sob. Forehead. Looking at Yichen's expression, she was also frightened. He never expected that his things would cause such a big reaction. At the same time, he was also very confused. It was just a leaf that was very common near the tribe. He didn't know why Yichen cried after eating it. That's right, it was the taste of salt that caused Yichen's strong reaction. Since Yichen hadn't eaten salt for nearly 3 months, he had almost forgotten the taste of salt. When he tasted that familiar salty flavor, an uncontrollable emotion welled up in his heart. Yichen carefully tore off a small piece of leaf again and put it into his mouth. In an instant, a strong salty taste surged to the tip of the tongue, and the pungent salty feeling completely awakened Yichen's taste buds. This long-lost taste made Yichen's emotions collapse instantly. He could no longer control his emotions, and tears burst out. Yichen never expected that he would encounter salt in such a special place, and in such a coincidental way. He had longed to find salt countless times, and now he finally got his wish. But Yichen did not completely believe the facts before him, because he knew that there was a tree in the future whose fruit would be covered with a layer of white crystals, which could be scraped off and used as salt. Therefore, Yichen needed to further confirm whether this was really the salt he had been looking for. Ignoring the shock of others and the concern of Song and others, Yichen quickly wiped away his tears and anxiously asked Yi to cook another pot of broth immediately. Even if it is not iodized salt, the taste of salt is a good thing. Yichen can't wait to try the salty broth. Yi, who was packing up his things, was stunned because Yichen had just instructed them to pack up the pottery jars and bowls. However, Yichen had a very high prestige in the tribe. Even though his orders were inconsistent, Yi still carried them out without hesitation. When he started to cook another pot of broth, Yichen waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down and rest, and said that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Then, Yichen invited Pan Hushi to sit next to him, and then patiently asked them about the details of the leaf. After Pan and she had a chattering conversation, Yichen finally understood the basic situation of this leaf. He secretly sighed in his heart and was very surprised by this discovery. These country bumpkins really don't know what's good. Just this salty leaf alone, if used properly, can be a fortune. Seeing Shi and Wu acting as if they were not taking the matter seriously, Yichen secretly complained in his heart. Then Pan began to translate. This leaf was picked from a tree. The tree was not very tall, about 2 or 3 meters, and the leaves on it were very dense. The tree tribe was formed by chance. Due to food shortage and unbearable hunger, everyone in the tribe began to try picking nearby leaves to eat. Other leaves in the woods near the tribe are either tasteless or cause diarrhea after eating. But the leaves of this tree have a strange taste that is unbearable, and you have to drink a lot of water to relieve the discomfort. But later they found that the taste of these leaves was actually quite good. After all, it was a dish with flavor, so they began to use it. This has become a kind of snack for the tribe. They pick a leaf every day, tear off a little bit, and chew it in their mouth in their spare time to keep the taste in their mouth. After all, in this primitive world, leaves with flavor can also be considered a kind of food. So how many of these leaves do you have now? Listening to the question translated by Pan, she immediately took out all the leaves he had, about 10 or so, and handed them all to Yichen. To him, this leaf was just an ordinary snack in the tree tribe. Although it tasted good, it couldn't really fill his stomach. And if we can establish a good relationship with this powerful tribe, then the future will definitely be better. So, he took out all his leaves without hesitation, hoping to gain the other party's recognition and friendship. After all, this can really fill his stomach. Shika is not stupid at all. If he can exchange these leaves for friendship, it would definitely be a good deal. Chapter 104. Snake Wounds. Anything else? Looking at the salt tree leaves in his hand, Yichen smiled. Each of these leaves is larger than the palm of your hand. Yichen thought that if he saved a little, he could cook dozens of pots of delicious broth. Hearing Yichen's question, she immediately turned around and asked the women in the tribe to take out the leaves he had brought. I saw the women taking out stacks of leaves from behind their backs. Each of them had at least a dozen. Yichen looked at the leaves piled up in front of him, and the corners of his mouth could no longer help but rise. Are there many trees with leaves like this? Chief, she said, there are a lot of these trees there. Yichen was secretly happy. So many trees meant that the tribe no longer had to worry about salt, and they could also make bacon, so they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages in the future. Thinking about this, Yichen immediately began to plan to visit the tree tribe camp after returning from Lungjia. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's all try this pot of broth. Seeing that the broth in the pottery pot had begun to boil, Yichen no longer had the heart to ask about the condition of the salt tree leaves. Instead, he simply picked up a leaf, tore off a small half, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the pottery jar. Then, he picked up the spoon and stirred it vigorously. Looking at the pot of fragrant broth, Yichen couldn't help drooling. Salt is extremely important to Yichen. He has been eating tasteless broth for the past 3 months and has long been tired of it. In order to replenish salt, he even specially invented blood tofu. Otherwise, Yichen would have to drink raw blood every time, which was unbearable. At this moment, I can finally drink a pot of salty broth. Hoo-hoo! Yichen picked up a bowl of broth and blew hard on the hot air, eager to try how the broth tasted after adding salt. He took a sip carefully, feeling the rich meaty aroma and light salty taste, and a satisfied smile appeared on Yichen's face. The taste was even better than he had imagined, leaving him with an unforgettable aftertaste. As the saying goes, salt is the king of all flavors. No matter what dish it is, if there is not enough salt, it will taste bland, But if the saltiness is just right, most people can still accept it. Why do dishes in later generations become more and more salty and spicy? The reason is that these strong flavors can be used to cover up the odor of the ingredients themselves. Everyone was wondering why they suddenly had to cook another pot of broth, but once they tasted it, they were immediately stunned. For Ishikura and others in the hunting team, the broth that they had long been accustomed to suddenly became extremely unfamiliar, and the delicious taste of the broth was completely aroused. For the people of the tree tribe, it was even more unbelievable. The broth they just drank was already very delicious, and they didn't expect that adding salt tree leaves would make the broth even more delicious. At this moment, everyone finally realized the importance of salt tree leaves. However, the tree tribe didn't have too many ideas. They knew very well that what the tribe lacked most was not salt leaves, but sufficient food and a safe habitat. Finally, after tasting the more delicious broth, the people from Yi Chen's tribe and Bai Shu's tribe, a large group of more than 30 people, rested with satisfaction after eating. When they set off the next day, the members of the hunting team were more attentive to the hunting along the way. They kept a close eye on any movement around them, and any movement would be scrutinized by several gazes. After all, everyone is looking forward to catching more prey along the way, so that they could drink 2 more bowls of delicious broth with salt leaves at dinner. At the same time, Yichen also asked Pan to take Yin along the way to communicate more with the people of the tree tribe and teach them some methods of weaving backpacks and bark ropes. One reason is to deepen the relationship with the tree tribe. If our tribe is willing to teach them the methods of weaving these items, then they will definitely be grateful. Secondly, the efficiency of the tree tribe is indeed not high. They have to carry so many animal skins with both hands, which makes their walking efficiency much slower. If you walk with things in your hands, you will not be able to see the road under your feet and will not be able to react in time when danger occurs. This is very dangerous in the wild. The technical requirements for making a backpack are relatively high, and the women of the tree tribe cannot learn it in a short time. So Ian started teaching them from weaving the simplest bark rope. The tree tribe all knows the function of ropes, but being able to weave a strong and solid rope is definitely the best. Yichun took out the tribe's ropes and gave some to the women of the tree tribe, asking them to tie the animal skins on their backs so that it would be easier for them to walk. But the rope is tied on the shoulders, and it is still not as comfortable as carrying things in a backpack. However, there are no ready-made backpack for them to use, so this is the only way for now. A scream completely broke the silence of the team, and the women who were resting quietly became panicked. It was almost noon, and Sure led the team to find a place to rest. The women were also sitting on the ground to rest. Everyone followed Yun in weaving ropes. Bark was the easiest to obtain in the forest, so everyone took the bark and followed Yun to learn. After a day of learning, some smart women were able to weave bark ropes independently, and they were all smiling after receiving Yun's thumbs-up praise. At first, the people in the tree tribe didn't know what the thumbs-up sign was for. When they learned that it meant praise, they were very happy. But at this moment, a woman was looking at her feet in horror. A small black and white snake was biting her feet tightly, and its entire body was wrapped around her legs. The women of the tree tribe were not wearing shoes and were walking barefoot on the ground. They had no defense at all against the poisonous snake and were bitten directly. Get out of the way! Looking at the situation in front of him, Song also roared, and immediately came to the woman who was bitten by the snake and carefully used a tree stick to pick up the entangled little snake. It took a while of effort to pry open the small snake that was biting tightly and then chopped it into 2 pieces with an axe. Song was very happy to hold the snake meat in his hand. Just looking at the tree tribe woman who was bitten, her face was extremely pale, and I couldn't tell whether it was because of snake venom or because she was scared. Everyone knows the power of snake venom. Looking at the woman who had been bitten, everyone was anxious but didn't know what to do. Yi-chan turned his head to look at the members of the hunting team behind him, only to see that Shirt Song and others also looked solemn, and they had no way to deal with the snake venom. Facing Yi-chen's gaze, everyone in the hunting team could only shake their heads silently, as if watching her waiting to die. It seems that I am the only one left. Seeing that no one had any way to deal with it, Yi-chan could only grit his teeth and stand up. During this period, Yi-chun has been learning wilderness first aid knowledge in the system, and he knows a little bit, but when facing the poisonous snakes in this primitive world, Yi-chun is not sure. Chapter 105, The Conquered Tree Tribe. The wilderness first aid knowledge that Yi Chan learned in the system also includes first aid measures for snake bites. But now they're in the primitive world, and Yi Chan has no idea what species this black and white poisonous snake is, so he has no idea. But he couldn't just watch her die. Yi Chan made up his mind and didn't say anything. He took the stone axe from Pan's hand and walked quickly to the woman. Looking at the poisoned woman whose face had lost all color, Yi Chan hurriedly squatted down and started to fight with the stone axe in his hand. The poisoned woman lying on the ground, silently waiting to die, and the crowd watching nearby, all thought that Yi Chan was going to send her on her way. Although they felt reluctant, they did not object. Squeak! Yi Chan took the poisoned woman's ankle in his hand, and seeing that the 2 blood holes had stopped bleeding, he immediately cut open the wound and squeezed out the poisonous blood. Rang Yi quickly brought over a can of clean water and washed out the poisonous blood. Yi Chan was worried that there was still some poisonous blood inside, so he sucked it hard with his mouth a few times. He found that there was indeed poisonous blood in it, so he immediately spat it out and then washed his mouth and the woman's wound with clean water. Yi Chan asked Pan to bring a burning branch and asked Shi and Wu from the tree tribe to hold it down, because it would be very painful to treat the wound. As everyone looked on in surprise, Yi Chan directly poked the poisoned woman's wound with the red-hot branch in his hand. While listening to the screams of the poisoned woman, Yi Chan signaled the 2 men to hold her down hard to prevent her from struggling. I don't know if it will work. I learned this from the system. If it doesn't work, don't come to me. While watching the poisoned woman being burned to death, Yi Chan held the burned end of the branch steady, keeping it tightly against the wound. High temperature can kill snake venom protein and can be used for first aid in the wild. This is the knowledge taught in the system. Forehead. In the end, the poisoned woman fainted completely after screaming for a while and fell into Shi's arms. She looked at the unconscious woman and didn't know what to do. Yi Chan quickly felt the woman's nose and found that she was still breathing weakly, and his heart was hanging. He immediately asked Shi to lay her flat, and then asked Yi to boil a pot of hot soup and feed it to her. As for the poisonous snake that bit the woman, after Tsang killed it with an axe, he put it directly into a pottery pot and stewed it to nourish the poisoned woman. After leaving a few women to take care of the poisoned woman who had fainted, Yi Chan finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked everyone to start cooking. At night, Yi Chan checked the poisoned woman's breathing again and found that it had begun to smooth out. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly proud of himself for having successfully performed his first wilderness first aid. There was no other way. Because of the delay caused by the poisoned woman, everyone could only stay here for the time being, but Yi Chan did not dare to delay too much. So he asked the hunting team to cut some branches and make a simple stretcher. It happened that Yun and the women of the tree tribe were weaving bark ropes these 2 days, so the stretcher came in handy. The stretcher of later generations was made of 2 iron rods with a layer of cloth wrapped in the middle. As long as the cloth was strong and firmly wrapped around the 2 iron rods, it would be fine. But Yi Chan doesn't have the conditions for this now, so he can only use some branches as thick as his arms, tie them into a row, and then put 2 layers of animal skin on them, and then a simple stretcher will be made. The next morning, the poisoned woman still had not woken up, but her face was already bloody. Yi Chan asked 4 women from the tree tribe to carry her away. In this way, the team can get on the road again. Although the progress is a little slower, it will not delay anything. Is this the place where the cold festival is held? Yi Chan pushed aside the leaves in front of him, and what came into view was a huge piece of grass. The grass was covered with foot-high dead grass, and at first glance, the flat land seemed exceptionally vast. He couldn't help but wonder, why is there no one here? Yi Chan walked forward, looking around curiously. After another day of walking, they finally arrived at Langjia. The biggest surprise for Yi Chan along the way was that the poisoned woman successfully woke up, although she was still very weak. The people of the tree tribe were dancing with joy when they saw the woman who was bitten by a poisonous snake wake up. She and Wu were also very shocked. Both of them had been in hunting teams and knew very well the power of snake venom. The fact that Yi Chan was able to save her was completely beyond their imagination. At this point, the entire tree tribe had great respect for Yi Chan, and their eyes were full of respect when they looked at Yi Chan. She and Wu also came to Yi Chan after whispering for a while. Hiliwala. Yi Chan was also confused before he could react, mainly because the 2 men looked very serious, and they must be talking about something very important. Unfortunately, Yi Chan didn't understand and could only look at Pan beside him, who also looked at a loss at the moment. Chief, they want to join us. Aren't we already going to the cold festival together? Yichen was also confused after listening to Pan's translation. Chief, they want to return to the tribe with us, eat meat together, and hunt together. After hearing this, Yichen finally understood that the tree tribe was preparing to join Yichen's tribe. However, Pan's translation ability was limited, and he failed to translate the core meaning of the tree tribe. He hesitated and translated according to his own understanding. But this cannot be blamed on Pan. After all, Pan has never encountered such a situation before. There are tribes willing to join his own tribe, so it is very difficult to translate the other party's previous content. Haha, that's great. After understanding what the other party meant, Yichun couldn't help laughing. He immediately asked Pan to translate and tell Shi and Wu that he agreed to the other party's request. Hiliwala. Shi and Wu were also extremely nervous at this moment, and they were looking forward to joining this powerful tribe in front of them so that their fellow tribesmen could have a better life. After listening to Pan's translation, the two finally laughed and excitedly conveyed the news to everyone in the tree tribe immediately. Roar! Ho! In an instant, the people of the tree tribe began to cheer and celebrate their wonderful life. Looking at the situation of the tree tribe, Yichun couldn't suppress the smile on his face and greeted the gazes of the tree tribe members with a smile. At this moment, it was Sure and other members of the hunting team who were frightened when they saw the tree tribe members cheering. They had no idea what was going on. Seeing this scene, Yichun immediately stood up, signaled everyone to be quiet, and gave a speech to everyone. According to international practice, the first thing to do is to welcome the tree tribe to join, and at the same time, it is stated that all members of the tree tribe will be treated equally. Finally, all members of the tree tribe are required to obey their orders. Yichun spoke passionately, but it was unknown how much of his meaning Pan could translate. However, Yichun didn't care about this problem. Anyway, as long as the people from the tree tribe came, it would take 2 or 3 months at most for them to be able to communicate normally. Learning requires an environment that is very important. As long as the members of the tree tribe are brought back to the tribal camp, there will naturally be a way to make them learn the language of their own tribe. Chapter 106: The Hunting Team's Response. After completely incorporating the tree tribe into the tribe, Yichun couldn't help but smile as he set out on the road to Lungjia again. It seems that Yichun made the right choice to come to Lungjia this time. Although there were various small accidents along the way, the results were all good. Looking at the small hill in front of him, Sure quickly said that they had arrived, but this was still the edge of the area, and they needed to walk for a while longer. This small hill seems to be a dividing line. You can clearly see that there are dense towering trees on this side of the hill, while there is an open space behind the hill. Although he didn't know what the scene was like on the other side of the hill, Yichun was already full of anticipation. After crossing over, Yichun had been moving through the dense woods and had never seen such a vast sky. After hearing the information Sure said, Yichun quickly asked Sure to continue to guide and lead everyone to speed up their pace. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard a noisy voice coming from not far away. Sure was overjoyed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He hurriedly called on everyone to speed up and continue moving forward. As the distance got closer, the noise became clearer. The wailing sounds that came from there made Yichun's heart surge. Looking at the small hill in front of me, my heart is filled with curiosity and anticipation. After climbing up the hillside with all his might, when Yichun finally reached the top of the mountain, he was shocked by the scene before him. What lies before you is a vast grassland covered with stones of various sizes and shapes, standing there quietly like silent guardians. Between these stones, Yichun saw many figures moving around. They came from various tribes, each of them wrapped in animal skins, holding a stone axe, or carrying the carcass of a wild beast. Yichun roughly estimated that there were at least 200 to 300 people from various tribes here. Not far from the grassland, a river at least 10 meters wide flows by, and the water is so clear that you can see the bottom. Some people on the riverbank stopped by the river, drank some water to quench their thirst, and took a short rest. Looking over the river, Yichun saw the mountains not far away, one after another, with dense trees between the towering mountains. Moreover, upstream and downstream of the river, you can vaguely see groups of wild animals of all sizes scattered around this endless river, leisurely drinking water and eating grass on the river beach. Many wild birds were playing around. On the riverbank and in the mountains and forests, flocks of wild birds were everywhere as far as the eye could see. Mountains and flowing water are a beautiful picture. After staying in the primeval forest for a long time, Yichen was so surprised when he suddenly saw such a scene that he couldn't recover for a long time. It seems that I'm still too narrow-minded. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Yichen couldn't help but laugh at himself. I thought the primeval forest near the tribal camp was already shocking enough, but I didn't expect there was such a magnificent scenery here. What you can see right in front of you are countless wild beasts and birds. You don't have to worry about prey when living here. As long as you can catch them, these are all your prey. Why doesn't the tribe take root here? Why does it have to flee to the primeval forest? Suddenly, a question popped up in Yi Chen's mind. He turned to ask Shi, but Shi covered the back of his head and had no answer. I just replied that I grew up there and no one knew why I didn't come here. It seems I should go back and ask Hong. As the chief, he should know. Thinking about the murals in the cave and the knots collected by Hong, he should be the only one in the entire tribe who knows the history best. He shook his head and suppressed the question. After all, the most important thing now was to participate in the Cold Festival. The answer to this question would only be known after returning to the tribe. On the other side, someone also discovered Yi Chun and his group on the grass at the foot of the hill. Immediately, someone started pointing in the direction of Yi Chun and others and began shouting loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Seeing the crowd, not far below, start to greet each other, Shirt Song and others didn't care about anything and just waved their weapons in response. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yi Chun was also a little excited. He quickly asked everyone to speed up and walk towards the crowd on the grass. Wow, such a lively atmosphere. As Yi Chun walked, he was amazed at the crowd of people surging in the distance. The scene before him gave him an illusion, as if he had returned to the time when he went to the market in the countryside as a child. However, compared with the scene in my memory, the people in front of me were wearing animal skins, holding stone tools, and looked unkempt, which was completely different from the market atmosphere in modern society. Yi Chun carefully observed the crowd around him and found that people from many tribes gathered here. The boundaries between the tribes can be clearly seen from everyone's positions. If they are from the same tribe, they will stand close together, holding items in their hands, and communicate with each other through gestures. Moreover, their clothing styles also have obvious similarities, and it is obvious at a glance that the different groups do not belong to the same tribe. Although they are all wrapped in animal skins, each one has some characteristics of his own tribe. There is a tribe with a very obvious feature. That is, they wear a string of animal bones on their hair, which makes them look very wild. Some tribes wrap themselves in leaves, alternating leaves and animal skins to create their own tribal characteristics. But Yi Chun didn't know whether these were lifestyle habits or intentional. At this time, Shi, Song, and other members of the hunting team who had participated in the Lung Festival around, Yi Chun showed more and more disgust the closer they got. Yi Chun turned to look at them excitedly, and looking at their expressions, he was also a little confused. He originally thought that everyone would be as excited as he was, but he didn't expect that these tribesmen did not show the joy they should have. Yi Chun curiously asked Shi why this happened, and Shi helplessly told him that he felt these people looked too dirty, and they arrived too late. The current scene showed that the Cold Festival was nearing its end, and the number of people had obviously decreased a lot. Is it ending? Yi Chun, who was excited, also calmed down. It seemed that although he was lucky, he still missed the time to report Lung Jia. He must pay attention to this problem. As for Shi's words being too vulgar, Yi Chun was actually very interested and immediately started asking about it. It turns out that there is a custom during the Cold Festival. At this time, tribes can borrow seeds from each other. As long as a man and a woman are attracted to each other, they can go directly to the woods to have fun. After the end, everyone will return to their own tribe, and both parties do not have to bear any responsibilities or relationships with each other. Shirt Song and others were also looking forward to this. But when they came here today, the expectations of several people on the hunting team were instantly lowered a lot. The main reason was that the people of these tribes were covered in mud, which made Shi and others feel a little disgusted. The hunting team's life is better now. They could take a bath every 2 or 3 days. The tribesmen are refreshed and look much cleaner. Seeing how dirty these people are now, I really feel a little hesitant to do anything to them. Chapter 107 Reactions from All Parties. In the impression of Shirt Song and others, when the Cold Festival was at its busiest, the grass and hillsides they had just seen were filled with human heads moving. The lively atmosphere and people's enthusiasm make all participants feel extremely excited and thrilled. However, The number of people participating in the cold festival this time has decreased significantly, so it can be judged that it is already the end of the cold festival. Even so, the members of the hunting team were still excited, thinking about the previous times when people from the tribe came to borrow seeds from them, and their fighting ability was also very strong. Borrowing seeds is very exciting for men, but it is actually a helpless situation for the tribe. After a long period of exploration, everyone gradually realized that if there is no new population joining the tribe for a long time, the newborns will most likely have defects. At this time, population exchange became popular. On the one hand, it was to optimize the population structure of the tribe, and, on the other hand, it was to replace the population to ensure the continuation of the tribe. But gradually everyone discovered a problem. That is, everyone only wanted to exchange women, but not men. Isn't this an unsolvable problem? Therefore, a new system gradually took shape, that is, borrowing seeds. Women who could not exchange seeds could go to the woods hand in hand with the men they liked during the cold festival. But there is a prerequisite. That is, as a man, you must be a strong man. It is human nature to admire the strong. Therefore, women will also look for high quality and strong men. It is really miserable for those ugly people who come to participate in the cold festival. They have to watch others walk into the woods, and some of them do it more than once. Who can stand it? But this time, when the hunting team members saw the women from other tribes, who were covered in dirt, their enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. This involves the issue of aesthetics. Aesthetics is based on the current environment. Before Yi Chen's soul traveled through time, everyone was equally dirty. At that time, the members of the hunting team were extremely enthusiastic about the Lungjie festival, and they were excited every time other tribes came to borrow seeds. However, after Yi Chen came through, he helped the tribesmen solve the problems of drinking water and food, and gradually helped everyone develop good hygiene habits. Gradually, the members of the hunting team got used to the feeling of being refreshed. Every time they came back from hunting, they would take a nice hot bath, and that feeling really made them feel relaxed. Similarly, the women in the tribe are accustomed to taking a hot bath every 2 or 3 days, and their refreshed appearance is pleasing to the men in the hunting team. After all, who doesn't like a clean and hygienic girl? Under Yi Chen's subtle influence, everyone in the tribe has developed good hygiene habits, and their aesthetic ability has also improved a lot. So at this moment, each and every member of the hunting team had calmed down and looked straight ahead, guarding Yi Chen and the team. With the armor and wooden shield on his body, he looks very majestic. On the other hand, the people from other tribes who came down the hillside to participate in the cold festival also went from a casual glance at first to being filled with surprise and finally staring intently. As Yi Chen and others walked quickly down the hillside, the people walking through the grassland and riverbank also noticed that a new tribe had arrived. They all cast curious glances and expressed their concern about the arrival of Yi Chen and others. These people couldn't help but wonder, the festival was almost over. Why were there still tribes coming? Moreover, this tribe seems to be quite large and cannot be compared with ordinary small tribes. As Yi Chen's pace quickened, the entire team was rapidly approaching the crowd, and the people on the opposite side could see the appearance of everyone in Yi Chen's team more and more clearly. Everyone carefully observed Yi Chen and others, only to see them coming towards them aggressively, especially the hunting team from Yi Chen's tribe. Although this outfit looks extremely strange, it can give people a murderous feeling, a majestic and difficult-to-touch feeling that can't be stopped. After seeing the team next to Yi Chen clearly, the people attending the festival were stunned for a moment, and some of them didn't even realize that their weapons had fallen to the ground. Most of the people from other tribes present were dressed simply, wrapped in animal skins and holding stone axes or spears, looking very primitive. As the entire team got closer and closer, only a few meters away, it brought even greater shock to the group. Whether it was the leather shoes on Yi Chen and others' feet, or the backpacks behind them, they were all new and strange things that these people had never seen before, and they had no idea what they were used for. Especially the piece of white gauze exposed under the animal skin, which directly controlled the onlookers for a few seconds and made their minds go blank. It's mainly the texture and color of the gauze. Although wearing it may give people from other tribes a weird feeling, the clean and comfortable feeling can be seen directly. Compared with these people, I can just throw away the animal skin on my body. There is no comparison at all. In an instant, a feeling of inferiority arose among the tribes participating in the Lung Festival, and they could clearly feel their own ugliness and barbarity. As Yi Chen and others approached, They could still hear exclamations from the crowd nearby. Everyone couldn't help but come closer to watch, wanted to find out what was going on with the things on Yichun and others. But there's something that puzzles these people, that is, why people from the same tribe have two different appearances. On one side was a group of people who looked powerful at first glance. Everyone was dressed the same, and their eyes were full of confidence. The other group of people looked much more haggard, wearing the same animal skins as himself, and their bodies were covered in almost as much dirt as himself. In fact, the same is true for the people of the Tree tribe, although they have been clearly confirmed to join Yichen's tribe. But now, because they are in the wild, the people of the Tree tribe do not have the conditions to equip themselves with everything from Yichen's tribe, so they can only make do with this for now. Then the exclamations of the group of people next to them brought them a bit of embarrassment, because they knew clearly that these exclamations were not about them. But fortunately, walking with Yichun and others, the sense of security is unparalleled, and Yichun clearly acknowledged it. As long as they return to the tribe, she and Wu will be able to enjoy the same equipment and weapons as the hunting team, and can also become brave warriors. At this time, Yichun continued to lead everyone forward, preparing to take a rest on the riverbank and fill their stomachs before conducting subsequent transactions. And along the way, although Yichun walked with an expressionless face and calm eyes, he was also observing along the way and saw that there was no object similar to a pottery jar here. It seems that what I worked so hard to prepare has been very useful. Yichun suddenly had an idea and began to think in his mind that while everyone's attention was on him, he would spread the magical charm of the pottery jars and bowls. Let everyone go crazy for this magical thing, and then naturally there will be tribes that will pay for it. Chapter 108 Pan's Pure Love Story. Led by Shur, the team passed through the crowd, came to the riverbank, set up camp, and prepared to make a fire and cook. Yichun was not in a hurry to start the exchange, but quietly felt the attention of the people around them. The main reason was that Yichun felt that now was not a good time to trade, but he should first demonstrate his tribe's advanced production tools. Only by letting other tribes know the uses of pottery pots and bowls and understand the benefits of using them can we seize the initiative. When they set out this morning, after learning that they would only need half a day to reach Lungjia, Yichun did not let the team stop to rest, but instead went straight to Lungjia. So up to now, no one in the team has eaten. On the other hand, for the people of the Tree tribe, the living conditions in the Yichun tribe are indeed very good. The Tree tribe hadn't known for all these years that they could eat right after waking up in the morning. Seeing Yi start to prepare the soup as soon as he woke up, she and Wu looked at each other in surprise. Although both of them came from hunting teams, they had never experienced the feeling of eating hot food first thing in the morning. The best living condition in your own tribe is to get up early in the morning, move around a bit, and then go out hunting. If you don't get anything today, you'll have to starve. The two were still a little uncomfortable with this scene and thought it was a waste of food. Today's hunting hasn't even started yet, and we've already eaten so much food. What if we don't catch any prey on the way to Lungjia? But after the two of them drank a bowl of hot soup, they no longer dared to complain. After drinking a bowl of hot soup early in the morning, the whole body felt warm. This feeling was so good. The nights were already quite cold during this period, and since we were in the wild, wrapping ourselves in animal skins was only enough to barely cope with the cold nights. Only a bowl of hot soup after waking up in the morning can completely awaken the somewhat stiff body and make the whole person full of energy. So although there has been no change in the weapons and equipment of the people of the Tree tribe in the past 2 days, there's been a big change in their spirit. Just kidding, if you can eat hot broth for every meal, your overall nutritional status will change dramatically. At this moment, the people of the Tree tribe came to the riverbank under the escort of the hunting team and began to work in an orderly manner. After 2 days of getting used to each other, the women began to understand how to cooperate with each other and started to help Yi and work together to cook the broth. Now the scene of the Cold Festival has completely changed. The Cold Festival scene that was so lively just now is now extremely quiet, because everyone followed Yichun's team and watched what Yichun and his group did. As if they wanted to study Yichun and his group carefully, everyone just stood aside and watched, their eyes full of curiosity, staring intently at every move of Yichun and others. It was the first time that they attracted so much attention, and everyone in the hunting team was very nervous. They felt very uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. Yichun was fine, seeing that the people around him kept a safe distance. He just asked the hunting team to be more vigilant and not to get into conflicts easily. While walking through the crowd, Yichun glanced and found that Pan was looking around, as if looking for something. When passing by the crowd, he stretched his neck to look around, but unfortunately after searching for a while, he did not find the target, and Pan's expression became a little depressed. Just now, because he had to be alert to the people watching around, Yichun didn't say much after he found out. Now that the team has settled down, Yichun breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the people around him just staring without any extreme behavior. Driven by curiosity, Yichun also started asking questions, wanting to find out what Pan was looking at. Maybe he would get some unexpected gains. After hearing Yichun's question, Pan's face immediately turned as red as a monkey's, but he lowered his head and stammered, not knowing what to say. Looking at Pan like this, Yichun immediately widened his eyes, thinking that this could be a romantic love story from the primitive world. Sure next to him couldn't help laughing. After taking a look at the scene, he whispered to Tsang and others to pay attention to the surrounding situation, then approached Yichun and began to tell the story. It turned out that Pan had come to the Lung Festival several times before. One time, he met a girl from another tribe and fell in love with her. After they walked into the grove, he couldn't forget her. Every time I come to Lungjia, I look forward to meeting that girl again. Last time during Lungjia, we met and walked into the grove again. It's a pity that because he came late this time, Pan didn't meet the girl. He must be feeling very depressed now. Listening to Shu's story and looking at Pan's blushing face, Yichun showed an incredible expression on his face. If Yichun didn't know what kind of person Pan was, he would definitely be moved by Pan's pure love and shed tears of emotion. But Yichun knew clearly that Pan was a complete beast. Unless he was particularly tired during the day, Pan would be in the cave at night, extending his love invitations to the women in the tribe. Fortunately, there is no morality in the primitive tribe yet. Otherwise, Yichun would really despise this beast, Pan, who eats from the bowl and still thinks about the pot. But in this way, the reason why Pan was the only one in the entire tribe who could communicate fluently with other tribes was finally found. In order to communicate better with the girl he likes, Pan must be trying hard to learn Lungjia's communication language. Under the motivation of love, he must be learning very quickly. For a moment, Yichun didn't know how to comment on this matter. Should he say that Pan was in good health, or that Pan had strong learning ability? While Yichun was still sighing, he had already led several women from the tree tribe to the river to fetch water and prepare to start a fire to cook. He skillfully took out a pottery jar from his backpack, which aroused the strong curiosity of the primitive people around him. They all speculated about the purpose of the pottery. When they saw it being used to draw water, there was a cry of surprise. Everyone was surprised at this strange-shaped thing. It was actually used to draw water and was so convenient. Most importantly, it looked like it could hold a lot of water. It turns out this thing is so efficient and can easily provide people with clean water. At this moment, everyone in the crowd had an idea in their mind. How great it would be if this thing belonged to their own tribe. Before coming to the river, Yichun observed it and found that many tribes drew water here, so there must be no danger. The river does not flow fast, but the water is clear and transparent, and you can clearly see that there are no impurities in the water. And if there is danger in the river, the surrounding tribe will definitely not choose to get water and rest here. In this regard, Yichun speculated that piranhas might become a specialty of his tribe, and the tribes here might have never seen piranhas at all. Or maybe there are piranhas in the river, but they have no idea where they have gone along the river. As for the specific reasons, Yichun had no idea to figure it out. The most important thing at the moment was the development and survival of the tribe. Anyway, in this magical primitive world, who can tell clearly what is going on? Chapter 109, Ruthless Rejection. Ignoring the gazes of the people around him, Yi continued to fill the clay pot with water and then place the pot on the simple stove that had been built. These stoves were built by the women of the tree tribe. Mainly because building this simple stove is very simple, the women of the tree tribe learned how to do it easily. The biggest difficulty at the moment is the lack of language communication. It takes a lot of effort for Yi to just teach them how to build a stove. If he hadn't thought that these people are already members of his tribe, Yi would not have such patience. Similarly, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the women quickly built 2 simple stoves. I watched the women skillfully stack the stones they had picked up, then dig some soil, wet it with clean water from a pottery jar, and smear it on the stones. The crowd was even more confused and had no idea what the purpose of making such a thing was. Then, he took out a fire starter wrapped in animal skin from his backpack and demonstrated how to operate it under everyone's confused gaze. After making a few simple movements, Yi blew gently at the firewood in the stove. Thick smoke came out of the stove, and soon flames appeared. As he continued to blow, the fire in the stove grew bigger and bigger. Wow! Ah! Wow! Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes and immediately exclaimed in amazement. They never expected that the flame, which was regarded as mysterious by the tribesmen, would appear so easily in the hands of this mysterious tribe. At first, the tribesmen watching from the surrounding area didn't feel anything about this late arrival, just thinking that their attire was strange. But now, awe suddenly welled up in their hearts. At first, everyone gathered to watch out of curiosity, but now the situation is completely different. Everyone was shocked to see a tribe that could easily create fire. He didn't care about the surprised looks from the people from other tribes around him. His attention was completely focused on the work at hand. At this moment, the women also took out a few wild birds that they had hunted on the way here and handled them skillfully. I don't know if it's because the living environment here is better, but there are so many wild birds that can be seen everywhere, and I caught a lot along the way. The women moved quickly and accurately, cleaning the wild birds in just a few strokes. Cleaning these wild birds was a breeze thanks to the nearby river. He picked up the stone axe and cut the meat into small pieces neatly. Then he took out one of the last few radishes he brought, cut it into pieces, and piled it neatly aside. In fact, the reason why he prepared the food so carefully was because Yi Chun had specifically instructed him to do so. Although he acts as if nothing happened, he is actually looking forward to this cooking session. Since discovering salt tree leaves, they have added this magical ingredient to every meal, making the broth incredibly delicious. However, the few radishes that Yi Chun carried here from the tribe were treasures, and he was reluctant to take them out along the way. At this moment, Yi Chun finally waited for the right opportunity to use these precious radishes to improve the quality of the tribal cuisine. The crowd watched his smooth and fluid operation with their eyes wide open. They were familiar with the cleaning of wild bird carcasses. They simply couldn't understand all the previous procedures and didn't understand why they made eating meat so complicated. Suddenly, a man walked out from the crowd, wrapped in various animal skins and looking dirty. The man's sudden action also attracted everyone's attention. He stretched out his right hand and walked over slowly, as if he was going to touch the pottery pot on the stove. But this is the team's food after all. How can we let anyone touch it? What if it gets broken? Shur and Song quickly took an attacking stance, and after a low growl, they stood in front of the man, looking at him with sharp eyes, as if they were not going to let him get close. I also support this, mainly because the advantages of pottery jars and bowls have not yet been brought into play, so we definitely cannot let others touch them randomly. What if they're broken? If they were exchanged pottery jars and bowls, they could do whatever they wanted with them. Yi Chun wouldn't care at all. Looking at the fully armed appearance of Shur and Song in front of him, the man finally chose to give in and slowly retreated to his previous position. Just like that, as everyone waited silently, the water in the clay pot finally boiled. After the water in the ceramic pot boiled, he carefully put the chicken into the pot and then waited quietly for the water to boil again. During this period, suddenly another woman walked out from the crowd of onlookers. At this moment, the woman was also staring with shining eyes and then walked over quickly with something in both hands. Yi Chun was a little confused about this situation. The man just now was rejected, and now this woman should also know that if she wants to observe the pottery jar, it will definitely not be possible. What surprised Yi Chun was that Shur and Song did not show any alertness when the woman approached. Instead, they looked like they were enjoying the show. As the woman approached, the target finally became clear. That was Song. Forehead. Looking at the woman walking towards him, Song was stunned for a moment, and immediately a smug smile appeared on his face. Especially when he saw the woman in front of him walk quickly to him, spread out the things in her hands in front of him, and looked at Song with shining eyes while smiling. The woman was holding an animal bone in her hand. It was unknown what kind of animal the bone was from, but it was obvious that there were traces of polishing on it, and it looked primitive and beautiful in appearance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Song immediately glanced around with a smug smile, as if it was a silent show-off. Is this what it means to borrow seeds? Is it so direct? Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Chun widened his eyes. Thinking of what he had just learned, he suddenly thought of this matter. After all this time, it turns out I'm the country bumpkin. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Chun's 3 views were instantly refreshed. He thought that borrowing seeds should be subtle and done quietly. Who would have known that borrowing seeds in the primitive world was so straightforward? As long as both parties were attracted to each other, or as long as the 2 parties liked each other, they could take action generously. The smug smile on Song's face did not stop, But when he saw that the other person's body and face were dirty, Song pursed his lips in embarrassment. In the end, under everyone's gaze, Song's face changed, and he pushed the other person's hand back, giving people a cold feeling. Wow! Wow! Song's action instead caused exclamations from the people around him. They could not believe that such a result would occur. You should know that in terms of the ratio of male to female courtship during cold festivals, it is generally more common for men to be rejected, while women are the ones waiting to be invited. This scene at this moment really shocked everyone. Chapter 110, The Deterrent Power of Bows and Arrows. Yichen was not surprised at all that Song was being courted. Song was very brave in fighting, which was something everyone in the tribe knew. He is also one of the top fighters in the hunting team. Although it has always been said that Song is second and Shi is first, Yichen doesn't think that is the case. It is true that Song has a simple mind. After all, Song's fighting style is very simple and crude. He relies on his burly figure to break through 10 opponents with one force. When encountering prey, Song is not afraid at all as long as he feels he can fight hard. Especially after being equipped with a wooden shield and armor, his charge will be even more fierce. Humans are naturally attracted to the strong, and Song's burly figure and the equipment he is wearing make him look like he will be very popular at the festival. But what puzzled Yichen was why Song rejected the woman's courtship so decisively. Was he exhausted from traveling these days? Looking at Song's cold rejection, Yichen was also a little confused. This question really stumped Yichen. No matter how hard Yichen racked his brains, he could never figure out. The reason why Song rejected the woman's courtship was actually because of his own requirements for hygiene. Song couldn't bear to refuse. Being courted by a woman was a very honorable thing, which showed that he was a strong man. Just looking at the woman in front of him who was covered in dirt and grime, Song thought for a moment and confirmed that he really couldn't do it, so he reluctantly refused. She walked over with great anticipation, but she didn't expect to be greeted with such a result. The woman's face was full of disbelief, and she stood there stupidly. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He dropped his hands weakly, turned around, and quickly returned to his tribesmen. He bit his lips expressionlessly and looked at Song with resentment in his eyes. After this incident, Yichen's team left a deeper impression on everyone. Gurgle, gurgle. While everyone was still surprised, the broth in the clay pot had begun to boil, and the aroma of meat wafted out with the boiling bubbles. Gurgle. Smelling this fragrance, some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. After the broth in the ceramic pot began to boil, Yi immediately threw the chopped radish into it. Gudong, gudong. As the radish pieces were thrown into the broth, Yi started stirring with a spoon. Watching Ye's actions, everyone became inexplicably excited. Although no one knows what this thing is, everyone has now confirmed one thing. That is, it is edible. Just like that, under everyone's astonished gaze, the 2 pots of broth slowly boiled, emitting an enticing aroma. Gurgle, gurgle. With the addition of radish cubes, the aroma of the broth became more intense, and the sound of swallowing saliva began to rise and fall. This is exactly the effect we want. Seeing everyone staring at the broth in the clay pot, Yichen secretly thought to himself that his goal had finally been achieved. Call out. Suddenly, the sound of a bow and arrow breaking through the air was heard beside Yichen. He quickly turned his head and found that it was Yu who made the move. What's wrong? Yichen quickly looked in the direction of Yu's gaze and found that there was a dead wild bird lying not far away. It was obvious that Yu couldn't help but take action when he saw these targets so close to him, and he was completely confident that he could kill them with one blow. This really couldn't be blamed on Yu. The main reason was that the wild bird had flown too close, making Yu feel completely confident in killing it. He had the illusion that he would regret it if he didn't take action. The most important thing is that these wild birds have become accustomed to this place. In the past, no one would hurt them here, and they could fly freely here. And for Yichen, the timing of Yu's attack was quite good. At least it had strongly shocked the people in front of him. The location of the wild bird's corpse was a bit awkward, not far from the team, and was now surrounded by the crowd. This time the shock was deep in my heart. What happened before could only be considered surprising, but not shocking. Yu's arrow was the real shock. After all, these wild birds could not be attacked, and could only be driven away. This had already penetrated into the hearts of these tribesmen. But now seeing that wild bird was killed with one strike, it can be called a miracle. It's not that other tribes don't have long-range attacks. They also have throwing weapons, such as spears. Although they can attack from a distance, their accuracy is very low. If you want the spears to be most effective, you can only win by numbers. Just throw a dozen or even dozens of spears at a time to increase your hit rate. However, these people have never seen weapons like bows and arrows that can hit anywhere they point. At this moment, they no longer cared about the aroma of the broth. They immediately gathered around the wild bird's corpse and marveled at this novel way of attack. They had never seen such a strange way of attack before. Yichen didn't care about this. It was just the corpse of a wild bird. It didn't matter if they wanted it. The main thing was that it could create a deterrent effect. The crowd surrounding the wild bird's corpse was amazed and suddenly started to riot. Yichen quickly asked everyone to get ready and keep an eye on everything. Suddenly, a head popped out from the crowd and squeezed out with difficulty. A thin man stood firm and walked towards Yichen and others holding the body of the wild bird. Everyone get ready. Looking at this situation, Shi also growled and his whole body began to tense up. Hiliwala. The thin man was quite perceptive. Noticing that the atmosphere was starting to get weird, he immediately smiled and handed the dead wild bird over in his hand. Shi and Tsang were standing in front of Yichen. They were stunned when they saw the wild bird corpse handed over by the thin man. They did not expect such a situation to occur. Give it to me. See if you can communicate with him. Seeing the situation, Yichen was also stunned, and then he immediately reacted and asked Pan to communicate with the other party to see if they could communicate. On this side, Yichen shocked the people from other tribes around him by showing off the various advanced tools he brought. On the other hand, a series of events happened around the camp. First of all, there were 3 people running for their lives in the woods, looking back to check the situation of the black demon warriors behind them. When they found that the other party was chasing them closely, the 3 of them showed despair in their eyes. The main reason was that there were too many black demon warriors behind them, and they were no match for them at all. But the 3 of them had no intention of waiting to die, and they kept running hard in the forest, hoping to shake off the pursuers behind them. Haha, HH. The 3 of them were exhausted from running. They leaned against the tree trunk and gasped for breath, trying to regain some strength. Hiliwala. After a brief exchange, one of the 3 looked around and found that he was not familiar with the place at all, so he had to bite the bullet and point in a random direction and then started to run for his life again. As they were running, one of the 3 people looked up inadvertently and saw a strange object not far away through the gaps between the leaves in front of them. At present, the wall of the Han tribe is indeed a strange thing to other tribes. The 3 of them immediately stopped and began to observe. Although they had never seen this thing before, they could tell at a glance that it gave people a sense of security and was so tall. The 3 of them thought that if they hid behind this thing, they might be able to escape the pursuit of the Black Demon Tribe warriors behind them. So the 3 of them ran towards this strange object. This was a glimmer of hope. Chapter 111 Broth Exchange Information. Pan walked straight forward, took the wild bird corpse that the thin man handed over with a smile, and then began to speak. Hiliwala. Hiliwala. Listening to Pan's words, the thin man raised his eyebrows and immediately started talking. Chief, we can communicate. After listening to the other party's feedback, Pan smiled and immediately reported the situation to Yichen. Yichen nodded and asked Pan to hand the wild bird corpse in his hand to Yi, asking Yi to take care of it, and then looked at the thin man again. Yichen didn't want to waste any more time. The broth would be ready for display soon, so he asked Pan to inquire about the information about the Lungjia festival. After listening to Yichen's instructions, he took stock and nodded before starting to communicate with the thin man. Watching the 2 of them communicating with each other with gestures and even spitting out saliva in excitement, Yichen could only sigh that the language system was still too low level. Our language system was not well developed, and we were unable to communicate due to accents. This led to the very slow development of civilization and the extremely difficult flow of information. Even a basic inquiry about the date of the cold festival required the 2 of them to talk a lot. Looking at their expressions, Yichen judged that they would need to talk nonsense for a while. As expected, although the 2 tried hard to communicate, it took a long time, and the broth in the pottery pot was already cooked. As he tore the salt tree leaves into strips and threw them into the clay pot and stirred them a few times, the delicious broth was finally ready. Listening to the gurgling sound in the clay pot and smelling the aroma of the broth, the thin man would glance at the clay pot before he could finish 3 sentences when communicating with Pan, and it was obvious that he was a little absent-minded. Yichen did not interrupt the 2 of them, but continued to wait patiently. At the same time, he took the ceramic bowl handed over by Yun, blew on the steaming broth, and looked at the 2 of them with a smile. This is also part of Yichen's plan. The charm of the pottery pot and broth has been initially demonstrated, and now it is time to show the role of the pottery bowl. It is also a demonstration of how to eat the broth cooked in a clay pot. Otherwise, everyone will watch for a long time and still not know what to do. Huff. Tis. After taking a mouthful of the hot soup, Yichen immediately started smacking his lips, acting as if he was savoring a delicious meal, causing the thin man to have no interest in listening to what Pan said. But his eyes were fixed on the pottery bowl in Yichen's hand, and he couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. Chief, I've made it clear. After some effort, Pan finally got the answer and quickly returned to Yichen to report the situation. The cold festival has indeed started for 2 days, and today is the 3rd day. If Yichen and others had not arrived, everyone had originally planned to leave here before dark. Upon hearing this news, Yichen felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Fortunately, Han's calculation was quite accurate. Although there were some delays along the way, he still managed to catch up on time. Very good. Pan, give him a bowl of broth. Now, is the really good time to use broth to pave the way for yourself. As long as you can satisfy yourself, you will get a bowl of broth, which will form positive feedback. Pan immediately took action and handed a bowl of hot soup to the thin man in front of him. This action immediately caused a commotion among the surrounding crowd. Seeing Pan's movements, the thin man immediately understood that this was for him, and immediately took it with both hands, as if he was holding a rare treasure, which made Yichen smile secretly. Pan, tell him to learn from me. After the translation was finished, the thin man turned his eyes to him, and Yichen immediately began to slowly show him how to drink hot soup. The main reason was that I was afraid that he would get burned. After all, the freshly cooked broth was at a temperature of 100 degrees. If I accidentally burned him, it would be detrimental to the subsequent situation. Yes, that's it. Seeing the other party carefully imitating his actions of drinking soup, Yichen smiled and nodded to express his affirmation. At the same time, he asked Pan to remind the other party to drink slowly. Ha! As the thin man drank the first mouthful of broth, he let out a long breath, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Just kidding. The soup is made of oil, salt, and radish. In this primitive world, this bowl of soup feels comfortable to drink. Seeing the thin man's actions, the people around him began to get agitated, all eager to taste the broth. The thin man at this time didn't care about so many things. He held the ceramic bowl in his hand and drank it attentively, making a huffing sound. At this moment, the man who had just wanted to come over but was scolded back couldn't help but come over again, but this time he learned his lesson. The man walked slowly, opened his hands, and placed the bone knife in his palms to show that he had no aggressive intentions. Seeing this, Yichen quickly signaled everyone not to act rashly. He quietly observed the man who suddenly approached and smiled as he motioned him to come closer. The man was of slender build, and the animal skin he wore was so dirty that it was impossible to tell its original color and material. He had a belt made of unknown material tied around his waist to hold the animal skin in place. His hands and legs were covered in dirt, and he clearly lacked basic hygiene. Although the bone knife in Yichen's hand was quite sharp, it could be seen from the degree of wear and tear that it had been used frequently for a long time. Chiliwala. 2 or 3 meters away from Yichen and others, the man covered in mud seemed to stop because he felt the vigilant gaze of Yichen and others, and said something strange to Yichen while pointing at the pottery bowl in Yichen's hand. Chiliwala. Pan, who was standing by, immediately responded to the man, and the two began to communicate with gestures and signs, as if they were arguing or discussing something important. Chief, you want the broth too? Pan was already accustomed to acting as an interpreter. Whenever he understood the other party's intentions, he would convey the information to Yichen without hesitation. Shit, I thought he was going to say something. After hearing Pan's translation, Yichen felt deeply helpless. The pain of this language barrier forces both parties to communicate through simple body language, and the communication between them is full of misunderstandings and confusion. Yichen knew very well that although the communication between Pan and the dirty man might not be smooth, Pan could understand some of the meaning and convey information through gestures. Ask them how long their tribe has been coming to the cold festival. Seeing that the man was showing goodwill, Yichen also wanted to give him a bowl of broth, but he couldn't give it to him directly, otherwise the broth would look cheap. We are collecting information about the cold season now, so why not just ask everyone about it? The more information we collect, the more useful information we will get. Chiliwala. Chiliwala. Seeing that the two were about to fall into another lengthy conversation, Yi Chun felt helpless, wondering how long it would take to collect information and publicize the broth. Okay, let's give him a bowl of chicken soup first. Looking at the dirty man staring at the clay pot with a distracted look, this kind of communication is actually not very efficient. Yi Chun quickly handed over a bowl of broth, which immediately brought a happy smile to the dirty man's face. Chapter 112. Pick Up Girl's Master. The dirty man who had been watching with eager eyes for a long time could no longer suppress his curiosity and desire, and took the pottery bowl impatiently. He imitated Yi Chun's previous actions, carefully brought the ceramic bowl close to his mouth, and slowly savored the tempting aroma. After a burst of rapid air blowing, the dirty man put his mouth directly forward and took a sip. Wow! However, the dirty man obviously had no experience with hot soup. Although he blew on it a few times anxiously, he did not cool the broth down at all. As a result, he was scalded and screamed on the spot. This sudden reaction caused a burst of surprise among the people around, and everyone looked at him in confusion, thinking that something unexpected had happened. Call! Despite being scalded badly, the dirty man still endured the scorching temperature and swallowed the hot soup in his mouth with difficulty. Then he let out a long sigh, and a look of satisfaction gradually appeared on his face. Seeing the dirty man shivering from the burns, yet enjoying it, Yi Chun and others couldn't help but burst into cheerful laughter. Their laughter was full of goodwill and teasing, making the originally tense atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. At this moment, the dirty man had no time to care about the embarrassment of being laughed at. Instead, he was concentrating on looking at the ceramic bowl in his hand and the broth in the bowl. He examined the gray ceramic bowl carefully, taking in its texture and uniqueness. Then, his eyes moved to the slightly oily broth in the ceramic bowl and the cooked wild bird meat, and he felt more and more curious. The ceramic bowl in his hand and the broth in the bowl. Every detail is a new discovery, which makes him feel extremely novel and excited. This time, with experience, the dirty man began to drink slowly and tentatively, but he only drank the soup and did not eat the meat in the bowl. Pan, tell him to learn from me. Yi Chun also asked everyone to scoop a bowl of chicken soup in their hands, and then seeing that the dirty man only drank the soup but did not eat the meat, Yi Chun quickly asked Pan to translate. Otherwise, the meat in the dirty man's bowl would be wasted. Hearing Pan's words, the dirty man quickly came over and watched Yi Chun's actions carefully. He saw Yi Chun slowly picked up the chopsticks, picked up the piece of meat, and put it into his mouth. This put him in a difficult position. The dirty man put down the ceramic bowl and tried to imitate Yi Chun's way of holding chopsticks, but he couldn't learn it at all, and he didn't have any chopsticks in his hand. The dirty man directly tested the piece of meat in the bowl with his hand. Feeling that it was not hot, he grabbed it and put it into his mouth and began to chew it directly on the bone. Holy crap, so fierce. Yi Chun thought that the dirty man could chew the bones directly, but he didn't expect that the dirty man began to show a painful expression after chewing twice and hurriedly spit out the things in his mouth. Pan, tell him, don't eat the bones, only the meat. After listening to Pan's explanation, the dirty man nodded and started eating again. This time, after tasting the meat, the dirty man completely fell in love with the taste. Kiliwala. Seeing that his bowl was empty, the dirty man hurriedly spoke to Pan. Chief, he wants more food. After hearing what the dirty man said, Pan quickly began to translate. What the hell are you dreaming of? Seeing the dirty man staring at the pottery jar again, Yi Chun immediately rejected his idea. He wanted to make the broth rare so that he could sell the broth and the pottery jar at a good price. Tell him to tell us what they know about the Lung Festival so that we can have something to eat. This time, everyone's positions were completely reversed. At first, Yi Chun was worried that he wouldn't be able to break the deadlock in the cold weather, so he kindly brought out a bowl of chicken soup. Now that he saw that the bait had been taken, Yi Chun completely put aside his worries and realized that no matter which world he was in, delicious food was irresistible. So he immediately asked Pan to continue chatting with the dirty man, and he also asked everyone in the team to eat quickly. Everyone was hungry after traveling for the whole morning, so they filled their stomachs first. There were still a lot of people gathered around at this time. Yi Chun did not react too much to these onlookers. His main focus now was to fill the stomachs of the people in his team. In this way, Yi Chun directed everyone to take turns to drink the broth, while asking Pan to quickly translate the words of the dirty man, and he deliberately guided the topic. This way, the two of them would not go off topic. After all, Every tribe has a lot of things to say about the cold festival, and it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish talking about it. Secondly, I can have a systematic understanding and a clearer understanding of the tribe of the Mud Dirty Man, which will help me better judge the current situation of Lingjia. The Muddy Man is called Go, and he is also the leader of a tribe. He also came to participate in the cold festival this time. He came on the first day, but there has been no substantial progress. The main reason is that Ji's tribe has no special products, just some animal skins, which most tribes already have, so they're not popular. Even if they wanted to exchange the tribe's population for some animal meat and other supplies, unfortunately the tribesmen were all very thin, and no tribe was willing to exchange for the time being. So as the cold festival passed day by day, most tribes began to set off to go back, and Gu became a little panicked, mainly because he didn't get anything in exchange this time. This time, when Gu saw Yi Chen's tribe coming, he was very curious. He followed behind them all the way, mainly because he was curious about the costumes of Shirt Song and others. But when he smelled the fragrance, Gu could no longer sit still. The main reason was that the amount of meat they brought this time was small, and he had not eaten enough in the past 2 days. But it was different after drinking this bowl of soup. Feeling the warm feeling coming back from his stomach, Gu felt a lot warmer instantly. After briefly understanding Ji's situation, Yi Chun was a little disappointed. This tribe was too poor, and it seemed that there was nothing else that could be exchanged except animal skins. But looking at Ji's eager eyes, Yi Chen thought of simply making a deal first to have a good start for this cold festival trip. Give me another bowl of broth. Song, who had already finished the broth in his bowl, suddenly scooped another bowl of broth, then walked towards the crowd holding the ceramic bowl. Yi Chun, who had just finished listening to Pan's translation and was analyzing the situation of the other tribe, was a little surprised when he suddenly saw Song walking out with a pottery bowl. Song was seen holding a pottery bowl and walking towards the woman he had just rejected. He handed the bowl to her and gestured for her to drink the broth. Oh sure, it seems Song is good at picking up girls. Yi Chun, who was originally confused, looked at what Song did. He was stunned at first, and then immediately showed an obscene smile, which should be a compliment to Song. The woman, who was originally a little depressed, looked at Song in front of her and the pottery bowl in his hand with an incredible look on her face. The broth that everyone was longing for suddenly appeared in front of her. This sudden surprise made the woman feel unreal. Chapter 113, The First Transaction. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Looking at Song's cold and ruthless expression, he handed the ceramic bowl filled with broth to the woman he had rejected, causing exclamations from the crowd watching nearby. Especially the woman who was rejected by Song. She was originally panicked, but suddenly she looked shocked, and her surprised eyes jumped back and forth between Song's face and the pottery bowl. She was extremely excited, and her hands were shaking slightly, as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She widened her eyes and stared at Song for a long time, as if trying to confirm whether this was true. Song looked at her expressionlessly, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. For a moment, the woman who was rejected by Song didn't know what to do. She looked at the pottery bowl that Song was still holding, and then she took it woodenly. She carefully stretched out her hand and gently touched the pottery bowl. Feeling the warmth from the bowl, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She raised her head, looked at Song gratefully, and then slowly took the pottery bowl. Watching the woman take her broth, Song nodded at her, then turned and left, returning to his seat. His movements were still clean and neat, as if it was just an ordinary thing. However, for the woman, this moment made her feel extremely happy. With Song's departure, the group of women who had been quiet just now suddenly became noisy and started chattering, accompanied by countless low screams. They all talked about what had just happened and expressed their surprise and envy at Song's actions. Some women even began to regret that they did not have the courage to approach Song and missed such an opportunity. The woman who got the broth became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone surrounded her and asked about her relationship with Song and how the broth tasted. Throughout the whole scene, Song undoubtedly became the focus of attention. His serious image and powerful strength instantly won him the hearts of countless tribal women. They all looked at him with admiration and were full of longing for him. Isn't this the story of the domineering chief falling in love with me? Yi Chun sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that love in the primitive world was so plain and simple. It could even be called simple and crude. She noticed that Song was still standing beside her with an expressionless face, but the group of women opposite her had already been in an uproar. When Song returned to his seat, Yi-chan found that he was still staring at the woman from time to time. So, Yi-chan couldn't help but jokingly asked, Song, what's wrong, are you attracted to that woman? Hearing Yi-chan's words, Song asked with a puzzled look, Chief, what does it mean if fancy? Song had no idea what this new word meant. Yi-chan thought for a moment and replied, have you ever thought about bringing her back to our tribe? After listening to Yi-chan's explanation, Song's face, which had been maintaining a cold expression, suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Huh, okay, Song, I get it. Seeing Yi-chan teasing him, Song couldn't help but turn his head away, unexpectedly looking a little shy. Seeing this, Yi-chan laughed inwardly. You're pretending to be a pure boy in front of me. You're actually shy? He smiled and patted Song's shoulder, comforting him. Okay, don't be embarrassed. We are not outsiders. Song nodded with a red face, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Yi-chan smiled slightly to show his understanding, turning his head to look at Pan and the dirty man beside him, who were still talking with gestures. Yi-chan urged them impatiently. Okay, Pan, stop talking nonsense with him. Yi-chan immediately interrupted their conversation and began to give orders to Pan. Tell them, 1 hide for a bowl of broth, or this much meat. As Yi-chan spoke, he casually picked up an empty backpack and handed it to Pan, and gestured with his hand, indicating that half a backpack of meat could be exchanged for a bowl of soup. Although Yi-chan appeared calm on the surface, he was a little nervous in his heart. I wonder if this price is reasonable and whether it can attract these primitive people to come and trade. But no matter what, Yi-chan must first see the market reaction. If no one is interested, he will lower the price appropriately. However, Pan stood there in a daze, seemingly surprised by the exchange terms proposed by Yi-chan. Seeing this, Yi-chan hurriedly interrupted his thoughts and urged, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tell me. After hearing what Yi-chan said, Pan was also a little stunned and couldn't help muttering in his heart. A bowl of meat soup like this actually requires a whole animal skin and even half a basket of animal skins in exchange. Is this really possible? Although he was full of doubts, Yi-chan kept urging him to translate quickly, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and convey Yi-chan's request to everyone. After saying this, he stood quietly aside, observing everyone's reactions. In this primitive world, there are no clear trading standards, and everything depends on personal feelings and judgment. As long as you feel it is beneficial to yourself or the tribe, you can accept it. As for Yi-chan, he believes that the key to trading lies in information asymmetry. If no one knew how to make the broth, he could sell it at a high price. When pottery jars and bowls become widely used in the future, even if Yi-chan goes door to door selling broth, I'm afraid no one will be willing to buy it. Therefore, no matter what, Yi-chan would ask for a high price in the first transaction. After all, in business, the seller can ask for a sky-high price and the buyer can bargain on the spot. After hearing Pan's words, everyone, including Go, turned the originally lively scene into silence. Especially Go. After listening to Pan's translation, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that this bowl of meat soup would be so expensive. With the few animal skins and meat brought by his tribe, they could not drink a few bowls of meat soup at all. But it was impossible for him to give up the deal, especially after he had tasted the broth. It would be a torture for him if he could never drink this delicious broth again. After gritting his teeth and thinking for a while, Ge finally made a decision, ran into the group of tribesmen, and began to search. Soon, Ge found a piece of animal skin, then chatted with the tribesmen in whispers for a few words, and then walked over with the animal skin. Hiliwala. Chief, he wants to trade this hide for broth. Seeing that Ge had made the decision, Yi-chan couldn't help but frown and couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He didn't expect that there would actually be a tribe willing to trade. Bring it here, so I can see it. Quickly suppressing his expression, Yi-chan asked Pan to bring the animal skin over and pretended to take a look at it. In fact, Yi-chan just wanted to check the integrity of the animal skin. But in order to create a good atmosphere, Yi-chan still took the animal skin in his hands and turned it over and over for a while. These actions made Ge a little nervous. This piece of animal skin was also carefully selected. If the skin was too big, I would feel it was not cost-effective. If it was too small, I was afraid of being rejected. It took some thought. Sure, give him a bowl. Looking at the plate of broth in his hands walking towards him, Ge finally relaxed and smiled happily. Chapter 114, Popular Broth. In fact, Yi-chan would definitely not refuse this, but in order to be able to wait for the right price, he had to do some face-saving work. He pretended to think for a while in front of Ge, and then slowly agreed. Go was so excited when he heard the news that he immediately ran back carefully with the bowl in his hand, calling for his fellow tribesmen to gather around and taste the delicious broth together. I saw Go first holding the ceramic bowl and blowing into it in big gulps, hoping to drink the broth quickly. The tribesmen surrounding it were enveloped by the aroma of the broth and fully felt the fragrant smell. After taking a sip of the broth, Go couldn't help but let out a long sigh again. When he opened his eyes and saw the expectant eyes of the tribesmen around him, he felt a little embarrassed and immediately handed it over carefully. By analogy, everyone couldn't help but let out a long sigh after drinking a sip of the broth, creating a rather funny atmosphere. It seems that if you don't take this sip after drinking the soup, you will be letting down this delicious broth. The surrounding tribes, who were still hesitating, began to get agitated when they saw this scene and began to move closer. Pan, tell everyone not to crowd. There's plenty of broth at the back. Seeing that several tribes were holding animal skins or meat and were now surrounding him, all hoping to trade for a bowl of soup. Yichin couldn't hold it in any longer and couldn't suppress the smug smile on his face. He promptly asked Pan to handle the situation, fearing that the situation would get out of control. Fortunately, with fully armed soldiers like Shi and Tsang guarding nearby, everyone remained alert to a certain extent. After a few shouts, everyone calmed down. Here, Yichun asked the tribesmen to come to him one by one with their things, and Yichun observed them one by one. On the other side, Yichun quickly asked Yi to take the women to continue moving. Some went to collect firewood, some clean the meat, and some went to fetch water, all preparing to cook a few more pots of broth. Yichun did not have any strict requirements for the transaction. As long as the animal skin was complete, Yichun held it in his hand and examined it repeatedly just for show, just to get a feel for them. After pretending to check it, Yichun threw it behind him and nodded at Pan. Pan didn't say anything and just poured a bowl of broth and handed it to him. The main reason is that today is the coldest day of the year, and Pan has been the busiest. He has been communicating with people from other tribes nonstop, and his throat feels a little sore. Of course, Yichun was also amazed when checking the animal skins. There were all kinds of animal skins, some of which were skins of animals he had never seen before, and some were skins similar to those of bears or tigers, which looked very majestic and domineering. Yichun even received a piece of animal skin with scales on the surface. Although it was not big, it was completely enough to wrap his chest. This scaly animal skin looks like it should be from a wild animal like a pangolin, but it feels bigger than a pangolin. After all, it could be wrapped directly around the chest. Give it to Wu and have him wrap it around his chest. It'll also add a little defense. Wu is a warrior of the tree tribe after all, so it would be a good thing to be able to increase his defense a little. Everyone from Yichin's tribe was equipped with a set of armor as standard, but the women's armor was not so bulky. It was made of branches as thick as fingers. However, the newly joined members of the tree tribe had no protection at all, so when Yichin got the scaled animal skin, he threw it to Wu immediately. Wu was a little confused when he first held the scaly animal skin. After Pan explained it to the translator, Wu immediately became excited and his eyes were a little red. Wu really didn't expect this. At that time, the Shu tribe was preparing to join the Yichin tribe, mainly because they thought that the other tribe was strong enough to prevent the people in their own tribe from going hungry. But as we walked all the way to Lungjia, there was no shortage of broth. As long as we took a break, everyone had broth to drink. So at this moment, seeing the surrounding tribes scrambling for the broth, Wu felt a little emotional, thinking that he could actually do so well. Along the way, Yichin also taught them how to weave straw sandals and backpacks, and promptly treated a woman who was bitten by a poisonous snake. All of this deeply moved the people of the tree tribe. All right, tell Wu to stop standing there and wrap it up quickly. We'll be back to the tribe later. There will be better days ahead. Yichin was also a little busy. There were still many tribes willing to trade for broth. They were all waiting with animal skins and meat, just waiting for Yichin to nod in agreement. The meat transaction is even simpler. After all, the amount of meat in this backpack is just a quantifiable term, and Yichin doesn't know exactly how much this backpack can hold. I just feel that if it is fully filled, 20 kilograms of animal skin will definitely be no problem. So I just need to roughly estimate the amount of animal meat. After all, 10 kilograms of meat is definitely a lot of weight, so you can just make a rough estimate based on your feeling when the time comes. Anyway, it is a business that will not lose money. The water in the broth is taken from the small river nearby, and the meat can be traded immediately. The only thing consumed was the salt tree leaves that Yichin got from the tree tribe, but Yichin was not worried about this, as he would definitely make a special trip there later. The amount of salt tree leaves that the tree tribe brought with them when they fled was not enough, so they had to make a special trip to collect more salt tree leaves so that the entire tribe could drink such delicious broth. This bowl of broth is a magical thing for other tribes. Not only does it taste delicious, but it also makes you feel warm all over, especially in this season when there's cold wind blowing during the day. In the current situation, Yichen will not lose money at all. On the contrary, the more he trades, the more he earns. In just a short while, Yichun had more than 10 intact animal skins and enough animal meat to fill 3 backpacks. Okay, give them a bowl of broth. Looking at the pile of meat in front of him, especially since there was no measuring tool at the moment, Yichun knew at a glance that the meat weighed at least 10 kilograms, so he nodded and agreed to the deal. Facing the admiring gazes of Shirt Song and other tribesmen, Yichun smiled and asked Yi to serve a bowl of broth to the other tribe so that they could savor it slowly. The leader of the other tribe did not enjoy the bowl of meat soup alone. Instead, after taking the first sip of the hot soup, he handed the pottery bowl in his hand to the tribesmen behind him. If it weren't for the leader's prestige, the hungry and thirsty tribesmen behind him would have started snatching it long ago. The aroma of the broth was so overwhelming that it was unbearable. Pan, tell them, I need to get the ceramic bowl back. Yi-chan was originally very happy, but suddenly found that there seemed to be not enough ceramic bowls, as they had all been used to hold soup and passed out. Yi-chan saw that after the tribesmen had finished eating the broth and meat in the pottery bowl, they were still holding the pottery bowl and licking it hard, not leaving out even a trace of oil or water. What's more, some people took the ceramic bowl that had already been licked once and started licking it again. Tell them to return the bowls quickly, or there will be no broth later. Chapter 115, The Perfect Habitat. Looking at the people from the surrounding tribes, they all gathered together, staring eagerly at the broth being passed around and the occasional exclamations of admiration. Yichen showed a satisfied smile on his face and was secretly happy in his heart, because this meant that his broth was already able to be sold at a premium. Naturally, Yichun can also gain more benefits from these primitive people, since the pricing power is in his hands anyway. However, he was not in a hurry to act, mainly because he felt the time was not yet ripe. Yichun decided to continue waiting. When these tribes came to ask about the pottery jars and bowls, that would be his time to reap the rewards. Yichun, who has been bombarded with various marketing methods in later lives, naturally knows the truth that what you can't get will always cause trouble. If you go door to door and try to sell something with a flattering attitude, no matter how good your product is, people will look down on it. But if this thing is something you have worked hard to get, you naturally know to cherish it. With Yichen's on-site command, the entire transaction process was orderly. Sure, Song and others stood aside fully armed, looking at everything around them expressionlessly, while Yi led the women of the tree tribe to cook broth nonstop. In view of the current popularity of meat soup, Yichen specifically told them to use less salt tree leaves, just a slight salty taste. After all, for these primitive people, they are currently unable to distinguish whether food tastes good or bad. As the entire transaction began to go on in an orderly manner, Yichen also had other plans. After all, he had come to Lungjia with great effort, not just to do the transaction. This is a rare opportunity. I only come here once a year. Since I am here, I must explore the surrounding area. At the very least, you have to take a look at the surrounding scenery and inquire about the surrounding situation, so that the trip will be worthwhile. The original reason why everyone came here was to worship the gods. Later, as more and more tribes came to worship the gods, everyone started the most primitive transactions. In the stories told by Hong, Yichen heard many stories about Lungjia and saw so many other tribes here with his own eyes. Yichen would not be willing to let the tribe just come here to conduct a round of transactions and then leave, so in order to get away, he went for a walk. Yichen started planning. After demonstrating to Pan how to trade several times, he asked Pan to come in person. Anyway, the standards had been set, so Pan just had to follow them. After personally watching Pan trade a few times, Yichen finally handed over the trading work to Pan with confidence. Yichen handed over the overall command of the scene to Shur. As the captain of the hunting team, Shur had no problem commanding everyone. As for some emergencies, Yichen told Shur to first ensure the safety of the tribesmen, and the rest could be judged on the spot based on the situation. Song, Zhe Wu, come with me for a walk. After everything was explained clearly, Yichen quickly called a few people and prepared to go for a walk. Everyone in the tribe is very busy now, and everyone has their own things to do. Yichen doesn't dare to take too many people away at once to protect himself. But Yi Chun was also timid and afraid of encountering danger, so he decided to bring the two masters Song and Yu with him, and adding Wu and Zhe would be enough. This was the candidate Yi Chun came up with after thinking for a long time. Now in the tribe, Pan must stay because he is the only one who can communicate with other tribes. He needed to lead the women to cook the broth, and because he didn't know what the situation was like around them, he didn't dare to take the women around. Although he knew that the danger here was relatively small, Yi Chun did not dare to take it lightly. After all, there was no security order in the current Lungjia, and all problems had to be solved by force. It will be better for the women to stay here. They will be much safer under the protection of the hunting team, so the hunting team's task is now somewhat heavy. After all, the gains from this transaction were quite considerable. The mountains of meat and skins piled up nearby were enough to make other tribes salivate. Fortunately, the team led by Yi Chun was quite large. In addition to the more than 10 members of Yi Chun's own tribe, there were also more than a dozen people joining from the Chiu tribe. A team of just over 20 people looks quite impressive and is considered a formidable force for other tribes. So, Yi Chun took Song, Yu, and 4 other people to explore this land. The 5 of them wandered around on the grass for a while, and after a brief observation, Yi Chun immediately realized that this was a great place. Before my eyes was a vast expanse of flat grassland, bathed in sunlight and lush greenery. Next to it flows a river more than 2 meters wide, crystal clear and sparkling. It is surrounded by somewhat yellowed woods, like a natural barrier. This is simply a perfect tribal habitat, which makes Yi Chun happy. Yi Chun also confirmed again and again that there were no creatures like piranhas in that river. Although there were occasional fish swimming by, they would not actively attack humans in the river. This also led to the tribes that came to Lungjia to camp and rest along the entire river beach. Everyone felt that they had gotten used to it and had no fear of the river. Strange? Could it be that piranhas are really a specialty of our tribe? After staring at the river for a long time, Yi Chun still couldn't figure out what was going on. He had no choice but to conclude that those piranhas were specialties of his tribe. After a large circle around the grassland, Yi Chun also gained a lot, but for now he could only look at it and drool. Moreover, a question also emerged in Yi Chun's mind. Could it be that so many tribes have not discovered such a good place? It's just that Yi Chun's tribe currently doesn't have the strength to move here. Otherwise, if this precious land is handed over to Yi Chun, he is absolutely confident that the tribe will be able to get rid of poverty and become rich within 2 or 3 years. The main reason is that the terrain here is flat and there is no shortage of water resources. As long as there are grain seeds, the reclaimed land will definitely produce a good harvest. But at the moment, this place does not belong to me, and I don't have the ability to defend it for the time being. So many tribes come here to hold the Cold Festival every year. If they find a well-developed tribe here, any tribe with a little strength will have some bad ideas. Moreover, during the cold season, hundreds or thousands of tribes will arrive here. With the current strength of the tribe, it is impossible to protect the wealth and will be defeated. Wait a little longer. Wait until the tribe is fully developed. This will be my first target of conquest. Looking at this flat and fertile grassland, Yi Chun felt a little upset and could only silently set a small goal for himself in his heart. Then, the 5 of them walked back to the Blackstone Forest. After all, the ultimate purpose of coming to Lungjia was to worship. Yi Chun was very curious about this question. Everyone's level of civilization was very low now, so how could a worship activity suddenly arise? Moreover, this worship activity can be promoted in the nearby tribes and gain recognition and compliance from all tribes, so this cold festival must have some reason. Fortunately, Song was able to find the way. He took Yi Chun and a few others to wander around in the Blackstone Forest for a while. Yi Chun saw a scene that shocked him. Chapter 116, a pattern that lasted 10,000 years. What appeared in front of Yi Chun at this time was an extremely huge stone statue, which looked like a person at a glance. If you ask about the specific feeling, then this huge statue gives people the feeling of a weathered man who has experienced many hardships. Although there seems to be much room for improvement in the overall details, the human face and even the hair can be clearly seen. The man's eyes can be seen with just a few strokes. The undulating stones become the man's tall nose bridge, and his mouth and ears are also vividly displayed. Although the stone sculpture does not form the man's hands and feet, it gives people the feeling that he is wearing a huge piece of clothing. The whole portrait gives people a real feeling, that is, the man is wearing a huge windbreaker, wrapping his whole body inside, leaving only his head outside. And because it was about 4 or 5 meters high, Everyone had to look up. At the same time, this boulder is very large and requires 5 or 6 adult men to hug it. This huge stone statue seems to have stood there for tens of thousands of years and has completely merged with the surrounding scenery. The stone man, nearly 5 meters tall, seems to be gazing at something in the distance, and people can't help but worship him at first sight. This is too amazing. Is this really the power of nature? If he was not in the primitive world, Yi-Chun could tell everyone that this was a man-made stone statue. For a moment, Yi-Chun had a feeling of unreality, as if he had returned to the technologically advanced world of the future. Only after looking at the primitive people around him did he calm down. At this moment, there are still many primitive people from the tribe around. They're standing quietly in front of the huge stone statue, bending down respectfully facing the stone statue, as if praying seriously. After recovering, Yi-Chun followed suit and prayed to the stone statue with everyone else. Now people have not formed a fixed prayer ceremony. Anyway, just follow your own ideas, as long as it is a pious worship. At this stage of worship, the main way people worship is to stand in front of the huge stone statue with their heads bowed for a while, and then the worship can be ended. After the end, Yi-Chun also observed carefully and found that the later model of worship and offering had not yet evolved at this time, which was to place some sacrifices after the worship. Maybe it's because everyone is still not able to eat enough, so the worship to the gods is mainly based on sincerity, Yi-Chun thought. But Yi-Chun immediately recalled that some history books he had read before said that humans in ancient times were particularly fond of offering sacrifices to heaven. Every sacrifice to heaven was made with the corpses of various wild animals, and sometimes humans were also used as sacrifices to the gods. Maybe it hasn't developed to that stage yet. As he thought about it, Yi-Chun could only tell himself this. After all, he was just a primitive man who was struggling to survive with his tribe. He didn't need to guide these civilized matters for the time being. By the time the strength of my tribe becomes strong, I will naturally be able to guide everyone to evolve civilization. What is this? After the worship, Yi-Chun walked around the giant stone statue with great interest and found that there were many patterns carved on the base of the giant stone statue. At first, Yi-Chun thought it was formed naturally. But after observing the stone statue around, Yi-Chun could clearly feel that these patterns were not formed by chance, but must have been carved by humans. Do any of you know? What are these? Staring at the patterns repeatedly, Yi-Chun couldn't help but ask the people behind him, mainly because these patterns were a bit strange, which made Yi-Chun very curious. It seems to be left by the 3 major tribes. Song also stared at Yi-Chun for a while before he started talking. 3 major tribes? But Yi-Chun could clearly see many patterns carved here, so why were there only 3 major tribes? As Tsong continued to tell the story, Yi-Chun finally understood that the 3 patterns Tsong saw were the 3 major tribes that dominated the grassland where the Lung Festival was held. Because Tsong had come to participate in the Lung Festival several times before, he had clearly seen the members of the 3 major tribes, and also clearly saw the symbols of these 3 tribes. Now, comparing the carved patterns, Tsong suddenly realized that this should have been carved by the 3 major tribes. As Tsong pointed out the logo patterns of the 3 major tribes to Yi-Chun, Yi-Chun began to observe them carefully and discovered an interesting little detail. That is, the logo patterns of these 3 major tribes are obviously relatively new and should have been carved in recent years, while the other surrounding patterns have been completely eroded and look extremely modeled. Is this what it means to claim sovereignty? Looking at the information he discovered, Yi-Chun began to speculate that this should be a way to tell everyone that this land has been occupied by his 3 tribes. The other modeled logos and patterns above may be the tribes that have dominated this land in the past. They carved their own tribal patterns here to declare their dominance. However, in the long river of time, no tribe will dominate here forever. They will gradually decline until they are replaced by new tribes. In a pattern, Yi-Chun made a new discovery. It was a very strange pattern, but it gave Yi-Chun a very familiar feeling. It's a bit strange. Why does this pattern give me a familiar feeling? Yi-Chun kept staring at the pattern, patting his head and trying to recall it. It was a very strange feeling. It was his first time here, but he found a familiar pattern. Isn't this the pattern in the cave? Finally, Yi-Chun remembered that there was such a pattern on the mural in the cave that Hong had been guarding. Although it appeared only a few times, Yi-Chun was still quite impressed because the pattern was very strange, but it always appeared in important places in the murals. As for why it is said to be an important place, it is because this pattern will always appear wherever there is more information on the mural, which made Yichen a little confused when he saw it for the first time. Now, suddenly seeing it here, Yichen also felt a little creepy, as if he had traveled through a time tunnel and was talking with the ancestors of the tribe. Unfortunately, the ancestors of the tribe only gave a pattern and a whole wall of pictures, without any words. Could it be that this tribe was once the dominant force here? But it declined and was driven out by other tribes. Now is not the time to think about it. Let's go back and ask Hong. Staring at the pattern, Yi Chun racked his brains, but couldn't guess the specific situation, so he could only put this question behind him. Even if we speculate the meaning of the pattern now, it is useless and cannot solve the development problem of the tribe. It can only be said that it traces back to the history of the tribe. Chapter 1: 17 Han Tribes in Chinese Characters. After leaving the human-like boulder, Yichen took everyone around for a while to see if there were any new discoveries. At this time, Yichen's main energy was focused on the three major tribes mentioned by Tsang just now. At first, Yichen wondered why no tribe had noticed such a good place. After asking, I found out that this place has been occupied by three major tribes, and usually this grassland is jointly owned by the three tribes. Any other tribe that dares to enter this grassland will be regarded as opposing the three major tribes, and those who are unlucky will be killed on the spot. Tribes that are lucky or have friendships with the three major tribes will be driven out and given a warning. For the leaders of the three major tribes, this grassland has water and prey. As long as they occupy this grassland, the future life of the tribe will be guaranteed. In fact, the three major tribes all hope to enjoy this grassland alone, but there is no way. The area of this grassland is not small, and it is impossible to occupy it with the power of one tribe. The fighting between the two tribes would give the third tribe an opportunity to take advantage. So after several battles, the three tribes negotiated and decided to jointly occupy the grassland. After all, everyone is not a fool. If they fight to the death like this, it will be easy for other tribes to take advantage of them. So this is the situation we have today. As for why everyone comes to worship the gods and is not expelled, it is also a rule set by the three major tribes. The main reason is that they found that there have always been tribes coming to worship the gods, and no matter how strictly they are stopped, they cannot be stopped. Finally, after many negotiations, the current situation was achieved. That is, during the Cold Festival, the three major tribes will open the area around the human statue stone for everyone to worship. Later, the three major tribes gradually discovered the benefits of letting everyone come to worship, which was that it could allow the items to circulate, which would also bring benefits to themselves, so they extended the time of worship again. It has been extended from the original 1 day to the current 3 days, but it is also clearly stipulated that one must leave after dark on the third day. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation of the rules and will be killed. Yi Chun listened with great interest as Tsang described some general situations about the three major tribes. He stroked his chin, not knowing what he was thinking about. Then tell me the specific details of the three major tribes. What do you mean by specific details? Tsang was also confused when he heard Yi Chen's questions. He had already told everything he knew, and he didn't know what to say if he continued. So, which three tribes are they? Have no idea. Where are the three major tribes? Have no idea. How many people are there in the three major tribes? Have no idea. The three consecutive, I don't know, completely made Yi Chun lose his temper, but Yi Chun could also understand. At the beginning, the strength of the tribe was very weak. It could be said that they had been struggling to maintain the basic life of the tribe. Every cold festival came and went in a hurry. What deserves everyone's attention is the information that allows the tribe to avoid danger, such as not staying in Lungjie for too long. Otherwise, there's a risk of being killed. These are what the hunting team cares about most. As for which three tribes they are, where they are located, and how strong they are, this information will not help the hunting team at all in developing the tribes. Okay, it seems like these things are still a little far away from us for now. But it's okay. Next time during the Cold Festival, these bullshit rules should be changed. I'm still very confident in Yi Chun. As long as the tribe can develop for another year, Yi Chun has the ability to turn the tribe's development upside down. Besides, this trip to worship the gods was not completely fruitless for Yi Chun. At least he knew the basic situation here. This grassland and river is an ideal place for a tribe to station, but it has been occupied by three major tribes, so there's no need to think about it for the time being. This also gave Yi Chun an inspiration, which was to create a pattern or totem for his own tribe. This thing is like a national flag. It looks useless at ordinary times, but it is still very useful for an influential tribe. For example, just now, Song knew the patterns of the three major tribes just by looking at them, and was able to tell some information about the three major tribes. Now Yichen also has to start thinking about the pattern of his tribe, so that he can build the tribe's reputation more quickly and let other tribes know at a glance that Yichen's tribe has arrived. In that case, from now on, the tribe will be called the Han tribe. The tribal pattern is the Chinese character Han. This is also the power of culture, which made Yichen think of his cultural origins at the first time. Yichen also has enough confidence in Chinese culture. Yichen changed the pattern and name of the tribe according to his own ideas. As for the previous name of the Dashi tribe, Yichen simply threw it away. For Yichen, the Han tribe means more to him, and a big Han character is also very recognizable. Okay, let's go back. Seeing that they had almost finished their tour around, Yichen waved his hand and took a few people back to the tribe's base. But when they arrived, they were stunned by what they saw. Unexpectedly, there were more people surrounding the camp at this moment than when they left just now. Everyone crowded together and stared at Shi, Pan, and others curiously. Shi would appear in front of the crowd without saying a word from time to time, his hands tightly gripping his weapons, and a murderous aura he exuded was clearly palpable. It was precisely because of this momentum that he intimidated the countless people around who wanted to get closer. At this moment, Pan was chattering with the tribes that came to trade. His forehead was covered with sweat. Although his mouth was dry, he was still communicating. "Chief, you're back." "Great." When Pan saw Yichen and others coming back, he immediately left behind a few people who still wanted to communicate with Pan and strode happily towards Yichen and others. "What's wrong?" "Pan." Yichen also hurriedly squeezed in with the four of them. He was a little surprised at the situation in front of him and didn't know what was going on. "Chief, they want these pots and bowls, and I don't know how to trade them." When saying these words, Pan showed an expression that looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears, which really made Yichen feel a little funny. Indeed, when leaving, Yichen only explained the trading rules for the broth, but did not explain the rules for the pottery jars and bowls. Faced with the increasingly enthusiastic trade, Pan was very happy at first, thinking of exchanging more animal skins and meat for the tribe, so that the tribe could get through the coming winter more easily. However, Pan did not expect that the people from other tribes saw the broth being exchanged bowl by bowl, and did not know when it would be their turn, so they began to think of making tools to get the broth. It's a pity that Pan doesn't know how to trade these pottery jars, and he hasn't even obtained Yichen's permission to know whether these pottery jars can be traded, so how can he make a decision easily? So they could only tell the other party that the clay pots would not be traded, only the broth, which made the surrounding tribes waiting for the broth anxious and helpless. Chapter 118, A Chaotic Plate. Yichen would not trade these pottery jars and bowls easily. After all, the quantity he brought this time was not large, and they were all prepared for trading with the population or things that were urgently needed by some tribes. Unlike broth, there are only so many pottery jars and bowls in total, and there will be fewer each time a transaction takes place. Since so many have been prepared for the cold festival, they must be traded well. Yichen couldn't figure out how to trade for the time being, so he could only take it one step at a time. Looking at Pan, who was breathing heavily at the side, Yichen couldn't help but smile. To be honest, letting Pan be solely responsible for the transaction this time was really a huge test for Pan. The trading rules are actually very simple, but when applied to specific practices, there are huge differences. When doing business, you'll encounter all kinds of situations. Especially in this primitive world, people's concept of trading is still very vague, and there is no so-called first-come, first-served trading rule. When Yichen was around, everyone could still remain rational. After Yichen took away several ferocious-looking soldiers, the deterrent effect on everyone was much less. As a result, everyone's actions became more casual. In order to drink the broth faster, everyone rushed to the plate. Seeing that everyone was handing him what they had in their hands, wanting to trade for a bowl of broth, Pan was instantly frightened and had no idea what to do. Pan's slow reaction once again intensified everyone's anxiety, causing the situation to gradually get out of control. Fortunately, Shi and others were guarding around, so no violent incident occurred. When Yichen left, he gave Pan very clear instructions, and Pan only needed to follow them. However, what Pan didn't expect was that when these people saw Pan's helpless look, they immediately realized that it was a good opportunity and started selling their own things immediately. Everyone said that their animal skins were good and warm to wear. Although verbal communication was tiring, in order to drink the broth as soon as possible, everyone tried their best to brag about it, and the bragging was so exaggerated. As a newbie, I didn't know what to say. I felt that they all felt the same, so I just traded. This put enormous pressure on the women who were cooking the broth behind. So many people were waiting to drink the broth, and everyone was anxiously waiting to drink it as soon as possible. After a pot of broth was cooked, a new contradiction arose. A clay pot could only make about 6 or 7 bowls of broth, but there were quite a few people waiting here. So in order to drink the broth first, or to drink 2 more bowls of broth, several tribes even started pushing and shoving each other, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Pan was also panicking as he encountered this situation for the first time. Ziyu and others standing next to him had no experience with this kind of situation and could not help at all. Fortunately, these tribes knew that the fully armed men were not easy to deal with, so they just pushed and shoved without leading to a war, but the scene became extremely chaotic. And as the transactions continued, a lot of animal skins and meat piled up behind them, which looked very tempting, causing some people in the tribe to start having evil thoughts. He kept fanning the flames and preventing the situation from calming down, but as soon as he saw the calm was about to return, he immediately started making a fuss. Just like that, the whole scene was in chaos after Yichun left. Pan never found an opportunity to straighten out the entire transaction process, and he was passively forced to trade by everyone. Fortunately, at this time, Yichun also squeezed in with Shi, Yu, and the other 3. Pan and others who were at a loss immediately found their backbone, and all looked at Yichun eagerly. Yichun was also shocked when he saw the extremely chaotic scene. He had given everyone proper instructions before he left. So how could it suddenly become like this? People in a primitive world dress very naturally and unrestrainedly, and everyone does what they like and feels comfortable. So many primitive people gathered together and pushed each other, which really gave Yichun a feeling of a group of demons dancing wildly. This kind of scene was nothing to Yichun, but it was scary for Pan, who had never experienced it. Fortunately, Yichun left a deep impression on everyone, so after Yichun squeezed in and glanced around, let the whole situation calm down. Yichun also quickly signaled Shi to lead everyone to prepare for attack to prevent any accidents, especially after squeezing in and glancing at the large pile of animal skins and meat piled behind Pan. Yichun looked at the crowd around him expressionlessly and asked Pan Shun to catch his breath and tell him what had just happened. Only then could Yichun figure out what was going on so that he could solve it. When Yichun heard that the dispute was about drinking the broth first, he was a little amused. Immediately, in front of everyone, he picked up the animal skin that Pan had just acknowledged the transaction and began to examine it. He found that the execution was indeed good. The animal skins traded were relatively complete, and the fur was relatively thick. Suddenly, Yichun frowned and looked at some gray animal skins in the pile of animal skins. When Pan saw that Yichun's face was not right, he also became a little nervous. After all, this time Yichun gave him full authority to handle it, and Pan didn't know how to deal with it if any problems occurred. Looking at these gray animal skins, Yichun took them in his hands and examined them carefully, and found that they were wild rabbit skins, but these rabbit skins were not big. If we follow the rule of 1 animal skin for 1 bowl of soup, then these rabbit skins have exploited a loophole in the rule. However, this was the first time Pan encountered such a thing, and Yichun would definitely not criticize Pan. You know, it is very hard to cultivate a talent who can stand on his own. Whether in the primitive world or in later generations, it really takes a lot of effort to cultivate a talented person who can stand on his own. Compared with these rabbit skins, Yichun was still willing to bear this loss. He just needed to find an opportunity to tell Pan about it later and ask him to pay attention to it in the future. At this moment, Yichun did not show any sign of blame. Instead, he gave Pan a thumbs up, praising him for doing a very good job, and the animal skins he traded were very good. Pan, who was originally very nervous, was now very happy when he saw Yichun's praise. He touched his head and smiled foolishly. The plates are divided according to how the hides are stacked. Whoever traded the hides at the bottom gets to drink the broth first. Anyway, there is no specific method now. I originally wanted to make these primitive people line up, but then I thought that these primitive people definitely don't know what queuing means. Yichun had to explain to these people how to queue up, which was just asking for trouble. So Yichun simply asked them to go by memory, and whoever traded first would drink the broth first. With Yichun's return, the whole scene returned to order. No one said anything more. They discussed who would drink the broth first, and whoever did so would immediately take a bowl of broth. No one dared to say anything more, seeing that everyone was acting so quietly and well-behaved at the moment, which made the process go so smoothly. Pan was extremely shocked. You have to know that you can only understand something if you experience it yourself, especially for those who have just been in a mess. If they handle the broth transaction by themselves, the whole scene will be extremely chaotic. At this moment, as soon as Yi-chun came back, he easily straightened out the entire broth transaction with just a few words. The person involved was extremely shocked and was convinced by Yi-chun in his heart and did not dare to complain halfway. P.S. Special thanks to Longcheng Xiaoi for its support and help. Chapter 119 The Crisis Comes. At Lingjia, Yi-chun helped Pan regain control of the trading rhythm, making the entire transaction orderly. Meanwhile, a crisis had already occurred at the tribal camp. 3 people who were fleeing in panic in the woods were getting closer and closer to the wall in front of them, hoping to find a corner to avoid the pursuit. In the camp, the watchman in the watchtower also opened his eyes wide and watched the 3 people approaching. It only took a few seconds for him to see the small black shadows in the woods and the human figures clearly. Alert! Alert! The woman in charge of watch immediately started shouting at the top of her lungs. Women's voices were sharper and more penetrating, and they spread throughout the entire camp in no time. Quick! Weapons and wooden shields! Hong, who was taking a nap in a room, heard the shouting outside and immediately jumped up, picked up the weapon placed next to the Kong, and ran towards the wall. While he was working, he shouted loudly, asking everyone in the tribe to take their weapons and get close to the wall to prepare for battle. As Hong ran to the wall, he saw 3 people running towards him from outside. The panic-stricken looks on their faces made Hong feel something was wrong. Get away! Don't come near! Without caring about anything else, Hong asked everyone to wave the rope stones in their hands and started shouting loudly, regardless of whether the other party could understand him or not. The 3 people who were running wildly at this moment suddenly heard a sound coming from the front. They were stunned when they looked up. They didn't expect that the strange thing had already been occupied by someone. But they couldn't care less now. The 3 knew that if they were caught by the Black Demon Tribe warriors behind them, they would definitely have no chance of survival. However, seeing that the person on the wall in front of them had a stern expression and looked as if he wanted to keep strangers away, the 3 of them made a simple decision and decided to continue moving forward. Call out! Call out! Call out! Seeing that the 3 people were still preparing to move forward, Hong immediately asked everyone to throw the rope stones in their hands to attack the 3 people in front of them. Even if they could not hit them, they had to threaten them and make them stop approaching. The 3 of them heard a sound coming quickly from the front, and when they looked up, they saw something flying towards them. Their years of hunting instinct made them dodge in a panic. Roar, roar, roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the 3 of them could react, they heard the voice of the Black Demon Warrior coming from the woods behind them, and their faces immediately turned pale. This time I'm really dead. At this moment, a desperate thought appeared in the minds of the 3 people. Oh no, we've been discovered by the Black Devil. Listening to this familiar voice and watching the dark shadows flashing in the woods, Hong's face turned extremely pale. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. After all, the tribe's combat effectiveness is at its lowest now. All the members of the hunting team followed Yi-chun away, and now the defense in the camp is very weak. Get ready. However, Hong has been a chief for so many years, and his psychological quality is still good. He took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down and immediately began to give orders. At this moment, Hong had no time to care about the 3 people standing outside the wall. All his attention was focused on the Black Demon warriors who rushed out from the woods in the distance. As more and more figures emerged from the woods, Hong was trembling slightly, but he tried hard not to show it. A total of 7 or 8 Black Demon warriors walked out of the woods, each of them walking very fast. After seeing the wall, these Black Demon warriors also looked surprised, but when they saw the people appearing on the wall, they were immediately surprised. They immediately started yelling again. One of them pointed at the 3 people who had just been chasing them, then pointed at the crowd on the wall, and made a gesture to attack. The 3 people standing there motionless at this moment were already heartbroken. There was a terrifying Black Demon warrior behind them and a warrior with a bad face in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. According to combat habits, some of the Black Demon warriors immediately threw their spears at the 3 men, while the rest were ready to run in further and throw at the crowd inside the wall. At the camp, the battle is about to break out. On Lungjia's side, the atmosphere also began to take a sharp turn for the worse, although order had been restored. But there are still some people who are short-sighted. Everyone was waiting obediently for their turn, but there were still some people complaining. Although the voice was not loud, I could still hear it clearly in the quiet environment at that moment, but I didn't know what the other person was saying. Yichen glanced over and saw a short and fat man muttering in the crowd. Looking at his expression, he knew that he was definitely not saying anything good. This short and fat man was quite old. He was wrapped in 2 pieces of blackened animal skins. His hair had almost fallen out, with only some hair still floating on the back of his head. He looked quite funny. Although he didn't know what the short and fat man was mumbling, Yichen could probably guess based on his face and expression, but he still asked Pan to translate it. After listening for a while, Pan shook his head and said that he didn't know what the man was talking about, and he couldn't understand it at all after listening for a while. Then it's not my fault. Yichen, who had originally wanted to make money in harmony with everyone, now looked at the short and fat man still muttering. His face became cold, and he turned to look at Song behind him. Song, shut him up. He had demonstrated his advanced technology and culture at the Cold Festival, but he had not yet truly demonstrated the tribe's combat effectiveness. It may also be that the panic just now caused the surrounding tribes to reduce their awe of the entire Han tribe, so they began to express this emotion. Yichen had worked so hard to create a good trading atmosphere, and he absolutely could not let anyone else destroy it, especially the pottery jars and bowls that he was about to trade. Besides, Song Bin was a little impatient at the moment. According to Yichen's instructions, he had to take a defensive stance against any tribe that did not actively attack. The previous wave of chaos made Song a little angry, but he endured it because of Yichen's instructions. At this moment, he was listening to the short and fat man's sarcastic mumbling, and then looking at Yichen's cold face and tone. Of course he knew what he meant. Song immediately turned his neck twice, tightened the stone axe in his hand, and strode directly towards the short and fat man. Shut up. There were crowds of people surrounding the camp everywhere, and the short and fat man was not in a conspicuous position in the crowd, but Song had already locked on his position. He strode up to the short and fat man, yelled shut up, grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the crowd. Filiwala. The short and fat man, who was still muttering to himself, suddenly saw a huge figure appear in front of him. Before he could react, he was pulled out of the crowd by a huge force. The short and fat man's originally indignant expression suddenly turned into one of extreme fear. Especially when he was dragged out, he turned pale in an instant. Chapter 120: The Power of New Weapons. Roar! As Song quickly pulled the short and fat man out of the crowd, the scene suddenly became quiet. The crowd that was originally standing around the short and fat man immediately took several steps back, forming a clear boundary between themselves and the short and fat man. The meaning of doing this is very clear. That is, this is none of our business, and we will not care. Instead, the tribesmen standing next to the short and fat man were suddenly frightened by this action, but they reacted instantly. 7 or 8 of the short and fat man's tribesmen immediately raised their weapons and prepared to attack, as if they were ready to attack the warehouse at any time. Get ready! As the short and fat tribesmen made attacking gestures, Yichen immediately ordered the hunting team to prepare for the attack. In an instant, the atmosphere became solemn and murderous, and people from other tribes immediately moved away. Although the surrounding onlookers retreated far away, they did not show much surprise. Instead, they watched the two sides who were already on the verge of a fight with great interest, and were quite looking forward to the start of the battle. Although Lungjia is a place where people worship gods and exchange supplies, it is also the world of primitive tribes. The ultimate solution to all disputes and controversies is force. As long as you can defeat the other party, there is no need to argue about who is right or wrong. Whether it is humans or animals, people naturally admire the strong. Since you can beat everyone, it proves that what you say makes sense. Disputes between people are resolved through fighting, and the winner naturally takes everything. Then disputes between tribes must be resolved through war, which is something everyone has already tacitly accepted. This is the case here at Lungjia, and it is also the case when tribes compete for the place to hold the Lungjia. Otherwise, why is it that no one has fought for this fertile, cold festival venue, with flat grasslands and clear flowing water everywhere? Naturally, this good place has been occupied by 3 large tribes nearby, but there has been no result of the battle between these 3 tribes. They were unable to do anything to each other, and if they took over the grassland by force, they were afraid that the other 2 tribes would take advantage of them. This is how the vacuum zone of today was formed. However, the most important point is that other tribes cannot get involved here. Except for these 3 tribes, no other tribe can come here to hunt. This is the rule of the 3 major tribes, and any tribe must follow it. This is the way of survival for primitive tribes. If they have the ability, they can occupy better places. If they don't have the ability, they will be forced to migrate. Whoever dares to move will be attacked immediately. No merci. Seeing that the tribe of short and fat people on the opposite side was ready to attack, Yichun did not show any weakness and issued an order. If the Yichun tribe wants to gain respect here, it is useless to rely solely on pottery jars and pottery bowls. It must rely on the tribe's powerful military force. On the other side, a battle broke out in the tribal camp. The Black Demon Tribe warriors were completely attracted by the wall and the people on the wall. After the three fleeing people barely dodged the spears thrown by the Black Demon Tribe, they hurriedly ran to the side. As they were running, they suddenly found that there was no movement behind them. One of the brave men suddenly looked back and found that the Black Demon Tribe warriors did not come to chase the three of them, but ran towards the wall excitedly. At this time, Hong was staring fiercely at the Black Demon Tribe warriors running towards him from outside the wall and shouted at everyone to quickly throw away the rope stones in their hands. Call out! Call out! Call out! There were still more than 20 people in the tribal camp. Everyone threw the rope stones in their hands together. The scene was extraordinary and directly formed a rain of rope stones. Soon, there was a crackling sound, followed by screams from not far away. These Black Demon Tribe warriors were also encountering a rope stone attack for the first time and did not know how to deal with it. 7 or 8 Black Demon Tribe warriors were knocked down at once. 2 of them lay on the ground, holding the injured parts of their bodies and wailing in pain. The Black Demon Tribe warrior, who was still excited about the reunion, immediately slowed down and took the opportunity to see what was flying towards him. Ooh-ha! Following the roar of one of them, the standing Black Demon Tribe warriors immediately picked up the spears in their hands, took 2 steps, and threw them towards the wall. Wooden shield! Take cover! Seeing that the other party had thrown the spear in his hand, Hong quickly asked everyone to pick up wooden shields to avoid it. Fortunately, Yi Chen had prepared enough weapons for everyone before leaving, including wooden shields. Bang! 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 Crouching beneath the wooden shield, they listened to the muffled sound around them, knowing that these were attacks from spears, but some hit the wall while others hit the wooden shield. Quick! Fight back! At this time, Hong had no time to check whether his tribesmen were injured. Hearing that there was no sound beside him, he immediately stood up with his wooden shield raised to check the situation outside the wall. Seeing that the Black Demon Tribe warriors on the opposite side started to charge again, Hong hurriedly shouted for everyone to continue the attack. This time, people did not use stone ropes to attack, but instead took out a new type of weapon, the slingshot. This was also specially made by Yi Chun before leaving the tribe, and it was used to deal with this kind of close-range combat. The making of slingshot is also very simple. It is to use a branch as thick as an arm, split the middle with a stone axe, and form a clamp shape. Then use ropes to tie the split parts tightly to form a tension tree trunk clamp to clamp the stone in the middle. When using it, just swing at the target. With a strong swing, the stone in the middle of the clamp will fly out. As long as it hits the target, it will be quite powerful. The biggest difference between a slingshot and a catapult is that a catapult can fly very far, but the hit rate is not good, while a slingshot cannot be thrown far, but the hit rate is higher. Following Hong's order, more than 10 slingshots were swung out with force, and Xiu also used all his strength to throw a slingshot. In an instant, more than a dozen stones flew at a high speed towards the charging Black Demon Tribe warriors. As the opponent got closer, the hit rate increased significantly. He knocked 3 of the opponents to the ground in one go, and the remaining 3 were stunned. 5 of them had already fallen before they even got close to the wall. How could they continue to fight? At this moment, the Black Demon Tribe warriors were very close to the wall, about 7 or 8 meters away, and they could already see the expressions of the people on the wall clearly. Seeing the opponent's expression of fighting to the end, the remaining 3 Black Demon Tribe warriors began to retreat in their hearts. The main reason was that the opponent's attack was too fierce and hard to defend against. The 3 of them were stunned and stood there staring at each other. Wow, wow, wow. The 3 of them immediately started running back, not caring about their companions who were still wailing on the ground. They just hated that they only had 2 legs and couldn't run fast enough. On the contrary, the 3 people who had just fled were also stunned at this moment. They did not expect the battle situation to change so quickly, and they were unable to react. Chapter 121. Strongly Overcoming the Crisis. Looking at the Black Demon Tribe warriors lying on the ground wailing, and the 3 survivors of the Black Demon tribe who had fled into the woods. On the contrary, the 3 refugees who were hunted as prey from the beginning were now stunned. They had never expected the situation to turn around so quickly. Keep attacking. Looking at the 3 people still standing outside the wall, Hong frowned and finally gave the order to attack. After all, the current situation of the tribe did not allow anyone to get close. Another shower of ropes and stones flew over. The 3 refugees had caught their breath and recovered some of their strength. Plus, they were quite far away, so they managed to escape. Filiwala. The 3 refugees looked at the situation and knew that the tribe on the wall, with its murderous aura on their faces, definitely did not welcome them at the moment. So they chose a direction and ran away after a brief communication. Call. Looking outside the wall, except for the Black Demon tribe warriors who were still wailing on the ground, all the others had been repelled, and Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Joe, come here. Finish them all off. The cautious Hong did not choose to let his tribesmen check on the injured Black Demon tribe warriors outside the wall. Instead, he took out the rope stone and slingshot and handed them to Chiyo. Although Chiyo has a lame leg, after so many years of habit, his hands have become very strong and his accuracy is pretty good. So Hong took the safest approach, which was to continue attacking with ropes and slingshots inside the wall and finishing off the injured Black Demon tribe warriors on the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chiyo understood Hong's idea and nodded immediately. He picked up the rope stone and began to swing it slowly. He found a target and threw it out. Ah! With a scream, a warrior of the Black Demon tribe who had just been holding his head and wailing died immediately after taking this blow. As Chiyo continued to swing the stone rope and slingshot, all the Black Demon tribe warriors who fell to the ground outside the wall were finally dead, lying motionless on the ground. After observing carefully for a long time and making sure the tribesmen were fully armed, he opened the gate and asked everyone to collect the spoils quickly. According to Hong's request, everyone left the camp very quickly this time and divided into 2 groups to act separately. Some women took wooden shields and carried backpacks and walked quickly towards the battlefield, throwing all the ropes and stones thrown out into the backpacks in preparation for the next battle. The other group, led by Hong and Chiyo, wore armor and held wooden shields. They began to collect all the belongings from the corpses on the ground, as they would be useful to the tribe in the future. At the tribal camp, Hong led the tribesmen to successfully escape danger, repelled all the invading enemies, and successfully defended the safety of the tribe. Soon, under Hong's command, everyone acted quickly and all the items were picked up without any hesitation. For a moment, there were only a few naked corpses lying outside the wall. Hong didn't worry about the corpses because there were many hungry beasts in the forest. On Longjie's side, Yichun clenched his fists, looking at the situation that was about to break out, and his mind began to work rapidly. The short and fat man who was pulled out of the warehouse had a pale face just now. When he heard the support of the tribesmen, he immediately raised his chest and started chattering again. Chief! At this moment, looking at the opponent's attack that was ready to launch, Song did not dare to act rashly and used his eyes to signal Yichun what to do next. Kill. It has come to this point, Yichun definitely cannot retreat. Once he loses ground here, the surrounding tribes will definitely think that he is easy to bully, and then anyone can come and bully him. And now he has so many animal skins and meat behind him, which is also a pile of dazzling things for other tribes. If one's own tribe cannot demonstrate sufficient combat effectiveness and deterrence, then these things will be enough to attract the covetousness of all tribes. Since that's the case, Yichun decided to fight and show the momentum of his tribe. Besides, Yichun also quickly scanned the area and found that there were only about a dozen people on the other side. Although there were 7 or 8 men, they were all equipped with simple animal skins and crude weapons. This comparison made Yichun very confident. Following Yichun's order, Song moved quickly and swung a punch directly at the short and fat man's stomach, followed by a chop with a stone axe. The short and fat man's tribesmen were also surprised, but they knew that now was not the time to be nagging, as this was not the first or second time they had come to participate in the Cold Festival. The short and fat tribe has encountered countless disputes, and they have been able to get to where they are today thanks to their tribe's battles here one after another. Years of combat experience also enabled the short and fat tribal warriors to act quickly, and some of them directly threw out the stone axes or spears in their hands. Yichun also acted very quickly. Yu, who was responsible for long-range attacks, led Hua and Sang to quickly shoot the arrows in their hands at the man who was attacking the opposite side. On this side, Pan, Huang, and others also ran quickly towards Song with wooden shields. Song was a little too arrogant in his previous action. He did not take the wooden shield, but went forward directly with a stone axe. But fortunately, Song was always wearing the armor on his body. Ichen emphasized this point specifically. As long as he did not return to the tribe, the armor must not be taken off. The wilderness is already dangerous, and it will be even more dangerous if you're careless. Therefore, the weapons thrown by the short and fat tribe members did not hit the vital points as Tsong dodged, and some of the accurate targets also hit the armor. It just caused some pain to Tsong, but no external injuries to the skin. There were definitely some bruises on the surface. Pan and Huang hurriedly used wooden shields to protect the warehouse. After the first wave of weapons thrown by the opposite side had run out, the three of them immediately took the lead and rushed forward, followed by Qi, Yi, and others. However, for the tribe on the short and fat man's side, what happened in a flash was completely incomprehensible to them. First of all, the short and fat man was killed by the opponent's strong man in 2 moves, and even the bone knife in his hand did not play any role. It hit Song directly, but was blocked by his armor. Instead, at the moment when the short and fat man was shocked, Song's attack followed one after another. A cannon punch and a chop from the stone axe directly cut the carotid artery, and blood spurted all over the ground. The tribesmen behind the short and fat man were also stunned by the scene before them. The weapons they threw out had no killing power on Song at all. Apart from making him scream twice, there was no further effect. Not even a drop of blood was left. Instead, the other tribesmen used strange objects to protect the 3 people, and they were not injured at all. What surprised them the most was the magical weapon launched by the other party from a distance. Although it was inconspicuous, it was extremely lethal, and it made 2 of their tribesmen fall down with their eyes wide open on the spot. Yichen hurriedly ordered the hunting team to advance quickly and capture all the opponents, except for 2 who were still resisting and were directly killed by Huang and Zhe. The rest were all quickly tied up. Yichen likes to sum up his experience and will summarize every battle. Now everyone in the hunting team carries 2 rounds of bark ropes to better tie up the prey. Chapter 122. Prepare to start trading. Silence. At this moment, everyone near the Han tribe's camp became extremely quiet. After seeing such a fierce battle, everyone's minds began to change. The first were the women from Han's own tribe, such as In and Yun. Seeing the hunting team's powerful fighting power, they immediately felt an immense sense of pride in their hearts. At this moment, the 3 women scanned everyone in front of them with their eyes, looking at everyone confidently, not afraid of any provocation at all. For those who have just joined Han's tree tribe, they're also proud that the tribe they have joined is so powerful, so there will be no problem with the safety of their future life. Wu and Shi, the only 2 remaining men in the tree tribe, could not hide the surprise on their faces when they saw the explosive performance of the members of Yi Chen's tribe hunting team. My tribe was on the verge of extinction, but I didn't expect that after a turn of events, I could join such a powerful tribe. I was so happy. Along the way, the tree tribe witnessed too many miracles created by the Han tribe. Whether it is the cooking tools, the armor worn by the hunting team members, or the wooden shields and bows and arrows in their hands. Each one of them made Wu and Shi salivate over it. They kept staring at them along the way, imagining what it would feel like to have such a set of equipment on themselves. Of course, it wasn't just the 2 men from the tree tribe. More than a dozen women from the tree tribe also showed proud expressions. After all, they were now considered members of the Han tribe. It's just a pity that he and others have not returned to the Han tribe camp yet. Otherwise, he could become clean and warm like those 3 women. Not to mention the white linen worn by Yun and the other 3. The women of the tree tribe also curiously touched and felt it after getting acquainted with it, and found that the texture was quite good. Although linen is rarely used to make clothes in later generations, there are still places where linen is used to make clothes. Moreover, in this primitive world, linen clothes are much better than animal skins. Animal skins can keep you warm in winter, but not in spring and autumn. It's too hot to wrap yourself in, but a little cold if you don't. But this is not the case with linen. It can be sewn by hand and can be changed according to the season. This alone makes it much better than animal skin. Not to mention that linen has the advantage of being closer to the body. When the weather is cold, you can wear linen inside and wrap yourself in a layer of animal skin outside to ensure warmth. The people from the short and fat tribe had the biggest reaction. They were still in a daze until they were captured and had never expected to encounter such a magical thing. That is, the weapons they threw did not kill the enemy. Not to mention them, even the people from other tribes watching nearby were surprised. In everyone's inherent thinking, as long as the weapon thrown by oneself hits the opponent, it will definitely cause damage. Even if it is not a fatal blow, it can still cause huge wounds. But in today's battle, the results of all the attacks changed. Although the bone knife and spear thrown by himself hit the opponent, they did not cause fatal damage. Except for 2 or 3 weapons that hit Song, causing him to scream in pain, the rest were blocked by the magical weapons in the opponent's hands. Then there was the opponent's attack weapon. A small wooden stick, as long as an arm, could actually exert such tremendous destructive power, even more powerful than the spear in his hand. And the speed was so fast that people had no time to react. In just the blink of an eye, several people from his tribe fell down, and quite a few were injured. Similarly, the fighting style demonstrated by the Han tribe just now also deeply shocked the surrounding onlookers, especially the wooden shields that could withstand attacks. The power of the bow and arrow had been demonstrated to them once, so when they saw its lethality just now, they were just shocked and envious. What really shocked everyone was the performance of the wooden shield. It was able to block the opponent's attack head-on, which was a very powerful thing. Ignoring the stunned onlookers nearby, Yi Chun saw that the situation was under control and strode over to the short and fat man's body. The short and fat man, who was muttering indignantly just now, was now lying quietly on the ground with a surprised expression on his face. Blood was spilled all over the ground, and he was torn to pieces. The short and fat man's tribesmen also suffered heavy losses. In a hunting team of 9 people, including the short and fat man, a total of 5 people were killed in the previous battle. 3 of the remaining 4 people were shot by arrows and were tied up and lying on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. The only one who was not injured was a relatively young man, who was also standing there in a daze, looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. Behind them were the women brought by the tribe this time, no more than 5 of them, and at this moment they were also tied to the ground, huddled together and shivering. "Excuse me, since you like to grumble, then use the blood of your tribe to build our prestige." Staring at the short and fat man's corpse, Yi Chun couldn't help but sigh. There was no way. As soon as he arrived here, Yi Chun felt countless greedy gazes. Only because of the hunting team's full armament and fierce murderous aura, he was able to curb these people's impulses. But after Yi Chun returned from the worship, these greedy eyes became even more unscrupulous. After all, behind Song was a pile of animal skins and meat. These are the things that the tribe needs most to survive the winter, and Yi Chun has traded so many things in just a short time since he came here. How can it not be exciting? Moreover, this short and fat guy's constant chatter must have some bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Since he wanted to be the first to take action, Yi Chun naturally would not be polite. He would have to immediately demonstrate the tribe's momentum and prestige. Otherwise, he would not be able to return to the tribe safely with so many animal skins and meat. "Sure, I thought you said you could trade people." Looking at the 9 captured people from the short and fat tribe, Yi Chun thought for a moment and suddenly asked Sure about the content of the human trade. Yi Chun definitely couldn't bring all these captives back, and the tribe didn't have the capacity to support so many male captives for the time being. These male prisoners had all been through battle, and hatred must have been formed. Yi Chun was too lazy to take them back and slowly resolve the hatred. If the situation isn't resolved well, what if a few of them start to make trouble after their injuries have healed? The current tribe can't afford such a turmoil. So he thought of trading these male captives on the spot and getting some things back for his own tribe. Similarly, as long as possible, Yi Chun was also willing to trade the female captives. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chun asked Pan to convey the meaning of population exchange, but Pan was a little surprised. "I thought that these men could be brought back to the tribe to recuperate slowly, and even if they became disabled later, they could still contribute to the tribe with the help of crutches like Chio." Pan did not have as complicated thoughts as Yi Chun. In the primitive people's thinking, they had to survive no matter what as long as there was hope of living. Just because this was Yi Chun's order, Pan had to carry it out resolutely, so he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. As Pan finished speaking, the crowd, which had been dead silent just now, suddenly became noisy. After all, the most important thing in human trafficking is men. After all, men are the main force for hunting. If the tribe has one more man, its combat effectiveness will be stronger. Chapter 123 Han's Concerns. At this moment, the crowd became lively again, and the atmosphere was like a roller coaster. From the beginning, when everyone was looking forward to the hot soup, to the sudden battle later, everyone was surprised by the fighting power of Yi Chen's tribal hunting team. In the end, they were killed instantly, and then the transaction continued. Each of these events is a story worth remembering during this cold winter festival. However, it is the series of events that make it difficult for people to digest them for a while. The four tied-up captives were lying on the ground with sad faces. When they thought about being captured, they felt hopeless for a moment. The 5 women who were also tied up were also sobbing silently at this moment. They did not expect that such a thing would happen during this cold festival. It was a good deal, but for some reason a conflict suddenly arose. The main reason was that we didn't win the fight and were directly crushed by the other tribe's military force. At this moment, the tribe's hunting team had been completely wiped out, and the women who came to Lungjie were also captured. The entire tribe was completely finished. We came to the Lung festival happily to trade, hoping to bring back some supplies to help the tribe survive the winter, but we didn't expect it to turn out like this suddenly. The tribes watching nearby also felt a little reluctant. After all, if this happened, the tribe would disappear forever. However, no tribe stood up to stop Yi Chen's behavior. After all, the short and fat man was seeking death himself, so he couldn't blame anyone. The cruelty of the primitive world is also vividly reflected at this moment. On the other side, Hong immediately checked the overall situation of this defensive battle. Fortunately, no one was injured by the spears thrown by the Black Demon Tribe warriors. Instead, some women in the tribe did not control the strength when throwing the rope stones, and the rope stones did not get thrown out, but instead hit the tribesmen around them. Fortunately, because of his lack of skill, the force of the throw was very small, and the tribesmen who were hit did not suffer serious injuries. Although it was not serious, there was a big bruise on the place where he was hit. Now he seemed to be safe, but he could still feel the pain and couldn't stop wailing. Looking at this situation, Hong was speechless. It seemed that everyone had too little training in their daily lives, and they would still fail at the critical moment. Hong will tell Yi Chen about this matter later, and he must strengthen the combat training of all the people in the tribe. Otherwise, it will be a little dangerous because the women in the tribe are too weak in combat. When he saw the confiscated peppers, Hong finally smiled. He knew that Yi Chen had been collecting these things, and Hong also knew that these things could be cooked in a broth. Yi Chen attaches great importance to chili peppers, and Hong is very clear about this. He also feels very good to have such a harvest this time. After a brief moment of happiness, Hong sighed deeply again, stood up, and looked at the primeval forest in the distance, worry in his eyes. I was worried about Yi Chen and the others who had left the tribe for a few days. I wondered what was happening to them, whether anyone was injured, or whether they could even return to the tribe safely. At the same time, they were also worried about the 3 black demons who set off the bombs this time, and the 3 men from other tribes who fled. In this way, the location of the tribe would be completely exposed. If Yi Chen was there at ordinary times, Hong would not worry at all, because he believed that Yi Chen would find a way to deal with it. But now the tribal camp is very empty. Hong is worried that the Black Demon tribal warriors will lead more people to attack the tribe after returning. If Yi Chen and others don't come back by then, will the tribe be able to defend the camp with so few people? Hong also had a huge question in his mind about this issue, but for Hong at the moment, he had no other choice but to let everyone wait in the camp with peace of mind. The only thing I can do now is to pray silently for Yi Chen and others in my heart, hoping that everyone can come back safely. Roar! There were bursts of wild beast roars coming from the forest not far away. Hong knew that the beasts had smelled the blood and were coming quickly. The corpses outside the wall are a rare delicacy for the wild beasts in the forest. Chapter 124 Pottery Pot Trading. Back at Lungjie, the atmosphere immediately became lively. After Yi Chen asked Pan to spread the news of the human transaction, the surrounding tribes were also a little excited. After all, everyone saw the 4 men who were captured. Although 3 of them were injured, they were all veterans who had hunted in the wild for many years and knew that such injuries were not serious, and they only needed to endure for 2 days. Although the tribe was very short of people, especially men who could join the hunting team, Yi Chen still chose to trade all the captives. These people have already formed a grudge against the tribe, and Yi Chen did not dare to joke with the safety of the tribe, so he chose them as items of trade. In this way, it would be very good to let these captives play their last bit of role for the tribe. Filiwala. This time, everyone's initiative was fully aroused, and they immediately started asking questions. Chief, he asked if he was also trading in hides and meat. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Yichen instantly realized that he had completely underestimated the importance of men to the development of the tribe. It's normal to think about it. After all, men are responsible for going out hunting and defending the tribe. The more men a tribe has, the stronger its fighting power will naturally be. In the primitive world, population is the key to tribal development, especially when people do not have a stable source of food. At this time, more people are needed to go out hunting, so that the chances of successful hunting will be greater. Don't be impatient. Don't they want a clay pot? Tell them, I'll trade a clay pot for a man, or a clay pot for 2 women. Yi Chun, who was originally planning to trade directly, immediately changed his mind at this moment. He wanted to use the pottery jar to test it out first to see what everyone's bottom line was. If he doesn't figure it out, Yi Chun is likely to lose money. After all, before he fully understands the market conditions, he does need to do some research. Moreover, Yi Chun has made a lot of preparations and put in a lot of effort for the Lung Festival. If he cannot maximize the profits, then it will be a losing business for Yi Chun. Forehead. To Pan, Yi Chun's thinking was too jumpy. He was just about to trade prisoners, but now he immediately changed his mind to trading pottery jars. Pan was also very confused. Isn't this the thing that everyone uses to cook food? If it's all traded away, what will everyone eat on the way back? However, Pan was very obedient. Although he was full of doubts in his heart, he quickly translated Yi Chun's words. This time, there was no dull moment. Everyone was very excited when they learned that they could trade the pottery jars. However, they became dull again after hearing the terms of the transaction. The surrounding tribes were all thinking with their heads down, wondering whether it was worthwhile to trade 1 man or 3 women for this pottery jar. However, Go, who was standing next to them, reacted quickly and immediately pulled 2 women from the tribe over, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. It's broken. The price is too low. Yi Chun was speechless at this moment. He didn't expect that he had underestimated the primitive tribe's pursuit of delicious food. Go did not give Yi Chun and the others time to react. He directly brought the 2 women in front of Yi Chun and suggested to Yi Chun how about making a deal. This quick movement made Yi Chun unable to react. He looked at the 2 women, or should we call them girls, standing in front of him in a daze. They were all very thin, with their heads hunched over. They probably knew their fate, so they didn't resist at all. Chief, does Gus say this deal is okay? Pan did his translation job, as usual, and translated Ji's words to Yi Chun in a timely manner. Yi Chun looked at the 2 thin women standing in front of him and looked at them carefully. They were one big and one small. The older one should be about 14 or 15 years old, and the younger one should be about 10 years old. He was extremely dirty, and the only thing he had on him was a piece of tattered animal skin wrapped around his body. Except for his chest and crotch, the rest of his body was exposed. Seeing Ji's rude actions and the 2 girls' aggrieved and frightened expressions, Yi Chun didn't want to say anything more and directly asked Pan to translate that the transaction was successful. Hearing Pan's words, Go laughed out loud on the spot, immediately pushed the 2 little girls to Yi Chun and ran to Yi, pointing to the pottery jar that had been taken off the stove, and smiled and indicated that he wanted this. Okay, give him the pot. Although it was obvious that there was still half a can of broth inside, Yi Chun didn't care and signaled Gu to move away directly. The main reason is that this transaction is quite good. With the addition of 2 little girls, the population of the tribe has also increased. The most important thing about this transaction is that it set an example for other tribes. The transaction of pottery jars is so simple. Chapter 125, The 3 people escape back to the tribe. At this moment in the primeval forest, there were 2 groups of people fleeing for their lives. One group was 3 people from the tribe who were being chased by the warriors of the Black Demon tribe. The other wave was made up of warriors from the Black Demon tribe who had previously hunted down the 3 members of the tribe, but now they had become stray dogs. After being defeated by Hong and his tribesmen with sharp weapons, the only 3 remaining members of the Black Demon tribe ran wildly in the forest. The 3 people from the tribe who successfully escaped back felt like they had been reborn. Looking at the familiar tribal camp, the 3 of them immediately had tears in their eyes. They originally thought that this time the entire hunting team would surely die at the hands of the Black Demon tribe warriors. He never thought that the 3 of them could escape successfully, even though the rest of the hunting team had been killed by the Black Demon tribe warriors. But at least the 3 of them managed to come back alive, and the tribe still has a glimmer of hope for survival. Hearing the noise outside the cave, The tribesmen who stayed in the cave cautiously poked their heads out to check the situation. When they saw that the hunting team had returned, they immediately shouted excitedly. Following a few loud shouts, more than a dozen women and children in the cave also ran out quickly, but they immediately found something wrong. Why did only 3 people come back? The 3 tribesmen who escaped could no longer suppress their excitement and began to sob. It was not easy on this journey. As one of them sobbed, the other 2 also began to choke. One of the elderly women didn't care about anything else at the moment. She grabbed one of the men's arms and hurriedly asked about the details. The hunting team member whose arm was grabbed suppressed his sobs and began to talk about his experiences along the way in a disjointed manner. The 2 people added a few words from time to time. Seeing that only 3 people returned to the tribe, the old woman had a premonition that the hunting team had encountered an accident. After learning that they had been attacked by the Black Demon tribe on the way, and that only 3 people from the entire hunting team had managed to escape, everyone in the tribe immediately began to cry. Winter is almost here, and the important purpose of the hunting team going out hunting is to ensure that the tribe has enough food to survive the winter. Unexpectedly, this time we went out and encountered the Black Demon tribe, and out of the 8-person hunting team, only 3 people managed to come back alive. Such heavy casualties immediately made everyone in the tribe feel despair, which obviously meant that the tribe would have a very difficult time this winter. The 3 people who escaped were also very sad, but they continued to talk about what they encountered along the way. When they talked about the magical wall and powerful weapons, they attracted the attention of the elderly woman. At this moment, all the people in the tribe who had prestige and were able to take charge had died in this hunting trip. Although extremely sad, the elderly women immediately cheered up. The old woman knew that the tribe could not collapse. As long as she also showed a miserable expression, the others would only become more desperate. After all, what the tribe needs most right now is to be able to survive this winter safely, and the rest can be discussed later. After receiving the news, the elderly woman immediately asked the 3 people to explain it in detail. Describe in detail how you encountered that mysterious tribe, how you attacked them, and how you drove them away. Talking about that magical tribe and the powerful weapons they displayed, the 3 of them instantly perked up. After talking for a long time, they finally stopped at the signal of the elderly woman, feeling their mouths dry. After listening to the 3 people's stories, the elderly woman fell into deep thought, with countless thoughts flashing through her mind. As the old woman fell into deep thought, the atmosphere in the tribe became quiet as a whole, and no one dared to disturb her deep thoughts. From this point of view, elderly women still have a certain status in the tribe, and at this moment she should be the person with the highest status in the tribe. Unfortunately, after thinking for a while, the elderly woman still had no concrete idea, so she could only let everyone go back to the cave to rest. At the same time, the old woman was also confirming one thing, that is whether the 3 people still remembered the way to the magical tribe. After getting the affirmative answer from the 3 people, the old woman just nodded slightly, and she looked outside the cave worriedly. There was no food in the tribe at the moment, and the hunting team had suffered heavy losses. The old woman had no idea how she would survive the winter. Chapter 126: The Girl Who Was Traded. From the very beginning, when Yi Chun asked Yi to cook the broth, Ge stood by, staring at the boiling earthenware pot without saying a word, thinking in his heart. After figuring out that the clay pot was the key to cooking broth, Ge has been very interested in it, and his eyes have never left it from beginning to end. Yi Chun had been watching Ji's performance, but he pretended to know nothing. His purpose was to avoid interrupting Ge and let him observe more carefully. For Yi Chun, this was his desired goal. After demonstrating absolute military force, he made these tribes dare not have any evil thoughts. The next step is to use this broth to seduce them and make them think about the clay pot that can be used to cook broth. In this way, Yi Chun will have an absolute advantage. After all, only Yi Chun's tribe has these pottery jars and bowls. If you want to get them, you have to trade with Yi Chun. If this isn't a monopoly, what is it? After the demonstration, just now, Ge completely understood how to make the broth. The method of making broth is very simple. Just add water and meat cubes into a ceramic pot and cook it. After repeatedly simulating it in his mind, Ge found that he could make it too. After careful consideration, Ge confirmed that his tribe had both clean water and pieces of meat, but they did not have the clay pot and the clay bowl for cooking the broth, which made Ge very uncomfortable. After all, Ge firmly believed that he had learned how to cook broth, but now he had no tools, which meant that after the cold festival, everyone would never be able to eat such delicious broth again when they returned to the tribe. So after learning the specific rules of trading pottery jars, Gu was very decisive and immediately took the first pottery jar, becoming the first person to try it out. Although it is a primitive world, Yichen doesn't care about those things. He has to kill them. After all, these pottery jars are relatively easy to imitate. As long as they're traded out, there is a risk of being imitated. Once other tribes successfully imitate these pottery jars, the prices of these pottery jars will drop exponentially and they will be worthless. So when he saw Gu happily holding the pottery jar and sharing the remaining half pot of broth with the tribesmen, Yichun did not stop him, but watched with interest. The happier the people of the Gaha tribe appeared, the more it proved that trading the two women for the pottery jars was the right choice. This would definitely give other tribes a clear indication that the pottery jars were good things. However, Yichun felt a little helpless. He did not expect that the importance each tribe placed on men had exceeded his imagination. They would exchange two women for a pottery jar without hesitation, but as for trading a pottery jar with a man, they would not even think about it, as it would never happen. Soon, a trading atmosphere began to emerge around them. Seeing the Gaha people happily holding their clay pots and drinking broth, the surrounding tribes also began to get restless. Hiliwala! Hiliwala! Soon, there were several shouts around, and several people were seen running over with women from their tribe, surrounding Yichun and preparing to trade pottery jars. Yichun, who was surrounded, also accepted everyone who came, but he would carefully observe the people being exchanged and would not accept those who were ugly or deformed. After all, these people will become members of the tribe after being traded back, and they need to work. The tribe does not have the ability to keep useless people now. Yichun, who had completed the transaction here, quickly pulled the two little girls who had been exchanged over and asked Yin to get 2 complete animal skins for them to wear. The 2 girls were terrified and stood there at a loss, not knowing what kind of life they would face next. When they were in the tribe, the 2 knew their own fate. They came to Lungjia either to trade things for the tribe or to borrow seeds for the tribe. These are things that cannot be avoided. The women brought here by the tribe all know this, so they have been praying silently. Especially after coming here, when praying to the gods, one is even more sincere. On the contrary, Yin, a girl about 10 years old, felt a little distressed when she saw 2 girls of similar age being traded here, looking so skinny. He quickly found a clean animal skin in the pile of animal skins and handed it to the 2 girls. Looking at the stunned eyes of the 2 girls, Yin quickly told them to change into it. But looking at the other party's still dazed eyes, I realized that they didn't understand what I said at all. So Yin hurried to ask Pan for help. After all, Pan was the only person in the entire tribe who could communicate with other tribes. Pan also came over and talked for a while, and found that the 2 girls were still in a daze. It's terrible, these 2 girls can't communicate. Chapter 127, Sudden Happiness. The language barrier is fatal. With just a little observation, one can quickly discover that these 2 girls only speak the language of their own tribe and not the Mandarin of this world. There is currently no way to communicate with them normally, and we can only rely on gestures and tone. In today's primitive world, languages are roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the language of one's own tribe, which can be called a dialect, and the other is the language that everyone can speak, which is similar to Mandarin. As for where Mandarin originated, there is no way to know, mainly because no one has verified it. Anyway, everyone knows that being able to speak Mandarin can enable communication with other tribes. There is no other way. Yichun could only let Yin take Hua and Sang, 2 women from the hunting team, to hold down the 2 shivering little girls, tear off the tattered animal skins on their bodies, and then quickly replace them with clean animal skins. These clean animal skins were relatively intact and had good overall warmth retention. So before the 2 girls could react, they found that their tattered animal skins had been thrown away and they were wearing clean and warm animal skins. Just like that, the 2 of them were stunned and had their clothes torn off by the 3 men. Looking at so many ferocious warriors around them, they were shocked and scared. But suddenly, his body felt noticeably warmer, and when he looked down, he saw that he was wrapped in a complete animal skin. This sudden and huge change left the 2 of them completely confused, and they had no idea what it meant. Then Yin smiled and gestured for the 2 to sit down. Then he scooped a bowl of broth from the pottery jar for each of them, handed it to them, and gestured for them to drink it quickly. The 2 girls were a little panicked and had no idea what was going on, until a bowl of steaming broth was handed to them. They were completely shocked. The thing that everyone had been longing for just now suddenly appeared in front of them inexplicably. This change caught the two girls off guard, and they had no idea how to deal with it. Just now, a tribe had already lost its life for this bowl of broth, and the rest of the tribes had no choice but to trade obediently. Every transaction made these tribes feel painful, but they had to trade for the sake of delicious food. Following Yun's repeated gestures, the two people holding the ceramic bowls slowly placed the bowls to their mouths and began to drink carefully. They did taste some of it just now, but because there was not much broth in a bowl to begin with, the first few sips were drunk by the men in the hunting team, and there was not much left when it was the women's turn. So the two girls' impression of the broth was that it was fragrant, but they couldn't remember the specific taste because they drank too little. At this moment, the two girls were still in a state of being struck by happiness and had no time to care about the eyes of the people around them. But the people in the surrounding tribes had different looks. Looking at the two girls who had changed into animal skins and were drinking broth, they showed envy on their faces. After all, everyone was in the same condition just now, with the animal skins on their bodies dirty and rotten. It changed so much in a blink of an eye. The conditions have improved a lot. All right, Yun, you're responsible for taking good care of them. I'll have more people assigned to you later, and I'll even make you a leader by then. Huh? Yin looked at Yi-chun, who was laughing at the moment. She understood the care at the beginning, but she didn't understand the content at the end. What was meant by more people and leader Dang Dang? Yin didn't understand at all, but now Yin didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at the two girls who were wolfing down their food with concern. The situation of these women cannot be said to be bad, but it is definitely not good. All the resources of the tribe have been tilted towards the hunting team. They are wrapped up tightly, but the women who brought the cold festival have nothing to wear. Of course, the main reason is that hunting is not efficient. Having enough food is a luxury, so how can we care about animal skins? Besides, these were the tribesmen who might be traded away during the cold festival, so the tribe was a bit stingy in distributing food, only allowing the two of them to eat half full, as long as they still had strength left. Similarly, animal skins can only provide a basic guarantee. As for whether they can withstand the cold wind, it depends on the physical condition of these women themselves. Chapter 128, Lively Transaction. When the two little girls were sure that they were going to drink the entire bowl of broth, they immediately started eating like crazy. The sizzling sounds made the people around them swallow their saliva. In an instant, the whole situation changed drastically. The two little girls who were crying for their tragic fate just now were now drinking the broth in big gulps. The people who had felt sorry for the two little girls just now were also stunned at this moment. Looking at the two people who were eating happily, they suddenly realized that this was not a bad thing after all. Everyone wanted to have a bowl of broth, and now the two little girls easily fulfilled everyone's wish and exchanged it for a pottery jar for the tribe. The surrounding tribes saw something was wrong. Shouldn't they be sullen and outcast? Why does it feel like the two of them have entered a beautiful world? And it gave the tribal leaders present and inspiration. Why does it feel like this is a win-win situation? The tribe also had pottery jars, so they could drink broth every day from now on. The same went for the people who were traded away, who could drink broth every day. For a moment, everyone in the surrounding tribes had their minds racing, thinking that being exchanged out might be a good option. Moreover, Yi Chen's series of actions just now also proved that the Han tribe treated its own people very well. The fact that they directly wrapped themselves in complete animal skins was very proof of this. Just when everyone started to think about whether this transaction was worthwhile for themselves and the tribe. There is also a small group of people who began to squint their eyes, staring at the mountains of animal skins and meat behind Yi-chun, while also glancing at the Gaha, people who were happy at the moment. As for the broth and pottery jars, with so many tribes and so many people in the entire Lungia, it was definitely impossible for everyone to drink the broth, and it was also impossible for every tribe to trade the pottery jars. As for the tribes that had been watching from the side, seeing how powerful the Han tribe was, although they had some evil thoughts in their hearts, they were still able to suppress them. But for Gu and his tribe, who were in the same situation, they could not suppress the evil thoughts in their hearts at all. Since they could not trade pottery jars and broth, they had no choice but to use force. Of course not now. After all, if we engage in such a head-on conflict, even if we win, there may be heavy casualties. But there will be a chance if you leave Lingjia. There will always be people left behind in the tribe. As long as you keep following behind, I believe you will definitely find an opportunity. By then, won't all these things be yours? And the most crucial point is that we are all hunters in the wild forest. If head-on confrontation doesn't work, we can think of other ways, such as sneak attacks. Some people hiding in the crowd were squinting their eyes at everything in front of them and began to plan silently in their hearts. Whether in the primitive world or in later generations, the eternal theme is that money can move people's hearts. As long as one does not have enough power, no treasure will belong to him. Kiliwala. As Gu happily left with half a can of broth in his arms, all the tribal leaders gathered around him and asked him about it in detail. Looking at the half can of broth left, watching Gu happily sharing the broth with his tribesmen. So everyone couldn't help it and immediately surrounded the plate, saying that their tribes also wanted to exchange for the pottery jars and could trade with people. More than a dozen tribal leaders grabbed 2 women from their tribe and came to Yi Chun, surrounding him. Pan, leave them alone. Listening to the dozen or so people around him chattering in words he couldn't understand, Yi Chun felt like his head was in danger of exploding. At the same time, Yi Chun was also a little helpless. These tribes were not willing to trade men at all. All the tribes used women for trade. This situation made Yi Chun a little disappointed. But Yi Chun still continued the transaction. Since he couldn't trade for men at the moment, he had to accept it. It would be a good thing to get more people back. So Yi Chun began to carefully select the women standing in front of him. As long as they did not have congenital defects and had healthy limbs, Yi Chun would trade them all. Chapter 129, The Fantasy of the Man with Flowery Arms. Somewhere in the primeval forest, in a wide cave, countless black people were lying in all directions, lazily spending this boring day. If Yi Chun could come here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise. This is actually the camp of the Black Demon tribe. He didn't know how they found such a huge cave. At this moment, a burly man was leaning against the stone wall with his head half closed. This man's attire was very different from the others. The others were all painted in black, making them recognizable as black demons at a glance. However, this burly man did not paint both of his arms completely black, but only painted part of them, and the blackened part also had some kind of regular pattern. At first glance, you might think the man deliberately got a tattoo on his arm, using black as the base and white to paint some patterns. They're back. Someone's back. The man with tattoos, who was half awake and half asleep, immediately opened his eyes revealing a fierceness as he stared straight at the man who was delivering the message at the entrance of the cave. The thin man immediately felt the gaze of the man with tattoos. He turned his head and saw that the man with tattoos was staring at him. He shrank his neck and his voice quickly became smaller. Let them come in quickly. The man with tattoos seemed very satisfied with his own deterrent power. He immediately sat up and asked the man who was shouting to tell the people who had returned to come in quickly. Soon, the 3 people who escaped walked into the cave tremblingly. After all, on the way back, they already knew that there would be no good results if they came back. But they didn't dare not come back. After all, they knew that the chief's cruelty was beyond their imagination. Thinking of the fate of those who escaped, the 3 of them immediately shuddered. In desperation, the 3 of them had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk into the cave. When a man with tattoos saw this situation, he immediately frowned. At this moment in the cave, the atmosphere was extremely cold, as if everyone's breathing could be heard. Where are the others? They're all dead. Among the 3, one of them answered tremblingly, sweat beading on his forehead. What happens? Seeing that the man with tattoos did not take action immediately, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief and immediately started talking according to their original agreement. The 3 knew that the chief would be angry if they came back this time, and they would not end up well, but the human desire to survive made their brains work quickly. After a brief discussion, the only conclusion the 3 came to was to exaggerate the defeat of their tribe infinitely. Only by pretending to be an extremely powerful tribe could the 3 of them have a chance of survival and divert the chief's attention in time. In a nutshell, we can't blame ourselves for being too weak. We can only say that the other tribe is too strong. And since they're going to exaggerate, they must be the most extreme. The food and drinks are things that have never been seen before, and there are even magical weapons that can withstand spear attacks. Listening to the 3 people talking at once, the tattooed man's brows gradually relaxed, and his eyes revealed curiosity. He rolled his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that it worked, the 3 of them immediately started bragging again, saying that the women in that magical tribe were all extremely beautiful, with fair and tender skin, and looked very fresh. Finally, the man with tattoos was moved. He waved his hand to signal the 3 to stop and began to ask questions. The three of them didn't dare to report the truth, so they could only continue to weave this beautiful lie, at least to get through today. After listening to the three people's exaggerated boasting and getting the answer he wanted, the man with tattoos was obviously tempted. After learning that it would take 2 or 3 days, he gave up the idea of doing it himself. In fact, the Black Demon tribe was not far from the Han tribe camp, and a quick march would only take 1 day. However, in order to avoid arousing the chief's suspicion, the three exaggerated the journey to 3 days. In the end, the man with tattoos thought for a while and sent out another team of more than 10 people, letting 2 of the 3 of them lead the team. Imagining what this magical tribe would look like after being conquered by him, the man with tattoos couldn't help but smile. It was just a pity that 2 of them were sent out again before they had time to rest. They walked out of the cave again with a team of more than 10 people with sad faces. Chapter 130. Transaction Increase. Yichun felt helpless when he saw that the tribal leaders around him were all dragging their women to trade. Pan, tell them that men can exchange for 2 clay pots and 4 clay bowls. There was no other way. Yichun had to raise the price again to see if he could exchange a man for the tribe. After all, men had better labor and a wider range of work. After hearing what Yichun said, Pan immediately picked up 4 pottery bowls from his side and used the bowls to gesture while translating. However, when everyone heard Yichun raise the conditions again, although they were very eager, no one took any action. Finally, after a period of silence, a tribal leader made a decision with gritted teeth, turned around, and ran to the crowd of tribesmen and pulled a little boy in front of Yichun. The chief, he said he wanted to trade this man. Looking at the little boy in front of him, who was shorter than him, Yichun was speechless. Yichun is now about 15 years old and is half a head shorter than a normal primitive adult. The little boy who was pulled out for exchange was a head shorter than himself. He looked only about 11 or 12 years old and could not immediately become a fighting force for the tribe. However, although the little boy was still a teenager, his courage surprised the surrounding tribal leaders. You know, if this child grows up in 2 years, he will become a member of the tribe's hunting team. Exchanging him at this time feels like a loss. But for the leader of this tribe, this is still within the tolerable range, mainly because the taste of this broth is simply irresistible. Comparing the little boy and the clay pots and bowls, the tribal leader chose to drink broth every day. After carefully looking at the little boy, Yichun began to look at the tribal leader who was willing to exchange. The leader looked like a middle-aged man. In addition to animal skins, he was also wrapped in leaves. Yichun couldn't tell what kind of autumn leaves they were. These leaves were very large, and wrapping 2 or 3 of them around his body looked quite warm. As expected, the little boy was also covered in a thin piece of animal skin, and the rest of his clothes were wrapped in leaves. Naturally, Yichun directly named this tribe the Leaf Tribe. Anyway, everyone cannot communicate freely now, so Yichun just named these tribes casually. The leader of the Leaf Tribe was very much looking forward to it, hoping to successfully trade with Yichun so that the people in the tribe could have broth to drink every day. Facing the expectant gaze of the Leaf Tribe leader, Yichun finally nodded, indicating that he was willing to make this deal. Wow! Upon learning that the transaction was successful, the leader of the Leaf Tribe jumped up excitedly and immediately ordered the tribesmen to take action. Following Yichun's instructions, they picked up the 2 pottery jars. But this time Yichun did not pretend to be generous, but directly gave 2 empty pottery jars. However, when it came to 4 more pottery bowls, he still gave the passengers 4 bowls of broth. This way, the people of the Leaf Tribe will not be treated unfairly, as they can also taste the broth again. While the Leaf Tribe were looking at the 2 pottery jars that were traded and whispering happily to each other, the little boy standing next to Yichun, looking at the happy tribesmen helplessly, couldn't help but tear up. He never thought that he would be traded. Thinking about it, Lung Jie was brought in because of his pleading, but it became the opportunity for him to be traded. The tribesmen in the tribe and the joy and laughter in the camp were leaving me in an instant, and what I had to face was an unknown future. Thinking of this, the little boy finally couldn't help crying. What's wrong? Still thinking that he was successful, he traded a boy for the tribe. Although it would take a few years for him to become a hunting warrior, it was a good start. Unexpectedly, what he heard was the sobbing of a little boy, which made Yichun a little confused. Chapter 131, Changing Trading Strategies. Yichun was caught off guard when he suddenly heard sobbing sounds coming from beside him. What are you crying about? I brought you back so you can live a good life. What can you expect from your tribe? You're lucky to be here. Although Yi Chun thought so in his heart, because of the language difference, the little boy did not respond after he said a few words and continued to cry. Yun, hurry up, pull him over, and comfort him. Yin was experienced at this point, and he immediately pulled the crying little boy to his side, wrapped him in a piece of animal skin, and immediately served him a bowl of broth. Smelling the fragrant broth, the little boy immediately stopped sobbing. He held the pottery bowl in one hand and wiped his tears with the other hand. Looking at the cloud beside him, who was looking at him dangerously, a strange idea suddenly arose in his mind. Why are these women smiling so happily? Aren't they afraid of being traded? Thinking about how he was smiling just now, as if he had followed the tribal leader to Longjia to broaden his horizons, he didn't expect that he would be ruthlessly traded away by the leader in an instant. On the contrary, the members of this tribe, both men and women, did not look afraid at all and were not afraid at all that they would be traded. This gave the little boy a strange feeling. The people in this tribe were so calm. This is the difference in the tribal philosophy. Before setting off, Yi Chun had already communicated with everyone in the tribe. This time, as many people as go to the cold festival, as many people will come back. No one will be traded. The items that are traded are the things that everyone carries in their backpacks. No one in the tribe will be traded. With Yi Chen's words, everyone could of course watch the sad farewell of these tribes with a smile. Moreover, for people like Shi and Yun, being able to trade these people to their tribe is actually a kind of luck for them, as it allows them to live a better life. On this side, people from other tribes saw that the two tribes had successfully traded for the pottery jars and also received some broth as a gift. Their desire for the trade became stronger and stronger. It's a pity that all the 6 pottery jars Yi Chun brought had been traded. He used 4 pottery jars to trade for 8 women, and finally used 2 pottery jars to trade for the little boy. Fortunately, there were still some pottery bowls left, and there were also 5 male and 4 female captives, all of which could be traded. Including the members of the tree tribe who joined, Yi Chun had brought back nearly 30 people when he came to Longjia this time, and the population suddenly increased dramatically. As a result, Yi Chun no longer dares to trade in large numbers of people. After all, the current development of the tribe cannot sustain it. If the population of the tribe suddenly doubles, the consumption will be terrifying. So Yi Chun immediately announced that the population transaction would be temporarily suspended and asked everyone to take out other things in their hands and see if they could exchange them for something else. Regarding this issue, Yi Chun also had the mentality of giving it a try. Anyway, the transaction was almost done now, and all that was left was to try his luck here. 100 or 200 tribes from nearby areas came here all at once. For each tribe to survive, it must have had some source of food. Even if there is no stable source of food, there must be something to fill your stomach. Just like the tree tribe at the beginning, when they were really hungry, they started to think of other ways and find anything they could eat. In this way, we discovered that there's a kind of tree leaf that can be eaten and has a little taste. Isn't this the discovery of salt tree leaves? Since there are so many tribes here, let's try to see if they have any new discoveries. It would be nice to trade some back. The main reason is that the tribe is still in a state of material scarcity, so as long as we can take something back, we will make a profit. Pan was also very serious and responsible, and immediately conveyed Yi Chen's meaning. Everyone was stunned again when they heard it. Everyone was thinking that this tribe was full of trouble, with new rules every now and then, and it was really hard to adapt. However, because the Han tribe had already demonstrated their strength, no one showed any displeasure on their faces at this moment. He immediately took out the things he had brought with him, held them in his hands, and prepared to hand them to Yi Chun, hoping to trade them for the pottery bowl or the captive on the ground. Chapter 132 Pine Needles Appear. Soon, everyone actively took out the things they brought from their tribe, and everyone was very confident in the things from their tribe. They believed that these things could be exchanged for some good things for their tribe, but this time everyone rushed to Yi Chun just like before. The order at the scene was very chaotic, so under Yi Chen's orderly command, each tribe reselected a position and placed all the various things they brought in front of them. Yi Chun brought 2 bodyguards, Shi and Song, and walked and looked to see what they could gain this time. What appeared in front of Yi Chun were all strange and weird things, which made Yi Chun a little confused. What's this? Hiliwala. Looking at the excited man in front of him with saliva flying all over the place, Yi Chun was quite looking forward to what it was. Pan Fan immediately translated it and said that it was a sacred artifact of their tribe, which could predict whether they could hunt prey today. So magical. After listening to Pan's translation, Yi Chun began to observe it carefully. He found that it was just an animal bone covered with Pan's pulp, and he immediately lost interest. Use this to test the tribal chief? After complaining, Yi Chun threw the thing in his hand to the other party and ignored him no matter how the other party boasted. What about this? Then Yi Chun picked up something from another tribe, put it in his hand, and observed it, and then the other party started chattering again. It was a bit difficult for Pan to translate this time. I thought about it for a while before I slowly started translating. Can I eat it? Hearing that it was edible, Yi Chun became interested in the thing in his hand. This thing should have been picked from a tree. It looked a bit like pine needles in later generations, but it was much larger. One of them is as thick as a little finger and emits a fresh fragrance, which smells quite good. The leader of the other tribe looked at Yi Chun with great interest. He immediately took a pine needle, put it in his mouth, and started chewing it. He also motioned Yi Chun to eat some to feel it. I put a piece in my mouth and chewed it gently. There was no taste except for the fragrance. Not bad. You can use it to make tea. It should be a tree like pine needles. If it is a pine tree, then these pine needles are the least valuable parts of the pine tree. The truly valuable parts are the pine tree and pine resin. Pine trees can be used to make furniture, and rosin can also be used to make paint, etc., and its uses are very wide. Yi Chun was very satisfied after learning this. Information about pine trees had been collected here, which could be considered a gain. But Yi Chun still had to pretend to be indifferent. He spat out the residue in his mouth and threw the pine needles in his hand back. Pan, tell him that if he has a basket of this, he can exchange it for this pottery bowl. This was also Yi Chun's estimation. The other party should use this thing to satisfy his hunger and eat it as a snack. How could he carry so much to the cold festival? So Yi Chun raised the exchange price with just one sentence in order to lower the other party's price. Sure enough, the Pine tribe was also very shocked when they heard the news. They immediately turned around and asked the tribesmen to take out all the pine needles on their bodies and put them together with animal skins. The result must have disappointed Chief Pine. It was originally intended to be a snack, so how could he carry a bag of it to the cold festival? He also didn't expect that other tribes would like this thing. So I took out all the pine needles brought from the tribe. There weren't many, probably only about 10 pounds. Then let's just exchange it for a ceramic bowl. If you're willing, then exchange it. If not, forget it. Yi Chun puts on a superior attitude, making you feel like you were taking advantage of him. The other party fell into the trap immediately. After hearing what Pan said, he immediately nodded, indicating that he was willing to trade. Soon, the first barter transaction was completed. Holding the pottery bowl in his hand, the leader of the Pine tribe was a little depressed because the pottery jar had been traded. Seeing that the other party looked a little depressed, Yi Chun also worked quickly. Pan, ask him if he's willing to trade people. Forehead. Although Pan was already accustomed to Yi Chun's jumping thoughts, he was still speechless when he heard what Yi Chun said. How could it change all the time? Chapter 133 Discovery of Ore. On the contrary, the leader of the Pine tribe was overjoyed when he heard the news and immediately nodded to indicate that he was willing to trade. Now exchanging women for other women is a very simple transaction. Yi Chun first chooses one from the several women pulled in front of him by the other party. Then the leader of the Pine tribe was asked to go and see for himself. All the female captives were lying on the ground with their hands and feet tied with ropes. They could only watch the other side's actions helplessly. The captives of the Short and Fat tribe were now looking at the actions of the leader of the Pine tribe with despair on their faces and had no other reaction except for weak roars. For Yi Chun, he would definitely not bring these captives back to the tribe. One reason was that the tribe now had too many new people, and it would take a lot of effort to take care of these captives along the way. Secondly, there are too many captives, so many men and women. If any of them have bad intentions in the tribe, it will be a huge destabilizing factor. So for Yi Chun, exchanging them as supplies is the way to maximize the benefits for the tribe. The reason why they wanted to exchange with the Pine tribe was that they wanted to keep a member of the Pine tribe to leave a possibility for the tribe to develop. That means there will be a chance to find this Pine tribe later and occupy the pine trees here. Of course, it depends on the situation. If the other party is willing to surrender, then it will be a win-win cooperation. If they are grumbling and unwilling to accept it, then there are also masters of boxing and kicking in the Han tribe who will quickly make the other party surrender willingly. After a while, both sides brought the people they had chosen to their own tribal camps. A new woman was added to the Han tribe. Although she could not enjoy the same treatment as before, the joy on her face was still clearly visible. Now that all the pottery jars have been traded, the newly exchanged women will not be able to enjoy the free broth, but animal skins can still be provided. Yi Chun simply waved his hand and gave a piece of animal skin to any new member of the tribe for free to wrap themselves in to keep warm. Seeing these actions, people from the surrounding tribes were also jealous, mainly because the tribal leaders were also moved by these captives, especially the 5 captured warriors on the ground. They are pure labor force. After being brought back to the tribe for a short rest, they can hunt for the tribe. The women continued to look forward to it. After all, it seemed that joining this strange tribe in front of them was the best choice, as the benefits they could enjoy were real. Then Yi Chun picked up the next thing and began to observe it. It was a stone, but it was very heavy in his hand. This was Yi Chun's first impression. Looking at a palm-sized stone, he felt it was quite heavy. Pan asked what this is. While letting Pan translate, Yi Chun began to look at the stone in his hand, stroking it with his hand and looking at the dark red color of the stone. Could it be your colpirore? Thinking of this, Yi Chun raised his eyebrows. It was a pity that Yi Chun himself was not a major student, and the only thing he could rely on was the system he traveled through time and space. But now is not the time to check the system, so Yi Chun can only continue to pretend to check it, but Yi Chun has preliminarily determined that it is, or. As for how to judge and fire it specifically, we will have to wait until we return to the tribe to study it slowly. Chief, they say this is very hard and very good for hitting people with. Listening to Pan's translation, Yi Chun rolled his eyes in his heart. It would be a waste of materials to use these oars to hit people. He could take them back to the tribe and smelt them to make sharper weapons. It seems that primitive people were indeed simple and crude. As long as something was useful, they didn't care what it was. This ore is definitely harder than ordinary stones, and it is indeed a good choice to use it to hit people. Yi Chun was ecstatic about this discovery, but there was no expression on his face. He just frowned and looked at it over and over again. But he started to make up his mind. This was a good thing, and he had to get it. He also had to find out the specific location of the tribe's camp and the place where the ore was discovered. Chapter 134, or Trading. It's useless. As usual, whoever has a backpack can trade it for a pottery bowl. His heart was already burning with anger, but Yi Chun remained calm on the surface. He threw the ore back in his hand and said something indifferently. Thinking that the stones everywhere in his tribe could be used for trading, how could the leader of the mineral tribe not be happy? He immediately started trading with a smile. However, the mineral tribe came prepared. After all, these stones are very good for hitting people. They are also used for throwing during hunting and could be considered a weapon of the tribe. So they brought a lot of ore with them this time when they came to Lungjia. So when everyone put together, they had 2 backpacks of ore, which made Yi Chun very happy. The leader of the mineral tribe was also very happy. He held the 2 pottery bowls in his hands and admired them carefully. Both parties were very happy in this transaction. The only difference was that the leader of the mineral tribe was really happy. He was very happy to think that he could actually exchange this thing for 2 pottery bowls. The only regret is that we cannot use these stones to exchange for clay pots. After all, clay pots are the key to cooking broth, and clay bowls are just more convenient for drinking water. Yi Chun was also very happy. After all, having the ore meant that the tribe's level of civilization would be greatly improved. As long as he went back and looked it up in the system, he would know how to smelt these ores. Before the leader of the mineral tribe could speak, Yi Chun had already spoken and asked Pan to translate it, which meant that they could exchange population with the mineral tribe. The news that captives from the short and fat tribe could be exchanged, including men, immediately surprised the leader of the mineral tribe. He immediately started a heated discussion with Pan about what would be the best way to exchange. After consulting Yi Chun, Pan immediately asked the mineral tribe warriors to select the people. Yi Chun's goal this time was very clear. He had to exchange for a member of the mineral tribe who knew the way back, so that he would have a chance to find the way back later. The main reason is that ore is too important, and effective information must be left behind to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It's a pity that the leader of the mineral tribe was unwilling to exchange the men of his tribe no matter what. He was only willing to exchange the 4 women he brought this time in exchange for a captured warrior. Yi Chun was somewhat helpless about this problem, but he had to keep the other party's tribesmen, so he could only nod and let the other party exchange a warrior prisoner for the other party's 4 women. Yi Chun could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that these 4 women could find a way back to the tribe from Lungjia, so that he would have a chance to find them later. The transaction with the mineral tribe was completed. Seeing that he had made good progress in this cold festival, Yi Chun was also looking forward to the next transaction. It's a pity that the things that the remaining tribes exchanged were some strange things, most of which were made of animal bones or tree trunks, and were mainly used as weapons or items for worship and divination. A small number of them were strange things that he had discovered, and he had no idea what they were for. He wanted to trouble Long Jie to come and take a look and see if he could exchange them for something for the tribe. Yichen was also confused by many of these things. He had no idea what their specific uses were, and they looked all weird. Shaking his head to indicate that he didn't know what the use of these things was, Yi Chun threw all these things back to the other party, and he was also guessing in his heart that these things should be things that only exist in the primitive world. It evolved or disappeared in the gradual evolution, and there may be some rough records in later materials or none at all. So Yi Chun was also confused about these things and could only give up for the time being. Alright, if there really isn't anything left, forget it. Let's just start trading the population away. Looking at the things he had at hand, he either didn't recognize them or they were completely useless. Yi Chun was also preparing to sell off the last few captives. Wait, Pan, go ask him what he's eating. Walking towards his tribe's camp, Yi Chun suddenly heard some chewing sounds. He took a look and immediately raised his eyebrows. He quickly asked Pan to ask. Chapter 135, The Appearance of Peanut. Everyone thought that this exciting trade fair was over, and they were all packing up their tribe's belongings and preparing to leave. A member of one of the tribes casually took out something from his pocket, opened it, and threw it into his mouth. As Yi Chun walked past, he could clearly hear the other person chewing. He took a curious look and immediately asked Pan about it. The man in animal skins was chewing casually, but suddenly he found his gaze focused on him. He was immediately stunned, and his eyes kept scanning around. At the same time, I was also wondering what was wrong with me and why I suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Could it be that my hidden handsomeness was discovered by everyone? Pan immediately strode up to the man and talked a lot, but it was a pity that the man had not learned Mandarin well and just stood there in a daze. Fortunately, the leader of the other tribe reacted quickly and immediately began to ask questions in a bad tone. After hearing the leader's questions, the man began to explain tremblingly. It turned out that since the cold festival was almost over and the tribe was preparing to leave, and he was a little hungry, he took out the things he brought with him to fill his stomach. Pan, let them bring the things over and let us see them. The main reason was that he saw the other party throwing it into his mouth, and the chewing sound was quite loud, so Yi Chun heard it and immediately became curious. You have to know that in the primitive world, everything that can be put into the mouth and eaten has been tested by a large number of people. Since it can be eaten, it must be a good thing. Anyway, the winter festival is almost over, and Yi Chun wanted to ask a question. It would be a good thing if it is useful. The most important thing is that the captives, women and men of the short and fat tribe have not been exchanged, and Yi Chun still wants to maximize their benefits. Chief, it's this thing. At Pan's request, the other party stretched out his hand tremblingly and handed the food he had just eaten to Pan. Pan also grabbed it in his hand and handed it to Yi Chun. This time, even though Yi Chun had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but get excited and couldn't hide his excitement at all. What appeared in front of Yi Chun at this moment was actually a peanut. Although it was only the size of a little finger, Yi Chun could clearly tell that it was a peanut. But this is obviously a wild peanut, without any signs of artificial cultivation. The fruit is just 2 peanuts strung together to form a beaded shape. The fruit is also very small, not as big as peanuts in later generations, only the size of a little finger. When you hold in your hand, you can clearly see that there is only 1 peanut in the shell. Unlike the peanuts of later generations, there are 2 or 3 peanuts inside the shell after peeling it, and each peanut is bigger than the little finger, which makes it more enjoyable to eat. The main reason was that the shell looked too much like peanuts. Yi Chun immediately opened it with his hand and saw the red-skinned peanuts inside. However, the red was very light and the raw peanuts were very tender and white. Let them give us all the peanuts they have, and we can exchange them for a woman. At this time, Yi Chun suppressed his inner excitement and quickly asked Pan to translate and collect all the peanuts from the peanut tribe. Peanuts are good things. Being able to eat them is the most basic thing. There are countless benefits just from eating them. The most important thing is that it can be used to extract oil. The extracted peanut oil is also a good thing, rich in vitamins and choline. In industry, peanut oil can also be used to make soap, perfumed soap, glycerin, and other industrial products. These are all daily necessities that everyone needs. Once mass-produced, they can definitely boost the living standards of the entire primitive world. Soap, in particular, is now an item that the tribe urgently needs. So many new members have to take a bath after returning to the tribe, otherwise they will damage the environment of the camp. But if you only rely on wood ash, it is not enough. But with peanut oil, it is much easier. Moreover, at present, peanut planting is relatively reliable and can produce stable harvests every year. The tribe currently does not have the ability to capture wild boars for breeding, so growing peanuts is relatively simple. Chapter 136: The Cold Festival ends. It's a pity that although the people in the peanut tribe were happily taking out the peanuts they brought, the quantity was too small, only a little. The leader of the peanut tribe was too lazy to tease him with animal skins and just handed it over with both hands. Yichen was not stingy and still exchanged it with a pottery bowl. Then came the population exchange. The peanut tribe also spent a lot of money and exchanged the 3 women they brought for a captured warrior. They were very happy. Alas, everyone's productivity is too low, and there is too little to use. Looking at the handful of peanuts in his hand, the happy Yichen felt a little worried at the same time, because the amount of peanuts in this handful was really too little. Holding it in his hand at the moment, Yichen didn't even dare to think of tasting it. He just told Yin to wrap it carefully with animal skin. After taking it back, he could only use it as seeds. Yichen, who was already surprised, was not giving up yet. He thought of asking everyone if they had any strange things and asked them to take them out for him to see. But after Pan roared 3 times, there was no movement from the surrounding tribes. Yichen completely gave up. The last 3 captive warriors and 2 captive women were directly traded away, which in turn triggered the final wave of trading climax of the entire Cold Festival. With the exchange of the last prisoner, Yichen's entire Lungjie journey came to an end. He immediately asked everyone to pack up and prepare to leave. When Yichen was wandering around the giant human statue, he learned that the 3 major tribes that dominated this place usually came on the first day of the Cold Festival, and the chiefs came in person, mainly to worship the gods. After the worship that day, I walked around a bit to see if there was anything of interest. I stayed for a while and then left. On the second day, some members of the 3 major tribes continued to stay, and on the third day, they basically all went back. Those who stayed here on the third day were generally small tribes. They had not traded the supplies needed by the tribe, and were still trying hard to trade some supplies needed for the tribe's activities. But no matter what, they will leave on the third day. After dark, the 3 major tribes will begin to clear out the people here. Staying here will be considered a violation of the rules, and will be driven away or attacked. Yichen also remembered this rule firmly. After all, the tribe currently does not have the ability to provoke the 3 major tribes. Yichen also chose to comply temporarily. It is not a wise choice to conflict with the 3 major tribes at present. Slow development is the most suitable choice for Yichen. At this moment, looking at such a large group of people in front of him packing their things and following him back to the tribe, Yichen felt quite proud. This time, he had gained a lot. The population alone has increased by nearly 40 people, but unfortunately 95% of them are women, with only 2 men from the tree tribe and a little boy traded from the Lung Festival. Seeing the little boy nervously holding Yun's hand and standing aside at a loss, Yichen couldn't help but laugh. All the pottery jars and bowls brought this time have been traded, and the backpack is now filled with animal meat and things like ores and peanuts that were exchanged. As for the animal skins, there were basically not many left. The newly joined women had already changed into complete animal skins, so there were only a few pieces left, so they just had to be held by 2 or 3 people. Just as all the tribes in Lungjie were packing up and preparing to leave, they did not notice the eyes scanning around in the dark, which were full of greed and murderous intent. Especially for the tribes that exchanged pottery jars, they stared at them closely, paying attention to their movements, following them intentionally or unintentionally, and slowly left the grassland. But in the end, Yichen was given a small surprise. Many tribal leaders came to ask him the name of the tribe Yichen belonged to before leaving. In response to this, Yichen confidently asked Pan to say out loud the name he had thought of in front of the giant stone statue, the Han tribe. Hearing this strange tribal name, which was a bit difficult to pronounce, he recited it silently several times, then nodded, turned around, and left with his fellow tribesmen. Chapter 137a Thought. As Yichen directed the tribesmen to pack up their things and prepare to leave Lungjie. Before leaving, Yichen took a deep look at the vast grassland, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and turned away. In fact, since Yichen came here and saw such a vast grassland, he had an idea in his mind. That is to use up the last lottery given by the system and see if he can get some good things here. It was just that Yichen didn't use it casually at the beginning because he was not familiar with the situation here. Later, he didn't dare to use it at all. When worshipping at the giant stone statue, Yi Chen learned the basic situation of the entire Lung Festival. Knowing that the three major tribes only left 3 days for the surrounding tribes, when I arrived at Lungjia, it was already the last day, and I had to leave before dark. If he won a good thing in the lottery, but it was a bit far away, it would delay Yi Chen's entire cold season arrangement. Besides, Yi Chen currently has no strength to challenge the three major tribes. Although his weapons are much more advanced, there are not many people to withstand them. Now Yi Chen did not dare to boast that the hunting team of the Han tribe could defeat 10 enemies with one. The most important thing to do now is to develop slowly. The Han tribe may come here to cause trouble in a year, but definitely not now. At this moment, the 3 refugees who returned to the tribe had also completely recovered. They were chased by the warriors of the Black Demon tribe at that time, and their physical strength was greatly consumed, but fortunately they were not attacked. Since there were no wounds on his body, it was easier to recover. After returning to the tribe and settling down, he fell asleep. Today is the second day. Early in the morning, the elderly woman gently woke up the other tribesmen in the cave, but did not wake up the 3 people who were still unconscious. After asking everyone to come out of the cave, the old woman immediately asked everyone to pick up some stones and branches and start sharpening the spears. There is no way. Now, there are only 3 hunting team members left in the tribe. The captain of the hunting team was also killed by the warriors of the Black Demon tribe. The entire hunting team was seriously injured. The elderly woman tossed and turned last night, and after thinking all night, she made up her mind, which was to let all the women join the hunting team. As long as there is still hope, the old woman will not let her people sit in the cave and wait to die. They must do everything they can to survive, especially when winter is about to come. In the Han tribe camp, Han was also standing by the wall, looking at the primeval forest outside the wall with a sad face, and he couldn't stop worrying. Yi Chen has led his people away for 3 days. He doesn't know if anything unexpected has happened or when he will be able to return. At the same time, I was also worried that the Black Demon tribe warriors who were driven away yesterday would attack again. After all, it was just luck yesterday, and the other side didn't have many people. But not all of them were killed yesterday, which exposed the location of the camp. This problem has been bothering Hong. Call. Exhaling slowly, Hong calmed his emotions and looked at Lai Fu, who was playing around out of boredom next to him. After yesterday's defensive battle, Hong made some discoveries about the little guy Lai Fu. That is, Lai Fu's reaction was very quick. The woman on watch at the time had not yet issued a warning, but Lai Fu, who was playing in the camp, immediately shouted. Although 2-month-old Lai Fu still looked like a little puppy, the sound he made when he barked was not to be underestimated, and his deep voice could not be ignored. Lai Fu had been barking for a while, and Hongdu was getting a little impatient. Just as he was about to slap it to make it quiet down, he heard the woman on the watchtower shouting. At this moment, just when Hong was worried, a team of Black Demon tribe warriors were moving quickly through the primeval forest. The 2 people leading the team were 2 of the 3 people who were chased away yesterday. The round-trip journey had made the soles of their feet hurt a lot, but they were still leading the way in front of the team. While leading the way, the 2 men boasted about how magical and wealthy the tribe they were about to attack was. Once we conquer the city, we can live a good life. After hearing these words, the Black Demon warriors behind were also excited and couldn't help but speed up their pace. Chapter 138 Forest Attack. On the other side of the primeval forest, with the departure of the Han tribe, most of the tribes also left. After all, the rules of the 3 major tribes are here, and no one dares to challenge these rules. Tribes that dare to challenge these rules will basically not be able to see the next cold festival. Hoo. At this moment, in a part of the forest, a tribe was making a fire so that they could better experience the changes brought about by the pottery pot. Yi Chen even taught these tribes how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together and demonstrated it twice in front of everyone. However, Yi Chen didn't know whether they could learn it or not. Fortunately, the mineral tribe learned how to do it, and after several experiments, they successfully started a fire. Everyone in the tribe jumped up excitedly. Following the example of the Han tribe, they built a crude stove and brought over a clay pot that had been filled with clean water from the river before they left. Everyone in the mineral tribe felt that the exchange for this pottery jar was worth it. Apart from anything else, the function of being able to hold water is great. You can just fill a can with water and carry it with you. It is so convenient. When a fire in the stove started, the water in the pottery jar began to boil slowly. The leader of the mineral tribe quickly followed Yi Chen's method and threw the beast meat in his hand into the pottery jar. Unfortunately, The leader of the mineral tribe was not skilled, and the stone axe in his hand was not sharp enough. The pieces of meat he cut were almost the size of a palm. After putting 2 pieces in, the pottery jar was full. If the people of the Han tribe saw this scene, they would definitely point at their noses and scold them. I wonder how long it would take to stew such a large piece of meat. Do you want to starve everyone to death? But for the people of the mineral tribe, this was definitely not a problem. Everyone stared at the clay pot with a smile, looking forward to the broth in the pot being cooked. Out of a sense of responsibility towards the people of other tribes, Yichen repeatedly warned these tribes that they must wait until the water or broth in the pottery pot starts bubbling before drinking it. Otherwise, they will get diarrhea. Of course, warning is one thing, but whether the other party can listen to it is not something Yichen can interfere with. Obviously, the leader of the mineral tribe listened to him. Although he was swallowing his saliva, he still resisted the urge to drink it directly and sat on the ground, waiting obediently. The tribesmen around saw that their leader looked like he was waiting, so they sat beside him and waited obediently. Call out, call out, call out. Just as the mineral tribe was still waiting for the broth in the pottery pot to cook, several spears suddenly flew out from the surrounding woods and flew towards the tribesmen sitting on the ground. It was very fast and accurate, giving the people of the mineral tribe no chance to react and piercing through the chests of 2 people on the spot. Someone's here. Fight back. The leader of the mineral tribe was also shocked at this moment and immediately began to organize everyone to defend and counterattack. Unfortunately, the leader of the mineral tribe was careless this time. Not only him, but even the tribesmen around him relaxed their vigilance. Everyone was looking at the pottery pot intently, swallowing their saliva while waiting for the broth in the pot to be cooked, and relaxed their vigilance towards the surrounding environment. By the time they stood up and fought back with their weapons, the figures rushing out of the woods had already appeared in front of them. The members of the mineral tribe, who were a bit slow to react, could only watch helplessly as the other side's weapons attacked them. The result is definitely obvious. In such a dangerous wilderness, the mineral tribe relaxed their vigilance, and all of their most powerful mineral block weapons were replaced by Yichen. The combination of these 2 factors resulted in the mineral tribe being quickly killed on the spot, leaving behind only a can of uncooked broth. Looking at the clay pot in front of them and the broth inside, the attacking tribe couldn't help but burst into laughter. They immediately stood guard nearby, waiting with their mouths watering. If Yichen saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked and speechless. He didn't expect that the pottery jar he brought was so popular that people started fighting for it. Chapter 139 Gourmet Era. Of course, it's not just for the pottery jar, it's for everything. The grudges and hatreds in Longjia, if they are not won on the spot, will come again in this primeval forest. However, head-on confrontations in this situation are relatively rare, and most of the time they are sneak attacks from behind. In this era, everyone thinks that there is no problem with sneak attacks. After all, wild beasts will not fight you head-on. Since sneak attacks can be successful against ferocious wild beasts, why can't sneak attacks be used in battles between tribes? However, most of the tribe's fights in the forest are mainly due to the plundering of supplies. In order to ensure that your tribe can survive the winter safely, your tribe will have to suffer some setbacks. The Pine tribe is also somewhere in the forest at this moment. The leader of the Pine tribe is extremely concerned about the pottery jar, but he has never lost his vigilance against the dangers in the wild. After repeatedly observing the surrounding environment and confirming that there was no danger, everyone was allowed to rest. This was mainly because the Pine tribe had been in a state of rapid march since leaving Lingjia. Coupled with the Pine tribe's own unique method of hiding their whereabouts, the tribesmen with evil intentions lost them in the forest and could only sigh in hatred and turn away. At this moment, the Pine Tree tribe was also building a stove and making fire by drilling wood according to the method taught by Yichen. If Yichen knew that 2 tribes had already learned his method, he would be amazed. Who said that everyone in the primitive world is a fool? These people are actually very smart. It's just that everyone is in a state of ignorance, and there is no new knowledge to learn directly. Then the evolution of civilization in the entire primitive world would naturally be very slow. Anyone who has created a civilization knows that going from 0 to 1 is the most difficult. As long as everyone in the tribe has a certain cultural foundation, everyone's subsequent progress will gradually be reflected, and this can be reflected in the teaching of later generations. The situation is the same as that of the mineral tribe. Because they have no sharp weapons, cutting meat is very clumsy and the pieces of meat are very large. But the leader of the Pine tribe was very calm. While waiting for the broth to cook, he was still thinking, and the various methods used at that time kept appearing in his mind. What about this? Suddenly thinking of the scene of Yi throwing leaves into the pottery jar, the leader of the Pine tribe had an idea and took out the few remaining pine needles on his body. If Yichen saw this, he would definitely curse. Didn't he pat his chest and tell himself that all the pine needles brought by the entire tribe had been taken out? There is no way to solve this problem. There is no unit of measurement yet. Yichen's request to the Pine tribe is to take out all the pine needles they brought. The chief of the Pine tribe secretly hid 2 or 3 of them at that time. Although he was afraid that Yichen would find out, he still calmly patted his chest and assured that he had taken them all out. Gudong, Gudong. The chief of the Pine tribe directly threw the 2 pine needles in his hand into the broth. Seeing that there were still pine needles in the chief's hand, the surrounding tribesmen looked incredible. What's all the fuss about? Although the chief of the Pine tribe had a look of contempt on his face, he was very happy in his heart because he had once again led his people to a great harvest at the cold festival. Thinking that he had actually exchanged his clay pot for a few pine needles, he couldn't help but feel proud. If the countless pine trees and pine needles near the tribal camp could all be exchanged for pottery jars, then each person in the tribe could have 1 pottery jar. Thinking of this, the leader of the Pine tribe began to look forward to returning to the tribe and seeing the admiring eyes of his people. That would be an incomparable enjoyment. At the same time, I'm looking forward to the next cold season. I will bring more pine needles and try to exchange them for a few more pottery jars. At this time, the broth in the clay pot began to bubble. The leader of the Pine tribe knew that this was a sign that the broth was ready, so he immediately called everyone over. He took out the ceramic bowl he had obtained in the trade, and without paying any attention to the heat from the pottery jar, he scooped out a bowl of food directly with the ceramic bowl. Everyone around him was amazed. The main thing is that the taste of this pot of broth is obviously different. You can smell a hint of pine fragrance, which feels pretty good. Yichen probably never dreamed that he had actually ushered in the era of food in the primitive world. Tribes with pottery pots all began to study more or less what could be cooked in the pottery pots. Of course, it is unknown how many people will sacrifice, but this is inevitable. Chapter 1, 40 Harvest Inventory. Everyone be careful. Sure, who was walking in the front, shouted to draw the attention of those behind him. The main reason was that the team returning to the tribe was much larger now, and it was a bit difficult to command them. When we came to Lungjia, the whole team had only 13 people. When we returned to the tribe this time, the whole team had more than 30 more people, which was 3 times the number. This made the hunting team members in charge of guarding a little nervous. Fortunately, they had the help of Wu and Shi from the tree tribe. Although the weapons and equipment in their hands were their own, their overall spirit had changed a lot. When they were fleeing, they were always very cautious, fearing that they would encounter any danger. But now they were not afraid anymore, and they looked around calmly at everything around them. The people are still the same 2 people, and their weapons and equipment have not changed much, but the overall feeling given is completely different. At this moment, Yichen walked into the middle of the crowd, thinking in his mind that he had gained a lot from participating in the cold festival this time, and he had to summarize it in time. For example, when he discovered the grassland where Lung Jie was reported, he found that the geographical location was very good, and Yichen wanted to occupy it the first time he saw it. It's a pity to know that there are 3 tribes occupying this place. Otherwise, we should study it here and see how to develop it to the maximum extent. Regarding this situation, although Yichen has not yet met with the 3 major tribes, he still maintains minimum respect and for the time being hopes that everyone can coexist peacefully. The main reason is that they are not strong enough. If they are strong enough, they won't care about the 3 major tribes at all and can just push them away. In the current situation, Yichen can only choose to abide by the regulations of the 3 major tribes and leave quickly before dark to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Secondly, Yichen made a major discovery. That is, humans in the primitive world also like to eat delicious food, and they don't just like to eat raw meat and drink raw blood. These are done out of necessity. If conditions permit, everyone would like to eat cooked meat and drink broth every meal. It seems that Yichen's first step was right, which was to use food to open up the situation and attract everyone to the food. This would also ensure that the products produced by the tribe would have a high premium. At the same time, it can also make the name of their tribe deeply rooted in people's hearts. Whenever people think of delicious food, they will think of the Han tribe, and, of course, powerful military force is indispensable. Finally, there is the harvest of population and goods. The skyrocketing population also makes Yichen very happy. After this winter, the overall strength of the tribe will usher in a great development, especially the radishes, peppers, and the peanuts that have just been obtained. These can be said to be the most important resources of the tribe at present, and action must be taken immediately after the spring begins. Next are the minerals and pine needles. The pine needles can only be taken back to boil water for the tribesmen to supplement their vitamins. After all, there are very few vegetables in the tribe now, and everyone usually eats meat, so there may be a problem of vitamin deficiency. As for the ore, Yichen's eyes lit up when he thought about it. The first thing he would do after returning was to figure out this thing and then refine it. Then the tribe's weapons would be more lethal. As he walked and thought, Yichen couldn't help looking around. After all, there were more people now, and walking in the forest was like being a moving target, so he had to be careful. Suddenly, Yichen's eyes lit up, not because he discovered danger, but because he discovered a talent. That was Jie. Jie is a member of Huang's tribe. He was also the one who attacked the Han tribe in the forest. He was later captured and brought back to the tribe. Because of his relationship with Huang and Zhe, he soon joined the hunting team. He was usually an unremarkable member of the hunting team and had always been following the training. However, on the way back to the tribe from Lungjie this time, Yichen discovered his shining point. That is, his ability to recognize the road is very strong. Every time there is a turn or up or downhill, Hatsong and others will discuss it. Jie, who has been there once, will remember it very clearly and can immediately point out how to get there. At first, and others didn't believe it and ignored Jie's words. However, after 2 or 3 experiments proved it, and others couldn't help but look at him with higher regard. Yichen couldn't help but nod his head at this. It seemed that this boy had the potential to be a scout, and he had a very strong memory of the surrounding environment. Of course, if Jie's ability was weak, he would not have been able to escape with the women of the tribe, and they might have encountered danger before they had run far. It was precisely because of Jie's good abilities that he was able to lead the women of the tribe to escape until they met Yichen and others, and then they settled down. After this discovery, Yichen began to take it seriously. He called Jie aside and asked him where to go next while walking. Jie didn't know why, and thought that Yichen was not familiar with the road, so he didn't think much about it and started pointing. At the same time, Yichen also began to inquire, especially asking Huang and Zhe for confirmation. He learned that both of them knew that Jie was very good at recognizing directions and that he was responsible for leading the way in the tribe before. Yichen's interest started to grow. It was obvious that Jie was a good scout. He had good skills and a good brain. He could be used as a scout in the wild. Without saying anything more, Yichen handed the map in his hand to Jie and asked him to look at it himself, wanting to see if he could figure out some ideas on his own. He took the animal skin map handed to him by Yichen at a loss. At Yichen's signal, Jie began to look at it carefully. He didn't know what it was like until he saw it. He usually didn't get close to Yichen and didn't know what he was doing with a piece of animal skin every day. Now that Jie took it in his hand and examined it, he finally understood what Yichen was doing. There were countless lines drawn on the animal skin map. Some places had some strange patterns drawn on them, and even some words written on them that Jie couldn't understand at all. Everything was like a heavenly book. At first, Jie was also confused when looking at the animal skin map, and had no choice but to ask Yichen for help. Yichen smiled and pointed to 2 places with his hand. Both were represented by large circles, but with different words written on them. Jie couldn't understand words now, but he could understand pictures. Yichen pointed out 2 places on the map. One was the tribal camp, and the other was the grassland where Lungjie was reported. Looking carefully at the 2 places pointed out by Yichen, and then looking at some lines on the map, Jie began to have a clue, and a familiar feeling appeared in his heart. This is a road. Listening to Jie's words, Yichen was delighted. It seemed that Jie really had talent in this area. He immediately made up his mind to train him well. This is mainly due to the fact that the current tribe has a small number of people, so we must make the best use of everyone. Once we discover the strengths of others, we must try our best to cultivate them. As long as they can stand on their own, they can share a lot of the burden with Yichen. So Yichen immediately began to explain to Jie with great interest. Although the map Yichen drew was very sloppy, it was still a novelty. This can be said to be the first map of the primitive world. Other tribes may also have maps, but most of them are drawn on stone walls. There is probably no map that can be held in the hand yet. Jie was also excited to see the prey. As Yichen explained, Jie kept looking surprised. He was very excited holding the animal skin map and made rapid progress in learning. In just a short while, Jia had already begun to find the trick and could even recognize the route from the tribal camp to the lake. Ah, not bad, not bad. Seeing Jia learning so quickly, Yichen was very happy. It was like he had found a confidant, and he wanted to teach him all the content. Call out, careful. Just as the two were walking and discussing the contents of the map, Song, who was next to Yichen, suddenly roared, quickly pressed Yichen to the ground, and protected the two of them with a wooden shield. Jia next to him also reacted quickly. With a loud roar from Song, he immediately raised the wooden shield to protect his own safety. Ah! Following a scream, Yichen quickly turned his head and found that a woman next to him was shot by a spear, which pierced her chest directly. Blood was dripping from her mouth. Get down. Watch out. Before Yichen had a chance to react, Song heard several rapid sounds of something cutting through the air and immediately started yelling again. This time everyone was prepared and quickly found a safe place to hide. Then Yu, Huang, and others immediately began to organize a counterattack. There! The sharp-eyed Yuan looked around and found something unusual, so he drew his bow and shot an arrow. Then he heard a scream not far away. Kill them all. At this moment, Yichen had been dragged by Tsang to behind a tree, and he was also protected with a wooden shield to ensure Yichen's safety to the greatest extent possible. But Yichen still saw the woman lying on the ground, with a large pool of blood flowing from her chest, completely staining the entire ground red. The angry Yichen didn't care about anything else, and immediately gave his orders to Shi. Chapter 142, Attacked. In fact, Yichen himself did not realize at this moment that the changes in the 3 months after he traveled through time were so huge. The person who couldn't help vomiting when eating raw meat at the beginning now dared to give the order to kill all the enemies without hesitation. Especially this unlucky woman. She was specially traded by Yichen from the Mineral Tribe. At that time, in order to increase the chance of finding the Mineral Tribe camp, Yichen specially traded 4 women from the other tribe. What I'm thinking about is that when we develop in the future, we must find the Mineral Tribe. After all, these ores are important materials for the development of the tribe. On the way back to the tribe, Yichen was very concerned about the women who were brought back for exchange and deliberately let them walk next to him. This way they could be protected to the greatest extent possible, but she didn't expect that this would actually harm her and a spear would pierce her chest. Thinking of this, Yichen was also frightened. This primitive world was indeed dangerous. There were people playing dirty tricks everywhere, and it was impossible to guard against them. Under the superposition of these two factors, Yichen was also furious and directly issued an order that the other party should pay for the blood debt with blood. After receiving the order, Shi and others acted quickly. With the cover of Yu and 3 other people from the archery team, Shi led Huang and others to rush forward with wooden shields, and soon the sound of fighting was heard. The result is, of course, self-evident. The tribes that came to attack were all wiped out, and not a single one escaped. At this moment, there were a total of 6 corpses placed in front of Yichen. Looking at these unfamiliar faces, Yichen did not say much, but just asked Shi and others to move the dead women over. After placing all 7 bodies together, Shi led everyone forward again. As for these corpses, there's no need to worry at all. There are many hungry beasts in the forest, and they will come here by smelling the blood. Similarly, Yichen did not have the time and energy to figure out why these people wanted to attack him. He just had to kill these attackers. As for the woman's body, Yichen no longer had the energy to deal with it and could only leave it alone. After all, the most important thing for Yichen now was to protect these living tribesmen. It's no wonder that Yichen is indifferent. There are indeed more than 40 tribesmen still alive, and Yichen dare not delay everyone's time to return to the tribe because of this. As the weather gets colder, there will be more and more hungry beasts, and there will be more and more raiders in the forest. After all, hungry people will try every possible way to fill their stomachs. Therefore, everyone had no objection to Yichen's actions. They just mourned silently in their hearts, packed up their things, and continued on their way. Soon it was dark. The entire large group rushed to the overnight site, lit a fire, and called everyone's attention. This overnight stay was specially left by Yichen when he came here. It was located under a huge stone wall, with a small wall built with stones. This can be considered a protective measure. This still depends on the help of Yichen's map, which prevented everyone from taking the wrong path and save a lot of time along the way, so that they could arrive safely. It's a pity that all the pottery jars and bowls have been exchanged, so everyone can only eat barbecue tonight and simply processed the animal meat exchanged by Lungia. They just grilled it with firewood. Although it didn't taste good, the barbecue was filling and everyone rested up after eating contentedly. The next morning, Yi Chun directed everyone to get up quickly and set off. After all, it had been almost 5 days since they left the tribe, and Yi Chun was a little worried about the situation in the tribe. Although he had left behind enough food and weapons at that time, he had taken away all the tribe's combat power, and he was afraid of accidents. Moreover, everyone had been in the wild for 5 days and felt very uncomfortable all over. Now everyone was eager to go home. Everyone is looking forward to returning to the tribe as soon as possible, taking a good bath, having a good meal, and having a good sleep so that they can completely relieve the fatigue of the past 5 days. For Yi Chun, the most important thing was to go back and soak his feet in hot water before going to bed. He had been walking on his own for the past 5 days. Even with the new invention of leather shoes, walking was easier, but even walking for 5 days was unbearable and the soles of my feet would hurt so much. Chapter 143, The Pottery Jar Changes Ownership. Just as Yi Chun was slowly packing up and preparing to leave, the hunting teams from the 3 major tribes also appeared on the grassland. Seeing that the entire grassland in front of them was empty, the captains of the hunting teams from the 3 major tribes were very satisfied. They nodded to each other and then left. There is no one on the grassland where the cold festival is held at the moment, which means that the orders of the 3 major tribes have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the surrounding tribes. After all, the tribes that did not obey this order have been destroyed by the 3 major tribes, and the tribes left now are all tribes that can obey the order. For the surrounding tribes, this lush grassland has become a restricted area, and they usually dare not enter it. The only time to enter is 3 short days. Once the 3 days are over, you must leave, otherwise it will bring disaster to the tribe. After the 3 tribes patrolled the grassland, they went their separate ways and entered their own areas to start hunting. Although this grassland is very vast, the 3 major tribes still made a rough division, so that everyone can only hunt within their own areas. If one wants to enter the other's territory, they can only move around during the 3 days of the cold festival. Usually, the 3 major tribes also guard their own hunting areas at all times. Normally, the 3 major tribes are in a strange situation. They have to maintain order on the grassland together, while also being wary of the other 2 tribes entering their territory. The Turtle Shell tribe, one of the 3 major tribes, also began to take action in its own hunting area. Seeing that there were no wild animals on the grassland, it also led the hunting team into the forest. There will not always be wild beasts on the grassland. When there are no wild beasts, the 3 major tribes will go into the forest to hunt. What is this? The Turtle Shell tribe hunting team was walking in the forest when they suddenly smelled a strange smell. Although they had never smelled it before, they were immediately attracted by it. Let's go check it out. The captain of the Turtle Shell tribe's hunting team also made a prompt decision and immediately asked everyone to move towards the source of the smell, wanting to see what was going on and what was emitting such an enticing aroma. On the last day, people from the 3 major tribes did not show up on the grassland to participate in the cold festival, so they were not exposed to the aroma of the broth and did not know the source of this aroma. The Turtle Shell tribe hunting team was worthy of being the overlord of this territory. They quickly found the place following the scent, and when they quietly moved over, they saw a strange scene. There was actually a magical thing that could be roasted directly on the fire and emit heat and fragrance, which made the tortoise shell hunting team hide aside and observe carefully. A group of people were currently surrounding a strange object, all just staring at it quietly without saying a word, as if they were holding some kind of ceremony. What are you doing? The aroma of the broth also attracted the hunting team of the Turtle Shell tribe, so they came out and asked what the other party was doing. After a brief inquiry, the hunting team immediately widened their eyes, found it incredible, and asked to taste the broth. Unfortunately, although this branch tribe learned how to cook broth because they didn't have salt tree leaves, the broth they cooked had no taste at all, and it definitely didn't taste as good as the broth from the Han tribe. But for the hunting team of the Turtle Shell tribe, this is simply a delicacy. After drinking it, they feel warm all over. So the hunting team of Tribe A, who discovered the delicious food, immediately ran away with the pottery jar in their hands, under the pleading eyes of the tribesmen, and ran back to the tribe to report this magical delicacy to the chief. The tribe was also full of loss. They had finally managed to snatch the pottery jar and paid a huge price for it. But unexpectedly, they were unlucky and were discovered by the hunting teams of the 3 major tribes. This time he really ended up losing more than he gained. The pottery jar that he had snatched at the cost of several tribesmen's lives was now stolen by the people of the Turtle Shell tribe. Chapter 144. The Turtle Tribe's Shock. At this moment, in the camp of Turtle Shell tribe, one of the three major tribes, the tribal chief was slowly eating the barbecue in his hand, looking very enjoyable. The Turtle Shell tribe got its name because it had several giant tortoise shells passed down from their ancestors that could be used as protective gear. The hunting team warriors were invincible in battle with these giant tortoise shells. From a weak tribe at the beginning to one of the three major tribes today, daring to fight and take risks is one thing, but the core is the several pieces of giant tortoise shells that the ancestors obtained by chance. It's a pity that the giant tortoise shells obtained are limited and can only be rewarded to the strongest warriors of the tribe to make them more brave when charging. If there were not enough of these giant tortoise shells, the Turtle Shell tribe would have dominated this grassland long ago, and there would be no turn for the other two tribes to jump around there. The chief of the Turtle Shell tribe often thought so. "Chief, look at this." The chief, who was enjoying his barbecue, was a little angry when he heard someone disturbing him, but he still let the person in. "What's wrong?" Although they knew that they had somewhat displeased the chief, the hunting team members still gritted their teeth and presented the things in their hands. "What's this?" The chief, who had a rather cold face at first, looked at the things placed in front of him and couldn't help but ask curiously. The hunting team members quickly began to demonstrate in front of the chief. They scooped some broth from the clay pot with a spoon and handed it to the chief in a clay bowl. "Drink it like water." It was okay, because they were not far from the tribal camp, and they wanted to give the chief a taste as soon as possible, so they ran a little fast. When they arrived at the camp, the broth was still warm. The chief held the ceramic bowl, feeling the heat, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Stain." I took a sip, and it didn't have much taste, but the warmth went all the way to my stomach. In this cold weather, it felt really good to drink. After feeling the deliciousness of the broth, the chief drank the remaining broth in the bowl in 2 gulps. "And more, chief." The hunting team quickly scooped out 2 pieces of meat from the pottery jar, but because they were not used to using the spoon, their movements looked a little awkward. "This is meat, huh? Why does the meat look like this?" The chief quickly picked up the barbecue in his hand and compared it with the meat in the bowl, feeling it was incredible. After all, the chief's only knowledge of meat since he was a child was in the form of grilled meat. From raw meat to edible meat, it was grilled. This was the first time he saw cooked meat. Because there were no chopsticks and no extra spoons, the chief looked around but could not find a good solution. He could only use his hands to pick up the piece of meat from the bowl and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. The feeling of cooked meat is different from that of grilled meat. I believe friends who often eat meat understand this, so I will not go into details here. In just 2 moves, the leader of the Turtle Shell tribe was completely conquered by this delicacy. He was so surprised that he was speechless and stared at the pottery bowls and pots with wide eyes. "Where did you find it?" The chief reacted quickly and asked about it. When he learned that it was stolen from a tribe, he smiled with appreciation. The leader of the Turtle Shell tribe immediately issued an order, asking the hunting team to quickly capture the tribe. He wanted to know everything about the pottery jars, pottery bowls, and broth. Yichen probably never imagined that although the cold festival was over and he had left with his tribesmen, the magical items he brought to everyone during the cold festival shocked everyone again and again. On the other side, the Black Demon Tribe's team began to approach the Han tribe camp. The 2 leaders looked at the wall in the distance through the gaps in the woods and shouted excitedly. He quickly pointed to the wall, not far away, for everyone to see. Only the appearance of this thing could prove that he was not bragging and that his expedition was very meaningful. The warriors of the Black Demon Tribe who came with them were also excited when they saw this scene, and they listened to many stories about this mysterious tribe along the way. Now that I finally see a living one, all the beautiful things that will happen after I conquer this tribe seem to be right in front of me. Chapter 145. Attack again. Hong, who was pacing in the camp at the moment, was leaning against the wall and observing the situation outside. Yi Chun and other tribesmen who had gone out to participate in the cold festival had not returned. Hong's feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Although he had nothing to do, he couldn't sit still. As long as he had some energy, he would walk to the wall to observe the situation outside. Suddenly, Hong heard Lai Fu's voice coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw Lai Fu growling at the wall with his teeth bared. Lai Fu is now much bigger and looks a bit like a wild wolf. but the fur on his body makes him look funny and cute. Hong did not take it lightly, but looked at Lai Fu with a serious expression. As he spoke, Lai Fu looked in the direction he was looking in. Although the woods in the distance were quiet, the throbbing in Hong's heart became more and more obvious. Someone, be alert. The black shadow that flashed by in the woods made Hong's eyes widen. He immediately reacted and started shouting loudly. The tribesmen who were originally slumped around the camp were immediately startled and stood up when they heard the shout, picked up the weapons beside them, and ran towards the wall. Having learned from the last lesson, Hong has made it clear to everyone in the past 2 days that they should always hold weapons in their hands or keep them by their side. Only in this way can we be prepared for attack as soon as the enemy attacks. The safe environment of the tribe during this period has reduced everyone's vigilance a lot. Fortunately, since the wall was repaired, Yichun has insisted on the rule of standing guard in the watchtower, which ensures to the greatest extent that there is always someone to observe the environment outside the wall. Quick, prepare to attack. At this moment, Hong also clenched the weapon in his hand and hurriedly called on his tribesmen to rush to the wall and prepare for the attack so that he could feel more at ease. The warriors of the Black Demon tribe who were squatting in the woods and preparing to sneak up were also extremely depressed and were curious about how they were discovered by the other side. The two team leaders had witnessed the solidity of the wall and the power of the Han tribe's weapons last time. So this time they specifically asked everyone to approach quietly and try to get directly into the wall. But they never imagined that it was not their figures, but their smell that exposed their whereabouts. Although Lai Fu grew up in a tribe and didn't have many wild wolf habits, he still had the wolf's innate keen sense of smell. The Black Demon warriors were covered in black juice, which was invisible to primitive people, but to Lai Fu, the smell was like fireflies in the dark night, and he could tell they were coming from a long distance away. There's no other way, let's charge. Looking at so many figures on the wall, the Black Demon warrior knew that his whereabouts had been discovered, so he shouted and rushed out with everyone. Last time, the small hunting team consisted of only 7 or 8 people, and the power of the charge was not enough. But this time, there are as many as 15 or 16 people, so the power of the charge is self-evident. Don't panic. Follow my instructions. Looking at so many Black Demon warriors rushing out of the woods, Hong took a breath, forced himself to calm his frantic heartbeat, and continued shouting. Why haven't you come back yet? At this moment, Hong was muttering in his heart, and at the same time he secretly made up his mind that even if he died here today, he would defend the tribe to the death. The Black Demon warrior, who had already released his charge, brandished his weapon and began to run with unintelligible screams. Call out, quick, defend with wooden shield. As several spears flew through the air, Hong quickly asked everyone to raise their wooden shields and squat down to defend themselves, and then immediately asked everyone to pick up stones and slingshots to fight back. But this time, I was not so lucky, as the other party had already noticed this type of attack. Especially for those who have suffered losses in this regard, the last hasty escape left too deep an impression on them, so they are particularly careful this time. After dodging the attacks of the Han tribe, the Black Demon warrior showed an evil smile on his face as he looked at the wall that was getting closer and closer. Chapter 146, The End of the Tribe. Chief, what should we do? We haven't found any food today. At this moment, in a tribal cave near the Han tribe, the tribesmen who were already extremely hungry could not help but ask the chief. This tribe is the same tribe where the 3 people who successfully escaped 2 days ago are from. By chance, with the help of the Han tribe, they successfully escaped from the Black Demon warriors. However, life was not easy after returning to the tribe. There were not many warriors in the tribe. Only 3 of the 8 people in the hunting team came back, and their combat effectiveness was greatly weakened. And the most important thing is that the leader of the tribe also went out with the hunting team. In order to find more food to survive the winter, the chief also disregarded his own safety. It's a pity that the chief tried his best to ensure the tribe survived the winter, but man proposes, God disposes, and he did not expect to be attacked by the Black Demon warriors. The chief and most of the hunting team were killed on the spot, and the remaining 3 people fled back in a panic. There was no other way. In order to prevent the tribe from falling into despair, the elderly women took the initiative to step forward and shoulder the burden of tribal development on themselves. In order to fill up the hunting team as quickly as possible, the elderly woman even came up with the idea of having the other women pick up weapons and go hunting with the only 3 remaining members of the hunting team. But unfortunately, due Due to the decline in the hunting team's overall combat effectiveness, the three warriors were very cautious when taking the women into the forest to hunt. Any slightly dangerous wild animals had to be avoided, and they did not dare to get too close. After all, the women who followed them were all novices, and they did not dare to let them take action directly. As a result, the entire tribe harvested very little in the past 2 days, and even the tribe's most basic requirement of filling their stomachs could not be met, and everyone was basically hungry. When asked by the tribesmen what to do next, the old woman had no idea. She did not answer the question, but sighed and looked outside the cave. As the weather got colder, everyone was hungry. The elderly woman knew that this was not a solution, but she did nothing and could only watch everyone go hungry. Do you still remember the way to that magical tribe? Suddenly an idea came to her mind, and the old woman quickly asked the 3 people who had escaped back. The 3 people, who were already extremely hungry, immediately sat up and answered. Just kidding, the 3 of them must have had a very deep impression of escaping death this time. They can still remember every move of that magical tribe clearly and will never forget it. After hearing the old woman's question, the 3 of them nodded hurriedly, but they didn't know what the meaning of this question was. The elderly woman received a positive answer from the 3 people, and she simply nodded lightly without saying anything else. She just glanced at the tribesmen around her. At this moment, due to the cold and hunger, some of the tribesmen were already exhausted. They sat on the ground and could do nothing except gasping for breath. At this moment, countless images flashed through the old woman's mind. She had participated in several cold festivals and knew some things about human trafficking. At this moment, she was also conflicted. I don't know if that magical tribe has enough food, and if so, whether they are willing to exchange their population for food. The tribe did not participate in the cold festival this time because the tribe had been in a food shortage situation. The chief gave up participating in the cold festival and instead took the team out hunting. But seeing that all the tribesmen in the cave were growling with hunger, the old woman knew that she had to make a decision. Otherwise, this winter would be the end of herself and even the entire tribe. Tomorrow, let's go to that magical tribe. Take them all with us. Bring them along. The 3 members of the hunting team were also stunned when they heard the old woman's words. Aren't they hungry? Why go to that magical tribe? That magical tribe is very fierce and doesn't allow you to get close to it at all. Why would you go there? Just go. Why bring a few women with you? What can they do there? At this moment, the 3 members of the hunting team were also confused, but looking at the determined eyes of the elderly woman, the 3 of them tacitly did not speak, but just nodded to indicate that they understood. Chapter 147: Breaking Through the Defense Line. With the end of the first wave of long-range attacks, the Black Demon Warriors and Hong's side fought back and forth. What made Hong feel desperate was that the other party had already known the power of the stone rope and slingshot and knew to dodge. Especially those who have experienced the power of the stone rope. This time, they also knew to bend down to dodge, and instead of running in a straight line, they took a roundabout way to move forward. In this case, Hong could only quickly ask everyone to throw out the ropes and stones in their hands, and then quickly prepare for the second attack. As the other party got closer, Hong's palms were covered with sweat, and his face became more and more ugly. Hong knew the specific situation of his tribe. Once he let the other party get close to the wall, he could easily climb over with the help of their skills. Once the battle begins in close combat, the members of their own tribe will be no match for these Black Demon Warriors, and it will be a one-sided massacre. After the last fight, Hong has never given up training his tribesmen. The results of the training in the past 2 days are quite significant. Everyone's efficiency in the second attack has been greatly improved. After all, Hong has already explained the result very clearly to everyone. If Yi Chun and others have not returned by then, the responsibility of protecting the tribe will depend on everyone. If we let these Black Demon Warriors climb over the wall, we will all be dead. The attacking Black Demon Warriors were also experienced in combat and immediately launched a second wave of attack, with several more spears breaking through the air. Get out of the way! When Hong saw the other side throwing out spears, he quickly asked everyone to use wooden shields for defense, and then immediately ordered them to throw out the ropes and catapults in their hands. However, this time the reaction time was not enough. Everyone could clearly see the murderous desire in the other party's eyes, which made everyone terrified. Prepare for close combat. Soon, with a loud roar from Hong, a swift-moving Black Demon Warrior began to run, preparing to climb over the wall. Hong immediately raised his weapon and rushed forward, swinging the stone axe in his hand, try to prevent the opponent from getting over. As soon as the first one appeared, there would be a second one. Soon the black demon warriors behind also began to prepare to climb over the wall. Boom! As the first black demon who climbed over the wall gained his footing, he saw that Suo Shur and Shur Axe were already in front of him. In his panic, he was unable to dodge and was knocked to the ground on the spot. Hong did not choose to finish off the opponent, but immediately swung his stone axe to meet the next black demon that climbed over the wall, ready to start a new round of fighting. The black demon warrior who had been knocked to the ground was trying to stand up while enduring the pain, but was hit on the neck by Chiu Yi's axe who came after him, and died on the spot. Seeing the other person dying, Chiu didn't dare to waste time and started to move again with his crutches. Chiu was actually the busiest person here. While he had to pay attention to the black demon warriors who had already climbed over the wall, he also had to wave the rope stone in his hand to provide support, and he didn't care about the sweat on his forehead. Although Chiu and Hong have always been on the front line of the battle and fought bravely, they could not withstand the large number of warriors sent by the Black Demon tribe. As the first Black Demon warrior climbed over the wall, it announced that the defense line on the wall had been completely breached, and the subsequent Black Demon warriors also climbed over excitedly, howling. The women who had no experience in close combat were trembling with fear at the scene before them. They just kept retreating with their stone axes and did not dare to go up for close combat. Seeing that he had completely controlled the battlefield situation, the Black Demon warrior couldn't help but let out an evil laugh and continued to approach the women in the camp with the stone axe in his hand. Hiliwala. As if looking at a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered, the Black Demon warrior couldn't help but smile and said a few words, then quickly approached for the stone axe. Call out. Ignoring the women's screams, the Black Demon warrior quickly raised his stone axe and prepared to attack, but was stunned when he heard a slight sound behind him. As if he was under a spell of immobilization, the Black Demon warrior looked down at his chest and found that a strange object suddenly emerged and pierced through his body. It's the chief. They're back. Looking at the familiar arrow, the women quickly looked outside the wall. Seeing the familiar figures of Shur, Song, and others, the women immediately began to scream in surprise. Chapter 148. The house was robbed. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We'll be at the tribe soon. Looking at the crowd with their heads down, especially the new members who had joined the tribe, Yi Chun quickly shouted loudly. Now Pan has completely adapted to his job. If Yi Chun needs translation, Pan can translate it immediately. After listening to Pan's translation, the women who were originally a little depressed became more energetic. Thinking that they were about to live a good life, their fatigue was also alleviated. There was no other way. We had all endured this journey, and it was unbearable to sleep in the open air. Yi Chun has traded all the pottery jars and bowls that he brought to Lungjia this time. So on the way back to the tribe, no one had hot water or broth to drink, and could only eat barbecue. Fortunately, a lot of animal skins and meat were traded during this cold festival. Everyone wrapped themselves in 2 or 3 pieces of animal skin along the way, so they didn't feel cold. But their feet couldn't bear it. Because they had no tools, Yi Chun didn't let them wrap the animal skins directly on their feet. If they walked like this for 2 days, the animal skins might be worn out. These animal skins are important supplies for the winter. If they're dried up along the way, they will be useless when taken back, so Yi Chun is a little reluctant to give them up. So the only thing they could do was to let these women overcome their difficulties. Under Yu's guidance, they were taught to make simple straw sandals with leaves and bark and tie them around their feet, which would make walking easier. But in the early morning and at night, the women's feet would feel cold when the cold wind blew. Yi Chun could only ask the women to cover their feet with animal skins when they slept, so that they would be warmer. Fortunately, Yin was brought with her this time. During the breaks along the way, Yin took the opportunity to teach these women how to weave straw sandals and backpacks. Although they were simple, they could help share some of the burden. Especially the backpack, even if it is a simple backpack, can make women feel more relaxed when they are on the road. After all, it is not pleasant to travel with a pile of animal skins or meat in your arms, and it would be easier to carry them in a backpack. And such a small action gave these women a huge shock. They did not expect that this thing could have such a great effect. The women were all amazed at how such a simple thing could actually save people's energy. In this way, everyone persisted throughout the 2-day and 1-night trip. The next day, Yi Chun gestured at the animal skin map in his hand. After repeated checks, he confirmed that they would arrive in half a day. At this time, Yi Chun was also eager to go home, so he began to mobilize everyone to speed up and head towards the camp. Fortunately, except for the first time when we just left Lingjia and were attacked by the tribe, the rest of the time was very safe. A team of more than 40 people is considered a large team in the primitive world, and these beasts have to think carefully about whether it is worth their while to take action. Wild beasts also have their own wisdom. If they knew that they would die if they pounced forward, they would probably not do so. At this moment, Yi-chun was also eager to return home. After all, he had been away from the tribe for so long, mainly because the harvest from this cold festival exceeded his expectations. Looking at the more than 30 new people behind him, Yi-chun was also a little excited, wanting to see what kind of expression Hong would have at that time. Thinking of Lai Fu, the little wolf cub in the tribe, and everyone in the tribe, especially Yi-chun, whose soles were extremely sore at the moment, he missed his room and bed so much. So Yi-chun immediately urged everyone to speed up and return to the tribe as quickly as possible so that everyone could completely relax. In order to motivate everyone, Yi-chun was still painting a rosy picture for everyone, such as being able to drink hot broth after returning to the tribe, wear softer leather shoes, and sleep in a comfortable bed. Everyone became more and more excited as they listened, and their pace quickened a lot, which made Yi-chun very happy. No, what's going on? Although they had not yet seen the shadow of the tribal camp wall, Yi-chun and others had clearly heard faint shouting coming from not far away. Sure, take some people and go check it out. What's going on? Although the tribal camp would not be extremely quiet, it would definitely not be so lively. A bad feeling came to Yi-chun's heart, and he quickly asked Shur to take people to take a look. The result was shocking. When they went out to attend the cold festival, someone came to steal the house. Shur also made a prompt decision. Except for sending Huang back to report the situation, the others immediately followed Shur and rushed out to rescue the tribesmen in distress. Chapter 149, A One-Sided Battle. The black demon warrior who had just climbed over the wall and entered the camp was looking at the group of lambs to be slaughtered in front of him with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. That guy didn't lie to me. These women do look good, huh? A black demon warrior was talking incoherently, but his hands did not slow down at all. Bang! Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from beside him. The black demon warrior turned around and was shocked to see that the tribesmen next to him suddenly fell to the ground. Immediately hearing the exclamations of the women in front of him, with looks of surprise on their faces, the black demon warrior immediately looked behind him. He found that there were already a group of people behind him, with fighting spirit in their eyes, staring at him intently. He frowned. Although he didn't know how these people came behind him, the black demon warrior was not panicked at all due to his years of combat experience. He immediately turned around to face the enemy who had rushed towards him, and quickly swung the weapon in his hand to attack. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the black demon warrior was stunned to find that his attack was blocked by the opponent. It was the first time that his attack was directly blocked. And in this moment of hesitation, Song's full-strength attack followed. Sizzle. The sound of the skin being cut, although very slight, was still captured. The black demon warrior looked at his own cut stomach with a face full of disbelief. Unfortunately, although this was an incredible battle for the black demon warrior, Fort Song, it was completely within his expectations. Ignoring the other person's daze, Song saw that the other person's stomach had been cut open, and he was lying on the ground, twitching, with an expression of disbelief on his face, so he ignored him. After twisting his neck and shaking his body, Song began to look for his next opponent. Such a violent battle has frightened the other black demon warriors nearby who had not yet reacted. Seeing that no one around them had noticed them yet, they started running away. Don't let any escape. Try to catch them alive. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi-chun, who had just run to the camp, didn't care that he was still out of breath and immediately started shouting loudly. Yi-chun was extremely angry at this moment. After he left the tribe, he was taken advantage of by the black demon tribe. If he had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. It is impolite not to reciprocate. His tribe has been attacked by the black demon tribe several times, and each time was extremely dangerous. Even a clay man has temper. This time, Yi-chun was also furious and directly ordered that none of the black demon warriors should leave. Kill one group and capture another group. This is Yi-chun's current idea. The main consideration is that after returning to the tribe, a series of construction projects will be carried out, and capturing a few male prisoners can also do labor. Seeing the return of Shur, Song, and others, Hong was overjoyed and immediately became excited. We're okay. The chief is back. With Hong's loud shout, the battlefield situation in the entire camp changed immediately. When they were charging, everyone was trying their best to rush into the wall. All the black demon warriors had already climbed over, and now they were in a pincer attack. The team of 15 or 16 people had several of them knocked down when they were charging, and now several more were knocked down after they rushed into the wall. Now the black demon warriors have become the weakest side. Superior. With Yi Chen's shout, all the members of the hunting team rushed towards the remaining 9 black demon warriors. At this moment, Yi Chen was only protected by Pan, and all the others had rushed towards these black demons. Even Shi and Wu, who had just joined the tribe, rushed out with weapons in hand, charging under the cover of Shi and Tsang, who were holding wooden shields. Especially Wu, his eyes turned red when he saw the black demon warrior on the opposite side being killed easily. Thinking about how his tribe's hunting team was slaughtered and captured by these black demons in the wild, he felt very sad. Now that they had the opportunity for revenge, Wu and she showed no mercy and acted as if they were going to beat a drowning dog. Chapter 150, A Great Victory. However, due to the malnutrition they had suffered some time ago, their physical fitness was still a little poor, and they had no strength to run, and could not outrun Ishikang and others at all. Besides, Shirtsong and others were protecting their own tribe, so they charged forward very fiercely and ignored the 2 people behind them. So this led to a funny situation. Wu and she finally found a lone black demon warrior and were about to rush up to take revenge. But he would either be killed by melee fighters like Shi or Tsang, or be shot by the 3 archers behind him. He ran around the battlefield a few times and did lock onto a few targets, but unfortunately they were all intercepted by the hunting team soldiers of the Han tribe. Finally, a frightened black demon warrior finally found his way and stood there stupidly, not knowing where to run. The 2 were about to rush over again, but they saw a black shadow flying over quickly and knocking them to the ground. They held their chest and wailed. It turned out to be a rope stone that directly hit the black demon warrior. The 2 looked along the trajectory and found that it was actually a strange man who was limping towards them. This person was Chiao. He and Hong knew clearly that these black demon warriors had discovered the location of the tribe, so they didn't care about the fact that they were missing a leg. He did not stop even with his crutch and waved the stone in his hand hurriedly. If he saw someone running away, he would throw the stone at them. In this way, the largest battle since the construction of the Han tribe camp wall ended, and the invading black demon warriors were completely annihilated. Shi did not rest either. He immediately took Karazawa and others to start checking. Those who had no breath were stabbed again, and those who were still breathing were tied up with ropes. This was Yi Chen's instruction just now, and Shi and others carried it out without hesitation. Seeing that they had captured everything, Yi Chen asked Pan to call out the women and children hiding in the woods, and after gathering together, they walked towards the camp. Hong also saw that the battle was over and hurriedly ran towards Yi Chen. He was very happy to see that everyone was safe and sound. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Pan coming out of the woods with a large group of people. Why are there so many people? Seeing that there were more than 30 people following Pan, most of them were unfamiliar faces, Hong was stunned. He thought for a long time before he uttered a word. Okay, stop standing there and quickly bring these people into the camp. Yi Chen patted Hong's shoulder happily and told him to hurry up. Seeing that Hong looked like he couldn't speak at all, Yi Chen also laughed secretly. From now on, these will be our people. Ignoring Hong, who was still a little unresponsive, Yi Chen hurried over to check the situation and see how many black demon warriors he could capture this time. Before Yi Chen even arrived, he saw Ku smiling and handing over a bag of animal skins. Needless to say, it must be the spoils captured in this battle, chili peppers. So much. Looking at the animal skin in his hand, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment because it was obviously more peppers than the one he harvested from the tree rescue tribe. I didn't have time to count them just now, but after observing around, Yi Chen found that this time the Black Devil actually sent out a hunting team of 16 people, which could be considered a large-scale battle. You know, the strength of the nearby tribes is similar at present, and the hunting team usually has about 7 or 8 people. If there are more, there will be a problem of insufficient food. Looking at this situation, Yi Chen frowned. He hadn't reacted yet. Why did so many black demons come this time and have already reached the camp? If they had not returned in time, it would have been difficult to defend the team of 16 black demon warriors given the situation in the camp. However, the scene is still a bit chaotic. The hunting team is taking the captured prisoners into the camp, and Pan and Hong are also leading everyone into the camp. The frightened women in the camp, Yin-Un and others who returned safely, the wailing black demon captives, and the new members of the tribe who were looking around. For a moment, the camp was bustling with the bustle of a market in later generations. Yichen could hear all kinds of chatter in various languages. Chapter 151 Buffer Time. That's enough. Stop yelling. Everyone be quiet. I was originally communicating with Hong about the situation, wanting to know how these black demon warriors got here. But before we could even talk for a few words, I realized that the surroundings were extremely noisy. Yichen found that the tribal camp was in chaos at the moment. The main reason was that there was no one to command, so everyone was like headless flies. The current situation is that Yichen is very concerned about the issue of the black demon warriors. After all, they have come to steal the house. If he had not arrived in time this time, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Hong was also a little scared. Firstly, the black demon warriors' attack on the tribe was extremely dangerous, and the tribe almost suffered a devastating disaster. In addition, Hong never thought that Yichen would bring back so many tribesmen after participating in a cold festival. Seeing so many people appear in the tribe, Hong had no idea what to do. All right, Song Huang, take some people to the lake to catch fish. Yu and Xiao, tell the women to put all their belongings in that room. Yihu, boil some water. Let everyone take a comfortable hot bath. With Yichen's command, the entire tribe immediately began to become well organized. Taking advantage of this time, Yichen finally had some time and quickly asked about the situation of the black demon warriors' attack. What? This is the second time. As he listened, Yichen couldn't help but exclaimed. This was the second time the black demon tribe had attacked the tribe. Yichen also paid great attention to this situation because it meant that the black demon tribe had been able to find this place accurately. This is not a good sign for the tribe, as it means that black demon warriors may launch a sneak attack at any time. Looks like we have to take the initiative. Waiting for them to arrive is too dangerous. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Yichen began to think. All the black demon warriors who came to attack this time should be kept alive, and not a single one should be let go. In this way, the current situation is favorable to the Han tribe. The information in the primitive world is very closed. The team sent by the black demon tribe was completely wiped out, and this news cannot be spread for the time being. There was a buffer period between the time when the black demon tribe realized something was wrong and the team they sent out had no news, and the time when they sent out another hunting team. It won't take too long. Even in this day and age where everything depends on walking, it will only take about 3 or 4 days. That's enough. Just give me 3 days. As Yichen began to plan, he happily strolled around the camp to see if any of the new members were having trouble adapting or had developed any illness from the long journey. Now that he is back to the tribe, Yichen is much more relaxed. After all, everyone is back now, and the safety of the tribe has been greatly improved. Yun, don't leave them idle. Teach them to weave bark ropes, and then each of them will make a pair of leather shoes. Logically speaking, it is time for these newly joined members to rest, but the situation of the tribe does not allow Yichen to make such conditions. The threat from the black demon tribe, the threat from the cold winter weather, and the threat from insufficient food during activities are all Yichen's current headaches. Then Yichen must make these newly joined members adapt quickly and rapidly increase the tribe's productivity and combat effectiveness, so that the tribe can safely deal with various threats. However, these new tribesmen who had just arrived at the camp were all very curious. They looked around with wide eyes, especially at magical things like walls and houses, and kept staring at them. Yes, Chief. Yun is also a man of action, and immediately began to make arrangements according to Yichen's instructions. With the experience of the journey back, everyone was more obedient to Yun's arrangements. Soon, Song led everyone to catch a lot of piranhas from the lake and were happily heading back to the camp. The way back was particularly difficult, and everyone was eager for a bowl of hot soup. Look, there's someone there. We were almost back to the camp, and everyone was very happy. Jia reacted quickly and immediately pulled the cart and pointed to a place not far away. Chapter 152 Shocking Scene. If we were to say who was most shocked by what happened today, it would probably be this elderly woman. Early this morning, after selecting the 3 women to be used for the transaction, the elderly woman immediately asked the 3 members of the hunting team to lead the way and head to the magical tribe together. Although the 3 of them had escaped, they were lucky enough to survive, and everything they saw was so shocking that they were deeply impressed by this place. Soon the 3 of them found the right way and walked over with the 4 people behind them. Along the way, the elderly woman repeatedly asked the 3 about their current situation and was thinking about the possibility of exchanging food. However, no matter how mentally prepared she was, The shock she received upon arriving at her destination left the elderly woman speechless. The first thing was the peculiarly shaped wall. At just one glance, the elderly woman understood what the three people were talking about, which looked very safe. What really shocked the elderly woman was the corpses of the black demon warriors outside the wall. More than 10 corpses were just casually dumped there, especially the 3 hunting warriors who were being chased by the black demon warriors. They were so scared that they couldn't speak at the moment. They just stared blankly at everything in front of them. In fact, this was because Yi Chun was lazy. He thought that these corpses would be good bait for piranhas, so he did not clean them up. Plus, everyone was very tired after the past 2 days, so we thought of throwing them directly outside the fence and throwing them all into the lake as bait in the next 2 days. By chance, the tribe that was preparing to come for the exchange received a small shock. The 3 of them were so frightened that they didn't even notice someone approaching behind them. Before they could react, the elderly woman and her group of 7 were pinned to the ground, which surprised the team leader Song. These people don't look like they are from the Black Demon tribe. How come they suddenly came near their tribe? He had no awareness at all and didn't even realize that so many people were approaching him. Song Du, who was originally prepared to suppress the enemy with force, had already walked behind the other party with the hunting team, but the other party still did not respond. When he got closer and saw the situation of the other hunting team, Song immediately felt relieved. There were 3 men and 4 women, one of whom was holding a wooden stick. Even if Song acts alone, he can clearly feel that he has the upper hand, but it won't be so easy when the time comes. The next thing was simple. They just tied them up with ropes and carried them back to the camp. The 3 young women were trembling along the way, not knowing what they were going to face. The 3 men looked unconvinced and kept mumbling something, twisting their bodies to express their emotions. Only the elderly woman remained calm and did not say a word along the way. In the camp, Yi Chun had finally relaxed and was sitting in the room thinking about how to fight back against the Black Demon tribe next. After finally sorting out all the affairs of the tribe, Yi Chun had a rare moment of peace and quiet, so he returned to his room and thought about taking a rest. After so many days of hard work in the wild, Yi Chun couldn't help but close his eyes and rest while lying on the bed. Suddenly, he heard a scream coming from outside the house. Thinking that another Black Demon warrior had arrived, Yi Chun suddenly woke up, immediately got up, and walked out of the house. What's going on? It seems that the hunting team that was supposed to bring back fish actually brought back a few people. Yi Chun was also a little surprised. Looking at the 7 tied-up people in front of him, all had different expressions on their faces, but the calm expression of one of the old women left a deep impression on Yi Chun. Yi Chun was observing the 7 captives, and the elderly woman was also looking around, watching everyone's every move. After clearly noticing that Yi Chun was the chief of the tribe, the old woman's face immediately showed an expression of surprise. She couldn't believe that the chief of this magical tribe was so young. It cannot be said that he is young, but rather that he is young. After all, Yi Chun is only 11 or 12 years old now, and his face looks extremely childish. Yi Chun was a little confused about this situation and immediately asked about the situation. Hong also ran over and stared at the people who were tied up. A familiar feeling immediately came to his heart. He moved closer and continued to observe. Chief, I've seen these people before. Chapter 153, The Calm Elderly Woman. Have you seen it? Yi Chun's attention was immediately attracted by Hong, and Hong pointed at 3 of the men and began to speak. Hong suddenly remembered that the last time he fought off the Black Demon warriors, he also let go of 3 fleeing men, who were the 3 men in front of him. Interesting. Looking at the 7 people in front of him, 6 of them began to tremble, but the elderly woman remained as steady as a rock, as if she was not a prisoner at all. Yi Chun's mind started to work quickly, but he didn't let everyone stay here. Let Song quickly bring back the fish, and let Hu quickly cook the fish soup, otherwise everyone will still be hungry. Pan, come and ask them where they came from. Yi Chun was so hungry and tired that his brain couldn't work anymore. He had no choice but to ask Pan to communicate with him. What's up? After one sentence was asked during the interrogation, the 7 captives did not respond. Only the elderly woman cleared her throat and began to speak. Kiliwala. As the 2 began to communicate slowly, Yi Chun could only watch with his eyes wide open, but his mind was no longer here. Azu led the women to clean the piranhas, and then cleaned and cut the meat brought back from the Longjia trade, and put them all into the boiling pottery pot. The aroma of the broth slowly spread. Yi Chun, who was tired and hungry, was waiting for dinner at this moment. He really had no time to deal with the people in front of him. Besides, they were all tied up now, so there was no rush. Chief, okay, let's eat something first. Yichin interrupted Pan and waved his hand to tell everyone to eat quickly. After the long journey and the recent battle, everyone was hungry, especially after returning to the tribe. Everyone has been busy, and at this moment, when they smell the aroma of the broth, they can't help but drool. Of course, the same thing happened to the 7 captives. The only difference was that they had never smelled such a fragrant smell before, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Pan, tell them, line up for the broth. As he said that, Yichun quickly asked Yin to take out the salt tree leaves. Today, he wanted to let the tribesmen who stayed behind in the tribe also experience how delicious the salty broth was. Chief, what is this? Hong looked at Yichun tearing up some leaves and throwing them into the broth, and was a little puzzled, so he asked hurriedly, you'll know after you take a sip. Yichun was too lazy to explain, so he quickly picked up the spoon and started stirring the broth, then quickly poured himself a bowl and started drinking. Everyone acted as if Yi Chen's action was natural, and no one thought it was wrong. The rest was left to Pan and Shur, who asked everyone to line up and wait for the broth, because there were so many new people in the tribe on Wednesday that there were not enough ceramic bowls for drinking the broth. In addition, there are not enough clay pots to cook more than 10 pots of broth at one time, so now we can only drink the broth in batches. After drinking a bowl of meat soup, Yi Chun felt that he had recovered. Although his head was a little dizzy, he couldn't rest yet. So, Yichen regained his spirit and began to inquire about the situation he had just learned. It turned out that the elderly woman had explained everything very clearly to Pan, and the other party had clearly expressed his wish to exchange his tribesmen for some food. Interesting. Yichen did not answer the other party immediately, but chose to ask Pan to serve a bowl of broth, and then asked Shur and Tsang to come to his side. Untie her hands and let her drink this bowl of broth. Yichen did not immediately agree to her request, but first gave the elderly woman a bowl of broth. Of course, to be on the safe side, Yichun specifically asked Shur Hatsong to protect his safety. At the same time, it can also give them some deterrence so that they don't act rashly. Seeing the rope on her hand suddenly untied and a bowl of meat soup brought to her, the old woman was stunned, not knowing what was going on. But in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the broth and began to drink it slowly with trembling hands. Chapter 154 Treatment Changes. The first bite, this unprecedented feeling shocked the elderly woman so much that she was speechless and stared at the ceramic bowl in her hand in shock. All right, Pan, let her drink quickly. Her people are waiting. Looking at the elderly woman's expression, Yichen couldn't help but smile. However, it was almost dark now, and Yichan was very sleepy, so he just urged the elderly woman to drink quickly. After hearing Pan's words, the old woman realized that she had been dawdling for a while. She turned around and found that her tribesmen were looking at her eagerly. The elderly woman no longer hesitated and finished the broth in the ceramic bowl in a few sips. She picked up the ceramic bowl and filled another bowl, which she handed to the captured woman, as Yichen requested. This time, the 3 men who were chattering just now also understood their situation and immediately watched quietly without saying anything. Little brat. It's not easy and pleasant to deal with you. Seeing that he could intimidate these 3 people with just a little effort, Yichun felt very proud, but of course he still had a smile on his face. No, that's all. Yichun stopped the other party's action and signaled that there was no need to tie his hands anymore. After all, the other party also came with the intention of trading. Yichun would not be cold and ruthless. Instead, he would find a balance so that the other party would feel that the Han tribe was civilized and powerful, and also that the Han tribe was peaceful and stable. Only in this way can Yi Chun start his plan, which is to build a market here. Yes, Yi Chun was thinking on the way back. Although the Cold Festival is crucial to the development of the tribe, it is too slow to hold it once a year. Anyway, he now has pottery jars, pottery bowls, fish, and meat, which are things that other tribes dream of. Not to mention the good things like salt tree leaves that I will go back to find later. If I can break the situation, it will definitely be the next treasure of all tribes. And through this Cold Festival, Yichen also realized that there are many tribes in the entire primitive world, but they are distributed relatively scattered. Of course, this may also be caused by low productivity. This also made Yi Chun realize his development opportunity, which was to bring these tribes some things and food they had never seen before. As the Han tribe grows stronger, naturally there will be tribes that want to come and join them, and then these small tribes will be their prey. Yi Chun, who had just returned, encountered a tribe that came to trade actively. Isn't this like falling asleep and finding a pillow? That's why Yi-chan is so patient now. He specially gave them a bowl of broth before preparing for the transaction, just to give them a deeper impression. At the same time, we also want them to make a comparison after they return, what kind of life they enjoy in their own tribe, and what kind of life they can enjoy in a Han tribe. With such an easy comparison, everyone will naturally know the gap and naturally begin to yearn for a better life. The next step was for Pan to convey his intention. The three women could exchange the meat in the baskets that filled them, and nothing else would be traded. For Yi-chun, what he values are these three hunting warriors. As long as they can be recruited, the combat effectiveness of the hunting team of the Han tribe will be greatly increased. As for the rest, we will talk about it later. So Yi-chun also firmly stuck to the transaction terms and let the other party make their own decision. After seeing that each of her tribesmen had drunk a bowl of broth, the old woman slowly nodded, indicating that she agreed to the deal. Yi-chun was also very straightforward. Without any hesitation, he asked Pan to fill a basket with animal meat for them and gave the basket to them. Then, while the elderly woman and the three hunting warriors were looking at the backpack and the animal skins full in it in amazement, Yi-chun immediately began to perform. First, Yin was asked to go to the warehouse to get 3 clean and complete animal skins and let the women who had been traded change into them. Then a bowl of meat soup was given to each of the 3 people. In just this instant, the complicated emotions of the 3 people were immediately diluted. Wrapped in warm animal skins, they held the pottery bowls and began to drink. That's not bad. An idea suddenly arose in the minds of the 3 women. This scene also surprised the elderly woman. She did not expect that life in this tribe was so good. Countless ideas appeared in her head in an instant. Pan, tell them, from now on, every 5 sunrises, they can come to my heart to make a deal. Before leaving, Yi-chan specifically asked Pan to tell them something, wanting to see if they had any idea of long-term trading. Chapter 155, Initial Contact. Trade? Every 5 sunrises. They were just about to turn around and leave when the elderly woman told one of the men to take good care of the meat and the backpack, as the backpack was a valuable asset. But after hearing Pan's words, the elderly woman also showed a puzzled expression, hoping that Pan could explain it to her. Yes, you can come and trade every 5 sunrises. Hearing the elderly woman's doubts, Pan answered in the affirmative, but he could not explain clearly how to clarify the 5 sunrises. As he was looking at the plate and talking, he started scratching his head. Yi-chun hurriedly asked him. Hearing that he was worried about this matter, Yi-chun felt a little speechless. Yi-chun picked up 5 small stones from outside the camp and threw them into the backpack filled with animal meat. Then he began to explain. Starting from tomorrow morning when the sun rises, take out a stone. Once you have taken out all the stones in your backpack, you can come and trade. When Pan heard this idea, his eyes lit up and he started translating immediately. When the elderly woman heard this idea, her eyes lit up and she nodded in agreement immediately, but her eyes dimmed in an instant. What will you trade next time? Still trading people. After thinking for a long time, the elderly woman finally said this sentence intermittently. Listening to Pan's translation, Yi-chun was also stunned. What the old woman said made sense. Yi-chun suddenly realized why the Cold Festival was only held once a year. It was to prevent such a situation from happening. This problem that had been bothering Yi-chan was finally solved by Yi-chun. The productivity of the primitive world was already low, and everyone was just struggling to make ends meet. In this situation, when everyone couldn't even fill their stomachs, how could they talk about trading materials? Every year before winter comes, they conduct a trade, mainly to exchange things that can help the tribe survive the winter, but these are only animal skins and meat. Most tribes don't need other things at the moment, so who can we trade them to? If there's no market for an item, then it's worthless. While trading goods, there's also a wave of population exchange, which can avoid inbreeding. I don't know who came up with this idea of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, it is also possible that during the long period of the Cold Festival, everyone explored a set of rules applicable to each tribe, which gradually became known and adopted by everyone. This question really stumped Yi-chun. Yi-chun had never thought about what could be traded for this tribe that had trouble even getting enough food and clothing. Could it be the population? Then in a few times this tribe will be directly incorporated into the Han tribe, but this is not the result Yi-chun wants. What Yi-chan wanted was to expand his influence so that the surrounding tribes would come to him to trade, and all the tribes would want to join the Han tribe. Only then will I be able to form a huge appeal here, allowing my tribe to gain an absolute advantage and slowly expand its influence. If it was just a simple expansion, Yi-chan could just charge over now and forcibly incorporate the other tribe into the Han tribe. However, the subsequent management, how to deal with issues such as food and housing for the new members, if too many new members join at one time, will be a disaster if not managed properly. How about this? Take whatever you can find near the tribal camp and put it in your backpack. Show it to me next time we trade. We'll figure out how to trade then. Of course, even if we can't trade anything, I'll give everyone who comes here a bowl of broth. In the end, Yi-chan expressed his idea, which was to let the two tribes establish contact first. As long as the other party was willing to come to the Han tribe all the time, there would be countless possibilities later. Moreover, if the development of a tribe depends solely on the lottery system, it will obviously not work. After all, this is an uncontrollable force. In order to make the other party willing to come, Yi-chan directly took out the trump card, which was to give a bowl of broth to everyone who came to trade. Faced with this condition, Yi-chan believed that the other party would not refuse. As Yi-chan expected, the elderly woman was very excited when she heard the condition and immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 156, Washing and Hot Foot Bath. Okay, that's enough. Let's go. Seeing that the sky was getting a little gray, Yi-chan knew that the people in the other tribe must still be hungry, so he asked Pan to inform the other party that they could leave. I'm broke and have nothing to trade. Watching the other four people leave happily, Yi-chan felt a little helpless. In a sense, his strategy was somewhat similar to poverty alleviation. The other tribe is a completely poor tribe. Apart from people, it has nothing else. Therefore, Yi-chan has no interest in learning about the situation of this poor tribe. Instead, he chose to complete the transaction directly, using broth to lure the poor tribe to continue trading next time. Even if there was nothing, he had to make the other party come every 5 days. After all, if you want better development, you must communicate and trade with the surrounding tribes and trade goods so that the reputation of the Han tribe can spread more widely. Just as the poor tribe came, Yi-chan decided to do an experiment to see if his idea could be realized and the tribe's culture and ideas could be conveyed. After seeing the two off, Yi-chan forced himself to stay asleep and asked Yu to take the women to wash up and clean off all the dirt on their bodies. This will allow everyone to slowly adapt to the new life, and at the same time prepare for the requirement for everyone to pay attention to hygiene later. Washing here is not just about taking a bath. Yi-chan also requires everyone to brush their teeth, even though toothbrushes and toothpaste have not been invented in the tribe yet. But there is wood ash in the tribe, and every time we cook broth, a lot of firewood is consumed, which produces a lot of wood ash. Just grab a handful of wood ash and put it in your mouth, wet it with clean water, and rub it on your teeth with your fingers. This can be considered as simple teeth brushing. At the same time, using these wood ashes to bathe can also clean the dirt on your body, which is killing two birds with one stone. After arranging all this, Yi-chan was too sleepy to bear it anymore. He forced himself to take a hot shower and soak his feet in hot water before dragging his tired body back to the room. When he lay down on the bed, Yi-chan could no longer hold on and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Yi-chan fell into a deep sleep, but although the other people in the tribe were still busy, Hong continued to give orders. Hong also knew that Yi-chan had been very tired during the past few days of participating in the cold festival, so he asked Yi-chan to rest quickly without hesitation, while he continued to direct the affairs in the camp. The most important thing at the moment is a place to sleep. The space in the cave is limited, and even if we squeeze together, more than 60 people cannot sleep. The only way at the moment is to build a tent. Use 3 branches to build a tent frame, tie the top joint tightly with a rope, and then cover it with animal skins on the outside. Such a simple animal skin tent was built. Although it didn't have much space, it was still enough for 2 people to sleep in it. The tent can block the cold wind at night, and with the animal skin wrapped around my body, it should be no problem to stay there for 1 or 2 nights. Everyone was working hard to build the tent here, while on the other side of the camp, Chio and Yun were carrying a basin and walking to the stone bench. The 2 of them have always been the ones Yi-chan has been teaching by example, and they have been carefully observing Yi-chan's every move. The 2 of them also had a deep memory of the scene where Yi-chan took out the foot basin to soak his feet. Looking at the steaming foot basin, Yi-chan felt so comfortable soaking his feet, and they were very curious. So he drew some hot water, went to the stone bench, and imitated Yi-chan just now, putting his feet in the hot water, thinking about what it felt like to soak his feet. Hiss! Then he grimaced. Fortunately, Yun was not stupid. Seeing such boiling water, he did not dare to put his feet directly into it. Instead, he imitated Yi Chen's actions just now and dipped his feet into the hot water in the basin little by little. So this is what it feels like, feeling the tingling sensation coming from the soles of his feet. Yin also felt very strange. Why could Yi Chen enjoy this feeling? Although they didn't quite understand, they continued to try it, and the feeling of the hot feet gradually began to feel comfortable, especially the feeling of warmth all over the body. In this way, the matter of hot feet gradually spread in the tribe, and the biggest contributors were Yun and Xiao, which was something Yi Chen had not expected. Chapter 157, Assembly Line. Wow! Stretching his body, Yi Chen walked out of the room with a sore back. The journey in the wild in the past few days was too much for Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen had been holding on the road, but he couldn't bear it anymore after returning to the tribe. When he woke up, he felt uncomfortable all over. When Yi Chen walked out of the room, he was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. What appeared in front of him were animal skin tents of various sizes. There were at least 15 or 16 tents everywhere. What surprised Yi Chen even more was that the women who appeared in front of him had changed a lot at this moment. Each of them looked much prettier. Last night and this morning, the only thing the entire tribe never stopped doing was washing and bathing. As the weather gets colder, the demand for hot water is also getting higher and higher. So the demand for hot water is particularly high every time you take a shower. Besides, there are more than 30 new members of the tribe, and it is impossible to take a bath in one night. Fortunately, Hong also has experience. The method adopted is that the old leads the new, with one woman taking a new woman to take a bath. This way, the bathing is much faster and the hot water can be used in batches. This way everyone can take a hot bath, and at the same time new women can be taught how to take a bath. She got up early in the morning and did not rest. He took all the people in the hunting team to the lake. He carried 5 corpses of black demon warriors to the lake and started fishing. With so many new people joining the tribe, the demand for food has increased dramatically, and everyone's horrific food intake last night was obvious to all. Hong immediately made a request to ensure that each member of the hunting team who went out this time must carry back 2 big fish so that the tribe could have a meal. The hunting team is now very lively. There were originally 12 people in the hunting team, and this time 2 new men, Wu and Shi, were added. The whole hunting team looks very oppressive. However, Wu and Shi are still wrapped in animal skins and do not have the standard equipment of a hunting team. Although the 2 were anxious, they did not express it. They just hoped that Yi Chen could equip them as soon as possible. There were 14 people in the hunting team, and each of them returned to the tribe carrying 2 big fish. Everyone was very happy to see the huge harvest of the hunting team today. But this is really tough for Hu, as the tribe's full-time chef, who is responsible for the food for everyone in the tribe. In the past, he had 2 people helping him, so he was able to handle the job. But now the tribe's population has doubled, and Hu and the 2 women helping him are simply too busy to handle the work, even if they are scraping the fish scales until sparks fly. Fortunately, Yi Chen had woken up at this moment and was wandering around the tribal camp, checking the situation in various aspects. He met Hu was complaining. Yin, go get 3 women over here. From today on, they'll be led by Hu and responsible for the tribe's food. The food issue is a big deal, so Yi Chen didn't dare to be vague and directly picked 3 women to give to Hu. In this way, Hu now had 5 women to help him. Looking at the 3 bewildered women, who didn't care about the temporary inability to communicate and just yelled at the 3 to follow his movements and learn. According to Yi Chen's arrangement, fish and animal meat are currently cooked together, with more fish and less animal meat. Therefore, the staple food of the tribe is fish. The processing of fish is relatively simple. Just scrape off the scales and take out the internal organs. Cut the remaining fish into pieces and put it into a clay pot. Yi Chen was watching Hu's command at the moment. The whole scene was in chaos and no one knew when they could have lunch. Yi Chen immediately stopped Hu's command. Stop giving orders and listen to me. Yi Chen ignored Hu's expression and asked the 3 new women to scrape the fish scales with stone axes. After processing the scales, he handed the fish meat to 2 skilled helpers to remove the internal organs. Finally, all the processed fish meat was handed over to Hu was responsible for cutting the fish meat into pieces and putting them into a ceramic jar. Now Hu only needs to instruct the 3 people on how to scrape the fish scales, and the whole process will become smoother, and everyone can drink the broth much earlier. Hu's expression also began to change slowly. The craftsmanship that he thought he had mastered was simplified by the chief in an instant, which greatly improved his efficiency. This made Hu show an expression of disbelief, but Yi Chun just smiled, gave him a few instructions, and left. Chapter 158, Inexplicable Hostility. What's going on? At this moment, the chief of the Black Demon tribe was standing in front of the cave, looking at the gray sky, and couldn't help feeling irritated. The hunting team that he sent out to attack the magical tribe has left the tribal camp for 2 days, and today is the 3rd day. Logically speaking, if everything goes well and quickly, we can start our return journey today. Then all we have to do is sit and wait for them to bring back the spoils. But today is different. Chief Flower Arm doesn't know whether it's because it's going to rain or because the weather is getting colder, but he still feels uneasy. It seemed as if something terrible was about to happen, but the chief of the Black Demon tribe was still very confident in his hunting team. After all, the Black Demon tribe's combat effectiveness is unquestionable, as they have been able to plunder nearby tribes for such a long time. However, he did not expect that the outside world has changed. The Han tribe has invented more accurate long-range attack weapons and wooden shields that can withstand enemy attacks. These things are currently unknown to the chief of the Black Demon tribe. Finally, the flower-armed chief, feeling upset, twisted his neck, making a crackling sound, and turned to enter the cave. He casually dragged over a recently captured female prisoner and pressed on her with a snarl in his face, completely ignoring her miserable cries. Really annoyed by the constant shrill screams, the flower-armed chief slapped the woman twice, making her dizzy and unable to struggle anymore. Seeing that the female prisoner had completely given up struggling, Chief Flower Arm smiled with satisfaction. On this side, the hunting team of the Turtle Shell tribe was also hurrying and brought a member of the tribe before the chief. When the chief of the Turtle Shell tribe learned that the magical thing in front of him was traded at this cold festival, he quickly asked the hunting team to bring the people of this tribe over so that he could ask about it in person. There is no need to describe the process in between. Whether the other party is willing or not, it must be explained clearly to the chief of the Turtle Shell tribe. Where did you find this? Seeing the tribe that owned the pottery jar and bowl being brought before him, the chief of the Turtle Shell tribe hurriedly began to inquire. The current situation is very infuriating for the tribes that were taken here. The pottery jars and bowls in his hands were also snatched from the forest by his own ability. However, he did not expect that he would be discovered by the hunting team of the returning tribe just after he got them. As a result, the pottery jar that he had fought so hard to snatch was snatched away by the people of the Turtle Shell tribe before he could even drink the first pot of broth. He was also very angry about this. If there wasn't a huge gap in military strength, he would definitely have turned against him on the spot. Now he was caught up and stopped by the other party again and was asked to explain the details of the pottery jar and bowl to the chief of the Turtle Shell tribe. The leader of the tribe was also very angry, but in the end he swallowed his anger and followed the other party obediently. But the leader of the kidnapped tribe is not a fool. Since you are interested, I will scare you as much as I can and make you feel scared. Moreover, for the leader of the robbed tribe, the fighting power of the Han tribe is indeed very strong. If both sides can suffer losses, it will not be a bad thing for the Pine Needle tribe. Therefore, the leader of the robbed tribe, who was holding a grudge, didn't care about the actual situation and just boasted about how powerful he was. Listening to the other party's exaggerated boasting, talking about how powerful the Han tribe is, how magical the things they brought out are, and how they can even withstand enemy attacks. Block the opponent's attack. After hearing this, the face of the chief of the Turtle Shell tribe immediately became serious. The reason why the Turtle Shell tribe could become the overlord of this area was because of those giant tortoise shells. It was precisely because of these pieces of tortoise shells that the warriors of the tribe were able to withstand the enemy's attacks and then launch a fatal counterattack. Now there is actually a tribe that can withstand the enemy's attack. This fact makes the chief of the Turtle Shell tribe very interested, but also gives rise to an ominous feeling. Yi Chun, who is still busy in the tribal camp at the moment, would be shocked if he knew that this tribe was trying to provoke a fight between the two tribes. He actually boasted about himself here and successfully made the Turtle Shell tribe, one of the 3 major tribes in Lungjia, hostile to him. If Yi Chun knew about this at this moment, he would really want to beat this guy to death on the spot. Chapter 159, The First Step of Counterattack. At this moment, everyone in the Han tribe camp had a satisfied expression. After all, the feeling of having a bloated belly was really happy. I just finished drinking the broth. Now the broth in the tribe is mainly soup, which is enough to fill everyone's stomach. If you eat meat directly the tribe does not have so much animal meat now. In the morning, Yichen was mainly busy making sure everyone in the tribe had something to eat. He found that there were not enough pottery jars in the tribe. It would take more pottery jars to cook meals for 70 or 80 people at a time. After finishing with Yichen quickly took Nu and more than a dozen women to the kiln and started making new pottery. Nu is currently the woman with the best pottery-making skills in the tribe. This time, Yichen directly appointed her as the pottery captain, leading a team of 10 people to specialize in firing pottery. Of course, it's not just pottery. There are also bricks, which are most needed for the tribe's development. Now that there are so many more people in the tribe, bricks are needed to build new houses and expand the camp. Nu is indeed a person who has mastered the skills of pottery making. After Yichen demonstrated twice how to make a pottery pot, Nu roughly understood it and made it twice under Yichen's guidance. Although the shape of the molded pottery pot is not very good, it has already taken shape. What remains is that it will be more perfect as the craftsmanship improves. The earliest pottery jars were narrow at both ends and wide in the middle, but now they are directly molded into the shape of open pots. The bottom of the pot is a flat circle, and the pot wall is stacked up on the basis of the bottom, so it becomes a basic ceramic pot. However, the craftsmanship is not mature now, so to be on the safe side, the clay pots are not large, and a lid is also specially made so that the entire clay pot is complete. Of course, we don't know whether it will be successful or not. After all, the whole pottery pot is still in the kiln. We will have to wait until it gets dark, and we take it out to know. There is no accurate concept of time in the tribe now, so Yichen can only simply and roughly divide time into 2 stages, dawn and dusk. Pottery fired during the day is taken out after dark, and pottery fired after dark is taken out after dawn. This way, it is easier for the workers in charge of making the pottery to distinguish the time. Jie, Sanku, you, the 4 of you come here. After dinner, Yichen asked Jie and the other 4 to come to him. There will be no lunch break today. Yichen knows that there is a black demon tribe lurking near the tribe, so there is no time for a lunch break now. The 4 of you, with Jie as your lead, will be responsible for finding the way to the black demon tribe. Looking at the 4 people, Yichen slowly expressed his thoughts, which made the 4 people's expressions change slightly. Since returning from the cold festival, Yichen learned that the tribal camp had been attacked twice by the Black Demon Tribe, and Yichen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. While the Black Demon Tribe has not yet reacted, Yichen first sent Jie to explore the situation of the Black Demon Tribe, and then formulate a counterattack plan based on the situation. After all, the Black Demon Tribe is the overlord of this land. After learning that Yichen was going to take the initiative to inquire about the situation of the Black Demon Tribe, the 4 were also a little shocked. Fortunately, the weapons and equipment on them gave the 4 people confidence, and they calmed down immediately. Ku, you'll lead the way. Jie, you'll remember everything along the way, and Tsang and you two will be responsible for protecting them. Be careful along the way. Mainly follow the routine. If there is any situation, you'll be the one to make the decision. If you can catch it, do it. If you can't, come back. Also, keep an eye out along the way for places where you can set up ambushes and places that can be used as hiding places for escape. Finally, remember, you must return before dark. Returning safely is the most important thing. Don't be afraid of attracting the enemy here. This was the first time that the hunting team acted alone, so Yichen was a little worried and gave them a lot of long-winded instructions. There was no way. The current situation of the tribe did not allow all members of the hunting team to go out for a long time. Some of them had to stay behind to protect the safety of the camp, so Yichen thought of sending Jie to explore the way first. Finally, under Yichen's concerned gaze, the 4 fully armed men quickly disappeared into the forest. Hong, who was beside Yichen, was also a little worried, but he also understood Yichen's thoughts. It was not possible to just sit and wait for death against the Black Demon Tribe. Action must be taken. Chapter 160 New Invention. After watching the 4 people leave, Yichen still had no time to rest. He immediately came to the kiln and quickly took Nu and her pottery team to continue working. After taking out the bricks fire in the morning, I found that the quality was quite good, which shows that Nu's craftsmanship is quite good. There are 2 kilns in the lake camp. The new one is mainly used for firing bricks, while the old one was used for firing pottery. It is easier to manage after separating them. Yichen pointed at the bricks that had just been fired and immediately led everyone to build a new brick kiln. In addition to the counterattack against the Black Demon Tribe, the most urgent thing for Yichen at the moment is to build a house. Currently, More than 30 new members of the tribe are still barely spending the night in tents, but this is not a long-term solution. The most important thing is that the elderly people in the tribe have not yet been allocated houses and are also living in caves. This time, the newly joined tribesmen didn't even have room to stay in the cave, which was a very urgent matter for Yi-chun. Building houses will also involve another problem. That is, the area of the tribal camp is not enough. Yi-chun estimates that a total of 30 houses need to be built in the camp. The area required for these 30 houses is not small, and the existing camp area is not enough. So we have no choice but to continue to expand the camp area. In addition, we will be planting crops such as peppers, radishes, and peanuts in the spring of next year, so the camp area will need to be further expanded. Especially the tribe's planting area, Yi-chun is not at ease to plant it directly outside the camp. It may not be protected at all, and it must be surrounded by a special wall. Soon, the third brick kiln was built. Yi-chun asked Nu to lead everyone to continue making more bricks, so that the 2 brick kilns could burn bricks day and night. After finishing the work with bricks and pottery, Yi-chun gathered all the existing members of the tribe, took out the tribe's rope stones, and asked everyone to start practicing. Before practicing rope and stone throwing, Yi-chun specifically stated that he would select some powerful female members from the tribe to join the hunting team. The current number of people in the tribe's hunting team is not enough, with only 14 people in total. According to Yi-chun's plan, at least 6 people must be selected to form a hunting team of 20 people. At that time, the hunting team can be divided into 2 groups. While one group goes out hunting, the other group can stay in the camp to guard. Call! Call! As everyone in the tribe was enthusiastically practicing throwing rope stones, Yi-chun asked the hunting team to take charge of the guidance and then started to get busy with new things. This time, Yi-chun is busy with innovation, making some changes to the bow and arrow to make the arrow sharper. The archery team, currently led by Yu uses bows and arrows made of tree branches. They are mainly made by baking them into carbonized materials over fire and then polishing them on stone slabs. In this way, the sharpness of the bow and arrow can still be guaranteed, but the intensity of use is very low. After shooting 2 or 3 times, the arrowhead is basically scrapped. What Yi-chun has to do now is to update the arrowheads and use fish bones to make the arrowheads of the bow and arrows, making them sharper and more durable. What the entire tribe lacks the least now is fish bones. Yi-chun found some triangular fish bones and asked Chio and Yun to sharpen them. Yi-chun took out the fish maw that he had specially saved and boiled it in a pottery pot. He planned to use the boiled liquid as glue to stick the fish bone arrowhead to the arrow. As Yi-chun was busy, a brand new arrow was soon produced. The arrowhead was glued together with polished fish bones, and the arrow tail was also glued together with fish bladder agent. The entire arrow looks completely different in shape, and the sharp fish bones also give people a feeling of greater lethality. Saying, "Come try it." After observing it repeatedly for a while, Yi-chun was very satisfied with his newly invented arrow and immediately asked Sang to experiment with it. Now, the 3 members of the archery team practice archery every day and could be considered archery veterans. When they saw the new arrows, they couldn't let go of them and immediately started to draw the bow and experiment. Bang! The scene that appeared also shocked Yi-chun and others. They saw that the target they usually use for archery practice was directly pierced through, and a part of the fishbone arrowhead was exposed behind the target. Moreover, the bow and arrow continued to shake violently after hitting the target, as if it had not yet exhausted its strength. Chapter 161, A Busy Day. Seeing the arrow's enormous power, Sang and Hua jumped up excitedly and quickly ran to pull out the arrow and observe it carefully. There's not much change in the entire arrow. The main thing is that the arrowhead has changed from the previous carbonized one to the current sticky fishbone one. The fishbone isn't sharp enough right now, but if you keep polishing it, it will become even sharper. After hearing Yi-chun's words, Sang and Hua couldn't sit still at all and ran away with the fishbone arrows. The 2 of them knew where the leftover fish bones were piled up, so they immediately ran to pick them up and then began to polish them frantically. The 2 men had witnessed the power of the fishbone arrows with their own eyes, and now they were very careful in polishing them. Then they ran back to the forest to cut some new branches. The previous arrows were carbonized in the tip part, so they were completely useless for sticking fishbone arrows. They had to be remade, so the 2 of them had to go cut some straight branches. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Seeing the 2 of them running away excitedly, Yi-chun was helpless. He hadn't even told them the precautions on how to stick the fishbone arrows, but the two of them ran away excitedly. The most important thing is that Yi Chen didn't have time to say what he was going to do next, which was to make a ring. Anyone who has played with the bow and arrow knows that pulling the bow directly with your fingers is not a long-term solution. If you pull the bow too much, your fingers will be rubbed and the skin will be broken. In order to be able to draw the bow better, people invented the thumb ring, which allowed people to use the notches on the thumb ring to pull the bow and arrow, thus causing much less damage to the fingers. However, the ring should be made of jade at best, or wood at worst, but Yi Chen currently does not have the corresponding tools for these two things. So Yi Chen finally decided to make the simplest version, which was to tie it with a rope and then use fish bladder agent to stick it in place. Although this is simple, it can be used for a period of time. After all, the cost is very low and it can be remade at any time. Yi Chen just wanted the two of them to stretch out their hands and then make a lever for them to compare with each other to see if his idea would work. As a result, the two of them ran away directly. Now Yi Chen could only use his own fingers to make a model, wrapping the rope around it several times, and then wrapping it one more time to simulate the scratches. Such a simple prototype of the thumb ring has been made, and then it is applied with fish bladder agent to fix the thumb ring, and then placed aside to dry naturally. After doing all this, Yi Chen took a short rest and saw that the sky was getting dark and gray. It looks like it's going to rain. Seeing that it was about to rain, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. There were so many things to do in the camp, and nothing could be done if it rained. New, after this batch of bricks is out of the oven, hurry up and make a batch of tiles. Try to make as many as possible. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen decided to build a canopy. After all, the most common things to encounter in winter are rain and snow. If it rains or snows, no activities will be possible in the tribal camp, which will cause the tribe's production to stop, which Yi Chen cannot tolerate. So Yi Chen prepared to burn a batch of tiles first and build a canopy at the cave camp. In this way, no matter whether it rains or snows, at least the stove can be used normally. Now the stove is not far from the cave, and it does not need a large awning. As long as everyone can stay dry from the cave to the stove, it will be much easier. While planning, Yi Chen began to arrange for the tribesmen in the camp to run to the forest to cut branches and bring them back, preferably as long as possible. Anyway, we need to build a canopy, so we will need a lot of bricks, branches, tiles, and other things. The more prepared we are, the better. On this side, Shi, Jia, and the other three, who had been out for half a day, were almost near the Black Demon tribe. Hearing the noisy sounds coming from not far away, the four held their breath and slowly moved over. This was also Jia's request. The four of them had already arrived, and they had to take a look at the situation of the Black Demon tribe no matter what. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what it looked like, and there would be nothing to say when they returned. Ku had no objection to this. After all, he came from the Black Demon tribe, and he knew what it was like inside. Chapter 162. Sadness is different. Here, Yi Chen was leading the tribesmen to work hard, but in the tribe on the other side, the scene was completely different. Because this tribe has nothing but people, Yi Chen directly calls it a poor tribe. At this moment, everyone is sitting in the cave in a daze. Yesterday, everyone happily ate the animal meat brought back by the elderly woman and the hunting team. There is also a very magical thing that could be used to carry things and was very convenient to carry on the back. This thing is a backpack, which is already a common thing in the Han tribe, but in the poor tribe, it has become a rare thing. Everyone was surrounding the backpack, observing it carefully, and was very curious about how it was made. Looking at the layers of ropes wrapped in a regular pattern and the skeleton made of branches inside. These seem incompatible with everyone's life, as if they exist in two different worlds. After everyone's curiosity subsided, someone suddenly remembered. Weren't there 3 women who went with him? Why didn't they come back? After asking this question, the 3 members of the hunting team opened their mouths, not knowing how to say it. Only the elderly woman looked at everyone calmly and slowly explained the details of the situation. After learning that the animal meat everyone ate today was exchanged for by fellow tribesmen, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly became much more depressing. Never come back, these are the words the old woman just said, which stung all the tribesmen in the cave. Although life in the tribe was hard in the past, everyone lived together and life was still bearable. Who would have thought that the tribe would fall to this point? Seeing that the tribesmen were all silent, the 3 members of the hunting team looked at each other, as if they had nothing to say, and the elderly woman also noticed this. At this moment, the 4 of them actually felt it was absurd in their hearts, but they could not break this feeling. After all, they saw it clearly when they left the Han tribe. The 3 women who were exchanged were immediately put on complete animal skins and drank a bowl of meat soup with slurping sounds, which made people drool. As they thought about it, the 4 of them thought of the bowl of fragrant broth again. Although it was the first time they had come into contact with this strange thing, broth, the 4 of them had already remembered it deeply in their minds. Every time I think of broth, I can't help swallowing my saliva. Moreover, this thing is really fragrant and tastes delicious. The most important thing is that it makes you feel warm all over after drinking it. In an instant, the atmosphere in the cave became weird. The unaware tribesmen here are still grieving that the 3 tribesmen will never come back, while the 3 members of the hunting team and the elderly woman next to them are sad that they can no longer drink the delicious broth. Ahem. Finally, the elderly woman couldn't help herself and cleared her throat before beginning to speak. He briefly told everyone what happened after his group arrived at the Han tribe. When they heard that the 3 women who were exchanged were directly replaced with complete animal skins, everyone was in disbelief. You know, there have never been many animal skins in our tribe, and most of them are tattered. When winter comes, they just wrap themselves up randomly, as long as they can keep out the cold. What the old woman said next made them feel even more incredible, such as the meat soup roasted on the fire and the high pile of stones stacked up. These novel things left the tribesmen in the cave stunned. They could not imagine what these things were like. Of course, none of these are important. The most important thing is to know that the 3 women will no longer go hungry and can eat the delicious broth for every meal. Everyone's eyes light up immediately. Although I don't know what the broth tastes like, judging from the expressions of the elderly woman and the 3 members of the hunting team, the broth must be delicious. That's right. We can go again in 5 sunrises. As she spoke, the elderly woman remembered what Yi Chan said before leaving, and also looked at the 5 stones in the backpack. I thought that I might as well bring some people to see it and drink the delicious broth at the same time. Chapter 163 Hell on Earth. In the Black Demon Tribe camp, Chief Flower Arms looked at the forest in the distance, and his uneasiness became more and more obvious. The captured woman was unable to calm Chief Flower Arm down at all. As his anxiety grew stronger, the murderous look in Chief Flower Arm's eyes gradually increased. Looking at the increasingly foggy sky, he knew it would rain soon, but there was still no news of the return of such a large group of hunting warriors, which made Chief Flower Arm very uncomfortable. You can't go hunting long distances on rainy days. This is an iron rule in the primitive world, and it is the result of countless ancestors' life-threatening experiments. Currently, people have limited technology for sheltering from the rain, and they mainly rely on caves to block the wind and rain. Once they go out hunting when it rains, it is difficult to maintain body temperature. If you don't dry yourself off in time after getting wet, you will most likely become seriously ill, especially in this primitive world where the main way people deal with illness is to endure it. Chief Flower Arm is the leader of the Black Demon Tribe. Although he is a cruel and ruthless person, he still has a full understanding of the matter of rain. After all, if all his men fell ill and died, there would be no point in him being a chief, so he resisted the idea of sending out more people. Just as Chief Flower Arm was gazing at the forest outside the cave, he didn't know that someone had already approached nearby and was hiding in a secluded place, quietly observing everything here. The 4 people who were hiding behind a tree in the mountains and quietly observing the situation of the Black Demon Tribe were Jia, Ku, and the other 2. Under Ku's guidance, the 4 of them quickly reached the vicinity of the Black Demon Tribe, but they had a dispute over whether to continue moving forward. Because Ku knew the situation of the Black Demon Tribe, he did not recommend getting any closer to avoid unnecessary conflict, but Jia still wanted to get closer. Finally, based on Yu's judgment, the 4 of them found a hill with dense forests, climbed up, hid behind the trees, and observed from a distance. Finally, with the help of the terrain, the 4 people successfully saw the general situation of the Black Demon Tribe. It was a huge cave, with Black Demon Tribe warriors sitting slumped at the entrance, some of them even engaging in sexual activities in broad daylight in front of everyone. The surrounding soldiers did not resist this situation at all. Instead, they watched with interest, and some even shouted and cheered. The victim of the violence was a woman who had been stripped naked. She was desperately resisting the other party's violence and kept screaming. Unfortunately, all the women's resistance was so powerless that it only made the audience around them more excited. Hiliwala. Feeling the woman's desperate resistance, the soldier who was committing the atrocity was obviously hindered. In a rage, he slapped the woman twice, causing her to faint. The surrounding soldiers saw this scene, but they just felt bored and immediately continued to busy themselves with their own things. The four people who saw this scene from a distance, except for Ku, all had extremely angry expressions, and they held the weapons in their hands tightly. Only when they thought of what Yi Chun had said before they set off did the three of them slowly calm down. After all, they also knew that their impulsiveness would bring disastrous consequences. In desperation, the three of them looked at Ku in unison, with questioning expressions in their eyes. Seeing the actions of the three people, Ku immediately shuddered and quickly indicated that he did not have these hobbies. He was just a person who yearned for a better life. The three of them looked non-committal about Ku's performance, then turned around and continued observing. Ku also had a helpless expression on his face when facing the three people. He was not a born killer. If there was a better life, why should he live this kind of life? Looking at everything in front of him, Ku immediately recalled his life in the Black Demon tribe. For him now, it was like hell. Then he thought of his current life, and Ku was also very satisfied. After all, his current life is so much better, and there is no comparison between the two lives. Chapter 164, New Member of the Hunting Team. At the Han tribe camp, Yi Chun finally realized that it was impossible to get all the women to participate in the rope and stone throwing practice, as the development and construction of a tribe required everyone's strength. If most of the women were forced to practice rope and stone throwing, the construction of the camp would come to a standstill. Moreover, it would be difficult to make significant improvements in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Yi Chun stopped the women who were practicing rope stone throwing and asked each of them to take 3 rope stones to demonstrate how they threw them. After the last competition, Hong knew what to do this time. Yi Chun pulled the hunting team members in the camp to watch the women's rope and stone throwing competition together. He also told the hunting team to pay close attention and that he would select some capable women to join the hunting team again this time. If you don't want the hunting team's combat effectiveness to decline, then everyone should take a good look and let powerful people join the hunting team. Following Yi Chun's arrangements, Shi also led the hunting team to observe carefully. The first thing was to aim carefully. If they couldn't even touch the edge of the target, then their progress after training would be very slow. Then it depends on the posture. The rope stone throwing is about great strength to create miracles. As long as you throw it far enough, it can be considered. Soon all the women had finished their presentations, and Yi Chun looked at the hunting team members who were still whispering. Finally, with Shi's unanimous opinion, Shi strode out and pointed at several women in front of Yi Chun, indicating that he thought their rope and stone throwing skills were good and they could join the hunting team. There were a total of 7 women, all of whom were new members of the tribe. At this moment, they stood up with a confused look on their faces, looking at Yi Chun, not knowing what to do. The main reason was the language barrier. Yi Chun's speech had to be translated by Pan, which always gave Yi Chun a headache. But there is no time for Yi Chun to teach them to speak slowly now, so he can only make do with this for now, using the translation of the plate and some hand gestures to communicate simply. The 7 women nodded as if they understood, then followed Shi and officially joined the hunting team. The Han tribe currently does not have any rituals. What they emphasize is simplicity and clarity. After letting Shi take these 7 women for training, Yi Chun no longer let the remaining women practice rope stone throwing. Instead, it was time to start a new task, which was to create a complete set of equipment for the new warriors joining the hunting team. As of just now, including Shi and Wu from the Tree tribe, the hunting team now has a total of 9 new members, and the total number of hunting team members has reached 21. According to Yi Chun's idea, the hunting team can be divided into 2 teams. One team will go hunting, and the other team will be responsible for protecting the safety of the tribe. When something major happens, the 2 teams can immediately join together. At that time, the hunting team of more than 20 people will be able to scare many people with its momentum alone. Thinking that his tribe already had 21 people, Yi Chun began to get excited, and what he had to do now was to quickly make the equipment needed by the hunting team. The first is armor and wooden shields. It is with these 2 things that the Han tribe can shine in this cold festival and bring everyone back safely. At the same time, Yi Chun also began to plan to select 2 more women to be responsible for organizing and maintaining the hunting team's equipment. One of them would help polish weapons such as stone axes and bone knives. In this way, the members of the hunting team only need to focus on intensifying their practice, and the more time-consuming task of weapon polishing will be directly assigned to a dedicated person. In this way, The hunting team's rest time and training time can be greatly increased. In addition, now that the tribe has salt tree leaves, the training intensity can also be increased. In the past, due to the lack of salt and sugar, Yi Chun was afraid that the high-intensity training would cause the bodies of the hunting team members to be unable to bear it. But now that the salt supply can be guaranteed, the training can officially begin. Soon, under Yi Chun's arrangement, 10 women followed Yun and specialized in weaving armor and wooden shields, forming a professional job. At the same time, Chiu also led the 2 women to start polishing the weapons. This work was slightly simpler, but it was more time-consuming. Yi Chun also told Chiu that after he trained the 2 of them, he should go and polish Hu's stone axe. Hu used the stone axe to cut meat every day, and the axe was severely worn out. Chapter 165, The First Ambush. After arranging the affairs of the hunting teams, Yi Chun looked at the gray sky and the empty forest in the distance with some worry. Jia and his 4 companions had been out for half a day and had not returned yet. Yi Chun was a little worried, as he didn't know if something had happened. Yi Chun might never have imagined that the distance from here to the Black Demon Tribe would normally take a whole day to walk. Under Ku's leadership, the 3 of them arrived in just half a day and found a good position to observe from a distance. Although the 4 of them had sore feet from walking all the way, Jia felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he become familiar with the distance between the 2 tribes, he also learned some basic information about the other tribe, including the conditions of the Black Demon Tribe's caves and camps, as well as their disgusting atrocities. Jia was still stretching his neck to observe carefully, but Yu next to him was not just observing the situation of the Black Demon Tribe. Looking at the gray sky above his head, it felt like it was about to rain. In addition, they had been out for quite some time, and the sky was gradually getting dark, so Yu made a move to urge the 3 of them to hurry back. Finally, under Yu's constant urging, Jia turned around and left with reluctance on his face, walking down the mountain under the protection of the 3 people. Along the way, Jia always kept Yi Chun's instructions in mind, and he was thinking in his heart that he must learn as much as possible about the situation of the Black Demon Tribe so that he could better complete the task. Whether it is the subsequent attack on the Black Demon Tribe or the ambush of the Black Demon Tribe, it can serve as a good reference. Sure. The 4 of them were rushing towards the foot of the mountain when they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from not far away. The 4 of them all had extensive experience in hunting in the wild. Following Yu's signal, they immediately found a place to hide and quietly observed the movements not far away. Soon the sound was getting closer and closer, and the 4 of them held their breath and tightened their weapons. Hiliwala. Hiliwala. As the footsteps got closer, the 4 of them could clearly hear someone talking and felt that there was quite a commotion. As they got closer, the 4 finally saw that they were actually hunting team members from the Black Demon Tribe. They were carrying several captives and talking and laughing along the way. Seeing this scene, the 4 people were also stunned. There were a total of 7 Black Demon Warriors in this team. 4 of them were carrying a prisoner each, and their hands and feet were tied with ropes, looking unable to move. Needless to say, this must be the Black Demon Warrior's harvest today. He successfully attacked another tribe from somewhere and captured the people from the other tribe. The 4 captives being carried at this moment also had some wounds on their bodies. They looked at the Black Demon Warriors under them with red eyes and gnashed teeth. The 4 of them looked at the scene at this moment, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. After all, the 4 of them did not dare to act rashly in this situation. Fortunately, the 4 of them hid well and were not discovered by the approaching Black Demon Warrior. At this moment, the 7 of them were still happily walking and chatting. In the end, Yu put the bow in his hand on the bow and made a gesture as if ready to attack, while looking at Jia and the other 3 people not far away. After clearly seeing the 3 of them nod at him, Yu took a deep breath. Kill. Call out. With Yu's shout, the arrow was shot out at high speed. Because the distance was not far, it immediately hit a Black Demon Warrior. Kill. As Yu's bow, an arrow flew out. The hidden warehouse also exploded instantly and ran towards the 2 nearest Black Demon Warriors, while the weapons in his hands also quickly followed. The 7 people who were laughing and talking just now were stunned at this moment. They were almost at the gate of their tribe, but they were attacked. This was a situation they had never encountered before. You have to know that they have always been out hunting other good creatures. The area around the Black Demon Tribe has always been a restricted area for nearby tribes, and they dare not get close at all. Normally, even if a tribe accidentally came here while hunting, they would immediately turn around and leave after seeing the situation clearly, without any hesitation at all. As a result, the people of the Black Demon tribe developed a habit of being very safe near the tribal camp. Chapter 166. Rushing to make leather shoes. Yun, lead everyone to speed up and quickly make more leather shoes. Yichen came to Yun again and asked Yun to make armor and wooden shield for the 9 new members of the hunting team first, and then make the rest later. This is when the advantage of strength in numbers comes into play. Among the 10 women Yun brought with her, there were women who were already more skilled, as well as new women who had joined. Inspired by Yichen's approach, Yun also adopted the method of old women teaching new women, letting 2 skilled women teach the new women how to weave bark ropes first. Then he brought 2 skilled women to make armor and wooden shields. With 7 people weaving bark ropes, the number increased suddenly. The bark ropes needed for weaving armor and wooden shields were also woven quickly, and then everyone was led to weave together, allowing the newly joined women to learn while weaving. This greatly improved efficiency. 11 people worked together to weave armor for 9 people in half a day. Seeing that the 9 suits of armor were ready, Yin asked everyone to pay attention, and he began to check them. And it is what the tribal hunting team warriors will wear when going out to fight. After this trip to Longjia, Yin is also very aware of the dangers in the wild. I had never left the tribal camp for a long distance before. I only knew that there were dangers outside, but I didn't know where the dangers were. After going out this time, I knew it completely. So Yin didn't care about being careless at all. He carefully checked each piece of armor, fearing that there was any place that was tied too tightly. These armors are made of ropes and branches wrapped around each other. Densely packed finger-thick branches tied together with ropes can also resist some damage. With the addition of such woven wooden shields, the hunting team's safety and danger can be greatly increased. Seeing Yun following his example and arranging the women properly, Yi-chan was very satisfied. Seeing that the armor had been completed, he stopped Yun's arrangements. Instead, he asked Yun to assign some manpower to make the leather shoes, leaving only 3 people to make the wooden shields. After all, a wooden shield requires much less rope and branches than armor, so it doesn't require so many people to make a wooden shield together. Instead, they freed up some manpower and added 5 more people to quickly make the leather shoes. The weather is so cold now, and it looks like it's going to rain at any moment. Most of the new members of the tribe are still barefoot. If they continue like this, they might catch a cold. Yichen is very concerned about his people. After all, a cold at this time can be considered a serious illness, and Yichen dare not be careless. Yin nodded after receiving the instructions and immediately organized everyone to weave leather shoes. At the same time, he asked Chiu to bring the sharpened stone axe to cut animal skins to make leather shoes. The women, who were a little puzzled at first, immediately became excited when they learned that the leather shoes were being made for them to wear. Ever since they arrived at the tribal camp and discovered that everyone had a pair of leather shoes, their envious gazes never stopped. Although I don't know what these leather shoes feel like when worn on the feet, they seem to give people a warm feeling and must feel good when worn on the feet. All of a sudden, the women's enthusiasm was completely ignited. They no longer needed anyone to supervise or mobilize them, and they just did whatever they were told to do. Yichen was also a little tempted by watching this scene. He rolled his eyes and told Yin that the leather shoes should be given priority to these women. There is no doubt that this news immediately made everyone even more excited as soon as it was released. The newly joined women suddenly felt as if they were in another world. A few days ago, everyone was still worrying about having enough to eat, but suddenly everyone began to pursue a better life. For example, they changed into complete and warm animal skins, washed off the dirt on their bodies, and most importantly, they no longer had to worry about being hungry. Besides, everyone began to yearn for it, yearning to wear those leather shoes that looked comfortable and warm, and yearning to live in that magical house and no longer have to endure the cold wind. While Yun was leading the women busy working, Yichen couldn't help but look at the forest outside the camp again, and the worry on his face became more and more intense. Chapter 167. Boy Zhao Yi. After looking at the forest outside the camp for a while, and finding that there was still no sound, Yi-chan immediately shook his head violently and threw away the negative emotions in his heart. He turned his head and looked at the little boy next to Yun, who was hiding beside Yun and watching Yun making leather shoes with great interest. This little boy was the one Yi-chan exchanged for 2 pottery jars at the Cold Festival. He cried loudly at the scene, but still followed Yi-chan back to the Han tribe obediently. Although the little boy cried loudly, he was still relatively clear-headed. After the transaction, he was immediately changed into clean and warm animal skins, and then given a bowl of steaming broth. With Yun, gentle little sister, taking care of him, the little boy chose to follow Yun obediently, although he cried from time to time along the way. After returning to the Han tribe, the little boy gradually adapted to the situation under Yun's care. However, due to language barriers and unfamiliarity with the situation, the little boy just followed Yun. No matter where Yun was or what she was doing, the little boy always followed her closely. Even if Yun asked him to play around by himself, he would just shake his head to indicate that he was only following Yun. Yun also knew that the little boy would be afraid of the unfamiliar environment after leaving the tribe at such a young age. Feeling sorry for him as a child and unable to communicate, he let him follow behind him. After Yi-chan came back, he was busy and had no time to see the little boy, so he just asked Yun Shangxin to take care of him first. After all, Yun was very good at taking care of people. Now, taking advantage of this breathing time, Yi-chan finally has time to come and see the little boy he had exchanged back. Even though Yi-chan ignored the little boy after the exchange, in fact, Yi-chan cared about him very much. Although this little boy often cries, he gives people a very smart feeling. In addition, he has recovered after returning to the tribe these 2 days, and he looks pretty good. The reason why Yi-chan valued this little boy was very simple. That is, he was neither too old nor too young, probably about 7 or 8 years old. He is too young, and Yi-chan cannot teach him anything for the time being, so he can only let him grow up slowly in the tribe. But since he was too old, he had to join a hunting team, and it was not a good idea for him to stay in the camp as a whole. The current situation is just right. Yi-chan can keep him by his side and teach him for 2 years, shaping his thoughts and behaviors. Then let him join the hunting team. In this way, as the little boy's knowledge and quality are improved, it is also an opportunity for comprehensive improvement for the hunting team. Yun, what's the name of this little boy? Yun, who was busy, heard Yi-chan's question and immediately turned to look at the little boy beside him, smiling helplessly. I don't know his name, so I just call him. Listening to Yun's answer, Yi-chan was a little amused. This name was too casually chosen. That won't do. From now on, I'll call you Zhao Yi. Zai. Hearing this awkward name, Yun was also a little stunned. What's the point of giving it this name? Anyway, as long as he knows that I'm calling him, it's fine, right? In the past, because there were few people in the tribe, everyone could just choose a one-character name, and everyone could remember it quickly. But that's no longer possible. There are already 70 or 80 people in the tribe. If everyone uses the same character, then many of the pronunciations will be even more obscure. It was at this time that Yi-chan suddenly remembered that he had traveled through time and space, so he could just use the 100 family surnames to name them. After staying in the primitive world for a long time, his thinking and ideas were somewhat affected. Fortunately, Yi-chan came to his senses and directly gave him the name Zhao Yi. From now on, you will be called Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is you. Ignoring Yun's misunderstanding, Yi-chan directly gestured to the little boy who was looking at him innocently with wide eyes. Moreover, Yi-chan's movements and voices were relatively loud in order to convey this message. From now on, the little boy in the tribe will be named Zhao Yi. People have a strong ability to adapt. As long as you call him Zhao Yi every day, it won't take long for him to get used to his new identity. Chapter 168, Updating Equipment. After finishing directing the work for the women, Yi-chan came to the hunting team again. Shur was also somewhat absent-mindedly directing everyone's training. Yi-chan also knew that Shur was worried about Jie and the other 4, so he didn't say much and just handed the thing in his hand to Shur. Chief, what is this? Looking at the thing in his hand, Shur was a little surprised. The shape of this thing was exactly the same as the wooden shield everyone had in their hands now, but it was a lot larger overall. The wooden shield that was first made was only 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. It was light when tied to the left hand and was also effective in blocking the opponent's attacks. However, this trip to Lungjia made Yi-chan clearly feel that the current wooden shield was too small. It was not enough to resist the spear-like weapons thrown from hell. So when he came back this time, Yi-chan quickly asked Yin to lead the women to make a new wooden shield. This time the wooden shield was twice as large. It is 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, and you can clearly feel that it is a bit heavy when holding in your hand. These are the 4 we hurriedly made. Let the close combat ones use them first. Give the old wooden shields to Shi and Wu and the others so they can get used to them first. Taking the new wooden shield in his hand and weighing it, Shur could clearly feel the increase in weight. He nodded and asked Pan and Huang to put it on. But Shur deliberately left one piece, intending to give it to Tsang when he came back. After all, Song's strength was obvious to everyone, and his combat power was the strongest in the tribe. Just thinking that Song, Jie, and the other three had not returned yet, Shi felt a little depressed. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. Yichen also knew what Shi was thinking, so he quickly told Shi his idea, which was to wait for a while. If he hadn't come back by dark, then go out and look for him. But Yichen had no way to deal with this situation. The person in the tribe who was most familiar with the route to the Black Demon tribe was Ku, and now he was following Jie all the way out. If he hadn't returned by dark, there would be no one in the tribe who knew the way. There were 4 Black Demon warrior captives, but there was no way for them to communicate. The person who could communicate with the 4 prisoners was Ku. Now that Ku has left, who can communicate with him? Thinking of this, Yichen also had a headache about the language communication problem in the primitive world. The inability to communicate was the biggest obstacle to progress. Okay, let's all rest. Eat first, and if they don't come back, go out and look for them. After a little thought, Yichen made arrangements for everyone to rest and recover their strength, as they might really have to go out soon. However, Shi and Wu, as well as the 7 new women who joined the hunting team, were all wearing armor at this moment, looking at the armor with happy faces. Although the training is hard, everyone can accept it when they think about being able to protect the safety of the tribe. Yichen also made special arrangements for the training of the hunting team. The newly joined Shi, Wu, and the newly joined women all practiced rope and stone throwing first. The slingshot mainly needs to be loaded with stones, which is a bit inconvenient in the wild because it takes time to load. Compared with the rope stone, it is much more convenient. Each rope stone is already packed in a pocket, and you just need to take it in your hand and start waving it. Dinner ended in a dull mood. Firstly, the women were a little tired. They had not rested all day and had been busy all the time. The women's hard work has paid off. Half of the people in the tribe have already put on leather shoes, and everyone is very satisfied feeling the warmth on their faces. For those who still didn't have leather shoes, Yichen told everyone not to worry, as everyone would have leather shoes to wear tomorrow. There's someone in the forest. At this moment, Yichen was also discussing with Shi how to arrange the hunting team, because they were looking for people aimlessly, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. According to Yichen's idea, they would divide the team into 2 groups and go out to search separately. If they couldn't find the item, they would come back quickly. At this moment, the hunting team heard the woman on duty in the watchtower start to scream, and they were shocked. They immediately picked up their weapons and ran to the wall, ready for battle. Yichen also picked up the rope stone, ran to the edge of the wall, and stretched his neck to observe. He could vaguely see a fire in the forest, flickering and slowly approaching. Chapter 169, Jaw-dropping news. It's getting closer to us. Everyone in the hunting team was ready to attack. Shi squinted his eyes and observed for a while before looking at Yichen and speaking. Listening to Shi's words, Yichen knew that this was not the time to talk too much. He had to be prepared for the attack, otherwise he would not be able to react once the other party got close. Although Yichen thought that Jie and others must have returned, he was also afraid that the Black Demon tribe was attacking again. After all, it is dark now, and the condition of the forest is unclear, so we cannot rely on subjective ideas to judge. At this time, I can only follow the most primitive law of the dark forest. As long as I think you are a threat to me, I will have to strike first. Prepare. Gritting his teeth, Yichen gave the order to prepare for the attack. Chief, it's us. He was walking happily towards the tribe when he suddenly heard Yichen's voice coming from the camp. He shouted, "Get ready," and Yu reacted immediately. Stop. Hearing Yu's voice, Yichen and Shi shouted in unison and saw joy in each other's eyes. Come over here, slowly. Let me see you clearly. Although Yichen was very happy to hear Yu's voice, he still remained cautious enough not to joke with the lives of the tribesmen. Looking at the figure opposite, he obeyed his command and slowly walked out of the woods. But Yichen immediately found something suspicious. I only sent out 4 people, Jieku, Song, and Yu, but why are there so many more people I see now? What's going on? Didn't you go out as a group of 4? Hearing Yichen's question, Yu was also stunned and immediately realized what was the problem that made him suspected when he returned to the tribe. Chief, can I come over first? I'll explain it to you. Yu immediately signaled everyone to stay where they were, while he slowly walked towards the wall. Come here. You're alone. Hearing Yu's familiar voice, Yichen was also a little confused. It didn't look like he was captured by the Black Demon warrior, otherwise it would be impossible for him to communicate with him so fluently. But Yichen still did not let his guard down. He continued to ask everyone to prepare for the attack, while he stared at the black shadow in front of him. Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief after he could see the other person clearly with the help of the firelight on Yu's hand. At least the other person was really Yu, not someone pretending to be Yu. Come here quickly and explain to me what's going on. Chief, listen to me. Looking at the people standing behind the wall, all of whom were members of the hunting team, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least he would not be in danger of being accidentally injured. So he took a breath and quickly explained in a few simple words what had happened to him and the others, trying to get back to the camp as soon as possible. The four of them had a meal today and then went out. In order to complete the task assigned by Yichun, the four of them were busy moving around in the forest until they encountered a small group of black demon warriors returning from hunting. They successfully eliminated the enemy after a sneak attack. Only then did he take the four people who were captured by the black demon warriors and set out on the journey back to the tribal camp. He did not stop along the way and only returned after dark. This is all thanks to this guy Jia, who is really good at finding the way. Even when it was dark, he still did not lead us astray, and we returned to the camp safely. Yichun was very surprised to hear the information he got from Yu's short words. The task I assigned myself was to find out the situation of the Black Demon tribe. The most important thing was to find the way so that I could set up an ambush when the time came. Who would have thought that so many things would happen just by these four people going there? Okay, let them come over. After understanding the situation, Yichun quickly came to his senses and asked General Yu to bring the people behind him over quickly. Soon, Jiet, Song, and Ku, who had gone out with Yu, appeared in front of everyone. Although their faces looked haggard and there was blood on their bodies, they had no wounds. At the same time, the four captives that you had mentioned appeared in front of everyone. One man and three women walked in with helpless expressions, and they looked at a loss as they were stared at by the people in the camp. Chapter 170. Why run? Okay, everyone disperse. Seeing Jia and the other four people return successfully and bring Yichun an unexpected surprise, Yichun was also very excited. After letting everyone leave, Yichun asked Hu to quickly cook 2 pots of broth. After all, it seemed that the 8 people were very hungry and must have good appetites. While the broth was cooking, Yichun continued to ask questions. First of all, Jia has completely figured out the route of the Black Demon tribe and can attack at any time. Seeing Jia patting his chest to assure himself, before Yichun could express his opinion, Yu quickly praised Jia, saying that not only could he prepare perfectly and lead everyone there during the day, but there would be no problem at night either. If Jia hadn't remembered the route accurately this time, the 8 of them wouldn't have known when they would be able to return to the camp. After listening to Yu's words, Yichun was indeed a little shocked. The difficulty of finding the way during the day and finding the way at night are not at the same level at all. At night, due to obstructed vision, it is very likely that you will take the wrong road. In addition, since we were traveling through the forest, most of the roads looked similar, but if you took a wrong turn once, you would have no idea where you were. Then came the part about the sneak attack that Yichun wanted to know the most. Yichun really didn't expect that after all his repeated warnings, he would eventually encounter the Black Demon Warrior. Fortunately, although there were 7 people on the other side this time, 4 of them were carrying prisoners and were in a state of being ambushed. Yu and Song each killed a Black Demon Warrior with 1 blow. The opponent suddenly became panicked, threw the prisoners on their shoulders to the ground, and prepared to counterattack. But at this time, the rope stones of Jia and Ku also flew over and injured the 2 of them on the spot. At the same time, the second attack of Yu and Song also came. In this way, the 4 people sneak attacked directly and successfully killed 7 opponents and rescued the captured 1 man and 3 women. Communication is also a problem, but fortunately Song can speak a few words of Mandarin, otherwise how can he communicate with his little follower? The women who came back from the cold festival would follow Song all the time after returning to the camp. As long as he was not out hunting or other activities, the women would follow him. Of course, this is also under the premise of not delaying the work of the camp. Yichun has arranged work for everyone. If they do nothing and just follow behind Song, Yichun will definitely not agree. Song danced and gestured with the rescued man for a while, then brought him back to the camp. Of course, once we return to the camp, the warehouse mission is over, and now it's up to Pan. After all, communication is much smoother after Pan. As Pan communicated with him, Yichun learned that the man and 3 women had experienced the same thing as Huang, Zhe, and others at the beginning. Their tribal camp was also discovered by the Black Demon Warriors. Then the camp was accidentally breached by the Black Demon Warriors, and 4 people, 1 man and 3 women, were captured. The rest of the tribesmen were either killed or disappeared. This black demon tribe must be eradicated. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Listening to the atrocities of the black demon tribe, Yichun was also a little angry. Although Yichun also knew that violence was needed for the development of the tribe, this kind of simple plundering and killing was something Yichun could not accept. All right, the broth is here. Let them fill their bellies quickly. Hearing who's shouting that the broth was ready, Yichun quickly asked the 8 people to drink the broth first. Jia, Ku, and the other 2 were quick to act. They immediately stood up and walked toward the stove. They didn't care whether it was hot or not. They blew on the tea twice and started drinking. The rescued man and 3 women stood there in a daze. The 4 of them looked at each other, and then the man started talking incoherently. Chief, he said, why don't we tie them up? Aren't they afraid they'll run away? Hearing this question, Yichun just laughed speechlessly. Why are you running? Why would I tie you up? You tell them. Stay here for a day and they'll know. I didn't tie them up because I didn't want to, and they didn't run away because they didn't want to. Chapter 171, First Lesson. Okay, stop talking and let them drink. Looking at the 4 people who were rescued and listening to Pan's translation, the man also translated it to the 3 women in his own tribal language. The 4 of them were silent after hearing this answer. They had never expected that they would encounter such a magical tribe. All right, everyone, hurry into the cave. I'm going to give you a lecture today. Seeing that the 4 people's attention had been successfully diverted by the broth, Yichun no longer paid attention to it and just left the plate to accompany them. The rest were all chased into the cave by Yichun. Yichun no longer waited and started teaching everyone from tonight to unify everyone's language first. Now, except for the initial 30 or so people who can communicate normally, the languages of all the other tribes who have exchanged or joined in are all very strange. In the 2 days after returning to the tribe, what Yichun felt most uncomfortable about was the need to communicate, as most people were talking at cross purposes. Under such circumstances, the overall development efficiency of the tribe is very slow. After all, every work adjustment requires everyone to communicate for a long time before the other party nods, as if they understand. Problems often arise like this. I think you understand what I mean, and you think you understand what I mean, but when we take action, we find that there's a complete difference. Originally, Yichun planned to take a break for the next 2 days and focus his main energy on counterattacking the Black Demon tribe. But looking at the current state of the tribe, Yichun really couldn't wait any longer. So Yichun took advantage of the fact that everyone was full but not sleepy yet and asked everyone to study. Of course, Yichun did not expect everyone to learn everything at once. He prepared 3 words tonight so that everyone could master them. Everyone tell me. Kalaipot. As he spoke, Yichun raised the pottery jar in his hand and motioned everyone to say it after him, while also understanding that the 2 words pottery jar referred to this thing. Next, the clay bowl. Then, Yichun picked up the pottery bowl again and asked everyone to read it after him according to the same method. Last one, eat. This is a bit difficult. After all, eating is a verb, and there is no special item to demonstrate it. However, Yichun thought quickly and immediately made the action of taking the ceramic bowl to drink the broth. At this moment, the 5 people outside the cave, including Pan and the 1 man and 3 women who were brought back, were drinking from their ceramic bowls with relish. The 4 of them also liked the broth very much. Seeing that the 4 of them were still savoring the drink after finishing it, Pan smiled and served them another bowl. The 4 of them immediately continued to drink it in ecstasy. At this moment, the 4 of them suddenly understood why Pan had just said that they would not be tied up and they would not run away on their own. Yes, why would I run away? There's so many people here, and there is such delicious broth, and all these weird things, it's so fascinating. The 4 people, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were sitting on the ground, holding their stomachs and savoring the taste of the broth, when they suddenly heard a sound coming from the cave. Pan did not refuse this, and directly led the 4 people into the cave. Of course, the 4 people did not have any weapons at the moment. With so many people in the cave, would they be afraid of the 4 of them? He watched as the 4 people, led by Pan, tiptoed in and stretched their necks to look at Yichun at the entrance of the cave. Yichun just smiled slightly at this, gestured to the 4 people to sit in the back, and then continued to lead everyone in reading. Okay, come on, what is this? Song from the hunting team was looking at Yichun's finger pointing at him. The panic on his face was visible to the naked eye, and his eyes began to wander left and right. Tower tank. Say it again. Seeing that Song couldn't even pronounce the word pottery jar correctly, Yichen suddenly felt a surge of anger rising to his head. Song is an elder of the tribe. He has witnessed the development of the tribe and was one of the first people to come into contact with pottery. However, he did not expect that he did not know the correct pronunciation of the pottery jar. "Give me your hand." Looking at Yi Chen's angry expression, Song could only stretch out his right hand like a primary school student. Bang! Yi Chen simply hit the cave hard with the wooden stick in his hand. The sound was so clear that everyone in the cave heard it. Chapter 172 Warning Education. Even Song, who was already prepared, cried out in pain and quickly pulled back his right hand. The expression on his face was so funny that people couldn't help laughing. It's a pity that no one at the scene wanted to laugh, and some people couldn't even laugh at all. The impression Yi Chen gave everyone from this beating of the stick was that he was ruthless and impartial. Anyone who pronounced something incorrectly would definitely be beaten. Even Lian Song, the best warrior in the hunting team, was beaten. How could they possibly escape? So the tribesmen who were a little careless at first immediately sat up straight, stared at the pottery jar in Yi Chen's hand, and began to study attentively. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with the result. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to let Song Lai set a positive example. The status of the Songzai tribe was also very high, and they'd been in contact with pottery for a long time. At the beginning, the kiln by the river was guarded by Songzai people. It turned out that Song was a complete blockhead. I had said the same thing to him countless times all day long, but he didn't even know the correct pronunciation. In order to establish the seriousness of the class, Yi Chen had no choice but to use Song as a negative example. The main reason is that Yi Chen is still very confident in his status in the tribe. He knows that no matter how reckless Song is, he will not dare to talk back to him. So what happened was that Yi Chen hit Song with a stick in front of everyone. The positive effects brought about by this are still very good. At this moment, everyone started to take it seriously. After all, the feeling of being hit by a wooden stick as thick as a finger is not a pleasant feeling. Even the 5 people sitting at the back who had just entered were frightened and immediately began to study attentively. At this moment, some people began to miss the job of watching in the watchtower. Although it was a little cold, they would not be dominated by the fear of learning. "Come here, what is this?" "Pottery jar." "Come here, what is this?" "Ceramic bowl." "What does it mean that you come?" "Have a meal." Soon, under the influence of Song, the negative example, Yi Chen randomly checked several tribesmen again, and everyone quickly mastered the 3 necessary pronunciations for tonight. At present, Yi Chen is mainly focusing on pronunciation. Whether it can be understood or not is not important for the time being. Everyone will gradually understand it in the future life. Moreover, knowledge is used to serve life. Some common sense in life should be memorized first, and then you will naturally understand it slowly. Okay, that's all for today's study. Come back tomorrow night. Everyone was glad that today's study was over, but as soon as Yi Chen's last words came out, everyone immediately started wailing. Stop howling. Go to sleep." Seeing everyone looking dejected, Yi Chen quickly asked everyone to rest. The bricks fired in the past 2 days have not been used to build houses, but have been piled aside. Currently, the tribe's main way of rest is still in animal skin tents. It's not that they are unwilling to use it to build houses, but they currently don't have the energy to find snail shells. If there are no snail shells to burn lime, the houses will not be built firmly. Soon, the night passed, and Yi Chen fell asleep amid everyone snoring. As for the 1 man and 3 women who were brought back, Yi Chen asked Chiu to bring people to temporarily build a tent for them, so that they could stay there for the time being. The members of the Han tribe fell into a peaceful sleep, but the flower-armed chief of the Black Demon tribe on the other side was in a very bad state. The team he sent out to attack that mysterious tribe hasn't returned for 3 days, and there has been no news from the other team he sent out yesterday. This result made Chief Flower-Armed increasingly uneasy, and the anxiety in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. This only made life difficult for the female captives in the tribal camp. The frequency of abuse became higher and higher, and they were sometimes even tortured to death on the spot. Similarly, there were 3 people who escaped back at that time. 2 of them led the team to the Han tribe again, while the remaining 1 continued to stay in the camp. With no news for the past 2 days, Chief Flower-Armed looked at the men who stayed behind in the camp with increasingly cold eyes, which made the men feel uneasy. Feeling that he might not have a good outcome, the man who stayed behind began to think about it. After all, survival is the instinct of all living things. Chapter 173 Be Prepared. The next morning, Yi Chen specifically asked Hong Tian to wake him up at dawn. At present, the tribe had no concept of time, and only manpower could wake him up. As soon as the sun rose, Yi Chen got up quickly after being woken up by Hong, and all the members of the hunting team also got up and hurried to catch the piranhas and cook breakfast. Looking at the increasingly gloomy sky, Yi Chen knew in his heart that the early winter rain was coming, and this rain meant that winter had completely arrived. Just looking at the busy crowd in the camp, Yi Chen knew clearly that his tribe was not yet prepared, especially in terms of food reserves. The meat brought back from Lungjia has been almost eaten. In the past 2 days, Yi Chen has asked the hunting team to catch as many piranhas as possible. Use fish meat to make broth, and then add a small amount of animal skin strips into it to fill everyone's stomach. But this is not a long-term solution. After Lungjia came back, Yi Chen has been busy dealing with the Black Demon tribe, and the affairs of tribal construction have not started. Even the most needed task of building houses was not taken care of by Yi Chen. He just asked Nu to lead more women to continue firing bricks and tiles, as well as pottery pots and bowls. Now that the population has suddenly doubled, the demand for clay pots and bowls is also very great. So, it has been very hard these 2 days. They not only had to pay attention to the situation in the kiln at all times, but also had to use gestures to teach the new women how to make pottery. At the same time, Yun and Xiao were also leading the women in their own busy work. Although it was hard work, there were still gains. At least now, there are enough clay pots and bowls, and what remains is a large number of fired bricks, but the snail shells for making lime have not been found. The main reason was that Yi Chen was afraid of encountering black demon warriors or hunting teams from other tribes in the forest, so he temporarily did not let his tribesmen go into the forest. Soon, more than 10 people from the hunting team came back, each carrying a giant piranha more than 1 meter long, and threw it to who was already prepared, who immediately took his men to start working. Everyone, hurry up and pack up. After dinner, we're going to attack the Black Demon tribe. While the hunting team was resting, Yi Chen expressed his thoughts, which surprised everyone. Although everyone knew that the busy period was to resist the Black Demon warriors, no one expected the counterattack to be so swift. You try this bow and arrow. As he spoke, Yi Chen handed the fishbone arrowhead that Sang and Hua had hurriedly made yesterday to you. You took it with wide eyes, and then Sang and Hua couldn't wait to come over. The 2 men excitedly explained to you the power of the fishbone arrowhead, which made you excited, and he immediately shot an arrow. He grinned at the power of the arrow. He immediately forgot the fatigue from running around all day yesterday, and was just looking forward to encountering another wave of Black Demon warriors so that he could test the power of the fishbone bow and arrow. At the same time, Shur also handed over the new wooden shield that he had specially left for Tsang yesterday, and helped Tsang tie it on his left hand. This new wooden shield was twice as big as the old one and more than twice as heavy, but Tsang couldn't feel any difference in his hand. On the contrary, Tsang felt quite good, and he swung it with great vigor, which made him feel even more powerful. But the 2 of them quickly familiarized themselves with the new weapons while eating. Yi Chen also began to give instructions and asked the 7 women who joined the hunting team yesterday to wear armor. Just when the 7 of them were excited and thought they were going out together, Yi Chen told them to guard the camp well. All 14 members of the hunting team would leave, and only the 7 of them would be left. Of course, Yi Chen knew that this situation was a bit risky, but there was nothing he could do. As long as the problems of the Black Demon tribe cannot be resolved, the life of the tribe will not be stable, let alone subsequent development. Yi Chen was not stupid enough to lead the hunting team to directly attack the camp of the Black Demon tribe today. He just thought that Jie was already familiar with the situation, so he took the hunting team to familiarize himself with it today. If we don't have the chance to attack today, we can just fight guerrilla warfare later. Anyway, the goal is to make the Black Demon tribe feel terrified, instead of them wandering around so unscrupulously. Chapter 174, Discovering Good Things. Set off. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yi Chen checked the weapons in his hands again and waved his hand to signal everyone to set off. Yi Chen had already arranged the affairs of the tribal camp. He asked the 7 women who had just joined the hunting team yesterday to be responsible for patrolling and guarding, and then Nu continued to lead the women to make bricks and tiles. All that remained was to continue their respective work under the leadership of Yun and Xiao. Yi Chen no longer needed to worry about these things at the moment. He only needed to explain his ideas clearly to Yun and Xiao. Soon, the 14 members of the hunting team entered the forest under the leadership of Jie. The forest was particularly cold in early winter, mainly because the branches and leaves along the way were covered with dew. And the dew is very cold, and you can feel it clearly once you touch it. Fortunately, everyone in the hunting team is now wrapped tightly in animal skins. Except for the two new members, Shi and Wu, the rest of the people are wrapped in a layer of linen. Along the way, Yichen did not pick up the animal skins to record the situation along the way, but concentrated on following the troops. Now that he has Jia, an expert in finding the way, Yichen doesn't need to draw a route map. Of course, it's because now is not the time to do that. After defeating the entire Black Demon tribe, Yichen had plenty of time to wander around, and then he could slowly draw a map. There's even time to train Jia and have him draw a map of the surrounding area. No rest. Keep going. After walking for a while, everyone was a little tired. Sure asked Yichen if he wanted to take a rest. Yichen looked at Jia and asked. When he learned that they didn't have far to go, he suggested not to take a rest. But this made Yichen regret it. Jia's walking ability was outstanding, and his movement almost made Yichen collapse. But he had also said that he would not rest, and Yichen was too embarrassed to ask for a rest now, so he could only grit his teeth and continue moving forward. Almost there. Go up here, and you'll see the Black Demon tribe. Yichen, who had been walking with his head down, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Jia's words. There was no other way. Yichen asked everyone not to rest and marched for almost 3 hours. When he reached the second half of the journey, Yichen no longer had the mind to be alert to the surrounding situation. He just wanted to move forward quickly and not hold the team back. Wait a moment. Yichen, who was relieved, looked up casually and immediately asked the hunting team to pause. Yichen himself quickly took a few steps forward. This is good stuff. Looking at the bamboo forests in front of him, Yichen couldn't help but smile, and he finally felt happy in his heart. But he immediately felt depressed again. How could such a large bamboo forest grow near the camp of the Black Demon tribe? If you want to come to the bamboo forest, you will inevitably encounter the Black Demon tribe. Moreover, this place is very close to the Black Demon tribe camp, and the risk factor is also very high. Okay, let's go up and take a look. Seeing this bamboo forest, Yichen thought that if he wanted to occupy it, he must destroy the Black Demon tribe. Otherwise, there will always be danger here. So Yichen immediately became alert and quickly asked Jia to lead the hunting team uphill to find a favorable terrain to observe the situation carefully. Everyone in the hunting team was also a little confused. Why did the chief suddenly become excited after looking at this strange plant for a while? Now, because of the existence of the Black Demon tribe, the Han tribe cannot occupy this bamboo forest for the time being. So Yichen did not say much to the hunting team. But bamboo is very useful. It can be used as raw material for both daily necessities and industrial products. And the most important thing is that bamboo can be eaten. This is its best use. After breaking off the bamboo shoots and cleaning them, you can directly stir-fry them with meat. Just thinking about it makes Yichen start to drool. Thinking of all this, Yichen became more determined to destroy the Black Demon tribe, and he also asked the hunting team to speed up and look for opportunities. This is it. Jia saw the mark he had left on a tree trunk and immediately told everyone to bend down and hide, then walked carefully towards the tree. This is the place with the best view chosen by Jia. It is very convenient for observing the Black Demon tribe. Of course, you have to be careful not to be discovered by the people of the Black Demon tribe. Chapter 175, The Unlucky Tribe. This is too confusing. Yichen, who was hiding under a tree, was stretching his neck to observe the situation in the Black Demon tribe camp opposite. Jia had indeed chosen a good location. It was about 200 meters away from the Black Demon tribe camp in a straight line. As long as he was not discovered, it would be a perfect observation point. I don't know if it's because he no longer has a mobile phone to play with, but Yichen's eyesight is very good now. He can see the other camp clearly even from such a long distance. After Yichen observed it carefully, he couldn't help but sigh at the level of chaos in the Black Demon tribe camp. Of course, the situation inside the cave cannot be seen clearly. What can be seen clearly at present is mainly the situation of the camp outside the cave. I don't know if the Black Demon tribe only regards the cave as its territory and doesn't care about the area outside the cave at all. You can see countless bones and excrement at a glance. Yichen felt physically uncomfortable at first sight, especially since there was some rotten meat thrown directly at the entrance of the cave. Now that the weather has turned cold, there are no more mosquitoes and flies, but the smell cannot be covered up no matter what. However, Yichen and others were too far away to smell the stench, but just looking at the situation, they could imagine the stench coming. There's movement. Everyone, pay attention. Yi Chun, who had been keeping an eye on the Black Demon Tribe camp, suddenly discovered that many Black Demon warriors walked out of the cave, and in the middle there was a man who looked obviously different. Interesting, there's a non-mainstream style now. This tattoo on the arm is really good. Looking at the dozen or so Black Demon warriors who suddenly walked out of the cave, Yi Chun's face turned cold, and he immediately squinted his eyes and began to observe carefully. Until he saw such a unique man in the crowd, Yi Chun couldn't help but admire him. If everyone wasn't in a hostile relationship now, Yi Chun wouldn't be able to help but want to get closer to take a look. Although people don't pay attention to aesthetics nowadays, Yi Chun can clearly feel the wild and primitive atmosphere from the black and white tattooed arms of this man. What are you going to do? On this side, Yi Chun and the hunting team have been observing the every move of the Black Demon Tribe. On the other side, the Black Demon Tribe camp is also filled with a tense atmosphere. Ever since the team he sent out to attack that mysterious tribe 3 days ago, there's been no news from them. There was no news from the hunting team he sent out 2 days ago. The two hunting teams never returned, and Chief Huabi finally felt relieved. As the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, common sense and calculation indicated that it was about to rain, and the nights were also getting colder. If the two hunting teams he sent out could come back, they would have returned long ago. They would not be able to survive in the forest in such cold weather. So the only answer that now appeared before Chief Flowerarm was that the two teams he sent out had died in the current forest. He thought that in order to leave a backup plan 2 days ago, he deliberately did not let the last escaped soldier who stayed in the camp lead the team. Otherwise, he would not even have a guide to attack that magical tribe. In order to allow the second team to find the magical tribe, but not let the last warrior who knew the route leave, Chief Flowerarm asked the remaining warriors to demonstrate to the departing team for a while. I don't know if it was good luck, but although the second team took the wrong path, they unexpectedly found another tribe. So the team that Jie, Song, and the other three successfully ambushed was actually the second team that came to attack their own tribe. It was just because they took the wrong road and attacked another tribe. I don't know who is unlucky in this matter. Is it the Black Demon Tribe that is unlucky, or that unlucky tribe? In this way, under the leadership of the remaining soldiers, Chief Huabi brought the most elite warriors of the entire tribe, nearly 20 people in total, left the cave and headed towards the Han tribe. Chapter 176, Forest Ambush. Here we come. Everyone, hurry down the mountain. Seeing the other party gathering people in the wild and walking out of the cave, Yi Chun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he came at such a good time. But looking at the direction the other party was heading, Yi Chun became a little restless because that was the direction of his own tribe, and there was no need to think that the other party was coming towards him and others. After figuring this out, Yi Chun immediately stood up, asked everyone to get ready, and rushed down the hillside as fast as possible. Jia, where do you think is a good place to ambush? Soon everyone rushed down the hillside and, under Jie's guidance, quickly came to a small hill. At this moment, they could hear the sound of footsteps coming from not far away. The warriors of the Black Demon Tribe had not yet invented items like straw sandals and leather shoes, and they still walked barefoot. In such cold weather, their feet made a dull thud when they walked. Everyone get ready. Follow my instructions. In order to avoid being discovered by the other party, Yi Chun made arrangements immediately after arriving at the scene, asking Tsang, Huang, and the other 4 warriors who had changed into new wooden shields to hide and prepare for close combat. The 3 archers, Yu, Sang, and Hua, went to ambush in a farther place, mainly using bows and arrows for long-range attacks, which could indeed bring out the maximum lethality of bows and arrows. The remaining 6 people plus Yi Chun, a total of 7 people, will each find a place to ambush. At that time, they will mainly use rope stones as the first wave of attack. After throwing the rope stones in their hands, they will react according to the situation. If there is still some distance, continue to attack with the rope stone. If you are close to the Black Demon Warrior, then prepare for close combat. At the same time, Yi Chun also told everyone not to force themselves, and if they couldn't hold on, they should shout out loudly, and he would provide support as a mobile personnel. Ever since the tribe had a special archery team, Yi Chun has never practiced archery again. In order to avoid accidentally hurting his teammates, Yi Chun also chose stone ropes and stone axes as means of attack. In order to prevent Song, Shur, and others from being distracted from taking care of himself, Yi Chun also made it clear that he would not rush forward, but would only command and throw rope stones from behind. This is the only way to allow melee fighters like Shur and Song to charge forward with confidence and fight to the greatest extent possible. After all, this is not a game, and Yichen will not joke about his own life. Soon, everyone found their ambush positions and waited quietly for the arrival of the Black Demon Warriors. At this time, Yichen was squatting calmly, carefully observing the movements around him. Although he could hear footsteps getting closer, the specific situation was still unknown. Perhaps because he had stayed in the primitive tribe for too long, Yichen's mentality had undergone tremendous changes. At the beginning, he only dared to hang around in the tribal camp, but now he dared to walk out of the camp accompanied by the hunting team. Yichen could only run to the side whenever he encountered a battle from the beginning, but now he can calmly wait for the battle to come. Yichen himself was unaware of this huge change, as if he had always been like this. Talp, talp, talp. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Yichen could even hear the breathing of the other Black Demon Warrior. The rustling sound of leaves brought by the shuttle through the forest was also getting closer and closer. Soon, the first Black Demon Warrior appeared in Yichen's sight, but he didn't seem to notice anything. He glanced casually and continued walking forward. The soldiers following behind did not behave unusually. They also glanced around and continued walking, completely unaware that an ambush had been set around them. Seeing that 7 or 8 Black Demon Warriors had appeared in his sight, Yichen couldn't help but tighten the rope stone in his hand, but he still continued to wait. The man with tattoos on his arms has not appeared yet. This is the target Yichen has been waiting for. From his observations on the hillside, just now, Yichen could probably guess that the man with tattoos must be the leader of the Black Demon tribe, so Yichen's target was him. As long as the man with tattoos is killed, the Black Demon tribe will naturally fall into chaos, and the situation will be easier to control. Within a few breaths, the man with tattoos appeared with an indifferent expression, walking in the middle of the team with the same gesture of glancing around as he walked. Kill! Seeing the target appear, Yichen shouted and signaled everyone to start attacking. Chapter 177. Instant Fierce Battle. With Yichen's loud shout, the walking Black Demon Warrior was also startled, followed by a sound that pierced the sky. Puff! 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 3 consecutive fishbone arrows flew at high speed from the corner of the woods and hit 3 people directly. The 3 people who were hit by the arrows opened their eyes wide and looked incredulous. However, the 3 of them were unable to make any subsequent reactions. They just pulled the corners of their mouths unwillingly and then fell straight to the ground. In an instant, everyone was awakened by the tragic situation of the 3 people, but before they could react, another sound of breaking through the air was heard. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 rope stones flew from all directions, making it impossible for the Black Demon Warriors to dodge. They could only quickly take a defensive posture and try to resist the flying attacks. It's a pity that they couldn't see clearly where the rapidly flying rope stone would fly to or who it would hit. They couldn't see any of this clearly, so they could only passively take the beating. Secondly, they had no means of resisting the attack. Apart from a spear in each hand, they had no other items that could withstand this swift attack. The lethality of a rope stone is definitely far less than that of a bow and arrow. If it does not hit the head directly, it will not kill instantly. But the rope stone also has its advantages. That is, once it hits a person, it will cause huge damage, and the person will not be able to recover for a while. Especially the high-speed flying rope stone. Its own weight plus the force of throwing, it is completely beyond the direct resistance of human flesh. Just like that, 7 or 8 Black Demon Warriors fell in an instant. Of course, they did not die on the spot. Only the 3 who were hit by arrows at the beginning died immediately, and the rest were seriously injured. Seeing 7 or 8 of the soldiers around him fall to the ground at once, Chief Flowerarm became panicked and immediately started yelling in an attempt to control the situation. But how could Yichen give him this opportunity? He immediately roared again and ordered Song, Sure, and the other 4 on the first line to charge out. The 4 fully armed men rushed out with weapons in hand, rushed into the crowd, and started fighting. The spear's shortcomings appeared at this time. When fighting in a narrow area in the forest, the spear could neither be thrown nor stretched out for combat. Keep going. Everyone rush in. Seeing the 4 people fighting fiercely in the crowd, Yichen was afraid that they would be exhausted, so he quickly asked Shi, Wu, and other soldiers on the third line who were throwing ropes and stones to rush over to help. You, that man with tattooed arms. Kill him. Taking advantage of this gap, Yichen ran to Yu's position and hurriedly told Yu to keep a close eye on the main target and to keep him here, otherwise there would be trouble later. especially since this flower-armed chief already knew of the existence of his tribe. If he was allowed to leave this time, he would definitely concentrate his forces again to attack the Han tribe. In order to avoid this future trouble, Yi Chun was determined to keep the other party today and directly designated the most important target enemy for you. You also nodded. Without saying anything, he took out a fishbone bow, an arrow, strung a bow, and began to aim. The black demon warriors who were on the road just now were beaten to pieces in an instant and fell to the ground one after another. As the situation suddenly became one-sided, Chief Flower-Armed, after failing to control the situation several times, simply turned around and ran without hesitation, completely ignoring the tribesmen who were still fighting. This sudden change made Yi Chun stunned. He never expected that the chief of the Black Demon tribe would be so decisive and not have a fierce and aggressive character at all. We can't let him get away. Jay! As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, the bow and arrow in Yu's hand flew out at high speed towards the target. Puff! A slight sound was heard, and the flower-armed chief, who was running at full speed, fell directly to the ground without making any sound. Fuck! So fierce. Looking at this scene, Yi Chun couldn't help but swear loudly. Then he turned around and looked at Yu behind him. Although Yu's face was still expressionless, the corners of his mouth were twitching slightly, as if he couldn't suppress the twitching of his mouth at all. Song, go check it out. Following Yi Chun's series of actions, everyone noticed the man with tattoos. While the scene had calmed down, Yi Chun called the nearest warehouse to check the situation. Chapter 178, A Crushing Defeat. The battlefield, which was originally somewhat chaotic, suddenly came to a halt as the man with tattoos fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man with tattoos. The black demon warrior looked incredulous. You know, the chief was invincible in the tribe. Still worried, Yi Chun asked Song, who was nearby, to go over and check to see if the guy was dead or not. Careful. Seeing Song getting closer and closer, Yi Chun, who was a little nervous, couldn't help but remind him. Song paused to show that he received the reminder and continued walking over. Looking at the man with tattoos lying on the ground, Song paused for a moment and then slowly stretched out his hand to push the body of the man with tattoos away so that he could see the man's specific situation clearly. As Song's hand got closer and closer, just when it was about to touch the man with tattooed arms, he saw the tattooed chief, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up sharply, supporting the ground with his left hand, and chopped down quickly with the stone axe in his right hand. The sudden change caught Song off guard, especially when combined with the evil smile of the flower-armed chief, which made Song break out in cold sweats. With a loud shout from the man with tattoos, the stone axe in his hand slashed towards Song's chest. Song had no time to dodge and could only let the stone axe hit his chest. Bang! Just when the man with tattoos was feeling extremely proud, he suddenly heard a strange sound. He looked at the stone axe in his hand and found that it did not cut the opponent's chest as he expected. Instead, it was blocked by the strange thing on the opponent's body. The stone axe paused for a moment when it hit the opponent, and then was cut open by a force. The man with tattoos was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that the thing on the other person's body was so magical that it could withstand his attack. You should know that the armor on Song's body is the best kind. It was specially made by Yi Chun before participating in the Cold Festival. It is different from the armor made 2 days ago. These armors are all made of piranha scales as an outer layer of armor, strung together with ropes and tied horizontally to the armor, so the defense is quite high. Shiho Wu and the 7 women who had just joined the hunting team had their armor hastily made, without this layer of outer armor made of fish scales. Although he was very shocked, the man with tattoos had many years of combat experience after all, and he reacted instantly and prepared to attack again. But at this moment, Song would not give the opponent any chance. He directly used the wooden shield in his left hand to block the opponent's right hand, and the stone axe in his right hand chopped down from top to bottom. Blocking is particularly important in close combat. At this moment, Song was glad that he had armor and a wooden shield to block the opponent's attack, while the opponent had nothing and could only use his left hand to block. But using his hands to block Song's attack was simply a joke. In an instant, the man with tattoos felt a burst of severe pain from his left hand. The pain in his arm was unbearable for the man with tattoos, and he immediately started howling. At the same time, Song's attack did not stop, but he continued to increase his strength and chop down the stone axe. This time, there was nothing to block it. Song's stone axe quickly cut through the chest of the man with tattoos, and then continued to cut down through his stomach. In an instant, blood spurted out and sprayed all over the ground. Forehead. Looking at the scene in front of him, the man with tattoos widened his eyes, looked up at the equipment on Song's body, then looked at the wounds on his body, pulled the corners of his mouth, and finally said nothing and fell to the ground. Wow! Seeing the war god chief in his mind being ripped open by the enemy, the remaining black demon warriors finally collapsed, threw away the spears in their hands, and ran away. The few of them now had no choice at all. They didn't care about the direction and just ran towards where there were fewer people. Kill them all. Don't let any escape. Seeing that the black demon warrior had collapsed, Yi Chun was overjoyed and immediately shouted, asking everyone to keep these people and not let them escape. Now Yi Chun no longer had any idea of leaving anyone alive. After seeing the appearance of the other side's camp and considering the bloodthirsty nature of the black demon tribe, Yi Chun directly gave the order to kill them all. Chapter 179 Ambush at the Cave Entrance. Yi Chun's original purpose of capturing Ku was to understand the situation of the black demon tribe so that he could organize defense and launch a counterattack. But now that the entire Han tribe has become strong, there is no need to capture these bloodthirsty ogres anymore, so that the tribe can remain pure and not be contaminated by these evil things. As for the several black demon warriors captured behind the tribe, Yi Chun had his own ideas. Since he liked to eat it so much, then come and give it to the tribe to try out when the time comes. Yi Chun planned to walk around the area again and pick up anything he thought was edible, and then let these captives eat it and see how it went. It depends on their luck. If they can survive, they can be transformed. If the transformation is successful, they can join the Han tribe. After making up his mind, Yi Chun gave the order to kill them all without hesitation. This action also made Ku, who was standing beside him, tremble all over. At the same time, Shur immediately turned around and looked at Ku. Ku noticed the gaze on him, and his mind started to work at a high speed. Kill. In an instant, Ku made up his mind that he had become accustomed to the life in the Han tribe and never wanted to go back to the past. So he picked up the stone axe in his hand and rushed towards the black demon warrior who was still running wildly. Regardless of whether you can kill the other party or not, you must first show your determination. This is what Ku thought of in an instant. Looking at Ku's movements, Shur and Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and no longer paid too much attention to him. Soon, under the power of bows and stones, the fleeing black demon warriors all fell to the ground, and Yi Chun once again gave the order to finish them off. Looking up at the sky, it was covered with dark clouds, as if it was going to rain at any second. Take a break, then attack again. After gritting his teeth, Yi Chun decided to charge forward and completely destroy the black demon tribe. Otherwise, Yi Chun would always feel uneasy. This time, Ku's move was even more slick. He tore off a piece of animal skin from the black demon warriors and used it to collect all the peppers on their bodies. Yi Chun weighed it in his hand, let Ku hold it in his hand, and looked at the black demon tribe camp with even more fiery eyes. That is the origin of peppers. Yi Chun planned to attack there directly because of this idea, that is, he must go there to see for himself how peppers are grown in the primitive world. After a short rest, the hunting team, led by Ku, arrived near the camp and saw the remaining black demon warriors at the entrance of the cave, wandering around aimlessly with nothing to do. Are you sure? Looking at this scene, Yi Chun whispered to the hunting team soldiers around him. After the previous battle, everyone was in high spirits and nodded decisively. Okay, then it's up to you. As he spoke, Yi Chun signaled you to find his target and shoot an arrow to release the momentum, and then everyone would rush out to throw rope stones, so that they could eliminate the black demon warriors outside the cave in the first wave. According to observation, there are only 5 black demon warriors wandering around outside the cave. They have no weapons in their hands and look completely defenseless. This is a good opportunity to take action. Call out. As you shot an arrow, the black demon warrior farthest from the cave entrance fell down. At the same time, Yi Chun immediately shouted and rushed out with everyone waving rope stones. Wow! Wow! It is still a primitive world. Although bows, arrows, and stone weapons can attack from a distance, it still gives the opponent time to react. Seeing a group of people suddenly rushing out of the forest, the black demon warrior at the entrance of the cave immediately shouted loudly, turned around, and ran into the cave. After a round of stone attacks, 2 lucky black demon warriors successfully ran into the cave and continued to roar in the cave. Soon, the sound of rustling stones and hurried footsteps were heard from the cave. Hurry up and finish off the enemy. Get ready for battle. Listening to the sounds coming from a cave, Yi Chun knew that this was the final battle with a black demon tribe. He had to kill all of them so that Yi Chun could develop with peace of mind. Then, a dwarf dressed in black rushed out with his men. The dwarf looked a bit funny and was bald. Chapter 180 Mysterious Mural. The bald dwarf rushed out of the cave with more than a dozen black demon warriors. Looking at the group of strangers who appeared in front of him, there was no fear in his eyes, but full of fighting spirit. Roar! Holding the spear in his hand, the bald dwarf shouted at Yi Chun and others, and the black demon warrior behind him also responded in the same way. What are you yelling about? Kill! Yi Chun was in no mood to engage in a battle of will with them, so he directly gave the order to attack, and immediately a new volley of arrows and rope stones flew over. Forehead. The bald dwarf who was rushing in the front stared at the arrow on his chest with wide eyes, an incredible expression on his face, and then fell to the ground. Damn, I thought it was so fierce. Looking at the bald dwarf who was shot to death by Yu Yi's arrow before he could even make a move, Yi Chun complained speechlessly. But the black demon warriors behind the bald dwarf were immediately panicked. The battle hasn't even started yet. How could you fall down? I took a closer look. Oh my god, what the hell is this thing? It's so powerful that even this bald dwarf can't withstand it. I think I'd better give up. Once the thought of retreat arises in one's heart, the pace of advancement will become slower and slower, especially when seeing the subsequent flying rope stones knocking the soldiers around him to the ground. Some of them began to have other ideas. They decided to run away while there was still a chance. So, some people immediately threw away their weapons, turned around, and started running away, completely disregarding the lives of their own people. Leave nothing behind. Seeing the situation suddenly become one-sided, Yi Chun gave a decisive order to leave no one alive. At the same time, he also asked Ku and Song to go into the cave to check if there was anyone else inside. This time, Song was smart. He held the wooden shield in his left hand and the stone axe in his right hand tightly, and followed Ku into the cave. Watching the two people walk into the cave, everyone at the cave entrance held their breath and prepared to attack, ready to go in and provide support immediately if anything happened. Someone's here. It's okay. Yi Chun, who was standing at the door, was also confused when he heard the cool shouts from inside. How can anyone be okay? Okay, then come out. For safety reasons, Yi Chun did not let everyone in, but asked Ku and Song to come out. After hearing Yi Chun's instructions, the two hurried out of the cave and reported the situation to Yi Chun with a smile. It turned out that there were indeed people in the cave, but they were not warriors of the Black Demon tribe. There were only tied-up women and several male captives. Oh, there's still prisoners inside. This aroused Yi Chun's curiosity, so he quickly made a few torches and let everyone go in together. As Yi Chun and others walked into the cave holding torches, the dozen or so people tied up in the cave immediately began to shiver and mutter incoherently. It was as if he was praying that the black demons would not torture him anymore. It was also a bit like a curse, cursing all these black demons to die a miserable death. Don't move. Move these prisoners out first. Don't rush to untie the ropes. In order to prevent these captives from causing a disturbance in the cave, Yi Chun asked Song to take people to move all the captives out first, while he himself started to check in the cave. According to Yi Chun's observation, the cave was full of bones and animal skins were piled up randomly. It was obvious that these black demons had lived here for a long time. Thinking that there were some simple murals in the caves of his own tribe, would there be some murals in this cave as well? With this idea in mind, Yi Chun held up a torch and scanned the cave. At this moment, the sky outside the cave was covered with thicker clouds, resulting in no light in the cave at all. The only light source was the torch in Yi Chun's hand. What's this painting? After searching for a while, Yi Chun finally found some patterns on a stone wall in the cave, but the person who painted it was too abstract, or maybe this was the style of the Black Demon tribe. Apart from some stick figures, the rest of the mural was relatively abstract, which made Yi Chun frown and shake his head as he looked at it for a while. Why does it feel familiar? Looking carefully at the patterns on the mural, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart, but he couldn't tell exactly where he felt familiar. Chapter 181. Primordial History. Damn, isn't this the pattern on the giant stone statue? While staring at the pattern on the wall, Yi Chun recalled all the details in his mind, and finally an inspiration came to him. His only source of information about these patterns was the giant stone statue he saw at the Cold Festival, with countless patterns carved on its base. The pattern seen here overlaps with one of the countless patterns on the base of the giant stone statue. Although there are many patterns carved on the base of the giant stone statue, Yichen does not usually have the opportunity to encounter these patterns, so once he encounters them, he immediately feels familiar. Could it be that this so-called Black Demon tribe was once the overlord of Lungjia? Thinking of what he saw and heard in Lungjia, and combining some of his own guesses, Yichen immediately made a preliminary judgment. Then Yichen began to observe carefully again. With some basic information, Yichen immediately became interested in the content on the mural. "Chief, we've all moved out. What's next?" Yichen was a little unhappy that his train of thought was interrupted, but he also knew that the hunting team needed him at the moment, so he issued a series of instructions after a little thought. Let everyone rest for a while, but be alert. At the same time, let Pan communicate with these prisoners to find out where they came from. Let Cool go collect all the chili peppers here. After receiving Yi Chen's instructions, Shi immediately turned around and left the cave and began to give commands as required. "Is this where Lungjia is?" After arranging everything, Yi Chen began to observe the mural again. As he looked more deeply, Yi Chen suddenly understood something on the mural. At first, Yi Chen didn't understand it, but after having the index of the pattern, Yi Chen also looked at it and associated it, and finally determined the content of a mural. That is a huge figure on the mural. At first glance, you have no idea what it is. It is just a long rectangular pattern with a human head on the top. Yi Chen made some associations based on the information he had learned, and finally determined that this might be the grassland in Lungjia, and the pattern was the giant stone statue. If so, then they might really have been the overlords of the Lung Festival. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly felt a shock all over his body, as if he could see the ancient history over there through this mural, a scene of a tribe covered in black being chased. In the end, based on the content on the mural and Yi Chen's own guesses, he had a vague idea. That is, this black demon tribe migrated here for the second time. The first time was in a place with mountains and water, and there were also a lot of people. This can be seen from the number of stick figures on the mural and the various circular and mountain-shaped patterns next to them. I don't know what happened, but the number of people in the entire tribe dropped sharply, and they had to migrate, and finally they came to the grassland in Lungjia. There, the Black Demon tribe once again became the overlord, and the number of stickmen also increased again. Unfortunately, they encountered some situations and had to migrate again. During the third migration, the entire Black Demon tribe settled here and once again became the overlord here. The story of the entire mural ends here, and of course the entire Black Demon tribe also ends. All the Black Demon warriors in the entire cave were wiped out by the Han tribe. Then the story of the mural of the Black Demon tribe would have naturally ended if it weren't for meeting Yi Chen, the crossover plugin. It is possible that the Black Demon tribe will dominate here for a long time, and it is even possible that after resting for a period of time, it will return to Lungjia or its ancestral land again. Forget it, don't dwell on it. History is written by the victors. After being shocked by the contents of the mural for a long time, Yi Chen slowly exhaled and muttered a few words to himself in a rather heavy voice. After shaking his head and sorting out his mood, Yi Chen strode out of the cave again. The light outside the cave made Yi Chen a little uncomfortable, and he squinted his eyes and looked at the people who were resting. "Pan, can you communicate with them? If you can, ask them if they're willing to come with us." After saying that, Yi Chen looked at the hunting team members around him. "Have you had good rest? Let's get ready to go back to the tribe." Chapter 182, Harvesting Population. Starting from the Black Demon tribe camp, Yi Chen asked everyone to rush back to the tribe without rest. It was just dawn when they came out, and now it was almost dark. Everyone had been hungry all day. They had only had a full meal when they left the tribe in the morning. Until now, after they wiped out the Black Demon tribe, they were already starving. It is worth mentioning that Pan was able to barely communicate with these captives of the Black Demon tribe. After learning that they could fill their stomachs by following them, they hurriedly nodded to express their willingness to go. Yi Chen counted them and found that there were 11 captives in total. Of course, these 11 people were lucky enough to survive until the Han tribe came to attack. The other captives were not so lucky. Being a captive in the Black Demon tribe was definitely a life worse than death. During the communication with these captives, Pan also told Yi Chen where the foul smell in the cave came from. The warriors of the Black Demon tribe have no concept of sanitary environment. When the weather gets cold, they just eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in the cave. So, how could the smell in the cave be good? It was just that no one noticed this when they rushed in. After the battle ended, everyone quickly evacuated, and only Yi-chan stayed in the cave to carefully observe the murals. And in the pile of bones outside the cave, there were all kinds of bones, even many human bones. Some of them were witnessed by the captives themselves. Their own women and tribesmen were captured here, first subjected to endless humiliation, then brutally killed and eaten in front of them. Listening to Pan's translation, the members of the hunting team couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. After all, this matter was indeed too brutal. Tell them. If they want, they can join the Han tribe and eat and drink together. As Pan translated, one of the 11 captives suddenly screamed and began to talk incoherently with an incredible look on his face. After hearing what the other person said, Pan immediately responded, and the two of them started chatting while walking. Chief, this man actually saw us during the Cold Festival. Because the Han tribe left a deep impression on everyone at the Lung Festival. When Pan said he was from the Han tribe, the person immediately found it unbelievable. After witnessing the powerful military force of the Han tribe and the promise of adequate food and water, the 11 captives chose to join the Han tribe. Of the 11 captives, 4 were men and the rest were all women. There's no way. The loss rate of men in this primitive world is very high. Whether going out hunting or tribal fighting, men are always on the front line. Yi-chan also learned that the 4 male captives came from 2 different tribes, but when they mentioned their own tribes, they all looked lost. It seems that we know without asking that their tribe must have been attacked, otherwise they would not have been captured here. Yi-chan showed an expression of regret on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Moreover, the tribe now had 4 more men, and the hunting team's combat effectiveness was further enhanced. Including the 7 new women who joined the hunting team and the 4 male captives rescued from the Black Demon tribe, the total number of people in the hunting team has reached 25. If it was a fully equipped and well-trained hunting team of 25 people, Yi-chan was confident that he could gain a foothold in this forest. Damn, it's raining. Everyone hurry up. As he walked, Yi-chan felt raindrops falling on him and immediately realized that the dark clouds that had been hanging for days had finally condensed into rain. The arrival of this rain means that winter has officially arrived, and Yi-chan began to feel anxious. After returning from the Cold Festival, I have been busy with the counterattack against the Black Demon tribe, and the tribe's wintering arrangements have not yet been finalized. The arrival of this rain directly disrupted Yi-chan's entire plan. After all, rain in the primitive world means that one can only stay in the cave. In the end, everyone successfully returned to the camp before dark. When the woman in charge of watch saw Yi-chan and others coming back, she also shouted excitedly, "Hurry, hurry! There's hot broth to drink when we get back to camp." Hearing the cheers of the tribesmen in the camp when they saw him and others returning, Yi-chan smiled and urged them to speed up. Chapter 183, Crowded Cave. When he saw everyone stepping into the camp, Yi-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and all the energy in his body seemed to be drained in an instant. He just sat down in the cave and didn't want to get up anymore. Who brought him a bowl of steaming hot broth at the right time? Gurgle, gurgle. After blowing a few puffs, Yi-chan started drinking directly. Everyone had not eaten for a day and was already extremely hungry at this moment. But it's not time to rest yet. The captives brought back this time have not been settled yet, and the 4 captives from the Black Demon tribe also need to be dealt with. Because there was no time to deal with it a few days ago, Yi-chan just asked the hunting team to feed each person a bowl of broth to keep them alive, and he never took care of the rest. Now that the entire Black Demon tribe has been destroyed by himself, Yi-chan has to come and deal with it. Otherwise, it is not a solution to keep it locked up like this. Of course, the most important thing is the sleeping problem of the tribal people. It has started raining outside now. Although it is only a drizzle, it is no longer possible to set up a tent. In desperation, Yi-chan had to let everyone squeeze in, and most of them squeezed into the cave, while the remaining men and the hunting team all squeezed into the house. Originally, only one person sleeps in a house, and it was designed that way, so the area of the house is very small, only 3 or 4 meters in length and width, and the overall area is about 7 or 8 square meters. After building a bed with bricks, only half of the space was left, which could basically only be used to store some of my personal belongings. Now everyone is equally poor, and there are no personal belongings that need to be stored, but the armor and weapons of the hunting team members are all kept in their own rooms. When Yi-chan handed these things to them, he had already made it clear that they should carry these things with them and must not lose them. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. According to the current situation, Yi-chan let the 4 men squeeze into one room. 2 of them slept on the bed, and the remaining 2 slept on the floor with 2 animal skins, so they could make do with it. However, at most, there are only 8 rooms in the 2 buildings. Excluding the supply room for storing animal skins and the room for imprisoning captives from the Black Demon tribe, there are only 6 rooms left to squeeze in. Originally, Yi-chan asked everyone to squeeze into his house, but everyone was unwilling to come to show their respect for Yi-chan, so there was 1 less room. In this way, all the members of the hunting team were squeezed into the 5 houses, and the remaining 70 or 80 people had to squeeze into the cave. The ancestors of the Han tribe never imagined that their descendants would be so powerful and actually expand the tribe to nearly 100 people. If you knew that there was such a powerful descendant, you should have found a bigger cave. As a result, the entire cave was extremely crowded at this moment, and some people could only sit and lean against the stone wall to sleep. Although the conditions were difficult, no one complained. After all, everyone's stomachs were full, and not sleeping hungry was a blessing. In addition, there were no classes tonight, so everyone was feeling relieved. Yi-chan's severity last night had severely dominated their fear. Yi-chan was lying on the bed, feeling very sleepy, but he still forced himself to stay asleep, reviewing the entire action today and thinking about tomorrow's plan. Damn, how could I forget something so important? As he was thinking, Yi-chan suddenly sat up, his face full of regret. He actually forgot about the black dye. The first reaction that the Black Demon Warrior gave him was that he had discovered a dye that could dye black. This was what Yi-chan had always been thinking about. However, the series of battles today, coupled with the murals in the cave of the Black Demon tribe, made Yi-chan forget about this matter. When leaving, Yi-chan only remembered the matter about the chili peppers. Since everyone was hungry, Yi-chan didn't say anything more and just asked everyone to hurry back to the tribe. It's okay, I'll go there many times later. Thinking of the bamboo forest found near the Black Demon tribe, Yi-chan finally felt relieved. This bamboo forest alone meant that Yi-chan would visit countless Black Demon tribe camps. How about a chance to draw a prize there? Suddenly an idea made Yi-chan very excited, but as soon as his eyelids drooped, he could no longer open them. Chapter 180 For the Birth of the Raincoat. Call. Yi-chan slept very comfortably this time. Without the threat of the Black Demon tribe, and with the busyness of the past few days and yesterday's long-distance raid and battle, there was no major threat to the development of the tribe in the short term, which allowed Yi-chan to sleep peacefully. Hong did not wake him up, allowing him to sleep comfortably. After stretching, Yi-chan found something wrong. Why was the camp so quiet, and there was no sound at all? Feeling that something was wrong, Yi-chan quickly got out of bed and walked out of the room. He immediately saw the drizzle still falling outside. Although the rain was not heavy, the temperature had dropped a lot. Looking around, Yi-chan found that his tribesmen were all crowded at the entrance of the cave. They were very happy to see him wake up and walk out. At present, everyone has an instinctive aversion to rain. After all, getting wet in the rain in winter means getting sick, and in the primitive world, getting sick means death. So at this moment, looking at the drizzle outside the cave, everyone instinctively didn't want to come out again, even if they were hungry. You're not going out? Are you waiting to starve to death? Seeing everyone's fear of rain, Yi-chan was speechless. He picked up a piece of animal skin from the house, covered his head and shoulders with it, and then ran into the cave in 2 steps. Everyone looked at Yi-chan, who was dressed strangely, and then rushed into the cave in the rain. They also exclaimed in surprise, mainly because they were afraid that he would get sick. That's enough. Stop making such a fuss. Go get those old hides. Yi-chan also has certain requirements for the storage of the tribe supplies. The intact animal skins are all stacked in the supply room, which is the house next to Yi-chan's. Yi-chan did not let everyone throw away these discarded animal skins, but piled them in the cave so that everyone could use them as a covering when sleeping in the cave at night. In this way, there will be no waste of resources and everyone can stay warm when sleeping at night. But it's raining now, and it seems that this continuous rain will not end today. Yi-chan can only think of a way to make something to shelter from the rain. Making umbrellas is unrealistic. The craftsmanship of making an umbrella is not something we can afford at this time, and it also takes a lot of time. By the time the umbrellas are made, the people of the Han tribe might be so hungry that they can't even stand up. So now for Yi-chan, the only thing that can quickly solve the problem of sheltering from the rain is a raincoat. This thing comes quickly and doesn't require any craftsmanship. Just a simple sewing will do. Animal hides are naturally waterproof, making them the perfect material for raincoats. Yi-chan asked someone to bring the old animal skin, picked up a stone axe, and cut it for a while, processing the already tattered animal skin again. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Yichen asked Yin to bring the bone needle over and began to sew on the animal skin that had been cut into pieces. With enough experience in primitive tribal life, Yichen's raincoat, making this time, was simple and clear. That is, use as little sewing as possible, but if sewing is necessary, try to stagger the needle holes as much as possible. Because the bone needles used now are thick, not as thin as the iron needles of later generations, and the ropes are also hand-woven, the raincoat sewn together will definitely have water leaking through the needle holes. Yichen tried to reserve a little more space at the corner, and then used the reserved space to cover the eye of the needle. In this way, he could cover the eye of the needle as much as possible. At the same time, the needle holes are unequal. When sewing 2 pieces of animal skin, the upper animal skin should cover part of the lower animal skin. In this way, even if the needle hole leaks, it will flow out along the lower animal skin. Although he was still hungry after just waking up, Yichen was full of energy after good sleep. In order to help the tribesmen overcome their fear of rain, he endured his hunger and quickly made raincoats. Haha, okay. Seeing that the raincoat in his hand had been made, Yichen couldn't help laughing. Although the shape was unsightly, Yichen was sure that it should have the function of sheltering from the rain. Ignoring the puzzled looks of his tribesmen, Yichen simply put on his raincoat and walked out of the cave in everyone's shocked eyes. At this moment, Yichen was the only one in the camp, standing motionless in the rain, letting the drizzle fall on him. Chapter 185: The Shock of the Raincoat. Come back soon, Chief. You'll get sick if you do that. Seeing Yichen's unexpected behavior, the tribesmen in the cave hurriedly began to shout. Yichen seemed to have not heard it at all. He just waved to everyone in the rain to indicate that everything was fine, with a smile on his face. After everyone waited anxiously for 2 or 3 minutes, Yichen finally walked in with a swagger. He shivered in front of everyone and shook off all the rain on his raincoat. Then, amid everyone's stunned expressions, Yichen took off his raincoat to show everyone that he was not wet from the rain. Huh, come and see. I didn't get wet in the rain. Holding the raincoat in his hand, Yichen used his other hand to touch his hair, shoulders, and chest, and indeed, he was not wet by the rain. The only pity is that my legs and feet got wet by the rain. It was mainly because I made the raincoat in a hurry and didn't consider making it into a long version. Currently, the entire raincoat is mainly responsible for the upper body, ensuring that the hair, chest, and back are not wet by the rain. Is it so magical? Yin touched the raincoat and then touched Yichen's dry hair. He was also attracted by this magical thing called the raincoat. Yes, it's so magical. All right, stop looking. Yin, you and Xiao, hurry up and get the people to make it. As he said that, Yichen asked everyone to carry out all the old animal skins in the cave and asked Yin and Xiao to lead people to work together. Xiao's team was responsible for cutting the animal skins and recutting them according to Yichen's improved ideas to cover the legs. Yun's team was responsible for sewing. Yichen also specifically explained the sewing requirements to Yun, which was to sew in an offset manner, otherwise rainwater would flow in through the needle eye. In this way, with everyone working hard, 5 raincoats were quickly made, and with the one Yichen was wearing, there were 6 raincoats in total. This is also thanks to the usual accumulation. Whenever he is not particularly busy, Yichen asks Yin to take the women to weave more bark ropes. After 2 or 3 months of accumulation, both the quantity and quality of the ropes have been greatly improved, and Yun's manual skills have also improved greatly. And with the help of this cold festival, the entire Han tribe exchanged a lot of animal skins, all of which were as complete as possible. In this way, the tribe's previous animal skins were replaced. Although they were severely worn, they did not affect their secondary processing and use. This is accumulation and technology. With sufficient material accumulation and reliable manual technology, the processing capacity of the entire Han tribe has also improved very rapidly. Holding 5 raincoats in his hands, Yichen ran to Hong's house, took out 4 raincoats, and threw them to the people in the room, asking them to put them on quickly. There were only Tsang, Shi, and Pan in Hong's house. Yichen gave the remaining raincoat to you and asked you to wear it and come out to be responsible for the safety inspection of the entire tribal camp. There are still women watching on the watchtower at this moment, but everyone is hiding in the cave. If something really happens, support will not be able to catch up in a short time. After arranging the task for you, Yichen took the remaining 4 people, put on raincoats, and left the house. The most important thing now was to build a canopy. Fortunately, the tribe had made preparations in advance. In the 3 days after Lung Jie returned, Although Yi-chan was actively preparing to counterattack the Black Demon tribe, he also tried not to delay the development of the tribe. Nu has been leading his pottery team to burn bricks and tiles in order to build a canopy for the tribe. This canopy is not only to shelter from the rain, but most importantly, to protect against the subsequent snow. After asking Hong from the tribe, I learned that it does snow here every year, and the snowing period is very long. It snows for dozens of sunrises, which means it lasts at least a month. Besides, the most important thing at the moment is to build an awning. First, build the awning from the cave entrance to the stove to solve the tribe's food problem. Once everyone has filled their stomachs, the subsequent problems of building awnings for brick kilns and constructing houses will naturally be solved. Chapter 186: Building a Canopy. Having made the decision, Yi-chun acted decisively and immediately began measuring. The first and most important thing was the distance from the cave entrance to the stove. Otherwise, after the rain, no one in the tribe would come to the stove to cook. Fortunately, the distance was only 5 or 6 meters, and all I needed was some bricks and wooden sticks. The bricks and tiles fired in these 3 days are more than enough to build this 5 or 6 meter long awning. The only problem now is the wooden sticks for the structure. Yi-chan pulled Song and the other 4 people into the forest, selected some tree trunks as thick as arms, and chopped them down to use as the frame for the awning temporarily. Looking at Song and the other 4 people waving stone axes hard, Yi-chun sighed a little. The efficiency of the stone axes was still too low. Suddenly, Yi-chun remembered that Long Jia had traded back. Unfortunately, Long Jia had been busy since he came back and had no time to figure out what the ore he had traded back was, nor did he have time to smelt it. Before leaving the camp, Yi-chun also gave Hong some requirements. The tribesmen who were taking shelter in the cave could not sit idle either. They could continue to do tasks such as weaving ropes, carrying baskets, and making raincoats. Now do whatever materials are available in the tribe. If you have the materials, make raincoats first, but don't use the complete animal skins in the supply room. I used the old animal skins in the cave to make raincoats, and made as many as I could. The bricks fired during these 3 days were also piled up in the camp, densely packed like a small mountain. Without counting them in detail, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 bricks, which was more than enough to build a rain shelter. Soon the 4 men came back, carrying 8 tree trunks as thick as their arms. Of course, the result was that their stone axes all had gaps in them and were no longer usable for fighting. It is raining now, and it is unrealistic to use lime to stick the bricks together, so Yi-chun can only use rotating bricks to make pillars and stack the bricks layer by layer. The main reason is that placing a single brick is unstable and can easily collapse with a slight collision. So 4 bricks are used to make a layer, so that the force is more evenly distributed and more stable. Then place 8 tree trunks horizontally on it, and then put the tiles on top one by one. In this way, a canopy about 1 meter long is built. While thinking about how to build the awning, Yi-chun discovered that Song and 4 others were scratching their heads in the rain. Damn, don't you know how to use bricks as a footstool? Seeing that when Song and the other 4 had piled up the bricks to the same height as themselves, they could no longer pile up any more bricks, and they were so anxious that they were running around in circles. Yi-chun looked at the 4 people who were staring at the brick pillar as tall as themselves and were helpless. Yi-chun was also very angry. According to Yi-chun's design, 3 rows of brick pillars are directly built, with each row of pillars spaced 1 meter apart. This way, some bricks can be saved and the disassembly and assembly of the awning will be more convenient. And the awning should be about 2 meters high so that it is more convenient to move around. Otherwise, if the awning is placed too low, everyone will have to lower their heads to move around, which is not convenient at all. So Yi-chun immediately gave instructions and asked everyone to use bricks to build a small step under their feet. People could just stand on it and continue to pile bricks up. Soon, 2 rows of 2-meter-high brick pillars were built. Yi-chun asked people to continue raising the height, but he adopted the method of lowering the construction. In this way, rainwater can automatically flow to lower places from the awning at the entrance of the cave, and there will be no accumulation of rainwater. All right, put the tiles on one by one, just like building a house. Under Yi-chun's command, the first section of the awning was successfully built. The main reason was that there were limited wooden sticks, so all 4 wooden sticks that were cut this time were put up, which made it possible to put up the first section of awning tiles. The length of the first section of the awning was about 1 meter, so suddenly the tribesmen watching at the entrance of the cave discovered a magical phenomenon. That means there is no rain at the entrance of the cave. Although you can see that it is still raining in the camp, no rain will drift in from the cave entrance. With the end of the first section of the awning, Yi Chun asked Song and the other three to return to the cave with you. It was not possible to stay in the rain for a long time, even with raincoats. After all, the rain on the body will take away some of the body temperature. Besides, everyone has not eaten since waking up, so they are working on an empty stomach. Chapter 187, The Expelled Woman. Yi Chun didn't have time to pay attention to the surprised looks of his tribesmen. He didn't expect that there was such a way to avoid the rain. Although this method is a bit complicated, it has one advantage, which is that you will not be exposed to rain in the future as long as the awning is always there. It's a pity that everyone was hungry when they woke up in the morning. After such a busy meal, everyone was so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore, and their stomachs kept growling. Yi Chun walked into the cave and quickly took off his raincoat. He sat down by the fire. Although his body was resting, his mind was still working. While Yi Chun and his companions were building the first section of the awning, 5 more raincoats were made under the leadership of Yun Huchio and were now placed in front of Yi Chun, who quickly take everyone to the stove wearing raincoats. Heat up the water first. Huang, Zay, the 6 of you put on your raincoats and go to the lake to fish out some piranhas. Hurry and cook today's broth. Following Yi Chun's arrangement, the 10 people, including Huang and Zay, who received the task, also put on raincoats with great interest and couldn't wait to walk out of the cave, wanting to experience the feeling of the raincoats. Looking at their expressions, Yi Chun shook his head speechlessly and ignored them, concentrating on warming himself around the fire. Having never experienced the feeling of a raincoat, it is understandable that they're a little excited, but they don't know that a raincoat only blocks the rain, but still has flaws. Rain itself is cold. Although you're no longer getting wet, the coldness brought by the rain cannot be blocked. Even if you wear a raincoat, you will only avoid getting wet, and you will still feel cold. The tribesmen only saw Yi Chun and the other 4 running in the rain, their bodies still mostly dry, but they did not see that the 5 of them were shivering from the cold. On the other hand, who walked out of the cave, wearing raincoats with 3 women. They skillfully lit the fire and fetched water, and soon the stove was filled with smoke. The stove had a canopy built when it was constructed, so it would not be affected by the rain. The hot water was soon boiled, and 5 bowls of hot water were quickly poured for Yi Chun and the other 4. Call! After taking a sip of hot water, the 5 people finally felt completely warm. After running in the rain for so long, their hands and feet had already been frozen. If it weren't for their leather shoes, their feet might have been frostbitten. I'm back, as the woman on the watchtower shouted, signaling that Huang and the other 6 people who went to the lake to catch piranhas had returned. Yi Chun also smiled. After Lung Jie came back, in order to prepare for the counterattack on the Black Demon tribe, the tribe had not gone out hunting for a period of time, and the meat that Lung Jie had traded had long been eaten. These past 2 days, everyone in the tribe has been watching the piranhas in the lake to fill their stomachs, which has also led to a significant increase in the number of piranhas caught. Every day, they have to catch dozens of piranhas from the lake to barely fill the stomachs of everyone in the tribe. Fortunately, the lake is large enough and there are a huge number of piranhas in it, so it is no problem to feed the 100 or so people of the Han tribe. What do you mean? Looking at the 6 members of the hunting team returning to the camp, they were the ones Yi Chun sent out to the lake to fish. Huang and Zay were actually carrying 2 people on their shoulders. The 2 people who walked into the cave quickly put the 2 down. Then they breathed a sigh of relief and immediately reported to Yi Chun. What? You went fishing and picked up 2 women? Hearing Huang's words, Yi Chun was also shocked. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen by the lake and be discovered by Huang. Huang also saw the 2 women fainted on the ground, being drenched in the rain, with some weak breaths coming from their noses, so he decided to carry them back. Ronan, after listening to Huang's words, Hong said 2 words with a heavy face. What do you mean, Hong, Ronan? Hong nodded heavily and then spoke slowly. It turned out that the so-called Ronin were people who were expelled from the tribe, that is, homeless people, usually women or elderly people in the tribe. This situation usually occurs in winter. The tribe has no appetite. In order to reduce the tribe's food consumption, some people have to be expelled from the tribe to preserve the tribe's main strength. Those who were expelled could only fend for themselves in the cold winter. Is it so cruel? After hearing Hong's words, Yi Chun, who was a little surprised, suddenly became heavy-hearted. Chapter 188, Civilization Points Increase. This world is so cruel. Listening to Hong's story, Yi Chun suddenly had a new understanding of the world. That is, everyone tried every possible way to survive. For example, The two unconscious women in front of her are also members of her own tribe, and they usually struggle for survival together. And when the tribe's survival is at stake, what kind of mood does the tribal chief have? He has to give up a small number of his people to save more. Not only Yi Chun, but also the tribesmen watching nearby had heavy expressions on their faces after listening to Hong's story. Whether they are new members of the tribe or those who have been in the Han tribe before, they have all encountered such situations to a greater or lesser extent. Perhaps only they themselves know what choices they made at that time. Okay, everyone, stop gathering here. Just do what you need to do. After dispersing the onlookers, Yi Chun asked Yin to take care of the two people and feed them with cooked fish soup to see if the two women could wake up. Yi Chun really couldn't bear to watch these two women die in front of him. If he didn't know, it would have been fine, but now that they were carried in front of him, he could only try his best to keep them. If the fish soup cannot save them, then it is their own bad luck, and Yi Chun cannot be blamed. After making this decision, Yi Chun calmed himself down and quickly drank the fish soup to fill his stomach with some oil. After drinking a bellyful of fish soup, Yi Chun did not choose to rest, but continued to lead everyone to build the awning. After all the hard work just now, 1 meter of the awning, which is about 6 meters long from the cave entrance to the stove, has been built, which is a good start. Now it's Song, Sure, and the other 4 people already know how to build an awning, and all the tribesmen in the tribe also know the function of the awning. Now, after drinking the fish soup, Yi Chun asked all 10 members of the hunting team to put on raincoats and follow him out of the cave to start the second half of building the awning. This time, Yi Chun was much more relaxed. He simply asked Huang, Zay, and the other 3 to go out with stone axes to chop sticks, while the remaining 5 people, including Song, Sure, etc., continued to use bricks to build the awning frame. Everything is hardest at the beginning. From 0 to 1 is the very beginning, but from 1 to 2 is much easier. By the time Huang, Zay, and the other 3 had struggled to chop back 8 wooden sticks, Song, Sure, and the other 3 had already built the remaining 6-meter brick pillars. Huang, Zay, and the other 3, who had carried the wooden sticks back with great effort, were also stunned by the shock when they saw the more than 10 brick pillars that appeared in front of them. So after building the brick pillars, Yi Chun asked all 9 people to go out and chop sticks so that they could build the first awning before dark. With twice as many people working, efficiency was much higher. As it was getting dark, the last tile was successfully put up. Yi Chun led the tribesmen under the awning, all looking up at the magnificent building above their heads, and couldn't help but marvel at it. Although there are still many details that need to be improved, its function has been achieved. It is still raining outside at this moment, but there is no rain under the awning. Looking at the scene before our eyes, no one had ever thought that one day they would be able to stand in the rain without getting wet. What a magical thing this is. At this moment, whether it is the new members or the tribesmen, the eyes they look at Yi Chun are full of admiration. Ding, congratulations to the host for adding 1 civilization point. Ding, congratulations to the host for adding 1 civilization point. Ding, congratulations to the host for adding 1 civilization point. Ding, congratulations to the host for adding 1 civilization point. Suddenly, a system prompt sound appeared in Yi Chun's mind, which meant that the newly joined tribesmen had completely surrendered to Yi Chun. At this time, Yi Chun raised his eyebrows and suddenly remembered that he had no time to draw the lottery. Lung Jia has been busy with various things since he came back. Every time he wanted to draw a lottery, he was always delayed by various things, forcing Yi Chun to deal with it with all his strength. If I hadn't gained new civilization points today, I would have forgotten that there was a third free lottery. Chapter 189 Battle Scars. Fortunately, we had accumulated experience from the previous 2 days, otherwise we would not have been able to build the awning in 1 day. Although it is only a distance of 6 meters, it is another progress in the development of the tribe, which means that the development of the tribe is no longer delayed by rain and snow. In this way, the development of the tribe will not stop. As long as everyone's physical condition can keep up, the development of the tribe will continue. Of course, Yi Chun had not thought about building a canopy for the entire camp. This would consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and according to the current situation of the tribe, it would simply not be worth the cost. Yi Chun's plan for now is to build 2 awnings, one from the cave entrance to the stove, mainly to solve the problem of cooking. The other is the awning at the brick kiln. Currently, the tribe has 3 kilns, 2 of which are used to make bricks, and the other small one is used to make pottery, but it is also used to make bricks now. This awning must be large because it has to cover 3 brick kilns, and there must also be some space reserved for users, as well as some space for things like bricks. Yi Chun, sitting by the fire, continued to think. Hong Song, Shi, and others went into the cave to rest, while Huang, Zhe, and the other 5 went to the lake to catch piranhas again. Yi Chun had no intention of leaving the 5 raincoats idle. Instead, he asked you to take the one he had been resting in the cave with, and the other members of the hunting team to wear them while patrolling the camp. Suddenly, he heard a slight grinning sound coming from beside him. Yi Chun turned around and found that it was Song, Shi, and others who were suppressing their voices. Huh? What happened to you guys? As the rainy sky darkened, there was almost no light in the cave, and the only light was from the fire. With the help of the firelight, Yi Chun saw that Song, Shi, and others had bruises all over their bodies, and they were sore all over after a tiring day. When they sat down and looked at the fire to keep warm, they would feel pain if they moved a little, so they would all make grimace sounds with their mouths stretched out. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun remembered the battle with the Black Demon tribe yesterday. Although he was protected by armor and wooden shields, he was not directly attacked by the opponent's weapons. But after all, the Black Demon warriors' attacks were deadly. Even with the protection of the armored wooden shields, which blocked the impact of the attacks, these melee fighters still suffered scars. Fortunately, these injuries are not serious, and I only need to rest for a few days. Thinking that he had not discovered this problem and had kept Song, Shi, and others busy building the awning today, Yi Chun felt a surge of self-blame. He was about to open his mouth to ask them to rest, but when the words came to his lips, Yi Chun couldn't say them. There was no way, because what the tribe needed most at the moment was a shed. Tomorrow, Yi Chun plans to build a canopy for the kiln, so that the tribe can continue to produce bricks regardless of whether it rains or not. The 2 most urgent things the tribe needs to do now are, first, to reinforce the wall and raise it by at least 2 bricks so that it can withstand more dangers. The second thing is to build houses. Now everyone is crowded in caves. It may be okay for 3 to 5 days, but there will definitely be problems after a long time. It's hard for everyone to get a good rest in such a crowded cave. If the hunting team members don't get a good rest, how can they go out hunting? Therefore, building a house is an urgent problem that needs to be solved, otherwise the tribesmen will not be able to rest and sleep. Thinking of this, Yi Chun shut his mouth and prepared to let everyone work hard for another day and try to build the kiln awning tomorrow. As long as bricks can continue to be produced, the hunting team can rest for 2 days. At worst, they can just rely on fish and meat to survive for a few days. My breathing has stabilized, so there should be no problem. Dinner was fish soup again. After filling his stomach, Yi Chun came to check on the 2 women who were carried back. Although they were still unconscious, their breathing had become much more stable. After instructing Yun to continue feeding fish soup, Yi Chun saw that everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. All right, everyone hurry up and pack up. Today's study begins. After hearing Yi Chun's words, the tribesmen who were originally chatting while touching their bloated bellies immediately began to wail. Chapter 190, Orderly Division of Labor. The next morning, Yi Chun got up after being woken up by Hong. When he went out, he saw smoke rising from the stove. Hu also looked up and saw that Yi Chun had already gotten up, so he immediately made a bowl of hot fish soup and brought it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded, took it, and started drinking it immediately. Call. After waking up, I had a bowl of hot fish soup. I immediately felt refreshed, and the heat I exhaled was visibly hot. This weather is too cold. It was still raining outside the house at this moment. Yi Chun returned to the room, put on his raincoat, and walked around the camp. Hey, hey, hey! Hearing the sound coming from the lake camp, Yi Chun was a little surprised and immediately turned around and walked over. He found that it was Shi and the hunting team who had already started to get busy. At this moment, more than 10 people were concentrating on laying brick pillars at the kiln and did not notice Yi Chun coming behind them. Alas, there are still not enough people. Thinking about how Shi and 10 other people had spent a whole day building an awning yesterday, and how he had dragged them to continue learning words last night, although the eyelids of several people in the hunting team were almost drooping, they were still forcing themselves to study. Now everyone knows that if you fail to learn the words taught by Yi Chun in class every night, you will be punished. Whether it is the pain of being slapped on the palm or the shame of being criticized by the public, it is unacceptable to everyone. Yi Chun looked at the hunting team members who were forcing themselves to study, and he was very moved, so he did not pick a few people from the hunting team to answer questions. Instead, they focused their attention on the women of the tribe and pulled out a large number of women to answer the pronunciation of words, and also severely punished many women. I don't know if it's because the pressure of studying is too great, But after the study session, everyone finds a place to sleep by themselves instead of looking for opponents to make villains. Of course, it may also be that the cave is too crowded at this moment. Many people don't even have a place to lie down in the cave and can only sleep looking at the stone wall. Yichen did not guide them step by step in building the awning today. He just reminded them of some precautions and left. For example, the awning at the brick kiln must be built wider. After all, the range of activities here will be larger. At the same time, the awning here at the brick kiln should be built better, so that it will be conducive to the discharge of heat from the brick kiln. Otherwise, the heat cannot be discharged in time, and the furnace will explode. Seeing Shi, Song, and others working in an orderly manner, Yichen said no more. Turning around and walking into the cave, Yichen nodded when he saw the women busy in the cave, expressing his satisfaction. Now the women are still making raincoats, but Yichen asked them not to make too many, not to the point of 1 raincoat per person, as this would consume too much animal skins for the tribe. Yichen planned to make about 30 raincoats, which would almost use up all the old animal skins in the tribe, leaving everyone without any animal skins to cover themselves with at night. Even so, Yichen still asked to make about 30 raincoats. After all, there were only more than 20 people in the hunting team, plus some tribesmen who had to go out, so 30 raincoats were almost enough. Chief, they're awake. Who's awake? The 2 women that Huang and Zhe carried back. Following Yun's report, Yichen remembered the 2 women who were rescued yesterday. He didn't expect that they were really rescued. He immediately followed Yun with some surprise. Looking at the 2 women who were slumped over and staring at the stone wall with their bodies powerless, Yichen was also surprised. The 2 women actually looked very young. They look exactly like they are 12 or 13 years old. Maybe it is due to long-term malnutrition. Both of them are skin and bones, so thin that it makes people feel distressed. Yichen felt distressed at this moment, and the 2 girls sitting paralyzed felt extremely scared, but they looked at the man in front of them with great curiosity. Kiliwala. Looking at Yichen, who was getting closer, the 2 girls couldn't stop trembling. They hugged their chests tightly with their arms and spoke in a trembling voice. Damn, it's so hard to communicate without speaking the same language. Listening to the 2 people's conversation, Yichen was a little speechless and immediately asked Yun to notify Pan to translate. Chapter 191 2 Girls. Kiliwala. After Pan came over, he didn't say much. After all, he had been doing translation for quite a while and had some experience in how to make the opening remarks. It's a pity that the 2 girls looked confused when listening to Pan's words, as if they didn't understand at all. Pan can't communicate either. This really stumped Yichen. Currently, Pan was the only one in the tribe who knew Lungjia's Mandarin. If even Pan couldn't communicate, then the 2 girls would not be able to communicate at all. Pan, go call Hong in. Suddenly, I remembered that Hong could also communicate with other tribes. Wasn't it Hong who translated for the visit of the poor tribe 3 days ago? Soon Hong also came over. Looking at the vigilant eyes of the 2 thin girls, Hong smiled kindly and started talking incoherently. He Liwa. After hearing what Hong said, the 2 girls looked at each other, thought for a while, and then slowly started talking. We can really communicate. Chief, their tribe is nearby, but they are running around in the forest and can't find it. Listening to Hong's translation, Yichen's brain was completely stunned. He had no idea how Hong could communicate with part of the tribe, and the language Hong could use was a special language for communication among tribes. But now is not the time to study this, so Yichen simply and roughly classified the language of the 2 people. What Hong spoke should be a language of the nearby tribes, which could be used to communicate with the nearby tribes, while what Pan Hui spoke was the language of Lungjia. The language of Lungjia is used when participating in the Lungjia, so that people can communicate with other tribes participating in the Lungjia. Could this be the legendary sound difference every 10 miles? Even in modern times, some ethnic minorities living deep in the mountains have different accents in different villages. Only by going into a few tribes with which they communicate can they probably understand each other's accents. People living in villages farther away cannot understand each other's words at all, and even their living customs are different, which leads to the situation where customs vary from place to place. Okay, since this is the case, it will be easier to distinguish them in the future. The tribes that Hong can communicate with are those nearby, and the tribes that Pan can communicate with are those that are farther away. Thinking of this, Yichen no longer worried about this issue, but turned his attention back to the 2 girls. What really made Yichen feel interesting was that he learned that the 2 girls were members of a nearby tribe. After being driven out, they wandered around in the forest for a day and finally arrived at the lake. Combining the speed of the two hungry girls, Yi-chun made a simple calculation and felt that if they could find the right way, they could probably reach the other tribal camp in half a day. In this way, Yi-chun discovered another tribe. Of course, it was not for the purpose of attacking the other party. At present, the expansion of the tribe was not enough to use war as the main means. According to Yi-chun's idea, what the tribe needs now is communication with tribes outside. It would be best to establish trade relations with other tribes using things like fish soup and pottery jars. With the help of other tribes, tribes farther away can have access to this place, even if it is just food or items from Han tribe. Hong, find out about their situation and ask them if they are willing to stay here. If they are willing, let them work with Yin. Through Hong's translation, we learned that the two people were expelled from the tribe, so it was definitely unrealistic to send them back to the tribe. Now we just need to ask for their opinions. If you're willing to stay, then join the Han tribe. Later, when you have recovered, you can lead the hunting team to find their tribe's camp and establish contact. As for the other party's unwillingness, Yi-chun didn't consider this result at all. Only a fool would be unwilling. Later on, they were even very grateful that they were lucky enough to be rescued and brought back to the camp by the people of the Han tribe. As expected, as soon as Hong opened his mouth, the two of them immediately nodded to show their willingness, leaving Hong no chance to say anything further. Although everything here is very unfamiliar to the two girls, the hot fish soup will not lie. Being able to stay here at least means there is hope of survival. Chapter 192, Concerns of Elderly Women. Seeing the two girls nod quickly, Yi-chun smiled slightly and walked out of the cave, looking up at the sky, which was still raining. You guys have to hold on. Remember to come. The appearance of the two girls suddenly reminded Yi-chun of the tribe that came here 2 days ago, the people that Yi-chun called a poor tribe. Although the entire tribe had nothing, the elderly woman left a deep impression on Yi-chun. Although the elderly woman looked like she had never seen the world and was very curious about everything in the Han tribe camp, she was very calm. Even though she was tied up and taken to the Han tribe camp, the indifference in the old woman's eyes was incomparable to the 3 men beside her. In order to encourage her to come to the Han tribe again, Yi-chun specially gave her 5 stones and told her to remember to take out a stone every sunrise. When there were no more stones in her backpack, she could set off for the Han tribe. Yi-chun didn't have any expectations that the poor tribes could exchange things for broth and animal meat. The main purpose was to communicate. The entire Han tribe is currently still developing independently. Yi-chun knows that this form of development has no potential and that it must communicate and interact with nearby tribes. Only by spreading the Han tribe's items, food, and culture can the tribe truly grow stronger and a trade system can be formed. In this regard, Yi-chun plans to train the tribe members to see if he can find some talents through these primary trade transactions. When the tribe develops to a certain stage, Yi-chun even plans to send a trading team to allow tribes farther away to integrate into the Han tribal culture. Here, Yi-chun was planning the tribe's trade development and cultural exchanges. On the other side, in the poor tribe, elderly women were also looking at the backpacks in front of them. The meat in the backpack had been eaten long ago, and now there were only 2 stones left in the basket. At this moment, the elderly woman was staring at the 2 stones in a daze. I remember that when I left, the elderly woman specifically asked about the purpose of these stones, and I clearly remember her request. That is, when all the stones in the backpack are gone, you can go to their tribal camp again and trade again. But the old woman had no idea what the transaction was about. The only thing she could recall in her mind was the bowl of fragrant broth. The elderly woman had forgotten the specific taste of the broth, but she could never forget the warm feeling she felt after taking a sip. After returning to the tribe, looking at the meat in the basket, the poor tribe barely survived 3 days, but the next 2 days were still very difficult. The hunting team, consisting of 3 men and 4 women, had been traveling in the forest for 3 days. They had some gains, but they didn't get much, just enough to fill their stomachs. As for having enough to eat, it's not even enough, so the elderly women are a little confused. So what can they trade when they go to their tribe this time? Animal meat? Their own tribe didn't have any, and even if they gave a little, the other party wouldn't even look at it. Animal skins? There weren't many in my tribe. They were basically just what everyone wore around their bodies, and the few I had were used to get through the coldest times. Population? This is the only material left in the tribe that can be exchanged, but if it is exchanged like this, then the tribe will be completely wiped out in a few times. As she thought about it, the elderly woman couldn't help but sigh. The women sitting around her heard the elderly woman's long sigh and couldn't help but feel depressed. There's nothing else we can do. If there's really no more food, we'll just have to trade for more people. But before that, I have to go check on the three of them. If they're not doing well, I'd better not exchange them anymore. Thinking of this, the old woman couldn't help but worry about the three women who were exchanged by her own hands. She didn't know how the three of them were doing now, which made the old woman a little worried. At this moment, the three people she had exchanged out were concentrating on weaving bark ropes in the cave of the Han tribe. They were all wearing warm animal skins and leather shoes, and every meal was steaming hot fish soup. Smiles appeared on their faces from time to time, and they felt safe and warm from the bottom of their hearts. I wonder what an elderly woman would think if she saw all this. Chapter 193 Hunting Team. The rain has finally stopped. 2 days passed in a flash, and the tribe had a new change. The 2 planned awnings had been built, and even if it rained, it would not affect the normal operation of the tribe. Gradually, everyone in the tribe no longer feared the rain, and life in the tribe is much better now. Sure, you lead the first team to hunt. You will lead the second team on patrol. After 2 days of building the awning, Yichin successfully divided the hunting team into 2 teams. The first team was led by Shur, and the second team was led by you. The 2 teams have somewhat different focuses. The first team, led by Shur, is mainly responsible for close combat. Yichin will also update their equipment later to make their equipment more suitable for close combat. The second team, led by you, focuses on long-range attacks, mainly bows and arrows and stone ropes, which is also the training focus of the second team. Of course, Shur is still the captain of the entire hunting team. Yichan gave Shur a definite guarantee on this point. However, there is no suitable person to lead the first team now, so Shur will temporarily serve as the captain of the first team. At the same time, Yichan asked Shur to pay attention and see who in the first team is more suitable to be the captain. Shur would also step out and re-lead the entire hunting team. Yichan's current focus is on developing and building the tribe, and he is unable to spare the time to take care of the hunting team, so he thinks Shurlai is more suitable to be the captain of the hunting team. Now the entire hunting team is almost fully equipped. Yichan feels more at ease letting the 10 people from the first team, Song, Qi, Pan, Huang, Shi Wu, and Jia, go out hunting under the leadership of Shur. As for the men who joined the tribe later, such as the 5 men rescued from the Black Demon tribe, Yichin currently has them in the second team to undergo some basic training and running in first. After all, these 5 people have not yet been fully equipped, and they are not likely to use the tribe's equipment such as stone ropes and wooden shields. Joining the first team will only become a burden. The most important point is that the communication between these 5 people is also a problem. They are all speaking in a messy way, and no one can understand them except Pan. This made Yichan have to be cautious. After all, even the most basic communication was impossible, and now no one knew what these 5 people were thinking. If he recovered and then ran away wearing the equipment distributed by the tribe, it would be a loss for the entire Han tribe. Equipping the hunting team with a complete set of equipment also requires the hard work of the women in the tribe, especially the fish scale armor, which requires polishing and punching each fish scale one by one. If he couldn't communicate with them smoothly for the time being, Yichan just planned to let them recuperate and then conduct some basic training. We will wait until we can have a general communication with them later and make sure that the other party is truly prepared to stay in the tribe. Then we will really equip them with weapons. As for whether these 5 men would be in danger in the camp, Yichin was not worried. After all, these 5 men were not from the same tribe and could not communicate with each other. There was no chance for the 5 of them to form a group, let alone unite and rebel in the camp. For safety reasons, Yichan did not equip these 5 people with armor and wooden shields for the time being. Instead, he let the 5 of them recover and practice throwing ropes and stones first, and the others stayed put for the time being. As long as there are always hunting team members in the tribe, and so many women can also throw stones, Yichan dares to let the first team go out hunting. Watching Shur lead the first team out of the tribe, Yichan asked you to lead the remaining 10 people to start patrolling. Of course, they didn't patrol with a full 10 people, but asked some of them to practice throwing stones, and the rest walked back and forth along the wall, always paying attention to the situation outside. Okay, I can finally start studying this thing. Seeing that everyone in the tribe was busy in an orderly manner, especially a few people who were responsible for patrolling, the safety of the entire camp was greatly improved. Yichin returned to the supply room and began to rummage around, preparing to take out the ore that Long Jia had traded back and study how to turn the ore into weapons and equipment. Chapter 194 Sudden Alert. In the room, Yichen was sitting on his calm, looking at the ore carefully in his hand. After searching in the system just now, he finally confirmed that this was the copper mine. Well, copper ore is not bad either. At least it's metal. Although it was a little regrettable that he could not obtain iron ore directly in one step, Yichen was not disappointed. After all, the emergence of copperware could greatly improve production efficiency. Thinking about the basket of copper ore he brought back from Lungjia, Yichen still felt a little regretful that the ore tribe only brought such a small amount to Lungjia. If he could bring more, Yichen could directly make some bronze artifacts, and his combat effectiveness could be directly improved to a higher level. If the mineral tribe knew that Yichen was still complaining that they brought too little, the leader of the mineral tribe would definitely be so angry that he would take action. You know, this ore is very heavy. The tribe uses it mainly for long-range attack throwing. It would have 2 pieces of ore in their hands every day for no reason. But if the mineral tribe knew that the stones in their hands could be used to make more powerful weapons, they would definitely be so angry that they would vomit blood. Of course, this is unrealistic. If you don't know how to smelt the ore, even if you have several mountains of copper and iron ore, they will still be useless. It's just that there's still a lot of work to do to smelt these ores. Looking at the ore in his hand, Yichen really hoped that these ores could be melted directly and then used to make the weapons and equipment he wanted. These ores must be melted before they can be made into various items. Yichen knew this knowledge, but he was confused about how to do it specifically. After hurriedly searching in the system, Yichen realized that there were still many things he needed to prepare. The first is charcoal. If you want to increase the temperature of the flame, you must use charcoal. Simply using branches to burn fire cannot reach this temperature. Then there are the furnace and bellows. There is a difference between the flame for burning bricks and the furnace for smelting ore. The environmental requirements are higher, otherwise the melting point will not be reached. The last step is the crucible. The function of the crucible is to melt the copper ore into molten copper, and then pour it into the mold to form it directly. Yichen would not be so stupid as to take a hammer and slowly hit the copper block like in TV dramas. That would be too time-consuming. Overall, it is relatively simple. The melting point of copper is 800 degrees, and the melting point of iron is 1,000 degrees. Copper has lower requirements for smelting equipment. Yichen couldn't help but feel fortunate about this. With his current poor tribe, it was unrealistic to directly refine iron tools. It would be easier to refine copper tools. Someone's here. Be alert. Yichen, who was thinking about how to build copper refining equipment in the camp, suddenly heard the sound of you outside the house, shouting loudly to alert everyone. Shit, who's here again? Although his head was full of question marks, Yichen did not slow down. He picked up the rope stone and wooden shield in the house and ran out. After the battle with the Black Demon tribe, Yichen discovered that he was not a combat talent. He didn't train much in normal times, so when the real battle happened, Yichen's requirement for himself was not to drag down the hunting team. Throw a few rope stones from a distance and protect yourself with a wooden shield from a distance. Yichen's real role is to command the battle, not to participate in the battle personally. Don't panic. Don't panic. He hurriedly ran to the wall and saw several familiar heads appear in front of him. Yichen quickly stopped everyone's attack with a frown on his face. The people in front of him were the ones who had agreed to come to the Han tribe every 5 days. They were also the ones Yichen called the poor tribe. The one Yichen felt most familiar with was the elderly woman. What confused Yichen was that these people were discovered only 10 meters away from the wall. So what about the people on the watchtower? Yichen immediately looked up and saw a head popping out from the watchtower. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and leaned over to watch what was happening below. Damn, he's dozing off. Yichen was very angry in his heart, but his face was very calm. He leaned over and said a few words in Hong's ear, then smiled and received the people from the poor tribe who came to trade. Chapter 195, Amazing Changes. I'm glad you arrived on time. Were you here to trade this time? Seeing that the 6 opponents came empty-handed, there was nothing in the backpack on the back of one of the 3 men in the hunting team. Yichen knew the other party's purpose at a glance, but still asked politely. After Hong's translation, the elderly woman also spoke with a smile. She first said that she wanted to see the 3 women who were exchanged last time, and then talk about other things. Hearing the other party's request, Yichen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that this elderly woman was so concerned about the people in her tribe. This made Yichen a little unable to adapt. Especially after picking up 2 girls abandoned by the tribe from the lake 2 days ago, Yichen still believed that tribes in the primitive world did not care about people who left the tribe. Go call those 3 women out. Soon, 3 women were called over with confused looks on their faces. They had just been rubbing bricks with new at the lake camp and had not heard what was happening here. The brick kiln is at the very edge of the entire lake camp, some distance away from the cave camp. So at this moment, the 3 of them don't know how to get themselves here alone. Hiliwala. The old woman was shocked when she saw the 3 people who had changed drastically. They were wrapped in thick animal skins and had leather shoes on their feet. The dirt on their feet had also been cleaned. The 3 people gave the old woman a completely different impression at this moment. Fortunately, relying on the memory of years of living together, the old woman recognized them immediately after a brief hesitation. On the contrary, the 3 women who were exchanged from the poor tribe recognized the elderly woman at a glance, who had not changed at all, and their faces were filled with surprise. The 3 women immediately ran towards the elderly woman, looked at the tribesmen behind her, and started to cry while laughing. Forehead. Seeing several people hugging each other, the 6 women burst into tears, and the 3 men also twitched. The whole scene looked quite touching. But Yi-chun was speechless. This made him feel as if he was abusing the 3 women he had exchanged for. Soon, the emotions of the few people calmed down. The few people who came with the elderly woman looked at the 3 people who had changed a lot in surprise, and their eyes kept scanning them from top to bottom. Hiliwala. Hiliwala. Several people were speaking the language of their own tribe. Seeing them pointing at the 3 people who had changed a lot, they seemed to be asking why there were such big changes. How could there not be a big change? After the 3 of them arrived at the Han tribe, they immediately replaced their tattered animal skins with thick new animal skins. In addition, there are 3 meals of steaming hot meat soup every day. Although it has been fish soup for the past 2 days, I still feel bloated after each meal. Although the weather was cold and the 3 of them were not allowed to take a shower, they were asked to use hot water to clean themselves every day. After going through the whole process of washing their faces and scalding their feet, the 3 of them looked very different after only 5 or 6 people. The dirt on their bodies was gone, and after a few days of nourishing themselves with the broth, the 3 of them looked much more rosy-faced. In addition, he was busy and peaceful in the camp. Although he had to rest in a crowded cave every night, he could sleep peacefully after eating and drinking enough, and he looked much more energetic. The elderly woman looked at the 3 women and nodded continuously. She was indeed very satisfied with their current lives, and her mind was involuntarily a little distracted. If only our tribe could live such a good life. Quickly coming back to her senses, the old woman looked at Yi-chan with a hint of respect in her eyes. Such a powerful tribe would naturally be respected. Hiliwala. Chief, she said she'll continue the human trafficking this time. Listening to what Hong translated into the elderly woman's words, Yi-chun smiled slightly and nodded to indicate that he understood. Don't worry. Let Hu give each of them a bowl of fish soup to warm them up. Yi-chun also fulfilled his promise in time. As long as the other party arrived on time, he would give each of them a bowl of fish soup. At the same time, Yi-chun also began to think that this kind of population trade would not work. In less than a month, all the other tribes would be incorporated into the Han tribe, and the form of trade he wanted would not be achieved at all. Chapter 196, The Second Transaction. Gudong Gudong. As each person drank a bowl of hot fish soup, the coldness in their bodies was dispelled, and the hunger and fatigue caused by running were also swept away. Several people reluctantly put down the ceramic bowls in their hands, still smacking the soup in their mouths to savor the taste. Especially the 2 women who came for the first time were completely conquered by this bowl of fish soup. After drinking it, they immediately asked the other 3 women if they could drink this fish soup every day. Hearing this question, the 3 women smiled at each other and answered directly that not only can they drink it every day, but they can drink it 3 times a day. 3 times a day? After hearing this answer, not only the 2 women who came to the Han tribe for the first time, but also the elderly woman and 3 men were surprised and immediately began to exclaim in amazement. Listening to the 3 of them chattering for a long time and exclaiming from time to time, Yi-chun really didn't know what they were talking about, so he just stood aside and watched. Okay, tell them to nod if they want to drink. They can also have a bowl each. After Hong spoke, several people immediately turned around and indicated that they wanted another bowl. After they drank the second bowl of fish soup, Yi-chan began to ask questions. After listening to Hong's translation, the elderly woman immediately became gloomy. She calmed down her emotions before speaking. Trading people again? The moods of both parties in the transaction were different this time. The elderly woman was very willing. After seeing the life of the women who were traded, she was very willing to trade her tribesmen. Rather than suffering from hunger in the tribe with me, it is better to trade directly to the Han tribe. At least you won't go hungry. But for Yi Chun, this is not a way of sustainable development. Directly incorporating all the people from the other tribe into the Han tribe is not a direct annexation. Yi Chun did not want to directly incorporate all of them into his own tribe, but wanted to expand the scope of communication with the Han tribe through this tribe. I agree to this trade, but I'll have to trade something else next time. After thinking for a while, Yi Chun finally nodded, but also put forward his own request. Anything else? Listening to the words translated by Hong, this time it was the elderly woman who showed an embarrassment, thinking to herself that her tribe had nothing, so why would she come here to trade? If the transaction cannot be carried out, then subsequent communication with the Han tribe may be cut off, and we will never be able to drink such delicious fish soup again. How about this? Let's go to your tribe and see if there's anything you can trade with us. Looking at the elderly woman's embarrassed expression, Yi Chun guessed what she was thinking, so he took the initiative to put forward his own idea. Instead, it was Yi Chun's request that stunned the elderly woman. She had never expected that the other party would have such an idea. You should know that in primitive tribes, the location of one's own tribe is also a relatively important information, which is related to the danger and safety of the tribe. The tribes nowadays have not yet developed walls, and most of the tribal camps are caves. As long as the enemy finds a flaw, they can take advantage of it and break in. Therefore, the elderly woman was very cautious when it came to the location of the tribe, but she also thought that the other tribe was so powerful that it would be easy to kill her and others. Mainly because of these two contacts, the elderly women were able to clearly feel the strength of the Han tribe, but not its aggressiveness. This made the old woman make up her mind. She nodded firmly towards Yi Chun, indicating that she wanted to let the people of the Han tribe come to her tribe. As the old woman nodded, Yi Chun was also a little excited, which meant that the communication between the tribes had officially begun. Both sides can visit each other's tribes. Isn't this the visiting of later generations? The feelings between the two tribes can also gradually deepen. In this way, Yi Chun's civilization exchange is half successful. As the friendship between the two tribes continues to deepen, Yi Chun believes that the other party will definitely take the initiative to learn about everything about the Han tribe. Then naturally, all the ideas and culture of the Han tribe can be spread. If this poor tribe knows other tribes, they will naturally spread these things. Okay, then these two women will stay. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Yi Chun smiled and immediately started making arrangements. Leave 6 members of the hunting team to guard the camp, and the remaining members will lead the team. Let's go check out their tribe together. After listening to Yi Chun's arrangements, Shi and Hong quickly took action and carried out their respective tasks. Soon, the hunting team gathered together, and their fully armed appearance made the 4 people from the poor tribe dumbfounded. The elderly woman could never imagine that the Han tribe actually had such a powerful hunting team. It was unknown how strong their fighting capacity was, but just looking at their posture was already very intimidating. Chapter 197 Good Stuff. This time, Yi Chun felt much more relaxed. Jie was in charge of drawing the pictures along the way, and all Yi Chun needed to do was give some guidance from time to time. It was also the first time for Jie to draw a picture by himself, so he was very cautious when he put pen to paper. The chief's teachings kept ringing in his ears. That is, the map should not only be understandable to yourself, but also understandable to others. Otherwise, the map will be a secret map. From here, Jie also learned that this small map actually has 2 forms. One is a map that everyone can understand, which requires it to be easy to understand. As long as people hold it in their hands, they can understand the map's meaning with a quick comparison. The other type is more obscure and difficult to understand. Only the owner of the map can understand it. Without systematic teaching or secret codes, one would not know what it means even if they hold it in their hands. Of course, these things are still too complicated for someone like Jie, who has just started to learn about maps. Therefore, Yi Chun did not make too many requests. He just asked Jie to hold the map in his hand and not to rush to draw. Instead, during every break, Yi Chun would let Jie recall it carefully. Recalling the obvious signs along the way will allow Jie to know which direction to go when he sees this thing. Only after seeing Jie using a branch to outline the detailed route on the ground and confirming that it was correct, Yi Chun would let Jie start drawing on the map. At this time, Yi Chun began to get annoyed that he had evacuated from the Black Demon tribe too hastily. I didn't bring back the dye that can dye black. Otherwise, I could start painting directly with the dye. But this doesn't affect anything. Yichen plans to find time to visit the Black Demon Tribe camp after he returns and bring back the black dye. Use black dye to paint directly on the new animal skin to redraw a clean and neat map. The piece of animal skin that Jie is holding in his hand now looks a bit sloppy because of his lack of initial drawing experience and the fact that it was given to Jie for practice. Jie was very serious along the way. He carefully memorized every landmark he passed by, and at the same time learned drawing techniques from Yichun. It was early winter at this time, and the branches and leaves on the road had turned yellow and fallen off. The bare branches looked extremely desolate. There were nothing but trees along the way, with an occasional hillside, but Yichun didn't find anything useful. The further Yichun walked, the more bored he felt. He was mainly thinking that there might really be nothing good near this poor tribe. Otherwise, the tribe wouldn't be living such a miserable life. How long will it take? There was no excitement, as at the beginning, and there was nothing good to discover along the way. Yichun was getting a little impatient, calculating that the Han tribe camp was a bit far from here. Now everyone relies solely on their own feet to walk. If it's a little far, it will take half a day to walk. Based on his feeling, Yichun roughly guessed that it was already afternoon. If it's still a bit far, you may need to prepare to return to camp. Chief, she said it's almost there. We'll be there in a little while. Yichun nodded after hearing this and said nothing more. He continued to move forward surrounded by the hunting team. Sasha Shah. As the people in front of him pushed aside the dense branches in front of him, Yichun finally saw a flat ground in front of him, and several large mountains not far away from the flat ground. Gift crap. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yichun was stunned and blurted out a foreign language. It's really not Yichun's fault for making a fuss, mainly because these mountains are grayish-white in color and appear to stretch endlessly. Isn't this the limestone that Yichun has been looking for? You know, for the development and construction of the tribe, what Yichun urgently needs now is limestone, otherwise cement cannot be made. In the early days, the tribe had no limestone, so they could only mobilize the tribesmen to look for snails in the forest, and only then were they able to barely build the first 2 houses. Now looking at these endless limestone mountains, Yichun was so happy that he started speaking foreign languages immediately. At this time, Yichun finally saw clearly that the cave where this poor tribe lived was in a cave entrance under one of these mountains. Could it be chiseled out directly? Yichun knew that limestone was relatively brittle. As long as it was hit hard with a stone or a wooden stick, the limestone could be smashed into pieces. Kiliwala. Seeing the entrance to her cave appear in front of her, the elderly woman hurriedly signaled the 3 men behind her to speak up. Otherwise, her people would think that an enemy was invading and unnecessary conflict would occur. Chapter 198 Long-Term Transaction. Kiliwala. Following the man's loud shout, more than a dozen women rushed out of the cave and were shocked by the scene. The elderly woman was now followed by a dozen strangers, all of whom looked like they were not to be trifled with. This made the tribesmen in the cave panic, as they all thought their tribe was being attacked. Kiliwala. After the old woman yelled loudly twice, the frightened women finally calmed down and stared at the people behind the old woman with curious eyes. After a careful observation, the curiosity in these women's eyes became more and more intense. They were wearing very magical things, and their bodies were very strong. The most important thing is the expressions of the hunting team. As they watched the group of women in front of them change from panic to curiosity, the hunting team still maintained a calm expression without much change. Don't worry about them, Hong. Just tell them not to bother us. Now Yichun has no time to care about the members of the poor tribe, but looks at the cave behind them with a warm heart. The cave is only a small part of the mountain and looks extremely tiny, but the entire mountain is grayish-white, which makes it very eye-catching. He walked quickly to the entrance of the cave, touched the stone wall with his hand, and pulled a small stone into his hand. Yichun observed it carefully. Based on what he had learned in the system, Yichun was very sure that this was limestone, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at all. This is an important raw material for making cement. With it, construction will be much easier and the quality will be greatly improved. The bricks currently used in the tribe are earthen bricks, which are definitely much less waterproof and wear-resistant than cement bricks. They can only be used for emergency purposes at present. Once these limestones are brought back to the tribe, the strength of the tribe's walls and houses will be greatly improved. In the past, because the earth bricks had poor bearing capacity, only a small 4-room house could be built. But now Yichun is confident that he can directly build a big house. What Let them come over. After calming down, Yichen looked at the elderly woman who had been looking at him and asked Hong to call her over. Just now, when Yichen was grinning foolishly at the stone wall, the elderly woman had been leading her tribesmen to the cave entrance, looking at the excited Yichen and the bewildered hunting team behind him. Your life will be improved in the future. Yichen pointed at the stone wall in front of him and began to discuss with the elderly woman. From now on, you can send these stones to the Han tribe every day. A basket of stones can buy a bowl of meat soup for everyone you come to. Listening to Hong's translation, the old woman showed a happy look, thinking that the tribe finally had something that could be traded. Although she didn't know what the other party would do with these stones, as long as they could be traded, it was a good thing. Chief, what did she say about the rest of the people? Can everyone come and carry stones? Hearing the old woman's question, Yichen answered without hesitation. These limestones are now very important for tribal construction. If the poor tribe is willing, Yichen hopes that everyone in their tribe will come to transport stones, so that a large amount of limestone can be obtained. There was no need for Hong to translate this time. Yichen could directly see the other party's shocked expression. If the entire tribe came to transport the stones, what would happen to the food? The old woman's thinking is still limited, that is, no one in the tribe goes hunting, so where does the food come from? If you all come to transport the rocks, then you all can come to drink the fish soup. If you have enough, the Han tribe will also trade you leather shoes, pottery jars, and bowls. The conditions this time were somewhat tempting for the elderly woman, but she didn't know whether this was a good thing for the tribe. After all, this will mean the tribe will have less time to hunt. Hunting is already very tiring, so is it possible to reduce the hunting time further? Okay, take your time to think about it. Let's go take a look around. Without spending much time to pay attention to the elderly woman's hesitation, Yichen simply let her continue to think on the spot, while he took the hunting team around. Thinking that he had discovered such an important thing here, Yichen was also looking forward to seeing if there were any other things around. At the same time, Yichen also discovered that it was not feasible to stay in the tribe all day to develop, and he had to come out and walk around from time to time. In this vast primitive world, there are good things everywhere. It just depends on whether you can see them. Thinking of this, Yichen felt that his decision to trade with the poor tribe was correct. If they were conquered by force, they might not be willing to come here in person to see it. At most, they would just send people to capture prisoners, and there would be no chance to discover this great thing called limestone. Chapter 199 Return to the Tribe. It was already dark when Yichen and the others finally rushed back to the camp. Hong was very happy to see Yichen and the others return safely, and immediately asked who to cook the fish soup. Hiliwala. At this moment, several women who came to the Han tribe with them were also stunned by what they saw. At the same time, they exclaimed in surprise when they saw the women from their tribe who were traded here. The entire impoverished tribe had a total population of only 19 people, of which only 3 men were left who had escaped, and the rest were all women. There are now 5 women who have been traded to the Han tribe, and the first 3 women have completely adapted to life in the Han tribe. The 2 women who were traded during the day quickly calmed down under the guidance of 3 experienced women and began to learn from the Han tribe. In the evening, when they saw 3 more women coming to the tribe, they were also surprised and immediately gathered together and started chattering. The 5 women who were traded here thought that these 3 women were also traded here and immediately prepared to chat with the 3 new women. But at this time, the elderly woman following behind immediately stopped the situation and asked the 3 women who followed them not to run around and stay quietly by her side. At this moment, the 5 women who had just joined the Han tribe finally understood that these 3 women were not in the same situation as themselves, but still stayed in the tribe. This has to do with the agreement that Yichen reached with the elderly woman at that time. Seeing that the elderly woman was hesitant, Yichen didn't want to waste time and directly raised the price. The main reason is that it is already afternoon, and if we don't prepare to leave now, it will be dark, and the way back to the tribe will be much more dangerous. So Yichen directly put forward a new request. He would leave the ceramic pots and bowls brought by the hunting team and teach them how to cook soup so that they could eat broth here. At the same time, the poor tribes also need to transport stones to the Han tribe every 2 days, and the Han tribe will also send people to protect the transporters. Of course, this is just a preliminary agreement, and the specific operating methods need to be improved based on subsequent situations. What Yichen needs most at the moment is to reach an agreement. Let the poor tribes keep digging limestone. In this way, even if there are not many people from the poor tribes to transport the limestone at a time, they can dig it out first and put it aside. Then the Han tribe will send people to carry it back. After the preliminary discussion, Yi Chun asked the hunting team to take out the things in the backpacks, and the fish, meat, pottery jars, and bowls were all given to the poor tribes. He also gave out all the tinderboxes and taught them how to use them. During this time, Yi Chun also asked the hunting team to pick up a few baskets of stones to carry back. After doing all this, Yi Chun quickly set off with his men. Accompanying him were an elderly woman and 3 women from the poor tribe, as well as a man from the hunting team. Except for the elderly woman, the other 4 people were carrying backpacks full of stones. These backpacks were taken from the hunting team members and were explicitly given to them. After returning to the Han tribe camp, who quickly brought over the cooked fish soup and asked everyone to drink it quickly to fill their stomachs. Then Yi Chun began to make arrangements. The rain had stopped today. Although there was still some rainwater on the ground, it did not affect the setting up of the tent. Everyone was very uncomfortable being crowded in the cave every day. Since it didn't rain today, Yi Chun asked everyone to set up tents, and he also set up one for the 5 people from the poor tribe. Due to the current limited conditions, the 5 people from the poor tribe can only squeeze together. The elderly woman was surprised. After Hong explained that this was a place to sleep, she immediately became curious and went in to feel it. Although she had been here several times, the elderly woman never ceased to be amazed by the Han tribe because she always saw all kinds of new and interesting things. After quickly preparing a place for everyone to rest, Yi Chun did not rest. Instead, he immediately called Hong over and prepared to complete the last task of the day. That is to teach a lesson to someone, to teach the person who is on duty today but is dozing off. Chief, that's her. Soon, a woman was brought to Yi Chun. Hong pointed at the woman and told Yi Chun that she was the person in charge of today's watch. Looking at this somewhat restless woman, Yi Chun immediately started thinking in his mind that too many people had joined the tribe during this period, and he didn't know how they all joined. But Yi Chun didn't have to think about it, because she and Wu were already standing in front of Yi Chun with nervous expressions, deliberately blocking the woman who was to be punished. Chapter 200 Public Punishment. Everyone who had already prepared stopped immediately after seeing this and walked towards Yi Chun. Great! Everyone, come over here. Looking at everyone, Yi Chun yelled for everyone to gather around, and then asked Shi and Wu to move aside. Shi and Wu looked at each other and finally chose to move aside, leaving the woman alone. The actions of the 2 men completely panicked the woman. Even if she was stupid, she knew that they were going to punish her. Everyone listen. Clearing his throat, Yi Chun began to explain his intentions to everyone. What is the purpose of the watchtower? What is the purpose of those in charge of the watch? It's to detect enemies near the tribe in time. As Yi Chun spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, and all eyes focused on the woman in the middle of the field. But she was sleeping while she was on duty. What if an enemy approaches? What should we do with our people? What if the enemy comes charging in? At this moment, Yi Chun didn't care whether the other party could hear or understand his words. Yi Chun's goal was to educate one and shock the rest. To make sure this doesn't happen again, 10 lashes and a day's food deprivation. After saying that, Yi Chun signaled Pan and Hong to quickly translate his meaning. Otherwise, his passionate speech would be ineffective if no one knew what was going on. Following Pan and Hong's explanation, bursts of exclamations soon rang out in the tribe. At the same time, the woman standing in the middle, who looked confused as to what was going on, finally realized her mistake. The punished woman turned pale instantly, and her whole body was trembling. She knew she had made a mistake. Listening to the exclamations and whispers around him, Yi Chun guessed that the effect he wanted should have been achieved. The tribe now has a population of almost 100 people. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of people in the tribe. In order to prevent the development of the tribe from being delayed by everyone, Yi Chun is also preparing to take this opportunity to re-establish the rules and let everyone know who is the chief of the tribe. If Yi Chun wants everyone in the tribe to listen to his command, then he must establish his prestige in a timely manner so that he can effectively mobilize everyone's strength. Yi Chun casually pulled out a branch as thick as his little finger and held it in his hand. He walked up to the woman with an expressionless face, completely ignoring the fact that her eyes were red and filled with tears. Hold out your hand. This sentence does not need to be translated. After all, Yi Chun would say this sentence every night in class these days, which means that people should stretch out their right hands. Bang! Seeing the woman in front of him gritting her teeth and stretching out her right hand tremblingly, Yi Chun directly hit her with a stick. Ah! Feeling the severe pain in her right hand, the woman couldn't help but howl, causing the surrounding tribesmen to tremble. This stick is not like the random checks during the night class. If Yi-chun finds out that the class fails the test, he will also slap the hands, but he also leaves room for maneuver. After all, everyone has things to do the next day. But this time, Yi-chun did not hold back at all. He slapped the woman's palm hard, making her scream in pain. Hands out! Seeing that the woman was holding her right hand and trembling in pain, Yi-chun still asked her to stretch out her hand and continue to whip her. He whipped her for about 10 times before stopping. During this period, countless people wanted to persuade Yi-chun, but they were all stopped by Hong, who clearly told them not to get involved. Just like that, the woman, whose voice was already hoarse, sat down on the ground and began to sob after being beaten 10 times with a wooden stick. This is your own fault. Don't blame anyone else. Everyone, listen up. If anyone does this again in the future, they will be punished in the same way. While speaking loudly, Yi-chun looked around at the tribesmen around him. Even the elderly women who were watching the excitement on the side were deeply shocked. They did not expect that this young chief would have such great courage. Okay, let her have a day off tomorrow. After saying that, Yi-chun asked Shi and Wu to help the punished woman into the cave. The tribesmen who were watching nearby were also greatly shocked. Seeing the other party's painful expression, they reminded themselves in their hearts that they must be responsible and keep watch. Starting tonight. From now on, 2 women will be on duty every day. There will indeed be problems if one person is responsible for keeping watch. If he falls asleep, there will be no one to wake him up. So Yi-chun will immediately change the way he keeps watch. Let 2 people watch together so that there will be a companion and they can supervise each other, or one person can watch while the other rests. Of course, Yi-chun also asked Hong to act as a supervisor and check the situation in the watchtower from time to time. Once such a problem occurs again, he will show no mercy. If punishment is necessary, it must be punished. Otherwise, after a long time, everyone will think that this is an unimportant matter.